Reborn and back, I wield an invincible system, sworn to become the strongest beastmaster. I thought I could easily crush everyone with the memories of my past life and the advantage of the system, but when it came to choosing a beast pet, I was shocked by an unremarkable ordinary person. The trash egg he casually picked up actually awakened a talent stronger than mine. Even more terrifying, his beast pet's bloodline could actually evolve into that of a legendary deity. My name is Chen, is a transmigrator. Yesterday, I awakened my beast taming talent, breaking through the mystery of rebirth and recalling everything from my past life. But I only awakened a B-grade talent, while my childhood sweetheart Luo Anfei, a local girl. Yet, I awakened an SSS-grade talent, even born with a destined beast companion, becoming a chosen beast tamer. Today, I accompanied Luo Anfei to the beast taming paradise to select a beast egg. This is where ordinary beast tamers contract their first beast companion. Luo Anfei, as the chosen beast master, didn't need to come, but her mother hoped she could share some of her luck with me. My system requires contracting a beast egg with a myth compatibility of at least 50% to activate. I searched through the hall, scanning each egg with my system's vision, only to find the highest compatibility was a mere 10%. Just then, Luo Anfei pointed at a beastmaster egg and said, "How about this one? I think it looks good." At a glance, the display before me clearly showed, mythical compatibility 50%. I was shocked, this girl definitely had some kind of cheat ability. But for the sake of a more precious newbie gift pack, I decided to keep looking and marked it as a backup option. Just as we continued our search, Li Rui from the neighboring class appeared. He was also a chosen beastmaster, and relying on his S-grade talent and rebirth seed bloodline, he sneered at me, even pointing at an unremarkable beastmaster egg and saying, "This ugly one suits you perfectly." I instinctively glanced over, and my eyes lit up, myth compatibility 100%. I immediately walked over, picked up the egg, and led Luo Anfei towards the registration counter. Luo Anfei frowned slightly when she saw me choose this unremarkable egg, thinking I was being childish. Little did she know, not long ago, she had also been reborn. In her previous life, she was one of the most powerful beastmasters, revered as the goddess of Luo. After rebirth, she awakened a system and bound a comparison module with me. She believed that with my mediocre B-grade talent and the ordinary beast I was about to contract, I stood no chance of surpassing her in comparison. As I sealed the contract with a drop of blood on the beast egg, the system in my mind finally activated. Ding! Detected 100% mythical compatibility with the first contracted beast. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a god-tier talent. Proceed with fusion? I didn't hesitate for a moment before choosing to merge. In an instant, a strange phenomenon manifested behind me. A starry sky emerged, and a figure ascended step by step, as if encompassing billions of stars. This is the unique phenomenon exclusive to SSS tier talents. Everyone around was stunned because I had just awakened a B-grade talent the day before. They exclaimed that it was a rare talent evolution, advancing from grade B to grade SSS. Luo Anfei was also shocked. This had never happened in her previous life. She suspected, could my talent be of the divine level? And her divine level talent was only recognized as SSS level because the testing equipment was outdated? Soon, the anomaly vanished, and the beast egg began to crack, with everyone eagerly anticipating what would emerge. The eggshell completely cracked open, revealing a small monkey entirely carved from rock, my beast pet, Little Rock Monkey. The beast pet detection device showed that its bloodline is of the common type. This result left everyone momentarily stunned. A beast pet capable of evolving its talent to SSS grade, yet its bloodline is merely common? Li Rui mocked me, and Luo Anfei also shook her head, thinking there was zero chance I could beat her. But only I know that my divine level talent is called the Ascension Path, enabling my beast to evolve into the pinnacle of countless gods. The information before my eyes about the Little Rock Monkey displayed, the endpoint of the Ascension steps is Chaos Demon Ape Mythical Breed. Beast Taming High School, Principal's Office. I walked out of the principal's office, and the news of my talent evolving to SSS rank had already spread throughout the entire school. The principal and the Education Bureau leaders witnessed my evolution from B grade to SSS grade. But the fact that the Destiny Beast pet is of an ordinary species left him utterly perplexed, as it defied all logic. In the end, the school awarded me a 500,000 yuan scholarship and exempted me from attending classes for the next 40 days so I could focus on nurturing my beast companion. Back at home, I used the divine gaze to check the information of our household magical pet, the mirror doll, and the result left me utterly shocked. Bloodline, upper monarch species. Status, once suffered severe injuries, with the origin damaged and rank fallen. A royal class magic mirror puppet actually cooked for me for 18 years? Only now did I realize it was my mother's beast companion. My parents passed away early, and I've been living with my aunt since then. I was puzzled by my parents' identities because when a beastmaster dies, their beast companions perish as well, yet the enchanted mirror puppet survived. My aunt told me she didn't know either, since she wasn't a beast tamer, and my parents had already passed away. At that very moment, the system sent a notification, ding, congratulations to the host for achieving the accomplishment, becoming a beast tamer and obtaining your own lifebound beast companion. Reward the bloodline of the imperial beast. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the bloodline, Zhu Yan, totem species. I was overjoyed. Zhu Yan is a mythical creature from legends. It is also a crucial step in the evolutionary sequence of the small rock monkey. I immediately summoned my little rock monkey and declared loudly, "Grow stronger, my little rock monkey." Then, I silently chanted in my heart, "System, fuse with the Zhu Yan bloodline." A surge of immense power instantly flooded into the little rock monkey's body, plunging it into a deep slumber. I recalled it back into the beast taming space, eagerly anticipating its evolved form. Chapter 4, The Brilliant Use of Talent and Luo Anfei's Contempt. After a deep conversation with his aunt about his parents, Chen returned to his room. Ultimately, the doubts in his heart remained unresolved. His aunt didn't know much about his mother either. He felt little connection to his parents. They were too unfamiliar, leaving not a single memory in his mind. As for the magic mirror doll, he would find a way to help it recover from its injuries later. Having cared for him for 18 years, the magic mirror doll had long since become family in his heart. As for now, there was no choice. He hadn't even heard of the materials needed to heal its wounds. Crossing his legs, he began meditation according to the fundamentals of meditation. Beastmasters needed cultivation too, communicating with heaven and earth, enhancing spiritual power, expanding their beast taming space, and increasing their spiritual essence. Simultaneously, the reason pet beasts could heal within the Beastmaster space was that the Beastmaster transformed the energy of heaven and earth into a form suitable for the pets to absorb. Only after advancing the beast space could he contract a second beast pet. Several hours later, Chen's eyes snapped open. Little rock monkey, awake! Hum. The summoning array activated, revealing a figure. The little rock monkey's appearance had drastically changed. Golden eyes shone brightly, its fur had turned a stone gray hue, a flame-like mark adorned its forehead, and its thick tail was as sturdy as steel. Its feet were crimson, with fur around its ankles resembling swirling flames. The entire creature exuded an otherworldly aura. Its size had also grown from knee-high to waist-high, reaching about 1.3 meters tall. Name, rock-hating monkey. Rank lower awakening tier. Attributes, rock, fire. Bloodline lower tier sovereign species insufficient power to fully fuse Zhu Yan bloodline current fusion progress 40%. Full fusion achieves totem species status. Affinity level 100. Bloodline talents morphing, invulnerable. This beast companion's divine ascension progression culminates in Chaos Demon Ape mythical species current progress, 50% estimated requires for bloodline upgrades, click to view sequence details. So powerful. By fusing Zhu Yan's bloodline, it bypassed the juvenile stage entirely and entered the awakening tier. Only after a beast pet passes its juvenile stage can specific information like bloodline tier, attributes, bloodline talents, etc. be perceived. The required bloodline upgrades for evolving into the Chaos Demon Ape have also decreased from 15 to just 4. Most remarkably, it now possesses 2 bloodline talents. Right? Can you feel yourself getting stronger? Chen stroked the little head of Yin Yin monkey. Chirp. Its eyes sparkled like stars as it nodded eagerly, gazing at Chen with pure admiration. My trainer is so awesome. Just a tap of a finger and I get stronger. Chen nodded with satisfaction. Monkey's show-off divine display was a resounding success. During the 1-month juvenile stage, except for chosen beast masters whose pets start with max affinity. For non-chosen beast masters, the first month of a pet's juvenile stage is meant for building rapport, mutual understanding, increasing affection, and enhancing synergy. Every year, it was commonplace for trainee beast masters' pets to refuse to fight, disobey commands, or resist training. But Chen fused the Zhu Yan bloodline in one move, strengthening his beast pet and instantly earning the Yen Yen monkey's admiration. Their intimacy hit 100. Chirp. Yen Yen monkey picked up Chen's index finger and placed it against its own brow. Beast master, it's not enough. I want to grow stronger. You're still too weak. Another level up would overwhelm your body. Focus on training. Chirp. Yen Yen Ho's expression was resolute. Meanwhile, on the other side of the residential complex, a brilliant blue light erupted from Luo Anfei's room, filling the space with a chill. The temperature in the entire room dropped several degrees. Before her stood a small fox, entirely snow-white, with icy blue fur on its forepaws as if wearing 4 little blue gloves. This was her life-bound beast companion, the ice crystal fox. In her previous life, it had been the world-destroying ice phoenix fox, a being that had struck fear into the entire cosmos. How do you feel, ice crystal fox? Meow. Luo Anfei's lips curved into a smile as she cradled the ice crystal fox in her arms. Through their contract's feedback, she could sense the crystal fox's growth accelerating. This was a formula she had obtained in her previous life. Primarily composed of ice stone and mint crystals, supplemented with grass-type ingredients to create a potion that shortens the juvenile stage of ice-type beast pets. Combined with one of her innate abilities enhancing beast pet bloodlines. This time around, the ice crystal fox would only need 7 days to complete its juvenile stage. A full 23 days earlier than in her previous life. As for Chen, who was scheduled for comparison in 40 days, she didn't give him a second thought. The ice crystal fox would complete its juvenile stage in 7 days, at which point formal cultivation could begin. As a dominant species bloodline beast pet, once it passed the juvenile stage, it would directly enter the awakening tier. With her cultivation, the ice crystal fox's growth would be exceptionally rapid. As for Lu Chen must follow the standard procedure, requiring 30 days for the little rock monkey to complete its juvenile stage. Ordinary bloodline pets require considerable time to reach the awakening stage. By then, the ice crystal fox will have surpassed it by countless tiers. This is the gap between bloodlines. Some pure-blooded dragon lineages even leap directly into the Transcendent stage after passing the juvenile phase. 40 days passed in the blink of an eye. June 6, sunny, with a warm temperature. Usawa City. Starting this morning, all citizens began speaking in hushed tones. Cars on the road slowed considerably and refrained from honking. The reason was simple. Today is the day of the college entrance exams. The students taking the exam today will become the heroes who protect humanity, the warriors who battle monsters and demons. Lu Chen walked along the road, just like in my past life. The dates 6th, 7th, and 8th were chosen for their homophonic association with admission as the exam start date. For the Gokao, all examinees are randomly assigned to different schools and exam venues. Lu Chen's admission ticket was for the 7th Beastmaster Middle School Examination Hall in Daz City. The exams lasted 3 days in total. The first day tests academic subjects. Yes, even in this world, cultural subjects are tested even for Beastmasters. Academic subjects accounted for 10% of the total Gakao score. The nation cultivates Beastmasters, not illiterate brutes. In a sense, your academic scores represent your learning ability, critical thinking skills, and self-discipline. Lu Chen's academic performance wasn't outstanding, but it wasn't bad either, just sufficient. On June 6, the academic exams concluded. The next day arrived, June 7. Second test, Beastmaster Ability Assessment and Pet Comprehensive Evaluation. The examination venue was no longer the school campus. There were 3 testing sites in total. Usawa City, Beastmaster Sports Arena. This was the location for Lu Chen's examination this time. After passing through security at the entrance, he entered the stadium. Inside, steel plates had partitioned the space into separate sections, each serving as an examination station. The testing stations were enclosed, preventing outsiders from seeing inside. Lu Chen arrived at his assigned testing station. Examination Station 96, row 43. Inside were 2 examiners and 4 surveillance monitors. The examiner verified his name, Lu Chen. Seeing the name, he was slightly taken aback. Was this the student who had undergone the extremely rare talent evolution, advancing from B rank to SSS rank? Take a seat and put on the helmet. Lu Chen. Facing the chair that resembled an electric interrogation device, he felt a flicker of unease. He obediently sat down, his hands restrained by the armrests. He felt a prick in his palms. A synthetic electronic voice announced, "No banned substances detected in blood." Initiating psychic power scan. A display beside him showed readings steadily climbing. Mental energy, 50-70-100-150,200,225. The examiner observed the readings. Based on previous year's entrance exam standards for Beastmaster University, a mental energy level exceeding 500 was sufficient. He wondered how high an SSS tier genius might reach. Chapter 5, the exam begins, examiner's shock, a monster has emerged. Several minutes later. The screen froze at 1900. 2 examiners? Their jaws dropped. 1900? The cutoff score for top-tier Beastmaster academies is around 800. You're telling me he scored 1900? The machine must be malfunctioning. They ran the test again, only to see the same 1900 spiritual energy reading. The 2 examiners exchanged glances, disbelief in their eyes. Is this what an SSS tier talent looks like? What a pity. I heard his soul-bound beast's bloodline potential is only average. Candidate, please summon your soul pet for an ability assessment. Beside him stood a massive machine resembling a scale, though magnified over tenfold. Measuring several meters in length, width, and height, this energy detector was a marvel of advanced technology. It could comprehensively evaluate the beast pet's height, weight, developmental stage, level. Understood. Lu Chen communicated with his Beastmaster's space, and a summoning array appeared on the ground. The examination concluded, and Lu Chen departed the testing site. At the testing site, 2 examiners stared blankly at the screen before them, their pupils trembling. A prodigy has emerged. Even in the major provinces heading to the imperial capital, this would be an unheard-of score. This must break all records in Jiangbei province's history, right? Upper tier awakening stage, perfect score. Name, Ice Crystal Fox. Rank, upper awakening tier. Bloodline, upper dominant species. Bloodline talent, instant freeze. Energy reaction level, actual combat power, lower tier supernatural stage. Achievement score, full marks. Evaluation, has mastered foundational ice elemental application. Psychic energy level, 1580. She examined her test results. Luo Anfei's face remained aloof, yet her heart stirred with quiet delight. A full 400-point increase from her previous life. She recalled that the highest recorded mental energy score in Jiangbei province over the past century was 1550. A mental energy value of 1580 had already shattered the Jiangbei province record. Her ice crystal fox's power had also more than doubled compared to her previous life. Still, it was a pity that her limited resources and funds meant the ice crystal fox had only reached the upper awakening stage. Otherwise, she could have cultivated it to the lower supernatural stage. In her previous life, she had been the top scorer in Daz City and the second-place finisher in the entire Jiangbei province's college entrance exams. This lifetime, the top scorer in the Jiangbei province college entrance exam was undoubtedly hers. But being the top scorer in a mere backwater province? That was nothing special. After all, she knew that once she entered the top-tier Beastmaster Academy, facing those prodigies with family legacies, geniuses from all the remote provinces would pale in comparison. In her previous life, she had merely been a mid-tier talent. It was only after graduating from the academy in her previous life that she fully unlocked the true potential of her talents and began her meteoric rise. This lifetime, she would trample them all beneath her feet. Once she surpassed Lu Chen in the comparisons, the next targets would be the prodigies from those elite academies. But what is there to fear? Genius? They're merely stepping stones to my doorstep. As she stepped out of the exam hall, she unexpectedly bumped into Lu Chen. Good afternoon, Lu Chen greeted her. Luo Anfei gave a cold nod. Miss Luo, what a coincidence we were in the same exam room, came another irritating voice. Li Rui emerged from the exam hall as well. Hey, isn't that Lu Chen? A month has passed and all the beast pets have passed their juvenile stage. Wonder how your test went. My psychic energy level hit 800 and my beast pet evaluation scored 80 points, more than enough to meet the admission threshold for top-tier Beastmaster academies. What about you? As an SSS tier talent holder, you won't end up failing, will you? Lu Chen replied, average. Just 1,900 mental energy points and my beast pet scored perfect marks. Are you trying to kill me with laughter? Since when did you become such a braggart? 1900 spiritual energy? A pet with ordinary bloodline potential scoring a perfect rating? Li Rui wondered if Lu Chen had suffered some brain damage from a bad exam. Beside them, Luo Anfei also furrowed her brow slightly, her impression of Lu Chen plummeting. A mental energy value of 1900? That was pure fantasy. Even she, reborn as a top-tier powerhouse from her previous life, only possessed 1580 mental energy. A little rock monkey with ordinary bloodline potential scoring a perfect exam result? Impossible. Pet assessments were evaluated based on a comprehensive assessment of the pet's height, weight, developmental stage, level, and other factors. To achieve a perfect score in the level category alone, it must reach the mid-tier awakening stage. How could a rock monkey with ordinary bloodline possibly achieve that? In her mind, Lu Chen was already labeled as full of nonsense, obsessed with appearances, and of poor character. Looks like I'll have to reconsider the little rock monkey advancing to the Overlord stage evolution sequence. That night, Li Rui returned home and told his parents he was likely to gain admission to a top-tier Beastmaster Academy, earning praise from the entire family. Buzz. His phone buzzed in his pocket. Opening it, he saw tomorrow's practical exam assignment roster. His eyes lit up. Lu Chen. Lu Chen. I hope my opponent is Lu Chen. He tapped to check and was disappointed it wasn't Lu Chen. Who's Lu Chen's opponent then? Lu Chen's opponent is Yu Haiyang from First High. He's awakened an SS tier Beastmaster talent, and his soul-bound beast's bloodline is Commander class. I sparred with him last time and couldn't stand a chance. Lu Chen's done for. Meanwhile, Luo Anfei stroked the ice crystal fox nestled in her arms. Her eyes shone brightly, radiating a confident glow. Just one more day. Tomorrow marks the end of the college entrance exams, and it's also the day of comparison. Tomorrow marks the beginning of my journey toward the pinnacle. The moon rabbit descends, the golden crow ascends. A new day dawns. June 8th, clear skies, pleasant temperature with a breeze. Today marks the third day of the college entrance exams. Exam subject. Practical exam. Chapter 6, Practical exam, Night King. My poor little Kunji, what if I haven't reached the awakening stage yet? There's not enough time. I feel like I could make it in 2.5 days. Don't panic, mine hasn't either. Sigh, no need to be discouraged. Most of us are unranked, our beast pet bloodlines are just too weak. Yeah, we only have 40 days total. Just getting through the juvenile stage takes 30 days. 10 days left? That's nowhere near enough to cultivate to the awakening stage. Damn it. Mine did reach the awakening stage, but my swift-wind wolf won't take orders. It just wrecks the place the moment it's out. All it sees is destruction. I yell at it once and it howls back 10 times. My Baba sheep is the same. Tell it to fight and it'll just bleat at you all day. Hear ye, hear ye. I hope my opponent is a total noob. Omi City Beastmaster Battle Arena. Candidates trickled into the venue, taking their seats in the waiting area. Chatter filled the stands, punctuated by waves of wails and groans. Among them, a striking figure became the center of attention. Sitting aloof and cold on a waiting area chair, her unflattering athletic outfit couldn't dim her radiance. Snow-white skin glowed brilliantly in the sunlight. Within a 10-meter radius, no one dared sit beside her. Her aura was simply too overwhelming, making everyone else feel inadequate. Once, a self-assured young man attempted to sit beside her. Midway, he met her expressionless gaze and retreated. Speaking of which, I wonder how Luo Anfei's beast pet is progressing. With the sovereign grade bloodline, it'll reach the awakening stage right after the juvenile phase. At the very least, it's a lower tier awakening stage. With an SSS tier talent and a beast companion of the overlord lineage, it might already be at the mid-tier awakening stage. Envy. SSS tier beast master talent. Luo Anfei sat quietly in her chair, gazing down at the sports field below. The entire area had been divided into 10 combat zones, each measuring 100 by 100 meters. A familiar sight, a familiar feeling. In her previous life, this was where she first made a name for herself. This time around, she would be even stronger. And besides, comparison countdown 1 hour 8 minutes and 47 seconds. Gazing at the virtual interface visible only to her. A barely perceptible curve formed at the corner of her lips. In just over an hour, the first comparison would begin. By crushing Lu Chen in the comparison, she would gain vast resources, creating a virtuous cycle. Her rise would be tenfold, even 100-fold faster than in her previous life. Ha! Who's that guy? The crowd watched as a figure walked directly over and sat beside Luo Anfei, and she didn't even shoo him away. Lu Chen, Luo Anfei's childhood friend, someone familiar with Lu Chen explained. Of course, you've probably also heard his other title, the second SSS tier Beastmaster Talent Awakener. Holy crap, he's that rare lucky guy who experienced talent evolution? Huh, wonder how well his beast pet's been cultivated. Just some guy who got lucky. I was there when his talent evolved. His beast pet is nothing more than a common bloodline little rock monkey. Exactly. I was in Lu Chen's class. His grades were below average. That SSS talent? Pure luck. Rock monkeys are trash. Mine's a rock monkey useless pet, dumb as hell, still hasn't even reached the next stage yet. The speaker's face twisted with envy. Both had little rock monkeys. Why did his transform from B tier talent to SSS tier? I bet his little rock monkey is just like mine. I'm a tier talent, while he's just a B tier talent masquerading as SSS tier. Mine might even be stronger than his. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Li Rue was among them. He deliberately spoke up loudly. You guys from other schools probably don't know yet, but Lu Chen personally announced yesterday that his mental energy value reached 1900. We should congratulate Lu Chen. The previous Jiangbei Province College entrance exam record holder had a psychic energy value of 1550. He shattered the province's all-time top scorer record. And congratulations to Lu Chen, he said. His little rock monkey, with its ordinary seed bloodline, scored a perfect score. He emphasized the words ordinary bloodline with deliberate emphasis. Whoosh! The entire venue erupted in uproar. What kind of outrageous joke was this? Des City belonged to Jiangbei Province. The record holder for the Jiangbei Province College entrance exam was known as the Night King, a candidate from over a decade ago who also possessed SSS tier Beastmaster talent. He was one of humanity's strongest monster tamer of the sovereign tier. He was the only Beastmaster from Jiangbei Province's previous generation to crack the King's List. Such a figure only scored 1550 on the college entrance exam back then. Lu Chen's psychic energy value is 1900? A common small rock monkey achieving a perfect score? What kind of colossal joke is this? No one would ever believe it. You'd be better off believing I'm Qin Shi Huang. In an instant, Lu Chen became the target of everyone's scorn. Well then, I'll see just how impressive you are in the practical exam. 1900 spirit energy? Impressive, impressive. As fellow little rock monkeys, I spent tens of thousands and couldn't cultivate mine to the awakening stage in 10 days. I'll be damned if I don't see how you scored full marks on your beast pet exam. One sarcastic remark after another rang out. Luo Anfei remained expressionless. This was the consequence of loving to show off and prioritize appearances. But this experience would temper him. Only after being beaten down and suffering a blow could he truly change. No wonder I noticed some classmates staring at me like I was a clown after I entered. These days, no one even believes the truth. A sigh reached her ears. Luo Anfei. She shot Lu Chen a glance. At this point, he was still so stubbornly clinging to his pride? Wouldn't his true colors show during the practical exam? He was being so stubborn. Having known him for years, she said, in the practical exam, winning or losing isn't important. What matters is demonstrating the level of coordination between the beast pet and its tamer. Whether the beast pet can fully obey the beastmaster's commands tests their mutual understanding and closeness. As long as you can keep your beast pet fully obedient during combat, when things turn unfavorable, when it's injured, or when facing a stronger enemy, even if you lose, it won't be a big deal. You could do some mental preparation with Little Rock Monkey before the fight, or use food as bait to spark its fighting spirit. Chen was a bit stunned. Holy crap, this was the first time Big Ice Block had ever said this much to him in one go. Motivate the beast pet? He sensed the rock monkey in the beast control space, frantically doing sit-ups, its eyes blazing with a thirst for battle. Probably didn't need to pump up its fighting spirit. He feared that if he actually motivated it, it might end up eating the other guy's pet to death. Dong! A crisp, bell-like clang echoed through the air above the battle arena. The crowd felt a surge of energy. Chen looked up to see a bizarre creature floating above the battlefield. Its body resembled a gong, with slender limbs and 2 hands holding a massive gong mallet. The sound emanated from its own body as it struck itself. Through the divine eye, it had obtained information about its opponent. Inspiration Gong, Steel-type beast pet, elite tier. Striking its body unleashes sonic attacks while simultaneously invigorating the spirit. Meanwhile, exam proctors have already entered the 10 battle arenas below. A voice echoed over the broadcast. Day 3 of the college entrance exams, practical combat test officially begins. Candidates displayed on the large screen, please enter for the combat examination. Above the battle arenas, avatars appeared on the 4-sided display screens, each accompanied by an admission ticket number. Feeling the restless ion monkeys in the beast taming space, a confident smile curved his lips. Don't worry, soon they'll see the results of our month-long training. Sunlight spilled across the steps of the preparation area, forming a trapezoidal pattern. In that instant, Chen stood at the very top of these steps. Luo Anfei glanced sideways at his confident smile, finding it somewhat peculiar. Where did this man get such confidence? Yet she found herself infected by his spirit. She nodded, lifting her chin, her heart swelling with ambition. The vast sea of stars, the path to fame lies beneath my feet. All beings shall be my stepping stones. She shot Chen a glance. You'll be the first stepping stone. The showdown was imminent. Get ready to drop some gold coins, old man. Chapter 7, Luo Anfei, me? Lacking confidence in winning the showdown? Little Kunji, get down. Get down now. The enemy's over there. Hurry up and crawl out of my pants. Squirting turtle, where the heck are you squirting? Rocky ox, stop mooing. Baba sheep, why the hell are you bleating at a cow? Attack it. Chen's mouth twitched. This scene was way too chaotic. Was this what they called a battle of the noobs? There was a freaking swift wind wolf that, the moment it was released, got hit once, started howling like crazy, and then scared itself into hiding inside its owner's clothes. Then there was the water-type beast pet spraying water at its own master. Most of these pets hadn't even reached the awakening stage yet, and the majority ignored their tamer's commands. These were all non-chosen beastmasters who hadn't bonded properly with their pets during the juvenile stage or trained them adequately. Divine chosen pets, however, possess innate synergy and would never behave this way. Each exam session lasted 5 minutes. These individuals simply waited until time ran out before being ushered off the field. Of course, there were exceptions. Shadow Leopard, unleash your claws. End the battle. In Arena 5, a jet black leopard, shadowy as darkness itself, emerged from the opponent's shadow. With a single swipe of its claws, it instantly ended the fight, rendering the enemy's beast pet incapacitated. Finally, something worth watching. In the VIP box on the upper level of the combat arena, principals from various schools, high-ranking officials from the Education Bureau, and the proctors from the previous day watched the battle below through the glass. The principal of 2nd High School remarked, "That's our student, Li Wentao. He possesses S-class Beastmaster talent and commands a Shadow Panther of the reborn bloodline." Xia Haiqiang, the Education Bureau director, nodded approvingly. Impressive. If he scored high on the previous 2 exam subjects, he should be able to enter a top-tier university. But that wasn't what they were concerned about. Their focus was on that girl with the SSS grade talent. Time ticked by, second by second. During this time, it was Li Rui's turn to take the exam. He did reasonably well. His beast companion barely obeyed his commands. He successfully defeated his opponent. He practically walked back with his nose in the air, even shooting Chen a taunting glance across the room. Candidate number 1314, Luo Anfei, and candidate number 087, Zhang Yayu, proceed to Battle Arena 3. In an instant, everyone sat up straight. The main event was about to begin. This was the battle countless had anticipated. SSS tier Beastmaster talent plus Overlord bloodline. vs. SS rank Beastmaster talent plus Overlord bloodline. They were also the 2 most prominent female students in all of Daz City. To put it in a slightly pretentious way, they were essentially the top dog and the second in command. Goddess Luo Anfei should win hands down, right? After all, her talent and beast pet are miles ahead of her opponent. Not necessarily. Luo Anfei's talent is support type, while Zhang Yayu's is enhancement type. Plus, I heard Zhang Yayu's beast pet originally had an upper-tier commander species bloodline. But during its juvenile stage, it was fed massive amounts of precious resources. After maturing, its bloodline upgraded to a lower-tier overlord species. Holy crap, that's insane. Chen cheered her on, go for it. Luo Anfei nodded and proceeded down the examination corridor to battle arena number 3. This time, I won't lose. Zhang Yayu declared earnestly to Luo Anfei. For years, she'd been constantly compared to her rival, yet in every joint exam, her ranking always fell one spot behind. Even in talent awakening and chosen beast companions, she was a notch below. Her family was a renowned wealthy clan in Daz City, and she had been born with a silver spoon in her mouth. Why couldn't she surpass her rival? She was utterly confident her pet would utterly crush the other. Oh, good luck with that. Luo Anfei's voice was cool and detached. Before the battlefield, the two separated and positioned themselves at opposite ends. Please release your beast pets, the proctor and referee explained the rules from the sidelines. Zhang Yayu summoned her beast pet first. Emerging from the summoning array was a 2-meter-tall creature, imposing and ferocious in appearance. Its body resembled a lion, covered in flowing, blue-hued fur, yet its head was that of an eagle. Most striking of all were the pair of wings protruding from its back. Name, Wind Spirit Griffin. Power level, mid-tier awakened stage. Attribute, Wind. Bloodline lower sovereign species. Racial talent, Intimidation. Skills bite, Wind Claw. It's actually a lower dominant bloodline, with a growth level at the mid-awakening stage and such a large build at that. Generally speaking, for low-tier beast tamers, when both parties are at the same level and there are no elemental advantages, the larger the body, the greater the advantage. The opponent is a griffin, while the big ice block is a fox. A lion hunting a fox, wouldn't that be a complete rout? Seeing the information revealed by the divine eye, Chen grew concerned whether Big Ice Blob could handle it. Coincidentally, Luo Anfei also summoned her Ice Crystal Fox. He used the divine eye to scan the Ice Crystal Fox. At the same time, the broadcast announced, Candidates 0520 Chen and 0777 Ocean, please proceed to examination room 8 for the practical test. Instantly, the crowd watching the situation snapped back to attention. Chen was about to enter the arena. The projected top scorer with 1,900 psychic energy points were all looking forward to seeing you and Little Rock Monkey in action. Just don't get utterly crushed, okay? Li Rui sneered sarcastically. We'll see just how strong someone with psychic energy surpassing the Night King can really be. As fellow Little Rock Monkey users, I honestly have no clue how this trash pet could possibly score full marks. You'll have to show us how it's done. Chen ignored the taunts. His gaze swept over the Ice Crystal Fox, revealing its detailed information in his eyes. He felt reassured. He couldn't lose. Not bad, Big Ice Block. You really are a woman who seems to have cheats enabled. Even with my system, I was just a hair's breadth away from letting you surpass me. With a light chuckle, Chen turned and entered the exam exit corridor. Ice Crystal Fox, Upper Awakening Tier. Wind Spirit Griffin, Mid-Tier Awakening Stage. The battle screen displayed the ranks of the two beast companions. This sparked another wave of commotion. Holy, Upper Awakening Tier? Practical exam, begin. The referee announced the start of the match. Zhang Yayu was momentarily stunned. Upper Awakening Stage. Had she been surpassed in rank again? Taking a deep breath, she composed herself. No big deal. In battles between lower-tier beast masters, especially those at the Awakening Stage, the larger, more physically imposing opponent often held the advantage. Before reaching the Transcendent Stage, no one could use Release-type skills. Even if Wind-type was countered by Ice-type, it didn't matter. Moreover, her talent was an SS-grade ability Energy Amplification. It amplified her beast pet's attributes and skills, temporarily boosting its level by 1 rank. Under her talent, the Wind Spirit Griffin also possessed the combat prowess of an upper-tier awakened stage beast. Victory is mine. Luo Anfei, it's time for you to taste defeat. Zhang Yayu declared with confidence. Luo Anfei regarded her opponent, her eyes unruffled. In her previous life, Zhang Yayu's Wind Spirit Griffin had transformed from a commander-grade bloodline into a dominator-grade bloodline. It awakened the bloodline talent, Intimidation. It had indeed caused her great trouble. Their battle remained deadlocked until the countdown ended, ultimately concluding in a draw. This lifetime? If I can't finish you in one move, I'll admit defeat. Wind Spirit Griffin, Deterrence. Talent, Intimidation. A common bloodline talent among large, ferocious carnivorous beast pets of the Overlord bloodline or higher. It allows the user to intimidate opponents through sheer presence, causing weaker creatures to fall into a state of fright. Even creatures of equal level are disrupted, suffering brief paralysis. Watching the Ice Crystal Fox frozen in place, Zhang Yayu smiled confidently. Wind Spirit Griffin, end this battle. Wind Claw. It soared into the air, lunging toward the Ice Crystal Fox with wind energy coiling around its claws. Indeed, it's time to end this, Luo Anfei remarked calmly. Ice Crystal Fox, Frozen Breath. Amidst the horrified stares of the crowd, the Ice Crystal Fox swayed its tail, opened its mouth, and gathered ice elements around its body. Finally, a blast of frigid wind swept backward. The air grew bitterly cold. A thick layer of frost formed across the battlefield. The The wind spirit griffin, charging in for the kill, froze solid on the spot, hard as a rock. The battle ended. Instant kill. Zhang Yayu's pupils dilated in disbelief. Your ice crystal fox can use projectile type skills only mastered by transcendent tier beings. The frozen battlefield lay before them. The entire arena erupted in shock. Awakening tier merely awakens one's innate elemental energy. With their mastery of elemental energy limited to gathering, flowing, releasing, and solidifying. Awakened stage beast pets typically only master the gather technique. They gather elemental energy and anchor it to a body part to form a skill. For instance, gathering wind elemental energy onto their claws creates the basic skill Wind Claw. Condensing elements and releasing them as ranged attacks requires the combined abilities of gathering and releasing. Only transcendent tier beast pets can master such complex elemental control. The Ice Crystal Fox actually possesses transcendent tier combat power at the upper awakened tier. Is this the sheer power of an SSS tier talent? This cultivation capability is utterly unrivaled. This year's top scholar in the Zhongbei Province College entrance exam should be none other than Luo Anfei from Ardaz City. The principal and education bureau officials exclaimed excitedly. I wonder how the other SSS tier talent is faring. Someone suddenly remarked. I recall his name is Chen. He's already started his exam, isn't he in exam room 8? Well, we shouldn't get our hopes up too high. After all, his situation is unique. Not only does he lack a heaven-bestowed beast companion, but his companion is just a common-blooded little rock monkey. Well, this will be a good opportunity to see the gap between non-chosen and chosen SSS tier talents. Little did they know, in the corner of the private room, two figures exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with excitement. Damn it, besides us two, today finally others will be shocked too. Chen, a weakling? Just wait, he'll be begging for mercy soon. The thought of those leaders getting humiliated made them want to laugh. Had Chen been present, he would have recognized these two as yesterday's proctors for the Beastmaster Ability Assessment and Pet Comprehensive Evaluation. Every proctor had signed a confidentiality agreement bound by the Super Tier Skill Word Pact. None of them could reveal Chen's mind-blowing results from yesterday. It's starting. The battle between Chen and Yu Haiyang is about to begin. Yu Haiyang also possesses SS tier talent. His beast companion is the High Commander class Thundersteel Gorilla. Let's see how Chen dies. 1900 mental energy points? A lowly common tier little rock monkey? The show-off's about to get his ass kicked. Battlefield 8. Night King is my idol. You insulted him. Not only did you brag, but you even lied about having 1900 mental energy points. Yu Haiyang stared intently at Chen, his gaze dangerous. Your little rock monkey scored full marks? My Thundersteel Gorilla barely scraped by with 95. I'll show you the vast difference between a common variant and a commander variant of the same ape-type beast pet. Yu Haiyang commanded, come forth, Thundersteel Gorilla. A massive creature materialized before him. It resembled a gorilla, standing 2 meters tall, its entire body of muscle seemingly cast from steel. Especially its two towering chestplates, massive steel slabs gleaming with a metallic sheen. It roared, pounding its chest with its fists, producing the clanging sound of steel striking steel. Steel crushing ape, mid-awakening tier. So powerful. This overwhelming presence caused many spectators to pale momentarily before their faces lit up with excitement. They could already envision Chen's fate. Quick, release your little rock monkey. Watch my steel crushing ape smash its rocky skull with iron fists. Luo Anfei shook her head slightly. The gold-type Thunder Steel ape possessed astonishing strength and defense, coupled with its massive 2-meter-plus frame. Compared to the similarly ape-like little rock monkey, it was practically a newborn infant. Moreover, the rock-type little rock monkey was countered by the steel-type steel monkey. Its iron fists could shatter stone and split boulders. Chen had no chance of winning. Ding! Countdown complete. First matchup about to begin. Suddenly, the icy voice in her mind sent a chill through her body. The comparison finally begins. A massive haul of resources awaits. The comparison will evaluate multiple dimensions including Beastmaster rank, pet level, pet bloodline, pet combat power. For the initial comparison, the host possesses a delay privilege. If lacking confidence in victory, the host may choose to postpone the comparison date. Me? Lack confidence in winning? What a ridiculous joke. What qualifications does an ordinary person like Chen have? Begin the match. The word duel was barely out of his mouth when a clamor erupted from the crowd. What kind of beast pet is that? Wasn't his beast pet a little rock monkey? This doesn't look like one at all. A mutated little rock monkey? Whether it's mutated or not, it can't escape the fact that it's still a common breed. Exactly. It's still going to get beaten to a pulp by Yu Haiyang. Wait. Suddenly, a voice turned utterly terrified. Look at its level. Luo Anfei looked up. Unknown beast pet, mid-tier supernatural rank. Luo Anfei? Luo Anfei? Luo Anfei? Luo Anfei. Chapter 8, Lu Chen's power revealed, instant kill, stun Luo Anfei. Unknown beast pet suspected mutant form of little rock monkey, mid-tier supernatural rank. The cold words appeared on the battle screen. The arena fell into an eerie silence. It took a while before the silence was broken. Li Rui stood up, questioning, impossible. The beast pet detection device must be malfunctioning. Mid-tier extraordinary rank? You've got to be kidding me. Exactly. The device must be faulty. A common grade bloodline little rock monkey? Even with mutations, it could only reach high-grade bloodline at best. This is terrifying. I knew it couldn't be mid-tier extraordinary class. Luo Anfei is only at upper-tier awakening class. I've never even heard of such terrifying stats. Not even the beast-taming powerhouses in Imperial Capital have anything this monstrous. When confronted with something beyond their comprehension, the first instinct is often to doubt. Even the group of principals and education bureau officials in the private room shared this view. After exchanging glances, they concluded the testing equipment must be faulty, right? Luo Anfei breathed a sigh of relief. The testing equipment must be faulty. Indeed, how could she possibly be at the mid-tier extraordinary stage? She herself could only cultivate the ice crystal fox to the upper awakening tier. On the field. Damn, you scared the hell out of me. Thought you were actually mid-tier extraordinary. Yu Haiyang cursed under his breath. Huang Gangxing, smash its rock-hard skull with your iron fist. Boom Steel Ape let out a low growl and stomped his foot. Thud. 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 Like a runaway truck, it barreled straight toward the rock-hate monkey, raising its millstone-sized fist. Steel-type energy clung to the fist, giving it a metallic sheen. The size difference between them made the rock monkey look like a stunted dwarf. A candidate whose beast pet was also a small rock monkey remarked, "See that? That's a small rock monkey. Utterly useless trash. It's so scared it can't even move. I was just like that when I went up earlier. Even a mutated small rock monkey is still garbage. It'll get pummeled like a punching bag in a minute." Thud. Boom. As expected, the steel gorilla's iron fist slammed into the rock monkey's body. But instead of being sent flying, facing the high-speed fist, the little rock monkey simply extended its palm lightly, catching the opponent's punch without taking a single step back. Against the stark contrast of their massive and infantile builds, this scene was utterly shocking, leaving everyone's eyes bulging in disbelief. The beast companion, also a candidate for the small rock monkey, croaked like a duck with its throat squeezed shut, unable to utter a single word. "A dwarf, huh?" Lu Chen said indifferently. Qi Tian. Qi Tian, that was the name he'd given the Yen rock monkey, symbolizing his hope that it would emulate the legendary stone monkey etched into the hearts of all Yanhuang people, the one who shattered the heavens. Gurgle. With a low growl, the little monkey's form abruptly swelled, transforming into a 5-meter colossus. Its body was covered in rock, its appearance both majestic and ferocious. Even the Hogang gorilla seemed like a dwarf beside it. End this fight. Yen Ho clenched his fist, earth elemental energy surging through his palm. Rock-like substance continuously condensed onto its fist, and even the rock covering its body seemed to possess a will of its own, gathering toward its right arm and fist. Soon, its entire fist transformed into a massive, 2-meter white stone fist. Boom! Like a cannonball, Steel Gorilla was blasted backward. In its wake, the stone floor was plowed into a deep furrow. Finally, with a thud, it slammed into the arena wall, punching a massive crater into it. Its entire body sank into the hole, surrounded by a dense web of spider-like cracks. It wasn't over yet. The little monkey extended its hand, palm facing the unconscious Steel Gorilla. Before his palm, countless rocks coalesced into a sharp stone spike several meters long. The referee snapped out of his daze and hurriedly declared, "The opponent is unconscious." Hearing this, the stone spike before the rock ape vanished. It glanced at the opposing beast master. Swinging its massive stone fist, it slammed it down hard onto the battle platform. A deafening boom echoed as the entire arena shook. The platform shattered, sending stone fragments flying everywhere. A crack extended all the way to Yu Haiyang's feet. The latter was so terrified he plopped down onto the ground, his face turning pale. His head tilted to the side as he fainted instantly. The rock-hating monkey curled its lip, snorting coldly through its nostrils. This is the level of skill daring to mock my master? He hadn't even managed to draw out Monkey's true fighting stance. Monkey here could take on 100 of these punks. Its body shrank back to its previous compact form. Lu Chen turned and led it away from the battle arena. The entire arena fell deathly silent. Every pair of eyes was glued to that indifferent figure, pupils dilated wide as their minds were already churning with shock. They stared at the shattered combat platform, now a gaping crater. Then at the mid-tier supernatural rating displayed on the battle screen. There was no longer any doubt. In the VIP box, school principals, proctors, and high-ranking education officials sat in stunned silence. Mid-tier supernatural rank was nothing special. The weakest among them were elite-tier beast masters. The crucial point was this: he was a senior high school student. At most, he only had his beast companion for 40 days. Is this even human? He's already shattered Jiangbei province's record, a teacher murmured in disbelief. Without a doubt, this was the supernatural tier. He's already mastered the combined use of multiple elemental energies. The principal of First High School and several Education Bureau officials who had met Lu Chen before felt as if they were in a dream. They had previously lamented that someone with an SSS tier talent had only awakened a common bloodline beast pet. In the corner, the two proctors who had supervised Lu Chen yesterday were also stunned. Though they had known he was a mid-tier supernatural tier cultivator since yesterday. But this combat prowess was simply terrifying. After the initial shock, a surge of excitement coursed through everyone like an electric current from their souls to their crowns. Their faces flushed crimson as they exclaimed, "I feel like our great city is going to make a name for itself this year." Back in the exam preparation area. Wherever Lu Chen passed, no one dared meet his gaze. Lu God is insane. Someone shouted, though no one knew who. The entire preparation zone echoed with waves of Lu God is amazing, as eyes turned to him, filled with nothing but admiration. During the college entrance exam, his beast companion reached the mid-tier extraordinary stage utterly unheard of. Any objections? Lu Chen turned his gaze to Li Rui, who was trembling like a quail. Lu Dad, I was wrong. He knelt down with a thud. A person with such achievements, let alone his future potential, which would be beyond anyone's ability to provoke. Even just the potential he'd already displayed made him a prized asset and honored guest in any faction. As a lowly Karami, all it would take was a single word from him to draw countless opportunists eager to curry favor before his rise, crushing him mercilessly in the process. Lu Chen. I don't have a son like you. Is a little rock monkey still weak? He turned to ask another candidate whose beast companion was also a little rock monkey. Even though Qitian wasn't a little rock monkey anymore, that didn't stop him from showing off. The other candidate's face flushed crimson, wishing he could dig a hole and crawl into it. He returned to his seat and plopped down next to Luo Anfei. Staring at Luo Anfei, her mouth slightly agape, frozen in stunned shock. So? Am I strong or what? Chapter 9, Utter Humiliation, Using System Privileges. Luo Anfei concealed the bewilderment and shock in her eyes, restoring her calm exterior. It's okay. Average. Gritting her teeth inwardly, she commanded, System, delay comparison. Ding, delay successful. Next comparison 1 month later. The peerless star goddess of the cosmos, Luo Anfei, had actually chosen to retreat in a comparison with Lu Chen, a man who had perished long ago in her previous life, opting to delay the comparison. This was utterly humiliating. But what on earth was going on? This never happened in her previous life. The ice crystal fox shortened its juvenile stage. With its own cultivation, it reached the upper awakening tier, mastering the combined elemental energy application of gathering and releasing, possessing combat power at the lower supernatural tier. What's up with this little rock monkey? How did it reach mid-tier extraordinary stage? Its skill application just now clearly demonstrated mastery of the combined elemental energy techniques, gather, flow, release, and solidify. Did she not know Lu Chen's background? He didn't have rare resources to squander. A huge question mark formed in her tiny mind. Lu Chen watched Luo Anfei tilt her head slightly, her gaze fixed ahead with unfocused pupils. His left fingertip absent-mindedly twirled a strand of his own hair. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. As childhood sweethearts who grew up together, they didn't interact much in daily life. He knew her little quirks inside out. The big ice block, despite her aloof exterior, was actually a bit of a natural airhead. Whenever something puzzled her, she'd tilt her head slightly, her eyes unfocused. When something piqued her curiosity or interest, she'd curl a strand of her loose hair around her index finger. I'll see how long you can hold out. After a long while, Luo Anfei bit her silver teeth and asked nonchalantly, how did you manage that? She couldn't hold back any longer. Lu Chen suppressed his smile. He certainly couldn't admit he was a cheat. His cover story was already prepared. He shrugged like a little bear. I don't know either. My beast taming talent allows me to awaken hidden bloodlines in my pets. My little rock monkey possesses a hidden bloodline. Within days, it passed its juvenile stage. Its hidden bloodline activated, mutating into a rockaverse monkey, a lower-tier sovereign bloodline. After passing the juvenile stage, it directly possesses the strength of the upper awakening tier. Her inner doubts were resolved. Luo Anfei suddenly understood. So that's how it was. Could Lu Chen's SSS tier beast master talent truly awaken hidden bloodlines in his pets? Who would have thought that his ordinary little rock monkey possessed a hidden bloodline? Once activated, it leaped from the common species to the sovereign species, even more formidable than her own ice crystal fox bloodline. This explained why Lu Chen had experienced the rare phenomenon of talent evolution. A little rock monkey with a hidden bloodline and an SSS-ranked beast master talent that could activate the hidden bloodlines of beasts. It was a two-way journey. Oomph, two lucky bastards. But that's about it. A mere SSS tier talent capable of activating a beast pet's hidden bloodline, a mere lower tier sovereign grade bloodline. Not bad, but really quite ordinary. Her eyes flashed brightly as she tilted her head slightly. After all, her own talent was a same tier talent. The power of the phoenix. It could enable her beast pets to undergo phoenix-like rebirth, elevating their bloodline tiers. More crucially, she could bestow upon them the phoenix bloodline. After all, the phoenix was a creature of legend. In her previous life, she had cultivated the ice crystal fox into a pure-blooded phoenix bloodline, the world-destroying ice phoenix fox. Lu Chen's talent could only awaken a beast pet's hidden bloodline. If the beast pet lacked a hidden bloodline, it was useless. She, however, could bestow bloodlines upon evolving pets, granting them the legendary phoenix bloodline. Once the ice crystal fox reached the Transcendent tier, it could undergo its first nirvana, at which point it would also possess the bloodline of a sovereign great creature. What could he possibly compare to her? Her heart settled, and she resumed her calm demeanor. This time, you got lucky. Next month, when I crush them in the comparison, I'll reap a massive haul of system resources. The practical exam continued to proceed in an orderly fashion. With a prodigy like Lu Chen in the mix. Though a few stood out in subsequent matches, none caused significant ripples. After all, with a prodigy like Lu Chen setting the bar so high, even Luo Anfei could only play second fiddle, let alone the rest of them. At 3 in the afternoon, the final bell echoed through the venue. The 3-day college entrance exams concluded with all subjects completed. All scores from the 3 days would be submitted to the Jiangbei Provincial Education Department. The official results would be released several days later. Candidates streamed out of the venue one after another. Suddenly, a group descended from the spectator box, their aged faces beaming like blooming flowers. They swarmed toward Lu Chen and Luo Anfei with eager strides. Well done, Lu Chen and Luo Anfei. Young heroes. I'm Wang Hengze, director of the Daz City Education Bureau. Lu Chen, you've truly brought immense honor to our city. And of course, Luo Anfei, you've done exceptionally well too. You two are truly a blessing to our city. Remember me? I'm the curator of the beast taming paradise. I was here when your talent evolved last time. Countless examinees wore looks of envy. As for jealousy? When the gap is so vast it leaves you only able to look up in awe, you can't even muster jealousy. After some small talk. Amidst the calls of goodbye, Lu Chen. Goodbye, Luo Anfei. Lu Chen and Luo Anfei left the examination hall. He retrieved his phone from the locker. Lu Chen, if you ever strike it rich, don't forget your old buddy. Bro Lu, as expected, the back row by the window is the king's domain. Free tomorrow to hang out? We'll soon be going our separate ways. Lu Gigi, my cat Nini can do backflips. Come visit sometime. I knew God Lu was no ordinary guy. How else would a talent evolution happen? All thanks to that idiot Li Rui spreading rumors about you everywhere. Scrolling through the stream of social media messages. Whoa. Shui Zinan. One female classmate sent a photo of herself in revealing attire, wearing black stockings, inviting him to come over for tutoring sessions and help train her beast pet. Lu Chen sighed deeply. This is reality. When you're down and out, everyone seems to be out to get you. When you succeed, suddenly everyone's your friend. Luo Anfei, however, felt little emotion. She was used to it. In her previous life, these so-called classmates and peers wouldn't have even had the privilege of seeing her face. I have things to attend to, Luo Anfei said, walking straight away. Oh, okay. Lu Chen shrugged and set off alone for home. At the entrance of the exam hall, parents who had been waiting to treat their children to a feast after the exam collected their kids and dispersed in small groups. Most of them were accompanied by beast pets. There were fiery red-furred dogs resembling large hounds. Others had armored elephants, clad in plate armor from tail to snout. There were frost snakes whose sneezes formed shards of ice on the ground. Most parents possessed the innate talent for beast taming. Those with both parents being ordinary humans were in the minority. After all, heredity plays a role. If both parents are beast masters, the probability of awakening beast taming talent and becoming a beast master is significantly higher than for those with ordinary parents. At the same time, ding! A long, drawn-out bell tolled in the distance. Across the street from Lu Chen's practical exam venue lay the testing grounds for ordinary college entrance exam students. These were ordinary students who hadn't awakened Beastmaster talents, lacked Beastmaster spaces, and could never become Beastmasters. They could only follow the standard path of taking the liberal arts college entrance exams, destined for careers in support roles. Outside the security barriers, the parents waiting for them were also ordinary people. The ordinary liberal arts students finished their exams and streamed out in single file. They gazed across the street at the students accompanied by their beast companions. They recognized some of them just a month ago. These were their classmates. Even though over a month had passed, they still found it hard to accept. A road at dusk, cutting through 2 exam halls, simultaneously splitting the world in 2. Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh. Thank goodness he had his cheat code. Hey, classmate, still worried about not being able to become a Beastmaster? I have a method that allows those without awakened Beastmaster talent to become Beastmasters. A flyer was thrust into Lu Chen's hand. Beastmaster Cultivation Institute, empowering everyone to soar like dragons and become Beastmasters. Interested parties may visit this location for more information. Key point, this isn't just about owning a beast, it's about truly bonding with your pet through a contract.
Lu Chen. All Beings Beastmaster Training Institute? What a cheesy name.
Every year after the college entrance exams, a slew of similar money-grabbing institutions pop up. They target the resentment and wishful thinking of average liberal arts students after the exams to rake in a wave of intelligence tax. They probably assumed he was an ordinary person without beast mastering talent since he wasn't carrying a beast companion. He shook his head, walked a few steps, and tossed it into a nearby trash bin.
Expecting someone without beast taming talent to become a beast master? What a colossal joke.
Without beast taming talent, one cannot open a beast taming space. Without a beast taming space, one simply cannot become a beast tamer. That's an ironclad rule.
You ask if one could buy a beast pet at great expense and then tame it like a regular pet? Yes. But that doesn't make you a beast master.
Beast tamers and their pets are mutually reinforcing. A beast master's innate talent amplifies their pet's abilities, accelerating its evolution and enhancing its strength. The beast pet's power feeds back to the beast master, allowing the master to learn beast master techniques. A beast master must engage in combat with demons and ferocious beasts. This is no child's play. If someone who isn't a beastmaster were to unexpectedly be chosen as master by a dominator-class beast pet,
the mere aftershocks of battling demons and ferocious beasts could kill you. And if you encounter a speed-type ferocious beast?
Without the skills of a beastmaster, you'll have zero chance to defend yourself.
They'll decapitate you in seconds. Only a fool would fall for that. That's how it goes. But the world is never short of fools.
Just like in my past life, when someone claimed to be Qin Shi Huang, trapped in the imperial tomb, needing 10,000 yuan to start the excavation, promising great rewards and a title of general once it was done, and people still fell for it hook, line, and sinker.
This world is no exception.
Chen Yinxin was one such fool, his hair matted, his face unkempt, his clothes reeking as if he'd rolled through a garbage heap. He clutched the flyer in his hand like a drowning man grasping at a last straw, his grip so tight it tore open the scabbed wound on his palm.
An orphan wants to be a beastmaster? Get down on your knees and eat. Ah, you fatherless, motherless brat. What's that flyer you're holding? A peasant like you wants to be a beastmaster? Lowlifes will always be lowlifes.
The bully's words echoed in his ears. Stumbling, he reached the address on the flyer.
Opening the door, the evening sunlight poured in. Really let me become a beastmaster?
He stared intently at the man in the suit behind the desk.
What can you offer? My life, my body, everything, all of me, whatever you need.
Chen Yinxuan roared like a wild beast, a creature cornered in desperation.
The man in the suit rose to his feet.
Light and shadow intertwined as his shadow spread, devouring the light. The shadows on the walls seemed like clawing, snarling demons. One could almost feel something writhing within the shadows.
Deal. Chapter 10, Massive Explosion. The system's mind-blowing reward. He hastily finished dinner at a restaurant outside. Lu Chen returned home to an empty house. His aunt, Lu Yurong, had left on a business trip half a month ago. Her company specialized in ancient site cultural preservation. An ordinary site had been discovered in the neighboring city. The location of her assignment had recently seen the eradication of a gathering place for a group of mentally unstable cult fanatics. Concerned for her safety, Lu Chen urged her to bring the magic mirror doll along too. Oh right, I still haven't claimed the system reward. Daily tasks: perform mental meditation completed, conduct elemental training for beast pets completed, physical training completed. Rewards available for collection. Special task: shatter everyone's doubts about your strength, deliver a crushing blow, and shock the entire crowd completed. Reward available. Daily tasks, as the name implies, require no explanation. Special tasks are trigger-based assignments that pop up when you're publicly mocked. Reward time is here. One at a time. Start by claiming your daily task reward. Congratulations, host, on completing the daily task. You have earned the base reward, a basic mystery box. Upon accumulating 40 completed daily tasks, next milestone, 100 days, receive an additional reward: Elemental Enhancement Crystal. Basic Mystery Box opens one basic mystery box with a high chance of obtaining common items. Elemental Enhancement Crystal increases your pet's mastery proficiency in any elemental attribute. Open the blind box. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Advanced Pet Skill Book, Fiery Vortex. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Not bad. Both the Elemental Enhancement Crystal and the Advanced Fire Skill Book, Fiery Vortex, would suit Qi Tian perfectly. He summoned Qi Tian. Ready, Qi Tian? The little monkey trembled all over, his face brimming with unspeakable excitement. Finally, you're going to give me another cheat code, Beast Tamer. Lu Chen silently commanded, use the Elemental Enhancement Crystal to boost the fire element. Chirp. Chirp. Feeling the transformation within his body, he sensed his flames had evolved, and his understanding of the fire element had deepened. The little monkey stared at Lu Chen in utter shock. Is this my beast master? He's terrifyingly powerful. Name, Rock-Hating Monkey. Rank Mid-Tier Supernatural. Attributes, Rock, Fire. Bloodline Lower Sovereign Species insufficient power to fully fuse the Zhuyan bloodline. Current fusion progress 44%. Full fusion achieves Totem Species status. Bloodline talents, morphing, invulnerability. Elemental mastery fire proficient expert, rock proficient. Skills, rock claw low, flame fawn low, flame fist low, flame breath medium, rock spike medium. After 40 days of cultivation, Shi Tian's attribute panel had become exceptionally impressive. Unfortunately, skill books don't grant immediate mastery, they still require instruction and practice. Next up, claiming the special mission reward. The 4 characters claim reward following special missions differ from those in daily tasks. The former shimmered with golden light. He tapped the golden claim reward button with force. Congratulations, host, on completing the special mission. As this is your first completion, we shall condense for you the embryonic form of God-tier spirituality, the primordial sovereign. The moment the system's mechanical voice fell silent, Chen felt the world before his eyes shift. He found himself beneath a star-studded sky. A long staircase ascended to the heavens, formed entirely from the condensed starlight of different colors. Each step was formed from an entire star domain. Amidst the endless starlight, Chen transformed into an indescribable figure, seated upon a throne at the summit of the long staircase. His sleeves were wide and ethereal, connecting to misty, star river-like clouds in a dreamlike spectacle. Chen's mind reeled in shock. Wasn't this the vision that appeared during the awakening of one's innate talent? Had he transformed into that supreme being seated upon the throne? He instinctively looked down at his own body, ethereal, sacred, supreme, indescribable, undefinable, unseeable. Chen sensed that with a single thought, he could command the stars to emit their luminous power. He tried it. Each step of the staircase was formed from a condensed star domain. The first step was white, the second step was red. As he ascended the divine staircase, all the stars on every step except the first grew dim and silent. He discovered only the stars of the first step responded to his call. White starlight coalesced and drifted toward him. Yet this stellar power did not merge into his now supreme form. Instead, using his body as a conduit, it opened a channel to be absorbed by his real-world consciousness. In an instant, Chen could faintly sense that in reality, his scattered spiritual energy was being transformed, tinged with white starlight. He felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Chen's vision blurred, and he found himself back in reality once more. He scanned the information stored within his mind. The upward curve of his lips was harder to suppress than an AK-47. Invincible. Spirit, the full term, the essence of soul and life. A power unique to beast masters. This time, he directly condensed God-tier spirituality, the sovereign of primordial beginnings. Effect, immune to all corruption. Mental fortitude as solid as a fortress. Unbreakable by gods. Spiritual essence endures eternally. Resists curses, scrying, and all negative effects. He can enter the sovereign of primordial origin state at will, channeling starlight to enhance his own spiritual essence. At this moment, only a portion of his spirituality had solidified, the majority remained colorless and translucent. When all spirituality transforms into white starlight, it ascends to the next tier. Simultaneously, his spiritual essence is intrinsically linked to the beast taming space. As his spiritual essence advances, so too does the beast taming space. It was estimated that he would soon be able to contract a second beast companion. All system rewards had been claimed. The only remaining advanced skill is the fire-type blazing vortex. The college entrance exam results won't be released for a few more days. Practicing fiery vortex requires a large open space. I should visit my hometown. It's been ages since I last saw my grandmother. Das City was a third-tier city, the most common type in the Great Xia Kingdom. With scarce Beastmaster resources, its Beastmaster Association held the lowest rank. Yunnan Township is a suburban town under Das City's jurisdiction. It is renowned for its abundant eucalyptus trees. Eucalyptus leaves are one of the evolution materials for the grass-type beast pet, the koala. It requires consuming 1 ton of eucalyptus leaves to evolve. Chen sat cross-legged on the ground. His spiritual essence continuously drew in stellar energy from the primordial space. Primordial space, that was the name he had given to that expanse of starlit sky holding the divine ascension staircase. Chen opened his eyes, his gaze deep and unfathomable. His spiritual body was now more than half filled with starlight mist. His beast taming space had expanded and strengthened, and even the normally pitch-black sky within it now sparkled with scattered starlight. A voice called from below the pavilion. "Ah Chen, dinner's ready." "Coming." Chen descended the stairs to find a sprightly little old lady with jet-black hair streaked with silver. Grandma Luo Anfei. He had been back in Yunnan Township for 2 days now. Staring at the empty table, he blinked in confusion. "Grandma, where's the food?" Today, Zhou Longfu from the village is hosting a banquet for his son's academic advancement. He invited the entire village to dine together. Oh. Zhou Longfu, a local entrepreneur, runs a pet logistics company in Guangzhou City, the provincial capital of Jiangbei Province. But the college entrance exam results weren't even out yet? How could there be a banquet already? They arrived at the banquet venue. Flattery could be heard from a distance. Many villagers gathered around a pot-bellied middle-aged man, flanked by a young man with an arrogant demeanor. Zhou Longfu's son, Zhou Kai. Lu Chen and his grandmother found an empty table to sit at. The dishes were served quickly, and they were quite good. Thank you all for honoring us with your presence at Xiao Kai's graduation banquet. Xiao Kai has been studying in the provincial capital, Guangzhou City, since childhood. I brought him back to introduce him to his uncles and elders. And to honor our ancestors at the ancestral hall so they know how well Xiao Kai has done. Based on his estimated scores, barring any surprises, he should gain admission to a top-tier Beastmaster Academy and might even catch the eye of one of the 4 premier institutions. Zhou Longfu, wine glass in hand, chatted animatedly as he made his rounds, soon reaching the table where Lu Chen and his grandmother sat. Aunt Lu, it's been ages. You're still as young and spry as ever. This must be little Chen. How time flies, he's grown so tall. I recall he's in his senior year now? Has he awakened his Beastmaster talent yet? He has. That's wonderful. You've just finished your college entrance exams. How do you estimate your scores? So. Just average? Well, that'll probably only get you into a third-rate Beastmaster Academy. You and Zhou Kai should really pick his brain. Let me tell you, the educational resources and teaching methods in Guangzhou City, under provincial direct administration, are completely different. Have Zhou Kai share some of his experiences with you. It'll come in handy even after you get into the academy. Plus, build a good relationship with him. Xiao Kai is practically guaranteed admission to a top-tier Beastmaster Academy. He'll be your connection in the future. Feeling rather smug about showing off in front of his peers, Zhou Kai pulled out his phone. Scan my QR code to add me. Only because our ancestors were from the same village, anyone else wouldn't even have the chance or privilege to add me. Who knows? I might end up being the highest ranking contact in your friend list. Lu Chen was speechless, but he still pulled out his phone to scan the QR code and add him as a friend. Zhou Kai lifted his chin. So, Lu Chen, right? If you have any questions about breeding beast pets, just ask me anytime. Wait for the college entrance exam results to come out and see what Beastmaster Academy you get into. He patted his chest. Make sure you apply to a city where I am, and if you end up at the same academy as me, I'll have your back. Kid, see your big bro Kai here? Learn from him from now on. You too, Air Guzzi. All you ever do is run around the mountains bare-assed. That Zhou Kai kid, he dared to peek at me bathing when he was little. I knew right then he'd amount to something extraordinary. Listening to the praise from those around him, he felt like he'd down a glass of ice-cold cola on the hottest day of summer. So refreshing. Over the past couple of days, he'd visited all his relatives in town and heard these words countless times. But he never grew tired of hearing it, especially when those relatives who once looked down on him were now showering him with praise. The feeling was beyond words. Was this karma coming full circle? Zhou Kai, the once despised underachiever, the scourge of both humans and ghosts, even his own father had repeatedly lamented, if I'd known, I'd have thrown you against the wall. Who'd have thought he'd awaken SS-tier Beastmaster talent? His estimated scores easily secured admission to a top-tier Beastmaster Academy. Finally, he became the model child everyone talked about. Even his father bragged daily to his mother, I told you that hour was auspicious. Having the baby then would bring good fortune. You said I was rushing things. He added Lu Chen to the Calamai friend list group. Grandma, I'm done eating. I'm going for a walk in the back mountains. Lu Chen made an excuse to slip away. The results are about to be released. Aren't you waiting for your college entrance exam scores? Zhou Kai asked. Nah, I'm good. Sigh. Zhou Kai clicked his tongue. Fine by him in his eyes, Lu Chen was just afraid his scores would be crushed into dust by Zhou Kai's. Youngsters these days, their pride is just too strong. What a shame without someone to compare himself to, he can't show off how awesome he is. Come on, everyone, uncles, aunts, and cousins, let's keep eating. We'll wait for the college entrance exam results while we enjoy our meal. Lu Chen made his way to the open clearing on the village's back mountain. Come out, Qitian. He released Yin Yin Monkey, been back 2 days now, starting to practice the advanced skill Fiery Vortex. Gurgle. These past 2 days had been a rare chance to relax. At home, he'd only completed daily tasks and practiced visualization meditation. Fiery Vortex. An advanced fire-type skill requiring mastery of all 3 elemental manipulation techniques: gathering, releasing, and flowing. That wasn't much of a problem. Qitian's current mastery level in fire element control was expert. Mastery level fire elemental control inherently signifies that all 4 elemental manipulation techniques have reached mastery level. Lu Chen explained the skill characteristics and casting method of Fiery Vortex to the rock-hating ape in detail. Fiery Vortex is an advanced skill derived from the intermediate level Flame Breath. Recall the sensation of using Flame Breath, but instead of expelling the flame, continue gathering energy. At the moment you can hold it no longer. As you expel it, incorporate the flow technique. Qitian pondered thoughtfully. After a moment, fire elemental energy surged through his body, gathering and coalescing in his mouth. His cheeks grew increasingly puffed out. Boom! The air grew scorching and searing. Flames erupted from its mouth, swirling into a colossal vortex of fire that swept toward the distance. Wherever it passed, the ground turned charred black. Grass stalks were sucked into the vortex, instantly reduced to ash. Success! True to its Zhu Yan bloodline, the Yen Yen monkey mastered the skill in one go. Suddenly, he sensed a jarring, dissonant sensation tearing through the fabric of space. Holy! Where the hell is this? Lu Chen abruptly scanned his surroundings. In the blink of an eye, the world had changed. The once normal vegetation had turned pitch black. The entire world had turned a grim, ashen hue, permeated by an unsettling aura. Countless whispers murmured in his ears, twisting his very mind. Could it be that I've traveled through time again? Chapter 11, Taboo, the taint of a single drop of blood. Top scholar? Surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, Lu Chen opened his mouth. No, this situation didn't seem like a typical time travel. He recalled textbook knowledge about secret realms. So I've been sucked into a secret realm? Secret realms, formerly known as space-time secret realms. A space independent of the world, possessing its own self-sustaining ecosystem. Occasionally, they may suddenly intersect with the primary world space. Some become permanently attached to the main world, forming stable portals. Eventually, the spatial barriers are absorbed by the main world, and the secret realm fully integrates into Blue Star. That was all the textbook had to say about secret realms. After all, most students only awaken their beast taming talents in their senior year of high school, and the majority remain uncertain whether they can become beast tamers. Textbooks naturally provide limited coverage. Knowledge about beast taming is imparted by the Beast Taming Academy. Suddenly, whispers echoed incessantly in his ears, like a demonic chant seeping into his mind. His mind grew restless, and the world before his eyes suddenly shifted. He found himself in a world of stark black and white, shrouded in silence. A colossal moon appeared in this world. A blood-red moon hung high in the sea of consciousness. At its center lay a shadow, pierced by a rusted iron sword. What's happening? This state feels somewhat like entering the primordial space. Suddenly, the shadow shifted. Lu Chen froze in terror. That wasn't a shadow, it was a pupil. This moon was no moon at all, it was an eyeball. Countless tiny tentacles writhed around the eyeball's periphery. Blood cascaded down like a waterfall from the gashes torn by the rusted sword. The crimson cascade stood out starkly in this monochrome world. He was forced to begin contemplating this bizarre eyeball, striving to imprint it upon his soul, to etch it into his beast taming space. Lu Chen felt as though his very soul was warping, his flesh growing chaotically. He even sensed the skin on his face and forehead churning, as if something was straining to burst forth from within his flesh. And at that very moment, an endless expanse of starlight erupted within the bizarre world, and the primordial space abruptly manifested. A starlight figure identical to him extended a massive hand, entirely formed from starlight, crossing the boundaries. The index finger and thumb snapped together. Squish! Like crushing a tiny insect, the blood-red eyeball was crushed to pieces. Consciousness returned to reality once more. The murmurs at his ears ceased. Lu Chen. Was this what they called mental corruption? He recalled the effects of his god-tier spiritual ability, Lord of Primordial Beginnings, immune to mental corruption, with a mind as impregnable as fortress walls. Unbreakable by gods, eternal in spirit, immune to curses, scrying, and all negative effects. At first, he thought ignoring mental corruption meant being immune to mental-type pet skills like hypnosis and suggestion. Now he knew better. He stared at this secret realm. What on earth was going on here? Gurgle. Noises stirred nearby. Shi Tian immediately shielded Lu Chen behind him, eyes darting warily around. Rustling sounds echoed. One by one, creatures resembling African hyenas appeared before Lu Chen, their bodies coiled with layers of vine branches. They bared their teeth, sharp fangs exposed, dripping with disgusting saliva. Vine dogs, what attribute? But something was terribly wrong. Lu Chen observed these vine dogs, their bodies twisted into grotesque forms. Faces sprouted disorderly clusters of crimson eyes. Some had even developed countless small flesh-colored balls on their bodies, compressed into a mass of flesh. Their eyes held no trace of intelligence, only twisted, savage destruction for all before them. Name: Vine Dogs Mutated, Soul Corrupted. Rank: Lower Transcendent Tier. Element: Wood. Description: Originally an extraordinary creature dwelling within a secret realm, it recently brushed against the space of an unnamable entity, causing a single drop of blood to fall into the secret realm. Under the ecological radiation from a higher-tier entity, the sanctuary's ecosystem shifted. Creatures underwent physical deformities, their souls became polluted and twisted, transforming them into monstrous beings. The core of this mutation is the Grassvine Hound's leader, Steelbone Vine Wolf. Defeating the mutation core will destroy the abyssal realm. Lu Chen's heart sank. These are monsters. Monsters textbooks describe them as humanity's greatest foes, but no one ever said normal supernatural beings could be mutated into monsters by radiation. What exactly was that bizarre eyeball? How powerful must it be? This is terrifying. A single drop of blood's radiation caused such horrific changes in a secret realm. Would any legitimate force warp other creatures into such monstrous forms? Lu Chen felt he'd touched upon some secret side of reality ordinary people never encountered. That bizarre orb reminded him of a term from his past life on Earth, an unspeakable demon god. Could it be that all the monstrosities in this world were born this way? He was still shaken by the experience, but thankfully he could ignore the pollution. Since the little monkey had a soul contract with him, it could ignore the pollution too. Ding, quest triggered, slay the steelbone vine wolf and destroy the abyssal realm. A quest triggered? Facing the mutated monsters already charging to kill him. A cold gleam flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Qiqian, wipe them out. Gurgle. At the same time. At the village entrance, a minivan pulled to a stop. Principal Xia Haiqiang of Daz City First High School and Education Bureau Director Wang Hengze stepped out of the vehicle. The rear door swung open. The first thing that caught the eye was a pair of exceptionally eye-catching long legs, straight, fair-skinned, and without an ounce of excess flesh. A mature woman stepped out, her features exquisitely refined. Her eyes were large and watery, adorned with a tear mole at the corner. As she descended, her tall, shapely figure revealed its graceful curves. She curiously surveyed her surroundings. A village under the jurisdiction of a third-tier city? She'd never seen such a place in the ancient capital. This is Lu Chen's hometown. I messaged him yesterday. He returned just a couple days ago, Xia Haiqiang and Wang Hengze explained, their voices tinged with slight formality. This girl hailed from one of the 4 top-tier academies, the Xingyu Beastmaster Academy. No wonder they were on edge. Daz City was merely a third-tier city, and both men were only at the rebirth stage in their Beastmaster ranks. The person before them represented the Star Universe Beastmaster Academy, one of the 4 top-tier Beastmaster Academies. The 4 Great Academies. Cradles of the mighty, countless high-tier beast tamers hailed from these 4 elite institutions. The Great Xia Beastmaster Association was founded by these very institutions. These 4 elite academies don't even appear on the college application catalog. There's no way to apply. They operate on an invitation-only basis. Each year, only 1 or 2 individuals from remote provinces receive an invitation to enroll from one of these institutions. This year, 2 individuals from the entire Jiangbei province received admission invitations. 1 from Daz City. 1 in the provincial capital, Guangzhou City. The Guangzhou City candidate received an invitation from only 1 top-tier institution. Meanwhile, the candidate from Daz City received invitations from 4 top-tier institutions simultaneously. Luo Anfei. 2nd place in the Jiangbei province college entrance exam rankings. The top-ranked candidate, Lu Chen, received no offers from any top-tier institutions. Seriously, we're not lying. Lu Chen genuinely has 1,900 mental energy points, and his beast companion is mid-tier extraordinary grade. The two felt rather aggrieved. They had expected Lu Chen's achievements to make him the subject of fierce competition and propel him to nationwide fame. But to their utter shock, his results were deemed too extraordinary to be true. They were questioned by the 4 major academies and scrutinized by the education bureaus of all first-tier cities. Not a single top academy issued an admission offer. Fortunately, Xingyu Academy sent representatives to personally verify Lu Chen's abilities. If no cheating or errors were found, they would clear his name and extend an admission offer. Just let me test him in person, and you'll see, Sunmmary said. At the village entrance, a group of elderly women were gossiping. Xia Haiqiang approached and inquired, "Hello, ma'am. We're admissions officers from Beastmaster Academy. May we speak with Lu?" "Admissions officers from Beastmaster Academy? I'll take you to them, they're still eating." One of the women stood up. "We were just talking about that boy earlier. He was such a troublemaker growing up, spying on widows bathing. Who knew he'd turn out so accomplished?" Soon, guided by the women, they arrived at the open-air square where the banquet was being held. "Longfu. Someone's looking for you, some admissions office folks from Beastmaster Academy," the woman called out from afar. Zhou Longfu and Zhou Kai froze. What the hell? The college entrance exam results haven't even been released yet. Why on earth would an admissions officer from the Beastmaster Academy show up at our door? They don't even need to come in person. Once the exam results are out, wouldn't they just fill out their applications? Zhou Longfu's first thought was that it must be a scam, but something didn't add up. Weren't those the principal of First High School and the head of the education bureau walking ahead? He was still puzzling over it when his son suddenly yelped as if electrocuted, "Dad! Dad! Daddy, Daddy! You, look at the emblem on that woman's chest." Zhou Longfu stared intently and froze in shock. Mom. That's the emblem of the 4 great prestigious academies, the Xingyu Beastmaster Academy. Jinlin Beastmaster Academy, Changli Beastmaster Academy, Sanyo Beastmaster Academy, Xingyu Beastmaster Academy. The 4 top-tier academies, none of which appeared on the college application list. To gain admission to these institutions, one must be personally invited. And now, an admissions officer from one of these elite institutions had actually come. Didn't that mean their son could enter one of these elite institutions? Father and son gaped in astonishment, struck dumb by the overwhelming surprise. Zhou Kai felt dizzy with excitement. Had he really performed that well on the exam? He had only boasted about being noticed by a top institution, never imagining his bragging would come true. Hello, I represent Xingyu Academy, Sunmmary introduced herself. Everyone around them was stunned. When had the village ever seen such a beautiful girl? And her demeanor clearly marked her as someone from the big city. Even Zhou Longfu and Zhou Kai, who prided themselves on having seen the world in the provincial capital, stared wide-eyed. Whoa, is this what a top-tier university looks like? Is this what a first-tier city is like? Are the girls all this beautiful? Zhou Longfu snapped back to reality. Teacher, hello. Sit. I never imagined my son could actually get into a top-tier academy. Zhou Kai beamed with excitement. I accept the invitation. Thank you, Xingyu Beastmaster Academy. I will work hard once I enroll. Sunmmary narrowed her eyes, sizing up the young man before her. A flicker of disappointment crossed her gaze. His psychic energy level was roughly 900, far below the required 1900. A wasted trip. She turned to leave. Excuse me, but are you Lu Chen's father? Principal Xia Haiqiang of First High School was bewildered. Hadn't Lu Chen lost both parents at a young age? How could he have a father? He turned to Zhou Kai with a puzzled look. Who are you? Zhou Longfu and his son froze. Aren't you here to find my son? We're looking for Lu Chen. Zhou Kai's voice rose sharply. Who? We're here to see Lu Chen. He's the top scorer in the Jiangbei Province College entrance exam. Chapter 12, From Little Karami Big Shot God. Zhou Longfu and Zhou Kai, father and son, froze in place. Lu Chen, the top scorer in the Jiangbei Province College entrance exam? Zhou Kai's mouth fell open. Lu Chen, that kid from earlier, the top scorer in the Jiangbei Province College entrance exam? Could this be a dream? Hadn't he said his scores were mediocre, only good enough for a third-rate beast taming academy? The stark contrast in status made his head spin, feeling almost unreal. He pinched himself hard. Ouch, that hurt. Not a dream. Recalling his own brazen arrogance moments ago, his face flushed crimson. He felt like a complete fool. Top scholar? In this remote village, they knew little about the 4 top Beastmaster academies. But when it came to the top scholar, they knew all about that. The scene erupted in an uproar. Aunt Lu, your son Lu Chen is the top scholar. Our Yunnan township has produced a top scholar. Our ancestors must be smiling down on us. The top scholar. I hear he'll make a fortune someday. It's not just about the money, it shows Lu Chen has incredible Beastmaster talent. He's going to be a seriously awesome Beastmaster someday. Zhou Kai snapped back to reality. What did these ignorant villagers know? They'd never even left his city in their entire lives. Money? That's just a side benefit. 80% of the world's strongest practitioners come from the 4 great academies. As long as they don't die young, students from the 4 great academies will at least become 3-star beast tamers, that is, transformation stage beast tamers. And that's just the average students. Geniuses among them are guaranteed to reach the overlord tier, the so-called 5-star beast masters. For such beings, money? They don't need to earn it themselves, people will find ways to hand it to them by the bucketful. He silently unlocked his phone and found Lu Chen in the Kalam group within his contacts list. You have moved this contact to the Big Shot group. Lu Chen's grandmother, Lu Yingying, was also a bit confused. When Lu Chen returned a couple of days ago, he had indeed mentioned he should be the top scholar. She hadn't taken it seriously that little rascal had never been reliable since childhood, so she dismissed it as idle talk. But it turned out to be true. The top Beastmaster Academy, huh? She sighed softly to herself. So he'd chosen this path after all. Ah Chen, he's gone to the back mountain. Suddenly, Wang Hengze, the Education Bureau Director, felt his phone vibrate and answered the call. Director Wang, are you in Yunnan Township? Yunnan Township has detected Abyss Realm fluctuations. An Abyss Realm entity has descended. Seal off the surrounding area to prevent anyone from being corrupted by its power. It's a micro-abyss. The maximum strength of the demons inside is elite tier. Detailed map coordinates have been sent to you. The Beast Control Security Bureau is on its way. Wang Hengze checked the map. The coordinates were on a mountain nearby. He hurriedly asked, where is the mountain behind us? A villager pointed, that mountain right next to us. Wang Hengze's expression darkened. He whispered to Xia Haiqiang and Sunmmary, this is bad. A micro-abyss realm has been detected there. I hope Lu Chen hasn't been caught up in it. Without hesitation, Sunmmary released her beast companion, mounted it, and galloped toward the rear mountain. Xia Haiqiang and Wang Hengze hurriedly followed. The remaining crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Zhou Longfu sighed, that's awfully hasty. Is this how sought after the top scholar is? Zhou Kai, however, wore a grave expression. He had been close enough to overhear their conversation. Abyssal realm? He'd heard the term from an older classmate just 2 days ago, after finishing his college entrance exams and estimating his scores would get him into a top-tier university. It was akin to a secret realm, yet it harbored terrifying spiritual corruption. The demonic beasts, humanity's greatest foes, were connected to the Abyss realm. I'm going to check it out too, Zhou Kai declared before dashing over. Boom! A whirlwind of sand and stones erupted. A several-meter-tall ape covered in rock was smashed to the ground, its body crashing heavily onto the earth. Tian, the rock-averse ape who had activated his bloodline talent shapeshift now bore a pitted, crumbling rock shell that hung from his body like a tattered garment. Chen gazed at the steel-boned vine wolf standing atop the colossal boulder. This abyssal realm's core of corruption. Wood element, 5 meters in size. Its exterior was wrapped in coils of vines, extending to strike enemies. However, these plant-like vines were now covered in flesh-like growths. The original steel vine wolf's tail tip looms and bears fruit with the changing seasons. Vine fruit. A resource capable of purifying the energy of wood-type beast pets. Now, the buds on the steel vine wolf's tail have transformed into eyeball-like orbs. Power level, mid-tier elite. Description, the core source of the mutation's contamination. Mid-tier elite strength. Tian is only at mid-tier supernatural. That's a huge gap to bridge. This is going to be tough. His tone carried a hint of exasperation, yet his face wore a confident smile. Tian? Have you taken enough damage? Roar. Tian nodded. It possessed 2 bloodline talents. Bloodline talent 1, morphic shift. Upon activation, Tian transforms into a giant ape form, growing larger and more powerful with increased strength. Bloodline talent 2, invincible vigor. This grants Tian formidable defensive capabilities in his normal state. When entering giant ape form, this talent manifests as rock armor covering his body. It possesses immense damage absorption capacity, converting incoming damage into stored energy. When the rock armor shatters completely, the accumulated energy surges back into his body, unleashing its full power internally. Chen smiled. You think shattering the rock armor on Tian's body guarantees victory? Sorry, but only at this stage. You finally earned the right to witness Tian's true form. Tian, activate bloodline talent invincible void, stage 2. Tian rose to his feet, letting out a low growl. The hard rock shell covering his body crumbled into dust and scattered, revealing his naturally grayish fur. In that instant, its aura surged relentlessly, veins pulsing beneath the skin of its arms. The flame pattern on its forehead erupted with a boom, igniting into a blazing inferno. A single spark can set the prairie ablaze. The flames spread from its forehead, sweeping from head to tail. Wherever it touched, the gray fur faded, replaced by golden red hair. Finally, the flames converged at the tail's tip, coalescing into an eternal blaze that burned eternally at its end. Lower elite tier. Tian's eyes blazed like flames. Roar! With a roar, it thrust its foot forward. A burst of flame erupted beneath its paw, shattering the ground and propelling it forward. Its speed was blindingly fast, instantly closing the distance to the steel-boned vine wolf so swift the beast couldn't even react. Whoosh! 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 Countless tendrils erupted from the steel vine wolf's body, like countless tentacles. The air was sucked and exploded as all the tendrils coiled toward Tian. Boom! Every pore on Tian's body released searing flames, enveloping him in a massive fireball. Fire inherently counters wood, and the tentacle vines were consumed by the flames. Tian clenched his fist, pulling his right arm back like a bowstring. Veins beneath his skin glowed fiery red as fire energy coalesced in his fist. The fist, as large as an iron pot, seemed to grasp a blazing sun, scorching and terrifying. Power charged. Sizzle. The fist plunged through his chest, emerging cleanly through his back. The steel vine wolf's body was pierced through, the point of entry melting away. Its vitality proved astonishing. Tendrils still swayed vertically like tentacles, attempting to strike back at Tian. Tian impaled it on his arm, lifting it to his own height. He opened his mouth, and dense fire elemental energy gathered before it. Within the chaotic, sprouting eyes on the steel vine wolf's face, a towering pillar of flame reflected back. A fiery blast shot across the sky, piercing the heavens. Sizzle. Bang. A headless wolf corpse was impaled on his arm. With its brain gone, the tentacle vines entered a state of senescence, drooping limply. A serpent with a pair of wings on its back descended from the sky, its scales shimmering with iridescent colors in the sunlight. Windwing serpent. What do you think? Sunmmary inquired. The windwing serpent shook its head. Under infrared thermal sensing, no other human life waves were detected. Xia Haiqiang and Wang Hengze's hearts instantly sank. Chen's phone was unreachable, showing out of service. They couldn't find him on the back mountain either. He was most likely sucked into the abyss realm. Can't we get in? Xia Haiqiang stared at the boundary ahead with a hint of reluctance. It was painfully obvious that the place stood out like a sore thumb from the surrounding space, even its color tones seemed to clash with everything around it. The space hasn't stabilized yet. We can't enter. It'll take at least 2 hours to settle. Xia Haiqiang was burning with impatience. 2 hours? That's too long. Based on the energy level readings, there are elite-tier demons inside. Chen's beast companion is only mid-tier extraordinary. Sunmmary glanced at the two men. It's hopeless. It's likely been corrupted and warped. Without a coalesced spirit, his soul is weak and defenseless. Staying in there for 2 hours? Forget whether he'd be torn apart by an elite-tier demon. Even if he survived, his soul would be corrupted and twisted. Unless he can eliminate the core source of contamination. Barring surprises, it's likely an elite-tier demonic beast. Even if you're not lying, his beast companion is only mid-tier extraordinary rank. Do you really think it stands a chance? The probability of survival is less than 0.01%. Before he could finish, her beautiful eyes widened in shock as she stared ahead, her cherry-like lips parting slightly. The space ahead shattered like bubbles. They saw the ground covered densely with the corpses of monsters. Most striking was the mountain-sized, headless wolf corpse. Even in death, its elite-tier aura still faintly radiated. Amidst the sea of corpses and blood, a youth stood amidst it all, accompanied by a small monkey. He looked up, his deep eyes, paired with the corpses strewn across the ground beneath his feet, made it seem as if he had slaughtered not elite-tier beasts, but sovereign-tier ones. Even Sunmmary, who slaughtered elite-tier monsters as easily as killing dogs, felt a slight tremor run through her slender frame. Chapter 13, Heaven-Defying Evolution, Yang Yin the Flame of the Sun. Zhou Kai, panting heavily, finally reached the summit. He too saw the mountain covered in demon corpses, and the mountain of bodies beside Lu Chen. His mouth gaped wide once more, his pupils losing focus. After a long moment, he snapped out of his daze, trembling as he pulled out his phone. New friend group created, God. You have successfully moved the contact Lu Chen from the Yi Big Shot group to the Yi God group. Grandma's house. His spirit hasn't been corrupted either. Sunmmary stared at Lu Chen as if he were a monster. They had returned from the back mountain over half an hour ago. They had scanned Lu Chen's mind and body multiple times, finding no signs of soul corruption. He hadn't condensed his spiritual essence or entered the abyss realm, yet his mind showed no abnormalities whatsoever. With mid-tier extraordinary level strength, he had directly cleared a miniature abyss realm and slain the elite-tier polluted core. Had this occurred within those prestigious clans and great families, he could accept it. After all, those clans and great families controlled the finest resources in education, imparting beast-taming knowledge from childhood and lavishing rare resources upon their young. The problem was this happened in a third-tier city. It happened to an ordinary student just 40 days ago before he even awakened his beast-taming talent. This left her utterly stunned. A genius. An unparalleled genius. There was no doubt about it, his college entrance exam scores were completely genuine. A radiant smile blossomed on her face, breathtakingly beautiful. Leaning forward with her hands braced on the sofa, she said cheerfully, since you can slay mid-tier elite-level monsters, there's no need to verify the authenticity of your scores. Lu Chen met her gaze, but his eyes involuntarily drifted downward. He was instantly stunned. Whoa, white lace, her child's dining hall must be huge and pure white. It shouldn't be this obvious even through clothes. Verify my results? Xia Haiqiang slapped his forehead. I completely forgot to introduce them. This is Lu Chen, representing Xingyu Beastmaster Academy Sunmmary. He recounted every detail of the incident. Soon, Lu Chen understood the entire situation. So that's it, questioning the authenticity of the college entrance exam results. Don't worry, I'll clear your name. You'll likely receive admission letters from the 4 top academies very soon. Sunmmary leaned in, her voice as soft as orchid blossoms. Additionally, on behalf of Xingyu Academy, I extend an official invitation for you to join Star Realm Beastmaster Academy. Her eyes glistened as she gazed at Lu Chen, brimming with expectation. She looked so pitifully charming, like a bewitching little sprite. Though her voice was perfectly normal, it made Xia Haiqiang and Wang Hongzi beside him feel a tingle run through their bones. They even wanted to answer for Lu Chen. I choose Xingyu Beastmaster Academy. Alright, I choose to join Xingyu Beastmaster Academy, Lu Chen replied. Other Beastmaster Academies suspected his college entrance exam scores were fabricated, refusing to even send him an admission letter, never once considering verifying the authenticity of his results. Only Star Realm Beastmaster Academy sent representatives to conduct a thorough review. After confirming his credentials, they personally extended an invitation for him to join their academy. Wasn't the choice of which Beastmaster Academy to join obvious? Sunmmary gazed at Lu Chen, his eyes clear and unwavering. Shock surged within her. Was he completely immune to her allure? A greenhorn beast tamer. How could this be? Beyond shock, her eyes held an inexplicable meaning. She took a deep breath, concealing her complex thoughts. Don't rush. Let me explain clearly first. Among the 4 top academies, our Xingyu Academy has consistently ranked at the bottom in recent years. The strongest is Jinlin Academy, followed by Changli Academy and Sanyo Academy. Only then comes our Xingyu Academy. Lu Chen didn't hesitate, then it's Xingyu Academy. Which academy he attended made little difference to him, and the rankings meant even less. The reason? He had a cheat code. Cheating was cheating, no matter where. I knew I hadn't misjudged you, Sunmmary said with a smile. Welcome aboard, little junior. Junior? You're a student too? Yep. Call me senior, I'm 2 years ahead of you. Come on, let's add each other on Usindot. Yusen, a social app similar to WeChat.
They exchanged contact information.
This left Xia Haiqiang and Wang Hongze standing nearby marveling, was this the treatment reserved for geniuses?
On the way here, Sunmmary hadn't even glanced at them properly.
Her background was equally formidable.
The president of the Jiangbei Province Beastmaster Association had personally called to emphasize and repeatedly instruct them to take good care of Sunmmary.
Lu Chen suddenly remembered something important and asked, "What was that secret realm I stumbled into today?"
Sunmmary replied, "Typically, one only encounters such things after entering the academy.
But it's fine to tell you now."
Sunmmary stroked the small snake nestled in her bosom.
Windwing ascending serpent. Soundless barrier. A polluted secret realm is called an abyssal realm.
They are entities known as forbidden existences, or entities connected to them.
Their power radiates outward, though this radiation isn't something they actively emit. Not their own doing?
It's like you're walking down the street normally and accidentally step on an anthill, crushing a few ants.
You must have studied world history in your textbooks, right? Lu Chen nodded, recalling the knowledge from his textbooks.
In the world of thousands of years ago, the extraordinary did not exist.
There were not so many beings capable of wielding extraordinary power.
There were no beast tamers either.
It was just an ordinary world.
Thousands of years ago, the heavens and earth of Blue Star underwent a great transformation.
The entire Blue Star's territory expanded countless times over, and all manner of creatures underwent bloodline leaps in evolution.
All things in this world, whether living or non-living, can give birth to spiritual essence. Mountains, clouds, thunder and lightning all can awaken sentience and step through the gateway to the extraordinary.
Blue Star has officially transitioned from an age without transcendence into the age of transcendence.
After over a century of initial chaos, humans at the bottom of the food chain discovered they could awaken the talent to tame beasts. They opened their own beast taming spaces, forged contracts with sentient species, and stepped into the extraordinary, becoming beast tamers.
Thus, beast masters stepped onto the stage of history.
Sunmmary continued her explanation. Academic speculation suggests Blue Star may have collided with a fragment of a higher order world. Or perhaps Blue Star strayed into a cluster of fragments from a shattered world. That higher order world exists in a state of utter fragmentation. Blue Star acts like a magnet, continuously drawing in the shards of that shattered world.
Otherwise, it's hard to explain why Blue Star's surface area keeps expanding.
His tone grew solemn. They are the forbidden entities of that world. Some even speculate that it was they who destroyed that world.
Lu Chen's eyes narrowed. So that was the reason behind Blue Star's cataclysmic changes. He pressed further, then why are ordinary people completely unaware of the Abyss Realm's existence? Under the influence of their forbidden power, all life becomes distorted, minds warped, flesh proliferating chaotically, transforming into monstrosities. That's how the monstrous enemies of humanity came to be.
The abyss is saturated with forbidden radiation, filled with all manner of strange corruption. He paused before adding, the more stable one's mind and mental state, the longer they can endure, and the greater their chances of survival. This situation is akin to encountering a ghost before you. Telling you it's a human in disguise versus telling you it's a genuine ghost.
Which would keep your mind steadier? With that explanation, Lu Chen understood it was all about sanity. Telling the truth would send ordinary people plunging into panic the moment they stumbled into the abyss. The specifics: once you get to the academy, you'll receive systematic instruction on the knowledge.
I'll send you the Beastmaster Encyclopedia.
I need to head back to the academy now. See you later.
The windwing serpent in her arms flapped its tiny wings and soared up, its wings unfurling against the wind in the courtyard.
An intangible aura of authority permeated the courtyard.
It transformed into a colossal creature over 10 meters long.
Little brother, remember to come find me if you need anything when you arrive at Xingyu Academy. Mention my name, I've got your back. Oh, and your scores aren't just the top in Jiangbei Province. Today's the day the National College Entrance Exam rankings are released. Tomorrow they'll release the national rankings. You can look forward to that a little. Sunmmary winked playfully, soaring upward until she vanished into the horizon.
Whoa! Xia Haiqiang and Wang Hongze exchanged glances.
They knew Lu Chen's scores were terrifying even in first-tier cities. Could it be? Their pupils contracted.
If this were true, it would be nothing short of an earthquake across the entire Great Xia Empire. No wonder the 4 great academies suspected cheating. Xingyu Academy even sent special investigators to audit the results. Lu Chen, however, couldn't care less about his own results.
Upper Transcendent stage.
This senior seems pretty formidable, and that doesn't even appear to be her primary beast companion.
We'll take our leave now. We still need to deliver the admission letters from the 4 great academies to Luo Anfei. Xia Haiqiang and Wang Hongze also took their leave.
After battling so long in the Abyss Realm, they were filthy from head to toe.
After seeing them off, Lu Chen took a shower, rubbed his hands together, and thought, time to cash in. System, claim mission reward. Ding!
Congratulations, host, on completing the Abyssal Realm mission. You have obtained the trait artifact Sun Essence. Sun Essence characteristic treasure. When bestowed upon a beast companion, it grants fire-type companions flames imbued with sun-related properties.
Characteristic treasure. He'd never heard of such a thing before.
Chen immediately opened the Beastmaster's encyclopedia Sunmmary had sent him. He found the entry for characteristic treasures. Characteristic relic, an item surpassing attribute relics in rarity, born under extremely stringent conditions. It grants pets unique traits, causing minor physical alterations upon use, often termed a minor evolution.
Precautions: never fuse a trait artifact incompatible with your beast pet, or you'll ruin it. Each beast pet can fuse one trait artifact per growth stage.
That is, after fusing one in its initial form, the next fusion must occur after evolution.
Is infusing a characteristic secret treasure also called a minor evolution? Chapter 14, The Beast Master Egg from the Super Ancient Era. Summon Qi-Tian. Woo! Qi-Tian greeted weakly.
The second stage of invincible vigor unleashed power beyond his current tier, causing severe damage to his body. After using it, he would be in a state of exhaustion for a day.
You're about to grow stronger again, Qi-Tian. Swallow this. Chen flipped his hand, revealing a piece of amber.
Sealed within the amber was a cluster of flames.
Golden hues intertwined with brilliant orange-red within the flames, dotted with sparks of golden dawn light. The outer ring of flames, however, appeared white.
It seemed to be the very essence of the hottest, purest flame in the heavens and earth, condensed into this form. The moment it saw this object, the rock-hating ape felt its own flames compressed to the extreme, trembling violently within its body as if encountering the king of flames. Simultaneously, its gaze fixed intently upon the object, filled with an overwhelming craving. This thing held a fatal allure for it. Every cell in its body stirred with life, yearning.
Devour it and see what abilities it grants. Qi-Tian couldn't wait to swallow it.
The amber-like substance melted instantly upon entering his mouth. Instantly, a golden glow enveloped Qi-Tian's body. The transformation within was imperceptible to others.
Qi-Tian felt as though a great sun blazed within him, transforming every cell in his body. Most notably, the flames on his skin underwent a profound change from the inside out. Half a minute later, the light faded, revealing Qi-Tian's form once more. His appearance had undergone a noticeable transformation.
First, his stature had shot up another stretch, now reaching Chen's chest. His fur had also undergone a major transformation. Where it had been uniformly stone gray, the roots were now gray, gradually transitioning to a sun-like orange gold. A tuft of hair on its head faded from red to white. A flame blazed at the tip of its tail, its glow punctuated by golden sparks that shimmered like the sun's radiance.
Its overall aura felt even more mystical.
Truly worthy of its name as the secret treasure of traits, known for its minor evolution.
Chen was curious what ability had Qi-Tian acquired. Name: Rock-averse Monkey. Level mid-tier supernatural rank. Attributes: Rock, Fire. Ability: Yanyan newly acquired.
Bloodline lower sovereign type mid-tier sovereign type fusion progress 44% 50%.
Bloodline talents: Morphing, Invulnerable. Elemental mastery: Fire proficient, Rock skilled. Skills: Basic skills: Rock Claw, Flame Fawn, Flame Fist. Intermediate skills: Flame Breath, Rock Spike. Advanced skills: Flame Vortex. Is its trait Yanyan? Solar Flame? Sounds badass. Woo-oh!
Qi-Tian stared at his hands in disbelief, feeling the surging power within his body. Moreover, the side effects of the invulnerability have been cured.
Beastmaster, I feel incredibly powerful right now.
Let's go test out how my skills have changed.
Half an hour later. A desolate wasteland in the village.
The scorched earth dissolved into molten lava, raging across the ground like a beast.
Granite, normally rock hard, melted like candles. Chen nodded with satisfaction.
The flames grew hotter, possessing the properties of solar fire.
Not only did they counter the abyssal element, even water of the same elemental mastery level could not extinguish it. Moreover, it inflicted a scorching debuff that seared to the bone. Chen returned to his grandmother's home.
A typical rural two-story house, with a fenced-in courtyard surrounding it. An ancient eucalyptus tree stood in the center of the yard. Its dense foliage spread like a vast green canopy, casting shade over most of the yard.
Chen stepped into the courtyard. He saw his grandmother resting beneath the eucalyptus tree.
Her hand cradled her chin as her eyes stared blankly ahead, her thoughts lost in some distant place. The sound of the door opening snapped her back to reality.
Ah, Chen's back?
My grandson truly lives up to expectations, a top scholar indeed.
She looked up and smiled. Lu Yorong mentioned you know the magic mirror doll isn't ordinary? Chen nodded.
Speaking of which, Grandma, my mother and the magic mirror doll. Before he could finish. I never got to see her one last time either, Grandma said.
She was just an E-rank beastmaster.
I have no idea why she was so strong. All these years, she kept saying she was working outside.
Chen.
It was that blood-soaked magic mirror doll carrying you, still in your swaddling clothes, who found me. This is what she left for you, tucked inside your swaddling clothes.
Grandma produced an oval stone about the size of a baby's head. Besides this, she left a letter. It said that if your Beastmaster talent proved exceptional, you could have this. She pointed to the oval stone in her hand. If your talent is lacking, just find some random place and throw this thing away. That night. It really is impervious to both water and fire. It even resists the yang yen flames of Qi Tian. Lu Chen fiddled with the stone in his room, even smashing it with a sledgehammer, not a scratch. What the hell is this thing? At a complete loss and utterly baffled, Lu Chen tossed it aside. He began his evening practice. He began channeling starlight to enhance his spiritual essence. After today's incident in the Abyss realm, his regard for the primordial space had reached its peak, ignoring the spiritual corruption. Meanwhile, the starlight giant on the long staircase snapped its fingers and crushed that taboo phantom to dust. Damn powerful. He arrived at the primordial space. Instantly, he sensed something amiss. A single drop of blood floated beside the starlight giant. The divine eye provided information. A drop of blood from the forbidden kin can serve as material for a certain beast pet's special evolution. Lu Chen? Could this be the very source that polluted the secret realm into an abyssal domain? And it's also an evolution material? How can you bring everything home? Can't just toss this away carelessly. Lu Chen could only use starlight to form a vessel and seal it inside. Then he began channeling starlight. Wait a minute? He sensed something else absorbing starlight besides himself. Beside him, an oval-shaped stone had appeared out of nowhere, simultaneously drawing in the power of the stars. Lu Chen? How did this stone get here? As it swallowed and expelled starlight, Lu Chen's divine eye shifted, revealing information about the object. Mysterious egg fossilized state. Description: a beast egg fossilized before the embryo could even form. Though petrified and dead, it retains a final thread of vitality and incredibly resilient life force. This thing's a beast egg? My mom left me an egg? It's already a dead fetus. What the hell is the point of this? That's what he said. Lu Chen's eyes held a solemn gravity. This egg was clearly no ordinary thing. Never mind that this beast egg had somehow followed him into the primordial space. But just look at it, it's practically fossilized. That must date back tens of millions of years, right? After tens of millions of years, it still retained a trace of life force? What level of extraordinary creature could have laid this egg? Or rather, what kind of creature would hatch from it? Why would his mother leave this thing to him? Questions piled up in his mind, one after another. Chapter 15, Luo Anfei's Harvest, National Rankings announced. The college entrance exam results for each province had been released. The admission cutoff scores for each Beastmaster Academy have also been released, and the application portal is now open. All senior high school students first check their own scores. Dad, my score cleared the cutoff for a second-tier academy. Wah, Xiaofang, I won't be able to attend the same academy as you. My overall high school grades weren't great, but I made the cutoff for a top-tier academy. A scene of mixed emotions played out across every city. After students in Jiangbei province checked their scores, they opened their province's college entrance exam rankings. Lu Chen, Luo Anfei, Li Xiorun. Students in Daz City gazed at the name perched at the top of the provincial rankings. They felt no surprise, only a sense of inevitability. Both the top and second place scorers in Jiangbei province hailed from Daz City. This filled every senior high student in Daz City with pride, giving them something to boast about. I advanced alongside the top students. The senior high student circles of Daz City erupted into heated discussion. Damn it, why won't the national college entrance exam rankings be released until tomorrow? Because each province's exam system has slight variations, they need to convert the scores for each province before calculating the final comprehensive rankings. I see. So where do Road God and Luo Goddess rank nationally? Hard to say. We don't know the exact calculation formula, but in past years, the top student from our Jiangbei province ranked around 1000th nationally. And that's even with bonus points for being from a remote area. What the hell? The gap is that huge? The Beastmaster provinces and those first-tier cities? The gap between us and them is as vast as the heavens. My distant relative mentioned that in first-tier cities, spending 1,000,000 yuan can predict your future as a Beastmaster during the transition from elementary to middle school. From junior high, students are divided into Beastmaster classes and regular classes, with teachers reportedly being professional Beastmasters. Jiangbei province's college entrance exam record holder, Night God, ranked around 600th mid-tier. The group fell silent. The gap was indeed immense. But Road God should make the top 100. Damn, Road God only made the top 100? How insane must the national top scorer be? That's beyond our imagination. Oomph. Gazing at the name on the list that had been pinned beneath her, Luo Anfei wrinkled her delicate nose and let out a soft snort. Then, a confident expression returned to her face. You can be proud of surpassing me once in this lifetime. You won't get another chance. In just a few short days, I've already left you far behind. A smile curved her lips. In that instant, her eyes shone like the finest ice crystal glass, even her lashes seemed dusted with frost. Deep and mysterious, a pure white world of ice and snow was even reflected within them.
In that world, a colossal avian creature soared, its wings spanning the heavens and blocking out the sun. Entirely composed of frozen ice, it spread its vast wings to obscure the sky. Her recent outings were to retrieve the great opportunity she had obtained in her previous life. A spiritual condensation technique derived from the legendary frost phoenix, one of the 3 divine birds. It could condense the legendary ice phoenix's spiritual essence, possessing the nature of rebirth. Even if her spirit was tainted by forbidden corruption, she could evade mental contamination through rebirth. In her previous life, her abilities during her time at the academy were unremarkable, placing her in the middle ranks. After graduating, she ventured out to hone her skills and fell from an unnamed cliff. Below lay a small ruin. This ancient site was dedicated to the frost phoenix, one of the 3 divine birds revered since primordial times. It was here she obtained the method of spirit condensation. Thus began her meteoric rise as the goddess of Luo. Alas, the spirit condensation technique requires capturing a thread of the frost phoenix's divine essence to manifest. After receiving the inheritance, the sculpture of the frost phoenix within the ruins crumbled to dust and vanished. Moreover, the gains from this journey did not end there. She gazed at the ice crystal fox nestled in her arms. "We can begin now, ice crystal fox. You've been at the Transcendent realm for 2 days now, and your cultivation has solidified." Meow. Armed with memories from her past life and foresight. After acquiring the spirit condensation technique, she ventured to the neighboring city and snagged another bargain at trait secret treasure. Frozen persistence characteristic secret treasure, upon use, grants the pet a characteristic related to ice. She began infusing the trait into the ice crystal fox. An icy blue glow enveloped the crystal fox. The air inside grew thick with cold, frost forming on the windows. Half a minute later, the ice crystal fox's form materialized, its fur now ice blue. A tail sprouted from its hindquarters, and its eyes glowed a pale blue, their pupils resembling crystalline ice. Name, Ice Crystal Fox. Rank lower Transcendent tier. Element, Ice. Ability Frost Mastery. Luo Anfei tilted her head, gazing at the name that had been pressed beneath her own. The gap between us has begun to widen, and it will only grow larger. Eventually, you won't even be able to see the back of my figure as I ascend. That you managed to crush me once in our humble beginnings when I stand atop the heavens, ruling the starry sky alone, that will be your sole source of pride. Ice Phoenix spirituality that can evade mental corruption. Top tier, pet synchronized trait treasures. These are things beyond your comprehension. What will you use to defeat me next time? Ah, achoo. Lian, still studying the ancient beast egg in the room, sneezed several times. Who's thinking about me? The next day, the long-awaited moment finally arrived. Amidst the anticipation of countless people, the National College entrance exam rankings were released at 10 a.m. The top national scholar, it has to be me. I'm unbeatable. You lot can just chill, the top spot is mine. The top scorers from other beast taming provinces and first-tier cities can't hold a candle to me. Who else could possibly be the national champion? Many who believed themselves worthy of the national top scorer title clicked open the rankings with confidence. Chen? Who's that? Daz City. Old Xia, what do you think? I'm checking. Luo Anfei is ranked 188th nationally. Xia Haiqian's voice trembled as he spoke. Wang Hengzi clenched his fist tightly, his voice trembling with excitement. She's already broken the Night King's record. What about Chen? Not in the 100-150 range, nor in the 50-100. Damn. That means he's in the top 50. Wang Hengzi exclaimed. What is it? Old Xia, speak up. YVE, you gone mute? Not in the top 50. Whoa, could it be the top 30? Well, not quite. Education Bureau Director Wang Hengzi stared at Xia Haiqian, frozen like stone. He shoved past him and glanced at the screen. In that instant, he nearly forgot to breathe. Both men froze in place. After a long while, their eyes met. There was no excitement, no joy, only emptiness. Their emotional thresholds had been pushed beyond limits, leaving them unsure how to react. Was this too unbelievable? Yesterday, Sunmmary had mentioned they could anticipate the National College entrance exam rankings. They'd estimated Chen would break into the top 100. Even if they dared to guess higher, they'd only venture to say top 50. The national top scorer? That was beyond their wildest dreams. It took them a long while to recover. Slapping their thighs hard, they exclaimed excitedly, "We're famous. Our Daz City is going to be famous. We produced the national top scorer, outshining the beast taming provinces and first-tier cities." Jokai stared at the name at the very top of the list and sucked in a sharp breath. Holy, he really is a god. Not just the top scorer in Jiangbei province, the top scorer nationwide. He opened his phone. He discovered the trending topics were already flooded with it. Glancing at the headlines, he instantly lost his temper. Idiots. A bunch of idiots. Chapter 16, Trending Nationwide, Back to School. Mechanical Product. Hashtag National College Entrance Exam Results officially released. Hashtag Shock, National Top Scorer hails from obscure provincial city in Jiangbei Province. Hashtag Hashtag this marks the first time in college entrance exam history that a top scorer hails from a non-Tier 1 city. Hashtag Beastmaster expert Yu Beiqing speaks. Tier 3 cities and Tier 1 cities offer vastly different educational resources. In Tier 1 cities, students are divided into Beastmaster classes and regular classes starting from the transition from elementary to middle school. In Tier 1 cities, families can spend 1 million yuan to test their child's beast taming aptitude at age 12. If gifted, the child will awaken their beast taming talent by age 18 and become a beast tamer. From middle school, they temper their spirit to prepare for future spiritual energy cultivation, study beast mastering knowledge, and have access to schools that capture docile wild pets for student combat practice. Even the teachers are professional beast masters, advantages unattainable in second or third tier cities. In second and third tier cities, teachers are ordinary educators imparting general knowledge. Students only discover who possesses beastmaster potential a month before their senior year college entrance exams, and many Haven T even studied beast mastering fundamentals. Given this gap, how can students from Tier 3 cities possibly surpass those from Tier 1 cities? Instantly. This post exploded across the internet. So that's who Chen is? He's from some third-tier backwater city? Cheating. Definitely cheating. Rumor has it this top-ranked student's psychic energy level is 1900. 1900? Are you kidding me? Let me share some data. Last year's college entrance exam saw fewer than 120 students nationwide in Tier 3 cities with mental energy exceeding 1000. With nearly 100 Tier 3 cities across the country, you're telling me 1900? 1900? Fake. He must have cheated. It's true. I'm from the same city as him. His beast pet is ranked at mid-tier extraordinary. I won't stand for this talk. I saw it with my own eyes today. He defeated an elite-tier demon beast. Some defended Chen during the debate, mostly senior high graduates from Des City. They engaged in heated debates, presenting their arguments with conviction. But as a trending topic surged to the top, their voices were drowned out. Check it out. Check it out. Junlin Academy, Changli Academy, and Xinyo Academy were interviewed. The three major academies stated they were aware the results might be fraudulent, so they haven't issued any admission notices. Video. With these top-tier institutions hailed as sacred grounds by countless examinees now involved, everyone felt backed by a powerful force, finding their anchor. This effectively confirmed the cheating scandal surrounding the national top-scoring student. Trolls celebrated wildly online. Even when Des City released footage of Chen's exam, no one took it seriously, dismissing it as fabricated evidence. After all, in the Beastmaster era, illusions and such were commonplace. Mechanical-type beast pets could even generate fake videos. How could a mere third-tier city possibly hold more authority than the three top-tier institutions? The incident escalated rapidly online. Shortly after, Star Universe Beastmaster Academy issued a statement: "The results are accurate. He has been admitted to our academy." Facing enraged netizens, this statement only poured fuel on the fire. Inviting a cheater to enroll? Impressive. No wonder Xingyu Beastmaster Academy has been consistently overshadowed by the other three major institutions all these years. The other three top academies chimed in with sarcastic remarks: "Congratulations on your school securing the national top scorer in the college entrance exam." However, our academies do not recognize this national ranking list. Under their joint statement, all institutions except Starry Sky Academy removed Chen's name from their rankings, elevating the original second-place national exam candidate to the top spot. Countless people applauded this move. Chen slept until he woke naturally. Seeing the news online, he didn't really think much of it. But what puzzled him slightly wasn't the Beastmaster college entrance exam in this world a bit too frivolous? Didn't the other academies even send representatives to verify his scores? Only the Stellar Beast Academy had sent representatives to verify his results. And what authority did Emir Academy have to outright invalidate his results? Not long after, he received a call from Principal Xia Haiqiang. On the call, he was both furious and utterly helpless. He hadn't understood why only Star Universe Beastmaster Academy had come to verify Chen's results. Later, he reached out to an official at the Ministry of Education for clarification. He informed Chen. For regular college entrance exams, admissions and cutoff scores are handled by the Ministry of Education. But the Beastmaster entrance exam was not. All matters concerning admissions, enrollment, and cutoff scores for Beastmaster academies are handled by the Joint Committee of Beastmaster Academies, formed by the four top-tier academies and leading institutions. This committee functions similarly to the decision-making body of the Ministry of Education. Therefore, they truly had the authority to invalidate Chen's results. As for why they instantly concluded Chen's scores were fraudulent, this is because the national exam rankings employ a hypothetical method. National rankings differ significantly from provincial rankings, encompassing Tier 1 cities, Tier 2 cities, Tier 3 cities. The gap between these tiers is enormous. Students in Tier 1 cities can be assessed for beast taming aptitude as early as middle school.
From junior high, they are divided into Beastmaster classes and regular classes. Schools keep docile extraordinary creatures for combat practice, tempering their spirits and preparing them to condense spiritual energy in the future. National rankings. Only the top 3 students from Tier 3 cities qualify for national rankings and receive college entrance exam score advantages. For Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, a projected calculation method is applied. Based on college entrance exam data, supercomputers perform calculations. The average score of first-tier city candidates serves as the benchmark. Your actual college entrance exam results are then simulated by supercomputer AI. It simulates where you would rank nationally if you had studied in a Tier 1 city and received equivalent education. Students from Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities appearing on the list does not represent their actual ability. For example, a student from a Tier 2 or Tier 3 city ranked 500th does not mean they are among the top 500 new students nationwide. Rather, it indicates that with their aptitude, if educated in a Tier 1 city, they could rank among the top 500 nationally. It represents potential. If ranked strictly by ability, few students from Tier 3 cities would make it into the top 10,000. The National College Entrance Exam Rankings is also known as the Hidden Dragon List. However, the top 100 nationally is different. Placements beyond the top 100 represent potential, while those within the top 100 represent actual strength. The computer compiles national exam data, simulates battles based on reported pet information, Beastmaster's psychic power, and actual combat strength, ultimately ranking the top 100. Chen ranked first. This signified that he not only possessed the greatest potential but also the strongest combat prowess among this year's examinees. Candidates within the top 100 hailed from families of either great wealth or noble lineage, with parents who were high-tier Beastmasters. From childhood, they received hands-on training and guidance, undergoing medicinal baths to enhance their physical prowess. After becoming Beastmasters, they consumed elemental treasures and growth resources as if they were free. Under these circumstances, in Tier 3 cities, since the Beastmaster College entrance exam began, the highest-ranking candidate within the top 100 has only ever reached 50th place. Not even the top 40. And yet, a commoner with B-tier talent and an ordinary little rock monkey, outshone countless second-generation beast tamers and second-generation officials to claim first place. Moreover, the parents of these second-generation beast tamers and second-generation officials held positions of considerable influence themselves. Then came the invitation from Xingyu Academy, that political rival, extending an offer to Chen. All these factors combined have led to the current situation. Chen, however, remained utterly unfazed. Even if no academy wanted him. Does it really matter? Do losers even need explanations? Cyberbullying? Just a few bumps in the road. It was enough to show. This world, though modern and civilized, operates on a fundamental logic of might makes right. The strong hold a certain power over the weak, the power to grant or take away. At the same time, the overwhelming tide of skepticism also laid bare the entrenched mindset of this world. The underprivileged struggle to rise. Just don't regret it later. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Regular liberal arts students had summer vacations. But for Beastmaster students, summer break doesn't exist. 7 days after the college entrance exam results were released marked the start of the academic year at major Beastmaster academies. Jiangbei province had only one airport in its provincial capital, Guangzhou City. Guangzhou Airport. A graceful figure drew countless glances as she walked alone. Her flawless face seemed kissed by angels, her skin fairer than snow. Simple, everyday attire only accentuated her extraordinary beauty. Yet she radiated an icy chill, cold as frost. Her emotionless eyes made people hesitate to approach. Luo Anfei's companion, Luo Chen, endured countless hostile stares along the way. If looks could kill, he would have died countless times over. Countless people glared enviously at the man beside the icy beauty, yet they also felt a sense of familiarity about him. Chen sighed inwardly. The charm of this ice queen remained as potent as ever. Why'd you pick Xingyu Beastmaster Academy too? Chen quipped. Was it because you saw me getting bullied by the other 3 major academies, so you deliberately chose the same school as me? Chen received a hollow chuckle and a death stare devoid of emotion. Of course, she hadn't chosen Xingyu Beastmaster Academy just to attend the same school as Chen. Her choice of Xingyu Beastmaster Academy had its reasons. Reborn into this life, she intended to seize every opportunity, secret treasure, and evolutionary sequence she had missed in her previous existence. The detours she took in her previous life would not be repeated in this one. Her choice of Xingyu Beastmaster Academy stemmed from the fact that it possessed precisely what she needed. Carrying her luggage, she boarded the plane. This world doesn't even require security checks? Damn it, don't they fear terrorists blowing up planes? This place is way too lax on security. Ah, well. This is the Beastmaster world of extraordinary beings. Seems security checks really aren't needed here. Beast tamers are essentially walking human bombs. The aircraft itself wasn't like any from my past life. The entire plane radiated a cyberpunk-inspired metallic aesthetic.
Its entire body is a pale gold, resembling a falcon spreading its wings, with layers of gradually increasing protrusions along the wings.
The aircraft is preparing for takeoff. Doors will close shortly. Destination, Ancient Capital. All passengers are requested to fasten their seatbelts. Releasing beast companions is strictly prohibited on board. On the plane,
most passengers were young faces, all prospective college students heading to the ancient capital for school.
Ancient Capital. Once one of the 5 major cities of the Great Xia Empire. Calling them main cities might be a bit confusing.
They were formerly known as domains.
Eastern Domain, Southern Domain, Western Domain, Northern Domain, Central Domain. The 5 domains of Daxia.
The ancient capital once governed the entire Eastern Domain. The capital city was also a Tier 1 city, though people preferred to call it the main city to distinguish it from other Tier 1 cities. The Xingyu Beastmaster Academy is situated within the ancient capital. It is home to tens of millions of residents. As the aircraft ascended, the ground grew smaller and smaller below.
Soon, the entire city shrank in view, its buildings dwarfed to the size of toy building blocks. Zzzzzzz.
Suddenly, countless bolts of lightning flashed across the wings, gathering relentlessly within the engines. Then, it erupted violently. An intense push against the seat surged through the cabin as the plane sliced through the sky, its sonic boom shattering the clouds above.
Lu Chen? Holy crap, the plane just used a skill. If I'm not mistaken, that's the intermediate lightning-type skill Thunder Flash. Many passengers on the plane gasped in surprise.
Someone explained, that's the Thunder Falcon 9 model.
First time flying, huh? A mechanic's creation, a fusion of beast taming and machinery. Lu Chen suddenly understood. Mechanical masters.
They too were beast tamers, but instead of taming beasts, they tamed mechanical creations.
He'd only ever heard about them in textbooks. He'd never seen one in real life.
He'd heard of a city called the City of Machines, which served as the mechanical engineer's stronghold. Many extraordinary devices in daily life were crafted and powered by mechanics. Soon, the plane left the urban clusters behind. Below, vast stretches of verdant forest spread across the boundless earth. Dense canopies layered upon layers resembled rolling green waves. Looking further into the distance, the forest landscape abruptly ended, giving way to varied rock formations and rolling hills.
Vaguely visible were numerous ferocious beasts roaming the land. As Blue Star's surface area continued to expand, cities across Great Xia were scattered like stars across human territories, with provinces separated by vast distances. Transportation routes were severed, making inter-provincial travel extremely difficult. Airfare costs are exorbitantly high. Except for beastmasters, most ordinary people never leave their home province in their entire lives. Fortunately, the ferocious beasts inhabiting human territories are relatively peaceful. The truly vicious beasts dwell beyond human territory. The monotonous scenery grew tiresome quickly. Lu Chen closed his eyes for a brief rest. He had no idea how much time had passed. He felt a dull ache and heaviness on his shoulder, along with a chill. He turned his head to look. A perfect profile, the big ice block had fallen asleep on his shoulder without him noticing. Sleep is one thing, but drooling? The aircraft is about to arrive at the ancient capital. All passengers are requested to prepare for disembarkation. The announcement sounded just then. Lu Chen watched as the girl on his shoulder stirred, her long, slightly curled lashes fluttering before she instantly drifted back to sleep. She shifted her sleeping position, turning her head toward the aisle. Lu Chen. She's awake. She's definitely awake. Half a minute later, Luo Anfei awoke, sitting upright in her seat with an expressionless face, her gaze fixed straight ahead. Lu Chen pointed to the wet spot on his shoulder. Luo Anfei turned her head to look at him, her voice cool and detached. Air conditioner dripping? Lu Chen. Air conditioner dripping water. This isn't air conditioner dripping water, this is clearly. Seeing the murderous glint in her icy eyes. It's not the AC dripping. It's my new clothes, a mechanic's creation. They have a water dripping skill. Oh, how fascinating. As the plane descended, a magnificent city gradually unfolded before Lu Chen and the others. The sky was a deep, endless blue. Towering buildings rose in dense clusters, radiating outward in concentric rings from the city center. Intersecting highways crisscrossed the sprawl, stretching endlessly in every direction so vast that even from the air, its boundaries were impossible to discern. The plane descended steadily. The ancient capital was in sight. Chapter 17, He is Lu Chen. A crowd of 10,000. The ancient capital. Once the main city of the Eastern Realm. Vast in area, beyond the ancient capital's urban district lie several satellite cities dependent upon it. Golden Ear City was one such satellite city, a grain-producing hub cultivating vast fields of crops. A remote village. A small courtyard of a farmhouse. Son, you're back? Zhao Shanglan's haggard face lit up with joy at the sight of her runaway son appearing at the gate. Ever since her son failed to become a beastmaster, he'd been utterly dejected. You little brat, where have you been? If you can't become a beastmaster, so be it. Being an ordinary person is perfectly fine too. I am a beastmaster now. Zhao Shanglan and her husband exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with worry. How could someone without beast mastering talent become a beast master? Was he losing his mind?
It was all their fault for failing to fulfill their son's childhood dream of becoming a beastmaster.
Zhao Shanglan fought back the sting in her nose. Alright. You've become a beast master. Dad. Mom. You're the only ones left in the village. Why don't you join us too? Looking at their son with his vacant eyes, they sensed something was off. His voice sounded rough and strained, like someone who hadn't spoken in ages. Son, what's wrong? Don't scare me like this. You brat, what's with all this mumbling? Zhao Shanglan's husband, a hot-tempered man, raised his hand and gave the boy a sharp rap on the head. Ah. Zhao Shanglan let out a terrified scream. Her husband stared blankly at his own hand, which was embedded in his son's skull. Half of his son's face hung limp and flaccid like a deflated balloon, dangling limply beside his neck, devoid of any flesh or blood. The other half remained expressionless, eyes still hollow and lifeless. Through the hollow skull, they could see the villagers standing outside their door on the road. Pairs of hollow eyes stared fixedly at them. A gust of wind swept past, and their bodies seemed to be nothing but skin. The skin on their faces rippled like waves. The wind grew stronger until the figure's feet lifted off the ground. Their withered husks swayed like human skin garments in the gusts. Eerily, they weren't blown away, as if held by an invisible thread. The scene resembled weather vanes whirling in a fierce wind. The airport in the ancient capital was ridiculously huge. This was his first time leaving Des City in this lifetime. The airport covered an enormous area. Through the transparent glass, sharp-eyed travelers could glimpse massive structures in the distant horizon. They resembled war fortresses, yet they possessed massive propulsion systems and could even fly. Despite possessing memories from 2 lifetimes, the ancient capital surpassed any city he'd known in his previous existence in terms of prosperity. Even the airport terminal featured a dazzling array of colorful, translucent floating screens. Instantly, he felt the gap between a third-tier city and a first-tier city. Even with his 2 lifetimes of experience, he felt like a country bumpkin visiting the Grand View Garden, gawking left and right. New students from all universities, please proceed this way. After collecting his luggage and exiting the baggage claim area, he spotted prominent directional signs floating in the air. Arrow symbols pointed the way. Following the arrows forward, the previously teeming crowd of people of all ages suddenly gave way to nothing but fresh-faced students. All of them were. Chen once again felt countless envious glances. The big ice block once again became a striking sight among the crowd. Adolescent hearts were restless, and countless young people felt their hearts stir, as if they'd fallen in love. Of course, most lacked the courage to even approach the aloof Ice Queen. But the world never lacks for those who think highly of themselves. Especially when they saw that Chen and Luo Anfei didn't seem to be in a romantic relationship. As they neared the signpost's endpoint, someone finally couldn't resist. Excuse me, beautiful lady, which university do you attend? My name is Li Yaobin. I've visited the ancient capital many times. Care to exchange contact info? Seeing the aloof beauty didn't even glance his way, Li Yaobin didn't fret. He turned to Chen and asked, "Where's your hometown, buddy?" Chen answered honestly, "A third-tier small city." Li Yaobin grew even more arrogant. He hailed from a Tier 2 city, a mere Tier 3 city student? Looks like he could only get into a third-rate university. The end of the signpost. The vast plaza was divided into distinct sections. Vehicles were parked in each section. Li Yaobin struck an air of familiarity, pointing at the parked buses. These are all second and third-tier institutions' vehicles. Dozens of people crammed into one bus. I'm from a top-tier university. We get luxury business vehicles. As he finished, the man named Li Yaobin lifted his chin, a hint of pride creeping into his expression, much like a peacock displaying its feathers. Join us on our university's shuttle. I'll have the driver take you. See that area over there? Those are the welcome buses for the top-tier institution, Xingyu Beastmaster Academy. That area was quite distant from the second-tier and third-tier institutions. It felt more like the second-tier and first-tier institutions deliberately kept their distance, unwilling to come too close to each other. The vehicles parked there radiated a sci-fi metallic aura, boasting uniquely futuristic designs. Those are Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy's welcome vehicles, mechanical creations that cost a fortune. They can fly and automatically transform between car mode and flying motorcycle mode. I ranked 5th in our province's college entrance exams. I almost got into Star Universe Beastmaster Academy. He beamed with pride, as if narrowly missing admission to Star Universe Academy was something he could brag about for the rest of his life. Enough chatter. We're probably among the last groups. Hop in our top-tier academy's vehicle. He turned to Chen. You should thank the lovely lady beside you. It's only because of her that you get to ride with me in this elite academy's transport. Hey, where are you going, classmate? Luo Anfei walked straight ahead. Sorry, we'll take our academy's shuttle instead. He hurried after them, but something felt off. He froze in his tracks, his eyes widening slowly. He watched as the two walked straight toward the welcome shuttle for Xingyu Beastmaster Academy.
They seemed like travelers going against the flow, the only ones heading toward the orientation bus area of the top-tier Beastmaster Academy.
Countless people stopped in their tracks, staring at them. No way. They're just showing off, right? Li Yaobin couldn't believe it.
In his mind, he'd already imagined them being shooed away in disgrace, then running off to catch the bus. But that scene never materialized.
Whoosh! The vehicle lifted off, soaring into the air,
leaving Li Yaobin frozen in place.
Destination set. Estimated arrival in 15 minutes. Lu Chen sat in the passenger seat.
The driver's seat was empty, filled only with the echoing mechanical voice of the electronic system.
This was actually autonomous driving. And it could even switch to motorcycle mode.
Though you couldn't control the destination, you could twist the throttle to decide your speed.
He was thrilled. Lu Chen was absolutely thrilled. A motorcycle, huh? What guy doesn't love motorcycles?
Today he'd become Ghost Flameboy Chen. Motorcycle mode requires fewer than 2 riders, with the rear passenger seated behind the front passenger.
Can I switch to motorcycle mode? Lu Chen asked Luo Anfei. Her reply was concise, go ahead. Switch to motorcycle mode. Clank, clank, clank.
The sound of gears turning echoed continuously as the entire vehicle transformed in an instant.
Just like a Transformers robot.
Its exterior became a sleek black and red form, imposing and fierce, with flight thrusters at the rear. A circular electromagnetic force field materialized around it, cutting through the wind resistance.
Let's go. Lu Chen slammed the throttle, sending a rush of acceleration through his body as the rear rocket thrusters blasted out a long, dazzling trail of flame. 30 minutes later. Destination reached.
Having thoroughly enjoyed the ride, he deliberately slowed down, resulting in a longer journey than anticipated. The motorcycle plunged from the sky and landed on the ground. A sharp, elegant skid marked the end of the descent. Due to inertia, Luo Anfei collided unexpectedly with Lu Chen's back. Lu Chen instantly felt the sensation and pressure on his back as 2 soft mounds slammed into him. He could even distinctly feel the shapeshift as they flattened under the pressure.
Suddenly,
he also felt the air behind him turn icy cold, sensing the slightly unfriendly glare from the large ice block.
Lu Chen stammered awkwardly, mine. I got too excited.
At the same time, he was secretly startled. Who would have guessed? The big ice block was actually this large and so soft. Before them stood a magnificent, grand, and spectacular campus gate.
Lu Chen felt a chill run down his spine.
From the sky, the entire Star Realm Beastmaster Academy stretched out below, covering an area as large as Des City.
Lord Lu, you're finally here.
A voice rang out as Lu Chen saw Zhou Kai sprinting toward him with an excited look on his face. They had added each other as friends earlier since they were from the same village and often chatted. Zhou Kai had applied to a top-tier academy in the ancient capital. He claimed it was to get closer to Road God and soak up some divine aura, utterly cliché.
Is that your wife?
Zhou Kai blurted out instinctively. Instantly, his entire body shuddered. The air felt colder, and the hairs on his neck stood on end.
This is Luo Anfei.
Oh, the runner-up scholar of Jiangbei province never imagined she'd be this beautiful. Indeed, only someone like her is worthy of the gods.
What are you doing here? I arrived a couple days ago. Spent 2 days exploring the ancient capital. This place is a top-tier academy, you know.
He gestured around him. Like these folks, I came specifically to marvel at the awesomeness of a premier institution.
Of course, their main purpose is still related to you. About me? Yeah, they're curious whether you'd actually come to Xingyu Beastmaster Academy.
His face lit up with excitement. Some even took bets. I bet you'd come, and placed a hefty wager.
Lu Chen? So they're all here to gawk at the monkey, huh? Then why the hell did you yell my name so loud? Sure enough.
Suddenly, someone pointed at Lu Chen and shouted, "Look!
Lu Chen's here." Instantly, all eyes turned toward him.
Chapter 18, yours, all yours.
Come at me all at once. Countless eyes scrutinized him.
The scene grew noisy and chaotic, with whispers rising and falling.
Amidst the chatter, phrases like cheater, fake champion, he actually has the nerve to show up? Shameless bastard, he really dared to come? He's quite handsome, but how can he be so shameless? Mingled in. He even caught other voices, damn it.
That shameless cheater actually has a girlfriend and she's so beautiful.
Lu Chen? Luo Anfei?
At the new student registration desk, students from Xingyu Beastmaster Academy were also checking in all freshmen from third-tier cities. 2 days prior had been the registration day for students with level 1 city household registrations.
Yesterday was the registration day for students with second-tier city registrations.
Today was the registration day for students with third-tier city registrations. They frowned at Lu Chen, their gazes filled with disdain or contempt, even disgust. They had struggled to gain admission to this top-tier academy from third-tier cities.
Lu Chen had gotten in by cheating to them. It was nothing short of an insult. But that was the extent of it.
No one stepped forward to confront him, shouting, "You trash, you cheater. I'll teach you a lesson." After all, there was no deep-seated grudge.
Only a fool would openly provoke someone. This world wasn't all about fighting and killing. Who would go around making enemies for no reason? That's just plain stupid. Unless there was a stake in the matter. And among this crowd, there was one person whose interests clashed with Lu Chen's. Lu Chen, Luo Anfei. A figure strode toward Lu Chen and Luo Anfei with fierce momentum, brimming with rage. Li Xiuren, you think you have the right to shout at Lord Lu here? Zhou Kai immediately took offense. Get lost, you three-move loser. Li Xiuren was stocky, yet his features carried an unnatural softness, his ears framed by messy dreadlocks. Zhou Kai's opponent in the college entrance exam's practical test had been Li Xiuren. In just 3 rounds, his beast pet had beaten him into submission. From childhood onward, Li Xiuren had always been number 1. Even after awakening his talent as a beast master, his scores in the entrance exam remained unmatched. When he received his acceptance letter from Xingyu Beastmaster Academy, he had already assumed he would be the top scholar of Jiangbei Province, even opening a bottle of champagne in anticipation. Yet he ended up 3rd in Jiangbei Province and ranked 600th nationally. The 2 who surpassed him hailed from remote cities within Jiangbei Province. One ranked 1st nationally, the other 188th, both shattering Jiangbei Province's historical records. Li Xiuren glared at Lu Chen with intense hatred. You've been boycotted by every academy nationwide and expunged from every national ranking, and you actually have the nerve to show your face? He glanced at Luo Anfei again. Facing this goddess-like presence, he felt no infatuation at her flawless beauty. He declared, and you? Daz City is a city of cheaters. Lu Chen cheated, and your results, Luo Anfei, were also obtained through cheating. The top scholar of Jiangbei Province is me, you 2 despicable cheaters. One ranked 1st nationally, the other 188th. It's nothing short of a colossal joke. He glared at them intensely. Do you dare fight me? Let me see what this so-called number 1 and 188th in the nation are really made of. The onlookers all wore expressions of eager anticipation. Fun times ahead. Luo Anfei ignored him completely. As the esteemed goddess Luo, why would she care about mere ants? Yet in her previous life, this Li Xiuren was indeed the top scholar of Jiangbei Province. Too bad he crossed paths with me this time around. He shot a glance at Lu Chen. Oh, and this guy who got lucky. Lu Chen shrugged. No way. I concede. Yours, the top scholar title is yours. Poof. A cheating good for nothing. At least you know your place. Li Xiuren snorted coldly and walked away, satisfied. God of roads, you. Zhou Kai felt a pang of discomfort. He knew just how formidable Lu Chen was. Beating Li Xiuren was like beating his own son. What's the point? It's pointless. Why fight? Just to be gawked at like a monkey? That's a classic self-incrimination trap. He says I'm not the best in the country, then demands I prove it? So tomorrow if you say I'm small, should I drop my pants to scare the crap out of you? Zhou Kai suddenly understood. The god truly lived up to his name. He got it. Hearing this, Luo Anfei felt a rare spark of admiration. His temperament was commendable, though his language was a bit crude. Little did she know, Lu Chen ignored him mainly because he hadn't triggered a system quest. Why fight for no reward? That'd be pointless. If a system quest had popped up, telling him to go bully kids at kindergarten or old folks at a nursing home, he'd be off in a flash. Bidding farewell to Zhou Kai, the 2 entered the school gates. After passing through the main gate, they first traversed a straight avenue wide enough for 8 horses to gallop side by side, lined with exotic flowers and trees on both sides. Only upon reaching the end of this avenue did they truly enter the academy grounds. The end? The clamor could be heard from afar. Boom! An explosion echoes ahead, drawing a crowd. In the open space, 2 beast masters were engaged in a beast pet battle. Lu Chen recognized one of them, Li Xiuren. His beast companion was a poison-spiked swamp frog, a tall, upright toad with 4 webbed feet dyed an unhealthy deep purple, as if poisoned. His opponent was an earth golem. Upper awakening tier versus upper awakening tier. Both were of equal rank. Seconds later, the clay golem immobilized the poison-spiked marsh frog's legs with sticky clay, then opened its mouth to spew a mud bomb. Boom! 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 The poison-spiked swamp frog was instantly blown away, suffering severe injuries. Li Xiuren's expression darkened. Frog. Lu Chen had expected a back-and-forth battle. But unexpectedly, within just over 10 seconds, Li Xiuren lost. The match wasn't even on the same level. It was like 2 fighters of equal weight, one an ordinary person, the other a martial arts champion, engaging in an unrestricted brawl. The former would be instantly defeated by the latter. This is the level of the provincial top scholar? None of you can beat me right now. I'm just a mere 300th ranked student in the ancient capital's college entrance exam. The Earth Golem's Beastmaster sneered arrogantly, a bunch of trash, a bunch of bumpkins. What gives these nobodies the right to attend our Beastmaster Academy? A bunch of people who only awakened their beast taming talents 40 days ago and rushed into the college entrance exam. What gives you the right to attend the same academy as us? We spent millions to learn our beast taming potential early, studying beast taming techniques in combat since middle school. 6 years of grueling training and you think 40 days will surpass us? Your provincial rankings from backwater cities? Your so-called top students would get their asses kicked in our ancient capital. Second-tier cities are barely acceptable. Third-tier cities shouldn't be admitted to the academy at all. Especially you Jiangbei province, right? Useless. Can't even withstand one strike from my beast pet. It's because of your Jiangbei province that we're mocked by academies nationwide. How did you even trick our academy into admitting a third-tier small city kid as the national top-ranked student? He folded his arms. Take your pick from the 5 of us. Beat us, and you can come. The group from the remote province gritted their teeth in fury. Being cornered at the entrance and slaughtered like this was nothing short of humiliation. Simultaneously, they were stunned by the sheer gap between themselves and students from Tier 1 cities. The command of pet battles, the seamless chaining of skills, it was a world apart. Even the top-ranked students among them, those who had dominated the national college entrance exam, were crushed without mercy. The 5 blockers were all native students from the ancient capital. Luo Anfei's expression remained unchanged as she strode straight inside. Suddenly, one of them's eyes lit up. What a gorgeous beauty! Never expected to find such a beauty in a third-tier city. Be my girlfriend, and I'll let you in. Tonight, let me. Before he could finish, a flash of white vanished in an instant. The man's mouth froze solid, encased in thick ice. The earth golem yearned to avenge its master, yet it dared not move. For all around it, sharp ice spears were aimed directly at its body. Any movement would instantly turn it into a sieve. Chen stared at the drastically transformed ice crystal fox. Trait, Frost Mastery. Holy crap, the ice crystal fox has traits too? This big ice chunk is pretty fierce. Could it really have some ridiculously lucky cheat code? It was only through the system that Tian gained his trait. Without it, he wouldn't even know what traits were. Ding! Triggered quest, defeat the blocking foe. Leave it to me. Chen raised an eyebrow. Any opportunity for profit? Not jumping on it would make you a fool. He stepped forward, eyeing the 5 opponents across from him. I'm in a hurry. You can all come at once. The man whose mouth had just been frozen shut finally cracked the ice. Furious and humiliated, he glared at Luo Anfei. Don't get cocky. I was just careless earlier. Earth Golem, Sludge Bomb. The Earth Golem puffed out its cheeks, preparing to unleash a mud bomb at the ice crystal fox. Chen said indifferently, didn't I say your opponent is me? The words fell. The Earth Golem's body flew backward. A powerful, otherworldly monkey's 5 fingers clamped down on its face. The fingers clamped down, distorting the puppet's face. Its puffed-out cheeks were pressed back in, leaving it flushed crimson with the effort. The Earth Golem struggled to break free, only to find its opponent unmovable no matter how hard it strained. A tremendous force sent it tumbling. Thud! The ground shook. The back of the clay puppet's head slammed into the ground, shattering the surface instantly. Its body lay on the ground, its head driven into the earth by Tian. It fell silent instantly, its fighting ability gone. It wasn't dead, nearly knocked unconscious beast pets possessed tenacious vitality. Even near-death situations were no problem. The medical department at Xingyu Beastmaster Academy was exceptionally skilled. The scene fell deathly silent. Though the description seemed lengthy, it all happened in the blink of an eye. The new student from the remote province stared at the unconscious Earth Golem, his mind reeling. The Earth Golem they couldn't defeat together had been defeated in an instant? By Luo Chen, whom they believed had only gained admission to Xingyu Academy through cheating? Luo Anfei's cherry red lips parted slightly. Who could tell her why his little monkey's appearance had changed again? It wasn't time for revolution yet. There was only one possibility: he had integrated a trait artifact. The trait, known as a minor evolution, caused noticeable physical changes. She stared blankly. She'd gone to great lengths, relying on memories from her past life, to snag a characteristic secret treasure at a bargain. What gives him the right? Chapter 19, Countering Waves? Since ancient times, the right side loses when countering waves. Earth Golem. The Earth Puppet's Beastmaster finally snapped out of it. The other 4 blocking the door snapped out of their daze, roaring in fury, "You have some nerve." Simultaneously, they berated the Earth Puppet's Beastmaster. What the hell was that? Getting beaten by some third-rate city trash? He had just retracted the Earth Golem into his Beastmaster's space, his face flushed crimson as he stammered, "I was targeting that beauty's beast companion." Who knew this brat's beast would suddenly charge out? As if finding an excuse for his defeat, he emphasized, "Yes. That brat violated martial ethics, he ambushed me." Then step aside. Watch how we teach him a lesson. Come forth, fire-feather sparrow. Come forth, carnivorous flower. Come forth, water-spouting turtle. Come forth, thunder beast. The 4 summoned their pets, glaring malevolently at Chen. "Kid, you like sneaking attacks without honor, huh? Pick one." They eyed the iron monkey's handsome appearance with a cold snort. The monkey did look rather dashing, somewhat like a variant of the little rock monkey. So what if it was handsome? Bloodline potential was what truly mattered. "I said you all come at once," Chen murmured.
A Tier 1 city truly lived up to its name. All 4 pets were lower supernatural tier beings. But what was there to fear?
Ha! You think you're worthy of us all attacking together?
The bespectacled one sneered.
Fire feather sparrow, fire feather arrow.
The fire feather sparrow flapped its wings, sending a flaming feather hurtling toward Chi Tian like a razor-sharp blade.
A class skill? That's an intermediate level skill. Is this fire feather sparrow a transcendent tier pet?
The 3rd tier city student beside him gasped, staring at the 4 beast pets across the field.
Could all these pets be transcendent tier? Was the earth golem they challenged earlier the weakest among them?
Their sense of self crumbled.
Could they really not even defeat the weakest opponent in a Tier 1 city?
Monkey, where's the monkey? The bespectacled guy exclaimed in surprise. The attack missed. The fire feather arrow stuck into the ground, but the monkey was nowhere to be seen.
Fire feather sparrow was also searching for the opponent's figure. Behind you! Behind you! Behind you! It heard its master's frantic voice. It flapped its wings frantically, dodging sideways.
A fiery fist streaked past its body.
Boom!
Chi Tian missed his target, slamming his fist into the ground and leaving a small crater.
What the hell kind of speed and power is this?
Glasses guy's eyes widened in shock, yet he also felt relieved that the fire feather sparrow had dodged.
Suddenly,
the fire feather sparrow, which had been soaring through the sky, landed on the ground, uttering a pained cry. Its right wing was scorched bare, feathers completely charred away. The exposed flesh resembled a chicken wing, emitting a distinct aroma of roasted meat.
What kind of flame is this? Glasses guy was stunned.
Fire feather sparrow was also a fire-type Pokemon with fire resistance, yet a mere graze from the opponent's flames nearly roasted him alive. A chill ran down his spine. Retreating thoughts surfaced, but he forced himself to maintain his composure.
Poof. Since you insist we attack together, so be it. We'll charge in as you wish.
Whispering to his companion behind him, he added, that guy's tricky.
Don't mess this up. The group exchanged glances before simultaneously commanding their beasts to attack.
Fire feather sparrow, spark.
Carnivorous flower, spore blast. Water turtle, rapid current. Thunder beast, arc.
The carnivorous flower was a grass-type beast pet with a ferocious, gaping maw. Vine-like branches sprouted from its body, burrowing into the ground to anchor itself.
It whipped its stems and leaves, sending countless fine spores and pollen drifting toward Chi Tian.
Fire feather sparrow's sparks followed closely behind. Both arrived before Chi Tian simultaneously, colliding as the sparks met the pollen. Instantly, a violent explosion erupted.
Boom!
A small mushroom cloud shot skyward, filling the air with thick, acrid smoke.
Fire plus dust equals dust explosion.
Squirting turtle opened its mouth, unleashing a powerful jet of water. The intermediate water-type move, rapid flow.
Immediately following was Reiku's electric arc. Water conducts electricity, and the arc merged into the rapid flow. Threads of electricity danced along the surface of the entire water column.
The electrified water column slammed into the dust cloud, exploding upon impact. The intense heat from the water and explosion vaporized the moisture, leaving a haze of smoke and dust hanging over the area.
This spectacle left Li Shorin and the other students from the 3rd-tier city utterly dumbfounded. Skills, could they actually be combined like this?
They were all stunned, experiencing for the first time the stark, unbridgeable gap between them, truly like a chasm. Despair whispered through their lips, no beast companion could possibly withstand this.
Lu Chen raised an eyebrow.
No wonder they'd been practicing combat since middle school. This was a world apart from the opponents they faced during the college entrance exams. Both sides could exploit the unique properties of their skills to execute skill combos, achieving a synergistic effect where 1 + 1 greater than 2.
Gazing at the smoke-shrouded battlefield, the 4 of them smirked smugly, their voices dripping with mockery. Is this the best a small-town kid can do? His combat experience is pathetic. He didn't even command his beast pet to dodge. He just stood there like a fool and took our full power skills head-on. Could it be they didn't need to dodge?
Hearing this, the 4 burst into laughter, slapping their thighs until they were doubled over.
Ever heard of the smoke without injury principle?
The bespectacled man was about to sneer, but his smile froze on his lips as if his throat had been clamped shut.
From the dust, a handsome ape emerged. Chi Tian brushed imaginary dust off his hairless shoulder, snorting derisively. The laughter abruptly ceased. Staring at the unscathed Chi Tian, they gasped in disbelief. How is that possible?
Their combined skill, even a top-tier supernatural tier beast pet specializing in defense, would have been brought to its knees by a direct hit. Nearby, the newcomers from the 3rd-tier city who had been certain of defeat stared wide-eyed. Facing a mid-tier combo skill unleashed by 4 supernatural tier beast pets, he remained completely unscathed.
Was this a monster? I get it now.
Your beast pet must have learned the dig hole skill, which is why it dodged the attack.
Man-eating flower, root spread.
The ground beneath the rock-hating monkey cracked open, 2 vines snapping around Chi Tian's ankles.
Let's see how you use dig now. Thunder beast, arc flash. Fire feather sparrow, flame jet. Carnivorous plant, leaf blade. Squirting turtle, rapid water flow.
This time, they all unleashed projectile-type energy attacks.
Countering waves? Have you heard of the law?
Since ancient times, the right side loses in wave counters.
Lu Chen commanded, Shi Tian, will use flamethrower too. The rock-hating monkey opened its mouth and unleashed a flame spray. Holy crap, it's huge. So thick, someone nearby gasped. The rock ape's flame jet spans several meters in diameter.
The air grew scorching, waves of heat surged, and everyone's hair began to curl slightly. Compared to this, the fire feather sparrow's flame projection seemed thin and short. The fire feather sparrow's tamer's face went blank. What level of elemental mastery was this? He snapped back to reality. So what if your elemental mastery is strong? You only have one flame attack. We have 4 energy assaults.
Oh? Is that so?
Suddenly, the yen rock monkey's pillar of fire split into 4 streams like a stream of urine. Each one met its target energy attack head-on.
Boom! Annihilated.
Their energy attacks melted away upon contact with the flame jets. Even the swift water currents of the water-type pet were no exception. The 4 fiery beams, their destructive force undiminished, slammed into the 4 beast pets.
Shrieks of agony filled the air.
The 4 beast pets were blasted backward, crashing to the ground. Their eyes rolled wildly as they lost consciousness.
Can I come over now? A student from a tier 1 city, and that's all you've got? Starting to learn beast taming knowledge in middle school? That's all you've got. A long moment passed, then another long moment.
The newcomers from the tier 3 city finally snapped out of their daze, staring in stunned silence at Lu Chen's receding figure. Their hearts were churning with shock.
1v4? No, 1v5. He effortlessly defeated opponents who should have crushed them. Someone stared blankly at Li Xiaoran and stammered, "You're kinda brave." You actually pointed your finger at him and cursed.
Li Xiaoran's Adam's apple spasmed. He swallowed hard, opened his mouth, but no words came out.
Ranked first in the national college entrance exams, that could be questioned. But, the top scholar of Jianbei province, the strongest among newcomers outside tier 1 cities? That was beyond doubt.
Who is he? The bespectacled group gasped in horror.
How could a 3rd-tier city produce such a monster?
Their scalps prickled with dread. Moreover, his beast companion wasn't some pampered, battle-inexperienced flower like the ones these country bumpkins had before them. That was a monkey one that had undoubtedly been through life and death battles.
He's Lu Chen.
Li Xiaoran and the others uttered these words, causing the bespectacled man and his crew to gap open their mouths wide enough to fit a fist inside, their pupils dilating.
This was Lu Chen, the one expelled from every academy nationwide for cheating on the college entrance exam? Chapter 20, Reuniting with Su Meyer, 2 deputy lords. Luo Anfei's gaze grew solemn.
Perception, beginner, proficient, mastery, perfection, true meaning, origin.
These represent the tiers of elemental mastery.
They represent the degree of mastery over a specific elemental force. Most awakened stage beast companions possess perception level elemental mastery.
Most at the Transcendent tier are at the beginner level.
Those who reach proficiency at the Transcendent tier are the elite among their respective schools. Lu Chen's rock-hating monkey possesses an elemental mastery level of expert.
Moreover, its mastery of the flame breath skill was exceptionally high, executed with effortless precision.
She was a bit stunned.
Acquiring a trait artifact? That was pure luck. Mastery level elemental control. And the skill proficiency? That was just absurd.
There were no shortcuts to mastering either of these. Even with the Ice Crystal Fox's guidance, she'd only just begun to grasp mastery level elemental control.
Could it be due to the lower tier sovereign bloodline of the rock-averse monkey? That makes sense.
A cub of the sovereign lineage growing slightly faster than the Ice Crystal Fox of the High Overlord lineage is only natural. She exhaled a deep breath, her gaze turning serious.
I underestimated him a bit.
I never imagined that my rebirth would lead him down a completely different path.
Lu Chen now stands among the ranks of geniuses. But so what?
Genius is merely the threshold to my doorstep. Demonic prodigies exist to be crushed beneath my feet. In another day or two, under the subtle influence of my innate talent, the Ice Crystal Fox's bloodline will advance to that of a sovereign-grade beast companion. After that, once I successfully condense my spiritual essence and harness the Ice Phoenix's essence to unlock the true potential of my talent, I can begin evolving the Ice Crystal Fox's bloodline toward that of a phoenix.
How could he possibly surpass me? One's luck can't last forever. Luo Anfei nodded with self-assured pride.
This time, Lu Chen had indeed put a little pressure on her.
But just a tiny bit. I can surpass him any time.
Next time we compare, I'll have him completely under my thumb.
The advantage is mine. Watching Luo Anfei, silent and her gaze slightly unfocused.
Lu Chen knew exactly what was going on. She'd been stunned by his little monkey again.
He thought to himself. Big Ice Block, I admit your strength is formidable.
Even the trait secret treasure that I could only obtain through the system, you somehow managed to acquire from who knows where.
Too bad. You've run into a cheat like me. Genius?
In front of a cheat, you're just a piece of. Welcome to Xingyu Beastmaster Academy.
I'm your orientation mentor.
The voice was gentle and pleasant. The voice preceded her arrival, a familiar sound drifting through the air. Sunmmary approached with light steps and a smile, dressed in a white blouse paired with a black skirt. Her black stockings extended past her knees, rising upward into the mysterious realm beyond, accentuating her slender, graceful legs. The form-fitting white shirt perfectly outlined her figure, revealing an E-cup. So beautiful. Li Xiaoren and the other freshmen from third-tier cities who had caught up watched Sunmmary, whose gentle demeanor and beauty rivaled even Luo Anfei's. Their hearts pounded wildly. Luo Anfei was beautiful, yes, but too aloof. This senior before them was different. She perfectly embodied their ideal partner, passionate, gentle, and intelligent, radiating immense charm in every gesture. Even some of the female students among them couldn't help but glance at her a few extra times. This senior sister was a heartbreaker for both men and women. "Welcome, Luo Anfei," she greeted with a warm smile. Luo Anfei nodded, her expression unreadable. She'd never heard of this Sunmmary in her past life. She wasn't worth paying attention to. Sunmmary fluttered her eyelashes at Lu Chen. "Finally, we meet again, Lu Chen." Luo Anfei, who had just withdrawn her gaze, looked over again. These two knew each other? For some reason, an inexplicable feeling stirred within her, though she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Perhaps they're just tired from the long journey, she mused to herself. Li Xiaoren and the others watched Sunmmary chatting and laughing with Lu Chen and Luo Anfei up ahead, convinced she was truly smitten. What a gentle senior! They eagerly anticipated that this senior would soon come over and speak to them in that same gentle voice. "She's looking over here. The beautiful senior is looking over here." One of them even smugly adjusted his hairstyle, ready to greet the beautiful senior. But the smile that had graced her face a second ago vanished instantly as she turned toward them. Her expression turned blank, even impatient. "Why are you so slow? Hurry up and catch up." Snap! They could almost hear their hearts shatter. Looking up again, the beautiful senior was now smiling gently, continuously introducing Lu Chen and Luo Anfei to the school's buildings and facilities. Tears welled up in their hearts. So smiles can vanish, right? Sunmmary led Lu Chen deeper inside. Along the way, she described their current location. Xingyu Beastmaster University covered an area comparable to a small city, divided into distinct zones. Their current location was the freshman district. It was jokingly referred to as the preschool education zone. This left Lu Chen utterly dumbfounded. Preschool education? This is supposed to be a university, right? If this is the preschool education zone, then I might as well be in kindergarten. Your spiritual essence hasn't even coalesced yet. For the entire Beastmaster system, what else could this be but preschool education? Sunmmary blinked her eyes and said so. Awakening Beastmaster talent in senior year and contracting a beast pet merely signifies your potential to become a Beastmaster. It doesn't mean you've truly stepped through the door of beast taming. The reason the Beastmaster's space accelerates pet growth is precisely because of spiritual essence. Accelerating pet growth, healing injuries, and restoring spirit all consume the Beastmaster's spiritual essence. A Beastmaster who hasn't condensed their spiritual essence can only house pets up to the supernatural tier in their Beastmaster space. Without condensed spiritual essence, the pet's level remains at the awakening stage, a petmaster with no level. Without condensed spiritual essence, the pet's level is supernatural tier, a 1-star Beastmaster. Both of the above fall under the category of amateur Beastmasters. They are not professional Beastmasters. Upon condensing spiritual essence, a Beastmaster gains their own transcendent power, spiritual essence power. A 2-star Beastmaster's spirit essence is white, and their beast pet reaches the elite tier. 3-star Beastmasters possess crimson spiritual energy, with their beasts reaching the rebirth tier. 4-star Beastmasters possess green spiritual energy, with their pets reaching the commander tier. Oh, and you're in for a lot of trouble ahead. The academy took a risk admitting you, which has made them the laughingstock of the city. Students from Tier 1 cities are naturally arrogant and look down on those from remote cities. And you're supposedly ranked number 1 nationwide. 2nd and 3rd tier cities get bonus points on the college entrance exam, so their rankings are inflated. 1st tier city candidates are arrogant. They were certain you wouldn't dare come. Now that you're here, countless people will likely want to fight you. She paused before adding, and after you trended online, the entire academy pushed against admitting you. It was Deputy Head Qin Yanran who exercised her authority to override the decision and admit you. The head of the academy hasn't been on campus for 3 years. The academy is fully managed by 2 deputy heads. Qin Yanran is only one of them. The other deputy headmaster is Zhang Qiliang. Both are strong contenders for the next head of the academy. The rivalry between them is intense. Sunmmary shrugged. So you get it, right? The other side will keep pushing you down, fanning the flames, and escalating your conflicts with students from Tier 1 cities. Their ultimate goal is to drive you out of the academy to strike against Deputy Head Qin. Lu Chen understood. This meant he'd already been branded with the label of Deputy Head Qin. Deputy Head Zhang suppressing him was equivalent to suppressing a political rival. Crush him, and it was like crushing Deputy Head Qin Yanran herself. As long as his abilities fell short, they could use it as ammunition to smear her. Lu Chen felt a headache coming on. Trouble was the last thing he needed.
Unless it could trigger a quest. But why did Vice Principal Chen push through the pressure to admit me?
Because I let her. Sunmmary tilted her head, practically begging for praise.
Holy crap? Rich lady, I'm hungry. One surname Chen, one surname Su. Could they be from a divorced family? After collecting the new student handbook and dorm keys, they handed their luggage to the university staff. They'll help move the luggage to the dorms. Soon. Led by Sunmmary. They arrived at an enormous building.
A dome crowned the structure, while below lay a square plaza. The entrance plaza was paved with blue stone, and the pillars at the doorway required 10 people to encircle them.
Numerous students were coming and going.
These were the students enrolled the day before yesterday and yesterday, holding first-tier and second-tier city household registrations.
Go ahead and register. Chapter 21, Dominant Aura?
I'll just suck it dry.
Register at the entrance. Walked inside. A vast circular plaza came into view, encircled by countless iron gates that joined seamlessly to form a massive ring. Each iron door bore a glowing plaque.
Red lights indicated occupied, while green lights signaled vacant.
One person, one room. Chen randomly selected an iron door and entered. Cramped.
Barely wide enough for 3 people to walk side by side, the space beyond the door wasn't a room but a passageway.
A passageway enclosed by walls on all sides above, below, left, and right.
The passage stretched forward from beneath his feet, with markings on the floor indicating distances from 1m to 50m, apparently the total length of the tunnel. At the end, light filtered through the exit. Through the exit, he saw a statue as large as a small mountain, shaped like a white tiger, its body radiating an otherworldly celestial light. Over 12 meters in size, it was massive and powerful, every inch of muscle brimming with explosive strength. A pair of wings grew from its back, and even standing still, it seemed like an insurmountable mountain. Most of its body was shrouded in a thick, hazy mist.
Damn it!
It was merely a statue, yet every hair on Chen's body stood on end.
Roar!
A thunderous tiger's roar exploded beside his ears.
Suddenly, an overwhelming aura surged from the opposite end of the passageway.
In an instant, Chen felt himself standing within a peculiar field, saturated with mental pressure.
Is this the aura of an overlord? The defining trait of the overlord tier, the overlord's aura.
But, it feels, kind of,
nothing?
Students, under the mental pressure of the overlord's aura, absorb spiritual essence, compress spiritual essence, and condense spiritual essence.
The spiritual essence condensation technique is posted behind the door.
A mechanical prompt sounded through the passageway.
Ah, I see. Chen glanced at the method for condensing spiritual essence. It was quite simple.
Spiritual particles existed throughout the world, much like elements, and only beast masters could absorb them. Beast masters draw in external spiritual particles, using their mental energy as a grinding wheel and their beast taming space as a filter. They incorporate these particles into their bodies to condense spiritual essence. When a beast master possesses a beast master's space, they inherently carry colorless spiritual essence, though it's extremely difficult to perceive and scattered deep within the body. First, one must sense this colorless spiritual essence within the body, gather it together, and induce a qualitative change. By harnessing the aura of a dominant presence, one can perceive spiritual essence. Then, following the method of spiritual essence condensation, they begin absorbing external spiritual essence. This stage is also known as visualization. When all spiritual essence transforms from colorless to white, success is achieved. He felt somewhat disdainful. This was far too crude. It was nothing compared to his own primordial sovereign spirit essence. The spiritual essence he absorbed wasn't external spiritual particles. It came from the stellar spiritual particles of the primordial space. Oh, so my primordial sovereign spiritual essence is God tier? Well, that settles it. Though condensing spiritual essence does consume mental energy. Each day in the primordial space, he could only draw starlight for a maximum of 10 minutes to condense spiritual essence. After each session, he felt utterly drained. As if he'd pulled all-nighters for several nights straight. At the end of the passageway, a transparent glass door opened. A wisp of mist flowed into the passageway. Inhaling the mist, Chen felt his spirit surge. His eyes lit up. Could this actually restore his spiritual energy? The further we go, the more of this spirit-restoring mist appears? The school is forcing students to adapt to pressure, pushing them to keep moving forward. He strode forward with purpose. He wondered how far he could reach within the tunnel. Half a minute later. Chen glanced back at the tunnel, then looked at the white tiger statue now within reach. He realized he had emerged from the tunnel. Scratching his head, he thought, wasn't it supposed to get more intense the deeper you went into the tunnel, the closer you got to the statue? But walking out hadn't changed anything. No, not unchanged. All the passages combined formed a massive ring, with the white tiger statue at its very center. He peered into the other passages. The enhanced vision granted by the divine eye allowed him to pierce through the mist. In the other passages, most people struggled to move forward, each step leaving them drenched in sweat, legs trembling. Very few had reached the middle section. They sat cross-legged, using the oppressive aura to suppress their minds and refine their spiritual essence.
So then, the effect of my primordial sovereign spiritual essence actually grants me immunity to this kind of mental domain aura? Pretty darn awesome. The mist here was so thick that tiny droplets of water condensed in the air. All the mist emanates from the mouth of the white tiger statue, as if it had swallowed dry ice. I hope my spiritual essence can condense successfully in one go. He sat cross-legged. The potent starlight essence was channeled into reality, using his mind as a grinding wheel and the beast taming space as a filter. His mental energy rapidly depleted. Yet as the mist from the outside world was drawn into his body, his spiritual energy instantly replenished. Gradually, a small vortex formed around him, continuously absorbing the surrounding mist. Time ticked by, second by second. Lu Chen's need to devour the mist grew ever greater. The vortex grew larger and larger, drawing the surrounding mist toward it relentlessly. Within the passageway, students began to look bewildered. Why is the spiritual mist diminishing? Those who started at the 1-5-meter stage. Then those at 6 to 15 meters. Then those at the 20-meter stage. Finally, everyone realized the mist had vanished entirely from the entire passageway. All the mist had gathered in the circular space around the white tiger statue and wasn't flowing in anymore. What the hell is going on? Damn it, I just got started. Is this a glitch? Such bewildered voices echoed continuously through each passageway. In one of the passages, Luo Anfei sat cross-legged at the 40-meter stage. She exhaled a breath of stale air. Truly, this was an academy. A single hour here equaled 7 days of progress elsewhere. One more day, and she could fully condense the Ice Phoenix's spirit essence. A flicker of suspicion crossed her eyes. But why was the spiritual mist growing thinner? Glancing toward the tunnel entrance, she suddenly noticed the spiritual mist in front of her tunnel had thinned slightly. Luo Anfei's eyes widened slightly. A faint, blurred figure could be discerned sitting cross-legged beneath the white tiger statue. Just as she strained to see clearly, the surrounding mist filled the void. The circular space around the white tiger statue was once again shrouded in mist. Must have been my eyes playing tricks. She herself could only reach 35 meters. How could anyone withstand the pressure and venture further? Lu Chen's eyes snapped open, stars flickering within their depths. His entire being radiated sharpness, his spirit outwardly manifest, an electric charge emanating from his hollow core. A profound transformation was occurring within him. Chapter 22, with mortal form, rival the divine. The ethereal, colorless essence of spirit. Completely transformed into pure white, dotted with twinkling starlight. A colossal surge of spiritual energy instantly spread throughout his limbs and bones, relentlessly washing over his body. Wherever it flowed, muscles, skin, and mental fortitude were strengthened. Both his physical constitution and inner essence underwent transformation. After coursing through his entire body, the spiritual energy finally converged. Transforming into a torrent of spiritual energy, it erupted with a thunderous boom. The sealed beast taming space was breached by his white spiritual energy. The spiritual energy condensed into a starlight-like passage, one end connecting to Lu Chen's soul, the other to the beast taming chamber. A celestial river hung inverted across the sky, scattering a shimmering starlight. The beast taming space underwent transformation. Both its strength and size were amplified. The beast taming space advanced. At the same time, the primordial space. The original divine ascension staircase. Previously, all steps except the first remained dim and lifeless. Each step represented a star domain. Now, the second step has also lit up, emitting a crimson starlight. It seems transforming white spiritual essence into crimson spiritual essence is the path to the next stage of advancement. Lu Chen glanced around. There was still plenty of spiritual mist left. He couldn't afford to waste any. To avoid detection, he retreated to the exit of his passageway. Crimson starlight coalesced, drifting toward him and drawing him into reality. Several minutes later, Lu Chen felt mentally drained. Absorbing the crimson starlight essence drained his mental energy several times more than before. The essence itself remained unchanged, but the mist had been completely drained by him. The spiritual mist held little significance for him now. How did the mist vanish completely? What the hell? Why did the mist vanish in an instant? He heard voices echoing from other passages. I'm outta here. As the one who started it all, he quickly made his escape. Soon, old Chen, the security guard and supervisor, heard the commotion inside and came to investigate. He scratched his head. I distinctly remember just adding more ethereal essence. How could it run out so fast today? Freshman dormitory area. To my surprise, my dorm turned out to be a standalone villa with a courtyard at the entrance. An open-concept living room. Just back in the dorm, Lu Chen heard Qi Tian calling him from within the beast taming space. Summoning him forth. Jigu. Its face showed some urgency as it frantically pointed to its chest. An egg? The beast taming egg his mother had left him. This thing was truly wondrous, able to be stored within the beast taming space. It was no longer a lump of stone. Instead, it had transformed into a smooth, pure white sphere. Mysterious egg. Description: originating from the super ancient era, this creature's egg fossilized due to a cataclysmic cosmic upheaval.
It absorbed the stellar energy of a high-tier being and, through its own power, achieved the impossible, transforming death into life. However, as it fossilized before the embryo could fully form, its growth halted, leaving it lacking in primordial energy. It requires consuming taboo energies to hatch. The divine eye displayed the relevant information. Lu Chen also noticed that after condensing white spiritual essence, the divine eye's investigative capabilities had strengthened. The information it uncovered had become far more detailed. Absorb sufficient stellar spiritual essence and, through one's own power, transform death into life? This was a lot to process. And it actually required absorbing taboo-related power to hatch? Taboos are always tied to dark gods. This is so bizarre. Could it possibly be a demon god's offspring? You mean this thing moves? Qi Tian nodded like a chick pecking at grain. This was terrifying. His beast taming space had just upgraded, and he'd been sleeping peacefully inside. The moment it opened its eyes, an egg was wriggling right before its face. Startled, it punched the thing. Lu Chen instructed Qi Tian to place the egg on the ground. He touched the mysterious egg. Suddenly, it squirmed on the ground a couple of times, as if enjoying Lu Chen's touch, then leaped straight into his arms. It kept rubbing against his cheek. It was just like a little dog. He even wondered if the beast pet inside might be a dog-type creature? A suspected demon god hybrid plus canine type. Could it be a hellhound? But that couldn't be right. He recalled that in reality, the hellhound was an abyssal creature, the ultimate evolution of the netherhound. Lu Chen flipped his hand, and a drop of crimson blood, enveloped in spiritual energy, appeared in his palm. Earlier, in the abyssal realm, he had destroyed that bizarre eyeball. That single drop of blood appeared in the primordial space. Instantly, a yearning emotion emanated from the mysterious egg. Eat! The blood droplet fell onto its shell, instantly forming a miniature vortex like a black hole that swallowed it whole. Clunk! The mysterious egg tilted its head and collapsed onto the ground. Youth is wonderful. Eat your fill and fall asleep. Grow up quickly. Setting it aside, he eagerly anticipated what might hatch from it. Now that he had condensed white spiritual energy and advanced his beast taming space, he could contract a second beast pet. All he needed was for this mysterious egg to hatch. Lu Chen began browsing the school forum according to the new student handbook. It also contained answers to various questions. Half an hour later. Inside the villa. A piercing whistling sound split the air, compressing and shattering the atmosphere. A small whirlwind erupted indoors. Lu Chen took a deep breath and retracted his fist, his muscles beneath the skin as solid as steel bars. Even a former world boxing champion from his past life wouldn't stand a chance against a single punch from him. No wonder they say those who haven't condensed their spirit essence aren't true professional beast tamers, they're merely amateurs. The difference between the two is like heaven and earth. Not to mention, this is merely a byproduct of condensing spiritual essence. The reason spiritual essence is so crucial is that once condensed, different levels of it unlock distinct abilities. Beast Master skills. Solidify. You may select one of your beast companion's skills to solidify. Beast Masters can use spiritual energy to activate the skill, enabling them to unleash it as well. Beast Masters are never a weak profession. They possess formidable abilities of their own, otherwise, they would have been decapitated long ago when facing ferocious beasts and monstrous creatures. But Lu Chen discovered his Beast Master skill was different. It wasn't fixed. Instead, it was freeloading. He could freely summon his beast companion's abilities, as long as his spiritual energy could withstand the expenditure. Flame Fist. Lu Chen extended his hand, and with a boom, a ball of flame enveloped his fist. He felt no heat himself. He could even rest his other hand on it without harm. Rock Spike. The flames vanished, and a sharp rock spike materialized in the palm of his hand. Under my cultivation, my beast companions can all grow to mythical existence. Then, wouldn't I, as a mere mortal, stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods? No, I should be the ruler of all gods. He clenched his fist fiercely, igniting a cluster of flames in his palm before extinguishing them. As if he had seized the very authority of the gods. Like a child who'd just received a new toy. Lu Chen only stopped when his spiritual energy was completely depleted, yet he still felt unsatisfied. He collapsed onto the sofa. Oh right, I still haven't claimed the system reward. Today's reward for defeating the roadblocker. System, claim the reward. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained one intermediate mystery box. He pursed his lips. A mid-tier blind box? That's kinda lame. Seems the rewards are based on mission difficulty after all. Open the blind box. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an elemental enhancement crystal, can raise elemental levels below mastery by 1 tier. Better than nothing, I guess. Name, Rock-Hating Monkey. Rank upper Transcendent tier. Attributes Rock, Fire. Traits, Yang Yen Nu. Bloodline mid-tier sovereign species Zhuyan bloodline fusion progress, 56%. Bloodline talents morphic shift, diamond hard. Elemental mastery level fire proficiency 50%, rock proficiency 80%. Skills, Flamethrower Intermediate, 1% Mastery, Rock Spike Intermediate, 85% Proficiency, Fireball Cannon Intermediate, 50% Proficiency, Flame Vortex Advanced, 98% Beginner's Insight, Pyroblast 40% Beginner's Insight. Evolution Sequence. The basic skill panel no longer displays. That doesn't even count as a skill. After all, they're merely imbuing elements onto his body. The current Chi Tian now effortlessly surpasses basic skills with every move. Ha! Lu Chen noticed the percentage figures next to Elemental Mastery Level and Skills. Thanks to the Divine, I could now probe information with greater precision and comprehensiveness. This was good news. Skills also had proficiency levels, something he just learned on the campus forum. They were categorized as Beginner's Level, Minor Achievement, Major Achievement, Perfection, Transcendence. Take Flame Breath at Beginner's Level, for instance. The skill's wind-up time is somewhat lengthy, and the flames lack solidity, causing energy to dissipate during the blast. Flame Breath at Mastery. Chi Tian could cast it instantly and shape the skill's form. For instance, he can split the flame column mid-air to strike multiple targets. The Villa's Training Area. There are training devices for beast pets. Chi Tian is training intensely, striving to make his innate talent, Invincible Vigor, even more formidable. He clangs away with dumbbells, hammering his physique into shape. The Beastmaster is constantly pushing its limits. It felt that if it didn't push itself, it wouldn't feel secure holding such power. Chi Tian. Ha! He set down the dumbbells and looked at the Beastmaster with confusion. I'll boost your rock elemental control level. The Beastmaster's warm, large hand gently stroked its forehead. In an instant, it felt the rock energy within its body surge with renewed vitality, its understanding of the rock element deepening by the moment. Stronger, even stronger. Sigma Sigma. Its expression hardened with resolve. Today, extra training until dawn. Otherwise, this power feels too precarious. Watching Chi Tian silently add more weights to himself, Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction. His skill proficiency was rising so rapidly. Beyond Chi Tian's Zhu Yan bloodline bonus, it was mostly down to his sheer dedication. He's become a total study machine. Every day during his rest periods in the beast taming space, he pondered how to make his skills flow more smoothly. The phone rang. It was his aunt, Lu Yuron, calling. Due to work requirements, she wasn't allowed to bring her phone into the workplace during business hours. Is this the end of her business trip? He answered. But her words made his face turn pale. Help me. Chapter 23, Ruins and Sites, Preparing Evolution Materials. Hearing the desperate cry for help, Lu Chen's expression darkened, his eyes brimming with terrifying killing intent. Spiritual energy surged from his body, causing his robes and hair to flutter without wind. In his previous life as an orphan, this lifetime, he had finally experienced the warmth of family. Family was his Achilles heel. Help me. My nephew isn't just the top scholar of Jianbei province, he's the national top scholar. Only Xingyu Beastmaster Academy has the foresight to recognize my nephew's brilliance. Those other schools are nothing but a bunch of second-rate institutions. How dare they unilaterally revoke your results? My dear nephew, should fortune smile upon us, never forget your roots. The boiling murderous intent vanished without a trace. Of course, with the magic mirror doll around, what could possibly go wrong? Lu Chen rolled his eyes wildly. Could you please stop gasping for breath when you speak? Hearing you yell help had me ready to call grandma to start the feast. On the other end, she snarled, claws out, you little brat just wants to feast at your auntie's banquet every day, huh? You'd love to see me dead, wouldn't you? Don't think being top scholar makes you special. You think I won't call my bestie over to beat you senseless? Girlfriend? That friend you made back in the archaeology department at that liberal arts college? Lu Yuron had previously studied archaeology at a regular university. She had made a very good friend there. Given her sharp-tongued nature, she had praised this friend many times in front of Lu Chen, which meant this bestie was truly exceptional. Even her current job was arranged by that bestie, a solid position at an ancient site preservation company under the Beastmaster Association. In other words, it's archaeology. As the two worlds merged and Blue Star's territory expanded, ancient ruins from the other world began appearing in certain locations. Excavating them would aid in studying that world's history. Her best friend must come from a well-connected family, though she lacks any beast-taming talent, just an ordinary person. Otherwise, she wouldn't be studying archaeology alongside Lu Yuron at a regular university. Right. Is she pretty? Bright enough to blind your dog eyes. She rivals your childhood sweetheart in looks and even outshines her in aura. If she can compare to that Ice Queen, she must be stunning. Then bring her on. A mere mortal? I'm not scared. She'll be my chief wife the moment she steps in. Tied up and beaten 100 times a day. Damn it, just you wait. I'll send her the chat screenshots right now. The two chatted for a while. She had just finished her business trip and was now on her way back to Des City. Mostly he listened as she ranted about how exhausting the job was. She felt like a beast of burden, dealing with piles of broken stones at some ancient ruins. At the end of her rant,
She said, "Oh, and the magic mirror doll is gone. It told me it came to find you. It came on its own? I don't know. After I finished work, it told me something and then left. It shouldn't be a big deal, after all, the magic mirror doll is a dominator tier being. Besides, he wanted to ask it about his mother and the mysterious egg anyway. As the mother's beast companion, it should know more, right? Alright, I'm home. Dead tired. Gonna shower and hit the sack." After some small talk, the two ended the call. Usawa City. Lu Yorong returned home, covered in dust and grime. After spending a month in the ancient ruins, he reeked of earth. Moreover, that ancient site had been unearthed by a bunch of church fanatics who knew what they were up to in there. All sorts of filthy things had been disturbing their work. This ancient site had once been magnificent, but its entire tribe was annihilated when a forbidden kin descended. They had successfully sealed away the demonic kin. Alas, it was an ancient site, not an ancient ruin. There was little more to unearth. A ruin and a site, a single character difference, yet worlds apart. Ruins are ordinary archaeological sites devoid of supernatural power, where many things have weathered away over time. A relic, however, possesses supernatural power and is a type of special secret realm. Stepping into the bathroom, she shed her clothes. A slender, alluring figure emerged, its curves enough to make blood boil. Under the hot water's caress, skin glowed rosy and tender, a delicate pink. Her hair clung to her skin, dripping with moisture, while her luminous, delicate face remained veiled in the mist. But she didn't know, a pale crescent moon pattern flickered briefly on the collarbone behind her. Daz City, the shadowy sewers. Maddened screams echoed through the darkness. It will awaken from its slumber. Only one final step remains: flesh, screams, and wails will bring him pleasure. Xingyu Beastmaster Academy. Dormitory area. Lu Yorong was fine, and Lu Chen felt relieved. Yet he was plunged into new troubles. Having condensed white spiritual essence and advanced his Beastmaster's domain, he could now support his beast companion's evolution to the elite tier. To advance to the elite tier, 3 conditions must be met. 1. The elemental mastery level must reach expert tier. 2. The beast pet's racial bloodline potential must reach elite grade. 3. The beast pet's elemental energy must be accumulated to perfection. The first 2 conditions pose no challenge whatsoever for Qitian. He had met them long ago. The third condition, however, remains unmet, thus capping his power at the upper Transcendent tier. Fortunately, the third requirement was the easiest to resolve. Simply feeding the beast pet high energy food or potions would suffice. Lu Chen browsed the campus online store, which offered door-to-door delivery for items related to beast masters and their pets. Kong Rhino meat 1,000 yuan per pound. Mimi sheep milk 1,000 yuan per liter. Magma fruit 120,000 per piece. Firevine fruit 100,000 per piece. Fire spirit essence 200,000 yuan per 10 milliliters. Holy crap! Lu Chen stared in disbelief. No wonder these items weren't sold in Daz City. They were simply unaffordable. And these were just items suitable for the Transcendent tier. If the requirements were higher, wouldn't cultivating beast pets drive one bankrupt? After scanning the options, he finally settled on a nutrient supplement suitable for the rock-averse monkey. Universal Energy Nutrient. Accelerates pet growth, purifies and increases internal energy levels. Price, 10,000 credits per bottle. Can be purchased with credits. 10,000 credits equals 10 academic credits, and credit purchases receive an 80% discount. Meaning it only costs 8 credits. Checking my credits, the enrollment bonus grants each student 1,000 credits. This equates to the academy granting each incoming student 1 million yuan in free funds. That's incredibly generous. Speaking of which, it's infuriating. Due to doubts about his academic achievements, he faced nationwide opposition and accusations of fraud. Neither Jiangbei Province nor Daz City awarded him scholarships. It was only through the personal generosity of Principal Xia Haiqiang and Education Bureau Director Wang Hengze, who combined to give him 500,000 yuan. The scholarship he received for awakening SSS tier beast master talent? He slipped it under his grandmother's pillow before leaving. Money. Money. How much would it cost for Qitian to accumulate enough advancement energy? He had advanced to the elite tier. Now he must begin gathering evolution materials. His god tier beastmaster talent allowed his pets to embark on a mythic sequence evolution path. You can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. And the mythic evolution sequence also requires specific evolution materials. The evolution materials weren't specified as requiring any particular items. It only states, when a beast companion reaches the upper elite tier and consumes vast quantities of lightning attribute treasures, it will unlock a new bloodline advancement, triggering its evolution. Looks like the next bloodline he acquires will be thunder related. Damn it! A large quantity of lightning attribute treasures. The moment that word large quantity appeared, I knew Qitian's evolution wouldn't be cheap. I need to start accumulating lightning attribute materials systematically right now. No wonder they say beast pets are money pits. Need to find a way to make money. He continued browsing the campus forum. Cheater Lu Chen has enrolled at Xingyu Academy.
His smug face is utterly despicable, and at lunch he bragged that students from Tier 1 cities are all trash. A post marked with a flame icon caught his eye.
Lu Chen?
He clicked to read it, and sure enough, it was a hate-filled post vividly describing how arrogant he was, how he'd defeated the students blocking the door with a sneak attack. Damn it, the description read like some brainless villain straight out of a trashy novel. What with his nose in the air, looking down on everyone, strutting through the school gates proclaiming, the National College Entrance Exam Champion has arrived.
Men, get lost. Women, come over and grovel at my feet.
The post instantly shot to the top of the campus forum. Countless replies poured in, every student seething with righteous indignation. Many vowed to challenge Lu Chen, beating him up whenever they saw him, demanding he be expelled from the academy. A cheat and a country bumpkin dares to act so brazenly.
Lu Chen.
This must be the trouble Sunmmary warned him about. He had become the target of everyone's anger. It seemed there was no escaping it.
Rather than passively endure wave after wave of hostility, he might as well take the offensive.
He stroked his chin thoughtfully.
Most students at Xingyu Academy hailed from Tier 1 cities. All dragon-blooded, so they must be pretty wealthy, right? He quickly posted an announcement. I'm Lu Chen, new to Xingyu Academy. Feeling a bit disappointed so far, only weaklings have challenged me. Any stronger opponents out there? I crave a proper defeat. I'm setting up a challenge platform. All freshmen from Tier 1 cities, dare you fight? The post instantly went viral. Damn, just as arrogant as the post said. A narrow-minded fool who's never seen the world. You actually have the nerve to show up at our academy? Ranked number 1 nationally? You think you're worthy? You actually dared to show up. What nerve? You dare, you country bumpkin. I'll let you use one hand. Hitting you is like swatting my own kid? The slightest move from me will be beyond your reach. You don't seriously believe your own results are real, do you? You don't actually believe it yourself, do you? The crowd erupted in fury, vowing to take Lu Chen down. Lu Chen edited his post again, there are too many of you, and I'm just one person.
I'm setting a threshold, anyone challenging me must pay a 10,000 yuan challenge fee. This way, I won't get challenged by just any Tom, Dick, or Harry. I only take on the elite. As noble city folk, you surely have 10,000 yuan, right? Surely? Surely no one here can't even scrape together 10,000 yuan? 10,000 yuan? That's barely enough for my breakfast. Not even enough for a single fruit for my beast pet. Battle Plaza, bring it if you dare. This road National College Entrance Exam Champion, crushing Tier 1 cities, invincible dust awaits your challenge. Chapter 24, challenging all freshmen setting up a battle stage. This post instantly set Xingyu Beastmaster Academy ablaze. The entire freshman district erupted in chaos. Holy crap, how arrogant is that? Challenging every single freshman? I'm going watch me take him down. A kid expelled from the National College Entrance Exam dares to act so cocky? Rumor has it he's related to Deputy Prefect Chen. It was Deputy Prefect Chen who personally approved his admission. A backdoor ant should just crawl back into its hole. Stepping out is suicide. Those who could have entered the starry Sky Beastmaster Academy were all prodigies, the cream of the crop nationwide. Lu Chen's top national exam score was undeniably achieved through cheating. How could they tolerate such insolence from a cheat? The scene was spectacular when viewed from above. People streamed out of every dormitory block, heading toward the combat plaza. In the administrative building, a luxurious office. Deputy Governor Zhang's assistant, Pang Jie, looked utterly bewildered. That post stirring up hatred against Lu Chen was his doing. He looked at the 5 people below him. Are you sure the post you posted was edited? Why do I get the feeling you're downplaying it? These 5 were the very ones Lu Chen had taken on and defeated at noon. Confusion filled their eyes. I don't know. He wasn't this arrogant during the day. But it's good news for us, the assistant sneered. Deputy Governor Chen truly deserves his national number 1 ranking. A third-tier city bumpkin whose achievements are known worldwide to be fake. Yet Qin Yanan, that brainless bimbo, ignored everyone's objections and abused her deputy head's privileges to force him into the academy. The entire school has been murmuring about her, just waiting to see her fail. I was worried Lu Chen would play dead when we slung mud at him. If he played dead, we couldn't do anything about it. Who knew he'd jump out and challenge everyone himself? Now they're just waiting for Lu Chen to lose. Once he does, Vice Principal Zhang can pounce. Then it would be Qin Yanran's major work failure, tarnishing the academy's reputation. Deputy Head Zhang could convene a full academy meeting and vote to dismiss Qin Yanran. Expel both her and Lu Chen from the academy. The title of the nation's top scholar is well deserved, right? Today we'll tear Qin Yanran's face to shreds. No one from a non-tier 1 city has ever cracked the national top 100 in history. Giggle giggle. A silver bell laughter echoed. Who knew my junior classmate would be so entertaining? Beside Sunmmary stood an elegant, sophisticated woman. Qin Yanran, one of the vice deans of Xingyu Beastmaster Academy. At that moment, she addressed Sunmmary respectfully. Miss, I feel, he's a bit unreliable.
How could anyone in this world resist your spiritual allure? And, according to the divination, you should. Clues in Chapter 13.
Sunmmary lifted her gaze slightly.
Are you telling me how to do my job? No.
I wouldn't dare, Qin Yanran replied, lowering her head.
But they're pressing us hard.
We were supposed to depart this month.
Ignore them. We no longer need them. He is the one I have chosen. I refuse to believe in fate.
Sunmmary murmured, her pupils having transformed into pink peach shapes at some unknown moment. Even Qin Yanran, a woman herself, found herself bewitched by this sight, her will hardwired to submit. She yearned to offer everything, to bare her soul completely. Spiritual energy surged uncontrollably, light and shadow swirled, and several tails coalesced behind her.
Grow up quickly. Newcomer arena. There. He's over there.
A surging crowd pressed forward, brimming with hostility, each member itching to take Lu Chen down.
I'll handle this. I'm the top scholar of Donghuang province. Top scholar of a second-tier province? What a joke. I'll go first.
I ranked in the top 100 on the college entrance exam in Inua City, a first-tier city.
What level are you? Top 100? That's nothing. Got a problem? Let's settle this with a fight. Bring it on. Like I'm scared of you? Lu Chen.
Students from Tier 1 cities look down on those from Tier 2 cities.
Second-tier city students look down on third-tier city students.
The age-old hierarchy of contempt. Watching them nearly come to blows.
Lu Chen quickly cleared his throat twice. Ahem, ahem. How about we settle this with payment first? Based on the order of payment, we'll determine who gets to fight me first. So eager to get beaten by us? How about we spice things up? If you lose, you call the winner Dad. If we lose, we'll call you Dad. Ah, that's doable. Each of us will challenge this cheater once.
That way, we'll all be his dads, and he'll earn 2,000 dads.
That might not be so great. Lu Chen looked troubled. Wouldn't that mean he'd have over 2,000 sons? Scared? The crowd below the stage jeered and snickered. Number 1 in the country, huh? Pretty impressive, right? Fine, come on then.
A son delivered right to your doorstep might as well take him. He pulled out a large, folded payment QR code from his pocket and held it high above his head. He'd printed it out on his way here. Everyone pulled out their phones to scan the code. Lu Chen's phone went wild with notifications. UXIN received 10,000 yuan. UXIN received 10,000 yuan. Watching his little stash keep growing, he was grinning from ear to ear. In an instant, nearly 2 million yuan had poured in.
Money. These people are seriously loaded. The group payment codes were ranked based on the order of transfers. Damn, the network's lagging. Damn it, I transferred instantly. Why am I ranked 50th?
They're even complaining about the transfer being too slow when they're sending money to others.
Unbelievable. A voice rang out excitedly from the crowd. I'm first. Damn, it's that jerk Lu Shangwei. Lucky bastard.
From Tier 1 city Flowing Spring City. Lu Shangwei jumped up, his face beaming with a smirk.
You know what?
Only the top 3 from Tier 3 cities make it into the national rankings, and they get preferential treatment in college entrance exam scores. The conversion formula is the artificial intelligence hypothesis method, where the mechanical AI inputs the college entrance exam scores of the top 3 students from Tier 3 cities. It assumes what level you could ultimately achieve if you received the same education as us in first-tier cities. Under this AI projection, most provincial top scorers from Tier 3 cities only rank around 1,000th nationally. The national top 100 college entrance exam rankings are determined by comprehensive ability. Lu Shangwei sneered, the top 100 nationally represent the 100 strongest individuals of the new generation. The AI will select the nation's top 100 examinees and simulate combat based on their beast pet information, beastmaster psychic power, and actual combat strength to determine the final rankings.
You, from a remote province and a backwater city, reaching the top? That's an insult to the sacred institution. He gloated inwardly. This country bumpkin surely didn't know how the national rankings were calculated, did he? Oh. I know.
Lu Chen had already heard about it from his high school principal, Xia Haiqiang.
Lu Shangwei froze in shock. This bumpkin actually knew? That made his earlier words sound utterly foolish. He snorted coldly, let me show you the gap between us. A giant mantis, entirely green, reared upright, its front legs sharp as sides. A whip-like tail dangled from its rear, ending in a sharp, venomous stinger. Insect type, high-rank commander species, nearing mid-tier extraordinary rank. Lu Chen summoned his own rock ape. Lu Chen's voice rang out, next. Lu Shangwei, what the hell are you talking about? Watch your own beast pet. Lu Shangwei's eyes bulged. His poison stinger mantis had been buried underground at some point, with only its head still visible. The surrounding ground relentlessly compressed its body, leaving it unconscious. The rock monkey's mastery-level control over rock-type elements allowed it to manipulate the surrounding rocky terrain. Lu Shangwei. P.S. For those confused about administrative divisions, here's clarification.
Tier 1 cities cover vast areas, akin to municipalities directly under the central government or special administrative regions. Think Beijing, Shanghai, Chongqing, Shenzhen.
A single city's GDP might easily outpace several inland provinces.
Tier 1 cities boast the most advanced infrastructure, strongest economies, highest levels of development, and greatest overall strength.
Below Tier 1 cities lie Tier 2 provinces, whose subordinate cities are predominantly Tier 2 cities.
Provincial capitals rank just below the 10 Tier 1 cities and are often called quasi-Tier 1 cities. These are the so-called beast-taming powerhouse provinces. The remaining Tier 3 provinces consist entirely of Tier 3 cities, with only their provincial capitals potentially qualifying as Tier 2 cities. The protagonist's home province, Zhangbei, is remote among the remote, ranking at the very bottom among Tier 3 provinces.
Its provincial capital, Guangzhou City, is merely a quasi-Tier 2 city. Chapter 25. The day's Deputy Governor Zhang issues a challenge. Administrative Building. Office.
Soon you'll shed the deputy title and be addressed as Lord Zhang, Director of Education, Wu Rui said with obsequious flattery. Nearly all the academy's teachers are rallying behind you.
Ah, little Wu, that's not true. You've really put me in a tough spot.
I never said I wanted to be headmaster, Zhang Qiliang said with a straight face, though the smile at the corners of his mouth stretched almost to his ears. Who knows what the head of the Zhang manor is thinking? He's on the front lines of the battlefield, yet he parachutes in Qinyan, a woman with no qualifications whatsoever, as his deputy.
Wonder if there's some shady deal behind it.
Wu Rui began to gossip about the head of the academy.
That old fossil. Off to the front lines, yet he still won't step down and let me take the position.
The old fossil is retiring this year. The position is mine for the taking. Zhang Qiliang sneered inwardly. He'd long resented the current lord, who not only clung to power but deliberately parachuted in Qinyan to keep him in check. Now he just waited for news from his assistant, Pan Jie.
Once Pan Jie returned with news of Lu Chen's defeat, he would head straight to the battle plaza and expel Lu Chen from the academy on the spot.
He would immediately convene a meeting of all academy leadership, accusing Qinyan of single-handedly tarnishing the academy's reputation through her high-handed actions, and strip her of her deputy head position. Then, riding the wave of his triumphant restoration of order, he would ascend to the seat of the head of the academy.
The office door swung open. Assistant Pan Jie entered. Director of Education Wu Rui's eyes lit up. Ha, what a useless piece of trash. Defeated so quickly? And this is the so-called top-ranked student? I thought he might have some real skill.
Looks like trash from a third-tier city is still just trash after all.
Let's go to the battle zone.
Watch me humiliate him thoroughly, Zhang Qiliang said with a smirk. Wu Rui continued, Pan Jie, tell me all about how pathetic he looked when he lost.
He didn't lose. Pang Ga's eyes were unfocused.
They were all calling him Daddy.
Zhang Qiliang? Wu Rui, are you out of your mind? Spit it out clearly.
Pan Jie looked stunned. He was practically one shot in almost every match. Later, Lu Chen challenged several opponents simultaneously and defeated them all with ease. Zhang Qiliang and Wu Rui were stunned.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Did you drink counterfeit booze or something? Battle Plaza.
In the center of the arena, a jet-black energy beam collided with a fiery beam. One was the Abyss-type intermediate skill Shadow Pulse, the other the Fire-type intermediate skill Flame Breath.
There was no elemental advantage between them.
In theory, the clash of energy techniques should be a contest of endurance and mastery of elemental control.
Boom!
The two energy techniques collided. Yet, there was no stalemate, no mutual tug-of-war.
Only one-sided dominance.
The shadow wave was instantly repelled the moment they collided. Finally, with a thunderous crash, flames erupted and swept through the air, smoke and dust swirling. A beast companion was flung backward from the cloud of debris, crashing to the ground. Its eyes rolled wildly, and it was already incapacitated.
The opponent snapped out of his daze, took a deep breath, and conceded defeat with grace. Lu Dad. Next, Lu Chen declared. A deathly silence fell over the arena.
The once boisterous battle square had transformed into a library.
Shock filled every pair of eyes.
Jiang Yixing, ranked 100th in the national top 100, had lasted less than 3 minutes before falling. And this was after Lu Chen had already endured a grueling round-robin battle against over 10 opponents. The crowd stared at Lu Chen, who stood in the center with an unflappable composure, and at Yen Yanho, who showed not a hint of fatigue from start to finish. The crowd was in a daze. Lu Chen's prowess had earned their respect. A particularly outgoing girl even shouted from the audience, Lu Daddy, come to my room tonight, I'll call you Dad.
Is Lu Chen really cheating to be ranked number 1 nationally? Someone murmured in disbelief.
He only beat Jiang Yixing, ranked 100th nationally.
That shows he has some skill, but it doesn't mean he's the best in the country, right? The gap between the top 100 is pretty significant. Exactly. Even if he's skilled, it doesn't mean he's the top player in the country.
The crowd buzzed with chatter, launching into a cacophony of opinions. Even if he's not number 1, his talent means the 4 top universities can pick him up anytime.
So what?
were questioning his claim to be number 1 nationally. The top 100 in the college entrance exam rankings reflect actual combat strength. According to the newly compiled national rankings by other academies, our school's Zhuo Xiangyu is ranked 2nd nationally. I heard he condensed his spirit essence right after the exam, and his beast pet is probably already approaching the elite tier.
Zhuo Xiangyu's family background is no joke either.
His father is a dominator tier beast master. With his father's guidance, his combat skills are maxed out. And after the exam, he condensed his spiritual essence. His beast pet is probably about to break into the elite tier. I heard it's already mastered in advanced skill. Unless he can defeat Zhuo Xiangyu, no one will question his title as the national top scorer.
In the initial national rankings, Lu Chen was 1st, Chuiyu 2nd, and Zhuo Xiangyu 3rd. Later, Lu Chen's results were collectively boycotted.
Except for Xingyu Academy, all other schools recompiled the national top 100 rankings.
Chuiyu took 1st place, Zhuo Xiangyu 2nd, and Lu Chen was removed from the list. Everyone nodded in agreement. It made perfect sense.
After the college entrance exams, Zhuo Xiangyu had condensed his spiritual essence, and his first beast companion had 1 foot in the elite tier. In the initial rankings, he could only secure 3rd place.
Lu Chen ranked 1st. Lu Chen couldn't possibly be a match for him. No one else coming? Just so you know, no refunds on challenge fees, Lu Chen declared, sounding like a miser. Yet no one stepped forward.
No one wanted to seek humiliation in front of a crowd, especially when defeat meant having to call the winner father.
Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted from the crowd. Zhuo Xiangyu is here. Holy crap! Lu Chen, the undisputed top student of Xingyu Beastmaster Academy.
And the 2nd-ranked student who faced nationwide academy boycotts and had his rankings re-evaluated, Zhuo Xiangyu.
They're about to clash. This is going to be epic.
Zhuo Xiangyu's complexion was a pale, almost sickly white, as if he'd never seen sunlight.
Wherever he passed, crowds parted automatically. Lu Chen tilted his chin. You want to fight? I just happened to be passing by.
Your skills are decent, but that's all they are decent. National rank 70 level, Zhuo Xiangyu said indifferently.
From 1st place? That's 100,000 8,000 kilometers away.
His expression darkened.
Xingyu Academy had officially recognized Lu Chen's achievements.
Therefore, Lu Chen's ranking still placed him ahead of Zhuo Xiangyu. He glanced at Yan Yanho. Your beast pet stamina is probably running low.
It won't be able to please my beast pet. Wait for the freshman tournament. Then you'll see the gap between us. I hope you can satisfy me, that you can give me my fill.
He turned and walked away with his hands behind his back, leaving only a figure radiating an intimidating aura.
Damn, such a show-off. Lu Chen was speechless. Chi Tian hadn't expended any stamina at all. This was barely even a warm-up.
He had his own advantages, yet the other was showing off right in front of him. Could he just let it slide?
Lu Chen tilted his head back at a 45-degree angle and stared at the sky. Fine. Then I'll beat you senseless again at the freshman tournament.
I'll make you understand why, among the top 100 nationwide at the very beginning, I was number 1 and you were only 3rd.
Whoa! The entire venue erupted in shock. Brave. Challenging Zhuo Xiangyu like that? That's just too bold. Zhuo Xiangyu's body froze, then he laughed bitterly. Fine. I hear you've got a bet going. We're in. Winner takes all. Deal. No one challenged Lu Chen after that.
He left with a parting shot, no refunds. Anyone who paid can challenge me anytime.
Then he left the battle zone. That night, the campus forum erupted with activity.
Lu Chen's prowess had been proven. He was qualified to enter the Star Realm Beastmaster Academy. However, what everyone was more concerned about was Lu Chen versus Zhuo Xiangyu. Zhuo Xiangyu challenges Lu Chen, boasting he'll witness the strength of a nationally ranked powerhouse at the freshman tournament.
The former number 1 vs. the current number 2. Hype and traffic are at their peak. They all eagerly await the start of the newcomer tournament. Can the freshman tournament start sooner? It's not for another 2 weeks. That's way too long. Can't we start it earlier? Should we send a joint email to the Academy's address suggesting they start the freshman tournament earlier? Just as many freshmen were preparing to submit a joint petition to the university requesting an earlier start date for the freshman tournament.
A notice was pinned to the campus forum.
Vice-Chancellor Zhang Qiliang has decided that this year's freshman competition will be held earlier than scheduled.
The competition will officially commence in 3 days.
Instantly, all freshmen erupted in excitement. Chapter 26, The Gate of Trials. Showdown, Withdrawal. 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. What's going on at Xingyu Beastmaster Academy? Why did they move up the freshman tournament this year? Damn it! It's usually held half a month after enrollment, but this year it starts just 3 days after we start school? Nothing we can do. Star Realm Beastmaster Academy is the top institution. All other academies in the ancient capital have to follow their lead. Outskirts of the ancient capital. A military training ground. A bustling crowd. All the freshmen from every academy in the ancient city had gathered here. The Freshman Tournament. Full name: Ancient Capital Freshman Exchange Tournament. Initiated by Xingyu Academy and jointly hosted with the ancient city's other 3rd tier, 2nd tier, and 1st tier academies. Rumor has it the competition was moved up because of Zuo Xiangyu's challenge to Lu Chen. Lu Chen? That cheating jerk? What a joke. He got expelled. Zuo Xiangyu is ranked 2nd nationally, he's challenging a cheater? That cheating bumpkin isn't even worthy? Your gossip sounds more like sewer-level nonsense. Speaking of which, that Lu Chen's face is thicker than a rock-type beast pet. After being boycotted like this, he actually has the nerve to show up. Amidst the surrounding chatter and skepticism, Jokai felt like the only sober one amidst a sea of drunks. What do these people know? We're about to witness the god of road unleash his power. He exclaimed excitedly, we're about to witness Lord Lu's awesomeness. Prepare to witness the descent of a god. You foolish students. Suddenly, another group entered the training grounds from outside. Here they come, the Star Universe Beastmaster Academy has arrived. The noisy crowd fell silent. The stars of the day had arrived. The Freshman Exchange Tournament was always Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy's stage to shine. Thud. A muffled thud echoed as all new students assembled, and the academy grounds' massive gates slammed shut. Lu Chen surveyed the training grounds. It resembled an ancient Roman Colosseum. He was drawn to the steel gate at the far end, over 10 meters long and several meters tall. Strangely, it stood detached from the surrounding walls, solitary and imposing against the earth. Luo Anfei's icy blue eyes lingered on the steel gate for a long moment. The Gate of Trials. An artificially created pseudo-secret realm. In his previous life, the new student competition at Changli Beastmaster Academy also involved entering the trial gate. Seems every top academy follows a similar pattern. The preliminaries should be the same too, right? Here we go. A playful smile spread across her face, wondering if Lu Chen would make a fool of himself. Lu Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Something felt off, an indescribable unease. The next second. Without warning, his vision blurred. A sickeningly thick, cloying stench of blood flooded his nostrils, mingled with the cacophony of snarling and agonized screams at his ears. His vision cleared. What was this? Where? The arena like space vanished. He now stood upon a battlefield. Before his eyes, a tapestry of blood and fire unfolded, the earth charred black. Ruins and debris littered the landscape, corpses strewn across the field. Blazing tiger, unleash inferno. Hundred-eyed centipede, poison mist. Kill. We must stop the abyss realm from spreading. The Beastmasters commanded their beasts in relentless combat. The foes were bizarre, death-defying monsters, each one grotesquely deformed. At the very least, their aesthetics were utterly repulsive to human eyes. Farther away, the sky darkened as a vast black cloud engulfed the land. But upon closer inspection, it wasn't a cloud at all, it was a monstrous black mass, covered in jellyfish-like tentacles. Countless creatures gnawed at its flesh. After being devoured, their bodies mutated. One by one, they fell to the ground and charged toward the Beastmasters with reckless abandon. Ah! Lu Chen witnessed a Beastmaster beside him, his beast companion slain by a demonic creature, and the man himself killed by another. His insides were ripped out, his body torn to shreds. Lu Chen realized he couldn't move, or rather, his body wasn't his own. But Lu Chen didn't panic. This was a false world. It must be some kind of beast pet skill. His spiritual essence could fortify his mind like impregnable armor. The skill's power had attempted to rewrite and blur his perception. But it was nullified by his primordial sovereign's spiritual immunity. Without that immunity, his altered perceptions would have made him believe this world was real. Like a dreamer immersed in their own dreamscape, they never questioned the illusory nature of the dream world. Screams echoed in rapid succession as the Beastmaster camp began to crumble. A monstrous creature appeared before him, resembling a gigantic insect with a twisted body beyond recognition. Its wings were shattered, yet it flew in an eerie manner. Moving at incredible speed, it flapped its wings, unleashing a barrage of wind blades. Finally, it lunged toward Lu Chen, its sharp mandibles beneath its abdomen shredding and devouring him. Pain. Agony pierced his very soul. Though Lu Chen knew this was an illusion, he could distinctly feel, in the moment before death, those countless fine mandibles relentlessly gnawing at his flesh. Unbearably real. His consciousness returned, and he found himself back on the arena floor. Ah! No, no! Help me! Get away! Don't come near me! Piercing screams echoed relentlessly, the scene resembling a slaughterhouse. Some were even writhing on the ground. Clearly, others had suffered the same fate as Lu Chen. Back in reality, some were pale as ghosts, gasping for breath as they frantically checked their bodies. Others collapsed onto the ground, wet patches and orange-yellow liquid spreading across their pants. As the adrenaline wore off, physical discomfort set in. Ugh! 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 Many rushed to nearby ditches to vomit. They gasped for breath, as if awakening from a nightmare. Lu Chen turned to look at Luo Anfei, observing the icy block of a woman who remained aloof and composed. He was taken aback.
He knew his immunity to mental hypnosis and illusion stemmed from the primordial sovereign's spiritual essence.
He knew it was fake from the very beginning. But this ice block wasn't affected either? Truly an emotionless ice block unfazed even by death and monstrous beings. Little did she know. Luo Anfei stared in astonishment at Lu Chen, who remained unaffected.
Having condensed the Ice Phoenix's spirit essence, she could maintain clear spiritual awareness at all times.
Thus, she remained unaffected by the illusion. How could Lu Chen remain unaffected? Was he not afraid of the battlefield? It seemed he was born to be a beastmaster. Movement stirred on the podium. Unnoticed figures had appeared. They were the heads of various academies from the ancient capital. That's Deputy Head Zhang Qiliang. The one beside him is stunning. That's our Vice Headmistress Qin Yanran. They say she's the most beautiful Vice Headmistress. Do you still aspire to become professional beastmasters?
The speaker was a burly middle-aged man, around 40, clad in military attire but visibly disabled. His eyes scanned the entire hall like those of a hawk.
This is your first lesson upon enrollment. Beastmasters must battle monsters and fight ferocious beasts.
A fierce glint flashed in the burly man's eyes. Most of you come from second or third tier cities, not first tier ones. You likely don't know how monsters originate. Today, I will tell you how monsters come to be. The burly man proceeded to explain the origins of monsters, the abyss realm, and the existence of taboos.
In an instant, it sent shockwaves through the entire room.
In an instant, it caused a tremendous upheaval. Everyone felt their worldview shattered.
That illusion you just witnessed occurred 100 years ago.
A massive abyss appeared in a Tier 2 city for reasons unknown.
The consequence? The second-tier city vanished from the human map.
The Beastmaster Association suffered heavy casualties before finally resolving the source. Every student of this academy who becomes a professional beastmaster must interact with demonic beasts. His gaze grew fierce. Just like the illusion you experienced earlier, it can kill you. Setting aside other matters, the upcoming freshman tournament will require you to deal with monsters.
Many faces paled. The freshman tournament requires dealing with monsters.
Recalling the earlier scenes, their faces turned deathly pale. All traces of their earlier spirited demeanor vanished. I was once a warrior in the Beastmaster Corps.
My right hand and left leg were lost in battle against monsters. Even healing skills couldn't restore them.
The man in military attire pointed forcefully at his heart.
Ask yourselves, are you prepared to deal with monsters? Now, I'm giving you a chance.
Withdraw from the freshman tournament and become a logistics beastmaster. However, as a support beastmaster, the state will provide no cultivation resources, including the free credits distributed monthly by the academy. The burly man flashed a terrifying grin. No need to feel ashamed.
Follow your heart. Life matters more than anything. All you need to do is leave the arena. Many in the crowd showed signs of wavering.
Young people always care about saving face. No one wants to be the first to desert.
All academy graduates must complete a 1-year internship and service in the Beastmaster Corps.
This is your only chance to become a logistics beastmaster.
If you desert on the battlefield, you will be executed without mercy. Your lives are your own. Don't regret it when you die. Don't say we didn't give you a chance.
The moment these words were spoken, murmurs arose as some turned and walked away. My D-rank talent means I'm destined for mediocrity.
Forget it. Better to start earning money sooner. Me too. People began to leave one after another.
Most of them, however, were from third-tier or second-tier universities. Only a handful came from top-tier institutions. As for the top-tier Beastmaster Academy, Xingyu Academy, not a single one was present.
Luo Anfei watched calmly.
This was a screening process. The illusory realm amplified humanity's most primal fears. Those with weak willpower, unable to face the monstrous creatures head-on, were easily corrupted.
On the podium,
Zhang Qiliang kept his gaze fixed on the Star Universe Beastmaster Academy's seated contingent, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes.
If Lu Chen chose to withdraw too, then he could mock Qin Yanran in front of the entire ancient capital's academic world. But it didn't matter much. Qin Yanran had brazenly declared before the entire academy that Lu Chen deserved his title as the nation's top student.
After watching her get crushed by Zhou Xiangyu later, he could still mock her to her face.
Several minutes later, all students who chose to withdraw left the arena.
The burly men in military uniforms withdrew.
Zhang Qiliang stepped forward, cleared his throat, and announced, though the freshman tournament involves confronting monsters, there will be no casualties. Everyone can rest assured. Now, I formally declare. The Ancient Capital Newcomer Tournament is now officially underway. Chapter 27, the freshman tournament commences, fallen form.
As his words fell, the massive steel gate, standing solitary in the open space, abruptly swung open.
It was an extraordinary sight.
Though the gate swung wide, no view lay beyond.
Next, each participant received a bracelet inlaid with a crystal stone.
At first, some played with theirs in their hands.
Until a mentor from the academy announced, these are life-saving bracelets. Keep them safe at all times. In the face of mortal danger, they will automatically shield you from attacks and teleport you to safety. Upon hearing this, those who had been unconcerned immediately slipped theirs onto their wrists with solemn care, as if afraid of damaging them. With safety measures in place, the once ordinary gate began to warp, transforming into a crimson energy vortex. Students from various academies entered in orderly queues. The massive steel gate could accommodate hundreds entering simultaneously. New students from numerous academies streamed through, their figures swallowed and vanishing as they crossed the threshold. Those who entered ahead vanished instantly. Before long, it was Lu Chen and his group's turn to enter. "You'll see the gap between us," Zhuo Xiangyu taunted Lu Chen before stepping into the trial gate. The other students of Xingyu Beastmaster Academy grew excited. It was finally beginning. Lu Chen's strength was undeniably formidable, but they had lost and even called him father. This had left the defeated feeling bitter for days. Now they were waiting for Zhuo Xiangyu to crush Lu Chen and restore the first-tier city's pride. Luo Anfei's eyes glinted with coldness. "My rival, I can crush you, but who do you think you are? How dare you mock me to my face?" But Lu Chen truly was no match for his opponent. Condensing spiritual essence and not condensing spiritual essence were two entirely different realms. Given her understanding of the trial gate, Lu Chen's final score couldn't possibly surpass his. She glanced at Lu Chen, thinking to herself, "You dare mock my point of comparison? Let me crush you." Her confidence stemmed from the fact that her Ice Phoenix spirit essence had also successfully coalesced. The freshman tournament was her stage. Zhuo Xiangyu was nothing special. He could only be considered a genius, not a prodigy. True prodigies never need to take the college entrance exam. The national college entrance exam has always been for the masses. Lu Chen stepped through the steel gates. The instant he entered, he felt as if he'd passed through a membrane, immediately followed by a sensation of spatial displacement. "This feels remarkably similar to that time I accidentally stumbled into the abyss realm." After a brief moment of blindness and dizziness, he regained his senses. He surveyed his surroundings. An unfamiliar space, its hues dark and somber. The floor was a grim gray, strewn with withered branches and fallen leaves. An unsettling aura permeated the air, punctuated by occasional whistling sounds like wind rushing through a narrow passage. In this eerie setting, it sounded like the wailing of a vengeful spirit, sending chills down one's spine. The space wasn't large, he could see its end at a glance. No one else was present besides himself. "So it seems each person is placed in their own separate space after entering?" A mechanical synthesized voice echoed through the space. "The trial gates, 10 layers in total. Currently on the first level. Newcomers must defeat the enemy before them to advance to the next level." The moment the electronic voice fell silent, several flashes of white light appeared. 5 figures appeared, each with long ears and powerful hind legs. Rabbits. Half-human tall rabbits with ferocious expressions. Snow-white fur shedding like withered leaves, with only a few strands clinging to their foreheads. Their emaciated bodies were exposed, resembling creatures whose hides had been brutally flayed. Their original flesh had rotted away, with bones exposed in places. Beneath the stark white bones, their skeletal framework was no longer supported by flesh. Between the gaps of bone and flesh, eerie, slender tentacles had grown. Name: Carrion Rabbit. Power level: lower awakening stage. Description: a corrupted form of the exploding tooth rabbit, mutated by forbidden ecological influences. Bloodthirsty, devoid of intelligence, devours everything in sight, and possesses astonishing reproductive capabilities. "Not cute at all," Lu Chen muttered. As for fear? What was there to be afraid of? At the same time, the system's voice chimed in. Triggered quest: break through the trial gate. Finally, another quest triggered. The carrion rabbit charged forward with a snarl. A summoning array materialized beside him, and the beast pet, the rock-hating monkey, appeared. "Buddies aren't cute at all, let's roast them all into braised rabbit heads." "Forget it, Qi Tian. Let me handle these minions for fun. You just watch from the sidelines." He wanted to test his current strength and see what level of monsters he could handle. Whoosh! 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 Several fireballs erupted outward. They exploded like grenades, easily dispatching the monsters that had only just entered the awakening stage. All were blown to smithereens. Easy. He kicked the rabbit head that had exploded toward him away with a single boot. A portal of light materialized before him. Proceed to the second layer. Lu Chen stepped through. Second level, for mid-awakening stage rotten corpse rabbits, more robust than those on the first level. Before they could react, suddenly, several sharp stone spikes shot up from the ground, piercing through their hearts. The light gate appeared once more. Simple, Lu Chen clapped his hands. Proceed to the third layer. Still carrion rabbits, 3 in number, upper awakened tier strength. So the monsters on each floor are 1 minor tier stronger than the previous one? This time it was slightly more taxing. Lu Chen had to use 2 skills to finally take them down. The light gate coalesced. Proceed to the 4th layer. The next level should feature combat power at the extraordinary tier. He stepped forward. The Colosseum. Representatives from all academies fixed their gaze upon the trial gate. The gate of the trial door transformed into a light screen, revealing a pyramid pattern. 10 layers in total. Inside, countless multicolored points of light densely filled the space. Occasionally, a light would turn blood red, signaling that their life-saving bracelet had been triggered. Whoosh! Occasionally, a flash of light would appear, and a figure would be teleported out before the trial gate. All were students who had failed the trial. Arg! I died on the second floor. Me too. So hard. Third floor, 3 upper awakening tier monsters. How am I supposed to beat that? I could have beaten it, but I messed up. Most of those teleported out were students from third-rate or second-rate academies. On the podium. A teacher from a top-tier academy side. Most students from elite institutions are already on the 4th floor. So far, none have failed and been teleported out. The light points representing 3rd and 2nd-tier academies clustered on the 2nd floor. The light points representing top-tier institutions were struggling on the 3rd layer. As time passed, batch after batch of participants were teleported out, including students from top-tier institutions. Students from top-tier institutions began falling in large numbers on the 4th level. A small number managed to enter the 5th layer with great difficulty. This is impossible. The 4th stage requires fighting 2 lower-tier extraordinary monsters at once, a student wailed. Before long, all students except those from the top-tier institutions were eliminated. Throughout the entire pyramid, only the purple light points representing the top-tier academies remained illuminated. Sigh, every year it's just a solo show by Xingyu Academy. Not a single one gets eliminated, and their students always make it to the 6th level at the very least. Representatives from other academies sighed sincerely. The top academies gathered only the elite. Even the best second-tier schools could only manage the 5th level at most. Zhang Qiliang retorted, that might not hold true this year. Who knows? Maybe someone from our academy will be eliminated on the 5th layer. He snorted coldly, glancing at Qin Yanran. Don't forget, thanks to our esteemed vice head Qin Yanran, our academy recruited the nation's top-ranked student this year. This top national recruit is pretty cocky, you know. He even bragged to Zhuo Xiangyu, saying he'd crush him in the freshman tournament. The moment these words left his mouth, the representatives from various schools present were stunned. Zhuo Xiangyu ranked 2nd in the newly compiled national top 100 list. His strength was beyond question. They knew exactly who this so-called top student was. How dare he be so brazen? Zhang Qiliang then added with a sarcastic tone, I wonder just how far this so-called undisputed number 1, as declared by Deputy House Leader Qin Yanran, will actually make it. Qin Yanran remained utterly composed. Just open your eyes wide and watch. Zhang Qiliang piped up, Lu Chen and Zhuo Xiangyu have a bet the loser has to call the winner dad. How about we place a wager too? Qin Yanran shot back with her sharp tongue, you're too old. I don't have a son like you. Who wants to bet on that? Zhang Qiliang snapped angrily. Let's wager that the loser relinquishes their deputy head position. Fine. Qin Yanran didn't care. She was here for the young lady anyway. Her family had sent her to this place for that purpose. Her gaze fell upon the glowing points on the trial gate. Her gaze grew distant. The young mistress doesn't even deign to look at her bloodline family members. If you can't even measure up to a mere national college entrance exam candidate like Zhuo Xiangyu, then you're nothing but a failure. Even if you're the one chosen by the young mistress, I'll forcibly take her back. If she refuses, I'll kill you first. Chapter 28, Zhang Qiliang's mockery. Lu Chen eliminated? Rotten corpse rabbits, the lowest form of demon-corrupted creatures. On the front lines, they were also the most numerous monsters. Their reproductive capacity is overwhelming. Fortunately, this species' ceiling is capped at elite tier. Low racial strength plus no intelligence. Beastmasters facing these creatures can easily prevail even at equal levels. Time passed. Only the students of Xingyu Beastmaster Academy remained within the trial gate. Students from other academies have all been teleported out. Total annihilation. Only those from Xingyu Beastmaster Academy remained inside, competing. Gradually, gaps began to emerge among the Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy students themselves. Most stopped at the 5th layer, corresponding to the mid-tier extraordinary realm. A small number reached the 6th layer, corresponding to the upper extraordinary tier. How come there's one light point from Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy stuck on the 4th layer, and another on the 3rd? The 3rd layer is the upper awakening tier, while the 4th layer is the lower supernatural tier. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Surely that couldn't be right. Both points were purple students from Xingyu Beastmaster Academy. The 4th layer of the trial gate. The air grew thick with cold. Frost enveloped Luo Anfei's entire body. Before her, 2 lower supernatural tier carrion rabbits had been frozen solid into chunks of ice. A light touch sent them crashing to the ground, shattering into countless fragments. She wiped her forehead. The 4th layer is my limit. After all, the Ice Phoenix spirit leans toward support. The only advantage is that I can freely use any ice-based or phoenix-type techniques. The spiritual energy drain is too great. It's up to you now, Ice Crystal Fox. Yes, she had already condensed the white ice phoenix essence. Up until now, she had fought the rotten corpse rabbits using only solidified ice elemental skills, never relying on her beast companion's abilities. She stepped through the light gate before her, entering the 5th layer. Trial Realm, 3rd layer. Zhuo Xiangyu sat panting on the ground, yet his face wore a proud smile. Using his skill to solidify white spiritual essence, he had fought his way all the way to the 3rd layer. Most top-tier academies couldn't even clear the 3rd layer with their beast companions. Who else could do this? He rested for a moment. Now it's time to really start pushing through. Time to show them what speed means. Zhuo Xiangyu stood up and stepped through the light gate. Outside. Just as everyone was still puzzled. Suddenly, 2 points of light instantly leaped several floors. Quick, look! Those 2 points are moving so fast. One went from the 3rd floor to the 6th in an instant. One went from the 4th floor to the 6th. Someone gasped. This meant they were instantly wiping out enemies on each floor in mere seconds. Could it be a bug? It must be a bug. How could this thing have a bug? What's going on? They were so slow in the earlier stages, then suddenly rushed through the later ones so fast. There's only one possibility. We all know that after condensing spirit essence, you can choose to solidify one pet skill. Someone said blankly, these two, in the earlier stages, they were fighting using solidified skills the whole time, they never even let their pets join the battle. Silence. Everyone was stunned. They'd fought tooth and nail, with most falling in the 3rd or 4th layer. These two had reached the 3rd and 4th layers solely through their own strength? As they debated, 2 points of light leapt from the 6th to the 7th layer, one after the other. Holy, they cleared the 6th floor too. They're on the 7th floor. Are those even human? The 7th floor should correspond to lower tier elite level combat power, right? Lower elite tier? That shouldn't be so easy to break through. 1 minute later. They were stunned. 2 light points, one after the other, entered the 8th floor where mid-tier elite monsters lurked. Even if they could fight above their tier, but weren't they clearing them way too fast? These are lower tier elite monsters. On the viewing platform, Zhang Qilian was puzzled too. One of the light points was undoubtedly Zhuo Xiangyu. But who was the other one? His face darkened as a possibility dawned on him. Could it be Lu Chen? No way. He approached a burly soldier nearby and asked politely, Commander Zhao, each bracelet should correspond to a specific person, right? Could you check who these 2 lights belong to? The other man nodded. After checking, he reported, one is Zhuo Xiangyu. The other is Luo Anfei. Luo Anfei? He knew her. On campus forums, she was hailed as the freshman campus beauty, stunningly beautiful though notoriously aloof. She hailed from the same place as Lu Chen. He hadn't expected her to be so powerful. And it seemed she had already cultivated her spiritual essence. He breathed a sigh of relief as long as it wasn't Lu Chen. After Luo Anfei and Zhuo Xiangyu entered the 8th layer, they too reached a stalemate, no longer resolving battles with the lightning speed they had displayed initially. Whoosh! 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 At the Xingyu Beastmaster Academy, a large swath of the light points on the 6th layer suddenly turned red. They had triggered their life-saving bracelets, effectively eliminated, and were one by one teleported out. Damn it, why is it so disgusting? It even self-destructs? I'm sick. I got killed by its self-destruct. Disgusting. When near death, it self-destructs. The light points on the 6th layer were either eliminated or advanced to the 7th layer. Only a solitary light remained on the 6th layer. His name is Lu Chen, the military-clad man stated. Ha ha ha. Zhang Qiliang burst out laughing. TSK, looks like he's about to fail out any second now. The top player in the country, eliminated in the 6th layer, huh? Zhuo Xiangyu, ranked 3rd, has already reached the 8th layer. The trial gate. 6th layer space. Boom. 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 Explosions of flame erupted. Through the smoke and dust, a massive, rotting corpse rabbit burst forth, both legs blown off, its body torn and mangled. Its entire body was rotted beyond recognition, with only a few bones still clinging to disgusting lumps of flesh. Its heart, exposed and blood red, beat violently within its chest. All the tentacles spread out from this heart, continuously extending across its body. These tentacles extended from its body, replacing limbs, lunging toward Lu Chen. Mid-air, all the tentacles spread wide, like an octopus attempting to embrace Lu Chen. Rock spike. A stone pillar erupted from the ground, blocking the opponent's path. The opponent embraced the pillar. Still not dead? Lu Chen prepared to deliver the final blow. At that very moment, he noticed all the tentacles retracting into the heart, which now swelled like a balloon. Qi Tian. Yen Ho opened its mouth and spat out a flame vortex, enveloping both of them at its center. Boom! The body swelled like a balloon before finally exploding, showering the area with a torrent of nauseating liquid. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The liquid splattered onto the ground, carrying a potent corrosive quality. Fortunately, the moment it touched the flame vortex, it melted away. Disgusting. They even self-destruct. The light gate to the 7th layer appeared. Stepping through the light gate, heading to the 7th layer. Made it to the 7th layer. Zhang Qiliang was visibly disappointed but quickly sneered, if the 6th layer was this tough, the 7th is a guaranteed loss. A gasp rose from the crowd below. Whoa! The 9th layer. A light point leapt to the 9th layer. Zhang Qiliang smirked smugly. Zhuo Xiangyu's on the 9th layer, huh? His mood lifted as he watched Qin Yanran, her expression grave, eyes fixed intently on the 7th level. Deputy House Leader Qin, you can stop watching. You won't catch up to Zhuo Xiangyu now. Never mind that your so-called national champion is still struggling on the 7th layer. Even if he somehow stumbled into the 9th, what difference would it make? The 9th layer is spiritually polluted. You need to have condensed your spiritual essence to resist it. Given his situation, it seems he hasn't condensed his spiritual essence. What does he have to compete with Zhuo Xiangyu? Qin Yanran's face darkened, not because of Zhang Qiliang's mockery. It was because he was right. If the 6th layer was this difficult, he'd likely be eliminated by the 7th. Even if she passed the 7th level, so what? A dangerous gleam flashed in her eyes. The young mistress had misjudged this one. Such trash was unworthy of her selection. Minutes later, another light entered the 9th level. Not bad, not bad. This Luo Anfei seems acceptable. Zhang Qiliang was surprised someone from a remote province had actually reached the 9th level. The burly soldier in uniform wore a peculiar expression, wondering if he should voice his thoughts. Zhuo Xiangyu entered the 9th layer later. Luo Anfei had entered ahead of him. One by one, all the students from Xingyu Academy emerged. Most had fallen in the 7th layer. A small number made it to the 8th layer, only to be defeated shortly after. The 8th floor was home to mid-tier elite-level monsters. Time ticked by second. Luo Anfei and Zhuo Xiangyu were also stuck on the 9th stage. One by one, students failed and were teleported out. Jiang Yixing, ranked 100th in the top 100, was also teleported out. The 8th stage was too difficult. He had come so close. Only a handful of glowing dots remained above. During this time, some managed to break through to the 9th layer. But they failed within seconds. Without, they couldn't possibly stay on the 9th level. And so, only 3 points of light remained within the entire trial gate. 2 were on the 9th level. 1 remained on the 7th layer. No wonder it's a rock-type beast pet. This is just too slow. At the same time, 7th layer trial space. Thump thump thump. Watching the lower tier elite grade carrion rabbit nimbly dodge his attacks, he felt a twinge of regret. He gained a clear understanding of his own strength. Without a beast companion to fight with, my limit is the 6th layer. Shi Tian, it's up to you now. Gurgle. The rock-hating monkey clenched its fist tightly. Finally, it was its turn. Seeing the Beastmaster fight so fiercely earlier had made it a bit nervous. This made it feel utterly useless. Boom! The flames on its tail blazed fiercely, its fighting spirit surging. You disgusting rabbit, feel the full force of my rage. Chapter 29, Clear the Stage. Hidden Stage? Trial Gate, 7th Layer. A lower-tier elite carrion rabbit bared its teeth at Qi Tian. Though lacking sentience, its primal instincts sensed the yin-yen monkey's overwhelming power. Black, slender tentacles snaked along its skeletal frame from the heart. Finally, it coiled around the bones of its legs, functioning as muscle. Its form shifted constantly. Its speed and explosive power were extraordinary. Only a flickering phantom could be glimpsed in the air, leaving behind afterimages. Its movements were nearly impossible to track with the naked eye. Whoosh! Suddenly, its figure flickered and vanished, reappearing not far away. 2 large rabbit teeth swayed precariously, vibrating and colliding with each other, emitting a rattlesnake-like tick-tick sound. The 2 teeth shot out like razor-sharp blades. Like bombs, they struck the yen rock monkey head-on, erupting in a burst of fire and sending smoke billowing into the air. Seeing the ambush succeed, the rotten corpse rabbit, driven only by primal instinct, grinned savagely. Its prey was dead. The next second, a powerful gust of wind swept up from behind, a hand clamped down hard on its skull, slamming it violently into the ground. The ground cracked, sending shards of rock flying. Its brain shattered, yet it still wasn't dead, struggling to rise. That bizarre heart, its tentacles writhing, coiled around Qi Tian's legs. Qi Tian showed no fear, looking down at its opponent with utter disdain. His eyes burned with intense displeasure. Don't you realize it's because you're all so weak that the master made it to the 7th layer? You nearly made me lose my value as a beast pet. Why can't you be stronger? You're all damned. It clenched its fist violently, the knuckles turning rock gray and encased in a layer of mineral substance. Its arm muscles bulged as it launched a punch. Thud. 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 Like a pile driver. Qi Tian pounded blow after blow into the rotting corpse rabbit struggling to rise from the ground. The terrifying force slammed into the rotten corpse rabbit, then reverberated through the earth. The ground cracked layer by layer, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. His punches were so fast that countless afterimages blurred through the air. Half a minute later,
The ground shattered, scattered rocks littered the area, and a massive crater several meters wide was forcibly carved out. The surrounding area was further eroded by the decaying blood of the rotten corpse rabbit, forming honeycomb-like depressions. In the pit, the rotten corpse rabbit lay beaten into a pulp. The sight was utterly gruesome. The rock-hating monkey Chi-Tian was covered in countless shreds of flesh and blood. Flames erupted from its entire body, burning away the filth clinging to its fur. It shook its head in disappointment. They really were too weak, so unable to withstand a single blow. Whoa! It urged Lu Chen to hurry to the next level. Lu's mouth twitched. Oh my god, Chi-Tian was getting brutal. He was clearly pent up. After all, he'd been the one dragging his feet with the rotten corpse rabbit. They'd already wasted too much time. He chuckled softly, let's go. We're probably way behind now. Hopefully the monsters behind us will let us have some fun. Geez. Chi-Tian's face broke into a wicked grin. The 10th level. A gasp echoed through the arena. On the 9th level, the two light points representing Luo Anfei and Zhuo Xiangyu. Suddenly, one of the light points leaped from the 9th level to the 10th. Luo Anfei still fell just short. Zhuo Xiangyu is still amazing, making it to the 10th level. Could he actually clear the entire stage? Luo Anfei is impressive enough considering she's not even from a tier 1 city. If she'd received proper training there, who knows how far she could go. She's practically a prodigy. Zhang Qilian's face practically split from smiling. Zhuo Xiangyu's got it. Clearing the game should be no problem. In previous years, students who cleared the entire game could be counted on one hand. This year, the freshman tournament started just 3 days after enrollment instead of the usual 2 weeks. He'd assumed no one would clear it. Little did he expect Zhuo Xiangyu to deliver such a pleasant surprise. As everyone showered Zhang Qiliang with compliments, everyone tacitly agreed that Zhuo Xiangyu was the one who had reached the 10th level. The burly soldier in uniform silently refrained from exposing them. In truth, it was Luo Anfei who had once again been the first to reach the 10th level. He stroked his chin. From a tier 3 city? A promising prospect. He'd see if he could recruit her to his Beastmaster battalion later. One student looked regretful. Lu Chen is way behind. He's still stuck on the 7th layer. How could he dare claim he'd crush Zhuo Xiangyu in the freshman tournament? Only 3 individuals remained within the trial gate. A quick glance revealed who they were. So everyone knew Zhuo Xiangyu, Luo Anfei, Lu Chen were still inside. The 8th layer. Lu Chen has reached the 8th layer too. No way. They're not in the same league. Zhang Yixing, ranked in the top 100, also stopped at the 8th layer. Lu Chen should be. Someone began to speak, but the rest of the sentence caught in his throat. His eyes widened in shock. The 9th layer? They watched as Lu Chen entered the 8th layer, and within the blink of an eye, he advanced into the 9th layer. On the podium, Zhang Qiliang leapt from his chair. How is that possible? Cheating, right? He'd dawdled for over 10 minutes between the 7th and 8th layers. But from the 8th to the 9th? Just a few seconds? There's no other explanation besides cheating. We'll interrogate him thoroughly when he comes out. And what's the point of reaching the 9th layer anyway? Not only does it contain upper-tier elite monsters, but it also harbors mental corruption. Without a solidified spirit, he'd be utterly defenseless against the contamination. At that moment, the situation on the field was 1 light point on the 10th floor, 2 light points on the 9th floor. And just then, another light point ascended from the 9th level to the 10th. The 10th layer. Luo Anfei has reached the 10th layer too. Amidst the gasps from the audience, a teacher from the academy exclaimed in astonishment. We underestimated this young lady. I recall her college entrance exam ranking the AI's hypothesis method placed her at 188th nationally. Yet here she stands, holding her own against Zhuo Xiangyu, ranked 2nd among the top 100, a teacher remarked. Little did they know. Not far away, a burly man in military uniform stood frozen, his face etched with shock as his breathing grew ragged. He alone knew who each glowing dot represented. Luo Anfei had already entered the 10th layer. And the one who had now reached the 10th layer wasn't Zhuo Xiangyu. It was Lu Chen. Zhuo Xiangyu was still locked in a fierce battle on the 9th layer. His heart raced with shock. After advancing from the 8th to the 9th layer, Lu Chen showed no hesitation in the 9th layer. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the 10th layer. The rotten corpse rabbit, a creature representing the upper elite tier, had been instantly killed by him? Is this the 10th layer? Lu Chen surveyed his surroundings. An ominous aura permeated the air everywhere. The mental corruption here was even more severe than on the 9th layer. Ordinary people staying here would feel oppressed, even driven mad, their minds constantly on the verge of collapse. This mental corruption could drive people to collapse. Only those who have cultivated spiritual essence can resist it. But for Lu Chen, it was no big deal. Did you even know the value of being immune to mental pollution? He continued surveying the environment of the 10th layer, critiquing it with a critical eye. In the distance, Chi-Tian was locked in fierce combat against a demonic creature of the 10th layer. The 9th layer was the upper elite tier. Lu Chen had assumed the 10th layer might be the rebirth stage, but it turned out to be something else entirely. Instead, it was the rotten corpse rabbit king. Its size was several times that of an ordinary corpse rabbit, its body rotting away. Its heart, covered in countless tentacles, had even grown eyes. It worked in tandem with the corpse rabbit king, lashing out with whip-like tentacles to attack the anxious rock monkeys. It seemed as though its very heart had transformed into a different kind of demonic creature. Name: Carrion Rabbit King. Power level: Upper Elite Tier. Description: a corrupted form of the exploding tooth rabbit, mutated by forbidden ecological influences. Bloodthirsty and mindless, it devours all flesh including its own to sustain its heart. Ultimately, the heart transforms into a sentient being known as the parasitic heartbeast. Once the parasitic heartbeast emerges, the carrion rabbit becomes its puppet, enslaved by it. When the heart transforms into a parasitic heartbeast, it can evolve into the rare corpse rabbit king. The carrion rabbit king represents the pinnacle of this species. Very powerful. Lu Chen gazed toward the distance where the corpse rabbit king, seized by Qi Tian by the foot and swung around like a punching bag, was being hurled about. It is indeed powerful. At the very least, it managed to withstand Qi Tian's attacks for several minutes without dying. Half a minute later, a terrifying beam of flame swept across the land, a ball of fire erupting from the ground and expanding skyward. The rotten corpse rabbit king. Dead. Lu Chen smacked his lips. So that's how you clear the game? This boss was useless, got taken down effortlessly. Let's check the system rewards first. Why does it say incomplete? Just as he was puzzled, a mechanical electronic voice echoed. Detected that the trial participant defeated the 10th layer boss within the specified time limit. Unlocking hidden layers. A portal of light appeared in its place. Lu Chen froze in surprise. A hidden level? Chapter 30, Transcending Species Limits, Symbiotic Evolution. The Gate of Trials. 10th layer. The entire ground had frozen into a thick layer of ice. Ice Crystal Fox, Freezing Ray. In an instant, the Carrion Rabbit King tried to dodge the attack, but the ground had already transformed into an ice-based arena. The surface was too slippery for effective evasion. Half its body froze solid. Continuous Ice Beam. All four of its limbs froze solid. Ice Spikes. Air condensed as the Ice Crystal Fox's two sapphire tails swayed, generating countless ice spikes in the air. A piercing whistle cut through the air. Countless ice spikes raced toward the Carrion Rabbit King. In an instant, it was riddled like a sieve. Head, heart, all pierced through. With a thunderous crash, the massive body collapsed to the ground. A faint smile curved Luo Anfei's lips as she fused with the trait relic, Unmelting Ice, gaining the Frost Mastery trait. The ice of the Crystal Fox is exceptionally hard to melt and incredibly tough. Transforming the ground into an ice elemental surface, opponents of equal level couldn't shatter the ice blocks, and their speed was restricted on the icy surface. They were now at the mercy of the Ice Crystal Fox. Detected, Trialist defeated the 10th layer boss within the allotted time. Unlocking hidden layers. During the hidden stage trial, the Trialist may exit at any time. Luo Anfei was not surprised. She knew about the hidden stage. In her previous life, she had only reached the 8th layer before suffering a regrettable defeat. Let's go, Ice Crystal Fox. She stepped through the light gate with the Ice Crystal Fox. Holy crap! Lu Chen's on the 10th layer too. Everyone watched as the lone light point on the 9th layer also leaped up to the 10th. The teachers from all the academies were utterly baffled. No way! Lu Chen, who cheated his way to becoming the national champion, has actually cultivated his spiritual essence? How else could he have passed the 9th layer and entered the 10th? Zhuo Xiangyu's taking his sweet time. Finally made it to the 10th layer. The burly military-clad man shook his head, looking like the only sober one amidst the drunken crowd. He alone knew that Lu Chen and Luo Anfei had already reached the 10th layer. The one they had pinned their hopes on, Zhuo Xiangyu, was the one who had struggled bitterly in the 9th layer for a long time before finally advancing to the 10th. He sneered inwardly. He owed them no explanation. A bunch of arrogant city folk. He himself hailed from a 3rd-tier city, and thus felt a natural affinity for Lu Chen and Luo Anfei, who were also from 3rd-tier cities. Now, he was actually looking forward to seeing the expressions on these people's faces once the truth came out. At first, he'd been a bit confused, but later he'd figured it out. This Lu Chen guy was actually ranked number 1 nationally this year. And these arrogant city folk were questioning his achievements. Who says 3rd-tier cities can't produce top scholars? If he's not the top scholar, then who is? We absolutely must recommend these 2 youngsters to the commander and recruit them into our battalion. Zhang Qi's eyes widened as he pointed at the trial gate. Cheating. He cheated. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. We'll thoroughly interrogate him when he comes out. With me here, not a single opportunist will slip through. Everyone frowned. Who would have thought Lu Chen would dare to cheat in the newcomer tournament?
Reaching the 10th level on his own strength?
Everyone believed it was utterly impossible. If he truly had the strength to reach the 10th layer, why would he linger on the 6th and 7th floors for so long?
Luo Anfei and he come from the same place.
Since Luo Anfei made it to the 10th floor, I suspect foul play there too.
We'll inspect them both later.
Chen, of course, had no idea he was being accused of cheating again.
At this moment,
he had already reached the hidden stage beyond the 10th level.
Looks like a real monster has finally shown up.
Chen stared at the massive creature before him. Its muscles bulged prominently across its entire body, and the pair of rabbit ears on its head had transformed into long, tentacle-like appendages. Over 3 meters in size, its entire body was packed with explosive muscle.
What was truly unsettling was that it possessed only muscle tissue, no skin.
No, it wasn't muscle at all. Countless tentacles filled its skeletal frame, giving the illusion of muscle. Its right hand clutched a large meatball. 2 tentacles sprouted from the meatball. One wound its way up the creature's arm, burrowing into its skeleton to become part of its muscular framework.
The other transformed into a tentacle whip, dangling down to the ground. Name: Heartbound Beast Rabbit. Power: Lower Transcendent Stage.
Description: the ultimate form of the Carrion Rabbit clan is the Carrion Rabbit King, but an extremely rare chance exists for evolution. When the corpse Rabbit King's heart develops consciousness, it becomes a parasitic heartbeast. However, if the beast's instincts resist being controlled by the parasitic heartbeast, triggering a biological counter-reaction, it begins to fight back against the parasitic heartbeast. A stalemate ensues, leading to symbiosis. Under these circumstances, the Carrion Rabbit King transcends its species limitations, and the two undergo symbiotic evolution.
Symbiotic evolution. Breaking the species limits, Lower rebirth stage. A full 2 major tiers ahead. The rock-hating ape is still stuck at the upper supernatural tier. To be precise, it's quasi-lower elite tier. Over the past few days, Chen has fed Chi Tian nearly 1 million energy potions. The energy within his body has accumulated sufficiently. It's dispersed throughout his body, in every cell. He needs to engage in evenly matched combat to accelerate the absorption of the energy potions.
Only then can he fully ascend to the elite tier.
Chi Tian, this opponent is a worthy one. The moment Chen and Yan Ho entered,
the mind-bound beast rabbit's gaze shot toward them.
The next second, it thrust its foot forward, cracking the ground as it charged toward them at breakneck speed. Chi Tian, go! The Yen rock monkey felt the oppressive pressure from its opponent. It grinned. Finally, a worthy opponent. Let's go toe-to-toe then. Roar! Chi Tian immediately activated his form shift, transforming into his giant ape form.
He planted his foot, his body blurring into a trail of afterimages as he charged toward his opponent like an arrow released from its string.
In an instant, 2 figures collided. Fist met fist. Boom!
The collision echoed, a powerful gust of wind sweeping through.
Both sides locked in a fierce struggle, terrifying force relentlessly pressing down. Crack, crack, crack.
The already unstable ground collapsed layer by layer, pulling both bodies downward.
Even though Chi Tian's bloodline race was terrifying, possessing the bloodline of the totem race Juyen. But racial potential is just potential, actual strength is another matter entirely. The gap in their power tiers was simply too vast. A colossal force surged through the fist, sending Yan Ho flying backward. Its body flew backward uncontrollably. Mid-air, it struggled to steady itself. But a faster figure appeared. The mind-bound beast rabbit leaped forward, its tentacle whip cracking through the air. From above, it struck the rock-hate monkey's belly with overwhelming force. Boom! The rock-hating ape crashed heavily to the ground, its rock-hard abdominal layer shattered into fragments. The onslaught rained down relentlessly. It lashed relentlessly against the rock-hater monkey's body. The rock-like layer covering its body shattered. Half a minute later, tentacle-like whips coiled around the rock-averse monkey's ankles, hoisting it up as if to use it as a punching bag. Chi Tian canceled the transformation. The rock-hating monkey shed its giant ape form, reverting to its small monkey state and breaking free. Chen's expression grew slightly grave. Truly worthy of one who has reached the rebirth stage. Rebirth stage. Rebirth. 99% of beast pets undergo their first evolution at the elite stage. Once they evolve, they reach the rebirth stage. It signifies a complete transformation. Chi Tian, need my help? Chen inquired. Chi Tian shook his head, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination. If a beastmaster still needed to assist, what use would the beastmaster be then? It should be me protecting the beastmaster. If I can't even defeat an opponent like this, I'd be a disgrace to the beastmaster who keeps giving me such powerful abilities. Whoosh! 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 The mind-bound beast rabbit opened its mouth, unleashing an energy blast. Chi Tian countered by summoning a fireball cannon of his own. Boom! The 2 energy blasts collided, triggering a massive explosion. Intense flames mingled with dust, erupting in a violent shockwave. Then, Chi Tian opened his mouth and exhaled. A fiery vortex swept toward the opposite side, scattering the smoke and flames. facing the fiery vortex. The mind-bound beast rabbit raised its pet's tentacle whip, elemental energy coating the long lash. It lashed downward with a fierce strike. The whip extended, the air groaning under the strain. The entire whirlwind of flames was cleaved in two. Yet, Shi Tian seized the opening. As the opponent cleaved through the flame vortex, it had already moved to the side. A terrifying blaze gathered around its fist as it delivered a vicious punch toward its opponent. But it missed. To be precise, it made contact, but passed right through the body, leaving no sensation of impact. The rabbit spirit beast Shi Tian struck vanished into thin air. Dodge! Lu Chen barked the command. A whip-like shadow lashed out from behind, striking the yen monkey with brutal force. But it whipped through empty air more precisely. It passed right through Shi Tian's body, slamming into the ground and gouging out a deep trench. Jigu! Shi Tian waved to Lu Chen from several meters away. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Wow, you've mastered the shadow clone technique? Shadow clone technique. An attribute-less, universal technique. Utilizes elemental energy to create a deceptively lifelike duplicate designed to confuse the enemy. Let's jump straight into the second stage of invincible vigor. The rock armor covering his body was nearly shattered. Shi Tian roared, head thrown back. His aura surged dramatically, his fur turning flame red, and the tail flames blazed fiercely as if drenched in gasoline. Boom! 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 The rock-hating ape and the mind-binding beast rabbit resumed their battle. Their forms collided relentlessly across the arena. Their clash was intensely fierce. Overall, however, Shi Tian was being suppressed. Yet Lu Chen remained unperturbed, even finding cause for delight. As time passed, Shi Tian gradually shifted from being forced into retreat. Gradually found the strength to parry. Finally, he found openings to strike back. Boom! The air trembled as a shockwave rippled outward in all directions. Two voices collided in the air, then parted ways. Shi Tian roared to the heavens. Flames kept erupting from its body. I'm about to advance. Lu Chen was thrilled. The rabbit heartbeast had proven to be an excellent whetstone, finally allowing Shi Tian's elemental energy to accumulate sufficiently. Chapter 31, Fusion Progress Skyrockets. Who's calling me Grandpa? Sizzle 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 sizzle. Shi Tian's aura grew stronger by the inch. Every pore on his body spewed flames, enveloping his entire form in a fiery embrace. His form was utterly indistinguishable. The energy nutrient elixir accumulated within his body. After the fierce battle, it was finally absorbed in its entirety. The total elemental energy within its body reached the threshold for advancement. Roar! Shi Tian crossed his arms over his chest and roared toward the heavens, flames surging violently. With a violent thrust of both hands outward, flames shot skyward before dissipating. Yen Ho's stature grew taller. Its fur grew more vividly orange-red. Level up successful. Having stepped into the elite tier, its current rank and power were now lower elite tier. Finally advanced, Lu Chen sighed. Shi Tian clenched his fists, feeling the explosive power surging within him. He grinned mockingly at the rabbit heartbeast. Monkey me, now I'm strong enough to explode. It launched the attack first. The earth beneath its feet erupted violently. A ball of flame ignited under its soles. The recoil combined with the flame's propulsive force transformed the Anyan monkey into a blur, vanishing from its original position. Boom! Two figures collided at breakneck speed. A thunderous boom echoed. Shards of rock and sand shot high into the air, scattering back down in a shower of dust after soaring several meters. This time, Shi Tian held the upper hand. The mind-bound beast rabbit staggered, knocked back violently. Its feet slid across the ground, leaving two long skid marks several meters long before it finally came to a halt. Its body barely stabilized. Shi Tian unleashed a jet of flame. With his exceptional skill mastery, the flame was shaped into a massive character. It formed into a flame shaped like the Chinese character 4 big. With a thunderous boom, it struck the mind-binding beast rabbit squarely, sending its body flying high into the air. Shi Tian stomped the ground violently, crouching low before charging forward once more. Dense flames coalesced around his fist, radiating a golden sun-like glow, as if he were clutching a sun itself. Yang, Fire Fist. In a desperate rush, the opponent lashed out with its tentacle whip. Whip met fist. The tentacle whip shattered, yet the fist's momentum remained unabated, slamming into its shoulder. Instantly, the entire shoulder exploded from the impact, a searing heat spreading inward through the wound. The scent of burning flesh filled the air. Yang Fire Fist condensing the explosive Yang flame onto the fist not only seared but detonated. What followed was straightforward. It was essentially a one-sided affair. After 10 minutes, a whirlwind of flames swept through. A charred, desiccated corpse crashed to the ground. Shi Tian's form shrank, reverting from his giant ape-shaped shift state to his normal size. He let out 2 loud snorts through his nostrils. That disgusting rabbit? Nothing special. Still got smashed by this monkey. Name, rock-hating monkey. Rank lower elite tier. Attributes, rock, fire. Traits, yang flame. Bloodline mid-tier sovereign high-tier sovereign Juyen bloodline fusion progress 70% 95%. Bloodline talent morphing invulnerable. Elemental mastery level fire element 70% proficiency, rock element 5% proficiency. Skills. Mythic evolution sequence.
The template has undergone significant changes.
Bloodline race upgraded from mid-tier sovereign to high-tier sovereign. The Juyen bloodline fusion progress has reached 95%, nearing completion. It is estimated that upon completion, the bloodline will ascend to totem race. Qitian will undergo some peculiar transformations. We regret to inform you that you have failed to clear the hidden stage. Upon exiting, do not disclose the existence of the hidden stage.
Watching himself being teleported back to the 10th layer. Luo Anfei sighed. Even after elevating the Ice Crystal Fox's bloodline to the lower sovereign tier, the gap between the elite tier and the rebirth tier is simply too vast. The elite tier and rebirth tier form a watershed. Most beast masters' pets get stuck at the elite tier. Once they cross the threshold, evolution occurs. Evolution, also known as the leap of life, brings about a qualitative leap in a species' power. The Ice Crystal Fox could challenge the elite tier from the Transcendent tier. However, at the elite tier, it cannot defeat a rebirth tier opponent. The gap between an evolved creature and an unevolved one is too vast for any species to bridge. She didn't dwell on it. Defeat was only natural. In this world, there simply exists no low-tier beastmaster capable of defying the natural divide, challenging the rebirth tier from the elite tier, and emerging victorious. Only the young of legendary creatures might achieve such feats. Moreover, the trial gate only allowed beastmasters below the white spirituality tier to challenge it. What white spirit beastmaster could possibly possess a bloodline beast pet surpassing the sovereign grade? As everyone knows, in their unevolved initial forms, humans can only possess beast pets with the bloodline potential of the sovereign class at most. Only through cultivation and evolution can a beast pet's bloodline transcend the sovereign class. It's utterly impossible for anyone to start out with a pet possessing the terrifying bloodline of a species above the sovereign rank. Good job, Bing Bing. It's okay, losing is normal. She comforted the dejected Ice Crystal Fox. The purpose of entering this hidden stage had been achieved. Yes. Her goal this time was to enter the hidden stage. The Gate of Trials. It was called the trial precisely because it served as a selection process for all newcomers. Simply entering the hidden level brings one into the organization site. The Night Watch. A covert national agency, its history tracing back 3,000 years. Let's go. We should head out. They're coming out. Someone's coming out. The light screen at the trial gate suddenly rippled. Everyone craned their necks in anticipation, desperate to know who it was. Zhuo Xiangyu emerged from inside, looking disheveled. It really is Zhuo Xiangyu. Damn impressive, this is the caliber of the nation's top 3. He walked out, that means he cleared the trial. Of course. If he hadn't cleared it and triggered the life-saving bracelet instead, he'd have been teleported out. Zhuo Xiangyu's appearance was now disheveled and grimy, looking utterly wretched. Yet he wore a triumphant smile, his face brimming with pride as he lifted his head haughtily. The 10th layer. He cleared it. The freshman tournament, originally scheduled for half a month, was shortened to just 3 days. To conquer it under these circumstances, who else could possibly do it? He greedily savored the sensation of being the center of everyone's attention. As for that Chen, he was probably cowering in the crowd right now, trembling like a fool, consumed by envy and jealousy. A mere cheat like him, what right did he have to claim the top spot among the 100 strong, let alone boast about crushing me? He had some skill, but not much. And with that, he dared to challenge him, even daring to wager a call dad bet? It was time to bring out the big boy to call him dad. He would humiliate Chen in front of everyone. Make him shout dad in front of every freshman in the ancient capital. Where is Chen? Get out here and call me dad. When no response came after a long while, he sneered coldly. What? Afraid to show up? Can't take a loss? Just as he was searching for Chen, intending to drag him out of the crowd, a voice came from behind him. Who's calling me grandpa? Chapter 32, shattering all doubts, Chen strikes, astonishing all. Ripples spread across the trial gate. A figure stepped forth. Who else could it be but Chen? Zhuo Xiangyu froze in momentary shock. Emerging from the trial gate. Only those who pass the trial can emerge. Instantly, the entire crowd erupted in commotion. No way, holy moly, Chen passed the 10th layer too? Didn't he enter the 10th layer last? How could he possibly be faster than Luo Anfei? Wait. Look at the trial gate. It's moving. Could it be? Ripples rippled across the light screen. A graceful figure emerged from within, a cold, aloof beauty, dust-covered, with a few strands of hair playfully falling across her cheeks and forehead. She clearly endured a grueling battle, yet instead of appearing grubby, she radiated an unusual, disheveled beauty. She looked at the 3 of them. The scene fell into an eerie silence once more. Had Zhuo Xiangyu, Chen, and Luo Anfei, who had entered the 10th layer, all cleared it? Impossible. How could you possibly clear the 10th layer? Zhuo Xiangyu couldn't believe it.
Luo Anfei was one thing. Her appearance clearly showed she'd been through a battle. But Lu Chen? Spotless, immaculately neat, as good as new. Not only did he stand out as the cleanest among the three. Among all the students present, he was the cleanest one. The light screen of the trial gate rippled like water, eventually revealing a dense array of characters. Rankings of this trial. 1. Lu Chen. 2. Luo Anfei. 3. Zhuo Xiangyu. 4. Ji Buchang. 5. Diao Henda. 6. Ni Taiwan. Whoa! The entire venue erupted in an uproar once more. Everyone began to question. Something's wrong, right? There's definitely something wrong. Zhuo Xiangyu was clearly the first to clear it. How could he be ranked third? Exactly. Based on clearing speed, Lu Chen shouldn't even be first. It's impossible. He cleared the 10th level without a speck of dust on him. He clearly wasn't the first to finish, yet he's ranked first. Everyone was questioning it. Amidst the crowd from the top-tier academy, Jokai couldn't help but marvel. He was the only one not questioning. Holy, that's why they call him God Lu. How could mortals possibly comprehend the godlike brilliance of a deity? Cheating. 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 Human prejudice is a mountain. Because Lu Chen had a history of cheating, all the students ended up shouting the word cheating in perfect unison. Silence. The command echoed like a tiger's roar, rippling through the air with visible shockwaves that drowned out the entire crowd, leaving everyone's ears ringing. Representatives, housemasters, and teachers from various academies approached. Leading them was Zhang Qiliang, deputy head of Xingyu Beastmaster Academy, the one who had unleashed the tiger roar like Sonic attack moments ago. Lu Chen, cheating on the college entrance exam was bad enough, but to cheat again in the freshman tournament? You truly never learn. Zhang Qiliang immediately pinned a major accusation on Lu Chen. Other teachers chimed in with their own accusations. How did you even get past the trial gate? What methods did you use to cheat? Confess honestly, and we might show leniency. I didn't cheat, Lu Chen replied calmly. Poof. Then explain why you lingered for so long on the 6th and 7th layers, only to suddenly surge to the 9th? And then even enter the 10th layer? He then turned his attention to Luo Anfei as well. And why did you and Luo Anfei emerge after Zhuo Xiangyu, yet rank above him? You two grew up together. It's hard not to suspect you've mastered some form of cheating. Zhang Qiliang declared, I now suspect you two are cultists with some undisclosed cheating method. Their results are genuine, boomed a resonant voice. It was the burly man in military uniform, approaching with prosthetic limbs replacing his missing limbs. Commander Zhao Kongcheng, what did you say? Zhang Qiliang feigned confusion. So this military uniform giant was named Zhao Kongcheng. He raised his voice and repeated, they did not cheat. Their results are accurate and beyond reproach. Impossible. Everyone saw it with their own eyes. Zhuo Xiangyu was the first to emerge. Setting aside whether Lu Chen truly reached the 10th floor, based solely on completion time, Zhuo Xiangyu should be ranked first. Boom! A terrifying aura emanated from Zhao Kongcheng, making everyone's hair stand on end. It was killing intent. Only through countless battles on the battlefield could such a killing intent be cultivated. Spiritual energy mingled with that killing intent surged from his body. Are you questioning me? Questioning the Beastmaster Association? Questioning our entire Beastmaster Battalion? The crowd fell silent, frozen in fear. The Beastmaster Association and the Beastmaster Battle Corps, these two colossal entities looming overhead. Who dared utter a sound? Moreover, Zhao Kongcheng's status and power were no trivial matter. Zhao Kongcheng's eyes held profound shock. He knew of the hidden level's existence. Zhuo Xiangyu had indeed cleared the 10th level, but he ranked behind Lu Chen and Luo Anfei. That could only mean one thing: those two had entered the hidden stage. The hidden stage was specifically prepared by the Night Watch to select new recruits. The Night Watch were a bunch of monsters. Even the commander of their Beastmaster battalion had to tread carefully around them. Those two prodigies were beyond his battalion's reach now. I had hoped to recruit them into my battalion after they graduated. But it wouldn't hurt to cultivate goodwill early. Zhao Kongcheng offered a warm smile and handed Lu Chen a business card. I can personally vouch for the authenticity of your results. He gave a cold snort. If anyone questions the validity of these results, come straight to the Beastmaster Association and find me. Understood. Thank you, Commander Zhao. Lu Chen acknowledged the gesture. Beside him, Xin Yanran's beautiful eyes also sparkled with disbelief. She too knew of the hidden test's existence. Truly worthy of the young lady's choice. Meanwhile, among those present, besides Qin Yanran and Zhao Kongcheng, there was another who knew about the hidden gate, Luo Anfei. She was dumbfounded? Lu Chen had also entered the hidden stage? So he had already cultivated his spiritual essence. And his ranking was above hers. Seems he lasted longer than her against the heartbound beast rabbit at the rebirth stage and the hidden level. That made sense. The Rockiverse monkey possesses rock-type abilities, making its defense superior to the ice crystal foxes. Plus, it also carries the bloodline of a sovereign species. It's only natural he lasted longer than her. Zhuo Xiangyu, you big baby, ready to call me daddy? You're not going to refuse to admit defeat after making a bet, are you? Zhuo Xiangyu's face flushed alternately crimson and purple. His earlier taunts toward Lu Chen had been returned to him verbatim. I refuse to accept this. I clearly came out first. Got the guts to fight me? Beat me, and only then can you claim you won our bet. He gritted his teeth, demanding a beast pet duel. Fine, no problem. Lu Chen couldn't care less. The battle was about to begin. The crowd dispersed to the sides, clearing a space for the battle. Lu Chen summoned his rock ape. Zhuo Xiangyu summoned his own beast pet as well. As the summoning array materialized, a chill swept out in all directions. A massive crab appeared, its entire body encased in ice and gleaming snow white. Its claws were enormous, and when clamped together, they resembled a shield. Resembling a mountain rock, its broad body stood immovable as a mountain. It exhaled a frosty breath that settled onto the ground, forming a path of ice and frost. Whoa, it's here, the ice armor shield crab, a bloodline of the upper dominant species. Freezing. So powerful. I can feel the chill even from this distance. This chill is intense. Couldn't you freeze a watermelon in the hottest summer day instantly? Lu Chen gazed at the ice-armored shield crab with regret. What a waste not to open a bubble tea shop. Both beast pets were in pretty rough shape. The rock-hating monkey was filthy, with blood seeping from several wounds. Due to the side effects of the second stage of the invincible vigor technique, it looked utterly drained. Its opponent wasn't much better off either. Its armor like ice dust shattered into pieces. Several of its crab legs were even severed. Lu Chen was confident that even if Qitian was at his weakest, he could still finish off the opponent. Your pets have endured the trials of the Gate of Trials. They must be wounded and exhausted. For fairness' sake, allow me to restore them to full condition. Qin Yanran stepped forward. Come forth, Flower Fairy. A peculiar beast companion. A blossoming flower crowned its head, while its body resembled a diminutive, humanoid sprite no larger than the palm of a hand. Use healing essence. The flower fairy murmured melodiously, and two emerald beams of light landed upon the yen rock monkey and the ice armor shield crab. Instantly, the wounds on both pets visibly began to heal. The cost was that the vibrant flower atop the flower fairy's head closed into a bud. A rare healing type beast pet. Excellent. Now the ice armored shield crab can crush you at full strength. Zhuo Xiangyu sneered coldly. Be careful. I'm pretty strong. Just don't try to back out after this, Lu Chen kindly warned. And I'm telling you now, if you lose, don't make excuses about me not warning you or making you careless. So you lost. Most of the crowd burst into derisive laughter. Zhuo Xiangyu losing? What a joke. They refused to accept it. In their view, Lu Chen had clearly cheated. How could someone who entered later end up ranked higher? I'll serve as the referee, Zhang Qiliang declared from the edge of the arena. Now, let the battle begin. Zhuo Xiangyu kept droning on. My ice armor shield crab has been using ice attribute secret treasures since it hatched. Its icy armor is unbreakable by creatures of the same tier. I wonder if your monkey can shatter its ice. Before he could finish his sentence, suddenly, a deafening boom erupted from the arena like a fighter jet sonic boom. It was the air blast generated by extreme speed. His eyes widened in shock as he witnessed a scene he would never forget. A fiery red figure tore through the air, instantly appearing before the ice shield crab. A fist slammed into the creature's front. The massive, heavy ice shield crab was sent flying into the air. The terrifying force pierced straight through the shield crab's front, the punch's power erupting from its back, transforming into a visible white shockwave of compressed air. Immediately following was the air being compressed, then violently shattered. Boom! Its proud ice armor shattered instantly, turning into countless ice shards that were swept away in all directions by the blast. In the sunlight, the ice crystals glistened. Then that fiery red figure leapt upward, delivering another brutal downward punch. Boom! The earth split open, revealing a deep fissure. A cloud of dust and sand was violently stirred into the air. The ice armor shield crab was hammered into the ground. Its body slumped limply to the ground, all fighting spirit extinguished. Silence. Complete silence. You could hear a pin drop. Every pair of eyes widened in disbelief, staring blankly as if witnessing some divine miracle. Just now, what were you saying? About whether my beast companion could do something? The wind was a bit loud, I didn't catch it. Only Lu Chen's voice echoed as he questioned Zhuo Xiangyu. Chapter 33, Luo Anfei, are you cheating? The weather was clear. The sun shone warmly, and countless ice shards sparkled brilliantly, glistening golden in the refracted light. The ice flakes settled on everyone. Some flakes landed on faces, bringing a chill. Everyone felt the ground tremble beneath their feet as they watched the ice armor shield crab, now sunk into the earth from a single punch, lying unconscious and utterly incapacitated. Their expressions shifted from blank to stunned. Not only were the students dumbfounded. Teachers and academy heads from various institutions were also internally shaken to their core. Zhuo Xiangyu's ice armor shield crab was already at the lower elite tier. And it was taken down in 2 punches. The scattered ice shards fell to the ground, revealing the figure of the yen rock monkey. Previously, no one had taken it seriously. Only now did they begin to scrutinize the rock-eater monkey closely. Its fur transitioned from gray to orange-red, with a tuft of grayish-white hair perched atop its head, hanging down over its forehead. The flame on its tail blazed fiercely, dotted with golden sparks. Its muscular form was beautifully sculpted, radiating terrifying power. In each paw, it held a ball of flame as golden as the sun's own fire. Wispy threads of flame elemental energy rose from every part of its body, appearing from afar like billowing ribbons of fire. Standing there, it embodies a brutal aesthetic. Even from a great distance, one could feel the crushing pressure emanating from its overwhelming power. Luo Anfei? She had even prepared herself earlier if Lu Chen suffered a humiliating defeat and that Zhuo Xiangyu became too arrogant. She would personally step in to teach him a lesson. What the hell? How could his monkey take down the ice armor shield crab in one hit? Could someone please explain why Lu Chen's monkey had grown stronger? Her mind was spinning. What kind of beast pet is that? Pretty cool looking. Haven't seen anything like it in the bestiary. Could it be a beast pet from another country? I heard it's a variant of the little rock monkey. What kind of monster is this? Its aura is elite tier, and it just one-shot an ice-armored shield crab also elite tier? Even if it's cheating, it shouldn't be this OP. Freshmen from other academies, seeing Lu Chen's beast pet for the first time, gasped in astonishment. And it wasn't just them. Even the Xingyu Academy freshmen who had seen the rock-hating monkey when Lu Chen had bragged about challenging the entire freshman class were secretly shocked. Compared to back then, the Rockaverse monkey, now upgraded to elite tier, looked even cooler and more imposing. It radiated an undeniable coolness, especially with the flame elements rising in tendrils like ribbons of fire all over its body. Utterly badass. Zhuo Xiangyu finally snapped out of his daze. Feeling the feedback from the soul link, he confirmed the ice armor shield crab had indeed lost consciousness. How is this possible? Cheating. You must be cheating. Even if your beast pet is elite tier, how could it possibly one-shot my ice armor shield crab? He didn't cheat. Qin Yanran spoke up first. Deputy Manor Master Zhang Qiliang, you're the referee. You agree, right? Zhang Qiliang fell into a long, mournful silence. Our beast masters here are all higher ranked than yours, with superior spiritual insight. If anyone were cheating, it wouldn't escape our notice. The implication was clear, the other party hadn't cheated. He lifted his bloodshot eyes. What rank is your beast pet's racial bloodline? At the same level, unless there was a massive disparity in strength, even with elemental advantages, an instant kill was unlikely. Beyond that, only the racial bloodline could account for it, one vastly superior to the other. For example, one beast pet might be of dragon lineage, while another might be of caterpillar lineage. At the same level, the racial disparity is immense. The former reigns supreme among its peers. Anian monkey, high-rank sovereign species. Luo Anfei, ? Upper sovereign species. During the college entrance exams, you said it was a lower sovereign species. How did it suddenly become an upper-tier sovereign species? You must be cheating. Feeling the gaze of the giant ice block beside him, Lu Chen grinned inwardly. Big ice block, you're blown away by my awesomeness again, huh? He lowered his head slightly and whispered to Luo Anfei, last time, the hidden bloodline of Qitian wasn't fully activated. Only after I condensed the white spiritual essence did Qitian's hidden bloodline finally awaken completely. Luo Anfei? As for the others, the moment they heard the words high-ranking sovereign seed, it was as if their throats had been clamped shut. They were utterly dumbfounded. Holy heron! They stared at Yan Ho as if he were a monster. High sovereign race? The high sovereign race is the pinnacle of racial bloodline potential attainable by humans. Beyond that? Impossible. Those terrifying beasts beyond the sovereign tier who would entrust their offspring to humans? As for stealing their young? Don't they fear sparking a major war? The ice-armored shield crab is merely an upper sovereign species. The rock-hating ape is an upper sovereign species. The gap between overlords and sovereigns is as vast as heaven and earth. Furthermore, the rock-hating ape clearly possesses fire attributes, which counter the ice-based ice-armored shield crab. With all these buffs stacked, no wonder it could instantly kill the ice armor shield crab. I told you the results were genuine, Zhao Kongqing smirked, though a hint of astonishment lingered in his eyes. Lu Chen's strength had surpassed even his expectations. The faculty and all the students present fell silent. The truth was plain to see. Such prowess was far beyond merely winning the freshman competition. Lu Chen's status as the top-ranked student in the National College entrance exam was well-deserved. He hadn't cheated at all. Yet he had endured a barrage of baseless accusations, even facing targeted hostility upon entering the academy. All those who had just shouted cheating now wore expressions of shame. After all, without genuine talent and ability, how could he have faced injustice head-on, openly challenging all the freshmen? Even when confronted by Zhuo Xiangyu's mockery, he showed no fear, boldly declaring he'd beat Zhuo Xiangyu to a pulp. Everything made sense now. It wasn't arrogance or hubris, it was the confidence of a true powerhouse. They were simply not on the same level. Mom, I've made it big. I actually got to see a living high-rank sovereign beast pet. Take a picture. We absolutely have to take a picture to remember this. I bet this photo will be worth a fortune someday. I told you so. Lucian is unbeatable. Damn it, let me tell you, I'm from the same village as Lucian. Right after his college entrance exams, Lucian stumbled into the Abyss realm. Back then, he could already take down elite-tier monsters. Jokai chattered excitedly, his eyes sparkling. His words sparked another wave of astonished gasps. This time, no one questioned it. Instead, they accepted it as a given. One by one, they swarmed Jokai, demanding every detail. In short, Lu Chen had finally proven himself today. You're not going to refuse to accept defeat, are you? Lu Chen narrowed his eyes at Zhuo Xiangyu. Truth be told, if Zhuo Xiangyu hadn't come out swinging, shouting at the entire crowd, "Lu Chen, come out and call me dad," Lu Chen wouldn't have minded turning hostility into friendship. After all, there's no need to make enemies everywhere. But the moment he stepped out of the trial gate, his first act was to publicly humiliate Lu Chen. Lu Chen didn't mind returning the favor in kind. Under the gaze of the crowd, such humiliation made Zhuo Xiangyu's inner resentment spill outward. Damn Lu Chen, why humiliate him in front of so many people? He didn't spare a thought for his own past actions. Seeing the venom in the other's eyes, Lu Chen felt he had done the right thing. A person like this would likely hold a grudge even if he chose not to retaliate. Hurry up. You made your bet, now honor it. He suspected the other might not honor the wager after all. Sure enough. My head, it's spinning. With that, his head lolled to the side and he collapsed straight onto the ground. His clumsy act made everyone's mouths twitch with disbelief and contempt. How could the third-ranked fighter be such a fraud, refusing to accept defeat after making a bet? Lu Chen sneered coldly, "I've studied first aid. I'll handle this." Smack! He stepped forward and delivered a hard slap across the man's face, instantly swelling one side of it red. Smack! 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 A flurry of slaps. Zhuo Xiangyu was beaten into a pig's head, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He was tough, though even beaten like this, he still played dead. Little did he know, Zhuo Xiangyu's inner rage was about to explode, his fists clenched so tightly they creaked. "Die, Lu Chen! I'll make sure you die," he screamed hysterically inside his head. Still not awake? Lu Chen called out to Yan Yan Ho. "Qi Tian, you take him." Yan Yan Ho approached. Zhuo Xiangyu's heart raced with panic. If the ice armor shield crab had been knocked down with a single punch, wouldn't this slap shatter his skull like a watermelon? He dared not feign unconsciousness any longer. Snapping his eyes open, he scrambled to his feet, his gaze burning with venomous hatred. "My father is a 5-star beastmaster at the Overlord tier. How dare you even speak to me? The wager? I don't know anything about any wager." He couldn't bear to stay any longer. Pushing through the crowd like a stray dog, he fled. The crowd erupted in jeers. What a disgrace! Chapter 34, Phoenix Power, Dragon Power, Special Rewards. After the interlude, the freshman tournament officially drew to a close. Zhao Kongcheng, representing the ancient capital Beastmaster Association, presented the awards. First place, 3 million yuan in cash. Second place, 2 million yuan in cash. Third place, 1 million yuan in cash. Additionally, each academy offered its own rewards to its students. People from numerous academies began to depart one after another. Their gazes toward Lu Chen no longer held disdain, but instead greeted him with reverence, addressing him respectfully as Lord Lu. In the Beastmaster world, might reigns supreme. This was the byproduct of power. Lu Chen paid it little mind. Solving these minor troubles had proven himself after all, being called a cheat everywhere he went was rather tiresome. Time to head back. Today had been exhausting enough. The Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy group boarded the bus and returned to the academy. Lu Daddy, goodbye. After disembarking, those who had lost to him on the arena waved goodbye and walked away with their heads held high, as if losing to Lu Chen was somehow an honor. Lu Daddy, here's my room key. Come tutor me in beast taming tonight. A bold and uninhibited girl attempted to hand Lu Chen her key, but the next second, she snatched it back like a startled rabbit and bolted away. Because Luo Anfei had arrived. Bad timing, huh? Luo Anfei's expression remained impassive. Don't get the wrong idea, I promised Sister Yu Rome I'd stop you from messing around. Yet, as she spoke, even she failed to notice the faint trace of irritation in her tone. Lu Chen, ? Bull. I never planned to take the room key anyway. Hooking up gets you censored. Oh. Luo Anfei replied coldly. Damn Lu Yorong, she even hired someone to spy on me, didn't she? From now on, the academy will follow your lead. You call the shots. Zhang Qiliang looked utterly devastated, his face a mask of despair as he addressed Qin Yanran. I thought you were going to renege on your promise too. Qin Yanran was surprised. She knew just how badly Zhang Qiliang craved the position of academy head. A loser must accept defeat. Besides, you weren't wrong, Lu Chen might just turn our Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy's embarrassing last place standing around. Poof. Zhang Qiliang snorted coldly. But don't get too excited. That doesn't mean I'll just hand over the position of academy head. Xin Yanran, however, couldn't care less.
She was here by her family's arrangement, primarily to accompany Sunmmary. If Sunmmary decided to leave the academy, she would follow suit.
Head of the academy? She had absolutely no desire for it. She clicked away in her high heels. Soon,
she approached Sunmmary and reported on today's freshman competition.
Sunmmy's smile bloomed like a flower. She felt no surprise. Wasn't everything exactly as expected? You actually thought he hadn't condensed his spiritual essence and couldn't reach the 9th layer?
Sunmmary smiled without comment.
If Chen could ignore even her own enchantment, how could mere ordinary mental pollution possibly affect her?
After all, her enchantment stemmed from the depths of her very bloodline.
From a terrifying entity beyond the totem tier. Then why was he so slow on the 6th and 7th layers?
Xin Yanran still couldn't figure it out. Turtle slow on the 6th and 7th layers, then rocketing ahead afterward.
What if he hadn't used any beast companions before the 7th layer? Sunmmy's words made her pupils suddenly contract into tiny black dots. Impossible. Not even the bloodline clan could achieve that. But the divination didn't say no one in the world could resist my charm? He is the miracle.
A gleam flashed in Sunmmy's eyes.
Suddenly, Sunmmy's eyes narrowed slightly, radiating a dangerous aura. Seeing him only make it to the 6th or 7th floor, you had some dark thoughts, didn't you? Xin Yanran's hair stood on end. If you do this again, even if it's for my own good, I will kill you. Ugh, all this fighting is exhausting.
Inside the trial gate, relying solely on her spiritual energy, she fought her way all the way to the 7th layer.
The physical and spiritual toll was immense.
Chen returned to his dorm villa, took a hot shower, then collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep sleep.
Yen Ho Chi Tian, however, was full of energy.
Cross-legged in the training zone, it began to roll up.
2 flowers bloomed, each telling its own tale.
Luo Anfei emerged from the bathroom, her hair still damp.
Her fair skin glowed with a healthy flush, radiant as a lotus blossom emerging from the water.
She dried her hair with a towel. Her thoughts, however, were deep in contemplation.
Only 20 days remained until the second comparison. The strength Chen displayed today had put considerable pressure on her.
The ice crystal fox shared the same ice elemental attributes as the ice armor shield crab, both classified as lower-tier elite class creatures. Its only true strength lay in its racial lineage, a lower sovereign species. If the ice crystal fox were to face the rock-hating monkey now, it would be a tricky battle. But it's not a major issue. There are still 20 days left. With the prize money from the newborn tournament, we can purchase items to accelerate the formation of the ice crystal fox's phoenix bloodline. Once that happens, the ice crystal fox will master the power of the phoenix. The phoenix power crushes all conventional elemental powers with its supremely high quality. Only the dragon power can rival it. Moreover, she now knows how to counter the rock-averse monkey. Their prideful speed can be neutralized simply by transforming the battlefield into an icy terrain first. Moreover, the rock ape is a fire-type plus rock-type Pokemon. Both fire and rock types are super effective against water, quadruple weakness to water. Next, she would have the ice crystal fox attempt to learn water-type moves. A smile curved her lips. In her mind, she calculated and simulated the battle's outcome. Judging by her keen eye and extensive combat experience.
Got it. Absolutely nailed it.
A satisfied smile played on her lips as she drifted off to sleep.
Newcomer district. Night. All was quiet.
After a day of combat, every freshman lay exhausted in slumber. A shadowy figure slipped away from Xingyu Beastmaster Academy. Zhuo Xiangyu turned his head, gazing back at the academy.
He practically gritted out 2 words, Lu. Chen. I'll have you by my side until death.
He had no face left to remain in this place.
The next day, news spread across the campus forum.
Zhuo Xiangyu had withdrawn from school, and before leaving, he had converted his bonus credits into supplies. He then transferred to Jinlin Beastmaster Academy. This had a bunch of students cursing under their breath.
Quitting is one thing, but cashing out your credits for resources before leaving? Disgusting. Damn it, that's truly disgusting.
He pulled a fast one yesterday, and now he's pulling this stunt. Yeah, after playing dead in front of everyone yesterday, he probably died of embarrassment already.
That's why he dropped out. Wait, can you just drop out whenever you want? That'd be chaos.
Well, she's got a 5-star Beastmaster dad, after all.
None of this concerned Chen.
Having risen early, he was now collecting his system rewards.
Quest, break through the trial gate. Completed. System, accept the task. Ding.
Congratulations, host, on obtaining a special reward.
Chapter 35, Evolutionist. Father of Evolution. Ding.
Congratulations, host, on obtaining a special reward, the Breeder Inheritance.
Suddenly,
a flood of information surged into his mind.
Countless new knowledge filled his mind. Breeder. Similar to a human nutritionist.
Only far more advanced than human nutritionists, tailoring effective cultivation plans based on the specific needs of each beast companion. Breeders ensure beast tamers' pets reach the peak potential of their species.
This concept is easy to grasp. Bloodline is merely potential.
A monarch-grade beast pet left to fend for itself in the wild would perish starving for 9 meals in 3 days due to food scarcity and inadequate nutrition.
Even the greatest potential is wasted. Even with a beastmaster's training and guidance, most beast pets still cannot reach the peak potential of their species.
For example, a beast pet with an upper sovereign class bloodline. Most beastmasters can only cultivate their pets to reach the mid-tier sovereign rank. To reach the species' full potential, a breeder's assistance is required. Beyond that, certain pet supplies on the market, such as universal energy potions, can only be crafted by breeders. It's worth noting that breeders are also beastmasters.
Breeders are akin to secondary professions in online games. They're quite lucrative. In fantasy novels, they'd be alchemists. A godsend.
Chen was pleasantly surprised this was exactly what he needed. To advance Chi Tian to the elite tier, he'd spent nearly 1 million credits. But the thought of gathering lightning element materials and preparing for evolution made his head spin. If he could craft energy potions himself, his expenses would drop significantly.
Ding!
Due to the host possessing the divine eye, the cultivator profession has undergone a change. Congratulations, host, on inheriting the evolutionist lineage. Evolutionist, with the divine eye's ability to perceive a beast pet's evolutionary sequence, combined with the evolutionist inheritance, you can freely guide your beast pet toward a specific evolutionary path by fulfilling the conditions required for that sequence. Other breeders may possess several complete evolutionary sequences, but for any evolutionary sequence your beast pet possesses, you know all the conditions required for its evolution.
Chen stepped out onto the balcony.
In the dormitory area, many people were doing morning exercises with their beast pets.
Among them, a beastmaster was training his pet. Dobao, this won't do. Let's try again.
Chen's gaze fixed on the other's beast pet. Resembling a ragdoll cat from his past life, it was enveloped in wind elemental energy. A gold coin mark adorned its forehead.
Name, coin scattering cat. Power level, upper supernatural tier. Element, gold. Race lineage, high commander lineage. Skills, omitted. Development focus, this beast companion is in excellent health and developing normally. However, it possesses fewer elemental energy storing cells than its peers while exhibiting superior physical strength. It is recommended to prioritize physical development over elemental energy cultivation. Sure enough, the information revealed by the divine eye differs from before. An additional breeding focus has been added. It even provides a guided training plan for developing the beast pet. This way, targeted special training can be conducted for each beast pet, accounting for their individual differences. Chen continued reading. Evolution sequence. Common path, Money Cat reaches upper elite tier, meets total energy threshold, automatically evolves into Money Cat. Rare path, Fire Witch Cat reaches upper elite tier with sufficient internal energy total. Evolution requirements: 1. In a fire element rich environment. 2. At noon, under the blazing sun, feeded a firestone. Hidden path, this pet has no hidden evolution path. Evolution analysis, due to this pet's individual traits emphasizing physical attributes, it is unsuitable for the Fire Witch Cat evolution path. Hiss. Evolutionist's legacy. Impressive. Previously, he could discern some pet evolution sequences. But he only knew the names, not the conditions required for evolution. Now, after acquiring the evolutionist's legacy, every detail was laid bare before him. He was instantly thrilled. Generally speaking, mastering an unprecedented evolutionary sequence for a popular beast pet could bring unimaginable wealth. Yet he could now see every single evolution path at a glance. Even the hidden paths. Wouldn't future generations have to call him the father of evolution? Your beast pet isn't suited for elemental attack type paths. It's better suited for close combat physical type paths. You can focus on trying to combine techniques with physical strength. Chen advised the beastmaster of the money-throwing cat. He recognized this man. He'd challenged him on the arena stage before. At least he'd paid 10,000 yuan and called him dad, so a friendly reminder wouldn't hurt. Who the hell interrupted mid-training? The man bristled with irritation. Who dared give his beast pet unsolicited advice? Lu daddy, good morning. The moment he recognized Chen, he jolted upright, swallowing the unspoken words whole. Chen couldn't help but laugh bitterly. The original bet only required calling him dad if he lost. But now, these people called him daddy whenever they saw him. Good morning. Carry on. I was just making a passing remark. Chen turned and walked back indoors. The other man stared at his money-spewing cat, lost in thought, focus on physical strength. Born in a third-tier city, Dad had managed to cultivate such formidable beast pets. He must have his own unique training methods. He addressed his money-spending cat, Dobao, starting tomorrow, we'll focus on physical training and reduce development of elemental techniques. Coin throwing. Coin throwing. The coin-throwing cat chirped happily at its master. After the new student tournament concluded,
Students in the freshman district gradually returned to their routines.
Those who hadn't yet condensed their spiritual essence were all undergoing the pressure of the Overlord's aura, striving to solidify their spiritual energy.
The next 2 days were Saturday and Sunday. The official start of classes would be next Monday, when they would proceed with mentor selection.
Lu Chen's white spiritual essence had already coalesced.
With no classes scheduled, he found himself momentarily at a loose end.
Well, I might as well complete today's daily quests first. Lu Chen summoned the interface. Just as he was about to tackle the system's daily quests, only to discover the daily quests were gone. Please become a 2-star beast tamer to unlock daily quests. Damn it.
He needed to verify his status as a 2-star beast tamer. He messaged Sunmmary to ask where he could get certified. Sunmmary, generally, every academy has an assessment point, but none are staffed right now.
You'll have to wait 10 days.
Sunmmary, other than that, you'll have to go to the Beastmaster Association.
He was unfamiliar with the ancient capital. Lu Chen inquired about directions.
The other party was concise, replying with just one sentence.
Meet me at the school gate.
Today, Sunmmary wore a casual outfit. She wore a light blue sleeveless top, not quite a tank top. Her collarbones, like 2 delicate crescent moons, gently curved against her skin, emitting a soft, gentle glow. Not only did they trace the graceful curve of her swan-like neck, but they also added an indescribable charm and allure. A sun hat perched atop her head as she walked with graceful poise. It must be said, Sunmmary was truly a stunning beauty. Her figure and features were flawless. Oh, and a bona fide wealthy woman to boot. Having inherited the legacy of an evolutionist, her divine eyes strengthened. Lu Chen continuously observed the beast pets he encountered along the way, studying their evolutionary paths. At this moment, his gaze instinctively focused on Sunmmary. His pupils suddenly contracted into tiny black dots. Why is a data frame appearing on Sunmmary? Chapter 36, A Legendary Tier Existence. Impure World Resurrection. Lu Chen's pupils abruptly contracted into black dots. Because a series of information boxes had actually popped up in the divine eye. He was internally shaken. The divine eye only functioned on beast companions and extraordinary items. It never displayed specific information for humans or ordinary items. Why were information bubbles appearing for Sunmmary, a human? Damn! Could it be that Sunmmy's true form was actually a beast pet in disguise? He suppressed the shock surging within him and began to examine it closely. Ha! Not Sunmmy's? Name, 8-tailed moonfox death slumber. Rank, non-legendary tier. Attribute, psychic. Bloodline, totem race. Description, the 8-tailed moonfox is merely a totem species. In its attempt to break through the totem tier barrier and ascend to the legendary tier, it failed. At the critical moment, it sacrificed its entire body as fuel to shield its true spirit. Evolution sequence, hidden path, 9-tailed withered fox evolution requirements, parasitize the soul within a suitable female host, feeding on her soul and spiritual essence. After 4 generations, consume her spiritual essence when she ascends to the Overlord tier 5-star Beastmaster. After 4 generations, using bloodline as the conduit and resentment as the path, it can transform death into life, becoming the undead 9-tailed withered fox. Evolution analysis, violates cosmic harmony. Current host is the 4th generation. Notes, the host's spiritual essence manifests as moonfox spirituality due to the parasitic presence of the 8-tailed moonfox. This grants potent enchantment effects and partial access to the 8-tailed moonfox's abilities. The true spirit of the 8-tailed moonfox gradually coalesces as the host's spiritual essence strengthens. Upon the host's spiritual essence reaching Overlord tier, it will fully awaken, consuming the host's spiritual essence and soul. If a spiritual essence of a higher grade than the moonfox spirituality invades the host at this point, it will interrupt the 8-tailed moonfox's evolution. Lu Chen's pupils contracted even more sharply. Once a totem tier entity. That thing, which had failed in its attempt to break through to the legendary stage and now parasitized within Sunmmy's spirit like a parasite. Using Sunmmary as nourishment to bring itself back into existence? Rage surged within Lu Chen. Damn it all. Sunmmary had helped him immensely. Moreover, when every academy rejected him, it was she who persuaded her sister Qin Yanan to use her privileges to admit him. Admittedly, whether he entered an academy or not made no difference to Lu Chen's extraordinary abilities. But he still owed her a debt of gratitude. He drew a deep breath, burying his tangled thoughts. He couldn't resolve this now, but time was on his side. Sunmmy's spiritual essence would only pose a threat once it reached the Overlord stage. The moonfox spirit forged by a mere totem tier 8-tailed moonfox? Lu Chen snorted coldly inside. Just wait and die, he thought. Then you'll see what a god-tier primordial sovereign spirit is like. Is there powder on my face? Noticing Lu Chen's persistent gaze, Sunmmary blinked her large, watery eyes. Just admiring the beauty, Lu Chen chuckled softly. A delighted smile spread across Sunmmy's face. Due to her unique spiritual essence, she easily drew attention even without consciously using it. She disliked the way others looked at her. But she found Lu Chen to be an exception. When he looked at her, a small, secret delight would rise within her heart. Perhaps it was because his very existence felt like a miracle to her, a person she had chosen herself, a defiance against fate. Or perhaps it was the way Lu Chen looked at her, unpretentious, free of possessiveness or lewdness. In any case, she felt good about it. Let's go, I'll drive. Not long after, a sleek red sports car executed a sharp spin and came to a halt before him. Get in. Holy crap. Rich lady, I'm starving. By the way, don't you guys have classes in your third year? Lu Chen asked from the passenger seat. Classes don't start for another 10 days. I couldn't be bothered going home, so I came back to campus early. Usually, we only return after the freshman tournament ends. Who knew this year it'd be moved up because of you? Yeah, the period between enrollment and the freshman tournament is like military training at a regular university. Who'd have thought you'd end up winning first place in the freshman tournament, little bro? Sunmmary propped half her body against the windowsill, driving with one hand while fixing Lu Chen with a gaze that was pure aggression. She looked every bit the domineering CEO flirting with a young girl. Don't forget about your big sister when you make it big, okay? Fine. If you ever need anything, just give me a shout. I'll take that seriously. The two chatted casually, their conversation meandering. A, B, B, C. Lu Chen stuck his hand out the window, fingers slightly curved, palm facing the wind, muttering to himself. What are you muttering about? Sunmmary asked, puzzled. Ahem, you can try it too. Sunmmary, still puzzled, rolled down the window, extended her hand, and slightly bent her fingers to catch the breeze. I don't feel anything either? Not feeling anything is normal. Lu Chen's eyes discreetly swept over her baby Neil box. You could try driving a bit faster. Sunmmary pressed the accelerator. The wind rushed over her palm. It felt like grasping a soft, fluffy ball. Her eyes widened slightly. Wait, this sensation, it felt familiar. She often felt it while bathing. In an instant, she understood. She started the car with a serious expression. Lu Chen found it amusing. Sunmmary looked like a seasoned pro, but she was actually more proper than anyone, just a big talker. If she ever met the real filthy demon king, Lu Yurong, she'd probably be defeated in no time. The ancient city spanned vast territory. The ancient capital Beastmaster Association stood as a landmark structure. It occupied a vast area, towering and imposing. Many people came and went. Sunmmary was no stranger here, moving with practiced ease. The queue for the 2-star Beastmaster assessment. The line was quite long, with few young faces among those waiting. This made him and Sunmmary stand out conspicuously. Youngsters, this isn't a place for couples to date. This is the assessment queue for 2-star Beastmasters. That's correct, Lu Chen nodded. The remark sent shockwaves through the entire line. Holy crap, he's here to take the 2-star Beastmaster exam. So young? You're kidding, right? It's true. My Gigi told me he passed the 2-star Beastmaster assessment. Sunmmary chimed in, pretending to be surprised. Young lady, don't be fooled. Those who come to the Beastmaster Association for certification are all working adults. Almost everyone is our age to pass the 2-star Beastmaster exam. If someone that young could become a 2-star Beastmaster, they'd have gone straight to the academy. Why would they come to the Beastmaster Association for certification? Exactly. If he were that talented, he'd be at the Xingyu Beastmaster Academy already. Academy students don't need to come to the Beastmaster Association for certification. Exactly. Last year's Academy students were already 2-star Beastmasters. This year's freshmen just enrolled, right? That scumbag deserves to rot in hell. Deceiving innocent girls like that. Come to Big Bro, sweetheart, I genuinely meet the standards for a 2-star Beastmaster. Lu Chen. The Academy's 2-star Beastmaster assessment point only had staff after the entire Academy started classes. If he wanted certification, he'd have to go to the Beastmaster Association. What else could he do? With daily quests gone, even the smallest mosquito counts as meat. Just as everyone was condemning him with words and pens. Lu Chen, a voice rang out. Commander Zhao? The newcomer was none other than Zhao Kongcheng. What are you doing here? I'm here to take the assessment for a 2-star Beastmaster. No need for any assessment. Hand over your credentials. He handed his documents to the staff member. Register me as a 2-star Beastmaster. On what grounds? It's written in black and white you must pass the assessment to become a professional Beastmaster. Can you really cut corners? I'm going to expose this online. Many were outraged. Forget it, Commander Zhao. I'll take the exam. Fine. Commander Zhao said, got your student ID? Got it. Hand it over. Students from the top academy, Xingyu Beastmaster Academy, may cut in line for the Beastmaster rank assessment, Zhao Kongqing stated calmly. The crowd fell silent. Wholly a student from the top-tier Star Universe Beastmaster Academy. So what? Even students from Xingyu Beastmaster Academy can't cut in line. Besides, second and third year students aren't just 2-star Beastmasters anymore. This year, it's only freshmen, right? School just started 3 days ago. I don't believe a freshman could condense white spiritual energy and advance their beast pet to elite rank in just 3 days. Society members are mostly those with mediocre beast mastering talent and pets of average racial potential. It typically takes until their late 20s or even 30s to condense white spiritual essence. Only then can their pets accumulate enough energy to reach the elite tier. From their perspective, even students of Xingyu Beastmaster Academy couldn't possibly condense white spirit essence within 3 days of enrollment and have their beast pets reach the elite tier. This situation reminded Lu Chen of a joke he'd heard in his previous life. 2 peasants speculated about the emperor's breakfast. The emperor must eat white steamed buns until he's full every day, right? The group entered the assessment chamber. White spiritual essence could solidify a beast pet skill. Once a beast tamer used the skill with spiritual essence power, it signified the essence had been condensed. Lu Chen gathered a massive fireball in his palm, slamming it against the specially reinforced wall with a thunderous boom. Whoa! Seeing Lu Chen unleash the skill, many in the room sucked in their breath. This proved he had indeed condensed spiritual essence. Spiritual essence isn't hard for those with strong innate talent. The real challenge lies with the beast pets. They need sufficient internal energy to advance to the elite tier, someone stubbornly argued. The summoning array materialized. Yen Yen Monkey Chi Tian appeared, his dashing appearance catching the eyes of many who couldn't look away. Beep beep. Total internal energy meets requirements. Elite tier. Testing destructive power. Please attack the testing device. Chi Tian stepped forward, his fist engulfed in flames, and delivered a powerful punch. Boom. The next second, a deafening explosion echoed. The tester was crushed flat, flying out like a cannonball and embedding itself into the specially reinforced wall. Everyone stared in disbelief. The tester was designed to withstand attacks from upper elite tier opponents. The wall was also specially reinforced and elite tier powerhouse couldn't possibly breach it. Which meant the opponent's attack power rivaled that of a transcendent tier. The entire venue fell silent. My brother's so awesome. I told you he'd pass. Sunmmary gloated like a little brat. Lu Chen, act normal. Passed the assessment. The staff finally snapped out of their shock. Come on, let's head to my office for some tea. Zhao Kongcheng invited Lu Chen and Sunmmary. After the 3 departed, the scene erupted in a thunderous roar of commotion. A freshman who'd only been enrolled for 3 days, was this incredible? This was simply terrifying. They were stunned. Was this the gap between mediocrity and genius? It was like comparing heaven and earth. It took them years, even a decade, to condense white spiritual essence and advance their beast pets to the elite tier. And this guy did it in just 3 days. After a long while, many wanted to continue the assessment. But they were stunned. They were told the testing device has been damaged beyond repair. There are no spare units available. Today's assessments are suspended. Arriving at Zhao Kongcheng's office. Simple and elegant. Not a single unnecessary item was present. Lu Chen took a sip of the tea brewed by his host. Instantly, he felt a subtle surge in his spiritual energy, even his spiritual awareness seemed slightly heightened. He glanced at it with the divine eye. Description: crafted from tender buds of the commander tier entity Tea Tree Spirit, this blend enhances mental clarity and promotes spiritual growth. Good stuff. Lu Chen gulped it down like a bull devouring a peony. Another cup. Ha ha ha. Zhao Kongcheng chuckled as he poured another cup for his guest, thoroughly appreciating Lu Chen's character. Outgoing, unpretentious, and never dragging his feet. As a frontline soldier, he despised nothing more than whiny, effeminate behavior. His eyes narrowed slightly as he studied Sunmmary. The effects of this tea always stunned first-time drinkers. Sunmmary, however, showed no reaction whatsoever. This indicated she wasn't a first-timer, or had tasted something even finer. Is this your girlfriend? Zhao Kongcheng teased. This guy's got quite the charm with the ladies. There was a young lady by his side during yesterday's new student assessment too. My senior, Sunmmary. Senior, this is Zhao Kongcheng, the examiner from yesterday's freshman competition. Only then did Lu Chen remember to introduce them to each other. Zhao Kongcheng's eyes narrowed involuntarily. Surnamed Su? If she's from that family, no wonder. The 5 surnames and 10 clans. Even the weakest among them had a sovereign tier powerhouse as their guardian. Lu Chen and Zhao Kongcheng chatted casually. He also learned why the other had returned from the front lines. It turned out his beast companion had been injured and needed treatment back in the ancient capital. What's the front lines like? Lu Chen asked curiously. You wouldn't want to know. It's a realm entirely different from human ecology. Ecosystem? Lu Chen wasn't hearing the term for the first time. He'd encountered it before in the trial gate, in the description of the carrion rabbit. The carrion rabbit, a degenerate form of the exploding tooth rabbit, corrupted by the forbidden ecology. Powerful beast pets, like ice-type ones, can alter terrain and even environmental ecosystems. That was true. The ancient capital was subtropical. Logically, it shouldn't snow in winter. Yet, on the outskirts of the ancient capital, there stood a snow-capped mountain perpetually blanketed in ice and snow. Legend has it that it was once the lair of a sovereign tier ice-type creature, though it was later subdued by humans. That snow-capped mountain remains perpetually frozen. A powerful creature's aura, strength, and radiation can reshape the surrounding ecosystem, transforming it to suit its own needs.
Zhao Kongcheng spoke with profound meaning. Why is the territory of our human race suitable for human survival? Have you ever considered that? Lu Chen's eyes narrowed sharply. What did that mean? Chapter 37, The Wrong Path of Evolution. The doctor in the research world. Zhao Kongcheng didn't elaborate further. He took a light sip of tea. Don't overthink it. This isn't something you need to concern yourself with right now. This thing, it defies explanation. Words can't capture it. You have to experience it yourself. It's still too distant for you to grasp. After you graduate and head to the front lines, you'll understand.
He paused, then recalled that Lu Chen had entered the hidden stage of the trial gate, meeting the night watchman selection criteria. Perhaps you won't even need to wait for the front lines. You might get the chance to experience it firsthand sooner.
Lu Chen. Can the riddle maker just get lost already?
If it truly was as Lu Chen suspected, then this so-called ecology was terrifying. Under the influence of powerful creatures, distinct ecologies would form.
A formidable ice-type creature might forge an ecosystem like glaciers. Consider this from another angle. Could the human domain also be an ecosystem? If the territory where humans live is also an ecosystem, what kind of terrifying creature must it be? Its power radiates across the entire human domain. Suddenly, the office door was violently pushed open. Commander Zhao, it's bad. The lava monster's condition has worsened.
Zhao Kongqing's expression darkened, crushing the teacup in his hand to shards.
The Beastmaster Association is a service organization established around the profession of beastmasters. It included a pet healing center. Numerous injured beast pets awaited treatment. The doctors here are all beastmasters themselves, utilizing pets specialized in healing.
Entering the intensive care ward. A massive creature resembling the Hellfire from the game of my past life lay on the bed. Its appearance was that of a flaming stone golem. It lay on a specially designed hospital bed.
Lu Chen could actually sense a faint pulse emanating from this flaming stone creature. The flames on its body seemed suppressed by some force.
Where its body should have been engulfed in flames, only bare rock was visible, with scattered sparks flickering here and there.
It lay curled up, trembling in agony. Lava beast.
Zhao Kongqing felt a surge of panic. The lava beast struggled to open its eyes, a low, muffled growl rising from its throat.
It could feel its life force steadily ebbing away, reluctantly bidding farewell to its beastmaster. What's happening? Its vital signs were stable just now. Zhao Kongqing couldn't accept this. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, activating his divine eye. Name, Lava Beast. Level, None. Awakening Tier. Transcendent Tier. Commander Tier. Rebirth Tier. Race, High Commander Species. Description, evolved from the initial form rock monster, the lava monster represents a rare evolutionary path.
While preparing to shatter its species limits by fusing with the rare artifact solar rock to evolve into a lava colossus, it encountered an unknown force that corrupted and polluted it, causing the evolution to fail. The solar rock and the unknown force now wrestle within its body, leaving it on the brink of death. Breeding focus, this pet failed to evolve into the lava colossus due to external interference. However, by a twist of fate, it now qualifies for the faulty evolution path, Jail Fire Rockbeast requirements.
Its level fluctuated constantly. From no level to commander tier, its vitality steadily drained and weakened. Commander Zhao, I'm sorry.
A young man in his 30s looked deeply regretful. The lava beast was affected by some forbidden power during its evolution, causing the process to go awry.
We have no way to resolve this. Is there truly no solution, Professor Su?
Professor Su's mentor was Dr. Ryuki, a nationally treasured authority in beast taming research. Dr. Ryuki was the undisputed authority on the theory of beast evolution.
Professor Su shook his head.
Unless my mentor comes personally, but he's currently engaged in classified research in the capital. Other than that, we'd have to seek out a top-tier breeder. But our ancient capital Beastmaster Association doesn't have any top-tier breeders. The lava beast has about an hour left. Professor Su patted Zhao Kongqing's shoulder.
Just stay with it. Zhao Kongqing felt utterly hopeless.
Sunmmary also felt regret physical injuries were the easiest to resolve.
Next in difficulty were elemental imbalances within the beast pet's body.
The most difficult to handle were issues arising during evolution or genetic abnormalities in the beast pet. This was precisely why breeders held such critical importance.
Evolution is a leap in life. It could not be taken lightly.
If the conditions for evolution are not met or fall short, the beast pet is highly likely to experience an evolutionary failure during the process.
Minor failures result in a regression of power.
In severe cases, it could be life-threatening.
Sunmmary studied Professor Su. She hadn't expected this young man before her to be a student of Dr. Lu Mu.
Mentioning Dr. Lu Mu, her face lit up with respect. He was a figure her father treated with utmost caution, honoring him as a distinguished guest. When Dr. Lu Mu grew angry, the entire Great Xia trembled. Nearly every beast tamer owed him a debt of gratitude, for he had revealed the conditions and requirements for the evolution of hundreds of beast pets. Only someone of his caliber could possibly save it. This lava beast truly seemed beyond saving. How about letting me try? An untimely voice cut through the silence. Everyone turned in shock toward Lu Chen. Who was this upstart? Many medical personnel frowned. Had he not been brought by Commander Zhao, they would have been ready to yell at him. Actually, I'm quite interested in cultivators myself. I've done a little research. Before anyone could react, Lu Chen continued, the lava monster, it's a lava colossus that absorbed solar rock to evolve into a rare variant, right? At this remark, Zhao Kongcheng froze. He'd never mentioned this to Lu Chen. In fact, among everyone present, only he and Professor Su knew. Give it a shot. Zhao Kongcheng decided on the spot, grasping at straws. Lu Chen stepped forward. A summoning array materialized, and he called forth the rock-averse monkey, Qitian. Visible on the lava monster's body were crimson grooves. Originally, flames should have erupted from these grooves. Now they were extinguished, like cooled magma, the crimson grooves turning black. An ominous aura surged forth. Once the crimson patterns across its entire body faded completely, that would be the moment of its demise. Qitian, Yang Yan. Yan Yan Ho channeled Yang Yan, clutching a ball of flame tinged with golden sparks in his hand. Channel it into the lava monster's body. The rock-hating monkey seized the lava beast's arm and channeled the yang flame into its body. As a fire-type beast pet with a higher level than Yan Yan Ho, the lava beast possessed flame resistance, rendering the yang flame harmless. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. Inside the lava beast, it felt like a battlefield, as if two forces were constantly grinding against each other. Gritting its teeth, the lava beast let out low growls from its throat. Finally, the two forces reached a stalemate within its body. Lu Chen nodded. Evolution Requirement 1, complete. The two energies must be brought into perfect equilibrium. Previously, the alien element within the lava beast had overpowered its own innate strength. Yang Yan's intervention had brought the two forces into a delicate equilibrium. Evolution Requirement 2, use the primordial spirit of the ether as the catalyst to fuse the two energies. Lu Chen's spiritual essence surged forth, his finger touching the lava monster's forehead. In that instant, the two evenly matched forces encountered Lu Chen's spiritual essence like a mouse meeting a cat. More accurately, it was like an ant encountering the supreme deity who ruled over all. Under the neutralizing influence of Lu Chen's spiritual essence, the two forces intertwined, becoming one with each other. Bring the water attribute potion. But the lava monster is fire type. A medic opened his mouth to protest, but was swiftly cut off. Professor Su's eyes fixed intently on Lu Chen and the lava monster as he commanded sternly, follow his instructions. Yes, yes. Soon, he brought a large quantity of water attribute potions. Lu Chen popped off the caps, pried open the lava monster's jaws, and poured the potions down its throat with a clang. Water and fire are incompatible. Not to mention that fire is countered by water. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. A torrent of steam erupted from the lava monster's body. Finally, it had accumulated to a certain level. Buzz. Alongside the steam, crimson flames erupted. Finally, a dense white light enveloped the lava monster, blindingly bright and dazzling, like a gift from the creator. Evolutionary light, someone cried out in shock. Within the evolution light, the lava monster's body underwent transformation within the white light, as if the creator had extended an invisible hand to fashion a new being. During this process, the entire ward's temperature soared to extreme levels, causing the hospital bed to dissolve directly into molten lava. Zhao Kongcheng and Professor Su unleashed their spiritual power. They coalesced into a transparent protective barrier, enveloping everyone to prevent accidental harm. Half a minute later, the white light slowly dissipated, revealing a brand new lava monster. Its form had grown larger and more imposing, radiating an intimidating presence. A humanoid stone creature composed entirely of rock, its head bearing human features, hollow eye sockets from which flames now erupted. The most striking feature was its flame. Its flames had previously been orange-red. Now, its entire body was engulfed in a deep blue flame, as watery as the color of water itself. Ebony blue magma flowed through the grooves on its body. Name, Inferno Rock Beast. Rank, near Overlord tier. Race, Upper Commander species, Lower Dominant species. Description, once attempted to fuse with sunstone to evolve from lava monster lava colossus, but an accident occurred. Corrupted by forbidden power, it should have perished in agony. Instead, with the great assistance, it underwent a flawed evolution. Cultivation tendency, having been tainted by forbidden power and nearly perishing, its foundational essence was damaged, preventing advancement to lower dominator tier. Its power remains stagnant at near dominator tier. Requires ingesting life materials to replenish its foundational essence before ascending to overlord tier. Lava Beast. Rare Evolution Magma Colossus X.
Erroneous evolution purgatory rock beast. Roar.
The Inferno rock beast growled softly at Lu Chen, lowering its head slightly.
It knew the man before it was its savior. Lu Chen reached out and patted its head. Wherever his hand touched, the flames parted. The texture was rough and grainy, hot to the touch, not as pleasant as Qi Tian's. The Inferno rock beast closed its eyes, clearly enjoying the touch. Seeing the vibrant, fully evolved lava beast before them, everyone's mouth gaped wide enough to fit a fist, their eyes filled with utter disbelief. The lava monster, which had been given a death sentence, not only survived but successfully evolved. And after evolving, though it resembled the lava colossus, its flames were different. Was this even a subspecies of the lava colossus?
The most overwhelmed and incredulous among them was Zhao Kongcheng. He had only hoped to save his beast companion's life. He never dared dream of evolution. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect such a miraculous turn of events, a ray of hope emerging from utter despair.
Stone. You're back. The emotional roller coaster brought tears to the eyes of this iron-blooded warrior. But what followed stirred even greater excitement within him. The prison flame rock beast rose to its feet. A terrifying aura erupted from its body. Its overwhelming pressure filled the ward, making even the lower-ranked doctors and nurses struggle to breathe. The aura of a dominator. The signature ability of the Overlord tier. Zhao Kongqing's eyes widened as his mind froze. Stone. Dominator tier?
Simultaneously, he received feedback from the soul contract. Stone hadn't evolved into a lava colossus. Instead, it had become a prison flame rock beast, its racial lineage shifting from high commander tier lower sovereign tier.
He was so shocked he couldn't speak.
Not quite Overlord tier yet, but its aura is that of a near Overlord. Its foundation is deficient and requires nourishment from materials rich in life elements to compensate for the deficiency. Professor Su's gaze was sharp and experienced.
He looked at Lu Chen in astonishment. How did you manage this? Lu Chen gave a shy smile. Didn't I mention?
I'm quite interested in cultivation techniques and have done a little research.
Zhao Kongcheng. Professor Su. Everyone. Is this what you call a little bit of research? To be able to guide the evolution of a beast pet at the dominance tier level? That's at least an advanced breeder. He's from my Su family of Qingqiu.
Sunmmary remained utterly composed, calm as a summer breeze, seemingly in complete control. Yet the shock within her heart was no less than that of everyone present. This junior classmate of hers was becoming more and more unpredictable. She felt pride truly worthy of her choice. Professor Su suddenly understood. So he was from the bloodline clan of Qingqiu. No wonder he was such a prodigious young hero. Only Zhao Kongcheng exchanged a meaningful glance with Lu Chen. He understood that Sunmmary had stepped forward to shield Lu Chen, creating the illusion that he was a product of their Qingqiu lineage. Simultaneously, it served as a warning to the others. He is under the protection of our Qingqiu clan. Think twice before harboring any ill intentions. He chose not to expose the truth. But he knew the truth. Lu Chen hailed from a third-tier city and was certainly not trained by the Su family of Qingqiu. For a moment, Lu Chen seemed shrouded in mystery before him. Thank you for saving OU, Zhao Kongcheng said gratefully. If you ever need anything from me, just call. Ahem, Lu Chen replied. Actually, I do. You see, I do have some expertise in cultivators. If any business opportunities come up, feel free to refer them my way. The reason he revealed his abilities as a cultivator evolutionist wasn't just to make Zhao Kongcheng owe him a favor. The other reason was to have him vouch for him. If he went around claiming to be a cultivator at his age, no one would believe him. But if Zhao Kongcheng promoted him? That would be a different story. Professor Su and Zhao Kongcheng both patted their chests, assuring him it was no problem. Lu Chen didn't bother them further. They still needed to conduct a thorough examination of the prison fire rock beast. The two left the Beastmaster Association. As they stepped through the main gate, Lu Chen's body paused slightly. What's wrong? Sunmmary asked. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Within his Beastmaster's space, the mysterious egg from the super-ancient era trembled, reacting. As if something were drawing it in. Chapter 38, The Little Broken Egg Hatches? A single slap shatters the snow mountain. Lu Chen froze. This little egg has awakened? Ever since it devoured the drop of forbidden blood last time, it had fallen into a deep slumber. He never expected it to wake up. Lu Chen was astonished. The little egg had changed. Inner vision beast space. He could clearly see starlight mist flowing across the shell of the mysterious egg, as if it were draped in a veil of starlight. The emotion growing stronger. Lu Chen could distinctly sense the faint, yearning emotion emanating from it. What's that place? He asked, pointing toward a street entrance nearby. Crowds thronged the area, many beast masters accompanied by their pets entering the street. It resembled a pedestrian street. The wide road was lined with stalls stretching from the entrance all the way to the end. A wide variety of goods were being sold. Beyond the stalls, lavishly decorated shops lined both sides of the road. The trading market. Some beastmasters bring items they've gathered during expeditions or things they no longer need to sell here. It's a mixed bag, no official endorsement, so you rely entirely on your own judgment.
There was even a sensational case where someone bought an egg here that hatched into a royal bloodline species. Others have paid dearly for counterfeits, getting burned. Sunmmary explained, though she admitted she'd never actually shopped in such a place herself. Purely based on one's own discernment? Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Could there really be someone in this world with an eye even more formidable than his divine gaze? This was practically his comfort zone. He felt like he'd stumbled upon a goldmine. Classic scenes from novels he'd read in his past life were already playing out in his mind. The protagonist wields abilities like golden pupils or X-ray vision. Slaughtered enemies left and right. What about cutting jadeite from raw stones? Scoring national treasures at bargain prices in antique markets. As he approached the trading market, the mysterious egg began to vibrate. The vibration frequency shifted with their direction of movement. The intensity fluctuated, sometimes strong, sometimes weak. All right. You're supposed to be a mysterious egg, not some vibrating thing. Soon. It arrived at the stall where the mysterious egg vibrated most intensely. To be precise, it was a stall owner who had just arrived. Earlier, as he rode past Lu Chen on his tricycle, he had startled the mysterious egg awake. By the time Lu Chen approached, the vendor had only just finished setting up his stall. The vendor was in his early 30s, with dark, weathered skin. Beside him stood a beast pet resembling a scythe weasel, entirely earth-brown in color, with claws as sharp as scythes on both front paws. An earth-type beast pet, an earth sickle weasel. It excelled at digging and burrowing. For plowing fields, an earth sickle weasel could till 50 acres in a single day. The vendor enthusiastically pitched his wares. What can I get for you, young man? These are homegrown snow ice fruits, fancy some? They clear heat, relieve summer heat, and calm the mind for beastmasters. Fire-type pets often suffer from heat-related ailments, and snow ice fruit can alleviate that. Ice snow fruit, a common spirit plant, grows in snowy regions. Alright, I'll take a few. He idly flipped through small clay figurines and odd bronze vessels in the stall's corner. What's this? Ah, just useless junk. Found it at the base of the snow mountain when I went up today. These items were likely left behind by humans who lived on the mountain 100 years ago. Later, a sovereign-tier ice-type ferocious beast took over the mountain, driving the humans away. Over time, it gradually became a snow-capped peak. Strangely enough, the snow on the mountain has started melting. The snow at the base is almost gone, something that's never happened before. The vendor looked worried. He was a small farmer who grew tree fruits on the snow. Lu Chen activated his divine eye. No information surfaced from these objects. They contained no transcendent power. They were merely ordinary clay figurines and bronze vessels. He felt puzzled and glanced at the mysterious egg in his beast-taming space, the one whose vibrations could numb a person. Indeed, these objects were attracting the mysterious egg. Seeing Lu Chen's interest, the vendor offered, consider it a little something extra for you. Thanks. Stop vibrating. I'll study it back at the inn. Time to hunt for bargains. Suppressing his curiosity, he resolved to examine it properly later. Surveying the bustling marketplace, a cacophony of vendors' shouts and the constant flow of people, Lu Chen's lips twisted into a smirk. Your bargain hunting king is here. Over an hour later. Hitting a bargain? Yeah, right. Lu Chen was speechless. As expected, novels were all lies. Where was it ever that easy to snag bargains? This was a world of extraordinary beings. Supernatural objects all possessed elemental power. Any beast tamer who had gathered spiritual essence could use it to focus their eyes and see if an item was imbued with elemental power. Everything was priced fairly, maybe 10-20% cheaper at most. But the quality was inferior to what you'd find in physical stores. He decided to buy lightning attribute materials from the campus mall after all. At least the quality was reliable, and using credits gave him an additional 20% discount. As for snagging a bargain pet? Hey, bro. Crazy deal, once it's gone, it's gone. This golden dragonfish of mine can evolve into a Tyrannosaurus fish. A vendor selling beast pets scooped a golden fish beast pet from the pond with a net. It was about the size of a large basin. Golden dragonfish, common bloodline. One of its evolution paths leads to Tyrannosaurus fish. A variant of the weak water carp, one golden dragonfish might appear among 10,000 weak water carps. However, it's already remarkable if 1 out of every 100,000 golden dragonfish evolves into a Tyrannosaurus fish. Lu Chen activated his divine eye. Name, weak water carp. The weakest water-type creature, inferior bloodline. Appearance identical to golden dragonfish, differing only in color. The weak water carp is red. Golden dragonfish are golden. Uncle, it's fading. Lu Chen pointed speechlessly at one of the scales glowing red. City life is too complicated. He wanted to return to the countryside. Finally, to thank Sunmmary, Lu Chen treated her to lunch before they both returned to the academy. Back in the dorm, the summoning array materialized. Yen Ho appeared, cradling the mysterious egg. Here's what you wanted. It's nothing special. Lu Chen placed the bronze vessel and clay figurine on the table, then set the little cracked egg upon it. The little cracked egg wobbled from side to side like a roly-poly toy. This isn't what you wanted? Lu Chen froze. But of course he had specifically asked about this little egg when he bought it. Thump! Thump! A misty veil of starlight appeared on the eggshell. It bounced twice, then began wriggling and twisting. Lu Chen. My talent isn't telepathy. I don't speak egg speak either, I can't understand it. And even if I could read minds, I can't have a conversation with an egg. Woo-er. Beside them, Shi Tian murmured softly to the little cracked egg. A monkey and an egg actually started communicating. Lu Chen watched, utterly dumbfounded. Finally, with Yen Yenho's translation, Lu Chen understood. You mean it's not these things that attract you? But the source of these things? According to the vendor, these items were discovered at the foot of the snow-capped mountains. Could it be that they must journey to the snowy peaks? It was still early, just past noon. With the fate of the little broken egg hanging in the balance and nothing else to do, Lu Chen decided to investigate. Without bothering Sunmmary again, Lu Chen stepped out of the academy gates. The snow-capped mountains lay on the outskirts of the ancient capital, adjacent to several satellite cities under its jurisdiction. An intercity rail train is required for travel. Soon after, Lu Chen arrived at the foot of the snow-capped mountain. Moonview Snow Mountain. This was the mountain's full name. Perpetually covered in snow and ice, its slopes were neither steep nor jagged, but sharp and angular, resembling a giant mirror. At night, it reflects the moonlight, as if a moon had been carved into its very body, hence the name Moon-Gazing Snow Mountain. It was also a park attraction in the ancient capital. After all, the formation of moonwatching Snow Mountain dates back a century, and all dangers have been filtered out by the Beastmaster Association. Only harmless creatures inhabit its slopes. Combined with the subtropical climate of the ancient capital, which never sees snow, the Snow Mountain is immensely popular. The Snow Mountain is vast. Part of it is fenced off as a park. The remainder largely retains its pristine, untouched landscape. Little Broken Egg adjusted its vibration frequency based on Lu Chen's direction, guiding him along the way. Soon, Lu Chen arrived at a forest of ice-covered fruit trees. This must be the place the vendor mentioned. Sure enough, the entire snow-capped mountain showed signs of melting at its base, exposing layers of rock. Not far away, an avalanche had even occurred. The collapsed snow piled up. Lu Chen walked over. This place was rarely visited, and it featured a sheer 90-degree cliff face. The cliff face was sheer. Below, massive piles of fallen snow accumulated. Scattered around were fragments of shattered ceramics, bronze, and clay figurines. Looks like the vendor found this place. Little Broken Egg was excited, radiating a sense of longing and hunger as it tapped lightly against the cliff face. Something buried down there? Shi Tian, flame vortex. The snowdrift resembled a small hill, several meters high, partially obscuring the mountain wall. A flame vortex melted the snow pile, revealing what lay buried beneath. Holy? Lu Chen gasped. A massive statue lay headfirst, feet pointing skyward. Its body was embedded within the mountain wall. Only its outline remained visible on the surface. Without careful observation, one might mistake it for natural rock formations rather than a sculpture. The statue's face was directly facing Lu Chen, with a crescent moon mark on its forehead. Buzz 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 buzz. The little egg vibrated wildly, as if electrified, giving Lu Chen the feeling it was about to feast. Could it be a forbidden creature inside? The little egg relied on consuming forbidden creatures to transform death into rebirth and regenerate itself. Curious, Lu Chen tapped the statue's face. The texture was hard, just rock. It truly felt like the rock itself had sculpted the contours and veins of a stone statue. Boom! Suddenly, the instant his palm touched the stone wall, the primordial sovereign space trembled, and a surge of stellar power erupted. Crack, 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 crack. The entire rock wall cracked, starting from the sculpture's forehead and spreading upward. Finally, the entire moon-watching snow mountain split cleanly in two. Lu Chen? Oh. He stared blankly at his hand. I just split a mountain in two with one slap? But it wasn't over yet. His mouth gaped wide as he watched the next scene defy all logic. The crack, which had split from the base of the mountain all the way to its peak, continued tearing upward toward the sky, accompanied by a deafening air shockwave that reverberated throughout the ancient capital. The sky, like a sheet of paper, was being torn vertically, revealing a gaping, pitch-black wound. Chapter 39, Time-Type Beast Pet. Lu Chen, how am I supposed to play this? Lu Chen? The sky split open. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things. Crackle crackle. The sound kept coming, and the crack spread further into the sky. Lu Chen. His mouth gaped wide. The sky is literally splitting apart. Boom. 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 The sky trembled violently, its air shockwaves shattering every cloud layer, revealing a vast expanse of azure sky. The snow-capped mountains shook violently. Across the azure sky, an irregular, pitch-black ash spread relentlessly, accompanied by the thunderous roar of the air tremor. Jigu. Omega. Shi Tian looked on in awe. My beast tamer is truly something else, this is insane. Lu Chen tossed a rock toward the crack in the rock wall, only to have it bounce back. The little egg kept leaping toward the rock wall, trying to get inside. But it didn't go in. It seemed to hit a wall and bounced back, tumbling right to Lu Chen's feet. The crack seemed to exist only in his eyes, not in reality. Lu Chen reached out to wipe the crack away, but his fingers still felt the rough texture of the rock wall. Damn it, what the hell is this? Can't even get in. Let's go. Stop staring. Setting the mountain on fire would land you in prison for life, and this slap split the mountain and sky apart. Was he supposed to stand there and get shot? Lu Chen's scalp prickled. He scooped up the small, broken egg at his feet, shouted to Yin Yanho, and took off running. The snow-capped mountain trembled with a rustling sound. Strangely, only the ice and snow near the base collapsed. No avalanches occurred above the mid-slope. Shrieks echoed in waves. Everyone playing on the snowy mountain fled in a mad dash. Squeak squeak. Black fissures continued to spread across the sky, leaving behind a constant rumbling in the air. At the same time, in the skies roughly dozens of kilometers from the ancient capital's main city, a divine beast companion soared through the air. Graceful in form, it resembled a large yellow bird, crowned with a long, iridescent feathered tentacle. Though clearly avian, its skin was covered in layers of fine, overlapping scales that shimmered in the sunlight. Its entire body lacked feathers, its wings covered in cotton candy like clouds. Each flap of its wings scattered speckles of luminous light, like pollen. Viewed from below, it resembled a cloud. A person sat upon its back. A beautiful woman of about 26 or 27, her cascading hair casually gathered at the nape of her neck. Her features and demeanor were flawless, seeming almost otherworldly, as if untouched by earthly concerns. In ancient times, had she arrived riding this cloud beast, the ignorant common folk might well have mistaken her for a fairy descended from heaven. Yet this very fairy was now munching on sweets. Her cheeks puffed out like a hamster's, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Delicious. I'll bring you some next time. Truly worthy of being the Imperial Kitchen's latest hit. She was on the phone. Recently, she'd been involved in a classified research project. She hadn't been allowed outside, and going months without sweets had driven her crazy. I'm so jealous. You beast masters get to ride your pets everywhere. A woman's voice came from the other end of the line. Zhang, now that your research is wrapping up, where do you want to go? Heading to the ancient capital. The ancient capital? Perfect. Help me teach my nephew a lesson. He even mocked you last time, saying he'd make you his chieftain's wife and repeat it 100 times a day. A gleeful laugh echoed from the other end. If Lu Chen had been there, he would have realized she was talking to her aunt, Lu Yurong. Sure, no problem. Suddenly, boom! A thunderclap split the sky, its rumble echoing through the air. She looked up. You roam, we'll talk later. I've got something to do right now. She hung up the phone. Zhang Zhini gazed at the sky with her beautiful eyes. A pitch-black fissure tore through the heavens, splitting the sky like ink bleeding across the canvas. Dragon cloud bird, hurry. Head toward where the crack is spreading. Poof. Boom. 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 The fissure continued to spread. Finally, they reached the heart of the ancient capital. The violent rumbling of the earthquake echoed throughout the ancient capital. Both ordinary citizens and beastmasters instinctively looked up at the sky in bewilderment. What is that? Holy! Countless people gasped, terror filling their eyes. The sky shattered like a mirror, torn apart by a jagged, pitch-black fissure. Fortunately, the fissure halted its spread after reaching a certain point. The Beastmaster Association. Powerful auras surged skyward. All mounted on their flying beast companions, they rapidly approached the heavens. A startling sight unfolded. Through the fissure, they beheld an unfamiliar landscape. Within the fissure lay a land covered in ice and snow, even revealing some ice and snow structures. Beastmaster Association headquarters, top floor. Many members of the Beastmaster Association had gathered on the top floor. What is that? A younger staff member asked in alarm. It must be that thing, right? Asked Gu Xin, the president of the Beastmaster Association. Exactly. If my guess is correct, this is a ruin. Professor Su declared. The question is, from what era? He too was puzzled, but how could a ruin manifest in this form? Previous anomalies have always been spatial portals. Go! Find the origin point of this ruin's fissure. Gu Xin ordered. An ancient ruin, it held immense opportunity within. This was good news for the ancient capital. Professor Su raised an eyebrow. No need. King Jiang has already gone. King Jiang? Gu Xin's pupils contracted. Tian Wang. Gu Xin was a sovereign tier beastmaster. He knew the weight behind the title Heavenly King. It was earned through battle. Only those at the sovereign rank who were unmatched in their field earned the title Heavenly King. Those who earned the title of Heavenly King were almost certain to ascend to the totem rank. King Jiang. Across the entire Beastmaster realm, there exists only one Heavenly King bearing the surname Jiang. At just 28 years old, he holds the rank of Heavenly King while simultaneously serving as a professor specializing in beast pet archaeology research. Countless accolades adorned his name. If sovereign tier beast masters are considered geniuses, Then Jiang Zhini is the one whom countless geniuses themselves would call a genius. Guai Xian once battled her with a win rate of 40%.
Yes, Jiang Zhini's single beast companion defeated all 4 of his own.
Why would she come?
The Jiang Overlord recently ascended to become a pillar of the Night Watch. 2 individuals from your ancient capital passed the hidden trials of the trial gate. Having just become a pillar, she currently has no subordinates. Guai Xian was speechless, finally managing to choke out, she's truly formidable. Those 2 youngsters from our ancient capital are incredibly fortunate. Professor Su remarked, we still don't know if they'll pass the official trial.
Jiang Zhini stood before the mountain wall.
A fissure spread upward from the base, splitting the entire snow-capped mountain before reaching toward the sky. She surveyed the scattered clay figurines and bronze vessels around her. A spatial overlap phenomenon recently occurred, causing some artifacts from the edge of the ruins to fall into the real world.
Typically, when this occurs, it takes at least several months before the ruins fully manifest.
She looked up at the crack in the sky. This was spilled spatial energy. Once these fissures retracted and coalesced upon the rock face, they would form the spatial gateway into the ruins. Usually, when a ruin emerges, the spatial portal forms directly. When spatial energy disperses like this, it essentially means the ruins have been prematurely opened.
For others, it might be quite rare.
But she had seen it many times, for every time she opened a ruin, it was like this.
Has someone with a historical type beast taming talent like mine triggered traces of history? Let me see who it is. She felt a surge of curiosity.
After living for so many years, she had finally encountered another individual with a similar beast taming talent. She snapped her fingers, and a small yellow flower appeared on her shoulder.
It was utterly peculiar.
Rooted within a swirling cloud of mist.
The entire flower pulsed with mysterious energy, its petals withering one moment and bursting with vitality the next. Flower of history. A time-type beast companion.
A beast companion born from the opportunity she gained within an ancient ruin, rooted in her time-type talent, the voice of history.
No offensive capabilities. Possesses one time-type skill, yesterday's yellow flower. Can rewind events that occurred within a certain time frame. Flower of history, use yesterday's withered flower.
Mysterious temporal power enveloped the surroundings. The flower of history drifted, and the misty cloud cluster at its roots transformed into a luminous screen. Images began to appear upon it. She witnessed a young man accompanied by a monkey-like beast pet approaching this rock wall. He unexpectedly discovered the statue carved into the rock face. He reached out to touch it, and the mountain split open. A smile curved her lips.
Just promoted to pillar.
Heard the ancient capital opened the trial gate early, and 2 individuals entered the hidden stage. I was hoping to see what they were made of. But I never expected such a delightful surprise. Another kindred spirit who can activate the traces of history.
Dragon Cloud Bird, send tracking find him.
The Dragon Cloud Bird sniffed.
Oomph. Let's go, time to check the water meter.
She flipped herself onto its back.
If Chen were here, he would have noticed something off.
Throughout the entire time rewind of the flower of history, the little egg had never once appeared. Chapter 40, Flesh and bone may perish, but the spirit endures.
Sovereign Tier. Moonlit Snow Mountain. The emergence of a ruin here caught everyone completely off guard.
After all, before it became a snow-capped peak, Moonwatch Snow Mountain was simply an ordinary mountain. Its history stretched back an immense span of time. Even after its transformation into a snow-capped peak, it had endured countless years. In other words, every shaded mountain path of the moonlit snow mountain had been trodden by beast tamers. It had long been thoroughly explored, with nothing of value left to find. Who could have imagined that a hidden ruin still lay within? But there was one group that knew better. They had long known that an ancient ruin lay hidden within the Moonview Snow Mountains. The Moonview Snow Mountains covered a vast area, bordering 2 satellite cities under the jurisdiction of the ancient capital. One of these is Jinsui City, a satellite city dedicated to grain cultivation. Within Jinsui City, a town called Kuruma Town lies closest to the moonlit snow mountains, offering a panoramic view of the entire mountain range. Golden ears of wheat hung heavy with fruit in the rice fields. Along the ridges, countless people gazed upward at the fissure that stretched upward from the snow-capped mountain, ultimately splitting the sky. Their hollow eye sockets flicker with confusion and excitement. Their bodies finally collapsed to the ground, limp as dried human skin. Then, they swelled up like balloons, rapidly filling with air.
Ha 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 ha. We thought only melting all the ice and snow could break the seal on the ruins. Who knew the power of resentment forged from human souls would be so potent, bringing the ruins into the world ahead of schedule? After all, the seal had been in place for far too long, losing its former potency. Flesh is but a vessel, only the spirit endures forever. The world is about to enter an infinite realm, where everyone can obtain what they desire most. There, dreams cease to be mere dreams, they become reality. Amidst the field ridges, figures cloaked entirely in black robes appeared out of nowhere.
Like 1,000 voices in unison, their frenzied cries echoed through the air. Behind them, all the villagers had gathered. Their bodies hung like weather dolls, pulled by invisible strings, their heads swaying in the wind.
Eerie and terrifying. Continue aiding humanity in transcendence. Flesh is but a vessel. We help them achieve spiritual eternity. To welcome him back is these souls' greatest honor. Not enough. The souls gathered thus far are insufficient. More, we need more. Otherwise, we cannot guide the Great One into reality. One of the black-robed figures sneered, exiling us from the order is their loss. They never imagined we'd find the Great One first. We shall return with him, we are his most faithful servants. The robed figure reverently spread his arms, embracing the pitch-black fissure in the sky. His dark robes bore spiderweb like white embroidery. Besides them, there was another who knew the ancient ruins would descend upon the city. Xingyu Beastmaster Academy. The seclusion chamber attached to the student villa was located on the basement level. Within the seclusion chamber, frost clung to the walls and water molecules in the air crystallized into fine ice crystals that drifted down. Behind Luo Anfei's tightly closed eyes, an ethereal phenomenon began to rise. A divine phoenix, its form blurred and indistinct, yet its piercing eyes remained sharp and clear, one eye crimson, the other azure. The left eye represented destruction, the right eye represented life. This was her beast taming talent, Nirvana Divine Phoenix. Using the spirit of the ice phoenix to connect with her beast taming talent, this divine phoenix finally burrowed into the ice crystal fox's body. Chirp chirp. Two overlapping cries emerged from the ice crystal fox's mouth. A low fox-like whine. A high-pitched phoenix cry. Icy power erupted from its body, eventually converging upon its surface. It solidified into an ice egg, completely encasing the ice crystal fox. Half a minute later, the ice egg shattered. Chirp. The ice crystal fox's power surged directly from the lower elite tier to the middle elite tier. A brand new power surged within its body. The power of the phoenix. From that moment on, the ice crystal fox possessed phoenix blood. Though faint, it was enough to classify it as a phoenix-blooded creature. But that wasn't a problem. In its previous life, the ice crystal fox only acquired phoenix bloodlines after graduation. This lifetime, she had gained a tremendous head start. With her assistance, the day would come when even pure-blooded phoenixes couldn't compare to the ice crystal fox. This was only the beginning. Next, we just need to wait for the ruins of the moonlit snow mountain to open. In my previous life, because I didn't choose to attend the Star Realm Beastmaster Academy, I missed out on the great opportunity within that ruins. This was the fundamental reason she chose the Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy. It should be in just over a month Jiangzheni will activate the ruins. Mentioning Jiangzheni, her expression turns solemn. As the reincarnation of Luo Chen, she looked down on most people, even her bloodline family, whom she dismissed with contempt. Only Jiangzheni, even after her rebirth, still made her feel immense pressure. A terrifying woman. Possessing a time-manipulating beast-taming talent, she can touch the traces of history, making her combat prowess unmatched. Let's put it this way. In her previous life, the front lines collapsed. Monsters invaded, forbidden kin awoke, and other hostile beast races also eyed the human ecosystem with predatory intent. Jiangzheni emerged from an ancient ruin, single-handedly forming an army to defend the crumbling front lines. Not only did she prevent humanity from losing a single inch of their ecological territory, she pushed the human lines back hundreds of kilometers. Unbelievably overpowered. The Moonwatch Snow Mountain ruins in the ancient capital were prematurely unlocked when Jiangzheni, idly wandering, touched a historical mark on a mountain wall. My second beast companion is inside the ruins. Too bad Jiangzheni won't arrive for another month. If only we could have activated the ruins sooner. Luo Anfei stepped out onto the balcony, breathing in the fresh air outside. She tilted her head, noticing for the first time the large gathering of students outside. Why were they all staring at the sky? She looked up toward the sky. She saw the mirror-like sky torn apart. Luo Anfei's mind froze? The ruins, how could they have activated prematurely? Suddenly, her phone rang. The caller ID displayed, Ancient Capital Beastmaster Association. Answering the call. Commander Zhao Kongcheng also needs her to go to the Beastmaster Association. Someone from the Night Watch has arrived. The Night Watch has sent someone? Her eyes widened slightly as she gazed at the strange phenomenon in the sky. Combined with the ruins being opened prematurely, she knew exactly who had arrived. This reborn butterfly had flapped her wings, causing Jiangzheni, who should have arrived a month later, to come early. And she was even in charge of the candidate night watchman assessment here in the ancient capital? In the dormitory. Stop bouncing, stop bouncing. Chen had returned to his quarters. Staring at the little egg bouncing incessantly on the floor, he grumbled, "This is all your fault." Glancing out the window, he saw the crack. It shouldn't let any terrifying creatures out, right? The Beastmaster Association should be able to handle it, right? Yeah, it should be fine. Otherwise, the city would have been filled with shrill alarms by now. He made up his mind to keep a low profile for the next few days. There are no cameras at Snow Mountain either, and with so many tourists around, they probably won't come looking for me. Suddenly, a pleasant voice rang out. "Ah, I found you." Without warning, a gust of wind swept through the room. Countless sheets of paper flew wildly through the air.
Chapter 41, starting with desertion, surviving until every member becomes a divine beast.
Lu Chen's eyes widened abruptly. In the living room,
without warning, a stunning older woman materialized out of thin air, accompanied by a beast companion.
Chirp, chirp, chirp. Yen Ho snapped to attention, shielding Lu Chen behind her. You did this, didn't you? Oh crap, it happened. Just got back and already caught? How fast is that? Ha? No clue. Not me. You've got the wrong guy. Lu Chen launched into his three-part defense. Now was the time to stick to his guns no matter what. Resist and your future's wide open, confess and you'll rot in jail. He instinctively activated Divine Gaze to inspect the opponent's beast companion.
If the charges were severe, he'd knock them out and flee, survive, grow stronger with the system.
Wait until he's unbeatable before emerging again.
Beastmaster, starting with desertion, surviving until every member becomes a divine beast.
Name, Dragon Cloud Bird. Rank, Upper Sovereign Tier. Attributes, Dragon Type, Psionic. Race Bloodline, High Sovereign Lineage. Traits, Hyper Regeneration, Dragon King Bloodline. Skills. Lu Chen? His heart sank. Holy, did I really screw up that badly? What have I ever done to deserve this? A Sovereign Tier Beastmaster is coming for me. My life is over. Did I unleash some terrifying creature? I only touched the mountain wall.
So it was you, Jiang Zhini smiled. Indeed, you too can sense the traces of history.
You've activated a ruin. Lu Chen froze. Ha? I activated a ruin? Well, that doesn't sound too bad. What do you mean by traces of history? Jiang Zhini explained, ruins, like secret realms, originate from another world.
They descend and merge into our world.
Secret realms contain only ferocious beasts and diverse ecosystems. But ruins?
Think of them as places where humans from another world once lived. They worshipped powerful creatures, formed tribes. It's a legacy created by both humans and beasts. You should know that thousands of years ago, when the world underwent a great transformation and the age of transcendence dawned, clouds, lightning, and all things could potentially evolve into transcendent species because they gave birth to thoughts. Ruins also gave birth to a special will. They possess transcendent power for protection, making them extremely difficult to unlock. You can think of that statue you touched as the gateway to the ruins.
The ruins themselves have not descended upon Blue Star.
To enter a relic, one must wait for the gate to decay, allowing the relic to reveal itself.
There is an exception, however.
Those who can touch historical traces may open the gate to a relic if they meet certain conditions. Yes, it's as if those who can touch historical traces are themselves the keys to unlocking the ruins, though not all ruins can be opened.
You must also possess a time-related talent, right?
Jiang Zhini said, my beast taming talent is voice of history, allowing me to hear the sounds of the past.
Lu Chen. He's a hammer. That relic was the primordial spirit of the First Lord. He forced it open. It's like forcing open someone's door without a key? Are there many people who can touch the traces of history? Jiang Zhini stroked her chin. Including you, only 5 people are known in our great Xia. Other nations likely have their own. Want to join us? Jiang Zhini asked. The Beastmaster Association?
No, Jiang Zhini replied. The Super Ancient Research Bureau. Because of our unique talents, we possess a natural advantage when it comes to ruins. Our mission is to study the history of that world to decipher why it shattered and why it merged with our own.
Lu Chen was about to refuse.
It didn't appeal to him much. With his cheat abilities, he'd become unrivaled in the world sooner or later. Archaeology was no fun. His aunt Lu Yorong had complained about it often enough. Archaeology was a dead-end major.
Ding.
Special mission issued, join the Super Ancient Research Bureau and decipher the entire history of the other world.
Note, this is a long-term mission. Rewards will vary based on the host's progress in deciphering history. I'm in. Excellent. You might as well join the Night Watch too.
I just become one of the 10 pillars and need more hands.
Let's go to the Beastmaster Association.
Besides you, I should have 2 other subordinates.
Come on, they should already be waiting for me there. Before Lu Chen could refuse.
Long Yun bird flapped its wings, its cloud-like feathers sweeping Lu Chen up and placing him upon its back.
The rock-hating monkey scrambled aboard. As for the little broken egg, Lu Chen glanced at it. This thing was rather peculiar. It could freely enter and exit his Beastmaster's space. At this moment, it had slipped into the Beastmaster's space without him noticing. Whoosh! Everything blurred before his eyes, and Lu Chen found himself soaring high above the ground. This was teleportation. A signature technique of the psionic school. The Beastmaster Association. Damn it, why's Lu Chen's phone turned off? Zhao Concheng was frantic. As the savior of the prison fire rock beast, he was profoundly grateful to Lu Chen. He understood what the Night Watch entailed. Missing this opportunity would haunt him for life. Even those from bloodline families considered joining the Night Watch in honor. He glanced at Luo Anfei beside him. What about you? Luo Anfei, I texted him, but no reply.
Her brows furrowed slightly.
Where could he be? Whoosh. Suddenly, a supernatural creature appeared in the room. Two figures leapt down from behind it. Zhao Kongcheng and Luo Anfei stared blankly at Lu Chen walking side by side with Jiang Zhini, their minds a bit muddled. No. No way. How did this kid end up with the Jiang King? Take a seat over there, Jiang Zhini gestured toward a nearby chair. Lu Chen was taken aback. So Jiang Zhini's two subordinates were Zhao Kongcheng and Big Ice Block? What a small world. Zhao Kongcheng sucked in a sharp breath, stunned once more. What kind of background did Lu Chen have that even King Jiang spoke to him with such warmth? Even Luo Anfei was taken aback. Luo Chen and Jiang Zhini knew each other? For the first time, she couldn't fathom her childhood friend. Ever since his rebirth and awakening of SSS tier Beastmaster talent, his path and growth had completely surpassed her expectations. Yet, she felt a surge of excitement. If Jiang Zhini truly came for the assessment, wouldn't that mean she could join her 10th pillar? The Nightwatch organization was structured around pillars. There were 10 pillars in total. Similar to the Peak Masters in fantasy novels. The leader of each pillar is also known as the Pillar Master. Joining her ranks would be an unexpected stroke of luck. In her previous life, all the Night Watch members under her command thrived remarkably well. This was largely due to the abundant resources at her disposal. Moreover, rumors suggest Jiang Zhini is backed by a terrifying organization, one that even Dr. Lu Mu belongs to. Unfortunately, only those with the special talent to touch the traces of history could join this organization. Otherwise, no matter what it took, she would find a way to join. No need to stand on ceremony. Please, sit down. Jiang Zhini was unpretentious as she appraised Luo Anfei. Such a beautiful, icy young woman. She'd seen many beautiful people, but never one with such a uniquely captivating aura. If her abilities were up to par, she'd recruit her directly under her banner as the 10th pillar. She was a sucker for good looks, after all. No ugly people. No ugly beast pets either. Didn't the other one come? I thought there were supposed to be two people, she asked curiously. Did the other one get stuck in traffic? Luo Anfei, ? Zhao Kongcheng, ? Both were dumbfounded. Didn't Lu Chen come with her? Zhao Kongcheng timidly stammered, everyone's here. Huh? Jiang Zhini stared in disbelief. You too? You're only 19? She was stunned. The trial gate was only open to freshmen. This person looked at least close to 40. And he was so ugly, dragging down the overall aesthetic. Her expression turned serious. You have failed the assessment. Thank you for participating. Zhao Kongcheng. He's the one. Zhao Kongcheng pointed at Lu Chen with a wounded expression. Jiang Zhini slowly turned her head, ? Lu Chen was dumbfounded. What did I do? Didn't you say you were interviewing two people to see if they were suitable to be your subordinates? Did you enter the hidden stage of the trial gate? Yes. Silence. This was somewhat unexpected. The person who entered the hidden stage of the trial gate and the one who activated the ruins turned out to be the same individual. Release your beast companions. Lu Chen summoned the rock-hating monkey. Luo Anfei summoned the ice crystal fox. Jiang Zhini watched calmly. Lu Chen sensed that her aura had shifted. Within her slightly frail frame lay power capable of shattering the heavens and obliterating the earth. Threads of spiritual energy emanated from her body. She lifted her foot, took a step forward, and landed lightly on the ground. Boom! In that instant, the very fabric of this world shifted. Chapter 42, Attribute Treasures. Zhu Yan bloodline perfected. Jiang Zhini's hair stirred without a breeze. Long Yunio let out a low growl. In an instant, Zhao Kongcheng felt utterly insignificant. In his mind, Jiang Zhini's image soared to infinite heights, like a sovereign whose wrath could lay waste to 1,000,000 corpses across the mortal realm. She was the sovereign of this realm. The signature ability of the sovereign tier. Domain. The sovereign's domain. Within this domain, they become invincible beings, crushing any hint of resistance. Zhao Kongcheng felt his mind go blank. He was utterly stunned. Was this what a heavenly king was like? An unrivaled existence at the sovereign tier. He felt countless times more powerful than the battalion commander. Jiang Zhini looked at Zhao Kongcheng with a hint of disdain. How could he be so easily intimidated? She glanced at the composed Luo Anfei and Lu Chen. A beast master at the commander tier couldn't even match two elite tier freshmen. Little did they know. Luo Anfei remained composed because in her previous life, she had been a heavenly king at the sovereign rank, so the situation didn't shock her too much. As for Lu Chen, he discovered that, much like the overlord's aura, even the sovereign's domain was rendered ineffective by the primordial sovereign's spirituality. Jiang Zhini turned her gaze toward the two, a golden ring appearing in her eyes, encircling her pupils. This was a power only achievable with the spiritual essence of the sovereign tier. It could detect whether an opponent's spirit essence had been corrupted, whether they were a skin-stripped, parasitized, or manipulated puppet, or if any followers of the evil god cult had infiltrated. Once, a follower of the evil god cult had infiltrated their ranks. Ultimately, it led to irreversible consequences. The two showed no signs of issue whatsoever. As the 10th pillar and pillar master of the Night Watch, I welcome you to join the Night Watch. Normally, joining the Night Watch would require a verification of abilities. Jiang Jini couldn't be bothered with formalities.
Both individuals suited her purposes perfectly, especially since one was her kindred spirit, whom she had invited to join the Super Ancient Research Bureau. From now on, you are Night Watchman under my command.
This is your welcome gift.
Jiang Jini flipped her hands, and a small jade box appeared on each palm.
Just like magic. A spatial device. A word instantly popped into Lu Chen's mind. Never seen a pig run but never eaten pork?
Classic gadgets from all sorts of novels in his past life.
Or perhaps, a spatial type beast pet?
Opening it, he found a piece of charcoal inside the jade box. Remarkably, the charcoal's surface patterns glowed red, as if it were still smoldering embers.
Rich fire elemental energy clung to it.
No, it was more accurate to say that the entire piece of charcoal was formed from the very essence of fire itself.
Name, attribute secret treasure charcoal.
Description, condensed from fire elemental energy of exceptional purity and grade.
Enhances a beast companion's mastery of fire elemental energy and elevates its growth potential. Wow. It's actually an attribute secret treasure.
Only high-level secret realms can produce it, and the quantity condensed each time is limited. They simply cannot be purchased from outside sources. Only local Beastmaster associations have access to allocated quotas, and purchasing requires special authorization. It's not something just anyone can obtain. On the black market, it could easily fetch millions.
He glanced at Luo Anfei. Her jade box also contained an ice attribute secret treasure, the Ice Soul. Wow. Even a casual gift costs millions.
Su Meyer's charm pales in comparison. This is what a real rich lady looks like. Zhao Kongcheng watched from the side, his eyes turning into lemon symbols as envy made his mouth water. Best focus on strengthening my abilities for now.
The ruins aren't stable yet. We don't know what type they are or their rules.
Based on my experience, the ruins of Moonlight Snow Mountain likely won't allow beast masters of too high a caliber to enter.
The implication was clear. Lu Chen and Luo Anfei might enter the ruins.
They would become the first wave of relic explorers.
A flicker of excitement crossed Luo Anfei's usually stern and composed face.
If they were the first to explore, then she would absolutely be able to obtain that egg within the secret realm.
Her second beast companion. What are your names? I'm Jiang Jini. Only then did she remember she hadn't asked their names. Oh, right.
Jiang Jini recalled her best friend Lu Yorong's instructions. You're also freshman at the ancient capital Star Beast Academy.
Do you know someone named Lu Chen? Luo Anfei, ? Zhao Kongcheng?
They were dumbfounded. How could these two people be familiar enough to ride the same beast companion, yet so unfamiliar they didn't even know each other's names?
Zhao Kongcheng, he's here too. Ha? Jiang Jini, don't tell me you're Lu Chen. Zhao Kongcheng. Lu Chen.
Seeing their reactions, Jiang Jini slowly turned her head to look at Lu Chen, a question mark appearing above her head. You again?
Lu Chen nodded. Your aunt is Lu Yorong? You're her nephew?
Yep.
How do you know my aunt? Lu Chen suddenly remembered something.
A flash of insight struck him, and he blurted out, You're Lu Yorong's best friend.
Luo Anfei snapped her head up. Jiang Jini was Yorong's best friend?
She recalled an incident from her past life. In that past life, the most extreme thing Jiang Jini had ever done was to exterminate an entire beast race, wiping them out to the last descendant. It was as if there was some deep, blood-soaked grudge between them. It took her years to erase that entire beast race from existence.
Now it all made sense.
That very beast race was the culprit behind the beast tide and the destruction of Des City. She was avenging Lu Yorong.
Come to think of it, besides the beast race, Jiang Jini also had an unending feud with the cult of the evil god.
She couldn't recall the details clearly back then. She was only at the rebirth stage and had limited access to information. You two wait outside, Jiang Jini instructed Luo Anfei and Zhao Kongcheng.
Inside the room. Jiang Jini hadn't anticipated it either.
The person who could touch the traces of history like her, the one who hid the trial gate's hidden level, and her best friend's nephew,
turned out to be the same person. You want to keep me locked up as your mountain bandit's wife, right? 100 times a day? Lu Chen. Holy, damn you Lu Yorong, you actually said that? And your best friend, why is she a king-tier invincible heavenly king? Aren't you just studying archaeology at some ordinary university? I'll remember that debt.
For now, I'm assigning you an assessment task.
Conquer the Moonlight Snow Mountain ruins and reconstruct its historical legacy. This is your initiation task to join the organization. Complete it, and you become a full member. And no problem. Lu Chen quickly made his escape. I'll be off then.
He bolted out the door. News of the ruins appearing on Moonlight Snow Mountain.
As time passed, the news sent shockwaves throughout the ancient capital. The area surrounding the Moonview Snow Mountains was sealed off.
The area was taken over by the Beastmaster Association. As time slowly passed, the crack in the sky steadily retracted. By the first day, it had already diminished by more than half in the sky. By the second day, the fissure had vanished entirely from the sky.
On the third day,
the dispersed spatial energy condensed entirely upon the cliffs of the moon-gazing snow mountains. The spatial energy condensed, continuously gathering and transforming. It was estimated that within less than a week, the spatial portal would be fully formed.
How is Jiang Tianwang? Before the mountain wall at the ruins entrance.
Led by Gu Xian, the president of the Beastmaster Association, 8 Beastmasters of varying ages gathered. All were high-ranking members of the ancient capital Beastmaster Association.
It will be complete in about a week.
It appears to be a legacy-type ruin.
Based on temporal fluctuations, it originates from a secret realm of the ancient era. The entry threshold should be the lower-tier transformation stage.
The group felt both thrilled and disappointed. The delight stemmed from the fact that it was a legacy-type relic. Perhaps one could gain the foundation needed to enter the sovereign stage or even the totem stage. Disappointment stemmed from the fact that only those below the lower rebirth stage were permitted entry.
That evening,
the ancient capital Beastmaster Association announced the rules. The first batch of explorers for the snow mountain ruins of the full moon. A total of 98 spots.
Allocation as follows. 20 spots for Beastmasters below the lower rebirth stage in society.
78 spots will be allocated to students from various academies across the ancient capital.
Instantly,
the entire ancient capital erupted. All second-year students at Xingyu Beastmaster Academy were recalled to campus immediately. Only the second-year students at Star Realm Beastmaster Academy met the requirements, with most already at the elite tier lower rebirth tier. Third and fourth-year students had long surpassed the lower rebirth stage.
As for the freshmen, they're completely out of the running. Most are at the mid-tier extraordinary stage to upper-tier extraordinary stage. They have no chance of entering the ruins. Across all academies in the ancient capital, eligible students will compete for limited spots.
Whether they're from academies or beast tamers from society at large, the battle for spots is already in full swing.
Chen and Luo Anfei sat back and watched the action unfold. Do you understand why there are only 98 spots, not 100? Because they're taking up 2 of them. Cutting corners feels good for a moment, but cutting corners all the time feels good forever. Dormitory area. Training room. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. Searing flames continuously erupted from the alien monkey's body.
Its strength had reached the mid-tier elite stage. Beyond the shift in power, its racial bloodline had also transformed. Racial potential lower totem tier Zhuyan bloodline fusion progress 95% 100%. Shi Tian let out a low growl. Endless flames erupted, golden light blazing as they intertwined into a fiery mass enveloping the yin-yang monkey. It resembled a colossal flaming cocoon. Chen watched with eager anticipation. With the aid of the elemental treasure charcoal, Shi Tian's Zhuyan bloodline fusion progress was finally complete. If all goes as planned, with the Zhuyan bloodline perfected, Shi Tian would undergo a profound transformation. Chapter 43, a brand new transformation, 72 metamorphoses. The flaming cocoon's surface flames had nearly solidified into tangible form, constantly shifting and dancing. Half a minute later. Boom! The flame-woven cocoon shattered, erupting into a torrent of fire that surged skyward. The figure of the rock-eater monkey reappeared. Its appearance and fur showed little change, though the tuft of long, gradient gray hair on its forehead had grown longer. The most striking change was its aura. After all, it was now a totem tier cub. No longer a king tier cub. Name, rock-hating monkey. Rank mid-tier elite. Attributes, rock type, fire type. Traits yang yen. Racial qualification lower totem species 100% Zhu Yen bloodline. Bloodline talent morphic shift form intent transformation, diamond heart immunity. Elemental mastery level fire proficiency 90% perfection 1%, rock proficiency 20%. Evolution sequence. Using the elemental relic, charcoal. Fire element mastery level has risen from proficiency to perfection. Beyond that, the most significant change lies in the bloodline talent. Form change shape intent transformation. After becoming a lower tier totem species, is the bloodline talent's change just one character? Shi Tian, demonstrate it. The next second, the rock-hating monkey vanished, replaced by a fox whose entire body glowed a deep azure blue. Holy crap! An ice crystal fox. Shi Tian transformed into an ice crystal fox? Can he freely shift into other creatures? A phrase deeply etched into his soul surged through his mind's 72 transformations. Chen examined the specific details. Shape-shifting transformation, Effect 1, can alter body size, entering a giant ape form that dramatically increases strength and power. This effect was identical to the original shapeshift, except for one crucial difference: the addition of Effect 2. Form transformation, Effect 2, can mimic the aura of other beast pets, transforming into them. However, this is merely an illusion. While convincing enough to fool others, its true nature remains that of a yen rock monkey. I see. Chen activated divine gaze. He could clearly see that Shi Tian remained Shi Tian. It was merely an illusion. By mimicking the opponent's aura, it disguised itself as an ice crystal fox. It wasn't the 72 transformations merely mimicking the opponent's aura to create a convincing illusion. To be precise, it was using its bloodline talent to mimic the opponent's appearance, donning a layer of skin while simulating their aura to achieve perfect deception. The deception would be exposed the moment combat began. Still, it was quite impressive. Chen could find no flaws even when standing face to face. Only by activating the divine eye could he uncover the truth. Not a major issue. Tian was still in its initial form. As it continued to grow stronger and evolve, it will eventually transform into the 72 transformations. After all, the spirit bright stone monkey is just one step along its mythical path. It won't be long. The elemental treasures haven't been fully absorbed yet. Once they are, he should reach the upper elite tier. I've already gathered quite a bit of lightning attribute material. Then, the time for evolution will come. Gurgle gurgle. The little egg rolled over, curiously circling the yen rock monkey that had transformed into an ice crystal fox. Tian captured the little egg's aura, attempting to mimic its counterpart. But the next second, its form shifted wildly, morphing into all sorts of bizarre egg shapes, yet it couldn't become the little broken egg. Chen was astonished. Could it be that even the innate bloodline talents of totem species couldn't mimic the little broken egg's aura? Was the little broken egg species stronger than Juyen, who was already at the totem stage? He grew increasingly eager for the little broken egg to hatch. Tian, special training begins today. Chen activated his divine eye, scrutinizing the yin-yen monkey as an evolutionist. It was riddled with flaws everywhere. Too crude. Previously, he could crush opponents purely by virtue of his higher-tier race, superior elemental mastery, and sheer power. To put it vividly, it was like a pay-to-win account. But if it faced an equal opponent, or another pay-to-win account. For instance, if Zhang Zhenyi's beast companion matched Tian's level, bloodline, and elemental mastery. In a sparring match, Tian would likely be beaten into submission without a chance to fight back. After inheriting the evolutionist's legacy, he had a perfect vision for Tian's cultivation path. Though Tian could easily crush a lower rebirth stage mind-bonded beast rabbit within the trial gate, that was ultimately just a low-tier demonic beast. Facing a beast master would be a different story. Chirp. Chirp. Tian's face was set with determination. Thump, thump, thump. The little egg was also infected, bouncing twice on the ground. Go, go, go. Chen gave it a sharp lick on the head. Wait until you hatch, okay? I've saved the contract slot for my second beast pet just for you. Don't disappoint me. Coincidentally, Luo Anfei's villa residence. Ice Crystal Fox, your control over the Phoenix power is too crude. Stop treating it as some foreign power, it is your power. With the experience of her past life, she knew the optimal solution for cultivating the Ice Crystal Fox. Only 18 days left until the second comparison. Barring any mishaps, the Ice Crystal Fox should have evolved to the rebirth stage by then. I also found the second piece of the puzzle for my beast pet team within the ruins. By then, Chen will still be a beast pet. She was already looking forward to the second comparison coming soon. Busawa City. Lu Yurong wore a silk nightgown. Fresh from her shower, her pores still exuded a faint warmth. Under the light, her skin glowed like warm jade. She lay sprawled across the bed, her right hand propping up her face while her left held a phone open to a video chat. Her slender calves swayed back and forth, appearing exceptionally delicate under the soft light like fine porcelain, radiating a faint sheen. Her movements were slightly exaggerated, each time causing the hem of her nightgown to ripple slightly, revealing a glimpse of skin. She was continuing her video call with Zhang Zhenyi. Hearing something amusing, she laughed uncontrollably, her chest heaving violently, waves of flesh undulating. So you're saying my nephew is hanging out with you now? She felt both surprised and proud. True to form, my nephew is a real badass. Though she'd never inquired about Zhang Zhenyi's specific activities. But she wasn't stupid. She knew her best friend's status was anything but ordinary. Back when Zhang Zhenyi had come to her, mistaking the magic mirror doll for an enemy, she instantly subdued the overlord tier doll. Knowing Chen was under her best friend's wing put her mind at ease. Speaking of the magic mirror doll, she muttered, where did it go? Why hasn't it reached the ancient capital yet? I've compiled all the materials I found related to the ruins and sent them to the ancient capital. All right. Zhang Zhenyi didn't think much of it, just ruins, not ancient relics. The two best friends chatted for a while. Then they ended the video call. Lu Yurong yawned widely. It was only 9 o'clock. For some reason, she'd been incredibly sleepy lately, always reluctant to get out of bed. The only upside was, she had beautiful dreams every night. In them, she became an invincible ice elemental beast tamer. The creatures she commanded could transform entire ecosystems with a single gesture, subduing countless demonic beasts. Meanwhile, the night sky was pitch black, dark clouds obscuring the heavens, with no stars or moon visible. Daz City, the outermost city of Jiangbei Province. Daz City earned its name Great Marsh due to its proximity to the vast Yunmeng Marsh, a colossal lake hundreds of kilometers away. This Yunmeng Lake was not native to Blue Star.
It was a vast lake from another world that had merged with Blue Star. Though the air was thick with moisture, Des City never experienced fog. Lately, for reasons unknown. Starting around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, thick fog frequently descends. Hundreds of kilometers away, a group of people had sneaked into the vast Yunming Marsh. Time flew by. After half a month of fierce competition, all 98 relic slots in the ancient city found their owners. Meanwhile, on the cliffs of the Snow Mountain ruins, the spatial portal had fully materialized. This signifies that the ruins have opened. Chapter 44, which? The lower 3 clans? She's not going down. 20 slots for the ruins in society. And the 78 spots allocated among various academies. All have been allocated. To ensure equitable distribution among all academies and prevent Xingyu Beastmaster Academy from monopolizing all slots, the competition for these spots was organized by academy. The top-ranked academy would secure 38 spots. This outcome was entirely predictable. The depth of resources and student prowess of a top-tier academy were simply beyond the reach of other institutions. The Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy secured all 38 spots. These 38 spots would then undergo internal competition within the academy to determine final assignments. An ancient relic of inheritance appeared in the ancient capital. This has made beast tamers in other cities intensely envious and jealous. After all, relics are connected to the ancient myths of another world. According to known history of the other world, in the ancient era of the exotic realm, humanity was weak. To survive, human tribes chose to seek the protection of powerful beings, opting for symbiotic coexistence. They revered these beings as their tribe's guardian deities, conducting rituals such as sacrifices and offerings. Guardian deities had another name: totems. To become a guardian deity, the minimum requirement is totem rank. Guardian spirits reshaped ecosystems through their essence, radiating power to cultivate and transform certain beasts into pets, imbuing them with their own traits or fragments of their abilities. Ancient tribesmen contracted these beasts to become beastmasters, expanding outward under the protection of their guardian deities. In short, the ruins are an untapped treasure trove. Under the subtle, transformative influence of this terrifying, transcendent life force, it is highly likely that countless rare attribute materials have been forged within, or fierce beasts of formidable racial potential. Even relics left behind by totemic beings. Such items, weathered by time and unearthed with the ruins, may evolve into top-tier materials. They might even grant sovereign-tier beast masters the ability to glimpse the secrets of totem-tier beings. This has caused other major cities to covet the ancient capital. What incredible luck to discover an ancient ruin within one's territory. Where there's a will, there's a way. Those from other cities aren't entirely without means to enter the ruins. For instance, transferring schools and relocating. Xingyu Beastmaster Academy. Beside the Beastmaster Association's bus. You expect us to cram onto one bus with all these people? Disgruntled murmurs echoed around them. For individuals stood out starkly from the surrounding students. 10 days prior, they hadn't been part of Star Universe Beastmaster Academy at all. Instead, they'd pulled off a shady transfer to get into the academy. Their goal? To get a piece of the action in the ruins exploration. Do you have any idea who I am? Can we get a limo? Xiaomubai's booming voice drew everyone's attention. Is he an idiot? Not far away, 2 men and a woman frowned. Like Xiaomubai, they were transfer students, their families having repeatedly warned them to keep a low profile. He is an idiot. If he weren't the direct descendant of the Xiao family, and his brother hadn't become a eunuch, the family legacy would have fallen to him. He'd have died countless times over. One of the men remarked. Wah, Mubai, didn't you promise to help me get a spot on the ruins expedition when you brought me to the ancient capital? Beside Xiaomubai stood a woman of striking beauty, her appearance so delicate it seemed to beg for pity, her legs perfectly straight. One foot clad in white stockings, the other in black, with a collar-like device around her neck. All ing attack speed gear. For some reason, her knees were swollen and bruised. Listening to the coquettish coos of the beauty beside him, Xiaomubai felt frustrated. The ancient capital Beastmaster Association was being so unreasonable. As a member of the prestigious Xiao clan, one of the 5 surnames in 10 clans, he couldn't even secure a single exploration slot. His arms sank into a soft embrace. His little head instantly took control, blurting out, don't worry. I'll definitely get it for you. Poof. Young Master Xiao sure is full of himself. I wonder how you managed to get that spot. Are you planning to give your own away? Yuan Tian, would you kindly shut your filthy mouth? Suddenly, whispers rippled through the crowd. He's here. He's here. That must be Lu Chen, right? They all knew. There were actually 100 spots to enter the ruins. The reason only 98 were announced was because 2 spots were reserved for the first and second place winners of the freshman tournament. Xiaomubai raised an eyebrow and snorted coldly, then watch how I claim that second spot. Lu Chen slung his backpack over his shoulder. His mood was quite good. He was about to set off for the ruins, where the opportunity to hatch the little egg would likely arise.
Thanks to his specialized training and the powerful effects of the evolutionist, he now understood the key focus for cultivating the rock-hating monkey. Though Qi Tian's level and realm hadn't advanced, but his strength has undergone a qualitative transformation. If it were to battle its former self from half a month ago, it could end the fight in mere minutes. "You're Lu Chen?" Suddenly, an untimely voice interrupted his thoughts. Dark circles under his eyes, hair parted down the middle, he gave off an air of hollowness, much like the Hollow Prince himself. "What do you want? Do me a favor and give up your spot. You're not strong enough. Even if you enter the ruins, you won't gain anything." Listening to the other's haughty, self-righteous tone, Lu Chen fell deep in thought. "You're one of the 4 emperors too? A face fruit user? 4 emperors? Face fruit? What nonsense. 5 million. Hand over your spot." Sorry, not selling." Lu Chen sidestepped him. "Oomph, ha ha ha." Yuan Tian's mocking laughter echoed. "Brother Mubai, can't we buy it?" His companion's disappointed voice echoed in his ear. This made Xiao Mubai's face flush crimson. From childhood to adulthood, he'd always gotten whatever he wanted. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Rage surged through his veins, clouding his reason. He snarled, "I'll cripple you. If you can't go, that'll free up a spot, right? Come forth, frenzied dark bear. Come forth, silverback wolf king." Roar. A massive bear-like beast and a wolf-like beast pet materialized. One at the lower-tier transformation stage. One at the upper-tier elite stage. "I'll beat you until you're begging for mercy." No sooner had the words left his mouth. Snap. Xiao Mubai's knees slammed heavily onto the ground, his 2 beast pets following suit. As if crushed by 1,000 pounds of force, their bodies were pinned to the floor by gravity. "Who do you want to kneel?" A cold voice echoed as Sunmmary arrived, a small winged snake perched on her shoulder. The wind-winged serpent. All eyes turned toward the sound. Suddenly, Xiao Mubai and the other 3 representatives from the 5 clans and 10 tribes turned ashen-faced in an instant, as if they had encountered some primordial beast. The terror and panic on their faces were impossible to conceal. Xiao Mubai's entire body shook violently, like a sieve. Sunmmary? Why is that witch here? The 5 surnames and 10 clans. 5 clans. 10 clans. 15 clans in total. The 10 clans are further divided into the upper 3 clans, middle 4 clans, and lower 3 clans. They all belonged to the lower 3 clans. Moreover, within their own families, they weren't among the most promising or powerful. Transferring to this school required their parents to pay a hefty price. The Su family came closest to being counted among the 5 surnames. In fact, were it not for the extremely short lifespans of the Su women, the Su family would have already been the 6th clan. Precisely because the direct line women of the Su family all had such short lifespans, it led to them all being mad women. Growing up under the constant shadow of death, they acted with utter recklessness. Sunmmary was the craziest of them all. Xiao Mubai's brother was called a eunuch because he once spoke insolently and provoked Sunmmary. He was beaten into a eunuch. "I've set my sights on your spot too." "Hand it over," Sunmmary said with a sly grin. "Xiao Mubai, but this ruin only permits beast masters below the rebirth stage to enter." "Are you refusing me?" Xiao Mubai fumed. "Sunmmary, don't push your luck. The Xiao family isn't what it used to be. Don't forget who backs us. Your illness depends on them. Otherwise, you won't last 2 years." What a female demon. In the end, she still had to submit to the 5 clans. Before he could finish his filthy rant, a piercing scream echoed. He was violently kicked backward, flying through the air like a. Several ribs snapped, his face scraped and disfigured against the ground as he lay motionless, life and death uncertain. A flicker of shock crossed Summari's pretty face. She hadn't struck him, someone had been faster. "She won't die." Lu Chen calmly withdrew the foot he had just kicked out. A warm current surged within Summari's heart. The pupils in her eyes began to distort slightly. Oh no, it's about to overflow. She raised her tiny pink fist. "Go for it." Then she ran off. Chapter 45, The Diviner Lineage. Entering the ruins. On the bus heading to the Moonview Snow Mountain ruins, second-year students from Xingyu Academy surreptitiously eyed Lu Chen. Even though they weren't at the academy, they'd naturally heard about Lu Chen's exploits. The top scorer of this year's college entrance exams had been widely mocked as a cheater. Yet he dominated the freshman tournament to reclaim his honor. His formidable strength silenced all critics. Moreover, he had defeated Zhuo Xiangyu, this year's third-ranked college entrance exam candidate, in a single move. Who would have thought he'd be so bold? He directly inflicted severe injuries on one of the transfer students, rendering him unable to even enter the ruins. They weren't fools. Transferring in at such a critical moment? Clearly aiming to get a piece of the action in the ruins. Even a fool could tell they weren't ordinary. Most likely, they're from one of the 5 clans or 10 families, or even a major clan that looks down on them. Such figures were beaten in plain sight. If they weren't brutes, they must have powerful connections. Most likely the latter. After all, Sunmmary herself showed him special favor.
Summaire's mysterious background was no secret to them. Once, a local rich kid from the ancient capital coveted her beauty, seeking to make her his bedmate. The next day, the man vanished into thin air. Along with his entire family, they simply disappeared from the face of the earth. From that day onward, no one dared to cross Sunmmary. The other 3 from the 5 clans and 10 tribes were also whispering among themselves. Seems like Su the witch is pretty close with this guy. You guys think so too? When have you ever seen Sunmmary act like such a lady? Whoa, but isn't there a rumor that the Su family is related to the diviner lineage through marriage? I heard the diviner lineage supposedly has the power to resolve the Su family's bloodline issues. They were gossiping like crazy, finding it all incredibly juicy. As for Xiao Mubai, not a single one of them felt sympathy. One was a brain-dead idiot, the other was just spewing nonsense. None of them liked Xiao Mubai when he got injured and missed his chance to enter the ruins. Instead, they gloated. Serves him right. At the rear seats of the bus, Luo Anfei stared expressionlessly out the window. When Lu Chen and Morongbai clashed, she had just arrived. She had even considered stepping in to help. Don't read too much into it, it's just that Lu Chen was one of her few friends. And he was her point of comparison. The only one she could bully. Later, Sunmmary intervened. She witnessed Lu Chen stepping in to knock Xiao Mubai flying. She watched Lu Chen without giving herself away, a thought rising in her mind: if I were bullied, would Lu Chen stand up for me too? She shook her head, dismissing the absurd notion. She lifted her chin haughtily. What a joke! I'm the goddess of Luo, would I ever need Lu Chen to stand up for me? Another thing she couldn't fathom was why Xiao Mubai and the other 3, all scions of the Xiao Mubai and his 3 companions were all scions of the 5 clans and 10 tribes, yet they seemed so afraid of Sunmmary. That meant Sunmmary must also be from one of the 5 surnames and 10 clans. The Su family of Qingqiu? Logically, Sunmmary shouldn't be a nobody. Yet in her previous life, she'd never heard of anyone by that name. It could only mean her achievements weren't significant enough, or she had perished prematurely. In her previous life, consort Luo An had been a lone wolf. The 5 surnames and 10 clans were rife with petty scheming and sordid affairs. She hadn't paid much attention to their business. Right. Her eyes widened as she recalled the Su family of Qingqiu had been expelled from the 10 clans for reasons unknown. After a bumpy journey, the moon-gazing snow mountain drew closer, the journey somewhat bumpy. Traffic control had been implemented around the mountain's perimeter, with a blockade established. Beastmaster soldiers stood guard at various points. Hawk-like flying beast pets patrolled the skies. Proceed. The bus, belonging to the Beastmaster Association, passed through quickly. When Lu Chen had last visited, the surrounding area was still a landscape of rocky mountains and ice. Now, a wide road had been carved out, leading directly to the ruins' cliff face. After about 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the area where the cliff face had once stood. The group disembarked. Numerous vehicles were already parked there, all official vehicles from the ancient capital. A crowd had gathered. Suddenly, a man approached them. It's Professor Su, Dr. Lumu's student, Yuan Tian said, his voice tinged with excitement. My father took me to meet him once before. Looks like he recognized me. Awesome. Introduce me to him later. No problem, no problem. Yuanti extended his hand to greet him, but froze awkwardly. Because the man brushed past him, heading straight for Lu Chen. Yuantiang awkwardly withdrew his hand. The 3 of them stared at Lu Chen in shock. Who exactly was this man? Besides the official personnel, a group of others had gathered here. They were social beast tamers who had secured spots in the ruins. Each was around 30 years old. They exuded an air of street-smart sophistication, yet their presence carried an undeniable strength. In fact, they even carried a hint of danger. No wonder they were the 20 who had fought their way through the entire ancient capital's quota battle. Social beastmasters generally possess mediocre beast taming talent, and their pets are of relatively common species. The elite and rebirth tiers held the largest numbers. Their slow advancement meant they'd honed their skills extensively at this tier. Combined with their seasoned experience in navigating the system, they are absolutely not to be underestimated. As they sized up the group, the social beast tamers also cast their gazes upon them. Their eyes flickered with envy. These were all prodigies. Once inside the ruins, if fortune smiled upon them, they might just seize the chance to overtake their rivals. Lu Chen scanned the area but did not see Jiang Zhini. All Academy disciples, assemble here. A resonant voice commanded. It was Deputy Head Zhang Qiliang. Ever since losing that wager, his authority had been stripped away. He had been sidelined. To ease his frustration, he volunteered to serve as the team leader for the Academy's disciples. His face fell when he spotted Lu Chen in the lineup. He had only been informed later that while there were 100 spots for the Ruins expedition, 2 had been reserved as rewards for the top 2 finishers of the freshman tournament. Zhang Qiliang explained some precautions regarding the ruins. He said listlessly, "All right, proceed in an orderly fashion." Lu Chen approached the ruins entrance. The sheer cliff face underwent a dramatic transformation. The entire cliff face split apart at the center.
with the two halves of the body separated by over 10 meters. The spatial gate of the ruins coalesced between these two halves. The crescent moon mark on the forehead had transformed into two crescent moons, carved prominently at the base of either side of the spatial gate. The group began to line up in an orderly fashion to register and enter the ruins. Professor Su and the Beastmaster Association personnel watched them enter. Whoosh! They're all inside? Jiang Zhenyi's figure materialized out of thin air. Professor Su had grown accustomed to her ghostly appearances. I wonder who will reap the greater rewards inside. Lu Chun. Jiang Zhenyi's words were concise and to the point. He is quite capable. You really believe in him? Professor Su continued, if they hadn't become your subordinates, they wouldn't have even secured entry. Their abilities are the weakest among those inside. Call me when they come out. I'm heading back to the Beastmaster Association. Jiang Zhenyi smiled faintly, offering no explanation. As the one who unlocked the ruins, Lu Chen not only gained the most, but might even control the entire ruins. Chapter 46, Ruins? A shocking turn. The abyssal realm descends, the evil god. The familiar sensation of spatial displacement washed over him. Lu Chen felt a momentary blur before his eyes. Are all of us separated? A biting cold wind swept in, its sudden chill coating hair and eyelashes with a thin layer of frost. That bone-chilling cold seeped relentlessly through his robes. It made one shiver involuntarily. Even as a professional beast tamer whose physique far surpassed that of ordinary people, he still felt his blood and body freeze solid. As a relic site, the entire ecosystem here had been transformed by the aura of a mighty lifeform. It was saturated with high-dimensional ice elements, nothing like ordinary, mundane frost. Fortunately, a wave of warmth radiated from the dragon ridge on his back, spreading throughout his entire body. Chirp, chirp. A golden little monkey with a tail blazing with flames emerged from the backpack on his back. About 30 centimeters in size, it resembled an exquisitely crafted figurine. It was Qi Tian. After half a month of specialized training, Lu Chen cultivated it using his evolutionist abilities, specifically developing and strengthening its bloodline talents, shape mind transformation and invincible vigor. Now, Qi Tian's form intent transformation not only grows larger but also gains greater strength. His physique could be freely adjusted, with the current minimum size being 30 centimeters, the size of a newborn infant. If this training continues, Lu Chen sensed that sooner or later, Qi Tian would achieve infinite miniaturization. Ultimately, he would become like the monkey that shattered the heavens in the collective memory of all Chinese people. Shrinking to the size of a mosquito, burrowing into Princess Iron Fan's belly. Is this the ancient ruins? There really are attribute materials everywhere. Not far from Lu Chen, trees stood frozen solid, resembling ice sculptures. Leafless, they displayed only delicate, translucent branches extending wildly in all directions. Each branch bore crystal-clear fruits, shaped like apples. In the distance, a relic creature flashed by, an ice-type beast pet with promising potential. Suddenly, primordial space. The primordial sovereign's spiritual essence trembled. The world before Lu Chen transformed decaying, eerie, the air thick with the stench of rot. The orchard before him, with its ice trees as artistic as sculptures, melted like candles. The branches hung with mouth-watering ice apples, long since rotted. In the distance, the so-called relic creatures had become skeletal remains. All vegetation withered and died. It felt like stepping into a realm on the brink of death, as if the very power of the ruins had been drained away. Only a hollow shell remained. A thin mist shrouded the entire ruins, hazy and indistinct, like viewing flowers through fog, neither real nor tangible. Lu Chen felt an inexplicable chill, his scalp prickling with dread. Was this the true nature of the ruins? Was everything before just an illusion? Immune to it by his own primordial master's spiritual essence. You call this a ruin? A great opportunity. This place is practically indistinguishable from a mass grave. Jiang Zhenyi gave me this initiation task to decipher the history of this ruin. I've been had. Totally screwed over. Buzz 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 buzz. The little egg popped out of the beast taming space, excitedly switching to vibrating egg mode, its shell tapping lightly against the road dust. Just as I thought, nothing good comes from associating with you. I should have seen this coming. You feed on things connected to the taboo. Your reaction here must be linked to it. He now agonized over whether to explore or not. Ding. Task issued, explore the ruins, uncover the truth of the ruins. Lu Chen. A quest popped up. What could he do? Plus, it's about hatching that little egg. Maybe this time, I'll finally hatch it. Weighing the pros and cons. Let's do this. To be honest, the existence of the taboo seems to pollute the mind, yet he genuinely doesn't seem afraid. After all, the primordial sovereign's essence was even more forbidden than the forbidden itself. The last blood-red eyeball that tried to invade and warp his soul was crushed with a satisfying snap. Lead the way. The little egg hopped into Lu Chen's arms, sensing the direction with the strongest pull, and finally indicated the path by vibrating with varying intensity. The ice elemental spirit plants swayed in the breeze before them. As far as the eye could see, they stretched out in vast patches, resembling roadside weeds. though they were all grade 1 resource materials. But sheer volume made them valuable outside, they could fetch at least several million.
Luo Anfei paid them no mind. Fake. Everything was fake.
This ruin, in later generations, came to be known as the false ruin, the ruin of desire. It would stir the desires within your heart. Then, bit by bit, it escalates, presenting itself to you in a deceptive manner. This ruin later became a place exclusively used by beast masters to train their spiritual power. Unlike other ruins, it yields no resources. Like flowers in a dream, or the moon reflected in water. All is but the reflection of the mind's desires. The 4 great elements are empty, all things are void. Within the entire ruin, only the altar of succession holds true significance. Within the altar, sealed within lie the sacred beasts and the legacy of the ancient tribe that once lived in this ruin. In a past life, an ordinary beast tamer stumbled into the altar realm by accident, forged a contract with the sacred beast, and embarked on a path defying the heavens. Luo Anfei knew the location of the altar. In her past life, she had visited this ruins of desire and entered the empty altar. There were 2 altars. The Eastern Altar and the Western Altar. The Eastern Altar had been abandoned since the ruins first appeared in the mortal world. Only a few colossal statues stood there, with nothing sealed within. Moreover, even the entrance gate to the altar had been blown to smithereens. It is speculated that the original altar was located in the east, but after enduring war and turmoil, the ancient people of this tribe relocated the altar to the western site. Whoa! This is a beast pet of the sovereign tier racial aptitude. We're set for life. Whoa, an ice elemental artifact. So many treasures. We're set for life. I can feel it, the future top tier beast masters will definitely have a spot for me. Holy crap, is this the shed skin of a totem tier creature? This is top tier resource. From now on, I am the future head of the Yuan clan. Ruins space. Except for Luo Anfei and Lu Chen. Every single person present was swept up in a frenzy of celebration. Not even the 3 representatives from the 5 clans and 10 tribes were immune. In fact, their desires and appetites were even greater than those of ordinary people. Their desires were stirred, and before them appeared nothing but the finest attribute resources. Within the ruins, the mist, once faint, thickened steadily as their frenzy grew. As if, the greater their desire, the mist grew thicker. They embarked on the path of harvesting, the path of forging contracts with formidable beast companions. Military jurisdiction. No entry. What are you doing? At the border between Moonview Snow Mountain and Golden Sprout City. In the wilderness. A group of villagers had gathered. The patrolling soldier frowned and asked, but no one answered him. Their eyes were vacant, devoid of any emotion as they stared at the soldiers, sending a chill down one's spine. Which town are you from? Suddenly, the patrol soldier's pupils contracted into pinpricks. Across the wilderness, countless figures began to grow out of the ground. No, the patrolman realized with horror that the wilderness was now strewn with endless, shriveled objects resembling paper bags. Upon closer inspection, these were no shriveled paper bags. They were all human skins. These human skins were inflated like balloons. Within seconds, the entire field was densely packed with figures. The patrolman reached for his signal flare when suddenly, his body collapsed, shriveled and lifeless. Several figures cloaked in black appeared. The time is ripe. It's time to break the seal on the great lord of eternal Fantasyland's dreams. Supreme Master, we have prepared your first meal. Let the 100 elite members of the future Beastmaster Alliance serve as your appetizer. Their gaze fixed on the moonlit snow mountains, filled with madness. Did you think this would stop us from entering? Flesh is but a vessel, only the spirit endures forever. The bodies of all the villagers swelled like balloons, expanding, 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 expanding. Finally. Boom! 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 Their bodies exploded. No flesh remained, only layers of human skin. Countless burst pieces of skin danced through the sky. They began to merge together. Then, in a vast, surging torrent, they coalesced into a human skin canopy, sweeping toward the moonlit snow mountains. Chapter 47, Eternal Fantasyland Dreamlord. The sect strikes. Before the ruins entrance at the Moonview Snow Mountain. Why is it fogging up? Someone wondered aloud. They were on a snow-capped mountain, the mist should have frozen solid. What is that thing? The beast-riding soldiers were utterly terrified. Countless ragged, cloth-like things swirled through the sky, thick as a swarm. They coalesced into a dragon. Its entire body radiated an ominous aura, glowing with a blood-red light. Help me. It hurts so much, save me. My skin. Pain. It hurts so much. Chaotic clamor erupted in everyone's ears. Tens of thousands of wails of resentment, hoarse and desperate, piled upon each other like a billion voices screaming and speaking simultaneously. This sound transformed into a soul-shaking assault, eroding their spiritual awareness. Some beast masters, lacking sufficient power, had their minds eroded on the spot. The sound trembled and pulsed relentlessly above the snow-capped mountains. Despite the immense disturbance caused by the ruins' emergence, the Moonview Snow Mountains remained untouched by avalanches. Yet under the onslaught of these countless vengeful souls' cries, it finally collapsed in an avalanche. Quick, stop it. These are cultists of the Dark God. On the dragon's back, several black-robed figures clung like spiders, their positions eerie and unsettling. Ha 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 ha. This false world is about to meet its end. Worship the great lord of the eternal dreamland. Flesh is but a vessel, only the spirit endures. We shall attain immortality. All attacks missed their mark. The enemy seemed to exist in another dimension. Like an illusion. Useless. Useless. The Lord's power has already spilled forth. We are within the divine realm. We are immortal and indestructible. We are beyond the reach of mere mortals. No. We can't stop it. It's fine. The relic space only permits power below the Transcendent stage to enter. Reinforcements. Call for reinforcements. You cannot stop them. Those within the ruins are dreaming beautiful illusions. Thanks to their desires, the power of the Lord is gradually reviving. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd. At the relic's entrance, a dense fog suddenly billowed forth. This mist carried the same essence as the human-skinned dragon. Ultimately, the moonlit snow mountain ruins, accessible only to those at the lower reincarnation stage. The dragon snake crashed headlong into the ruins' entrance and vanished. Ancient Capital Beastmaster Association. Temporary office. Jiang Zhini savored her dessert, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. The renowned Jiang Heavenly King had a particular fondness for sweets and ice cream. She stretched lazily, revealing her perfect figure. Archaeology really is fascinating, isn't it? She chuckled softly. Ever since childhood, she'd been fascinated by archaeology, or more precisely, by the history of another world. She was fascinated by its legends, myths, and the scripts and cultures of its various civilizations. The Beastmaster world. That was the name archaeologists gave to that realm. All supernatural powers on Blue Star originated from this Beastmaster world. This included the emergence of Beastmasters on Blue Star itself. Archaeological discoveries reveal that humans in the beast taming world also obtained their extraordinary powers by contracting with ferocious beasts. Thousands of years ago, under the influence and fusion of high-tier power from the beast taming world, the extraordinary abilities of Blue Star's humans manifested specifically as beast tamers. This form emerged distinctly from the martial artists, immortals, or psychics depicted in novels. Her greatest pursuit was to unravel the mythical history of the Beastmaster world and uncover why such a powerful realm had been destroyed. Unfortunately, even the archaeological community, including their own super-ancient research bureau, possessed limited knowledge of the Beastmaster world. As time passed, much was buried. Strangely, no written records or documents explaining the Beastmaster world's destruction have survived. Nor can we determine when the earliest civilization of the Beastmaster world first emerged. It was as if some supreme force had erased all traces of it. The Beastmaster world was vast indeed, spanning countless eras across the river of time, each giving birth to innumerable civilizations. The scripts, beliefs, customs, totems, and cultures of each civilization differed greatly. This led to their understanding of the history of the Beastmaster world being either shallow or fragmented. Compounding this, most of the ruins in the present world do not belong to the same era, or rather, they do not originate from the same civilization. But this situation will soon be rewritten. Jiang Zhini's mind was abuzz. A confidential research project was underway in the Beastmaster realm. An ancient fossil revival machine. It could revive ferocious beasts that had turned to stone. Then, we could uncover even more secrets of the Beastmaster world from them. Now we just have to wait for good news from Dr. Lu. She looked expectant. For a moment, she found herself at a loose end. She idly flipped through the documents on the desk, all materials concerning ancient ruins and sites under the jurisdiction of the ancient capital. One name caught her attention. Lu Yorong? Oh right, she had visited an ordinary site not long ago. Curiosity piqued, she opened Lu Yorong's work report. The report stated, according to the records left behind at the site by Lu Yorong and her team, this place was once a tribe of unparalleled splendor. However, the arrival of a forbidden kin led to the annihilation of the entire tribe. The tribe's guardian deity ultimately sacrificed its own life to seal away the demonic kin. Ha! The records are this detailed? And there was even a guardian deity? Jiang Zhini was astonished. Ruins are useless precisely because they lack extraordinary power. Many things have been buried by the passage of time or vanished during the merging of the two realms. Only relics, protected by supernatural forces, could preserve their original ecology and many secrets. Are there still statues at this site? The design features a crescent moon mark on the forehead. Jiang Zhini abruptly stood up, overcome by an inexplicable dread. Hadn't the relic Lu Chen activated been opened by touching the giant embedded in the rock wall? She recalled the crescent moon mark on the giant's brow as well. Coincidence? Or could it be that the ruins Lu Yorong entered were the former site of the moon-watching snow mountain ruins? Or perhaps something akin to a branch tribe?
Just as she was flipping through the work report. Shu Di. A shrill alarm echoed incessantly. Something's wrong. At Mount Moonlight, cultists have invaded the ruins.
Jiang Zhenyi's figure vanished instantly from the room, already soaring dozens of meters above the ground.
Her body plummeted downward. Whoosh! A crisp bird call echoed as the dragon cloud bird caught Jiang Zhenyi, transforming into a streak of light as it soared away.
Within the Moonview Snow Mountain ruins.
Another rock wall? After searching for half an hour.
Finally, guided by the little egg, Lu Chen arrived at the base of a snow-capped mountain's rock wall.
Once again, a giant sculpture was embedded within the wall.
This time it was normal, no longer upside down with feet pointing skyward. Its eyes were cast downward, as if scrutinizing everyone who dared approach the stone wall. A crescent moon pattern adorned its forehead. A divine light shone from within, emanating an intimidating force that deterred anyone from drawing near.
No use. Lu Chen's primordial sovereign possessed spiritual immunity.
I don't have the key, so I'll just force it in.
Bear with me.
Lu Chen muttered to the sculpture as his hand touched the rock wall.
Hum. Boom. Sure enough, the primordial space trembled as strange energy surged in. Boom. 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 A spatial gate appeared in the rock wall.
This familiar sense of déjà vu made him unable to resist complaining.
What's with the Matryoshka doll routine? He stepped through.
The view before him suddenly opened up, revealing a space filled with a solemn atmosphere.
An aura from time immemorial washed over him.
Lu Chen found himself in a square-like space, solemn and austere. To be precise, it was a small floating island in the middle of a lake. It lay at the center of a lake. Within the lake, a sea of blood churned violently, its water an eerie crimson hue.
Lu Chen looked ahead.
A straight floating bridge extended from the small island, leading to another plaza in the lake. There stood a peculiar elevated platform structure. Surrounding the platform stood a circle of stone giants, as if guarding the structure.
Is this an altar? Little broken egg trembled uncontrollably. Lu Chen activated his divine eyes, carefully confirming there was no danger before cautiously approaching the area where the altar stood. He climbed the altar's steps. At the summit of the altar stood a creature of overwhelming dominance. Its entire body was ice blue, 3 wings sprouted from its back, and mysterious golden runes adorned its form. But the most astonishing feature was its forehead. A nearly full moon was etched there. The altar's perimeter was engraved with intricate patterns resembling painted designs and hieroglyphic scripts. Lu Chen activated his divine eye. The primordial space trembled once more. Lu Chen felt dazed. Suddenly, the scenes and information depicted on the murals came to life, transforming into vivid sequences of imagery that flashed before his eyes like a galloping panorama. Chapter 48, The Little Egg's Origins. Home at last? Mochizuki. That was the name of this totemic creature. In the primordial age, all species possessed colossal forms. Humans were utterly incapable of forming contracts. Chaos reigned across the land. A human tribe sought it out, pleading for its protection. It agreed. Thus, it became the guardian spirit of the moonwatching tribe. Its essence radiated outward, its life force spreading to spawn smaller beasts' pet companions for humans to contract. And so it was. Humans offered it their faith. It, in turn, discovered its path to evolution. By absorbing human devotion, when the crescent moon upon its forehead transformed into a full moon, it could take that step, becoming an existence beyond the totem tier. Centuries passed. The crescent moon upon its forehead neared perfection. And the moon-gazing tribe grew mighty, enjoying a time of glory. Suddenly, the humans within the tribe began to mutate. A servant of a dark god coveted its power. The dream lord of eternal fantasia. It sought to use the full moon as a conduit, connecting to the true moon in the heavens. Weaving beautiful dreams to project onto the mortal realm, compelling all to cast aside their physical shells and enter the land of dreams. The moonwatchers were slaughtered in great numbers, their bodies twisted by corruption. As the moon neared fullness, its plan nearly succeeded. It engaged in a great battle with the minions of the dark god, ultimately perishing itself while the tribe suffered heavy casualties. They succeeded in suppressing the dark god's followers. Lu Chen's consciousness returned to reality. What the hell is this infinite Tsukuyami plot? Lord of Eternal Gensokyo dreams? Why not just call him Uchiha Madara? But, damn it, because it's related to the demon god's followers, the enemy was sealed within this altar's sealing space? And the sealing power won't hold much longer. The demon god's minion is about to break free. The ruins are indeed filled with precious materials, but due to the interference of the demon god's minion's power, the power of Mochizuki and the power of the evil god's minion intertwine. That's why the ruins have become such a mess. This signifies that the seal can no longer fully contain the demon god's minions. Their aura is beginning to leak out. This signifies that the power of the demon god's minions has gained the upper hand within the ruins. That's why the entire site appears so decayed and utterly exhausted. No wonder the little bastard got so excited it turned into a jumping egg. This damn minion of the evil god is, for a little bastard that feeds on forbidden power. That's nothing short of a sumptuous feast. The sealed space lay deep underground.
Before his death, Wang Yu used fragments of his flesh and soul to condense into a beast pet egg.
Its name: Moon Spirit.
It could be considered her reincarnation. Once the Moon Tribe's Beastmaster hatches the egg, nurtures the Moon Spirit to maturity, and arrives at the sealed space,
they could then seek an opportunity to eliminate these followers once and for all. The outcome? Needless to say, it seems to have failed. Countless years have passed since then, and the tribe has become ruins. This is tricky. Do I need to bring the Moon Spirit, the reincarnation of Mochizuki, to this altar and have it touch the Mochizuki statue to reach the sealed space?
He suddenly remembered something, staring at the small, cracked egg in his arms. You wouldn't happen to be that Moon Tribe egg, would you?
Because you turned to stone? Is that why we've never resolved this demonic god's minion? Buzz. The little broken egg trembled twice. Chen picked up the little broken egg and touched the Mochizuki statue. Boom!
The statue seemed to come alive, an overwhelming aura surging forth like a mountain roar in ocean tempest, while faint, indistinct growls echoed within.
Damn!
The statue truly came to life, trembling violently.
First, dust began to fall. Then, cracks appeared across its surface, revealing the flesh and blood form within.
Finally, it transformed into a majestic moon-gazing beast.
Mysterious runes adorned its body with exquisite complexity.
Its eyes, devoid of emotion, fixed intently upon Chen. A chilling intent to kill radiated from it,
as if confronting an intruder. Name: Moonwatch. Rank: Lower Sovereign Tier, Lower Monarch Tier.
Description: Forged from the Ugi level ability Life Return, Mochizuki contains a fragment of the rules.
Should conditions falter, it will tear apart everything before it. Its peak power reached Lower Sovereign Tier, though its strength has weakened over time. Chen. You're not? He glared at the little brat. Little broken egg. I twitched twice. That's shaking your head, isn't it? You're gonna get me killed. Just as Chen was about to bolt, Mochizuki suddenly fell silent, the murderous intent in his eyes completely vanishing. On the altar, a second Mochizuki appeared. To be precise, it was Chi Tian, transformed using the shape intent transformation. And the most audacious part?
Chi Tian not only mimicked Wang Yu's aura, but also blended in the sovereign tier presence of Jiang Zhenyi's dragon cloud bird.
Though this aura was riddled with flaws.
But, it seemed as though the lifeless moonlight had truly been subdued. The physical form of Wang Yu burned away and vanished. Finally, it condensed into a fist-sized full moon, which then merged into Chi Tian's forehead.
Boom! In an instant, immense power surged into Chi Tian's body.
The flames on his tail blazed fiercely, as if drenched in gasoline. His aura surged relentlessly.
In the blink of an eye, he reached the upper elite tier.
Yet, the majority of this energy remained untapped. Beyond the upper elite tier lay the rebirth tier, attainable only through evolution.
Without evolution, its rank was stalled.
This energy continuously reshaped Chi Tian's body, becoming its foundational strength. Even after all this, it still wasn't fully consumed. Ultimately, this energy connected through the beast-taming realm to Chen's soul and was absorbed by him.
The white spiritual essence instantly rippled with vast swaths of crimson.
When all the white spiritual essence turned red, it signaled the advancement of his Beastmaster rank. This directly saved him 1 or 2 months of arduous cultivation.
Well done, Chi Tian.
Chi Tian had instantly advanced to the elite tier. He could now begin preparing for his evolution upon returning. A small flesh-colored orb lay on the ground. It must be the flesh of Wanyue, the elemental energy that had just fused into his body.
Boom!
Around the altar stood several stone giants. A soft, moonlight-like glow emanated from the crescent marks on their foreheads, coalescing upon the small meatball.
The small flesh ball expanded, transforming into a pitch-black circular hole on the ground. It sucked in the man, the beast, and the egg. Seconds later, Chen snapped back to reality, staring at the sealed space before him. His pupils widened slightly. Holy, what the hell is this? Chapter 49, The Cursed Chain, The Divine Authority. The sealed space lay deep beneath the altar. Chen stared in awe at the scene before him. Above his head lay a blood lake as thick as mountains, its surface rippling with waves. The stench of blood churned, radiating a crimson glow. It bathed the sealed chamber in crimson, the sole source of light in this sunless void. Within the lake, streams of blood flowed like ropes, spiraling downward into the sealed chamber. They intertwined and twisted like steel bars. They coalesced into a total of 108 massive, crimson chains. Name: Cursed Chains.
Description: the entire blood lake was formed from the flesh and blood of the deceased moon-gazing. Imbued with sealing power, the cursed chains were forged from moon-gazing's own resentment, soul, and the essence of her flesh and blood. They served to suppress and seal the Dream Lord of Eternal Gensokyo. These 108 cursed chains extended into the sealed space, sinking into a mass of eerie mist. Beyond that, within the sealed space, directly facing the misty mass, a colossal spear stood, towering like a sheer mountain peak, enveloped in a familiar aura. Its aura matched that of the Mochizuki clone formed by life's return upon the altar. But it was billions of times more formidable. This is
Mochizuki's spinal column.
Lu Chen stared at the mountain-like structure, not a spear at all, but a series of vertebral segments. Like the golden monkey staff, this spear was driven fiercely into the earth. Even after eons of death, its vertebrae still radiated a terrifying pressure as deep as an abyss and vast as the sea.
The next second,
Lu Chen clearly looked toward the bone spear, yet his gaze took a bizarre detour, fixating instead on the distant misty mass. The scene was unsettling, like staring straight ahead yet seeing images from behind. Some eerie force was forcibly drawing his gaze toward the mist. That mist must be the demonic servant that brought about the destruction of the Mochizuki tribe? In that instant, it was as if a mortal had dared to gaze upon an unseeable taboo. Endless murmurs, like demonic whispers, burrowed into his mind, accompanied by faint, eerie sounds of gnawing and chewing.
The primordial lord's spirit trembled slightly, rendering him immune to all forbidden effects.
Consciousness returned to the real world. Mortals who behold the forbidden cannot look directly upon it, nor can they define it.
They cannot see its true form at all.
Such a high-ranking entity merely touching a wisp of its aura, let alone seeing it, would cause one to be corrupted and twisted by its radiating power, transformed into a flesh and blood monster.
Lu Chen gazed at the misty mass, activating his divine eye.
No longer beyond observation, he clearly saw a mountain-sized spider with countless compound eyes covering its face.
A full 108 spider legs.
Cursed chains coiled around each of its legs, layer upon layer, spiraling upward from the tips of its feet toward its body. It had been mummified, leaving only its head exposed. Upon its body, vast swaths of misty radiance collided with the moonlight, extinguishing and regenerating in an endless cycle. Whenever the moonlight waned, the cursed chains would release more of its own luminous glow.
Lu Chen noticed the cursed chains flickering with mottled light.
Clearly, they couldn't hold out much longer. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The bone spear suddenly trembled violently, sending surrounding dirt flying and revealing an underground chamber. At the spear's tip, terrifying energy coalesced into a cage, imprisoning a mass of substance. This mass defied definition, constantly shifting into bizarre, grotesque forms as if every conceivable thing in the world had twisted and intertwined within it.
The forbidden origin. In the depths of the void, Lu Chen and Shi Tian knew what they must do.
To utterly destroy the spider, they must extinguish the forbidden origin, the very wellspring of its power. Should the forbidden origin and the spider fuse once more, it would be fully revived.
The moon spirit was the reincarnation of Wang Yu, sharing the same origin and source.
It could wield the white bone spear forged from Wang Yu's spine, uniting the power of past and present lives. Then, drawing upon the faith power of the Wang Yue tribe, it would spend the coming centuries 100 years grinding it down.
Grind it away. Lu Chen. Yen ho. Oh dear. We're imposters. And it's gone. The great moon tribe is gone. There's no more power of faith for you. To us, you're just an ancient relic from another world. It's been extinct for who knows how many years. And even if it hadn't, where would I find the time to spend a century erasing this thing? Maybe we should run. Lu Chen's thoughts turned to retreat. Forget the mission, his life comes first. The white bone spear was already covered in decaying stains. It couldn't hold out much longer. Soon, the forbidden origin would merge with the giant spider. Then, the taboo would fully awaken. This high-stakes game? No way, no way. Better leave it to Jiangzhini. When the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. Boom! Suddenly, as the forbidden source was exposed to the air, the giant spider sensed its own forbidden essence and began to struggle violently. Misty radiance flickered across its body. 108 cursed chains unleashed countless moonlight beams, confronting it head-on. The collision of the two forces sparked countless black lightning bolts, creating a searing, terrifying heat. At the point of impact, matter continuously annihilated and regenerated. Soon, the giant spider was subdued once more. It let out a soul-shredding roar. At the same time, the cloaked figure, mounted upon a dragon-like creature made of human skin, entered the ruins. It is the Supreme Master. It is breaking free. Quick, quick! Offer the Master delicious food. Countless souls were sacrificed to them. The human skin dragon burned, then transformed into a thick mist. All the mist retracted, finally passing through the blood lake to the sealed site, gathering upon the giant spider's body. Its aura surged violently, condensing into dense webs of mist that coiled toward the forbidden origin. The remnant power of the moon gaze surged madly, transforming into an endless radiance of moonlight that stood in confrontation. Full firepower unleashed, the skeletal spear visibly cracked and chipped. The entire sealed space. No, the entire ruins were now witnessing a terrifying spectacle. Two forces locked in confrontation. Two terrifying forces collided, slicing the entire world cleanly in two. One half was saturated with moonlight, the other with misty radiance. Where they clashed, countless sparks and lightning danced, resembling a scene of apocalyptic devastation. This extraordinary phenomenon even pierced through the relic's spatial barrier, manifesting as a mirage in the real world. What is this? At the entrance to the moonlit Snow Mountain ruins, members of the Beastmaster Association were figuring out how to enter the ruins and rescue those inside.
They stared dumbfounded at the two clashing phenomena in the sky.
Jiang Zhenyi's expression turned grave. This is the sealed forbidden power clashing with the relic's force.
It seemed this place was indeed connected to the ruins mentioned in Lu Yorong's work report. Both stemmed from the same source. Her gaze turned somber as she looked inward. As the one who unlocked the ruins, you have been chosen by them.
You should be able to do it, right?
The power of the moon and the power of the Dream Lord of Eternal Gensokyo collided within the ruins, locked in a stalemate.
Both sides held their ground.
But as time passed, the half of the world belonging to Mochizuki's power was gradually being assimilated and eroded by the misty radiance.
Ha 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 ha.
The Lord shall soon return to this world. Cultists clad in black robes bowed their heads in frenzied devotion, arms outstretched in reverence as they embraced that half-world shrouded in mist. The white bone spear began to shatter with a rustling sound as mottled patterns spread across its surface.
Its power was waning.
Buzz buzz buzz.
It trembled.
As if urging Lu Chen and Qi Tian to hurry, to quickly resolve the giant spider's taboo origin.
Lu Chen. Qi Tian. Huff, puff, huff, puff. A sound came from below.
The little broken egg had slipped down unnoticed, piercing straight through the sealing barrier of the bone spear. Jagged cracks appeared on the eggshell, resembling a mouth, as it bit down on the forbidden origin. And just like that, it darted back, clutching the forbidden origin in its beak. Then, egg and forbidden origin together, it delivered a headbutt straight into Lu Chen's stomach, entering the beast taming space. It tossed the giant spider's forbidden origin onto the ground of the beast taming space.
Damn it, don't bring everything home with you. Chapter 50, Seizing Divine Authority. Controlling the Ruins.
The forbidden origin was flung into the beast taming realm. The forbidden origin shifted through light and shadow, its form constantly changing, as if every conceivable shape in the world lay superimposed upon it. A mist spread from its body, and within the swirling vapors, the reflection of a mysterious city appeared. Half the city remained distinct, while the other half abruptly vanished, leaving a clean, jagged edge.
As if an invisible blade had cleaved the city in two.
Everything blurred before his eyes.
Lu Chen was pulled into a bizarre spiritual realm.
Standing on the city streets, he saw that all the buildings were formed from condensed mist. A full moon hung in the sky. Across the entire world's sky stretched a vast spiderweb so immense it defied description, encompassing the entire cosmos. The moon, stars, and sky were all stuck to it. A colossal spider sat upon the web, its countless compound eyes glinting like stars at first glance.
Countless scenes flickered before Lu Chen's eyes.
Through an immersive third-person perspective, he witnessed his countless lives. One life was that of an ordinary man marrying, raising children, enjoying family happiness, and finally living out his golden years in peace.
Another became a tycoon, amassing immense wealth and rising to become a nationally renowned billionaire.
One where he became a beastmaster, bonding with beasts, overcoming challenges to reach the pinnacle of his profession. Another saw him become a military commander, defending human territories, receiving a royal title for his border defense, and ultimately reaching the pinnacle of power.
Countless dreamlike lives unfolded before him.
A seductive voice echoed in his mind, urging him to abandon his physical form. Only then could his spirit achieve eternal life. If he wished, he could freely choose whichever life he desired. All these fantasies were no longer illusions, they were reality. It's truly beautiful, but alas, it's useless to me. I'm immune to the power of taboos.
Lu Chen sensed a force attempting to warp his spiritual essence. Taboo? Ha! My primordial sovereign is the ultimate taboo. I am immune to all corruption. He activated the primordial space.
A colossal stellar world materialized beyond the mist-shrouded city.
Boundless and infinite.
Compared to it, the mist world was but dust against the vast starry sky. A colossal hand, formed entirely of starlight, crossed the boundary. With a single smack, the mist world shattered.
Pop.
The mist city, which had risen like wisps of smoke from the forbidden origin, shattered along with it.
The forbidden source visibly shrank in size. Outside, the giant spider still clashing with the lingering aura of Mochizuki.
Its aura, which had been steadily rising, now faltered slightly. The forbidden source. It was the source of its power, what fantasy novels might describe as an inner core, demon nucleus, or life essence.
Again?
Without the giant spider's control, the forbidden origin possessed no sentience. It merely emitted a high-tier aura, radiating outward to reshape its surroundings into an ecological sphere suited to its existence.
It sensed that the beast taming space remained untouched by its aura. Mist once again rose in wisps from its body.
Lu Chen was pulled back into the mist-shrouded city, the forbidden power seeking to twist and reshape his soul.
Boom!
A gigantic starlit hand reached across dimensions, smashing it to pieces with a single slap.
The forbidden source shrank another notch. The giant spider's aura weakened further.
The forbidden source seemed locked in a battle with the beast taming space, determined to contaminate and irradiate it into its own ecological sphere.
Lu Chen was once again pulled into the misty space.
Another smack shattered.
Lu Chen. What followed? A cyclical process began.
The forbidden source sought to erode the beast taming realm, releasing forbidden energy. Luo Chen was pulled into the mist city, shattered by a single slap. Detected that the beast taming realm remained uncorrupted, continued releasing mist, spreading forbidden energy. Luo Chen was pulled in. Splat. Splat. The giant spider's aura steadily weakened. Within the ruins. Earlier shouts echoed, the Supreme One has awakened. Once the Supreme One consumes the ruins' power, they shall return to the mortal realm. At this moment, all gazed dumbfounded at the sky. The two opposing forces that had once stood evenly matched now saw the misty radiance suppressed by the moonlight radiance, retreating step by step. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. After devouring so many souls, the power of this seal should have long since faded from its prime. The horrified screams echoed as a corrosive force invaded their faith. Instantly, they mutated. Their spider-like forms twisted into grotesque demonic spiders, flesh swelling and sprouting toad-like bumps. Each bump was studded with dense clusters of compound eyes. As if summoned by some unseen call, they raced toward a single destination. Toward the space where the altar stood. Boom! They invaded the cave housing the altar, leaping into the sea of blood and plunging relentlessly downward. Buzz 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 buzz. The primordial space. The little broken egg trembled with excitement, transforming into a vibrating egg. Beside the starlight giant. With each slap landing, twisted, ominous wisps of energy appeared at the starlight giant's side. Anomalies manifested within the aura, shifting and changing without fixed form. Luo Chen activated the Divine Eye. Name, Power of Illusion. Grade, Entity of Law. Description, a power derived from the rule authority of a dark god bestowed upon its followers. Possessing the power of illusion, as long as your imagination is sufficient, you can obtain anything. Condensed from the rule authority of the evil god. This is the true face of the forbidden origin. Ah woo. The little broken egg was overjoyed, ceaselessly devouring the power of illusion. And so, the starlight giant hand struck down, blow after blow. The forbidden origin steadily shrank, each strike extracting a thread of fantasy power. As it devoured more and more of the power of illusion. Not only did jagged mouths crack open on the little eggshell, but a pair of round, glistening eyes also began to form. A dreamlike starlight mist began to shimmer across the shell's surface. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Fine cracks began appearing across the egg's surface. Crack. With the starlight giant's final blow, the forbidden origin vanished completely, and the last shred of fantasy power was extracted. Along with that final thread of fantasy power, it merged into the little broken egg. The little broken egg returned to the real world. The ethereal starlight and mist swirling on its shell dispersed, enveloping the little egg and obscuring its form. Then, the starry mist erupted in a dazzling white light. Light of evolution. Luo Chen was thrilled as he devoured the forbidden essence of a demon god's minion. The little broken egg was finally about to hatch. It hadn't been easy. This little broken egg, fossilized countless millennia ago, had endured innumerable eras and untold ages of change. Now, it was finally about to emerge. A dense white light continued to gather. It seemed this glow wouldn't dissipate anytime soon. After all, having been fossilized for so long, it only made sense that breaking free would take some time. As it prepares to break free, the tiny egg's form appears in the real world. The forbidden origin vanished completely. The Dream Lord of Eternal Jinsokyo's aura grew feeble, its form gradually fading away. Several figures surged from the blood lake overhead into the sealed space. Spiders with flesh-covered limbs. Name, Mutated Cultist. Description, cultists whose spiritual essence has twisted and mutated. This is troublesome, Luo Chen groaned, his head pounding. These monsters carried the aura of a commander-level being. The tiny egg, shrouded in a mist of starlight, emitted a surge of energy that infused into the spear formed from Wang Yu's spine. SSS-ranked. The skeletal spear pierced them, reducing their bodies to dust. Finally, the bone spear pierced through the head of the eternal Fantasyland Dream Lord with a sharp ripping sound. A piercing scream echoed as its massive body exploded outward, rotting into a revolting, putrid mountain of flesh. The mission was complete. The extraordinary power within the spine spear was utterly depleted. It rotted completely, falling to the ground. Gradually losing its spiritual essence, it transformed into weathered bones, no longer possessing any divine power. The blood lake above the sealed space gradually cleared. Luo Chen was astonished. Could that little broken egg actually wield the spear formed from the moon-gazing spine? Just as he pondered this, the putrid flesh mountain of the eternal Fantasyland Dream Lord began to rot, its flesh and blood evaporating. It transformed into a twisted black mist, piercing through the lake water and spreading throughout the entire ruins. It possessed an extreme capacity for distortion.
After the demise of a high-ranked being, even a single drop of blood or a fragment of flesh could possess power potent enough to warp one's mind. In Mochizuki's original conception, its reincarnated form, the moon spirit, possessed moonlight radiance with purifying properties. It could purify the blood taint brought by the Forbidden One's death after slaying the eternal fantasy land Dream Lord. But it likely never imagined in its wildest dreams. The imposter entered the sealed space. The imposter was the one who completely slew the giant spider. Damn it doesn't even have the power to purify this blood taint. Damn it, the people outside. He was immune to this contamination, but the other relic explorers weren't. A portion of the starlight mist from the little egg spread toward him, enveloping him. In an instant, Chen viewed the entire ruins from a god's eye perspective. Every inch, every corner of the ruins lay within his grasp. Chapter 51, The Little Broken Egg Hatches, the Utopian Race. Chen instantly understood. So that's how it was. The Forbidden Origin had been suppressed by the Spinal Spear for countless years. Their forces clashed relentlessly. Over countless millennia. Within the Forbidden Origin, the power of the moon gazing had long been contained. The two had become intertwined and fused. By devouring the Forbidden Origin, the Little Broken Egg had also acquired some of the power characteristics of the moon. At this moment, the Little Broken Egg became the master of the entire ruins. Chen surveyed the ruins from above. He saw those who had entered the ruins with him to explore. Each of them had already been dominated by desire due to the giant spider's illusionary authority. In their eyes, they had already gathered countless rare materials and treasures. Now, confronted with this spiritual corruption, their very essence underwent a profound mutation. If not addressed promptly, they risked being forever trapped in a world of desire, minor cases turning mad, severe cases suffering spiritual distortion that would end their paths as beast masters. With a flick of his thoughts, Chen commanded the ruined space, unleashing a force of expulsion that banished them from the site. Outside, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The strange phenomenon of clashing energies in the sky vanished. It seems the relic's own power has once again suppressed the minions of the Dark God. Who would have thought this ruin actually sealed away the minions of an evil god? They had all heard Jiang Zhini recount the events. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Suddenly, an eerie aura swept over them. Their expressions darkened. They resisted the corrupting aura with their own spiritual essence. What's happening? Such terrifying forbidden pollution. Oh no, the people inside. Their expressions turned grim. Those exploring the ruins were all elites, especially the students from various academies. They were the future pillars of humanity's beast tamers. If they were all lost inside, the damage would be immense. Just then, the spatial portal disgorged a stream of figures. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. All were beast masters who had entered the ruins for exploration. They were all unconscious, their faces bearing eerie smiles, looking utterly content, as if they had dreamed of something wonderful. What? What's going on? The crowd was baffled, but relieved they'd emerged. Quickly send them for treatment. Their spiritual essence is only slightly contaminated, not distorted. The ruins have been breached? Professor Su approached Jiang Zhini, raising an eyebrow in disbelief. This clearly meant someone had taken control of the entire site. Chen? Jiang Zhini gave no clear answer, a faint smile playing on her lips. Soon, nearly everyone had been evacuated. One person remains. Where's Big Ice Block? Chen searched for Luo Anfei's figure. Soon, he found her. Ha! There's another altar here? He saw it on the western side of the ruins. Within the symmetrical rock walls, there was another altar. The giant ice block was inside. Upon the altar lay a flawlessly white egg. Chen. Wait, could this be the very egg that hatches into a moon spirit? A sudden thought struck him. When Moonfall perished, a fragment of her flesh and soul had coalesced into this egg. The Moonwatch tribe recognized it as the reincarnation of their guardian deity, Moonwatch, and revered it as a sacred object, a holy beast. Thus, they enshrined it for worship. So, no one's going to contract incubate this egg? Whoa! Mochizuki underestimated the Mochizuki clan's devotion to it. Nothing divine should be defiled. Much less the reincarnation of a god. They waited for the egg to hatch on its own. But, through the memories he had witnessed earlier, Chen knew this egg could be directly contracted. After contracting it, by offering faith as tribute, it could be hatched. What a sin! Of course, all this was merely his conjecture. What truly happened could only be uncovered by traveling back in time with the time machine. Well, that's a stroke of luck for Big Ice Block. She's got some serious luck on her side, finding this altar space like that. Truth be told, Chen felt Luo Anfei was starting to resemble a novel's divinely favored heroine. She seemed to have a cheat code, facing one challenge after another. First the moon-gazing clone, then the forbidden corruption, then confronting the forbidden itself, then battling the very source of the forbidden. Only then did she barely scrape together enough benefits to let the little broken egg absorb sufficient forbidden power and hatch. That Big Ice Block? Didn't lift a finger. Isn't that just like the destined protagonists in novels?
Entering ruins always brings great opportunities, falling off cliffs grants powerful inheritances, and rings contain old grandfathers. But the most classic trope remains the rebirth of a powerful being. Could that big ice chunk be a reborn powerhouse? He chuckled, knowing full well it was impossible, just idle musings born of boredom. Luo Anfei carefully lifted the beast pet egg enshrined upon the altar. Her heart raced with excitement. Finally obtained it, the moon spirit, hailed as the embodiment of darkness. Holding the moon spirit's pet egg, she stepped out of the altar space. The moment she stepped out, she felt the overwhelming taint wash over her. What's happening? Why is this place filled with forbidden pollution? The beast pet egg in her arms, as if encountering its natural predator, emitted a soft moonlight glow, purifying the corruption. The next instant, a sensation of spatial displacement enveloped her entire body. Everything blurred before her eyes. She found herself outside. 99. One more to go, someone called out, counting the numbers. It's Lu Chen. Lu Chen hasn't come out yet. Zhao Kongqing's eyes widened. Ignore him, Jiang Zheni said. It seemed this kid truly controlled the ruins. Suddenly, her mind went blank for a moment. Her passive skill from the time manipulating beast tamer talent. Listen to the voice of history activated. A series of images flooded her mind. She snapped back to reality. She hurriedly asked Professor Su beside her, has the Moonview Snow Mountain always been located on the outskirts of the ancient capital? Professor Su opened his phone and searched. The Moonview Snow Mountain is not a native peak of Blue Star. It was integrated into Blue Star thousands of years ago during the first wave of foreign realms merging with our world. Over these millennia, more and more foreign territories have been integrated into Blue Star. Blue Star's volume rapidly expanded, and this snow mountain was gradually pushed aside by later integrated realms. Through administrative boundary adjustments, it eventually formed its present configuration. Where was its original point of integration with Blue Star? Let me compare human territorial maps from different eras. Professor Su quickly reached a conclusion. The initial point of integration was beside the Yunmeng Marsh. It was precisely because the Yunmeng Marsh merged with Blue Star that the moon-gazing peak was gradually pushed away. Let me see, beside Yunmeng Marsh, got it. Professor Su raised an eyebrow. And it's connected to Lu Chen. A city was later established here, called Daz City. Her ominous premonition had finally come true. Her face drained of color as she mounted the dragon cloud bird and soared away. Moonwatch had sealed away the eternal Gensokyo Dream Lord. But it was by slicing open the opponent's body to seal it. This demonic deity's minion possesses two powers. Lu Chen remained unaware of the events unfolding outside. He remained within the ruins, waiting for the little broken egg to hatch. Finally, 3 hours later, the intense white light radiating from the little broken egg, as bright as a sun, slowly began to fade. Cheap. Lu Chen and Qi Tian watched with bated breath. As the white light gradually faded away, the little egg's brand new form emerged. Why came the sound? It's still a damn egg? No. He stared at the little broken egg. Lu Chen fell deep in thought. What was going on? Good news, it's cracked. Bad news, not completely. The little broken egg shell cracked horizontally across the top third. A starry, mist-like thing stood upright inside the egg, its broken shell perched atop it like a hat. Click to view image. This starry mist creature had a pair of bright, round eyes, pure as the ocean itself. It blinked at Lu Chen. As Lu Chen gazed at it, its form shifted constantly, refusing to settle into any definite shape. In short, to Lu Chen's eyes, the entity within the cracked eggshell, the thing it was nurturing, took on all manner of chaotic forms. It appeared as a shadowy mass of starlight mist, constantly shifting form and possessing eyes, its true appearance impossible to discern. Name? Race attribute? Attribute, imagination. Description, an egg from countless years ago, transformed into a fossilized creature's egg by a colossal cosmic upheaval. It absorbed the stellar power of a higher-tier being and, through its own abilities, achieved the transformation from death to life. By devouring the power of fantasy, it finally achieved complete rebirth from death. However, due to the nature of the power of fantasy, its form remains indefinite. It must consume another forbidden origin to counteract it, only then revealing its true racial appearance. It needs to devour another forbidden origin? This is a real pain. A fragment of memory suddenly flooded the little egg. Lu Chen saw it. The form of the Dream Lord of Eternal Fantasyland, and it was different from what he saw now. In the memory, the Dream Lord of Eternal Fantasyland possessed an extremely bizarre appearance. Its form resembled two spiders fused together, but each half possessed a distinct power of rules. One half possessed the power of fantasy. The other possesses the power of dreams. Chapter 52, Illusion Prison. Dream Prison. The forbidden power of the little broken egg. Lu Chen was dumbfounded. The power of illusion. The power of dreams. Is it only when united that they become the eternal dream lords of Gensokyo? Images of the Mochizuki clan's past flashed through his mind. These were the traces of time left behind by the ruins, reflecting the past and illuminating the present. Like watching a 6D immersive film, he witnessed scenes from when the Mochizuki clan still thrived. It was a vast plain. A mountain peak stood in the center of the plain. Chen recognized it was Mount Mochizuki before it became a snow-capped mountain. The Moonwatchers lived upon its slopes. It had been trapped at the peak of the totem realm for an incredibly long time. It racked its brain, unable to find a path to advance beyond the totem realm. Then one day, it unexpectedly discovered that a group of humans had intruded into the ecosystem derived from its aura. They were ragged and starving. They were being hunted by ferocious beasts. It casually saved the humans and provided them with food. Watching the humans kneel before it, showering it with endless thanks, it was baffled. Hadn't it merely given them some scraps of its own food? Why were they so grateful? The humans begged it to become their guardian deity, asking permission to live within its domain. Mochizuki consented. To its astonishment, as these humans worshipped it, Mochizuki glimpsed a path beyond the totem stage. By gathering the power of faith, when the crescent moon on its forehead transformed into a full moon, that would be the moment of its advancement. Thus, Mochizuki coexisted and thrived alongside this group of humans. As their guardian deity, it radiated its power, spawning ice attribute and dark attribute creatures for humans to contract. These humans began to multiply and thrive, using the Great Mountain as their center. Memories in time rushed past, compressing decades of seasonal shifts into a single second. When it came to its senses, the vast, desolate plains stretched out before him. As far as the eye could see, dense stone structures rose from the earth. The tribe had grown into a vast tribal confederation. The Moonwatching tribe. They revered the mountain as sacred, naming it Mount Moonwatch. They built altars to worship and revere the moon. The moon on Mochizuki's forehead was but a hair's breadth away from achieving perfection. Just as they were preparing to hold a grand ceremony, gathering the power of faith to finally complete the moon on its forehead. At that very moment, the sky turned pitch black. A colossal spider web enveloped the moon-gazing tribe. A two-bodied great spider, its tails intertwined, descended upon the web, spreading its forbidden aura. The tribe was devastated. Countless souls underwent spiritual mutations, their bodies twisted and contorted. They fell into a deep slumber, their minds plunged into a realm of illusion, dominated by the power of fantasy. Their physical forms in reality were transformed into monstrous spiders. Mochizuki clashed with the giant spider. The terrifying battle aura nearly split the heavens apart. Moonlight collided with twisted forbidden power, causing the world to shatter and space to fracture. Finally, the catastrophe ended. Mochizuki's desperate strike blew apart half the giant spider's body, exposing its forbidden origin to the air. The giant spider was one consciousness inhabiting two bodies. The body possessing the forbidden source of illusionary power was its primary form. It sought to reclaim the forbidden source from its other half. Once recovered, it could instantly restore its body. But Mochizuki denied it that chance. Enraged, he shattered the nearly perfect full moon on his forehead with his dying blow, obliterating the dream power forbidden source. The forbidden source dissolved into a shower of light, falling onto the plain. The moon on its forehead disintegrated, its fragments weaving into a vast net that enveloped and merged with the earth, sealing the forbidden origin, dream power deep beneath the plain. What followed is the known story. Mochizuki's flesh and blood became a lake of blood, imprisoning the eternal Gensokyo Dreamlord beneath the altar built for it by the Mochizuki clan. Its body was forged into a spear, sealing the forbidden origin, fantasy power. What followed was even more lamentable. Just as Luo Chen had surmised, the Moon Clan survivors treated the egg purified by the Moon Clan's soul and flesh as a sacred beast egg. They dared not defile it. They rebuilt an altar to venerate the sacred beast egg, awaiting the beast's birth. But could mere mortals truly bear the weight of forbidden corruption? The giant spider's half-body and the forbidden primordial essence had fused into the plains where the Mochizuki tribe lived. The aura of a high-ranking being was poison to humans. The Moonwatch tribe perished one by one. They never left. Until the very last member of the tribe, who prayed devoutly to the sacred beast egg even as death approached. They believed firmly that the divine would return. As servants of the divine, they could not abandon their god and leave. Lu Chen's heart grew heavy. A guardian deity who willingly sacrificed his life to seal away the minions of the dark god for the sake of the human tribe. A human tribe that never left the guardian deity's side. They had initially viewed humans merely as tools for their own advancement, treating the tribe like a simulation game. At first, they too had only sought survival, offering their faith in search of a guardian deity's protection. As time passed, their destinies became intertwined, each becoming indispensable to the other. Then he sighed. A fully evolved giant spider wielding both the power of illusion and the power of dreams is truly terrifying. The two domains of power complemented each other. Individually, they were nothing special. Take the power of illusion, for instance. It could only influence beings within its reach, compelling them to be ruled by desire, fantasizing about what they most deeply craved within their hearts. Dream power, projecting its influence into the mortal realm, could plunge people into slumber. But
When combined, they become terrifying.
All who enter the realm of dreams have their desires drawn out within the dreamscape, losing themselves and becoming its servants. It seeks to enslave Mochizuki precisely because the full moon on her forehead connects to the moon in the sky. Then, it could project the power of dreams onto the moon, infecting everyone bathed in moonlight with its influence. Its aim, to drag everyone into a fantasy world. The true infinite Tsukuyomi project. So you're saying the forbidden origin, dream power, lies beyond the snow-capped mountains? Eep Little Broken Egg shook its head. Chen witnessed the passage of time once more. As the years slipped away, the moonwatching tribe vanished from the earth, leaving only Moonwatching Mountain standing tall. With the first wave of the other world's arrival, the territory of the Moonwatching tribe merged into Blue Star. Subsequently, as more foreign realms continuously merged with Blue Star, the Moonview tribe was fragmented by other descending realms, particularly a vast lake that descended like an ocean. It descended directly between Moonwatch Mountain and the Moonwatch Plains. This severed Mount Moon from the Moonlit Plains. Over millennia, as the foreign realms continued to merge, Mount Moon transformed into what is now known as the Moonlit Snow Mountains, lying on the outskirts of the ancient capital. As for the Moonview Plains, Chen's eyes widened abruptly. That lake separating Mount Moonview and the Moonview Plains was none other than the Yunmeng Marsh. Meaning, the Moonview Plain now lies near Des City? Or rather, was Des City built upon the Moonview Plain itself? Holy crap, it can't be that coincidental, right? There are several third-tier small cities around Des City too. Suddenly, Chen entered a spiritual realm. A mist-shrouded city. After absorbing the power of fantasy, did I even inherit the abilities of this giant spider? Yip. The little broken egg let out a soft cry, and Chen somehow understood its meaning. It told Chen this place was called the Illusionary Prison. The name was fitting indeed, a prison of illusion, trapping you forever within a fantasy world. The only difference was that the giant spider's mist was filled with an eerie aura. Little Broken Egg's illusionary prison was filled with dreamlike starlight mist. The little broken egg teleported Chen to the edge of the mist-shrouded city. Just like the giant spider. The mist city materialized by Little Broken Egg's phantom prison was also only half-formed. All structures abruptly ended before them, their edges cleanly severed. It was as if the illusionary prison had once been far larger than what now stood before them. Some terrifying force had cleaved the complete illusionary prison in two, obliterating the other half of the city. Chen reached out to touch the void ahead, where chaotic energy swirled. Chen surmised that this missing space before him must belong to the realm where the power of dreams pervades. Perhaps it should be called the Dream Prison? Unfortunately, the half of his body that controlled the dream power had been torn apart by Wangyu. The dream power itself had been shattered, merging into the Wangyu plains and sealed within the full moon on his forehead. Only the little broken egg, having absorbed the dream power, could fill this void. Then, perhaps it should be called the Illusory Dream Prison? Suddenly, beyond the city's fractured boundary, Chen's divine eye witnessed a city slowly rising from the ground amidst endless chaotic mist. The entire city was shrouded in a hazy gray, its contours indistinct and blurred as it rose, wispy and ethereal. His pupils suddenly contracted into two black dots. The city's appearance was all too familiar to him. It was the city where he had lived for 18 years. Daz City. What the hell is going on? Chen was utterly horrified for the first time. His grandmother and aunt, the only two family members he had left in the world, were still inside. You mean after the demon god's minion, the giant spider, died, that dream power became ownerless? Someone wants to steal and control the dream power. He intends to transform the entire city of Daz into a new dream prison. Sacrifice the entire city from reality? Chen's eyes blazed crimson, his spiritual energy surging outward. Primordial essence swirled around him, his hair whipping in an unseen wind. Yip woof. The little broken egg leapt onto his head. It informed Chen that there was a solution. Before Daz City was completely sacrificed, it could devour the power of the dream realm. That would solve it. But the ancient capital is so far from Daz City it takes forever even by plane. Half an hour? You mean you've got half an hour? The little egg nodded fiercely. Whoosh! A brilliant radiance erupted from Little Broken Egg's body. Across the entire illusory prison, brilliant stardust condensed, then coalesced into a bridge of stardust that slowly extended toward the phantom image of Daz City. Chapter 53, The Starlight Giant Strikes, an existence above the evil gods. Outside Des City, dense ranks of Beastmaster soldiers formed a heavy blockade, completely encircling the city. They gazed toward the city, which appeared like a mirage. They tried every method to enter, but it was as if the city existed in another dimension. Lord Jiangzhu, this is forbidden power, the force of dream rules, gradually pulling all of Daz City into another dimension. The commander of the Eastern Domain's 3rd Beastmaster Legion wore a grave expression. He had been summoned by Jiangjini. As a Nightwatch Pillar Master, he possessed the authority to command an entire legion. Dragon Cloud Bird, teleport. She and the dragon cloud bird simultaneously activated teleportation.
With the skill stacked, her body flashed into Des City.
Her form vanished from the spot.
But the next second, her figure reappeared in the same spot.
The teleportation had failed. Zhang Zhenyi's expression darkened to the extreme, her face as cold as ice.
Lu Yorong was still inside. Damn it!
Earlier, she had activated the time talent, voice of history, hearing the echoes of the past and witnessing everything with her own eyes. Including the moment the dream power was shattered and absorbed into the underground of the Great Marsh. The ruins Lu Yorong had explored in the neighboring city were located on the outskirts of the Moonview tribe. The core territory of the Moonview tribe lay directly beneath the city of Daz.
It hadn't evolved into ruins.
At that moment, she recalled Lu Yorong's earlier words that the ruins had been occupied by a group of fanatics.
Having eradicated numerous cult groups, she instantly understood cultists coveted the dream power. They weren't occupying the ruins.
Instead, they were investigating the precise location of the forbidden origin. In the city of Dazai.
The city was shrouded in thick fog, an eerie scene devoid of any light.
Every single person in the entire city had fallen into a deep slumber.
Looking down from the sky,
one would notice that at the city's edge, every 100 meters, stood a wooden cross. Human and beast bodies were nailed to these crosses. Blood trickled down the stakes. Under the influence of a strange force, the blood did not disperse but instead connected with one another, eventually forming a sacrificial ritual array encompassing the entire city.
The blood-red array encircled the city, and the excess blood began flowing from the stakes into the city itself.
Viewed from above, it resembled countless crimson threads advancing eerily toward the city's center. They converged upon a shantytown near the garbage dump. All structures were flattened, leaving the ground littered with countless blood-soaked remains, human, beast, and various materials radiating ominous auras.
5 wooden stakes stood here as well.
4 of them were nailed to the stakes, their faces utterly disfigured, tortured beyond recognition. They resembled nothing but piles of rotten flesh, with only their eyes betraying intense fear and regret.
Aha! Spare me! Spare me! Chen Yingxin, I beg you. I'm sorry. Please let me go.
The 5th stake held a young man bound to it. He wept bitterly, overcome by terror.
The young man named Chen Yingxin chuckled lightly. Spare you?
But you're beast tamers with the precious gift of beast taming talent.
As for me?
I'm just an orphan without any beast taming talent, doomed to scavenge for scraps in garbage heaps for the rest of my life.
Oh dear, you're the only one left now. Chen Yingxuan tilted his head, studying the other's face twisted in utter terror. What's the matter? When you beat me before, your expressions weren't like this.
The character appears in Chapter 9, and the foreshadowing is also in Chapter 9.
I made sure to keep you conscious, you know?
His blood-soaked hand yanked the man's hair, forcing him to meet his gaze.
See that alley? 510 times.
That's how many times you bullied me in this alley since we were kids.
Now it's my turn to have some fun with you.
Piercing screams echoed relentlessly, a tormented agony of neither life nor death. Blood pooled on the ground, coalescing into a 5-pointed star array. Buzz. The sacrificial ritual array enveloping the entire city erupted with a blood-soaked aura, causing substances to crystallize from the ground throughout the city.
Slowly, it coalesced at the array's center.
It was a churning mass of light, flickering between brightness and darkness, its turbulent surface dotted with countless tiny bubbles.
Each bubble contained countless scenes. Dreams. One bubble represented one dream.
These were the dreams of all the sleeping people in the entire city of Daz. Countless tiny bubbles coalesced toward the churning light, gradually growing larger.
Not bad, not bad.
A middle-aged man in black robes beside him raised an eyebrow. His shadow stretched across the ground, contorted and grotesque, as if countless monstrous creatures lurked within its fangs.
A spider web emblem adorned his cloak.
He tore the black robe from his body, revealing an impeccable suit beneath, and stomped fiercely on the spiderweb emblem beneath his feet.
Also appears in Chapter 9. Numerous corpses lay at his feet, each clad in identical spiderweb-patterned robes. The Grey Web Weavers? A bunch of brain-dead cultists. We split them into 2 factions with ease.
Damn it, I just infiltrated for a bit of fun, and I ended up becoming their leader.
This organization must be destroyed. It defies all sense of justice.
Fortunately, one faction among them activated the ancient capital's ruins, causing the dream power to stir.
That's how we pinpointed its exact location. The middle-aged man in a suit pulled out a cigar. A shadow emerged from the darkness, lighting a flame. He exhaled a puff of smoke. Beastmasters? What's so great about them?
You're thinking too small, kid. Serve the Lord of the Yellow Path.
Use its power to plunder forbidden energies, master the forbidden, become the forbidden itself.
Serve eternally at the Lord of the Yellow Path's side. That is the true path of a king. Once you become the new Lord of Eternal Fantasyland's dreams, you will formally join our Zodiac 12-string palace as its 12th master.
My deepest gratitude to the great Lord of the Zodiac. Chen Yingxin wore the pious expression of a fanatical devotee.
It was the Lord of the Zodiac who had granted him everything. Human flesh cannot withstand the power of the forbidden.
I have also prepared a special gift for you. The man in the suit produced an egg, already cracked. He splashed the egg's contents across every corner of the city. Inside, it was completely empty. The bloodline offspring of that sovereign tier emerald wave pig dragon from the Yunmeng marsh stolen the moment it was born. It should go mad. It should lead all the ferocious beasts of Yunmeng marsh to attack Des City. Then we'll melt their flesh and blood to forge your new physical form. I've learned that Zhangzhini, that demonic fiend, is also in the ancient capital. That spider likely won't be much trouble, it won't make waves. When the time comes, we'll seize its power of illusion too. Boom! 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 The earth trembled faintly. The man in the suit raised an eyebrow. Here it comes. The nourishment for the physical body has arrived. The dream taboo origin is fully formed. Quick, devour it. Sheninshin prepared to swallow the forbidden source in one gulp. In Des City, the sleeping Lu Yurong felt a crescent moon glow on her back, then abruptly transform into a terrifying lunar radiance surging forth. Foreshadowing Chapter 23. Reflected in the sky, a terrifying suppressing force slammed toward the forbidden source. Oomph! The man in the suit gave a cold snort. Boom! Behind him, a shadow realm materialized, its power sweeping toward the heavens. Countless shadows coalesced into grotesque specters, roaring with fury. The crescent moon in the sky was directly bombarded. Merely the remnants of peak totem tier power. Nothing special. Just then, he was stunned. He saw a bizarre egg appear at the scene, seemingly out of nowhere. Though it was already cracked open horizontally, a mouth had grown on the eggshell. It snatched the forbidden origin and fled. Looking back at the sky, a starlit bridge had materialized, connecting to another world. Both the man in the suit and Chen Inshin were frozen in shock. What was up with that egg? He glanced at the Bai-Bo pig dragon egg in his hand, it was still there. He smashed the broken egg of the emerald pig dragon on the ground, stomping it into pieces with a furious shout. How dare you? Green wave pig dragon egg, what the hell? It stole it. Why are you stomping on me? Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The little broken egg swiftly returned to the Stardust Corridor, back to the Phantom Prison, and darted into the beast taming space. Transformed into a frantic whimpering creature, it urged Lu Chen to hasten his meditation on the primordial sovereign spirit the pursuers were closing in. Lu Chen hesitated not a moment, his consciousness plunging into the primordial realm. The little egg, clutching the forbidden origin, hurriedly followed, arriving at the apex of the starlight staircase within the primordial realm. Bathed in the radiance of the starlight giant, it exhaled in relief, finally settling down. The shadow the little egg cast on the ground suddenly thickened. From a two-dimensional outline, it transformed into a three-dimensional form, revealing a face within. Here I come. The man in the suit squeezed out from the shadows, grinning maliciously. Little mouse, I've got you now. Mysterious being, by what means did you enter the sacrificial grounds? He surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, he beheld the vast expanse of the starry sky and the divine ascent staircase formed from starlight. Similarly, he saw, seated atop the stairway, the starlight giant. His pupils contracted to pinpricks, becoming a forbidden presence. He believed he had no fear left. He was wrong. Fear surged into his mind like a flood breaking through a dam. Even in his forbidden form, every cell in his body trembled violently, as if driven by primal, biological dread. He beheld the unfathomable, vast phantom of starlight. His very essence was unfit for human gaze. Just as, when he was still human, facing the forbidden. Even more terrifying than that time, by a billionfold. Fear and agony assaulted his soul, causing his thoughts to falter. As the taboo, he began to doubt the very existence of the taboo. His soul started to deny itself, his flesh churning violently, as if a new consciousness were about to be born within his mind. He began an irreversible metamorphosis. The reason was simply a single glance at the other. Piercing screams tore from his throat. Hell! This is hell! Run! Run now! He plunged into the shadows, his spirit returning to his body in Des City. Bang! His sleeve exploded, flesh and blood proliferating as a massive tumor erupted from his right shoulder. Thump thump thump. The mutation raced unchecked. Soon his form swelled, flesh piling upon flesh. His soul was even more terrifying. Outside, only a second had passed, but to him, that single second stretched into tens of thousands of years. His soul endured the most extreme torment. Neither life nor death offered release. His gaze flickered between chaos and lucidity. Finally, seizing a moment of lucidity, Great Lord of the Zodiac, save me! He frantically rushed to the center of the sacrificial rite, offering himself as the offering. The rite activated. He vanished, transformed into the offering, melting into a pool of unidentifiable pus and blood. Yet his final gaze held a look of liberation. Sacrificing his forbidden body to summon the supreme dark god. Beyond Des City, a teeming horde of aquatic beasts surged forth, vast and boundless. They emerged from the Yunmeng Marsh. The Eastern Domain's third Beastmaster Legion stood in confrontation.
In the sky soared a colossal pig dragon, its form as massive as a mountain.
Commonly known as a crocodile. Jiang Zhini stood in the heavens, facing it head-on. Their auras collided, but without surprise, the Baibo pig dragon's aura was utterly crushed. Heavenly King! Unrivaled at the sovereign tier. The azure wave pig dragon roared, "It's fully erupting. My offspring, conceived over a century, is dead stolen. The egg fluid was spilled across that city. I will have my revenge." Jiang Zhini remained calm. "Take one more step, and you die. Even if you have ties to the dragon riding clan, I will kill you." Just as the standoff reached its peak. Buzz. Everyone witnessed. Above Des City, winds howled and clouds churned, while endless murmurs echoed through the sky. Clouds gathered in the sky, then coalesced into a face gazing down upon all living things. Its features were indistinct, too blinding to look upon directly. Then, it transformed into a supreme figure clad in yellow robes, surrounded by 12 palaces of flesh and blood. A deity. Its form stood towering over the city of Daz, pulled into another dimension, its body piercing the heavens. The clouds barely reached its shoulders. Evil. Evil God. Chapter 54, Lord of the Zodiac? The giant hand reaching out from beyond the world. Evil God. The Demon God. Why has the Demon God appeared? The third Beastmaster Legion commander roared in terror. Isn't the current world status still forbidden to such beings? Even on the front lines, within those forbidden ecosystems, the Demon God has never appeared. A colossal, abyssal figure stood towering between heaven and earth. Light, time, and space warped around it. Unobservable by mortal eyes, unsearchable by human minds. In the instant of his manifestation, its aura spread. Endless murmurs layered upon one another. Cover your ears. Close your eyes. The commander of the Eastern Region's 3rd Beastmaster Legion and Jiang Zhini shouted simultaneously. Instantly, their spiritual essence surged forth, forming a barrier that enveloped the surroundings. Everyone sealed off their 5 senses and 6 perceptions with their spiritual essence. Yet even with eyes closed and ears plugged, that unseeable figure remained in their vision. Its status was too exalted to discern clearly. Its form constantly shifted, the only constant being the yellow robe draped over it. Endless murmurs and whispers surged madly into their minds, these murmurs containing countless knowledge and truths. Bang! 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 The human beastmasters held their ground, but the beasts fared much worse. Countless beasts thrashed on the ground, writhing and contorting as their skin split open inch by inch, exposing the flesh beneath. But it was merely a case of the pot calling the kettle black. The beastmasters tried to flee, but there was nowhere to run. Even those at the sovereign tier felt their spiritual essence mutate as an otherworldly truth knowledge burrowed into their minds. Run, run, Jiang Heavenly King. You're the only one who can escape, the Beastmaster Legion commander sneered bitterly. But, at that very moment, boom! The world before their eyes transformed, like thunder from a clear blue sky. Countless people felt the suffocating terror. In that fraction of a second, a force beyond description descended. As if a dinosaur had been forcibly crammed into a fish tank, the very fabric of existence trembled. All matter in the world was frozen in place. As if the world's machinery had been paused. To everyone's eyes, the vibrant world began to fade, shedding its colors and transforming into the most primal black and white. All eyes turned upward in horror. A terrifying gaze that transcended the world itself descended. It gazed down upon the entire world. He resided in a dimension beyond normal observation. A supreme existence utterly distinct from any living being. An ancient, eternal, mysterious demon god. Countless bubbles coiled around its arms, stars themselves, each a convergence of billions of lights. He seemed to come from the past, the future existing at every point in time. His gaze fell upon the world from beyond. Fixed upon the yellow-robed demon god. As if its authority were challenged, or provoked by an insignificant insect. He raised his hand, countless bubbles swirling around it. With a twist of his wrist, streams of bubble-like light shot forth from beyond the world, reaching out to strike with a single, crushing blow. The 12 flesh palaces encircling the yellow-robed evil god shattered instantly. The yellow-robed demon god let out a low, feral growl, as if facing a formidable foe. Even the onlookers sensed fear emanating from its form. Pop! As easily as crushing a mosquito, the yellow-robed evil god was obliterated. Witnessing its shattering, they saw its exploding body coalesce into a gateway. Through the portal, they beheld another towering figure clad in yellow robes, standing within a hazy world. He roared, his bark far louder than his bite, before a corner of his robe was torn away. The next second, without warning, everything vanished. The yellow-robed evil god, the evil god shrouded in swirling starlight bubbles, all vanished without a trace. As if they had never existed. Even the memory of what had just transpired grew hazy in their minds, impossible to recall. Though it had occurred just moments ago, it felt as though it had happened ages ago. Only the monstrous beasts of the fierce beast faction, with their distorted forms, bore witness to the truth. It had all happened just moments ago. Jiang Zhini took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Shall we proceed? She asked the Baibo pig dragon in a flat tone. The blue wave pig dragon, already terrified out of its wits, let out a horrified shriek. Its gaze toward Des City was like staring into an abyss. It turned and fled, diving deep into the Yunmeng marsh. Let's go! Rescue Des City! Everyone temporarily suppressed the overwhelming shock within their hearts. They entered Des City with heavy hearts. With two high-ranking beings under such corruption, there likely wouldn't be any survivors. Remember, the forbidden presence of an evil god, even a mere passing, could create a terrifying forbidden ecosystem. Much less when it had deliberately lingered. But upon entering Des City, they were stunned. Every human was unharmed. Could it be they were drawn into the power of dreams? Trapped in slumber, thus spared the corruption? This explanation didn't hold water. The forbidden origins of the eternal Fantasyland's dream lord, the authority over fantasy and dreams, stemmed from the it served. The giant spider was merely a servant of the evil god. How could such power possibly withstand the descent of a demon god's projection? And then a far more terrifying entity appeared afterward. Jiang Zhini speculated that perhaps the battle between the two entities had rendered them immune to the corruption, or that the eternal bubble simply disdained spreading truth and knowledge to such a world? Eternal bubble. This was the name she gave to the even more terrifying entity that appeared later. Like an eternal presence, its form shrouded in bubbles, existing across every moment of past, present, and future. As a super-ancient mythological archaeologist, as the voice of history who could hear the past, she felt not fear, but exhilaration. For people like them, it was like a poison. They knew it was deadly, yet they were already deeply ensnared, unable to extricate themselves. They yearned to uncover the truth of their existence, the truth of the world. Yet the memories were fading. Even with her formidable strength unmatched at the sovereign tier, hailed as the heavenly king, her spirit could no longer bear the weight of that memory. Arriving at Lu Yorong's home, she first glanced to ensure Lu Yorong was unharmed, still fast asleep. Then she immediately pulled out paper and pen, beginning to write down the events that had just unfolded, illustrating them with diagrams. Jiang Jiang, what are you doing here? Lu Yorong stretched lazily, looking at Jiang Zhini before her. I was still dreaming, a dream within a dream? Wasn't I fighting monsters with my beast? Then I'll go back to sleep. She drifted back to sleep. Jiang Zhini gave her a sharp slap on the butt. She bounced upright, yelling, "Ow! Ow! Ow!" Clutching her sore behind, she finally realized it wasn't a dream. Jiang Zhini was speechless. Oh well, maybe it was for the best she didn't know. Otherwise, she might have developed psychological trauma. Buzz. Suddenly, Lu Yorong's entire body erupted in light. Behind her, an extraordinary phenomenon rose. The vision unfolded as night fell, a full moon hanging high in the sky. A surge of power erupted from Lu Yorong, causing her hair and the hem of her robe to tremble violently. Ha! I feel like there's a space inside me? The summoning array materialized. A starlight spirit, formed entirely from moonlight, appeared before Lu Yorong. Moonlight star spirit? Lu Yorong blinked rapidly, processing the information flooding her mind. Jiang Zhini's eyes widened in shock. SSS-grade Beastmaster talent? A chosen beast companion? She was stunned. Lu Yorong, who had no Beastmaster talent. At the tender age of 28, awakening a beast taming talent? Wait. That moon in the vision. She felt like she understood something. It must be connected to Wang Yu. Waha, I'm a beast tamer too. And I have the same SSS tier talent as my great-nephew. Lu Yorong beamed with joy, as if she'd won 5 million in the lottery. No wonder my great-nephew could awaken an SSS tier talent. It runs in my blood. Meanwhile, Lu Chen, Little Broken Egg, and Shitian stared dumbfounded at a yellow corner of clothing in the primordial space. A potent aura of taboo emanated from it. The kind that would instantly kill an ordinary person with just a glance. Name, a corner of the Yellow Path's master's robe. Lu Chen was still replaying the scene in his mind. That mysterious figure had used some unknown method to follow Little Broken Egg into the primordial space. Then, staring directly at the Starlight Giant, a distortion occurred, summoning the dark god he worshipped, that very being clad in yellow robes. The Starlight Giant seemed provoked. And thus unfolded the scene witnessed. Whoa! That's some god-tier spiritual power right there. Pretty damn impressive. Truly more forbidden than the forbidden itself. Even the dark god would get a big kick in the ass if he showed up. He saw that across from the illusory prison, the city of Ozawa had returned to reality. And Lu Yorong and the others were unharmed. His heart finally settled. Absorb it. 3 items now existed within the primordial space. One was the dream power distilled from the forbidden origin. The second was a fragment of the Yellow Path Lord's robe. The third is the forbidden blood of the Shadow God obtained from the man in the suit. Blood from a deity known as the Shadow God. Lu Chen instructed the Little Broken Egg to absorb the dream power. It was time for full incubation. His consciousness returned to reality, still within the sealed space. Lu Chen drew forth the dream power, and the little egg devoured it in great gulps. The starlight mist enveloped it once more. A dense white light steadily gathered. Waiting for one was the same as waiting for two. Shi Tian's lightning attribute evolution materials were all prepared.
After receiving a surge of energy from Wang Yu, Yan Ho Chi Tian had reached the upper elite tier.
Moreover, according to observations from the Divine Eye and the evolutionist's identity, its foundation showed no signs of instability. Evolution conditions met.
He always carries these rare evolution materials in his backpack.
Shi Tian, begin your evolution.
With the level requirement met, the mythic evolution sequence revealed its specific conditions.
Name, Yan Monkey.
Mythic evolution sequence, Spirit Brightstone Monkey legendary species, evolution requirements, 1. Reach upper elite tier, 2. Consume massive amounts of lightning type resources 0%, 3. Hosts primordial sovereign spirituality most critical, 4. Previous species bloodline fusion progress complete.
Evolve into the Spirit Brightstone Monkey?
Lu Chen's face lit up with anticipation. This was the hero revered by countless Chinese people.
He shattered the heavens, rampaged through the celestial palace, and conquered every battle. The same race as the great sage Sun Wukong. But isn't the heart monkey supposed to be fire attributed? Why does it need a lightning element too? I don't understand it either, and I dare not ask. Whatever the system says to do, that's what I'll do.
Lu Chen produced a large quantity of lightning attribute materials, most of which he had concocted using his evolutionist abilities.
Shi Tian swallowed them. Zzzzzzzzzzzzz. Threads of lightning arcs began to swirl around his body and fur.
The lightning attribute resource gauge steadily climbed.
5%. 10%. 20%, 50%, 74%, 90%, 95%, 97%, 99%. Finally, 100%. Thunder element mastery achieved. All evolution conditions met. Lu Chen didn't hesitate. Shi Tian, evolve.
An evolution light like that of a creator enveloped Shi Tian, countless lightning arcs flickering and shimmering upon him. Yan Monkey and Little Broken Egg, two beams of evolutionary light shone in harmony within the sealed space. Ding, detected special material compatible with host pet evolution.
Integrate?
Incorporating taboo blood of the shadow god into Yan Ho will unlock a unique hybrid form. Calculations indicate this will significantly enhance its power.
Lu Chen froze, become stronger? No need to think twice. Fuse.
Instantly, the forbidden blood of the shadow god merged into the evolution light. The blindingly white glow turned pitch black, as if shrouded by a layer of living shadow that slowly spread across its surface. Finally, it transformed into an evolutionary light radiating a black glow. Lu Chen gazed expectantly at the two evolution lights before him, one white, one black.
Anticipating what two things would emerge. PS1, Volume 1, the end. PS2, Volume 1 is complete.
This volume serves as the foundation for the world building. I trust our awesome readers have now grasped that this is a world of elemental beast tamers, where dark gods and forbidden taboos exist. Honestly, I prefer weaving subtle, long-term foreshadowing throughout my writing rather than writing whatever comes to mind. I plant seeds early on and gradually connect them together. Chen Yinqing being bullied in Chapter 9, Chapter 23 mentions Lu Yurong visiting the ruins, where the crescent moon emblem of the Moonwatchers appears behind him. Later, Lu Chen activates the corresponding crescent moon on the rock wall within the Moonwatcher mountain ruins. Additionally, when the protagonist visits the ancient capital, Chapter 17 already hints at Tian town, where the entire village's inhabitants have been transformed into flesh and blood dolls. Like weather dolls, they sway in the wind, suggesting they're suspended by spider silk or some other thread. When these cultists found the ruins, they mentioned being expelled from the order, proof that the Grey Weaver's church was too foolish, allowing the suit-wearing man to infiltrate its upper echelons and divide the entire organization. Given the pace of writing and publishing, where we draft and release daily with substantial updates, minor flaws in the plot's development are inevitable.
Online fiction doesn't undergo the extensive polishing of traditionally published novels.
We write and publish daily, maintaining a substantial update volume. Some oversights or imperfections are to be expected.
After all, your author is only human. Author June has written a 1 million subscriber book on Lu, a premium bestseller on Dian, and a 1 million reader book on Xia. Quality is guaranteed. Shuqi pulled me over and offered a solid guaranteed payment. Before starting this book, I observed the distinct characteristics of each platform. Examining Shuqi's existing titles, I noticed they all feature mindless antagonism-rich second-generation characters immediately delivering humiliating defeats. Consequently, I had to adapt to the platform's conventions, so the early plot heavily emphasizes portraying the antagonists as brainless. Now, let's do a survey. I'm not sure what style you handsome readers prefer, the current approach that focuses on plot setup, weaving subtle threads that converge dramatically in the end. Or do you prefer the just get it on style that prioritizes pure satisfaction? I'm a pro at that kind of thing. Also, what do you guys like to see in beast taming stories? I enjoy them too. Pokemon novels, anime, the whole thing. I love the interactions and bonds between tamers and their pets. Like the bond between Mochizuki and the Mochizuki tribe, where they'd sacrifice their lives for each other. I'm crafting these little stories. Not sure how you'll feel about them. If you can, handsome guys, drop a comment in the book review section, the one where you rate the book. If you're satisfied, give it 5 stars and let me know you're out there. It'll help me adjust the focus for Volume 2. PS3, update schedule. I'll post all daily chapters around 11 p.m. But since Bookflag has moderation and staff only work during daytime hours, you'll likely see updates in the morning. Aha, perfect for killing time while you're on the toilet. Yeah, that's how this author catches up on novels. When I'm following multiple series, I can easily spend half an hour on the loo. PS4, finally please vote for gold tickets. Free gold tickets. Love you all. More chapters for votes. PS5, this book will definitely have its fans and detractors. If you're not into it, handsome reader, feel free to hit the close button. My apologies for not crafting a story that resonates with you. Chapter 55, Evolution, Black Myth. Goku emerges. Moonwatch ruins. Underground sealed chamber. 2 blindingly bright orbs of evolution, one black, one white, glowed intensely, their light so dense it seemed to harbor terrifying creatures within. After over half an hour, Lu Chen's eyes were dry from staring, and he was nearly asleep from waiting. Crack! In the silent, sealed chamber, the crisp sound was jarringly abrupt. Lu Chen's spirit snapped to attention. He lifted his gaze to see the light cocoon-like evolutionary glow on the little broken egg's surface suddenly crack open. Dreamlike stardust mist seeped out through the opening. Crack, crack, crack. Like dominoes, cracks appeared one after another. Crack! Finally, accompanied by a humming resonance, the evolutionary light dissipated, revealing the peculiar life form it had nurtured. After countless years, the creature that had become a fossilized egg finally emerged into this world today. A creature, dreamlike and ethereal, suspended mid-air. 8 tentacles pushed the air downward like swimming strokes, allowing its form to hover in place. Each wriggle of its tentacles drew trails of starlight mist, shimmering like shadows that never left its side. Still just a little broken egg. The eggshell hadn't fully cracked open. The shell transformed into its clothing, draping over its body, while the 8 tentacles broke free from the shell, extending outward. The shell was pure white, veiled in starlight mist, faintly reflecting a hazy, dusty world. Its body was also translucent, dark in hue, with flickering points of light within, as if a nebula had been condensed inside. Flashing on and off. Resembling an octopus, yet also like the exposed head of a squid. It appeared as the most perfect creation of the creator, flawless and complete. Its large, wide-eyed gaze darted around with childlike wonder, and upon seeing Lu Chen, it felt an instinctive affection. With a soft "ee," its 8 tentacles pushed through the air, trailing streaks of starlight as they landed on Lu Chen's shoulder. Its texture felt like a lump of jelly, not slimy or unpleasant. Especially its 8 tentacles, one squeeze felt like kneading modeling clay, and with each squeeze, starlight bubbles would spurt from the tips. Name, Void Dream Squid. Level, Lower Transformation Stage. Attributes, Spatial, Dream, Imagination. Race potential, Legendary Species. Racial talents, Space, Dream, Imagination. Skills, Voidification. Super tier skill enters the dream prison, merging void and dream energies to render oneself intangible, evading all attacks for once. Phantom Dream Silk. Super tier skill. The devoured fantasy and dream energies originate from a spider-like demonic deity's minion, granting the ability to weave spider silk. Void Wander. Ultimate skill. Spatial ability similar to Blink, but allows concealment within the void. Dream Manipulation. High tier skill can manipulate dreams. Illusionary Light. High tier skill creates illusions. Description: a fantastical species existing in the super-ancient era, transformed by the primordial master spirituality and having devoured the power of imagination and dreams. Its race was altered, becoming the Void Dream Squid, an accidental creation, without precedent or successor. No second Void Dream Squid shall ever exist. It freely traverses space, manipulating spatial energy, dream energy, and fantasy energy. Possessing the traits of a dark deity, it pollutes with forbidden aura, shoots illusory spider silk to warp beings' wills and tamper with memories, transforming them into servants or beasts of burden. Luxury. Only the word luxurious could describe it. Born at the metamorphosis stage. It came equipped with 3 super-tier skills and 2 high-tier skills. Moreover, it's a terrifying entity that unites the attributes of space, imagination, and dreams. It was all worth it. Would you like to become my beast pet? Lu Chen politely asked the little squid that had been rubbing its tentacles against his cheek. The little squid nodded vigorously, its body jiggling like a lump of jelly. Spiritual energy surged from Lu Chen's body, forming the contract inscription that branded itself onto the Void Dream Squid's forehead. A soul-bound link formed, binding their destinies together forever. It was also the beast companion his mother had left him. Lu Chen felt elated, recalling the iconic gesture of Ash, the protagonist from his favorite anime in his previous life, Pokemon. He thrust his fist skyward. Void Dream Squid, I've captured you. From now on, I'll call you Phantom, and your nickname will be Little Squid. Lu Chen pinched its clay-like cheeks, enjoying the satisfying texture. Little Squid excitedly tapped its eggshell with 2 tentacles, muttering to itself as if repeating its name. Woo-woo. Little Squid pointed toward Chitian's pitch-black evolution light. The dense black evolutionary light coalesced into a black hole, absorbing all surrounding radiance. A shadow force permeated the entire sealed space. An aura of sacredness and supreme status permeated the air. With a boom, the shadows shattered and the pitch-black evolutionary light dissipated. The figure of the Anian monkey Chi Tian emerged. He was tall and muscular, with flames on his tail now twisted into eerie black fire. His fur, which had transitioned from rock gray to golden, now shifted from gray to an ink-wash hue. Black flame-like energy swirled around him, resembling the fires of hell. Ribbon-like shadows intertwined, floating among his fur, while his golden eyes held burning black flames within their pupils. The aura radiating from him was equally unnerving, a forbidden presence that felt impossible to look upon directly. A twisted power radiated outward from him. Its entire body was clad in armor forged from rock, its surface etched with grooves intertwined with patterns of flame and shadow. Handsome yet intimidating. It resembled a god-demon descended from the dark plains. Ding! Congratulations! Your beast companion, rock-hating monkey Zhuyan bloodline, has evolved into the variant form of the Spirit Brightstone Monkey Dark God. Yet Chi Tian promptly erased any trace of that demon god aura. Woo-er! He flashed Lu Chen a grateful smile, scratching his monkey head with a simple, earnest expression. Demon god? What demon god? When it comes to a full belly versus a full belly, it knows exactly which to choose. Feeling the terrifying power surging within its body, along with its completely transformed racial potential. It knew it all came from this great beast master. Without him, it would have remained just an ordinary little monkey. Name, Spirit Brightstone Monkey Black God. Power, lower rebirth stage. Attributes, fire, thunder, shadow. Race potential, semi-mythical species tier 3 divine. Racial talents, invincible vigor, form intent transformation, form intent metamorphosis. New skills, Shadow Monkey Hair Clone Special Skill Pull out monkey hair, infused with shadow power to create clones. As power increases, more clones can be summoned. Shadowbind Super Tier Skill manipulates an opponent's shadow with shadow energy to immobilize them. Shadow Escape Super Tier Skill enter the shadows to stealth through the shadow realm. 3 new skills added. 2 are super tier, and 1 is a special skill, Shadow Monkey Hair Clone. Additionally, racial talents. From form intent transformation, form intent metamorphosis. Transformation and metamorphosis. A single character difference makes all the difference in the world. Xingyi transformation can transform into any creature whose racial potential does not exceed that of the totem species, and can use the target's intermediate level or lower skills and techniques. Awesome! Free transformation plus immobilization spell plus plucking monkey hair to become a monkey avatar. That's the spirit. That's the feeling. Yet amidst his excitement, Lu Chen felt perplexed. Logically speaking, the Spirit Brightstone Monkey is the great sage equal to heaven, Sunmmary. Shouldn't he already possess the earthly fiend's 72 transformations? What about the fiery eyes? The somersault cloud? Moreover, he couldn't understand. He used to think the legendary tier was incredibly powerful, but after becoming a beastmaster for so long, he'd seen it all. The full moon on Wang Yu's forehead signified her advancement to the legendary tier. It was powerful. But it was nowhere near worthy of the great sage equal to heaven. That was a being capable of causing havoc in heaven, disrupting the dragon palace, and turning the underworld upside down. A mere legendary tier? Even the current form of the heaven-defying one, the Black Divine Stone Monkey. His racial potential remains merely half-step mythic species lower-ranked god. Judging by the system's feedback, the mythic tier itself has further subdivisions, lower god, middle god, upper god. Soon, his doubts were resolved. He glimpsed the subsequent evolutionary path of the heaven-defying sage. Mythic advancement path, Black Mythic Great Sage equal to Heaven Mythic Tier High God, evolution requirements. Ah, so that's how it is. Not every monkey is the stone monkey of spiritual enlightenment. Nor does possessing the bloodline of the Spirit Brightstone Monkey automatically make one Sunmmary. Only after reaching a certain stage does the Monkey King become the true Black Myth Wukong. Thoughts return. A monkey and a squid play together. The little squid dangles from Chi Tian's head like a squid hat. The little squid clings to Chi Tian. After all, when it was still a little egg, it was Chi Tian who cared for it. Let's go, time to head out. He called out to the two creatures to leave. This expedition to the ruins had been perilous yet rewarding. Chapter 56, Shadow Rock Armor, a growth type divine artifact. They arrived at the altar above the sealed space. The blood lake had cleared, no longer churning. Dust fluttered down from above, and massive boulders crashed into the lake, sending ripples across its surface. This place is about to collapse. Let's go. As they departed, the entire mountain wall collapsed, burying the altar beneath. The ruins were saturated with forbidden power. This was the flesh-eating corruption left behind by the Lord of Eternal Fantasyland dreams after its demise. Inhaling it would enslave one to desire, condemning them to eternal slumber within dreams where the perfect life imagined within the dreamscape would be mistaken for reality. As the guardian of the ruins, Little Squid led Lu Chen to the exit of the spatial portal. You two should return first. Lu Chen intended to recall both beast companions to the beast-taming realm. During their evolutions, both had absorbed forbidden artifacts connected to the evil god.
This had imbued them with a trace of the evil god's essence. Little Squid was manageable, it remained low-key and posed little threat as long as it didn't actively release forbidden corruption. Tian, however, was a different story. A wave of dark, forbidden aura washed over them. Little Squid shook its head, resisting entry into the beast taming space. Trapped inside its egg for far too long, it no longer desired confined spaces. It yearned for the outside world. Its tentacles pushed through the air as it swam up to his shoulder, burrowing into his backpack and peeking out with a tiny head. Chen couldn't help but laugh bitterly. It refused to enter the beast taming space. Pikachu no, Pikashark is actually my void dream spider? He stepped through the spatial portal before him. The familiar sensation of shifting washed over him. He's out. He's out. Many people exclaimed in surprise. Zhao Kongcheng, Professor Su, and others gathered around, scrutinizing Chen from head to toe. Seeing no injuries, they bombarded him with questions. Though his journey through the ruins had been perilous yet uneventful, the entities he encountered demigod minions, guardian deities, and dark gods. As a mere 2-star beast master, the pressure he had endured was unimaginable. Compounded by the overwhelming flood of memories from the moonwatching tribe, his mental and spiritual reserves were completely depleted. Chen's taut nerves and inner resolve instantly relaxed. Suddenly, overwhelming fatigue washed over him, and he collapsed into a deep sleep. This scene startled everyone. Professor Su stepped forward to examine him and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Nothing serious. He's just utterly exhausted, mentally and physically drained. He's fallen asleep. Youth is truly a blessing, he just collapses and sleeps, the Beastmaster Association president joked upon seeing Chen was fine, though his tone turned serious. Arrange the best hospital room for Brother Lu. Give him a full body examination to ensure no hidden injuries remain. Yip, from within the backpack, Little Squid let out a soft chirp. Its tentacles pierced through the fabric, touching Chen's back as the power of dreams activated. Sweet dreams, my Beastmaster. When Chen awoke, 2 days had passed. Sunlight streamed through the window, a gentle breeze rustling the white lace curtains. Chen stretched lazily. Refreshed and invigorated, he hadn't slept so soundly in ages. You finally woke up, kid. Zhao Kongqing's voice came from outside. Don't worry, you're as strong as an ox, you'll be fine. I'll go get the president. Before leaving, he winked at Chen. Your 2 little girlfriends have come to check on you countless times already. I won't disturb you too. He gave Chen a thumbs up. Both were stunning beauties. He slipped out of the ward. As Chen stood bewildered, 2 graceful figures approached together. One was as cold as ice, the other still wore a faint smile. Sunmmary, Jr., you're finally awake. Luo Anfei remained silent, her expression still largely unreadable, though a palpable sense of relief washed over her. Not long after, Guxian, the elderly president of the ancient capital Beastmaster Association, entered. Though his temples were streaked with gray, his spirit remained vibrant. He immediately showered Chen with praise. Thanks to Chen, who took control of the ruins and teleported everyone else out. Otherwise, the responsibility would have fallen heavily on my shoulders. Not to mention, 3 of those trapped were scions from the great clans of the 5 surnames and 10 tribes. Had they perished within? That would have been a major headache for him, one that would have lingered for a long time. Chen, I must ask what exactly transpired in there? With the seal of a demon god's minion inside, how did you manage to control the ruins? At these words, Sunmmary and Luo Anfei both perked up their ears. Chen organized his thoughts. 9 truths, 1 lie. He truthfully recounted the story of Wang Yu and the Wang Yu tribe without concealment, sharing every detail. Hearing of the tribe and Wang Yu's tale, they couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. The fabricated part was his claim that he had gotten lost and stumbled upon a hidden altar, where he could control the entire ruins. As for eliminating the demon god's followers, he claimed no involvement. Suppressed for countless years, their essence and spirit had long been nearly obliterated. Later came the demonic followers' counterattack, only to be crushed once more by the power left behind by the Moon family. Even the cultists themselves were slain. I see, Guzin realized with sudden clarity. He had wondered how a mere 2-star Beastmaster could possibly contribute during the clash between the guardian deity and the minions of the evil god. Luo Anfei's eyes flashed with understanding. So the Eastern altar was the altar that controlled the entire ruins. The physical examination was completely normal. Chen was then cleared for discharge, the others had already been discharged yesterday. Fortunately, their spiritual essence had not suffered irreversible distortion, they merely required recuperation. After leaving the hospital, he arrived at the Xingyu Beastmaster Academy and bid farewell to the 2 women. Chen returned to his student villa. His first action was to call Lu Yuron. Upon confirming she was indeed safe and sound, he felt completely at ease. He also learned that Zhang Zhini was in Daz City. Zhang Zhini took the phone, skipping small talk, and simply stated, "Things here are mostly settled. My voice of history has heard what happened at the Moonwatch ruins in the past. I'll explain in detail when I return." What kind of riddle masters are you 2? Can riddle masters just get lost?
Lu Yurong snatched the phone back, her face beaming with excitement as she shared the good news. My dear nephew, your auntie has awakened a Beastmaster talent to SSS rank. And my racial aptitude is even high rank sovereign. Her swagger radiated through the screen. Turns out you inherited it from me. Gold shines wherever it goes. I just bloomed late. Lu Yurong, awakening as a Beastmaster at 28, still unmatched in this world. Ha? Lu Chen looked utterly bewildered, about to ask for clarification. Looks like you're all chest and no brains. Jiang Zhini snatched the phone. I'm taking her to the ancient capital these next couple days. We'll talk more then. With that, the call ended, leaving Lu Chen utterly dumbfounded. Lu Yurong awakened a Beastmaster's talent and became a Beastmaster? A vague suspicion stirred in his mind. Perhaps it was connected to the sacrifice of Daz City and the battle between the primordial lord and the shadow of the evil god. He pushed the questions aside for now. He arrived at the underground training room in the student villa. Come forth, Qitian. Shrouded in swirling shadows and black mist, the energy pulsed and churned before coalescing into a black skull. It settled over Qitian's head, the skull cap fitting the monkey's head. The next instant, it dissolved back into shadowy black mist, swirling around him. It made Qitian look like a forbidden demon straight out of hell. Lu Chen. After 2 days apart, the forbidden aura surrounding Qitian had grown even denser. He felt a headache coming on. Summoning him like this would make him look like a minion of a dark god. Wouldn't he be targeted by the Beastmaster Association's righteous enforcement? Special training was needed. He had to learn to conceal this forbidden aspect. Use it when needed, conceal it when not. Another noteworthy point, upon evolving from the rock-averse monkey into the spirit brightstone monkey black god, the rock-type attribute of the little rock monkey vanished. Instead, it transformed into rock armor covering its body. Shadow rock armor. It can absorb high-energy stones to enhance the armor's defensive capabilities. A growth-type armor, perhaps? Lu Chen looked at Qitian, his head aching over how to handle this demon god power. If left unresolved, Qitian would become unsuitable for public appearances. His eyebrows suddenly arched. Alright, the quest to explore the Moonwatch ruins and decipher its history is complete. Typically, following the tropes in novels, those who possess a system are usually the protagonists. Whatever they lacked, the system would instantly reward them with something to resolve their immediate predicament. System, claim the reward. Come forth, reward that can resolve Qitian's predicament. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Reward obtained, manufacturing process for energy crystals. Lu Chen, ? Too bad. Looks like novels can be pretty harmful. There's no such thing as getting exactly what you need. Energy crystal block manufacturing process. Utilize various tree fruits plus energy to craft energy crystals suitable for different elemental beast pets. While satisfying the beast pet's hunger, long-term consumption can subtly alter its constitution and innate potential. Additionally, leveraging the evolutionist's expertise, specialized energy crystals can be crafted for targeted effects. This reward is quite good. In this world, the larger the beast pet's size, the more energy it requires. Smaller pets like Qitian are manageable. For larger beasts, their tamers face headaches just sourcing food when venturing into remote wilderness for special training adventures. Most resort to purchasing nutrient-depleted compressed pet food. Not only is it unpalatable, but it offers no other benefits, merely filling the stomach before producing a mountain of waste afterward. Long-term consumption can even stunt a beast pet's growth. There are also premium pet foods infused with elemental energy, but their price is beyond what most beastmasters can afford. Lu Chen took a look. Energy crystals came in all shapes and sizes. And a single crystal block could sustain a beast pet's daily needs for an entire day. This reward was quite decent, and it could be combined with his status as an evolutionist. He wouldn't have to worry about pet food anymore. His gaze shifted to the black monkey playing with the little squid. Seems the useless system can't help me. I'll have to solve the black monkey's problem myself. He asked Qitian, can you control that power of the evil god within you? Qitian tried it. He found it possible, but maintaining control over the forbidden power of the evil god required constant mental effort. The moment he relaxed his grip, it would surge forth again. This is tricky. He rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Qitian, first try gathering all that forbidden power together. After several attempts, he discovered that the moment he relaxed his control, it would re-envelop his body. He could only contain it in the corners of his body. Then there was the matter of the primordial sovereign's spiritual essence sealing the opponent. The problem was, Lu Chen couldn't constantly replenish the primordial spiritual essence needed for the seal. A sudden flash of insight struck his mind. A possibility dawned upon him. Chapter 57, Instant Annihilation. You call this an entertaining beast pet? Qitian, gather it. Pin it to his forehead. The forbidden power transformed into a pitch-black shadow, adhering to Qitian's forehead. It enveloped the monkey's head, engulfing it in a black, shadow-like aura that blazed upward like black fireworks. Cover it with the soul contract. The soul contract resided between his eyebrows, serving as the medium between beast pet and tamer, linking their souls. The soul contract bound Lu Chen and Qi Tian's souls within the spiritual domain of the primordial sovereign. The soul contract enveloped the portion of energy aura belonging to the evil god. Instantly, the forbidden energy was restrained, continuously condensing. Finally, it transformed into a pitch-black, intricately patterned dark gold band encircling Qi Tian's forehead. Qi Tian's appearance remained ink-like, yet the unsettling aura of the evil god no longer lingered around him. The energy aura from the side was sealed away. The shadow power could still be used, but it was suppressed. Lu Chen stared in astonishment at the golden band. He hadn't interfered in any way. It had simply manifested this form of its own accord. Could it be that every minion's forehead was destined to bear such a golden band? Qi Tian's power had also diminished. No big deal, just remove the golden band from his head when the time comes. The experiment would continue. There was still a problem. Once Qi Tian engages in combat and uses his skills, the golden band on his forehead begins to radiate a forbidden aura. There's no way around that. We can only rely on practice to perfect it, letting Qi Tian gradually refine himself. He instructed Qi Tian to cultivate in the meditation chamber. Lu Chen took little sweat out to purchase materials for crafting energy crystals. The student commercial street at Xingyu Beastmaster Academy boasts a dazzling array of shops and stalls. Located at the heart of the academy, it connects the 4 student zones: freshman, sophomore, junior, and senior. As Lu Chen finished purchasing tree fruits and elemental materials and prepared to return, a figure blocked his path. "You dare hit me? You dare hit me? My dad never hit me once, not since I was a kid." Xiao Mubai glared intently at Lu Chen. With his features already resembling the Hollow Prince, he lacked any menacing aura. Instead, he looked downright comical. This was an unbearable humiliation, being knocked unconscious by a lowly commoner. He could already picture the mocking looks from his clan members. Only by exacting brutal revenge, maiming the other party, could he wash away this disgrace. Once he crippled the man, he would leave this place immediately. Could Sunmmary possibly have the power to attack the Xiao family? Poof. A stinking with days to live. Once she was dead, he swore he would dig up her corpse and desecrate it. "No Sunmmary to help you today, huh?" The summoning array materialized. A massive bear-like beast and a wolf-like beast pet with a silver stripe on its back appeared. Lower reincarnation stage frenzied dark bear. Upper elite stage silver-backed wolf king. "I'm busy," Lu Chen replied without lifting his eyelids. The commotion drew a crowd of students who stopped to watch, whispering among themselves as rumors about the two's identity spread. One was a scion of a prominent family with considerable influence. A top-ranked student in this year's college entrance exams. Those in the know also shared the history of their feud. "Whoa, he's close with senior Sunmmary? Then he really deserves to die." Countless eyes were filled with envy. Sunmmary was beautiful, with a mysterious and powerful background. Though never explicitly stated, her surname Su and formidable connections spoke volumes. Students aware of the 5 clans and 10 families understood unspoken truths, suspecting Sunmmary might hail from the Qingqiu Su clan among the 10 families. She was already the dream lover of everyone. Forget marrying her, just becoming her son-in-law would save you centuries of effort. And yet this goddess of the highest caliber had been snatched up by a freshman? He truly deserved to die. Many girls present were also sizing up Lu Chen, eager to see what kind of man their senior Sunmmary had set her sights on. He really is handsome. If it were me, I'd choose the freshman too. Isn't a puppy-like guy adorable? Wow, such an adorable beast pet. A jelly-like, translucent little squid appeared on Lu Chen's shoulder, still encased in an eggshell. 8 tentacles broke through the shell and emerged, its body a dark hue with flickering light inside, as mysterious as the cosmos. Its round, wide eyes scanned the surroundings with curiosity as the 8 tentacles slithered about, climbing from his shoulder with a duong-duong sound all the way to the top of Lu Chen's head. Its adorable appearance instantly captured every girl's heart. So cute. Awesome. What kind of beast pet is this? A dream octopus? Doesn't look like one. Dream octopuses don't look like this. A jellyfish? Nope. Could it be an ornamental beast pet? It doesn't seem very imposing. Ornamental beast pets are artificially bred creatures, ultimately created through human intervention. They're typically sold as pets to ordinary people without beast mastering talent. Over time, they become a favorite among wealthy women. Some beast masters, whose pets are all burly, muscular types with zero cuteness. They might choose to keep a decorative companion beast pet for their own amusement. Over time, an official competition emerged in society. The Ornamental Beast Rating Competition. A beautiful, adorable, and docile ornamental beast pet could easily attract a crowd of wealthy women. In some cases, even an ordinary woman with a sweet appearance could become famous in the entertainment industry by owning a decorative beast pet, raking in money from otaku fans. But for most beast masters, keeping one is just a hobby. Contract? Only brain-dead idiots would contract these artificially bred pets low in attack power, serving only as decorative companions. I recall his beast companion was a monkey, probably just for fun. Anyone who made it into Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy couldn't possibly be that short-sighted. Signing a contract with a decorative beast pet? They'd be throwing away their future prospects. A Beastmaster's lifetime contract slots are limited. The third contract slot only opens upon reaching 4-star Beastmaster rank equivalent to the Commander tier. A mere ornamental beast pet? That would drag the Beastmaster down to his grave. Hearing this, Little Squid's cheeks puffed out. I don't like that. Luo Chen soothed its mood and addressed the crowd. No, it's simply my second beast pet. The others froze, their minds instantly filling with a barrage of thoughts. Has this kid lost his mind? The path of a beast tamer was like rowing against the current, especially with countless formidable enemies lurking beyond humanity. A third-year student, fiercely righteous and full of indignation, couldn't help but feel frustrated. This is sheer nonsense. To enter a top-tier academy with such talent and waste it like this, it's a complete waste of potential. Little Squid's round eyes instantly crinkled into crescent moons, beaming with delight. Are you ignoring me? This blatant disregard made Xiaomubai so furious that he nearly exploded, raging like a storm. A contract pet for show? You and Sunmmary are a perfect match, one mad, one foolish. Just wait till I smash your worthless pet into mincemeat. I am of the Xiao clan, one of the 5 surnames in 10 clans. If anyone here doesn't know who we are, ask around. Mind your own business. He feared some blind fool might step in to defend Luo Chen and cause trouble. Sure enough, those unfamiliar with the 5 surnames in 10 clans, seeing the solemn expressions on many faces around them, chose to remain silent. But they weren't entirely idle. Some chose to send word to Sunmmary. Furious Dark Bear, Silverback Wolf King attack. Crush his beast pets, then break his limbs. Xiaomubai grinned savagely, relishing the feeling of issuing commands. Little Squid was furious. Mock me all you want. Try to flatten me into mincemeat? Fine. I won't die anyway. But hurt my beast master? No way. The next second, everyone's pupils dilated in shock. Centered around Xiaomubai and his beast companion, coin-sized ripples of void energy erupted across dozens of meters. Spider silk shot out from within, tightly coiling around the rampaging Dark Bear and Silverback Wolf King, instantly mummifying them. They became white cocoons suspended in midair as the silk threads contracted, seeping faint traces of blood. A monstrous squid, as if it had swallowed an entire nebula universe, strolled through the sky with the nonchalance of a garden walk. Suddenly, its 8 tentacles pushed the air backward. A void wormhole appeared before it. Head first, it dives in. In an instant, it materialized before Xiaomubai. With a sudden jerk, it raised one tentacle. The tentacle twisted into a spiral, transforming into a drill. It thrust straight toward Xiaomubai's forehead. If it connected, it would pierce straight through his forehead and emerge from the back of his skull. Truly mind-bending. Little Squid, come back. At the critical moment, Luo Chen's voice echoed, and Little Squid vanished, returning to perch on Luo Chen's shoulder. Xiaomubai, having felt death at close range, plopped down onto the ground, a pool of liquid spreading beneath him. I told you I didn't want to fight, but you insisted. The youth muttered under his breath, stroking the little squid on his shoulder as his figure gradually faded into the distance. Plop. The void healed, the spider silk snapped. 2 spider silk cocoons crashed to the ground. The threads slowly vanished, revealing a bear and a wolf covered in countless lacerations. Everyone suddenly realized. Spatial. A spatial beast pet. This is a spatial-type beast pet. Everyone's minds froze, realizing this must be connected to the spatial system. None of them were weak. Staring in horror at the scene before them, some glared at the person who'd earlier called the little squid a decorative beast pet. You call this a decorative beast pet? Damn, newbies these days are terrifying. Countless senior female students watched Luo Chen's receding figure, their eyes glistening. Not just senior Sunmmary. They were all drooling. Ultimate potential stock. That night, Luo Chen was experimenting with crafting energy crystals. Meanwhile, Shi Tian practiced diligently beside him, striving to conceal his forbidden aura even during combat. 2 stories unfold simultaneously. In Luo Anfei's student dormitory. Her closed eyes snapped open, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. The day has finally come, the day of comparison. Initiate the comparison. Chapter 58, the comparison begins, and the smile freezes on her lips. Luo Anfei's student villa apartment. The combat strength comparison was about to begin. She was still engaged in a crucial task. Intense white light illuminated the entire cultivation room, filling every corner. The light of evolution. Building upon her past life experience, coupled with her relentless cultivation efforts, and having absorbed the attribute-enhancing artifact bestowed by Jiangjini, the Ice Crystal Fox. Enveloped in the glow of evolution, the Ice Crystal Fox's form shifted continuously as a frigid power radiated outward. A howling cold wind whistled through the air, and amidst the woo-woo sounds, faint, indistinct phoenix cries could be heard. Luo Anfei produced a small box containing a white gelatinous substance resembling bird's nest. 100 birds' saliva.
This rare avian ingredient is born only when hundreds of bird-type beast pets gather under specific conditions, their saliva simultaneously dripping onto the same patch of land. Its function was to be infused into the evolutionary light during a phoenix-blooded creature's first evolution, thereby increasing the concentration of phoenix blood within the beast companion possessing it. She paid a hefty price to obtain it. Tossed into the evolutionary light, it instantly liquefied and merged within. The radiance of the evolution light surged outward, its brilliant white glow intensifying. Half a minute later, echoing with a cry that sounded like both a fox and a phoenix, the ice crystal fox's form reappeared. Its appearance had changed significantly. Entirely pure white, dotted with ice crystals, its sapphire blue eyes shone with intense brilliance. A simple phoenix mark adorned its forehead, and 3 tails swayed behind it. A tuft of hair on its forehead flowed smoothly like seaweed, transitioning from white to ice blue. At first glance, it resembled the crest feathers on a bird's forehead. Name: Ice Crystal Phoenix Fox. Rank: Lower Rebirth Stage. Attributes: Ice, Phoenix. Race: Mid-tier Sovereign Species Hybrid Phoenix Bloodline. New skills: Feather Perch Super Tier. When physical injuries exceed a certain threshold, unleashes Phoenix power to ignite the Phoenix crest on the forehead, restoring most vitality and healing wounds. Note: once consumed, the crest requires time to regrow. Ice Phoenix Seal High Tier infuses ice attributed energy with Phoenix power, shaping it into an Ice Phoenix for attack. Depending on energy intensity, its power can rival that of Super Tier skills. Feeling the information within the soul contract, Luo Anfei's lips curved into a smile. Evolved to the upper rebirth stage. There was a chance to awaken a racial skill. Most individuals would consider obtaining an advanced skill a significant achievement. In her previous life, Bingbao had only acquired an ordinary high-tier ice element skill. This time around, not only did it possess the Phoenix bloodline early on, but also awakened 2 skills. 1 high-tier skill, Ice Phoenix Seal. 1 super-tier skill, Feather Rest. A divine skill. It's like trading 1 life for 2. It allows trading wounds for wounds, killing the opponent outright, essentially a lower-tier version of the ultimate skill, Nirvana. Luo Anfei stared at the line of text floating in the air before her, visible only to her. Proceed with comparison immediately? No option to decline. If unanswered, the comparison module will initiate combat strength assessment in 5 minutes. Her gaze remained icy, yet the faint curve that slipped onto her lips betrayed the quiet excitement stirring within her. Finally, the day of the dual comparison, after a month, had arrived once more. Her beautiful eyes sparkled. Last time, your beast taming talent surpassed my expectations. I never imagined your little rock monkey possessed the hidden bloodline of a sovereign class beast. It forced me to retreat and postpone the contest. This time, what will you use to defeat me? In strength, bloodline, species, combat experience, and skill level I should surpass you in every aspect. The outcome will be no surprise. But since we're comparing, I'll crush you. Luo Anfei feared another unforeseen incident might occur, so she played it safe. 5 minutes until the comparison begins automatically? That's sufficient. She produced a flawlessly white egg and a large supply of energy potions. She resolved to make this comparison utterly decisive, crushing any doubt with overwhelming force. First, she bound the moon spirit. A drop of blood was drawn from her fingertip and fell onto the beast pet egg. The Ice Phoenix's essence surged forth, tracing the contract runes before imprinting them onto the egg. In an instant, crackle 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 crackle. Cracks spread across the eggshell, and a white light shone through. The familiar glow of evolution enveloped the underground training chamber once more. After a long while, the light faded, revealing a peculiar creature before them. Its entire body was covered in jet black fur, resembling both a tiger and a leopard, with powerful, muscular limbs. Standing 2 meters tall, its body bore dark golden rings, like a celestial dog devouring the moon, yet the moon remained partially visible, revealing a halo of eclipse light. The most peculiar feature was its brow. A vertical, silvery white lunar pattern resembled an unopened eye at first glance. Its eyes shone with a light akin to moonlight. Name: Moon Spirit. Rank: Lower Rebirth Stage. Attribute: Dark. Race: Lower Totem Species. Racial talent: Moonlight Illumination activates Moonlion form under moonlight. Skills: Shadow Stealth Assault Super Tier skill, dive into an opponent's shadow at extreme speed and ambush them from within. Shadow Dash Pseudo Super Tier skill allows dashing and leaping within shadows. Note: only 1 leap per use, longer distances consume more energy. Eccentric Radiance Pseudo Super Tier skill, emit light from the lunar mark on the forehead. Enemies struck by it will have their elemental mastery level disrupted if it's lower than the casters, causing them to fall into a brief state of silence. Moonstar's high-tier skill summons energy stars to bombard the opponent. A smile spread across Luo Anfei's lips like never before. Her lips curled upward wildly. Even with her past life's experience, she was somewhat astonished by the Moon Elf's luxurious stats panel. Racial potential: lower-tier totem race. Hatching with rebirth tier prowess. Equipped with 1 super-tier skill, 2 pseudo-super-tier skills, and 1 high-tier skill. It was nothing short of extravagant. For most ordinary beast masters, their pet's power remains stuck at the elite tier for life. They dream of their pets evolving and advancing to the rebirth tier. The moon spirit's starting point at birth was precisely the realm they yearned for. Truly worthy of its status as a sacred beast revered by ancient tribes within the Moonwatch ruins. No wonder, in its previous life, it was obtained by an ordinary beastmaster exploring the Moonwatch ruins, a beastmaster with merely an average B-grade beastmaster physique. Ultimately, with the moon spirit's aid, he ascended to become the peerless king tier, the heavenly king. From this perspective, it was nothing short of squandering a divine gift. Such terrifying potential, yet it only carried him to heavenly king? What a waste! And what disgusted her most was this. That beastmaster had been lifted to a height he never deserved by the moon spirit. Once, deep in the battlefield, he was surrounded by dozens of powerful monsters, trapped in a life-threatening predicament. In the end, to save his own skin, he actually ordered the moon spirit to hold the rear. This led to the moon spirit's demise. What a scumbag! Stealing opportunities from such scum? She felt not a shred of guilt. This lifetime, the moon spirit would never be entrusted to such scum. She would lead the moon spirit to the pinnacle throne it rightfully deserved. She extended her hand toward the moon spirit, which was curiously examining her, her eyes softening. Welcome to this world. Take care of me, moon spirit. Roar yo! The moon spirit let out a low growl, its cry sounding somewhat like roar you. It blinked its eyes and reached out a paw, resting it on Luo Anfei's hand. From now on, you'll be called Yueling. This is Bing Jingfenghu, nicknamed Bing Bao. The two beast companions quickly became acquainted. Luo Anfei raised her head. System, begin comparison. A mechanical synthesized voice echoed in her mind. Ding. Comparison initiated. Newbie perk delayed comparison has been used. Delayed comparison unavailable this time. Poof. Luo Anfei sneered. Delayed comparison? Besides that one unexpected incident last time, does this Luo goddess even need a delayed comparison? Does this system look down on its host? Initiating first combat power comparison. Comparison in progress. Please wait patiently. Luo Anfei picked up the teacup beside her, sipped lightly, and watched with a smile as the ice crystal wind fox and moon spirit, now familiar with each other, began playfully wrestling. She showed not a hint of excitement, thrill, or joy at the impending comparison results. Wasn't the outcome predetermined from the very start? Her rebirth had indeed set off a butterfly effect, steering Lu Chen onto a path entirely different from his previous life. Apart from those blessed with innate full spiritual essence or inherited bloodline abilities from their families. He was a genius in a league of his own. But you encountered me. Her heart remained utterly unruffled, and she even began scrolling through the campus forum. Ding! Comparison complete. Comparison results announced. Winner, Lu Chen. As a series of mechanical beeps echoed in her mind. Luo Anfei murmured softly, finally, I can claim the system resources for victory. Finally, she could begin utilizing the system rewards to start a positive cycle of cultivating her beast pets. Wait. Who? Who is the victor? Who do you say it is? Perhaps to help her see more clearly, the font in the comparison results column kept enlarging. Winner, Lu Chen. Losers, Luo Anfei, you, host. Ha! Luo Anfei, whose composure was usually as still as a mountain lake, now felt her emotions surging violently. You've got this wrong. How did you even compare them? Comparison rules, based on the combat strength of both parties' beast companions, a simulated battle was conducted. After 100 simulated fights, the host won 3 times and Lu Chen won 97 times. Therefore, the comparison result is Lu Chen's victory. Impossible. How could I possibly lose? 2 kings and 4 twos in hand. Lu Chen has 17 cards, how could he possibly defeat me instantly? A totem-type moon elf at the rebirth stage, plus an ice crystal phoenix fox with mixed phoenix bloodline, how could I lose? His beast pet couldn't beat mine? What a joke. Host has expressed disagreement with comparison results. Request for re-evaluation? Review. This time, she couldn't wait calmly. Anxiety gnawed at her heart, her mind in turmoil. Half a minute later. Reviewed comparison result. Winner, Lu Chen. Loser, Luo Anfei. Luo Anfei? She was now seriously questioning what kind of garbage system this was. She was trembling with rage. Was there an uninstall button? Suddenly. She looked down at her phone. Her eyes instantly went blank. For the first time, her usually unflappable composure shattered. Wait, what gives him the right? Chapter 59, The Magic Mirror Doll, the heaven-defying relic left by her mother. A video surfaced on the campus forum. It captured the recent incident where Little Squid had displayed astonishing power, effortlessly defeating Xiao Mubai's 2 beast pets. Watching the eerie spider silk and the elusive void abilities in the footage, Luo Anfei was utterly flabbergasted. How is this possible? A spatial-type beast pet? Where did he even get that? Where did he get a second beast pet? And one with spatial abilities at that. Among all attributes, spatial-type beast pets are the most troublesome. If you can't incapacitate them with a single strike, you'll be on the defensive for the entire battle. Powerful is the defining trait of space-type beast pets, an attribute countless beast tamers dream of possessing. With a spatial-type beast pet, survival is guaranteed. If you encounter an enemy you can't defeat, it can simply carry you to safety. Add to that the Beastmaster's ability to solidify pet skills. Who wouldn't want to wield spatial abilities themselves? Moreover, what was most unbearable for Luo Anfei was that Xiaomu buys two pets, one at the rebirth stage and the other at the upper elite stage. Lu Chen's new beast pet had crushed the opponent with overwhelming force. This meant his new beast companion was at least a lower rebirth stage being. She was certain that before entering the ruins, Lu Chen, like herself, hadn't contracted a second beast pet. That squid-like beast companion of his had only been contracted within the past 2 days. Which meant his new beast companion was also born with the power of the rebirth stage. She mentally simulated a comparison. She realized that her two beast pets truly couldn't defeat Lu Chen's beast pet. The system's comparison results were accurate. Luo Anfei was utterly baffled. I feel like she'd suddenly kick off the covers and sit up in the middle of the night, muttering, "What gives him the right? Why should he be like the sacred beast of the ruins, the moon spirit?" She quickly regained her composure. Her eyes flashed. Right, the ruins. A suspicion had already formed in her mind. The information she'd learned in her previous life was incorrect. The ruins contained two altars, the eastern altar and the western altar. It seemed that the altar Lu Chen had gone to wasn't merely the central control hub of the ruins. There was also a beast pet egg there, just like the moon spirit egg I obtained. In that case, everything finally made sense. Luo Anfei sighed deeply, her heart heavy with sorrow. She had only obtained the moon spirit through the memories of her past life. But ever since the butterfly effect of her rebirth altered their childhood bond, this childhood friend seemed to have hit the jackpot. Lost. The first comparison ended in a complete defeat. Ding. Due to the host's defeat in the dual comparison, punishment will be administered, the loser's grand adventure. A virtual roulette will appear before her, displaying various dares. Ding, host must prepare a heartfelt bento that earns praise from the victor and invite them shopping. Luo Anfei? What the hell? Me, the esteemed Luo goddess, making a love lunch for Lu Chen? And then inviting him to go shopping? Even if I, Luo Anfei, starve to death or leap off the soul-suspending cliff, one of the 10 great perils, I would never do such a thing. Ding. Though the host lost the competition, completing the loser's adventure grants a consolation reward. This reward is, within your team, select any pet from your pet roster. Its racial attributes will be upgraded to match the pet with the highest racial attributes in your pet roster. Only after completing the underdog adventure can the next round of comparisons be unlocked. His pupils suddenly contracted to pinpoints. Select any pet and elevate its racial attributes to match the highest in the team? Meaning, simply prepare a heartfelt lunch for Lu Chen and take him shopping once. Bing Bao's racial bloodline could transform into a lower-tier totem race like the Moon Elves? Silence was the Cambridge of the night. Based on her current cultivation plan and projections, under ideal circumstances, the Ice Crystal Phoenix Fox could reach the dominant tier with its racial aptitude elevated to that of a lower-tier totem species. She silently pulled out her phone and opened the spirit communication app. Compose message. Send. What's your favorite food? She watched as the message popped up on Yusen. Though puzzled, Lu Chen didn't press further. He casually listed a few of his favorite foods and then ignored it. Damn it, failed again. Not enough rotational speed. Lu Chen opened the centrifuge before him, staring at the jumbled mess of tree fruits and elemental crystals inside. The second attempt at crafting energy crystals had failed. The method required using the centrifuge to spin the tree fruits at high speeds, extracting the special nutrients contained within. Then, through spiritual energy, the substances would be reorganized. After several steps, energy crystals could be produced. But the centrifuge's rotational speed was insufficient. He had even tried letting Qitian give it a shot. Using the blazing vortex, but the end result was just a pile of charred debris. Little Squid was even less capable, shredding the tree fruit into a pulpy mess with his spider silk. The two beast pets played nearby. Suddenly, Little Squid Phantom Dream sensed something. Her eyes narrowed as coin-sized patches of void began appearing in every corner of the room. Countless strands of silk shot out from within, piercing toward Lu Chen's side. Simultaneously, the little squid flickered through space, landing atop Lu Chen's head, baring its teeth menacingly. Qitian kicked off the ground and ran over as well. Clang! 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 All the spider threads seemed to strike an invisible barrier, rustling as they fell. More accurately, they collided with walls composed entirely of mirrors on all sides. The mirror walls shattered, revealing a comically plump puppet figure. Magic mirror puppet. Where the hell have you been all this time? Lu Chen was both surprised and delighted. Long ago, Lu Yorong had mentioned that the magic mirror puppet would come find him, and now over 20 days had passed. He'd been worried sick, even considering asking Jiang Zhini to help track it down. Bari.
The magic mirror doll scratched its head and began explaining. You went to retrieve the things my mother left behind? That took some time? The magic mirror doll continued its explanation, bari barariri bari. After a long pause, Luo Chen finally understood. So you're saying my mother entrusted the fossil egg to my grandmother for safekeeping, and the thing capable of hatching it was solemnly handed over to you? And she also left behind the fossil egg's evolutionary path? Bari. It nodded. When it first learned the young master had only awakened a B-rank beastmaster talent, it had grieved in secret for quite some time. The master's dying wish, the young master couldn't fulfill it. Later, it never imagined the young master would awaken an SSS-grade beastmaster talent. His growth was astonishing. Later, through conversations between Lu Yorong and the master's mother, it learned the young master had already obtained a fossil egg. Only then did it rush to find the young master. The magic mirror doll reverently produced a prismatic crystal. The crystal was exquisitely clear, resembling transparent quartz. Yet within it lay a sealed liquid. The moment Luo Chen saw that liquid, he sensed the presence of time. Yes. Time itself was an abstract concept without substance, existing only in thought and objectively. Yet, the instant he saw the liquid within, Luo Chen distinctly perceived the very essence of time itself. Name, time essence. Description, contains the power of time, an objective manifestation proving time's existence in the mortal realm. Possesses wondrous effects and supreme status. Though Blue Star currently cannot bear the embodiment of time, it somehow appeared here. Time essence. And that description is seriously impressive. Luo Chen felt a chill run down his spine once more. What on earth was the background of this mother he had never met? Clink. The magic mirror doll instructed Luo Chen to retrieve the fossilized egg. Pouring the time essence onto its shell would reverse the fossilization process. Restore it to its pre-fossilized form. Thus enabling a contract incubation. Luo Chen. The magic mirror doll looked puzzled, unsure why its young master wasn't taking it out. It suddenly felt a bit panicked. Sigma Oo. Little master, you didn't lose the fossil egg, did you? And no, it's not lost. It's right here. Luo Chen pointed at the little squid drifting mid-air, its tentacles pushing through the air. It's already hatched. Magic mirror doll. Omega. Oo. B B B B B B B B B B B B B B B B B B B B B B B B B B. Please give gold tickets. Thanks to readers 308, 387, 6010, 162, 323, 3094, Zhang Yi, Showa no longer draws his sword, Fire General's envoy, Poor Witch playing games, Guyufeng Yuan, Thoughtful Little Seal playing hide and seek, Steady Crooked Mouth Dragon King snatching Tang Sang, Quiet Sword Immortal writing books, Courage running low, Shinji, Delicate Top Student eating watermelon, Reader 346, 832, 6411, Volcano, How Super Tough, The Flamboyant Sect Leader lifting weights, Shi Junjia's vote of support. Thanks to Bravery Critical for the generous 2 yuan tip. Chapter 60, The Truth of the World, This Old Lady's Masterstroke. After a long time, the magic mirror doll finally accepted this unbelievable truth with great difficulty. Without using the time essence, the young master had hatched that fossil egg. Crack! The magic mirror doll produced a letter neat, flat, and well preserved. Time had left its mark, turning the once pure white envelope a pale yellow. A letter my mother left for me? Luo Chen took it. He broke the plastic seal and pulled out the letter. The faint scent of the letter had not faded with time, instead, it had grown more pronounced. Dearest son, open this letter as if we were meeting face to face. When you receive this, I am deeply relieved, for it means you have successfully hatched the egg and formed a contract with the void squid, a sacred being. It contained little of the usual domestic chatter. Instead, it detailed the young squid's evolutionary path. After reading the squid's evolution path, he continued on. I know you have many questions. So I shall tell you everything I know about myself and the truth of this world. At this point, Luo Chen's spirit stirred. He hurriedly scanned the text below. But all he found were vast stretches of blank space. Luo Chen? What the hell? What happened to telling me everything? The letter consisted of 3 sheets total. He flipped to the second page. Still nothing but blank space. Only when he turned to the third page did he see writing again. The words above must have vanished. Though I long to tell you things, I simply cannot record them. Alright, kid, figure it out yourself. Make sure to bring the void squid to the Lefalalu ruins. In our world's terms, Lefalalu translates to Infinite City, the Infinite City ruins. Luo Chen froze, scrutinizing the blank space. Faint traces of brushstrokes were indeed visible, as if something had once been written here. Yet they had been erased by some invisible force. Luo Chen's brow furrowed deeply. This cheap old woman was growing increasingly mysterious. He had previously estimated her to be a sovereign tier beast master. Clearly, he had underestimated her. The time essence, the mysterious super-ancient beast pet egg all pointed to the fact that this old lady seemed to know many secrets. She had even touched upon the very truth of the world itself. This was far beyond the capabilities of a mere sovereign tier beast master. In the letter's closing, the cheap old lady referred to the little squid as a creature called the Void Squid, a sacred being the very key to unlocking the infinite city ruins. Lu Chen felt a twinge of panic. The little squid wasn't hatched from the time essence at all. Instead, it hatched by devouring the power of a dark god. It wasn't a void squid either. Instead, it had transformed into a void dream squid. He opened his divine eye to glance at the little squid's mythical evolution path. One of its stages was called Void Ancient God Cthulhu. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Evil, the side of the evil god should also be sacred, huh? By the way, Mirror Doll, do you know what the missing inscription says? The magic mirror doll shook its head.
Then tell me about my mother.
Neither Grandma nor Auntie knew anything about Mother. As her beast companion, the magic mirror doll should know the details, right? Bari Li, the magic mirror doll, shook its head blankly. It informed Lu Chen. Its memories were fragmented. Many things evaded recall, even what it had once done with its master.
It was as if those memories couldn't be stored within its soul.
Lu Chen felt a throbbing headache. Damn, this world feels like it's got some serious depth to it. Even a deep well couldn't be this deep. Ah well, one step at a time. Come to think of it, it didn't really matter. With the system, he firmly believed that one day, nothing would hold secrets from him. The Ravalero ruins, the infinite city ruins, he'd just have to visit them when the time came. Clink. The magic mirror doll handed the crystal containing the time essence to Lu Chen. Relief washed over its eyes. The task its master had entrusted to it was complete. The young master's growth was also beyond worry. The mission was complete. Lu Chen sensed the magic mirror doll's sense of release, akin to saying, I can depart with peace of mind. The divine eye activated. Under the gaze of the divine eye, he saw it, a faint aura began to dissipate from the magic mirror doll's body. That was the essence of life. Until now, a steadfast resolve had sustained the mirror doll to witness its young master's growth, to fulfill the tasks entrusted by its master. Now, that will had deflated. The crack in the mirror doll widened, its life essence leaking away steadily. Its lifespan could not last much longer. At most, it had half a year left before its life came to an end. Fortunately, the fusion of the evolutionist and the divine eye offered several potential solutions. Rest assured, you'll be fine, Lu Chen said solemnly. The magic mirror doll had cared for him since childhood and had long since become like family. He not only intended to heal the magic mirror doll, observing its subsequent evolutionary sequences and hidden protocols, he also intended to strengthen it, restoring it to its peak or even surpassing its former glory. So it wasn't a big deal. Starting tomorrow, he would begin gathering materials and commence its treatment. Oh, mirror doll, come help me with something. He recalled that the magic mirror doll was psychic type, capable of using psychokinesis. He could harness its psychic power as a centrifuge, spinning it at high speeds. It could extract substances from tree fruits into smaller molecules, then combine them in different ratios with elements of varying attributes. This would allow him to create energy crystals. No time to waste. Meanwhile, Usawa City. Heading to the ancient capital tomorrow, so excited. Lu Yurong packed her clothes, her mood light and cheerful. Though it wasn't exactly pure joy. She'd expected her mother, Lu Yingying, to refuse her trip to the ancient capital, but to her surprise, her mother agreed without hesitation. You can go to the ancient capital. Xiao Chen is there alone, and I'm not sure if he's adjusting to the food and drink. You can go and look after him. This made her teeth itch. I'm the legitimate daughter. Not even as important as a grandson, huh? Jiang Zhini paid no attention to Lu Yorong's outburst. She sat upright at the table, a sheet of paper in her hands. The paper was covered in elegant script, and she studied each character carefully. Taboos are truly terrifying. If not for recognizing this as my own handwriting, the spiritual imprint on it, and the hazy images lingering in my mind, I almost believed this was a forgery, someone imitating my handwriting. Jiang Zhini's expression grew grave. Taboos were so unreasonable they couldn't even bear the memories of those involved. She had heard that when it came to even more terrifying things, even records cannot be preserved. Forced attempts to document them would be erased by unknown forces. It was precisely for this reason. The archaeological community unanimously believed the shattering of the Beastmaster world was connected to the taboo. For the Beast world had descended upon Blue Star thousands of years ago. No written records have ever been found describing what existed before the Beast world or why it was destroyed. The entire Blue Star remains utterly unfamiliar with the Beastmaster world. As if by some unseen force, all traces have been erased. The most direct and compelling evidence is this. Archaeologists once witnessed a land filled with towering stone steels merging into Blue Star. At first, people saw inscriptions on these steels. But, before their very eyes, the inscriptions began to fade away, vanishing so completely that cameras could not capture them. Eventually, every stone tablet became blank. Only scattered fragments of the alien world's history and past events remain preserved within the ruins. This is precisely the purpose of the Super Ancient Research Bureau, to explore these ruins. Through these scattered clues, they piece together and reconstruct the truth. Jiang Zhini shook her head. The sovereign tier, even those dubbed Titan tier sovereigns, were still far too weak. At the very least, one must reach the totem tier. At the totem tier, one could venture beyond the realms of non-human territories to seek out more ruins. They also possess the courage to confront the forbidden. She shook her head again, casting aside the tangled thoughts. She studied the records she had compiled in her hand, detailing the battle between Eternal Bubble and Lord of the Zodiac. She suddenly froze. Such a familiar feeling. As if it had happened before. This scene felt so familiar. She had experienced memory erasure before. This sensation was like those fleeting moments when doing something, when you feel a sudden haze as if you'd done this before. Or stepping into a completely new place, even though it was your first time there, yet feeling like you'd been there before. In that days, her time-manipulating beast talent, echoes of history, began to retrace. A word flickered faintly in her mind. Rafalru ruins. She was bewildered. Where was this? Chapter 61, The Remnants of Dian. Where do they sit at the rebirth stage? The next day. The sun was warm and gentle, a light breeze blowing just right. Chen was jolted awake by the alarm clock. No big deal, time for school. Today was the first day of classes for freshmen. It should have started half a month ago, but the opening of the moonlit Snow Mountain ruins caused a sensation throughout the ancient capital. Add to that the selection process for enrollment spots. The return of sophomores and juniors, along with the freshman orientation, had all been postponed. Typically, freshmen need to select an advisor. The caliber of advisors varies, and each advisor has a limited number of student slots. Popular mentors saw their slots snatched up the moment registration opened. Chen hadn't participated in the advisor selection process, he'd completely forgotten about it. The system automatically assigned him a rather mediocre advisor. The moment he learned of this, his mind automatically conjured the classic college trope. This supposedly worst mentor was actually incredibly skilled, a hidden master whose teaching methods no one understood. That's why he consistently ranked at the bottom of the mentor rankings year after year. By joining his class, he would make a stunning debut, shocking the mentor into taking him seriously and grooming him as his successor. The teaching zones were divided into A, B, and C. Based on the annual mentor evaluations, the top-ranked mentors were assigned to Zone A. Chen's randomly assigned mentor was practically at the very bottom, in Zone C. On the way to Zone C of the teaching building, Chen was unexpectedly stopped by a middle-aged man. "Student Chen, your mentor's classroom isn't this way." It was Deputy Head Zheng Qiliang. "I checked the records. You and Luo Anfei were so occupied with the moonlit Snow Mountain ruins that you forgot to select advisors." He rubbed his hands together. "As the prodigies of this academy, I've secured you both spots in Zone A. This year, our academy invested heavily to recruit a top-tier mentor from the #1 academy in the 4 great academies, Qianlin Academy, at a premium price, Kuang Banghong. Every student he's mentored has become a dominant tier powerhouse," Zheng Qiliang explained. "And that's precisely because he's also an intermediate cultivator, capable of designing personalized cultivation plans for his students. His own mentor is a nationally renowned advanced breeder, and it won't be long before he ascends to the rank of top breeder. Once you become his disciple, you're effectively aligned with his faction. This means you'll receive guidance on cultivating beast pets beyond the commander tier. He'll personally design your cultivation plan. Moreover, he conducts breeder training himself, selecting students with innate talent to bring into his school. The breeder profession is highly lucrative, especially for senior breeders, who are sought-after guests among many influential figures." Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. Breeders, could they possibly be as awesome as an evolutionist like himself? Divine eye plus the inherited knowledge of an evolutionist. That should beat anything, right? But he was also surprised, because he could sense that Zheng Qiliang harbored no personal emotions or ill will. He genuinely had Chen's best interests at heart. Earlier, when Qin Yanran had recruited him directly, he'd intended to use this opportunity to undermine her authority. How could things shift so abruptly? As if sensing Chen's doubts, Zheng Qiliang took a deep breath and spoke up. "Before, I also believed your results were achieved through cheating. I apologize to you here. Now, I see no reason to suppress a gifted student." His expression was sincere. "I also want the academy to break free from its long-standing embarrassment of being at the bottom. The National Supernova Tournament is approaching soon. I hope Xingyu Beastmaster Academy wins and no longer finishes last. I also hope our academy produces more gifted students, each as exceptional as a dragon. Luo Anfei, your classmate from Daz City, has already made it there ahead of us." For the deputy head of a top academy to lower himself to apologize and explain to a student. With things having gone this far, what else could Chen say? "Then I'll express my gratitude to Vice Headmaster Zhang right here." He couldn't help but ask one last question. Is my original mentor, Mentor Chui, really that weak? He's not some hidden powerhouse, is he? Zheng Qiliang was dumbfounded, struggling to follow his train of thought. Mentor Chui is indeed quite weak. He was also a student at Xingyu Beastmaster Academy before choosing to stay on as faculty. Alright. Lu Chen accepted the goodwill. You don't bite the hand that feeds you. Besides, they had no grudge against each other. At most, it was just that we were on different sides before. They made their way to Academic Building A. Classroom 1. The sound of chatter echoed through the hall. Awesome. Haha, I snagged a spot with instructor Quang Banghong. I came to Xingyu Beastmaster Academy specifically because I heard they spent a fortune to poach Quang Pongheng, the ace instructor from Jinlin Academy. My beast pet hit a bottleneck at the elite tier. It always feels like it's just a hair's breadth away from evolving. Now I finally have hope. I wonder if I have the talent to become a breeder. The students were thrilled to have secured spots with mentor Quang Banghong. Lu Chen spotted a large ice block sitting upright in the corner of the classroom. What's that? He plopped down beside it. He looked at the bag placed on the edge of the desk with confusion. What is this? Instantly, he saw Luo Anfei's body stiffen for a moment and nothing. Luo Anfei's toes dug into the floorboards. She couldn't possibly say this was the lunchbox she'd prepared for him. She hadn't even managed to organize her words yet. Damn it! As the esteemed Luoshan, if it weren't for the system's tempting rewards, she'd never do something like this in a million years. She dreaded Lu Chen pressing further. Fortunately, sudden commotion interrupted his curiosity. Here he comes. Here he comes. Mentor Quang Banghong is here. The entire room fell silent. A figure strode from the doorway to the lectern, dressed rather uniquely. His head was completely bald from forehead to crown, with not a single strand of hair. Only the top of his head bore long hair, braided into a thick whip-like strand that cascaded down to his waistline. Truly waist-length hair. It somewhat resembled the gold coin rat-tail braids seen in Qing Dynasty palace dramas from his past life on Earth. Indeed, like those with money rat-tail braids in my past life, they too were once imperial nobility. Thousands of years ago, before extraordinary powers emerged on Blue Star and foreign lands integrated with it. The Great Xia Kingdom existed in its feudal era, its official name, Great Dian. At that time, the imperial nobility of Great Dian mostly sported this distinctive hairstyle. They likened the head to the world, leaving only the hair on the crown, symbolizing that they alone were the center of the world, the rulers of the world. Later, supernatural powers descended, foreign realms merged, and Great Dian became a thing of the past. Quang Banghong's features were marked by sunken cheekbones and a gaunt face. His expressionless gaze swept across the crowd. All present, Awakening tier members take seats in the left section. Transcendent tier members take seats in the center section. Elite tier members take seats in the right section. Soon, everyone began taking their seats according to their pet's rank. Is this the caliber of students at Xingyu Beastmaster Academy? He glanced at the left section and sneered, there are actually Awakened tier students here? Truly, they're worlds apart from the Jinlin Academy. What a bunch of useless trash. No wonder they're always at the bottom of the rankings year after year. His words carried no restraint whatsoever, his contempt and disdain written plainly across his face as he trampled others' dignity underfoot. His words, however, heaped nothing but praise upon the Jinlin Beastmaster Academy. Lu Chen frowned. If you eat the Emperor's rice, you must bear the Emperor's worries. What the hell is this? He comes to Xingyu Beastmaster Academy, gushing about how great the previous head was while constantly belittling the current one. What kind of nonsense is this? This was the star instructor they'd spent a fortune to recruit? This was the caliber of person they'd brought in? Rumors had long circulated that the former Dian remnants clung stubbornly to their old traditions, harboring an inexplicable arrogance. Seems that wasn't an exaggeration. Suddenly, Luo Anfei and Lu Chen sat motionless in the back. Their presence was impossible to miss. His eyes swept over them, his expression suggesting his authority was being challenged. He barked angrily, why are you two still sitting in the back? Did you ignore my orders? Lu Chen replied calmly, Awakening stage sits on the left, Transcendent stage in the middle, Elite stage on the right. What about those at the Rebirth stage? Where do they sit? PS1, thanks to readers 308-387-6010, Agile Clown Digging Gold, Big Tooth Cute Tiger, Reader 162-323-3094, Jiang Yi, Xian, Zhou no longer draws his sword, Fire General's Envoy, Poor Witch playing games, Courage running low, Guyu Fong Yuan, Thoughtful Little Seal playing hide and seek, Steady Crooked Mouth Dragon King catching Tang Sang, Volcano, Quiet Sword Immortal writing books, Happy leading actress eating watermelon, Mature Soldier King casting spells, Truly worthy of love, Xin Ji. Delicate Scholar eating watermelons votes. PS2, recent chapters serve as a slight transition, the plot will soon take off. Spending hundreds of words introducing Great Dian isn't filler, it's crucial. Please vote with gold tickets again. Already at 600 gold tickets reach 1000 and I'll add 5 extra chapters. Thanks, awesome readers. Chapter 62, Me or Him? Qin Yanran, then get lost. Quang Banghong had been in a foul mood these past 2 days. If it weren't for the grand restoration plan of the Great Dian remnant clan, he'd never have agreed to teach at Xingyu Beastmaster Academy. Back in the Great Dian era, given his lineage and ancestral heritage, he would have been at least a prince of a commandery. Was the Starry Skybeast Master Academy even worthy of him teaching there? As for his previous role as an instructor at the Jinlin Beast Master Academy, that was different.
Jinlin Academy was formerly the Hanlin Academy, the Imperial Academy of the Great Dian Dynasty.
The current academy head is also a descendant of the Great Dian Dynasty. That was practically his own domain. How could it be the same?
That's why he sneers and mocks Starry Skybeast Master Academy students without the slightest shred of mercy. It was also a test of obedience. Back when the Great Dian Dynasty still stood, selecting slaves and household servants involved relentlessly crushing their will, gradually deepening the obedience test until they were utterly stripped of their humanity. A bunch of lowly commoners. Do they even deserve to become noble beast masters? And they aspire to be breeders? They should follow the ancient system, implementing a rigid caste system of 3 tiers. These lowly commoners, had the Great Dian Dynasty still existed, wouldn't even have been granted the privilege of seeing him. Upon encountering them, one would kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times, shouting "Your Highness." Poof. He sneered inwardly. Soon, this nauseating so-called democratic era would end. The Great Dian Dynasty would reclaim its dominion over the world. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught movement at the back of the classroom. 2 figures sat at the back of the classroom, standing out somewhat conspicuously. They hadn't followed his orders to arrange seats according to strength. For a moment, it felt as though his authority had been challenged. It was as if a group of slaves or outcasts had ignored their master's words. This enraged Quang Banghong, who immediately confronted them. But unexpectedly, the other party declared, "Awakening stage sits on the left, Transcendent stage in the middle, Elite stage on the right." Where do reborn tier sit? The answer caused his cerebellum to momentarily shrink in despair. Rebirth stage? Wait, my brain's short-circuiting. What year am I teaching again? Whoa, it's Lu Chen and Luo Anfei. How dare you? Lu Chen is not someone you can just call by name. Refer to him as Father Lu. Father Lu really did break through to the transformation stage. Damn it, that video on the student forum yesterday got me all worked up. A spatial type beast pet. Lu Daddy's at the rebirth stage? Is Luo Anfei at that stage too? They whispered among themselves, scratching their heads in disbelief. As fellow freshmen, they were still struggling to break through the Transcendent and Elite tiers. How did these two reach the rebirth stage so early in the semester? Isn't it obvious? Xiaomubai's 2 beast pets are both formidable, and one of them is even at the lower reincarnation stage. If Lu Dad can take down the other in an instant, he must be at the reincarnation stage too. Damn, space-type beast pets are seriously powerful, unbeatable at their level. Give me a male one to drool over. Heard Lu Daddy and Goddess Luo were childhood sweethearts. You think their kids will have even more insane talents? They're dating? Holy crap, I thought he was with Senior Sunmmary? Ha? I don't know, I was just guessing. Quang Banghong finally snapped back to reality. Holy, I'm teaching freshmen. Transcending the stage right after enrollment. Total bull. Freshmen just started school not long ago, and today was the first day of official classes. How could they possibly have broken through the embryonic stage already? Jinlin Academy doesn't even have such people, unless they're those with innate full spirituality or bloodline inheritance from noble families. Innate full spiritual potential. Most awaken their beast taming talents at 18, becoming beast tamers, then gradually progress by cultivating beast companions and condensing spiritual energy. A minuscule fraction are born displaying white spiritual energy, though their beast taming talent and beast taming space still only manifest at 18. But once such individuals obtain a beast companion, their growth skyrockets like a rocket. Bloodline inherited families. These lineages are even more formidable, often possessing incredible innate abilities passed down through blood. For instance, among the 5 clans and 10 tribes, one of the 5 clans is a great lineage known as the Supernatural clan. Members of this bloodline can wield psychic powers akin to those of psychic-type beast pets. Their beast pets are almost exclusively psychic-type. They can also transfer their own psychic energy to their psychic-type beast pets, making them even more powerful. Both of these groups are exempt from the National College entrance exam. Moreover, they don't require cultivation from any academy. All were specially recruited into the Night Watch. How could these two before him possibly be at the rebirth stage? Not only did he feel his authority challenged, but he also felt betrayed. A lowly commoner deceiving and defying the imperial family, a capital offense. He felt a deep revulsion toward the current social system once more. The legal system of the Great Dian Dynasty was the most perfect. What rank are they, exactly, he demanded. Didn't I say it's the rebirth stage? Lu Chen Xiaoxiong shrugged. You didn't specify where rebirth stage members should sit, so I just stayed right where I was, didn't I? Luo Anfei was succinct, +1. Lu Chen? Wait a minute. He was baffled. The big ice block had also reached the rebirth stage? He'd simply assumed the big ice block disliked being manipulated, so it ignored the other party. Little did he know it was because, like him, the beast companion had also reached the transformation stage, hence staying put. The ice crystal fox had evolved? Holy crap, she must be cheating.
Qi Tian's evolution was granted by the remnant of the moon, bestowing upon him the enlightenment to reach the upper elite tier.
Otherwise, it would have taken him much longer to evolve.
Fine, absolutely brilliant.
He dialed the number immediately, his voice brimming with fury.
You lot from Xingyu Beastmaster Academy.
I, Kwang Banghong, am but a novice with shallow knowledge. I'm utterly incapable of teaching you.
Who knew your academy had such extreme disparities?
His gaze swept over the crowd of spectating students, finally settling on Lu Chen and Luo Anfei.
Two rebirth stage cultivators emerged from a bunch of useless trash. None of the students spoke. They were annoyed too. Being called a waste of space once was bad enough, but repeatedly? That's just sick. Kwang Banghong's reputation as a master teacher lay shattered on the ground.
News of Lu Chen's battle with Xiaomu Bai yesterday had already spread like wildfire across the student forums.
They all knew Lu Chen possessed genuine transformation stage strength. They knew, but they kept quiet. Now they just want to see old man Kwang Banghong get his face slapped. So what if he's a renowned master? So what if he's an intermediate cultivator?
Young and untouched by the harsh realities of society, today's youth embrace a prove-me-wrong mentality much like Lu Chen's generation in his previous life, who challenged the workplace norms. Holy, Lu Dad is going head-to-head with that famous master Kwang Banghong. Quick, let's watch the show. The news spread like wildfire. Students from other classes began sneaking out one by one, and even many instructors came over to gawk. Seems people everywhere are the same, either gawking at the drama or on their way to do just that.
Lu Chen had been a prominent figure since his enrollment. Then, everyone learned the details. Holy crap, this guy deserves to be an ace instructor? They all wore mocking expressions, silently agreeing not to remind each other that Lu Chen was indeed at the transformation stage. They waited to see the show. Not long after. Mentor Kwang, what's going on here?
Zheng Qiliang hurried over with his people. Seeing him arrive, Kwang Banghong grew even more sarcastic. Deputy Head Zhang, I'm having a hard time conducting my teaching duties. In all my years as an instructor, I've never encountered a student so defiant, disrespectful of teachers, and full of lies.
You be the judge. A freshman claiming to be at the rebirth stage? That's utterly ridiculous.
He snorted coldly. If your Xingyu Beastmaster Academy were truly that impressive, you wouldn't be at the bottom of the rankings year after year.
He pointed at Lu Chen and Luo Anfei, these two. Ha! Zheng Qiliang and his group frowned. Kwang Banghong pressed his advantage relentlessly. Students like this at Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy are an insult to me. You choose, either he stays or I leave. Both cannot coexist. If you want me to stay and teach here, expel these two. Otherwise, I'm afraid I cannot remain as a teacher. He looked at Lu Chen and Luo Anfei with a cold sneer in his heart. If you dare challenge me, I'll make sure your futures are completely ruined. Then get lost. Zheng Qiliang's voice carried over. Did you hear that? Kwang Banghong gloated.
He relished the feeling of being able to dictate another's fate and future with a single word.
I said you get out. Zheng Qiliang said coldly, Xingyu Beastmaster Academy doesn't welcome you. The tables had turned. Kwang Banghong froze in shock, thinking he'd misheard. Me? Yes, you get out. Another voice echoed as Qin Yanran approached with measured steps. You call yourself a master teacher when you publicly insult students as good-for-nothings? Get out of Xingyu Beastmaster Academy. You're fired. Kwang Banghong's eyes blazed with fury as he stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. You're telling me to get lost? Do you want to finish dead last in the supernova tournament? Are you trying to ruin these students' futures? Didn't you even ask their opinions? With my guidance, they could avoid years of wasted effort. Suddenly, a student spoke up. Sorry, we have no objections. Yeah, us too. Honestly, ever since you called me a loser, I've been figuring out how to switch classes and get out of your class. So this is what teaching from a renowned master looks like. Please have some self-awareness. It's not like we're begging you to teach us. The words pierced his heart like sharp blades, each one driving deeper into Kwang Banghong's soul. You. Kwang Banghong trembled with rage, his finger pointing at the group like a Parkinson's patient, shaking uncontrollably. See? This is what the people want. Zheng Qiliang gestured for him to leave. Put. Kwang Banghong had always prided himself on being a descendant of royalty, a member of the upper class. People always treated him with utmost respect. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Put. The rage overwhelmed him, and he coughed up a mouthful of old blood. He collapsed stiffly to the ground, unconscious. Someone, take him out of the school gates and call an ambulance for him. The incident concluded thus. Lu Chen and Luo Anfei, rest assured I'll personally assign you outstanding mentors, Zheng Qiliang assured them. Actually, there's another solution. Why not let Lu Chen and Luo Anfei study independently? Qin Yanran suggested. Freshman year primarily focuses on cultivating beast pets, refining their advancement paths, ensuring absolute success, ultimately achieving evolution, and stepping into the rebirth stage. Both of your beast companions have reached the rebirth stage, right? Qi Tian. Bing Bao. The figures of the two beast companions materialized from the summoning array. Everyone had seen Lu Chen and Luo Anfei's monkey and fox before. Now, witnessing their drastically altered appearances and formidable aura, there was no doubt they had evolved, their power levels now reaching the rebirth stage. Even though they had mentally prepared themselves, the shock in their hearts didn't diminish one bit. Damn it, what kind of monsters are these two? Ultimately, Lu Chen and Luo Anfei possessed the privilege to audit any teacher's class of their choice, without the mandatory requirement to attend daily. Both Lu Chen and Luo Anfei gladly accepted. The former possessed his own advantage as divine eyes and evolution master, rendering a mentor unnecessary. The latter, reborn as a powerhouse and also possessing a cheat, likewise didn't require a mentor. The outcome was a win-win for all. With no need to attend classes, Lu Chen and Luo Anfei left the classroom.
Sticking her neck out was one way to get cut, but keeping it tucked in was another. Summoning her courage, she called out to Lu Chen.
What is it? Lu Chen asked, puzzled. Luo Anfei took a deep breath. Come shopping with me. Ha? Ha?
She shot him a cold stare, her expression stern.
Killer vibes. Lu Chen, sure. Then, the two casually strolled through the academy's commercial street. It was a novel experience. Lu Chen had never accompanied the Ice Queen on a shopping trip before. Aren't you buying anything? No. Lu Chen. What kind of shopping trip was this? They literally just walked around the commercial street once, never even stepping into a single store. I skipped breakfast and I'm hungry. I'll grab something to eat. He spotted a breakfast shop. No need to buy, we have some.
The two sat down on chairs in the commercial street's rest area.
Luo Anfei opened the bag she'd been carrying all along.
Inside were two exquisitely crafted lunchboxes. Opening the boxes revealed beautifully arranged bento meals, each filled with dishes Lu Chen loved.
Lu Chen? One of life's four great delusions instantly took root in his mind. Could it be, she likes me?
Thank you for saving me in the ruins and teleporting me out, Luo Anfei blurted out the excuse she'd agonized over for ages.
So that's it.
It really is one of life's four great delusions.
Lu Chen smiled faintly. No need to thank me. I should be thanking you.
Though we never spoke much growing up, you were always there.
It was true.
Due to her personality, Luo Anfei had always been cold and distant since childhood. As for Lu Chen, before awakening his past life memories, he was a pretty gloomy guy. Without parents, he'd been looked down upon since childhood, with no friends to play with.
The only constant in his life was Luo Anfei. They walked to and from school together every day.
Though they didn't talk much, every afternoon, the big iceberg would slow her pace at the school gate and wait just a little while for him to catch up. Perhaps from walking alongside Luo Anfei so often, Lu Chen grew accustomed to solitude. As Lu Chen recounted the past, faint, distant memories surfaced in her mind, and a barely perceptible smile touched the corners of her lips. She was no different. Due to her temperament, she had always been seen as aloof and unapproachable. From childhood onward, only Lu Chen had never shunned her. Suddenly, a long-forgotten image surfaced in her mind. If I never find friends and don't want to live alone forever, I'll marry Lu Chen.
Chapter 63, The Second Foreign Arrival, The Great Era Begins.
Suddenly, a long-forgotten image surfaced in the corner of her mind. If I never find friends and don't want to live alone forever, I'll marry Lu Chen.
This thought had surfaced when he was in elementary school, watching a romantic TV drama.
This memory had been buried deep in some forgotten corner of her mind.
Yet for some reason, it had resurfaced with startling clarity.
She shook her head, dismissing this childish notion.
But
the crucial point she failed to notice was that when this thought surfaced in her mind, it merely struck her as absurd. There was no trace of dislike or disgust.
Lu Chen tentatively tasted the bento Luo Anfei had made.
It was all his favorite dishes, and his eyes lit up.
Surprisingly delicious. Who knew the Ice Queen had such culinary skills?
Not bad, he exclaimed sincerely.
Whoever marries you will be in for a treat. The words instantly flushed Luo Anfei's cheeks crimson.
That absurd thought she'd pushed to the back of her mind surged back, now twisted into
marry Luo Chen and cook for him every day? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What was wrong with her today? Why were these bizarre thoughts constantly popping into her head? She took a deep breath.
Blame it all on that damn system, what a messed up adventure, disrupting her peace of mind. She summoned the Ice Phoenix's spirit to calm herself.
The aroma of food stirred the little squid.
Its tiny tentacles unzipped the backpack, pushed through the air, and swam out, curiously examining the various foods in its beastmaster's lunchbox. Tilting its little head, it made gurgling sounds. Lu Chen casually picked up a piece and fed it to the little squid. The little squid's cheeks puffed out as it happily somersaulted through the air, its two main tentacles clapping together like applause.
This adorable sight was utterly charming.
Haha, Huan Yu is also praising your cooking. Lu Chen ruffled its little head while introducing it to Luo Anfei. This is my new companion, formerly known as Huan Yu, but we call her Little Squid.
Little Squid, this is Luo Anfei, my friend. Little Squid waved its tiny tentacles. Hello. Even an ice queen couldn't resist such cuteness. So adorable, so soft and cute. Its appearance truly didn't match its power at all. Who wouldn't be charmed by such a soft and cuddly exterior? Anyone would mistake it for a decorative beast pet. Not only adorable but also incredibly powerful, a spatial type beast pet. She never contracted a spatial type beast pet in her previous life. But my moon spirit isn't half bad either. She summoned her moon spirit, black in appearance, adorned with concentric lunar eclipse rings, and bearing a silver vertical stripe on its forehead. Chen examined the moon spirit. Its form bore some resemblance to the Moonwatcher. He checked its evolution path. He discovered that the moon spirit could evolve into a full moon spirit. So, the moon spirit was Wang Yu's initial form. This is my new companion, the moon spirit, also known as the moonling. I know. It's the beast pet egg you got from that other altar. Luo Anfei? How did he know that secret? I can control the entire ruins from that other altar. I can peer into every corner, otherwise, how else could I have teleported you both out? Oh. Luo Anfei's astonished gaze fell upon Moon Spirit and Little Squid. The moment the Moon Spirit emerged, it moved closer to Little Squid, wagging its tail incessantly. Through the beast pet contract, Luo Anfei could sense the Moon Spirit's excitement. It said Little Squid's aura made it feel deeply fond and dependent, evoking a sense of familiarity. How could it not be familiar? Little Squid carried the scent of the Moon Spirit. Was Little Squid also found in the ruins? Yeah, that's right. Chen nodded, not exactly lying to her. The baby squid could hatch entirely thanks to what they'd obtained inside the ruins. Luo Anfei's eyes flickered. It seemed her hunch was right. After all, there really were 2 eggs in the ruins. Damn it! What incredible luck! Without the little squid, she would have won this contest hands down. It was precisely because of the variable introduced by the little squid, a spatial type beast pet, that she couldn't win. Chen's voice transmitted. Want to know the moon elf's origins? Little Squid and the Moon Spirit were playing and roughhousing nearby. You know? Chen held nothing back, recounting the connection between the Moonwatching tribe, the Moon Spirit, and the Moonwatching clan in full detail. Luo Anfei fell silent after hearing this. So the Moon Spirits were, in a sense, the reincarnations of the moon-gazing people. That was why she had been able to obtain the Moon Spirit's pet egg. It was because the ancestors of the Moonwatch tribe, out of reverence for the Moonwatch, had chosen to enshrine the Moon Spirit egg rather than bind it through a contract. Otherwise, she would never have obtained the Moon Spirit. Likewise, had they bound the Moon Spirit, the Moonwatch tribe might not have perished. Fate played cruel tricks. The Moon Spirit can evolve into a Moon Spirit. That's its evolutionary path. Chen pondered for a moment, then typed the evolution sequence for transforming a Moon Spirit into a Moon Spirit onto his phone and sent it to Luo Anfei. Luo Anfei was both shocked and overjoyed. She had been troubled by how to cultivate the Moon Spirit, never expecting Chen to possess its evolutionary path. Thank you. I owe you a huge favor, she said solemnly. I will restore the Moon Spirit to the glory of the Moon Clan, and even lead it to realms it has never stepped into before. Chen waved it off. No need to thank me. I'll go buy some pet food for them. After Luo Anfei returned with the supplies, both of them released all their pets. You won't need pet food like this anymore, Chen said mysteriously. He already had a plan for the energy crystals. Within 2 days, the magic mirror doll would successfully craft it. The two parted ways. Luo Anfei returned to the student villa apartment. She collapsed onto the sofa, finally completing the underdog's great adventure. Gritting her silver teeth, she practically ground out the words, "System, can I get my reward now?" Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the underdog's great adventure. Successfully obtained consolation reward for initial comparison failure. The beast pet with the lowest racial stats in your team will be upgraded to match the highest racial stats among your team's beast pets. The mechanical voice faded. Chirp! Meow! The ice crystal phoenix fox let out a startled cry as its body underwent a profound transformation at the bloodline level, changing from the inside out. Eerie light flared. A whirlwind erupted with each breath, while a piercing phoenix cry echoed from the depths of its consciousness. Seconds later, the transformation was complete. Racial potential, upper sovereign tier, lower totem tier. The tier of life underwent a quantum leap. Bingbao had transformed into a totem tier cub. With proper nurturing, it will surely ascend to the totem tier in the future. The chasm between sovereign and totem ranks is an extremely difficult barrier to cross. Even later, when the Beastmaster world initiated its second large-scale descent upon Blue Star. With the planet's spiritual energy concentration and world status rising once more, nearly 99% of the powerful remain stuck at the sovereign tier, with no hope of advancement. The totem tier now stands as an invincible force. Because, beyond the 5 clans and their factions, no other power possesses totem tier masters. The Heavenly King tier represented the pinnacle of advancement achievable by current beast masters. Even if one were to advance further, it would only be an incomplete totem tier, barely a half step into it. Therefore, the totem tier, let alone now.
In the future, they will remain the pinnacle of power, capable of carving out territories and founding nations. Her eyes flickered. 3 years hence, the second wave of the Great Descent will arrive. The world's status will ascend, ushering in a new grand era. Countless opportunities would also descend upon Blue Star alongside this second wave. It was during her exploration of a secret realm that Luo Anfei accidentally triggered the residual power of a spatial-type beast pet beyond the totem tier. Swept into a void turbulence, she was transported by spatial forces into the boundless starry sky. I must grow stronger quickly, or else many opportunities will pass me by. A smile curved her lips. This underdog's grand adventure wasn't so bad after all. Wait. Bull. Even compared to the failed underdog adventure, this had given her such a huge surprise. If I'd won this comparison, wouldn't the reward send her soaring? Damn it, this heartache feels like losing a fortune. Post failed challenge. Second comparison date activated. Second comparison to commence in 1 month. This comparison will be comprehensive, encompassing all aspects, including but not limited to pet combat power, species, skills, talents, items. A month later, huh? Third time's the charm. Who'd have thought you'd acquire a spatial type beast pet in the ruins? Lucky you. Her confidence returned once more. Full of vigor. The failures these past 2 times weren't her fault. It was purely because Chen had been too fortunate. Pure coincidence, her luck had simply been off. Now, with 2 totem tier cubs in hand, how could she possibly lose? Chapter 64, Summaire's explosive outfit transformation, a stunned Chen. Achoo. Chen sneezed as he returned to the student villa apartment. Hello, your resources have arrived. Please present your platform order and ID. A person wearing a vest printed with campus pass approached, carrying a box on their back. These were the life materials Chen had purchased with his credits on the campus platform, intended to treat the magic mirror doll's primal injuries. Chen presented his ID and the platform order details. Here are your items. Please check them. The delivery guy looked at Chen with a face full of pity. This was too unreal, buying a huge pile of life materials, plus a bunch of kidney tonifying spiritual plants. After confirming the contents, he turned back as he left, speaking from experience. Hey, buddy, pace yourself. That stuff's bad for you. If you need help, I can hook you up with a doctor. Junior. Suddenly, a pleasant voice drifted in from outside the door. Summaire stood at the doorway with her usual gentle smile, wearing a form-fitting daisy print dress cinched at the waist with a belt that perfectly accentuated her slender, delicate figure. Her long, glossy black hair fell naturally, and she tucked a strand that had drifted across her face behind her ear, revealing her crystal-clear ear and the delicate earring dangling from her lobe. She approached with a radiant smile, handing the items she carried to Chen. Here are the materials you requested, and I also made some cookies. Try them. The delivery guy was stunned. He shot an envious glance at Chen. Damn it, no wonder he was so weak. If it were me, I'd be even weaker than him. Sure, thanks for bringing them over yourself, senior. Aren't you going to invite me in for a moment? Please. Stepping into Chen's villa apartment, the place was neat and tidy, nothing like the messy rooms of other guys. Everything was arranged with meticulous order. Clang. The magic mirror doll heard the commotion and emerged from the room that Chen had temporarily converted into a work area. Having used psychic energy to help Chen tinker with the energy crystal, the aura emanating from it had not yet fully subsided, lingering in wisps across its surface. In an instant, Summaire's pupils contracted sharply. A sovereign tier aura. This is a sovereign tier beast pet. Chen possesses a dominator tier beast pet? Noticing the visitors, it hurried off to brew tea. This is my beast companion. It stopped by to look after me, Chen explained. Summaire nodded. So that was it. She was in a similar situation. Qin Yanran had been sent by her family to look after her. Guardian. But that didn't quite add up. She had been to Chen's home. His grandmother and aunt were both ordinary people. Mysterious man, she chuckled inwardly, choosing not to pry further. After all, Chen was the one she'd chosen, that was enough. The two chatted idly for a while. The guests were thoroughly entertained. Just as Summaire rose to leave. Oh no. Her face paled. Quick, stay away from me. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from Summaire, sending everything in the living room flying. Clattering sounds filled the air. The magic mirror doll flashed to Chen's side, deploying an energy shield. Little Squid emerged from the backpack and perched on Chen's head. Its tentacles quivered, poised for attack at any moment. The entire space was saturated with a cherry blossom pink aura of spiritual energy. The terrifying aura that had just erupted caused Summaire's clothing to shatter into rags, scattering across the floor and leaving her flawless form exposed. But nothing could be seen of her crucial areas. Summaire's pupils had transformed into pink hearts at some point. Her face bore a cold, elegant expression, yet her eyes shimmered with tenderness. These two utterly contradictory expressions coexisted on her face without any sense of incongruity. In the air, Pink spiritual energy condensed into countless peach blossoms, drifting down in a flurry. Behind Sunmmary, 8 pink foxtails emerged. 2 tails pierced the ground, lifting her body into the air. The remaining 6 coiled around her form, shielding her vital areas.
Go, leave, just for a moment.
Summry's strained voice carried.
Lu Chen's expression darkened.
This was the power of the 8-tailed withered fox parasitizing within Sunmmary, seeking to reincarnate and revive through her body. The entity hadn't fully revived yet, this was merely a leakage of its power. According to previous accounts, when Summry's spiritual essence advanced to the overlord stage, the will of the 8-tailed moon fox would awaken.
Name, 8-tailed moon fox death slumber. Rank, non-legendary. Attribute, psionic. Race bloodline, totem tier species.
Description: the 8-tailed moon fox, whose racial bloodline was merely totem tier, sought to break through the totem tier limit and ascend to the legendary tier.
The attempt failed.
At the critical moment, using its own flesh and blood as fuel, it successfully ascended to the legendary tier, but perished in the process. Before its demise, it left behind a contingency plan for its own resurrection. Previously, he had no tangible grasp of the totem tier.
But after visiting the Moonwatch ruins and witnessing Moonwatch's formidable power, he gained profound understanding.
The 8-tailed moon fox, like Mochizuki, had once stood at the pinnacle of the totem rank. Had it succeeded, it would have become the 9-tailed withered fox, a being beyond even the legendary tier.
An ancient monster. Fortunately, he knew how to interrupt the opponent's evolution ritual. Poof. I will not let you succeed.
Sunmmary felt a deep despair, erupting more and more frequently. It was like being trapped in a deep sea of pink.
Sinking deeper and deeper.
Unable to struggle, unable to control her body, only endless suffocation. And beneath that peach-colored abyss,
a colossal fox lay with eyes tightly shut.
Its 8 tails spread like a vast net across the ocean floor, waiting for her to descend step by step into the depths. This was the curse. The bloodline curse of the Su clan of Qingxiu.
Who can save me? Suddenly,
she saw a hand reaching down from the depths of the ocean, grabbing her wrist. The abyssal ocean before her shattered instantly. A warm figure shone like sunlight into her eyes.
Senior, are you okay?
In that moment, Lu Chen stood with his back to the light, radiating a holy aura, like her very own hero. Summry's eyes were vacant. This bloodline curse erupted periodically, and as her power grew, the intervals between outbreaks grew shorter. No method could halt it, she could only plunge into the abyss, unable to save herself, her mind and body consumed by endless despair.
But today, unexpectedly, Lu Chen had forcibly suppressed the eruption of the bloodline curse. Her pupils fixed, and an endless smile blossomed across her face. A feeling called hope filled her heart. She was certain, absolutely certain Lu Chen was her miracle. Senpai, put on some clothes? Sunmmary. Her face flushed crimson in an instant, a deep blush spreading across her cheeks.
P.S. Thanks to the following readers for their votes: Salted Fish, A Chang, Slippery A Timely, The Affable Academic Slacker Skiing, Crow, The Affable Joker Shipping Couples, Jianghe, The Poor Witch Gaming, The Proud Martial Sovereign Overtime, The Agile Joker Mining Gold, The Cute Goddess Lifting Weights, The Petite Gun Goddess Playing Hide and Seek, and 01. Please vote for gold tickets. Chapter 65, New Ace Up the Sleeve, the first sovereign tier beast pet. Countless pieces of furniture and odds and ends floated weightlessly in the air.
Little Squid Huanyu bounced around among them. Before long,
the magic mirror doll used psychokinesis to restore the furniture and items to their original positions. Sunmmary sat on the sofa wearing Lu Chen's clothes. His black t-shirt draped over her like a dress, covering her thighs. Not an inch too much or too little, it fit perfectly, revealing her perfectly straight legs. Her cheeks flushed crimson, a bashful expression on her face. Though her aura carried a seductive charm, she was a traditional soul at heart.
Aha! Everything had been seen just now. Ding dong! The doorbell rang. Ahem!
Feeling a bit like he'd gained attack speed, Lu Chen cleared his throat softly.
I'll get it. Qin Yanran entered, carrying a shoulder bag. Surveying the disarrayed living room, water stains scattered about, scraps of fabric strewn everywhere. Wait, aren't those the young lady's clothes?
She snapped her head up. On the living room sofa, Sunmmary sat flushed, clad in an oversized t-shirt.
Clearly a man's shirt.
Her eyes widened as she stared at Sunmmary and Lu Chen, her mind reeling as if struck by lightning. The young lady had been taken by Lu Chen. Holy, that must have been intense. Her clothes are shredded to rags.
Sis Yanran, give me my bag.
Only when Sunmmary pulled the clothes out of the bag did Qin Yanran realize they were clothes all along. The young lady had sent her here to deliver clothes. 1,000 holy s flashed through her mind. This felt exactly like a parent bringing their child condoms. Her mind froze. The turn of events caught her completely off guard.
What about the fortune teller lineage?
The Su family of Qingxiu and the diviner lineage were bound by marriage ties.
Moreover, Qin Yanran's face flushed slightly.
Having served as Summry's personal maid since childhood, she was 10 years older than her mistress. According to custom, a personal maid also becomes part of the dowry, which meant she would also be serving Lu Chen in the future.
For a moment, even as a Dominion tier beast tamer, her composure wavered. The young mistress is quite the traditional one. This development is moving a bit too fast, isn't it? Holy crap, don't tell me I'll have to help them raise kids before I even graduate college? Her thoughts tangled like a ball of yarn.
Changing into her clothes, Sunmmary lowered her head, blushing as she tugged Qin Yan away in a flustered retreat.
Well, that junior, I'll be going now. Miss, this.
Just as Qin Yan Ran was about to speak, her pupils suddenly contracted to pinpoints.
The bloodline curse is erupting more and more frequently.
Just now, at Lu Chen's place, it erupted again.
Qin Yanran's expression darkened.
She knew all too well the agony the curse inflicted upon her young mistress. Each episode felt like walking the edge of life and death. Sunlight bathed Summari's face, radiant with a smile. Lu Chen, he suppressed my curse and cut it short.
Stunned. Qin Yanran couldn't believe it.
That's why I never believed in fate.
The diviners said only they could resolve my bloodline curse.
The diviners' lineage claimed no one in the world could resist my spiritual allure. Only their ancestral artifact could suppress my essence, allowing me to ascend to the overlord tier.
Sunmmary smiled, but Lu Chen can ignore my enchantment and suppress the backlash of my bloodline curse. Father has sacrificed enough for me.
The diviner lineage made outrageous demands. Not only did they want half of the Su family's fortune, but they also wanted me to marry into their clan.
No way in hell.
Summari's gaze hardened.
Sister Yanran, gather the materials for me. I intend to advance to the Overlord tier Beastmaster. Temporary research lab.
Lu Chen brought out a large quantity of life-based materials, along with the primary ingredients Sunmmary had helped him obtain the top-tier life element material, life essence. He began refining and processing the materials to craft potions. Using the life essence as the primary ingredient, supplemented by other materials, and harnessing the primordial starlight spirit essence as the catalyst.
Half an hour later,
Lu Chen held a test tube containing a viscous liquid.
Mirror doll, drink this. It will heal your injuries. Gulp. The magic mirror doll shook its head silently.
Its injuries were beyond repair. The very source of its being was damaged, like a wooden barrel whose bottom plank had turned into a sieve. Even consuming vast amounts of life force materials would be futile. Still, it was the young master's goodwill. It took the vial and drank it down.
In an instant, life energy erupted within its body.
After over a decade of torment, the magic mirror doll let out a cry of pure bliss. It felt like plunging into a cold spring on the hottest day of summer, a bone-chilling, soul-soothing relief. The mirror doll discovered with astonishment that countless streams of life energy now coursed through its body, accompanied by mysterious energy that shimmered like starlight. This enigmatic starlight energy settled upon the cracks in its very foundation. Under the influence of this mysterious energy and the life force, its damaged foundation began to heal, bit by bit.
Boom!
Its aura grew stronger by the moment, its presence spreading. The damaged source was gradually being restored.
Its aura continues to ascend step by step. Lower Overlord tier. Middle Overlord tier. Upper Overlord tier. Boom! 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 Boom!
The aura of the demon mirror doll gathered within its body, then erupted with a thunderous blast.
Snap!
A crisp sound echoed from within, as if shattering some kind of shackle.
Lower Sovereign tier.
The mirror doll stared at its hands in disbelief as surging power flowed endlessly from them.
This entire realm lay within its grasp, a sensation long forgotten.
King tier. It had returned to the sovereign tier. It stared at Lu Chen in shock, feeling for the first time that the young master it had cared for over a decade was so unfamiliar. Truly the offspring of its master.
Name, Magic Mirror Doll. Rank Lower Sovereign tier. Attributes, Psionic, Abyssal. Potential Upper Sovereign grade. Traits, life transfer damage inflicted upon the Beastmaster can be redirected to it.
Skills, Grasp of the Netherworld Combination Skill, Blink Super Tier, Magic Mirror Rebound Super Tier, Mental Annihilation High Tier, Psychokinesis High Tier, and more.
Lower Sovereign rank. Lu Chen grinned, delighted for the Magic Mirror Doll while also feeling a surge of excitement. Without a Beastmaster, the Magic Mirror Doll couldn't unleash its full potential.
Yet it remained a sovereign tier beast companion. For him, it was a hidden trump card.
Lu Chen felt no fear toward these side's creations. He had previously discussed this with Professor Su. In the current world order, the Dark Gods couldn't descend.
The realm known as the Beastmaster world also held many powerful ruins in secret realms that hadn't yet been revealed. Thus, most entities aligned with the Dark Gods on Blue Star were merely their familiars and minions, creatures that sent shivers down the spines of all Beastmasters. Once their spirit was tainted, they descended into madness. Lu Chen, however, felt no fear.
Corrupted aura? Spreading twisted truths?
Even the Dark God himself would get a solid beating before leaving. What he feared more were powerful creatures or other Beastmasters. Now, with the King-tier Demon Mirror Doll in his possession, he finally had a trump card. During his subsequent free time, he completed the system's daily tasks and obtained a basic mystery box.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, on gaining a small amount of spiritual growth.
Not these things again.
Lu Chen curled his lips. The daily quest rewards were always the same, either a small boost to spiritual essence, a minor increase in pet skill proficiency, or a tiny bit of elemental mastery experience.
Still, it was better than nothing. Accumulated daily, it could add up to significant changes.
The white spiritual energy surged, with nearly 90% of it now transformed into crimson.
Shi Tian and Little Squid had now reached the lower tier transformation stage.
His own Beastmaster rank constrained their advancement. After all, his current white spiritual energy only corresponded to an elite tier Beastmaster. He must elevate his spiritual essence to red to advance to the rebirth stage as a Beastmaster.
It wouldn't be long now. The next day, the entire ancient capital was thrown into an uproar. All the cultivators in the ancient capital went on strike. The Beastmaster Association is a comprehensive association serving Beastmasters. It contained numerous administrative divisions. Among them are the Beastmaster Association and the Breeder Guild. Both are on equal footing, serving as two major institutions under the Alliance. The Alliance. The full name is the Alliance of Nations, an organization formed by the Union of Human Nations.
The Beastmaster Association handles all matters concerning Beastmasters, including battles, missions, and city defense. The Breeder Guild, meanwhile, is responsible for developing tailored breeding plans for the beasts and pets of Beastmasters.
At this moment,
the Breeders' Hall entrance was tightly shut.
Ah! What's going on?
My little Hua hasn't been eating well lately, and her energy levels have dropped.
The doctor couldn't find anything wrong. Why is she on strike? Mine too. It's about to evolve.
I'm here to ask if it can actually evolve, otherwise, I'm really worried.
It's not even a day off today.
The entrance was a chaotic mess, with countless Beastmasters crowding the doorway.
Beastmaster Association.
Numerous high-ranking officials gathered together.
Conference room. Crash.
The conference table took a 10,000-point critical hit, sending cups flying high off the surface.
What's going on? Why have all these breeders gone on strike? They're demanding Xingyu Beastmaster Academy apologize by name, threatening to cease breeding pets for any Beastmaster in the ancient capital otherwise. Gu Xian, president of the Ancient Capital Association, seethed with anger.
There was no hierarchical relationship between the two parties, leaving him powerless to intervene. Word is that Quang Banghong suffered unfair treatment at Star Universe Beastmaster Academy. His teacher, Ma Zhishir, is one of the stewards of the Breeders' Guild and also a member of the Great Dian royal family. So the breeders, rallying behind his call, have united in a strike to protest.
Isn't Quang Banghong a star instructor at Shenlin Beastmaster Academy?
He had heard of him too. His teacher was also a steward of the Breeders' Guild and one of their senior breeders. He was poached by Xingyu Beastmaster Academy, but I heard he fainted yesterday. Xingyu's staff carried him out and he ended up in an ambulance.
That bad? Go find out what happened.
The results came back quickly, with the entire sequence of events and details now clear.
Serves him right. Calling a student a good for nothing and trying to expel Lu Chun from the academy? He can't have it both ways. What an idiot. Gu Xian immediately launched into a tirade.
These remnants of the Great Dian Empire were still as brain-dead as ever, living in their so-called Great Dian Golden Age. But he was troubled. Damn it, the ancient capital never had a senior cultivator stationed here.
That was Alliance policy. Every Tier 1 city must have a high-level cultivator stationed there.
Kuda once had one, but he died unexpectedly 2 years ago while on an assignment.
This has left the Breeders' Association dissatisfied.
They've been stalling and making excuses for 2 years now, refusing to send a new high-level breeder.
As a result, the highest-ranked breeder here is only an intermediate-level breeder.
High-level Beastmasters like them must now travel to other Tier 1 cities to find senior breeders. As the president of the Beastmaster Association, he had the authority to address the Breeders' Guild's failure to send a senior breeder.
But it's not easy to handle.
Relations with the Breeders' Association headquarters were already strained. One misstep, and advanced breeders might never come to the ancient capital again.
This is tricky.
Actually, there's no need to fret, we already have senior breeders in the ancient capital, Professor Su stated.
The crowd was stunned. Advanced breeders? When did the ancient capital acquire advanced breeders? We've never heard of such a thing. Where? Lu Chen is one. Chapter 66, The Academy's Overwhelming Pressure? The Breeders' Backstabbing. Gu Xian? Everyone?
You must be joking, everyone's eyes screamed this.
A freshman, no matter how extraordinary, couldn't possibly be a high-level breeder, right?
Breeders typically possess superhuman intuition, enabling them to sense when something is wrong with their beast companions. They also cultivate the breeder's eye through spiritual focus, allowing them to detect the slightest changes in their pets.
It's absolutely true.
Zhao Concheng, wearing his prosthetic limb, stepped forward. Since Lu Chen had been preparing for the ruins, he hadn't promoted Zhao's abilities earlier. Now was the time to showcase his incredible skills.
My lava monster is no stranger to you all.
During its evolution into a lava colossus, it encountered a problem: an unknown force corroded and contaminated its body, causing the evolution to fail and leaving it on the brink of death. Now, its issue has been successfully resolved. The summoning array activated. The prison flame beast emerged, its entire body engulfed in eerie blue flames. Even Professor Su admitted the lava monster's genetic issues were intractable. Only a top-tier breeder or his mentor, Dr. Lu Mu, could resolve them. Under Lu Chen's guidance, the internal issues within the lava monster were resolved, enabling its successful evolution into the overlord tier. Lu Chen's breeding skills are at least at the advanced breeder level. His mastery in fire-type beast pet breeding even surpasses that of top-tier breeders. An aura of dominance enveloped the entire venue, leaving everyone stunned. Everyone present knew Zhao Kongqing's beast pet had been troubled and now it was truly healed. A student accomplishing a feat only a top-tier breeder could achieve? A breeder at the very least of advanced caliber, whose mastery of fire-type beast pet cultivation surpasses even the top breeders. They felt the world had gone mad. Top-tier breeders were the ones who could guide the cultivation of sovereign-tier beast pets, even steering sovereign-tier beast masters toward the path of heavenly kings. With Professor Su and Zhao Kongqing testifying together, they had no choice but to believe. Neither man was one to joke about such matters. Guxin, notify all breeders in the ancient capital Breeders Guild to return to their posts immediately, or face dismissal from their positions. His spine instantly stiffened. Ugh. Star Universe Beastmaster Academy better come out and apologize right now. Seriously, they poached someone only to kick them out of the academy later? How trashy is Xingyu Beastmaster Academy? Damn it! My beast pet is at a critical evolution stage. Now I have to go check if it perfectly meets the evolution requirements. What if it fails to evolve? This is disgusting. One academy messes up, and why should our entire city pay the price? Across the ancient capital, every beastmaster was voicing their discontent. Online, everyone was lambasting Xingyu Beastmaster Academy. Inside Xingyu Beastmaster Academy, Zhang Qiliang was furious. I must be blind as a bat. Who knew Quang Banghong was this kind of person? To resort to such underhanded tactics to force an apology, does he even deserve it? Raging with fury, he also agonized over what to do next. Exploiting public sentiment was the most despicable tactic. The conflict between the academy and Quang Banghong had been twisted into a conflict between the academy and the people. Don't worry, there's a solution. Xin Yanran's beautiful eyes still held traces of dazed disbelief. Had Miss Su Meyer not told her personally, she would never have believed it. Lu Chen is senior cultivator. This world was going mad. A freshman was actually a high-level cultivator. But then again, he could even suppress the curse of the entire Su family of Qingqiu. Perhaps a high-level cultivator wasn't all that shocking after all. In a 5-star hotel, Quang Banghong, freshly discharged from the hospital, scrolled through his phone, taking in the flood of vitriol directed at Xingyu Beastmaster Academy. A wave of satisfaction washed over him, his lips curling into a smirk. To be condemned by all this is the fate of those who cross me. He calmly lifted his tea and took a sip, then addressed the dozen or so people before him in a cool tone. Thank you all for your tremendous support. Not at all, not at all. We cultivators should always help each other. They looked at Quang Banghong, who was acting all high and mighty, and felt annoyed. What was he playing at? If it weren't for your teacher's orders, we wouldn't have bothered with you. Gu Xian has issued an order to everyone: return to your posts immediately or face punishment. Pfft, all bark and no bite. Unless Gu City doesn't want any senior cultivators stationed here anymore. Someone gasped. The Beastmaster Association just announced that a senior breeder is stationed here. Everyone can line up and order. The senior breeder will create customized breeding plans for each of us. Impossible. Quang Banghong abruptly stood up, frowning. How could Gu City possibly have a senior cultivator? Lu Chen received a call from Professor Su. After the other party explained their purpose, he agreed without a second thought. After all, the whole thing started because of him, and with a little skill on display, he wouldn't have to worry about money in the future. Soon, they arrived at the Beastmaster Association. Young Master Lu, Gu Xian and the others showed him every courtesy. To breach the ruins at such a young age, join the Night Watch, and now become a senior breeder. His future accomplishments were bound to be formidable. Word of the senior breeder had everyone buzzing with excitement, and a long line had already formed at the entrance. This is the senior breeder. Today, he will offer free consultations to resolve any issues with your beast companions. Lu Chen sat down in his chair. Whoosh! The crowd erupted in an uproar. Fury surged violently from their hearts, a sense of deception overwhelming them. So young. Clearly just a greenhorn, a senior breeder? Before they could react, Lu Chen fixed his gaze on a beastmaster at the front of the group, accompanied by a massive gray-black rat. Divine gaze activated. Evolutionist mode engaged. Your giant rat has been acting aggressive lately because it's teething. But since you haven't provided it with a chew toy, its teeth haven't fallen out, making it increasingly irritable. The beastmaster froze, blurting out, "How did you know that?" He hadn't mentioned any of this. That's precisely why I'm a senior breeder, Chen replied calmly.
Next. I'll try it when I get back. He hurriedly stepped aside. This scene silenced the others. They exchanged glances. Could it be true? The second person stepped forward, my walking vine. I don't know why, but when it releases leaf blade attacks, they lack power and disintegrate mid-air. Release it. The other person commanded the walking vine to unleash its skill. Chen, the way the energy is condensed is wrong. You're making the walking vine. Boom. The flying leaf attack whizzed into the ground without disintegrating. Success. Thank you. Chen had only glanced at nearly everyone present to pinpoint the problem. Many frowned. Could this be nonsense? Not long after,
a beast companion that had been stuck at the upper elite tier for ages arrived.
Finally, Chen stated directly, is there anyone else who wants to evolve? I'll handle it all at once. Soon.
On the open ground, over a dozen blindingly bright orbs stood erect, all manifestations of evolutionary light.
Over a dozen beast pets evolved simultaneously. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. A chorus of heartfelt gratitude echoed across the arena.
The scene was utterly spectacular, leaving everyone speechless. Even Gu Xin and the other Beastmaster Association members watching nearby were dumbfounded.
Alright, that's all for today. We'll continue tomorrow. Chen stretched lazily, simultaneously revealing the conflict between the Academy and Quang Banghong.
The crowd immediately boiled with righteous indignation. Meanwhile, many Beastmasters secretly resolved to stay put and queue up for tomorrow.
A high-level breeder, after all. Solving a single problem usually came at a steep price, and a customized cultivation plan would be even more expensive. Suddenly, a crowd surged in. Who? What senior breeder? Who's impersonating a senior breeder to swindle people? Led by Quang Banghong, the striking trainers all rushed in. Spotting Chen, Quang Banghong's hatred flared. He pointed at him before the crowd. It's this guy. This guy. A mere freshman pretending to be a Transcendent stage cultivator. And that idiotic Starry Sky Beast Taming Academy protected him, kicking me out instead. A short-sighted, trash academy. As an intermediate breeder on the verge of advancing to senior breeder, do you think I can't tell his level?
He was still a long way off from becoming a senior breeder, but when traveling, one's identity is self-defined, might as well exaggerate a bit. He wanted to stir up outrage among the crowd, hoping someone stubborn enough would step forward to teach Chen a lesson. Too bad. Things didn't go as planned. One pair of icy eyes after another fixed on him. We've all heard the story. How dare you call yourself an ace instructor? Put. Xingyu Beastmaster Academy is sacred to us. Its students are prodigies. How dare you call them trash? You dared to orchestrate a strike among all breeders to pressure Star Realm Beastmaster Academy? Disgusting scum, why don't you just die already? Their eyes were icy. If Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy students were all failures, then what did that make them? Quang Banghong and the others were dumbfounded. This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. He scrambled to change the subject. Who is impersonating a senior breeder? As a disciple of the Breeder Guild's chief executive, I have the right to verify your identity. Chen stepped forward. It's me. What of it? P.S. Thanks to the pitiful big lion digging for gold, bookfriend 504-431-0472, Zhangzi, the adorable war god urging updates, the perplexed one, Bacheng, the cheerful martial sovereign doing stance training, the poor witch gaming, the agile joker digging for gold, the lazy fish, the beautiful slacker forging iron, reader 482-935-5317, and Boo for their votes. Chapter 67, Why Not Call Me Father Emperor? The Dream System makes its debut. Quang Banghong's gaze swept over the group of slightly older individuals. Advanced cultivators, none of them were nobodies. But after scanning the room, he couldn't spot the senior cultivator he remembered. Impossible, senior cultivators required guild certification. Could it be some advanced cultivator who never went through the certification process? Until Chen stepped forward and declared himself a senior cultivator. Quang Banghong? His brain froze for a moment, like a system crash. Your ancient capital Beastmaster Association really has some talent. He turned to a group of breeders, pointing his thumb over his shoulder. They hired a freshman to impersonate a senior breeder. They could have at least found someone older. Ha 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 ha. The breeders slapped their thighs, rolling on the floor laughing. How hilarious, a freshman pretending to be a senior breeder. They laughed and mocked without restraint. Guxin stared coldly. My word is final. Everyone present can vouch for it. Exactly. This young master spotted the problem instantly and simultaneously evolved over a dozen beast pets. Unlike you lot, who always take forever to figure things out, and even then it might not work. Last time I spent 100 grand and my beast pet still failed to evolve. What a rip-off. I got ripped off too. They said my beast pet was suited for energy-based attacks, but it hasn't made any progress in ages. The crowd chattered in unison. Evolving over 10 beast pets simultaneously? That's just luck. Your pets were already in optimal evolution states, anyone could have done it.
Some breeders grumbled. What did these people know? They'd been scammed and were still counting the money for the con artist. If that kid is a high-level breeder at such a young age, then what about us? We're in our 30s and 40s and still only intermediate breeders. Doesn't that make us useless? Enough already, as if we didn't know? Everyone wore expressions of contempt. You're just jealous of your own shortcomings. I'm not good enough? Kwang Banghong exploded. Have you all been drugged? Fine, fine. I'll show you what a real breeder looks like. You claim to be an advanced cultivator. Dare you face a contest? Chen shrugged. Oh, I wouldn't dare. Why bother? There's nothing to gain unless it's a system quest. See? He's scared. He won't even face a challenge. You've all been fooled by him, Kwang Banghong declared. Yes, I'm scared. Damn it. For some reason, seeing the other guy's calm demeanor only made Kwang Banghong angrier, his face flushing crimson. His face was already flushed. Suddenly, Chen raised an eyebrow. Fine. I'll play along. Because, the system had just popped up a new mission. Ding. Mission triggered, host, defeat Kwang Banghong in the breeder's path. Kwang Banghong grinned savagely. This was the perfect chance to settle both old and new grudges. The crowd stepped back, clearing the stage. Is there anyone here with significant issues regarding their beast companions? Preferably those related to elemental energy and evolution. Soon. A young man pushed his way through the crowd. I'm a junior at Lu Guang Academy. My Electra sheep just won't evolve no matter what I try. He summoned his beast pet. Its wool resembled cotton balls, its tail a vivid yellow with a golden orb atop it. Occasionally, static arcs would surge from its wool, flowing toward the orb on its tail, causing it to glow like a light bulb. Name, discharge sheep. Attribute, electric. Rank, upper elite tier. Breed, high tier reborn species. Electro sheep. A beast pet with a highly refined evolutionary path. Also among the earliest pet creatures to appear on Blue Star. No evolution materials required. 3 conditions must be met for evolution. 1. Sufficient strength and accumulated electric energy within the body. 2. Mastery of electric elemental control reaching the proficient level. 3. The energy ball on its tail must be fully charged. Upon closer inspection, the energy sphere on this electro sheep's tail showed minute cracks. Kwang Banghong circled the creature, scrutinizing its mental state. His eyes glowed with an unusual light, the breeder's eye, a vision only those with breeder talent could manifest. Has it failed to evolve before? Perfect. Evolving a pet that once failed will truly showcase my skill. Prepare for evolution. All conditions are met, proceed. The electric sheep's tamer stepped forward and fed it a lightning attribute energy potion. Instantly, countless static charges appeared on the sheep's wool. It flowed continuously toward the electric ball at the tip of its tail. The dim storage ball instantly glowed as brightly as a light bulb, accumulating lightning energy. Then, a brilliant flash erupted. The glow of the capacitor ball suddenly shifted from yellow to white. This was the light of evolution. Ha ha, simple as pie, a piece of cake, Kwang Banghong declared, standing with his hands behind his back. Just as the light of evolution began spreading from its tail toward its body. Me! Electabuzz suddenly let out a pained growl. Countless electric arcs discharged outward from its power ball, charging particles saturating the air and energizing the surrounding lightning elements. Everyone felt their skin tingle, their hair standing on end. All the lightning elements surged from Dianyang's storage balls into the air, and its once bright storage balls dimmed once more. The Electabuzz did not evolve. Kwang Banghong's expression darkened. Impossible. Both its power level and elemental mastery should have reached perfection. Its physical condition met the requirements too. Why did the evolution fail? What kind of potential does this Dianyang have? Lower tier rebirth species. Absolutely impossible. If it were a lower tier rebirth species, it wouldn't have failed to evolve. The light of evolution had already appeared. This is the third failed evolution attempt, right? Chen's voice drifted over. Its beastmaster nodded. Kwang Banghong was stunned. This electric sheep hadn't just failed once, it had already failed twice before? And this was the third time? No, he suddenly turned to Chen. How had he figured it out when even he hadn't noticed? I get it now. He snorted coldly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. What a clever scheme bringing in a stooge, huh? Makes sense. An Electabuzz that can't possibly evolve. As long as neither me nor this kid lets it evolve, it's a draw. He had seen through it all, no way. This time, I'll randomly select someone on the spot. Who told you EV can't evolve? It failed to evolve 3 times. How could it possibly evolve? What nonsense are you spouting? He scoffed. Based on his experience, this Electabuzz had issues with its genes and fundamental essence, which was why it couldn't evolve. The other breeders nodded in agreement.
All conditions were met, its physical state was optimal, yet it failed to evolve 3 times in a row.
That meant it was a genetic issue. Breeders couldn't handle it, only a PhD specializing in beast pet research, like Dr. Lumu, could solve it. What if I can make it evolve? Ha! Name your terms. If you fail, you'll gouge out your own eyes. As an advocate of feudalism, he relished this power to grant life or death. During the Great Diane's Golden Age, his superior race held absolute authority over the lives of lesser races. Fine. If I make Dian Dian Yang evolve, you can call me your Imperial Majesty. You'll be getting a perk. Only princes of Great Dian are allowed to use that title. Instantly, a savage glint flared in Quang Banghong's eyes. The Great Dian Empire was not to be insulted, and the other had dared insult the sacred emperor. He had chosen his own path to death. Lu Chen gazed at the electric sheep, and all the answers crystallized before his eyes. Breeding direction: sheep-type beast pet, naturally timid and sensitive. This electric sheep has failed to evolve twice before, making this its 3rd attempt. Its timidity has deepened, its already sensitive mind now plagued by self-doubt. Without confidence in itself, how could it possibly evolve? Its fighting spirit must be reignited. Little squid. Lu Chen called softly, and little squid emerged from his bag. Let it have a sweet dream. The little squid's tentacles wriggled as it approached the electric sheep, gently touching its forehead. Overwhelming drowsiness washed over it. Its eyelids grew heavy, a bubble forming at its nostrils as it drifted into slumber. Zhao Kongchang and Professor Su stared in astonishment. Was this Lu Chen's second beast companion? It was just a bit too adorable, wasn't it? Their eyes narrowed sharply. This is a dream-type beast pet. Chapter 68, Second Bloom, Assault, Bugmaster. Dream-type beast pets are quite rare in the Eastern Domain. The Eastern Domain lacks the ecological niche for dream-type beast pets as mentioned in Chapter 16. The Great Xia is divided into 5 major domains: East, South, West, North, and Central. Only the Southern Domain possesses such a niche, where a dream-based ecological system exists. Moreover, dream-type beast pets depend entirely on dream ecosystems. A dream ecosystem is essentially a grand dream. Legend holds that when a terrifying being sleeps, it dreams. When the dream permeates reality, it transforms into a dream ecosystem. Dream-type beast pets fundamentally depend on these dream ecosystems. Once removed from the dream ecosystem, it's like a sleeping person waking from reality. Everything from the dream vanishes. In other words, dream-type beast pets cannot be taken outside their dream ecosystems. Only under extremely rare circumstances can they be brought out. Lu Chen actually possessed such a rare dream-type beast pet. Within Little Squid's vision, a dream bubble appeared above the sleeping electric sheep's head, invisible to ordinary people. Only dream-type beast pets could perceive it. An invisible spider silk thread dragged this dream bubble into the dream prison. Little Squid crafted a perfect sheep life for its evolution, rise to prominence, surrounded by beautiful sheep. It became the legendary Sheep Emperor. Even its beast master was reduced to running errands for it. Yee! That's too much. How dare it turn the tables and make the beast master serve it? Little Squid was displeased. It coalesced a tentacle within the dream prison and smashed the electric sheep's dream bubble with a single swipe. Pop! The bubble of snot on its snout shattered too. Thunder Sheep jolted awake, bewildered. Where was my beloved Mei Yang Yang, cuddled close? Where was my sheep kingdom? Where did they go? Everyone was astonished, for the electric sheep before and after had changed dramatically. Previously, his eyes darted nervously, afraid of crowded places. Now, his gaze was sharp and piercing, even hinting at a lecherous vibe. He'd transformed from an introvert to an extrovert. Lu Chen chuckled. See? Only a lecher can make someone cheerful and confident. In my past life, I had a friend who was pretty shy. After someone took him to a water club and opened the door to a whole new world, he turned into a total flirt and became incredibly confident. Evolve, elect a buzz. Once you evolve, anything is possible. Me he. Lu Chen fed the lightning-type energy liquid to the other person. Countless currents surged into the tail storage ball, emitting a steady glow of yellow light, like a glowing bulb. Buzz. Finally, the energy accumulated at its base. The intense yellow glow transformed into a brilliant white light, spreading as if alive, until it completely enveloped the Electabuzz. Transforming completely into the dazzling light of evolution. Within the light of evolution, Electabuzz's body shifted, growing taller and larger. Soon, the light of evolution shattered and dissipated. Electro Sheep's form reappeared, utterly transformed. The cotton-like wool vanished from its body. Its entire form now resembled a kangaroo, standing on its hind legs with its front limbs raised upright. Its primary coat color shifted to a pale yellow accented with black, while a pair of horns sprouted from either side of its forehead, adorned with spiraling lightning patterns. The energy ball at the tip of its tail glowed intensely, occasionally crackling with terrifying lightning. Name: Thunder Sheep. Attribute: Electric. Power: Lower tier rebirth stage. Potential: Upper tier rebirth species. Description: evolved from Electabuzz, shedding its fur to reveal exposed chest spikes. Its tail's electric ball unleashes terrifying thunderous power. It evolved. Electabuzz, you've evolved into Raichu. The Thundersheep's tamer was overcome with excitement, rushing forward to hug the Thundersheep and bounce around with it. After 3 consecutive failed evolutions, he had thought Electro would never evolve in its lifetime. But now, a ray of hope had emerged. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Master, he exclaimed, showering Lu Chen with gratitude. A buzz of murmurs filled the air. The superiority was plain for all to see. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Quang Banghong's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to accept what he was seeing. Facts speak louder than words. You're not going to refuse to accept defeat, are you? After this, you still have the nerve to call the young master an imposter? Could it be that he's the real imposter? With skills like that, he dared to call Star Realm Beast Master Academy students useless? He even dared to demand the Academy expel the Little Master? Why don't you take a seat at the desk? Let the Little Master lecture from the podium. Study hard, you. Quick, call him Emperor Father. Go ahead, you made that bet with the Little Master. We can all vouch for it. He, most of these great Dian remnants are descendants of the royal family, right? Call the Little Master your Imperial Majesty, and who knows, he might even crown you Crown Prince. Great Dian had been gone for so many years. Aside from these remnants, no one else gave it a second thought. Nothing but dust in the annals of history. Quang Banghong's entire body trembled, his face turning pale as his hands shook violently. As a descendant of the royal bloodline of Great Dian, this was the second time he'd endured such humiliation and insult since arriving in the ancient capital. This time, it was even worse. Put! A mouthful of old blood spurted high into the air. He collapsed stiffly to the ground, passing out from the shock. Guixin barked, carry him out. Don't block the way here. Call an ambulance for him. Several men approached and hauled him away like a dead pig. A second round of blood spurting, as if yesterday had repeated itself. Lu Chen was left dazed, feeling as if he'd slipped back into yesterday. Guixin, brimming with confidence, surveyed the trainers standing awkwardly in place, unsure whether to stay or leave. If you don't return to your posts immediately, I'll report this directly to the Beastmaster associations across all regions. You will no longer be able to serve as trainers in any city's Beastmaster association. Everyone lowered their heads and hurried back to the breeder building. Lu Chen received a grand reception from the Beastmaster association. No one dared underestimate him. Not only had he joined the Night Watch, but his superior was none other than the highly sought-after Jiangzheni, the youngest Heavenly King in the Great Xia Empire. His own prowess was formidable. He had even conquered the Moonwatch ruins. Now, at such a young age, he had become a terrifyingly powerful advanced breeder. Had one not witnessed it firsthand, it would be hard to believe. If he's this formidable now, his future achievements will be truly terrifying. Even the pinnacle of breeding masters might not be his ultimate limit. Watching Lu Chen's departing figure, Professor Su sighed, I see Jiangzheni's shadow in him. Jiangzheni and his mentor, Dr. Lu Mu, shared a deep bond despite their age difference. Back then, Jiang conducted research under his mentor's guidance. Professor Su and Jiangzheni were also quite familiar with each other. He had witnessed Jiangzheni's meteoric rise firsthand, uncompromising and relentless, crushing all opposition to become the youngest grandmaster and the youngest professor of archaeological research. Recently, under her leadership, she and her mentor were collaborating on a groundbreaking research project. A groundbreaking study capable of reviving ancient pet fossils preserved in amber. Once this research emerged, the entire world order would shift. Not only could it reveal the world's true nature, it might even allow modern beast masters to contract ancient beasts from the beast world era. Based on current research, ancient exotic beasts were vastly more formidable than their modern counterparts. Jiangzheni would seize this opportunity to become a highly sought-after doctoral researcher in pet archaeology. Just thinking about it is utterly depressing. Being able to study under Dr. Lu Mu, a genius himself, shows that compared to Jiangzheni, he is utterly ordinary. Now, he saw a trajectory similar to Jiangzheni's in Lu Chen. Freshman year, already at the Transcendent stage, a high-level breeder. Some people are born to be looked up to, he mused inwardly. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Senior brother has arrived in the ancient capital? Night. A cool breeze blew. Neon lights shimmered across the cityscape. Lu Chen walked down the street, heading to the supermarket to buy some supplies. Su Meyer's outburst yesterday had damaged quite a few items. The streets were deserted. Under the streetlights, swarms of mosquitoes gathered around the bulbs. Though the weather was nearing late autumn, yet there were still so many insects. Lu Chen couldn't help but glance at them twice, his eyes flickering. He walked forward, passing an empty street corner. Suddenly, a swarm of insects swarmed toward Lu Chen like a dark cloud. Thud, 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 thud. Like small bombs, bursts of fire erupted, shattering stones flew, and smoke and dust filled the air. Done. Just a kid. From the shadows, a man clad in a stand-collar trench coat, his entire form shrouded in darkness, stepped out. Swarms of mosquitoes flew toward him. Suddenly, his body froze. What did you say? A voice had appeared behind him, seemingly out of nowhere. He jerked backward, creating distance, only to find the little child who should have been blown to bits standing perfectly unharmed before him. He glanced at it out of the corner of his eye. The smoke and dust cleared, revealing nothing but a large crater where the explosion had occurred. Chen stared at the man in the trench coat. His divine eyes activated, revealing a foul stench emanating from the man's body. It was the aura of the forbidden. Like the grey webweavers at the ruins of Mount Moon, the man before him was a cultist. A scent of madness clung to him, his spirit warped by the so-called truth he'd been indoctrinated with. His gaze sharpened. Moreover, this man was a dominator-tier existence. Chen stared at the man's insects, as if recalling something. You're a bug master? Chapter 69, The Fate-Playing Culti Bloom in the Bloom of Slaughter. Chen narrowed his eyes, fixating on the swarm of mosquitoes swirling around the trench-coated man. It was clearly nearing late autumn. Yet swarms of mosquitoes, flies, and moths still clustered around the light, an unusual sight. He had instinctively used his divine gaze to investigate earlier. Name, Exploding Insect Trio. Description, cultivated artificially from the flesh and blood of extraordinary creatures, comprising 3 types, mosquitoes, flies, and moths. Capable of self-detonation, possessing potent corrosive, flammable, and toxic properties. That's why he sensed something was off from the very beginning. Bug Master. A specialized branch of beast masters, much like mechanics. Mechanics command mechanical creations imbued with sentience, not conventional beasts. Bug masters operate similarly. As the name implies, they command various types of bugs, with the beast taming space serving as their hive. They can induce growth, hatch, and cultivate various types of goo worms. Chen was encountering a bug master for the first time. The man in the trenchcoat remained hooded, wearing sunglasses even in the dead of night, uttering not a word. With a flick of his wrist, countless insects swarmed out from beneath his trench coat. They swarmed toward Chen in a relentless wave, their wings beating together in a deafening, piercing hum. These insects were utterly repulsive, irregular, decaying masses of flesh emitting a foul stench. Sharp beaks protruded from their mouths, capable of piercing human flesh like bullets, instantly tearing holes through flesh. Chen watched calmly until the very last second. His figure vanished. Where he had stood, the ground erupted with a dense cluster of honeycomb-like holes. Then, a blazing light burst forth. Boom! The ground was torn apart, flames and explosions shooting skyward. The bug master's gaze locked onto Chen, 10 meters away, or more precisely, onto the small squid floating in the air. His pupils contracted sharply to pinpricks. He finally understood how this kid had evaded him earlier, and the words tumbled out in disbelief. A spatial-type beast pet? His voice was hoarse, carrying a shrill, cicada-like quality, as if countless insects were scraping against his vocal cords. Lucky kid. If the skinning organization saw you, they'd be quite pleased. He licked his lips, his tongue splitting like a snake's forked tongue. I've made up my mind. I won't kill you just yet. Selling you to the Skinner organization should fetch a sky-high price. As a dominator-tier bugmaster, handling a mere greenhorn was child's play. Your voice disgusts me. Chen commanded, Qitian. A figure darted out from the shadow of the bugmaster. Qitian's fists crackled with lightning energy, his fist imprint streaking like a bolt of lightning. A flash of thunder erupted as his fist slammed into the opponent's body. Before he could land. Immobilization technique. Shadows rapidly spread beneath Qitian's feet, attempting to manipulate the opponent's shadow. But the gap in skill was too vast. Qitian struggled mightily, managing only a 0.1 second immobilization. But that was enough. Little Squid's skill struck, the void blooming as countless spider threads bound the target before a sudden, violent pull. The razor-sharp threads sliced the opponent's body into countless pieces. Little Squid frowned, sensing something amiss. Sure enough, the flesh fragments scattered across the ground transformed into a swarm of insects. They coalesced in the distance, reassembling into the bugmaster once more. However, his trench coat was shredded into rags by Little Squid's silk. Clearly visible. The man's entire body was riddled with blood-soaked holes, like a honeycomb coal briquette. Flesh and blood twisted and intertwined, each orifice teeming with countless insects. The sight made Chen's scalp crawl, triggering his intense fear of clusters. No wonder he was wearing that damn trench coat to cover his entire body. You're damned! You're damned! You're damned! The insect master roared in fury. A summoning array materialized, vaguely revealing his beast taming space encased in countless fleshy walls, crisscrossed with innumerable blood vessels. Every vein connected to a queen and its body covered in pus-filled sores, 6 wings protruding from its back. The creature emerged from the beast taming space. A terrifying aura filled the entire arena, radiating the presence of a true ruler. Name, 6-winged queen ant. Attribute, insect. Power, lower sovereign tier. Potential, upper rebirth stage. Description, its beastmaster stagnated at the metamorphosis stage for ages, with no hope of advancement. Choosing to embrace forbidden truths and worship a dark deity, it gained knowledge to transcend the dominant tier. Its spirit warped, it was cultivated by its beast master into this form now corrupted and demonized. Pop, pop, pop.
Pustules erupted from the six-winged ant queen's back, transforming into a swarm of flying ants that swarmed around her. The pressure was staggering. But you're quite impressive, a spatial-type beast pet, one that manipulates shadows. You hold great secrets. I'll have my maggots gnaw inch by inch at your brain, extracting your secrets while keeping you barely alive. Then I'll sell you to the skinning organization. With just one more kill mission, the six-winged queen ant could advance to mid-tier overlord rank. Selling this man to the skinning organization would yield vast sums, enough to purchase more rare insect beast pets, nurture them into six-winged queen ants, and produce even mightier flying ant offspring. His gaze toward Lu Chen burned with envy. He despised geniuses. How dare a youth possess two beast pets already at the rebirth stage? Thankfully, the great god of fate had bestowed upon him limitless potential for growth. Six-winged ant queen, attack. Spare him a breath. Bzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Countless flying ants swarmed the sky, obscuring the heavens like a tidal wave, engulfing Lu Chen and his companions. The oppressive pressure radiating from the enemy was palpable. The gap in strength between the rebirth stage and the overlord stage was simply too vast. He'd originally wanted Chi Tian and Little Squid to test their skills against each other. He hadn't faced a bug cultivator yet. Damn it, forget it. They look disgusting. Better not bother. Magic mirror doll. He shouted. In an instant. Bam! The echo reverberated through the heavens and earth. The world fell silent. This realm transformed. An invisible force of psychic energy enveloped the entire scene, finally coalescing into a terrifying psychic blast that ruthlessly crushed everything in its path. Boom! 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 As if the mighty power of heaven and earth had crushed down, the swarm of flying ants turned into a sea of blood mist. A comically grotesque, rotund wooden puppet materialized out of thin air. The instant it materialized, it seemed to become the sovereign of this realm, commanding the very fabric of existence. In the realm of mental perception, its form stretched infinitely tall. Every movement radiated the might of the heavens and earth. Domain? Monarch tier? The bug master screamed hysterically. A monarch tier with a domain was an entirely different species from one without. Magic mirror doll, advance. Spare him a breath. Lu Chen echoed the opponent's own words. Abyssal energy surged from the magic mirror doll, plunging the surrounding landscape for hundreds of meters into a chasm. Psychic energy and abyssal power intertwined, manifesting as a hellish spectacle. The gates of hell swung wide, and a colossal hand reached out from within. It seized the six-winged ant queen's body, crushing it with a violent squeeze. Dust returned to dust, earth returned to earth. Life force stripped away, the broken corpse disintegrated into nothingness. The beast pet's death dealt a severe blow to the bug master as well. The mirror doll's eyes blazed with brilliant light. The psychic-type super-tier skilled mind annihilation activated, instantly shattering the opponent's psyche as their body collapsed to the ground. Damn impressive. Lu Chen witnessed the magic mirror doll's first strike. He was left in a daze. Instantly defeating a dominator-tier opponent. Was this really the same magic mirror doll that cooked for him every day? Truly the beast pet of his enigmatic mother. Little Squid, drag him into the dream prison. He wanted to know the other's background and why they'd try to assassinate him. He'd crossed quite a few people lately. The power of dreams activated, pulling the bug master into the dream prison. The remnants of his consciousness were dragged into the dream prison. Where is this? Who are you? Surveying this eerie world shrouded in starlight mist, the bug master trembled with fear. Who was this man? Why was a monarch tier beast guarding the path? And where was this place? Why were his beast pet's abilities so bizarre? An inexplicable dread gripped him. He'd assassinated countless people, yet never encountered such a bizarre existence. Little Squid, read his memories. A strand of phantom dream energy shot into his brow, causing not a shred of physical harm, as if the threat itself were illusory before finally coiling within his mind. The man froze, a flicker of surprise and then delight crossing his eyes. He offered no resistance whatsoever. Within the dream prison, the entire life of this bug master dissolved into dream bubbles, drifting through the dream prison, playing out scene after scene like a revolving lantern. In his youth, he was a renowned local prodigy. Though he awakened a B-rank beast master talent, it was connected to insects, leading him to become a bug master. He entered the academy and quickly made a name for himself. After graduation, he fought on the front lines, rising to become a commander-level figure. Then, he hit a wall. Due to the limitations of his talent, his life-bound bug failed to break its limits countless times, preventing him from advancing to the overlord rank. Unlike ordinary beast companions, a bug master's beast companion breaking through its limits required a metamorphosis akin to a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. This stagnation dragged on for many years. A sense of despair filled his heart, the despair of being unable to advance, of being stuck at this level of power. No matter what methods he tried, even seeking out advanced breeders, he found no way to break through. Unwilling to accept this fate, he stumbled upon an organization called the Fateplay Church by accident.
The fate-playing church, an assassin organization whose creed was, slaughter is eternal. I bloom the dawn's flower amidst killing. Every life has a hidden price. They worship the god of fate, accepted assassination contracts, and upon completing a kill, the god of fate would be pleased. Based on the strength of the victim, they would bestow blessings of power. There is no limit. As long as you accept the mission and kill the target, you can grow infinitely. A dream bubble glowed. Soon, the bug master completed his first assassination. He began receiving his first blessing at the fate-playing church. Once blessed, one becomes a full member of the church. Whispers reached his ears. He heard the truth knowledge that could break through to the overlord tier. He chose to embrace the forbidden, becoming a disciple of the dark god, the god of fate. ZZZZZ. This dream bubble flickered like a short-circuited television, constantly flashing with static. The forbidden aura had somehow penetrated the previous dreamscape, invading the dream prison. Power pierced directly through the dreamscape. Endless murmurs echoed, spreading its own glory, transmitting its truth and knowledge. The force of distortion spread, threatening to plunge people into madness. The power of the god of fate coalesced, transforming the protagonist into an unseeable, madly distorted shadow. The murmurs throughout the heavens and earth intensified, like sacred chants chanting, as if forcibly trying to convert you. Ha 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 ha. Welcome to our ranks. Our memories hold forbidden fragments forbidden, even the memories themselves must not be probed, lest the taint spread. Join us in embracing our lord. The bug master cackled. No matter how bizarre this kid was, could he possibly be stranger than a deity who commands the rules? What the hell are you talking about? Chapter 70, Evil God? Call me the father of evil gods. Is that all? Shut up and get lost. Even the demon god himself would get a big slap in the face upon arrival. Let alone merely occupying forbidden memories bearing the shadow of an evil god. Smack! Lu Chen, channeling the primal essence of the Lord of Eternity, coalesced a colossal hand. With a single smack, he pulverized the opponent, and the delirious mutterings vanished. The bugmaster's laughter choked in his throat, abruptly halted like a quacking duck seized by the throat. His eyes bulged from their sockets as he stared wide-eyed at the scene before him. Ha 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 ha. His windpipe seemed to leak air. Lu Chen's gaze swept across all the dream bubbles, quickly identifying who it was. He saw the memory. A masked man had sought out the bugmaster and paid a deposit. His eyes narrowed slightly. That builded was Kwang Banghong. He had thought it was Xiao Mubai. Ha ha ha, you, who the hell are you? The bugmaster's eyes were bloodshot, madness spreading through them. Flesh began to grow on his spirit form. His faith had collapsed, the forbidden backfiring. Me? Lu Chen shoved his hands into his pockets. You can call me, the father of evil gods. Boom! 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 The little squid perched atop Lu Chen's head. The sinister, forbidden power no longer concealed itself, erupting violently and spreading outward. The entire illusory dream prison floated behind it, dark and terrifying, like a bottomless hell devouring souls. At his feet, the dark black band on Chi-Tian's forehead shattered. Shadow power enveloped its entire body, transforming into endless black mist that swirled and rose, emanating an ominous aura. Occasionally, it coalesced into a skull hovering above its head. Two beast companions bore Lu Chen aloft, as if he were a god or a demon. Behind them, terrifying auras twisted and warped, unleashing the unrestrained aura of a demon god. The bug master's pupils dilated to their limits, his terror reaching its peak. Boom! His soul, shattered by the forbidden backlash and the sight of Lu Chen's true form, exploded instantly. He was literally scared to death. Consciousness returned, bringing him back to reality. The bug master's corpse lay on the ground, eyes frozen in terror beyond description. Surveying the devastated street, Lu Chen scratched his head. Forget it. Better just slip away. Chi-Tian, transform into my form and return to the academy. Remember to take routes with plenty of surveillance. A dangerous gleam flashed in his eyes. I've got business to attend to. Squeak. 10 minutes later. Members of the Beastmaster Association's City Defense Division arrived at the scene. A fight occurred, but it ended quickly. Approaching the corpse, one of them gasped, "It's Wu Jin, the assassin disciple of the fate-playing church, codenamed Poison Bug. Bug masters are notoriously troublesome, specializing in overwhelming numbers. Their insects are tiny and impossible to guard against. Hardly anyone wants to fight a bug master. It's disgusting, and they'll curse you." Toxic Bug Wu Jin, a dominator-tier assassin of the fate-playing church, had actually died here. Moreover, the entire scene contained only the corpses of his insects, and the destruction was clearly their work. Which means he was instantly killed. Report this up the chain. Since it involves the cult of the Dark God, this isn't our jurisdiction. It falls under the Night Watch's purview. 5-star hotel. Clang. Clang. Kwang Banghong smashed every breakable object in the room to pieces, his face twisted in rage. Die, 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 die. I want you dead. Why is it taking so damn long? After venting his fury, he plopped down in a chair, panting heavily. Within 2 days, he had suffered 2 humiliations. And they'd insulted the great emperor of Dien. You want to be my imperial father?
A murderous glint flashed in his eyes.
That alone was enough to seal Lu Chen's fate.
Not to mention that Lu Chen was the very culprit responsible for both humiliations over these past 2 days. With multiple offenses piled upon him, he must die. Otherwise, where would the dignity of the great Dian royal family lie? He chuckled coldly, even in this trashy system, I can still take your life. But why is this assassin from the Play with Fate Church so slow? Does it take this long for a Dominator tier assassin to kill a freshman? Kwang Banghong frowned, his impatience to hear the news of his opponent's death growing. Click. The locked door clicked open. He saw Lu Chen standing in the shadows outside the door. Truly the most formidable organization in the assassin world, the Fate-playing Church. They actually brought the target here for me, the employer, to finish off personally. As for whether Lu Chen had actually killed the assassin and come looking for him, the client? He wouldn't even entertain that thought. Come on. A freshman student taking down a Dominator tier assassin? A cruel smile spread across his face. He intended to torture Lu Chen to death, making the kid taste the 10 great tortures of Dian. Lu Chen walked in and closed the door behind him. Kwang Banghong's expression finally shifted. Where's the poisonous bug? It's dead. He instinctively summoned the summoning array, but his body wouldn't move. This was the psychic power of a mental-type beast pet. His pupils contracted. He was a beastmaster at the commander rank, how could this kid's beast pet's psychic power possibly restrain him? Moreover, it rendered him utterly immobile, as if every inch of his skin bore the weight of 1,000 tons. Clack! Suddenly, he saw that ridiculous puppet beast pet. Feeling its aura, he froze in shock, King tier. He panicked. How could a freshman possess a sovereign tier power? Who are you? Who the hell are you? Too noisy. I don't like hearing that voice. Lu Chen stared coldly at the other. He wasn't some saint or saintly mother. The other had hired assassins to kill him. If not for the magic mirror doll, he would have died today. Revenge must be swift. When hunting a tiger, you must kill it outright. Releasing it back into the wild is unthinkable, that was the creed he lived by. The 10 great tortures of Dian? Only 10? Lu Chen flashed a smile that looked demonic to Kwang Banghong. I'll let you sample another world's treasure trove of tortures. Dragged into the dream prison, half his consciousness left outside. The dream prison. It could manipulate dreams, trapping people in perfect, blissful dream lives. Sweet dreams. Naturally, there are also nightmares. Lu Chen's cultivation plan for Little Squid regarding the dream prison was to make the dream prison real. Pull people into it, and any harm suffered within the dream would manifest in the real world. Death within the dream causes the brain to deceive the body, resulting in physical death in reality. Now, Little Squid could pull opponents into the dream prison, subjecting them to mental torment without harming their bodies yet inflicting endless agony. The inspiration for this cultivation path comes from a ninja anime in my past life, a dojutsu technique called Tsukuyami. Using the power of dreams to sketch nightmarish illusions. Using the power of illusion to craft various torture devices. Every form of torture accumulated over 5,000 years of human history on Earth is tested upon the victim. Moreover, being within a dream, the victim only experiences the illusion of pain without actual physical harm. Their body can regenerate infinitely, allowing the cycle to repeat endlessly with each new torture. Neither able to live nor die, this is what true despair feels like. Kill me. Kill me. Please, just kill me. The big secret. I'll tell you a colossal secret, the divine relic. I came to the ancient capital for the divine relic. The shrill screams echoed through both dream and reality. The mirror doll's psychic energy wove a protective barrier, preventing the sound from escaping. Divine relic? Not needed. I'll inspect it myself later. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. The name divine relic sounded significant enough he'd examine it soon enough. Another round of torture ensued. Much later. Only the 68th torture method, and you're already breaking? Lu Chen pursed his lips, his spirit utterly shattered. Seems I'll need to prepare something to restore my mental energy next time. Little Squid stared wide-eyed. Beastmasters were so brutal. But I like it. Little Squid, access the memories. Let me see what the divine relic is. Dream bubbles began to form one after another. Lu Chen began examining the other's memories. PS1, thanks to Sway, oh hot for the quick update, Jingchen, Banksia, Xiaoyang Yudisian, Quiet Sect Leader Picking Bottles, Bingqing's Falling Leaves, Reader 424-689-9692, Reader 502-979-4216, The Carefree Soldier King Slacking Off, The Joyful Little Drill Wind Digging Holes, The Agile Big Lion Enduring Tribulation, The Thoughtful Big Lion Sleeping In, The Happy Werewolf Sweeping Minds, The Carefree Little Lamb is Undergoing Tribulation, Shin Binbin, Little by Tongxue, The Lonely Prophet is playing 5 in a row, The Happy Werewolf is eating watermelon, Gu, Jinsi, The Happy Koala is working overtime, a Chang, The Poor Golden Snub-Nosed Monkey is playing the piano, Book Friend 483-599-8127, Piggy is awesome, release, Cheerful Guard Drinking, Well-Behaved Golden Snub-Nosed Monkey Skiing, your votes are appreciated.
PS2, failed to hit 10,000 words plop, kneeling. Organize the outline and smooth out the plot details. The story is about to kick off. This plot is pretty crucial for later developments. The broad direction was there, but I finalized the finer details today. We'll make up the 10,000 words tomorrow. These 2 chapters are a bit denser, but the information introduced here will prove useful later. Consider it groundwork. Chapter 71, Divine Relics. Treasures of the Rules. Within the Dream Prison. Kwang Banghong's memories coalesced into dream bubbles. Yet astonishingly, many dream bubbles displayed abnormalities. Figures and environments within them warped and shifted constantly. The little squid roared in fury, intensifying its power output. A luminous rune abruptly appeared between Kwang Banghong's eyebrows. Even under the little squid's hypnotic control, his facial features twitched unconsciously, clearly enduring immense agony. All the dream memory bubbles flickered, growing dimmer and dimmer, as if they were about to completely dissipate and shatter. It's not your fault. Lu Chen gently pinched the little squid's soft, plump cheeks. The strange rune on its forehead was clearly some kind of ability preventing others from stealing memories. Lu Chen examined it closely and discovered that the missing fragments were all related to the specific locations of the Great Dian remnant clan and the so-called lineage. Faces and locations had been altered and obscured within the memories, with the most severe cases featuring complete blank spaces. As the last feudal dynasty, the remnants of the Great Dian still enforced an extremely strict hierarchy of etiquette and status, dividing people into rigid social classes. In fragments of dream bubbles, Lu Chen glimpsed palace maids and eunuchs living in opulent luxury, still preserving. Within the Dai Dian remnant community itself, hierarchical distinctions also exist. The main lineage and the branch lineages. They could also be called the main branch and the sub-branches. The main branch comprised the direct descendants of the last emperor of Great Dian. The firstborn son of each descendant was the legitimate eldest son. The eldest son of each generation served as the head of the main branch. Members of the main branch are very few in number and do not engage in external activities. The remaining imperial bloodlines, those of concubines, collateral branches, and other lineages, constitute the branch lineages. All branch houses serve the main house. From birth, restrictions were placed upon their foreheads, preventing them from betraying the main branch or revealing its secrets. Lu Chen. This feels so familiar. What kind of caged bird plot is this? You guys aren't even Hyuga. A clan from Naruto. That said, the remnants of the Great Dian dynasty truly lived up to their legacy as rulers of an empire. They possessed remarkable capabilities. Even when supernatural powers emerged on Blue Star and Beast Masters took center stage. Dian endured for over 2 centuries before its true demise. For 200 years, they channeled the nation's resources to gather treasures from all corners. Their foundations were undeniably formidable. Continue reviewing memories related to the divine relics. Fortunately, since they didn't involve the Dian dynasty's main lineage or the exact location of their ancestral lands. Thus, the memories concerning the divine relics remained unobscured. Soon. The review concluded. Lu Chen now understood what the divine relics were. Divine relics are entities possessing peculiar functions. Certain objects have been eroded by the aura of high-dimensional beings who command the rules, or are intrinsically linked to such beings, thereby imbuing them with a trace of the rule's inherent properties. In essence, divine relics endure through the world by relying on certain rules, possessing extraordinary effects. They were also known as secret treasures of the laws. As dynasties crumbled, some were held by the remnants of the Great Dian clan, while others vanished without a trace amidst the shattered landscape. Divine relics possess the power of rules. If left unclaimed, they will vanish on their own, potentially reappearing anywhere. Moreover, divine artifacts conceal their true nature. Until their true purpose is discovered, they exhibit no supernatural qualities whatsoever. And, according to clan records, the most crucial divine relic possessed the power to reshape dynasties, capable of restoring the Great Dian dynasty to its former glory. This divine relic, too, has been lost. Despite extensive divination and astrological calculations, its precise location remains unknown. Evidently, it lies beyond human territories. For over 2,000 years, it has not appeared within human territories. But what has stirred the remnants of the Great Dian dynasty with excitement is, recently, the main lineage's detection methods have sensed that this divine relic has reappeared within human territories. A vague signal indicated dozens of potential locations. The Xingyu Beastmaster Academy is one such location. This artifact is crucial to the great revival of Dian. It absolutely cannot be lost. We cannot make a grand spectacle of this, nor can we rely on outsiders. Numerous noble families and the Beastmaster Association are all keeping a close watch on the Great Dian remnants. Every action must hold up to scrutiny. You can't be working here today and suddenly vanish to some other place tomorrow without explanation. Such irregularities would inevitably draw unwanted attention. Therefore, when Zhang Qiliang approached Kwang Banghong with an offer from Jinlin Beastmaster Academy to recruit him as an instructor at a high salary, he accepted without hesitation. I see, Lu Chen mused, stroking his chin.
Every member of the expedition searching for divine relics had followed a meticulously planned route, ensuring their movements remained seamless and unremarkable. It seemed the remnants of the Great Dian tribe hadn't survived this long by being entirely foolish. One possible location was the Xingyu Beastmaster Academy. His eyes flickered. The divine relic capable of restoring the Great Dian dynasty long consigned to the dustbin of history had kept the remnants of the Great Dian clan obsessed for countless years. No need to guess, this thing must be extraordinary. No need to beat around the bush, Lu Chen wants it. His consciousness snapped back from the phantom prison of dreams to reality, and Kwang Banghong collapsed unconscious on the ground. Revenge is a dish best served cold. He'd intended to kill him outright, even having Chi Tian prepare an alibi. But he couldn't kill him yet. Though dozens of possible locations existed, what if he was at the Xingyu Beastmaster Academy? Little Squid, turn him into a servant. Little Squid can freely traverse space, manipulate spatial energy, dream energy, and fantasy energy. It also possesses the traits of a dark god, using forbidden aura to contaminate, shoot out illusory spider silk, distort the will of living beings, and alter memories to create servants and slave beasts. The little squid had devoured 2 forbidden essences from the giant spider, gaining the traits of a demon god itself. Logically, the little squid should be unable to control beings of a higher rank than itself. But thanks to the king-tier magic mirror puppet, which suppressed Kwang Banghong's spiritual essence with psychic force, the little squid could invade effortlessly. Forbidden power erupted from the little squid, its aura intertwining as a hazy, endless hell manifested behind it, unabashedly unleashing its demon god traits. Were an ordinary person present, they would witness the little squid transformed into a terrifying, unseeable monstrosity. A strand of illusory spider silk invaded Kwang Banghong's consciousness, contaminating it with forbidden energy to warp his will and distort his memories. Several minutes later, Kwang Banghong rose, his gaze slightly vacant. Master, tell me, what are the distinguishing features of the divine relic you seek? He pressed for more details. Lu Chen had obtained a walnut-sized glass sphere from his hand, one that reacted whenever approached. Tell me the personnel configuration of your Great Dian remnant clan's garrison territory and the main lineage. Kwang Banghong opened his mouth, but a rune mark appeared on his forehead, paralyzing his tongue. Not a sound escaped. As expected, it's still impossible. Lu Chen shook his head, then instructed the little squid to issue mechanical orders: no going out, no receiving guests for the next 2 days. Let's go, Magic Mirror Doll. We're heading back. The Magic Mirror Doll enveloped Lu Chen and little squid in its psychic energy, vanishing in an instant with a flash. Outside, he also enveloped Lu Chen in psychic energy, ensuring surveillance devices couldn't detect their presence. They returned to the Xingyu Beastmaster Academy. Taking advantage of the night's solitude, Lu Chen had the Magic Mirror Doll guide him through the academy, moving with ghostly stealth. Like ghosts in the dead of night. Sometimes he had the Magic Mirror Doll teleport him, other times he used Chi Tian's shadow escape technique to move through the shadows. Searching for that artifact known as the Divine Relic, the Rule's secret treasure. Chapter 72, Luo Anfei, I secured the advanced breeder position. It was late into the night when he finally returned to his apartment villa. He shook his head. Nothing to show for it. This is proving difficult. And I don't even know if it's at the Xingyu Beastmaster Academy. Ah well, it's all up to fate. After all, there are dozens of possible locations, and only a fraction of a % chance it's at the Star Universe Beastmaster Academy. I'm not some protagonist in a novel where everything falls into my lap, where sleep comes when I need a pillow, and treasures inevitably land in my hands. Big Ice Block was more like the protagonist. Even entering a secret realm could net him a pet egg left behind by the top-tier totem-tier creature, Moonwatch. System, claim reward. Today's task reward for defeating Kwang Banghong in the breeder path remains unclaimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining an intermediate mystery box X1. He pursed his lips. A rather ordinary reward as expected, the items granted are tied to the mission's difficulty. Better than nothing, open blind box. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained Skill Proficiency Crystal X1. Skill Proficiency Crystal increases proficiency by 1 level for skills below Mastery. Note: maximum application applies to super tier skills, cannot enhance skills above super tier. Lu Chen glanced at it. Little Squid's skill list. Skills: Etherealization Super Tier, Beginners level 20%, Void Wander Super Tier, Beginners level 22%, Dream Spider Silk Super Tier, Beginners level 30%, Dream Manipulation High Tier, Beginners level 31%, Illusory Light High Tier, 32%, Intermediate Tier omitted. Chi Tian's skill list. Skills: Shadow Monkey Hair Clone Special Skill, Beginners level 18%, Immobilization Technique Superior Tier, Beginners level 30%, Shadow Escape Technique Superior Tier, Beginners level 33%, Flame Vortex High Tier, Minor Achievement 50%, Flame Burst High Tier, Beginners level 98%, Intermediate Tier, Low Tier omitted. Skill Proficiency Tiers: Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Mastery. Directly upgrading super tier skills is the most cost-effective approach. After pondering, he lightly tapped the little squid's forehead. System, upgrade the Void Dream Squid's Dream Spider Silk. The little squid's spider silk proved quite useful, capable of controlling other species to create puppets.
Currently, the little squid's illusionary spider silk could only control one puppet.
Seeing the beast tamer's finger on its forehead, the little squid thought he was playing with it and gently wrapped its tentacles around Luo Chen's wrist.
The next second,
its body stiffened as its mind filled with new insights about the advanced skilled dream spider silk.
moreover, the number of puppets it could control increased from 1 to 10. A tenfold increase. Yi, it squeaked in disbelief. Gurgle.
Shi Tian adopted an air of experience, murmuring something to the little squid.
After the conversation, little squid's eyes sparkled like stars. It flopped onto Luo Chen's head, its 8 tentacles wriggling as it emitted soft chirping sounds. Truly worthy of my beastmaster so powerful. The next day,
Luo Chen prepared to head out, having agreed to visit the Beastmaster Association for 2 consecutive days.
He was to inspect the pets of beastmasters and formulate breeding plans.
For convenience, he borrowed car keys from Sunmmary, but she wasn't on campus. Xin Yanan was also absent, so one of her assistants delivered them instead.
Off I go. Luo Chen called out. Yip. Sheep.
Little Squid and Shi Tian, who were in the middle of skill proficiency training, hurried over.
Little Squid deftly slipped into the backpack. Shi Tian's form shrank as well, eventually transforming into a 30 centimeters figurine-sized monkey before squeezing inside too.
The 2 little creatures packed the entire backpack to bursting.
After several days of training, the shadow power imbued with these traits had been completely sealed within Shi Tian's forehead, transforming into a dark golden band. Even in battle, not a trace of VS shadow aura would leak out. Knock knock. Someone knocked on the door.
Opening the door, Luo Anfei stood at the entrance, looking fresh and lively. She wore a black knee-length pleated dress, revealing a pair of smooth, shapely calves. The dress cinched sharply at her waist, instantly drawing attention to her enviably proportioned lower body. Luo Chen towered over her by a full head and a half, yet their legs appeared equally long in the visual effect. Her naturally pale complexion, accentuated by the black attire, seemed to glow. She took a deep breath and spoke in a cool, detached tone. A senior breeder from the ancient capital Beastmaster Association arrived. Yesterday, when I passed by the entrance, I entered a random lottery draw and happened to win. I don't need it, and I don't know anyone else who does. It'd be a waste to let it go to waste, so I'm giving it to you. Also, the items I ordered from the Beastmaster Association mall have arrived. I need to pick them up. Want to go together? Last night, she had ordered resources needed for cultivating a moon spirit from the association's mall. Upon leaving, she noticed the entrance bustling with activity. After inquiring, she learned the reason. A senior breeder had arrived in the ancient capital, offering free breeding plans to everyone. They were currently conducting a lottery draw. As the reincarnated Luo Shen, possessing the Ice Phoenix's spiritual essence, she naturally had no need for a cultivator. But for some reason, Luo Chen had crossed her mind at that moment. Having a breeder design a cultivation plan and assess the physical condition of her beast companion could lead to more effective cultivation. As if guided by some unseen force, she entered the lottery. To her surprise, a message arrived this morning confirming she had been selected. And so, this scene unfolded. Luo Chen. A senior breeder, could it be me? Lottery? Right, he recalled Gu Xin mentioning that today's spots would be randomly assigned via lottery on the Beastmaster Association's official website and on site. That breeder is me, so I shouldn't need it anymore. Luo Chen scratched his head. Luo Anfei regarded her with icy detachment, her rosy lips parting slightly. Has no one ever told you your jokes are cold? Luo Chen. Alright, let's go. Luo Chen sighed helplessly. Wait for me at the school gate. I'll go get the car. The scenery along the road blurred past. Inside Summmary's red sports car, Luo Anfei glanced at the lipstick and other cosmetics on the dashboard, along with the faint peach blossom scent lingering inside the car. That scent was the faint, lingering body scent of Sunmmary that had settled in the car. You're quite familiar with Sunmmary? Hiss. It felt a bit chilly. Had the AC been set too cold? Luo Chen adjusted the temperature higher. Pretty familiar. The academy's a bit far from the city, so I borrowed her car. Oh. Luo Anfei didn't even notice her own brows furrowing slightly as she kept her eyes fixed straight ahead. Half an hour later, the Beastmaster Association came into view. My order won't arrive for a while. Let's go to the Beastmaster Association first. She opened her phone and glanced at the message from the Beastmaster Association. Room 501, 5th floor, Beastmaster Association building. Let's go. She was also curious to see the caliber of this high-level breeder. Arriving at the 5th floor, she peered into conference room 501. The layout resembled a typical university classroom, a lectern at the front, tiered seating arranged in rows below. Inside, many people were already seated, eagerly awaiting the start. Master! Master! Suddenly, all eyes turned toward the doorway. Everyone stood up, their faces filled with reverence. Had the senior cultivator arrived? Luo Anfei instinctively tugged at his sleeve, trying to pull Luo Chen aside. But she grabbed empty air. Luo Chen had entered the conference room unnoticed, striding purposefully to take his seat at the lectern. The words caught in their throats.
Lu Chen cheerfully greeted the assembled crowd. Didn't keep you waiting too long, did I? Not at all, not at all.
Not only did you arrive 10 minutes early, Master, but even if you made us wait a whole day, we'd gladly do so.
Luo Anfei? Luo Anfei? Luo Anfei? Lu Chen is that senior cultivator? Was he not joking earlier? Luo Anfei's little brain was momentarily frozen. 2 hours later. Amidst a flood of thanks, Lu Chen left the conference room.
He accompanied Luo Anfei to the mall to pick up their ordered items. The journey passed in silence. Until they retrieved the items and returned to the academy.
Walking back to the dormitory, Luo Anfei felt completely dazed. What on earth was wrong with Lu Chen? In a moment of inattention,
she suddenly collided with a broad chest. She looked up to find Lu Chen had somehow appeared in front of her. He snapped his fingers and gave her a playful flick on the forehead.
Keep going and you'll hit the guys' dorms. You girls' dorms are right here. Lu Chen looked at her with a hint of amusement.
From what he knew, the ice block was deep in thought again.
Ha ha.
Seems the revelation that I'm a senior cultivator really shook her up enough to rattle the usually unflappable ice block.
Don't worry. Whether I'm a senior breeder or not, I'm still Lu Chen. This breeding legacy was something I unexpectedly acquired.
If you have any questions about cultivating the ice crystal fox or moon spirit in the future, just ask me.
Just call out and I won't charge you. Luo Anfei looked up, meeting Lu Chen's smiling eyes.
Her expression remained impassive as she said, "Oh, well then, I'll be going."
She turned and walked away.
Poof. As the peerless Luo goddess of the starry sky, I possessed 5 law-controlling beast companions in my past life.
How could I possibly need help from a mere senior breeder?
She lifted her chin, her steps light and brisk, her eyes like crescent moons, a beautiful curve forming at the corners of her lips.
Yet, as if compelled by some unseen force, she opened her phone.
Check vehicle prices.
Lu Chen returned to the dormitory villa. Little squid, Shitian, begin your daily training to enhance elemental mastery levels and skill proficiency. Complete today's daily tasks. Obtained a basic mystery box. Ding! Congratulations, host, on opening the basic mystery box. You have obtained a small amount of spiritual enhancement. Another spirituality boost.
This time, Lu Chen's face lit up with delight. As the white spiritual energy merged with the system's reward, all the white spiritual energy finally transformed into crimson starlight. His spiritual energy had advanced.
Boom boom. His consciousness autonomously entered the primordial space. Ascending the divine staircase, each star domain formed a step.
At this moment, beyond the white first step and the crimson second step, the dim third step star domain suddenly ignited.
Each formed a blossoming, deep blue starlight. This new starlight was channeled into reality, enveloping his entire body like soaking in a hot spring, utterly blissful. In reality, every pore of his body radiated blue stellar essence, washing over him.
He felt his entire being undergo an evolution, as if returning to the state of a newborn infant. Little squid, also within the primordial space, chirped excitedly as the third step activated. But Lu Chen was unaware that at the very moment his essence transformed into crimson and the third tier of the primordial space illuminated. In a deserted corner of a flower bed at the Star Realm Beastmaster Academy, an inconspicuous object trembled rapidly, its earth-brown hue blending seamlessly with the garden soil. Whoosh! It vanished without a trace. P.S. 2 chapters totaling 6K words, no chapter breaks. Still 4K words to go. Currently writing. Chapter 73, Advancement, Transformation of the Beast Taming Space, Eternal Divine Tree. Red Spirituality, Rebirth Stage Beast Pet. Officially stepping into the ranks of a 3-star Beastmaster Rebirth Stage Beastmaster. The greatest change when a beast pet ascends from elite tier to rebirth tier is its complete transformation and evolution, entering an entirely new stage of growth. And the Beastmaster's spiritual essence, transitioning from light to red, signifies becoming a rebirth stage Beastmaster itself, a profound transformation. Lu Chen's physical strength surged dramatically as immense spiritual energy washed over his tendons, membranes, skin, and flesh. His Beastmaster space trembled incessantly. Originally composed of square compartments, the Beastmaster space evolves into a Tier 3 Beastmaster space upon Lu Chen attaining 3-star Beastmaster status. The crimson-hued primordial sovereign spiritual essence surged in. As if channeling the power of the creator, the Beast Tamer space manifested a ground surface. This then evolved into lush green grasslands, continuously expanding until the space's diameter approached 50 meters. White and crimson stellar mists drifted ceaselessly, transforming into pure elemental energy that saturated the entire beast taming space. Is this the miraculous transformation of a 3-star Beastmaster space? What must the Beastmaster spaces of higher-level Beastmasters look like? Lu Chen marveled at the sight before turning his attention back to the primordial space. The primordial space. He observed the faint blue starlight illuminating the third step. The next stage involved transforming crimson spiritual energy into deep blue. At that point, he would step into the realm of a 4-star Beastmaster, gaining an additional contract slot to bind a new beast companion. He drew in the azure starlight energy.
This azure starlight energy targets the soul and mental power. Lu Chen could feel a chilling sensation spreading through his soul and mind. Suddenly, Lu Chen sensed movement outside and snapped back to his senses. He was stunned. Before him appeared a strange object dirty and covered in wet soil, as if freshly dug from a flower bed. Yet it hovered mid-air, vibrating incessantly. Simultaneously, Lu Chen felt his pocket grow hot. Pulling it out, he saw a glass bead the size of a walnut. It radiated a skin-searing heat and emitted a blinding light. This was the device Quang Banghong used to locate the divine relic. Lu Chen's eyes widened. Was this thing before him the divine relic the great Dian remnants had sought for over 2,000 years? It appeared before me on its own? The magic mirror doll flashed over, staring at the object in astonishment. Its psychic probe detected nothing from it. Only the naked eye could perceive it. Psychic energy surged forth, sweeping away the dirt covering it. Before Lu Chen now stood a square, rock-like box inscribed with strange ancient symbols. Name, Time-Space Treasure Box. Description, possessing temporal properties, it carries a thread of temporal energy. Crafted as a shrine for a great being who commands time's might, this rule-bound artifact is indestructible. If left unopened for a period, it travels to another temporal node. It remains at each time node for 1 month. If unclaimed, it moves to the next time node. Specific conditions must be met to open it. Lu Chen was astonished. An object related to time. Appearing at different time nodes, no wonder the Great Dian dynasty had searched for it for so many years without success. So the true value lies not in the box itself, but in what it contains? Lu Chen studied how to open it. At the same time, Northern Realm, a mysterious location. Clusters of palaces and gardens stood in dense formations, an extravagance beyond measure. This was the ancestral domain of the remnant Dian tribe. The ancestral temple of the Great Dian remnant clan, commonly known as the clan shrine. Ha! Found it! The seeking pearl held by Quang Banghong is glowing. It must be in the ancient capital. Reward! A generous reward awaits him upon his return. Under heaven, only we of Great Dian know how to activate it. That seed, only through our countless years of research have we discovered how to make it take root and sprout. According to ancestral records, cultivating this seed and then journeying to the sacred beast secret realm could grant our Great Dian dynasty a legendary tier creature. As a guardian divine beast, it would earn the loyalty of an entire legendary tier secret realm creature. The Great Dian dynasty shall be restored under my rule. Click, click, click. Lu Chen stared in bewilderment as the stone box opened. He had merely touched it with his hand. Then the primordial spirit surged forth of its own accord, enveloping it, and it opened. Damn! Just like entering the ruins, no key, just forced open? Could this primordial master's spirit be none other than old Wang next door's spirit? The stone box opened. Inside lay a seed, resting quietly. Name, Seed of the Eternal Divine Tree. Description, once the companion of a supreme being, it also served as the pillar of an entire world. Later, it withered and shattered, leaving only this single seed. A seed? Lu Chen was dumbfounded. Were the remnants of the Great Dian dynasty out of their minds? Could this thing really restore the Great Dian dynasty? The description sounds impressive, a pillar of an entire world, essentially a world tree? But it's just a seed, after all. The seed trembled incessantly, then shot toward Lu Chen with a whoosh, sending ripples through the air. It had entered the beast taming space. It took root at the very center of the beast taming space, nourished by the dense starlight essence, as if injected with hormones. Taking root and sprouting. 2 tender shoots broke through the soil, emerging into the open. It voraciously absorbed the energy of the beast taming space. Lu Chen? Wait, how come these things can just come and go in my beast taming space? Even the tiny, unhatched egg of the little squid. And what about the little squid once it drained all the energy? Fortunately, his worries proved unnecessary. After the leeching, the entity exhaled denser energy like a filter. Its energy grade had risen. Even Lu Chen's spiritual essence experienced a significant surge in that instant. Crackle! Qi Tian and the little squid's aura surged. Their cultivation breakthrough reached the mid-stage of the rebirth realm, and even their elemental mastery levels had risen. Name, Sapling of the Eternal Divine Tree. Description, having absorbed the stellar energy of high-tier realms and lain dormant for countless years, it is finally revived. It can purify energy and bear fruits, each with distinct properties. Simultaneously, it expands the area of the beast tamer's space, enhancing the tamer's foundational strength. Seems harmless enough. He watched as Qi Tian and Little Squid entered the beast taming space. Even Little Squid, who usually disliked staying there. Now, it too lingered beside the sapling of the eternal divine tree, eyes half closed in blissful contentment. Lu Chen's eyes flickered. The ancient Dian remnant had sought this for countless years, and now he possessed it. He had to shift the blame elsewhere. The Great Dian remnant clan was far from weak. If they discovered this, endless trouble would surely follow. Quang Banghong's usefulness could now be maximized. Immediately, Lu Chen had Little Squid control Kwang Banghong to sneak into the academy, searching for something unknown, only to be captured by campus surveillance cameras in an extremely unfortunate manner. Hours later, he finally slipped away from the academy. After Little Squid guided him out of the ancient capital and into the outskirts, the magic mirror doll, tasked by Lu Chen, acted decisively. Kwang Banghong had officially completed his mission in this world. All flesh and blood were compressed into a mass by the mirror doll's psychic power and stuffed into the time-space treasure box. Following Lu Chen's instructions, the mirror doll personally witnessed the time-space treasure box vanish from the present timeline before departing. Steady as she goes. Lu Chen didn't even take the time-space treasure box with him. That thing, the Great Dian Remnant clan seemed to have pinpointed its location. With everything settled, night had already fallen. After mentally reviewing the plan, finding no flaws, everything seamless, Lu Chen settled into a peaceful sleep. The next day. Early morning. His phone rang incessantly. Big nephew. The unbeatable Empress Lu has arrived in the ancient capital. Hurry to the airport to pick me up. Lu Chen sat up. Lu Yorong and Jiang Zhini had arrived? Chapter 74, Jiang Zhini, the eternal illusion is the supreme existence. The ancient capital airport bustled with crowds, teeming with people. Two striking figures stood out as a dazzling sight at the arrival's exit. Within a 10-meter radius, no one dared approach, creating a vacuum zone around them. Both mature women, around 28 years old. One possessed an ancient, elegant demeanor, as if stepping out of antiquity, radiating the scholarly air of a learned researcher. The other carried a hint of mischief and whimsy in her brows. Tall and slender, her figure curved beautifully, her features sculpted like a work of art. She became the center of attention, drawing all eyes. Naturally, some clueless individuals tried to approach them, and even a drunken man, emboldened by alcohol, attempted to make unwanted advances. The result? One of the women flicked her hand through the air, as if swatting a fly, sending the man crashing into the wall with a thud. He hit his head hard, blood gushing from his forehead. This scene alerted the security team. To everyone's disbelief, despite publicly assaulting someone, the two women faced no consequences. After presenting their credentials, the security officers treated them with unusual deference, while the drunkard was dragged away like a dead dog. Simultaneously, anyone who approached within 10 meters of them felt as if 1,000 pounds of force weighed upon them, rendering their bodies completely immobile. This sent a chill through the crowd, their eyes instantly sharpening. Powerful. Absolutely powerful. And their status was no ordinary affair. No one dared to make another move. Suddenly, ladies, need a ride? The crowd watched as a young man stepped out of a red 4-seater sports car. He was neatly dressed, with sleek black hair, and quite handsome, a total puppy dog type. Seeing him actually approach the two women, many people grinned, clearly looking forward to the show. Sure. To everyone's utter astonishment, the two women got straight into his car. This left everyone deep in thought. Could it be that even the powerful are shallow, craving puppy like men? Many who prided themselves on their looks felt regret. If only they'd mustered the courage earlier, being kept by a rich woman would have saved them 20 years of detours. You're doing well, nephew. Driving a sports car now. Lu Yorong sat in the car, wrinkling her nose. This is a girl's car. Got a girlfriend? No way. With your EQ, you'd never land a girlfriend. You're destined to spend your life with your 5 fingers. Ha ha ha, what's wrong with my EQ? Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. He'd been a lifelong virgin in both past and present lives, never having dated, but that didn't stop him from mocking Lu Yorong in kind. I'm only 18. Who knows about you? 28 years old and still never dated? You're an old maid. You're not planning to spend your whole life with that old geezer, are you? Lu Yorong flared up. Pfft. What Huanghua? Suitors line up from Daz City all the way to the ancient capital. I couldn't care less about you stinky men. Lu Chen glanced at Jiang Zhini, pointed at Lu Yorong, and tilted his chin slightly. She's getting worked up. She's really worked up. What am I upset about? Lu Yorong waved her arms wildly. This isn't being upset? You're way too dramatic. You're losing it, Lu Yorong. Lu Yorong. I really want to beat this nephew to death. I refuse to speak to him anymore. After days apart, he's become even more infuriating. Her stomach churned violently. Lu Chen chuckled softly. Little Lu Yorong was so easy to handle. He'd only used 1 or 2 of his 6-word mantra: extreme, filial, urgent, joyful, tense, win. And she was already crumbling. Their daily banter continued. Even Jiang Zhini found it amusing. Suddenly, a text message pinged on her phone. Her eyes lit up. Had the investigation she'd commissioned yielded results? She was certain she was missing a segment of her memory, much like when she encountered the eternal bubble in Dez City. Her soul couldn't bear the weight, so the memory had vanished on its own. According to the vague feedback from her Beastmaster talent, Voice of History, at the time, the ruins of Infinite City. Her lost memory was connected to it. Opening the file for a closer look, her brows furrowed deeply. Within human territories, whether the Great Xia or other nations,
or even non-human realms. Among all known ruins and secret realms, there was no site called the Infinite City Ruins.
What on earth is going on? Where did I encounter this ruin? And what happened? Question after question surfaced in her mind.
It seemed she would have to investigate this herself.
Arriving at Jiang Zhenyi's lodgings in the ancient capital.
Your talent is merely a reflection of mine. Lu Yurong couldn't wait to show off his beast companion.
Let me show you the beast companion of the future Lord of the Road.
A summoning array materialized. A peculiar creature materialized.
An elemental creature formed entirely from condensed moonlight. Name, Moonlight Star Spirit.
Rank, mid-tier supernatural.
Element, light.
Potential, high-rank sovereign class.
Description: the full moon on Wanyue's forehead absorbed years of faith energy and lunar radiance from the Wanyue tribe.
This moon served to suppress the fantasy source. As it neared dissipation, it detected a human with light affinity and transformed into their beast companion.
Is this the residual power of the full moon on Wanyue's forehead? Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. Damn it!
The greatest treasures of the Mochizuki ruins were all claimed by Lu Yurong and Luo Anfei.
The true legacy of Wanyu.
He'd come away with nothing, yet suffered the most brutal beating inside. Anyone else would have died countless times over. The only slight consolation was that at least it hadn't fallen into outsiders' hands. Lu Yurong and Luo Anfei were both people relatively close to him.
Hey! Little Chenzi, is your beast pet some kind of enchantment-type beast pet? Why is my moon ignoring my commands just to stay close to it? Lu Yurong sighed in frustration.
Her Moonlight Star spirit clung to Lu Chen's little squid like a shadow, following it everywhere. It was practically a dead-set licker. She was frustrated beyond belief. A sycophant was no good in her house. The little squid played with the Moonlight Star spirit, its body constantly shifting through the void, flickering. Finally, it extended a tentacle and tapped the Moonlight Star spirit on the forehead. Instantly, she was lulled into a dreamlike state.
Lu Chen rolled his eyes. How could they not be close?
Little squid carried the pure essence of the moon spirit. The moon spirit of the Great Ice Block and the Moonlight Star spirit of Lu Yurong both stem from the power of the moon's gaze.
Beside them, Jiang Zhenyi stared in astonishment at the little squid, its facial and dream manipulating abilities.
What a top-tier beast companion. For ordinary individuals, possessing just one of these attributes would make them unrivaled among their peers.
With high racial aptitude, they could even fight opponents of higher tiers with ease.
Not to mention, his own monkey-type beast companion was also an exceptional beast pet. But she quickly dismissed the thought, nearly forgetting that Lu Chen was her own kind.
Anyone capable of touching the traces of history.
None were simple souls. As if favored by history itself, they invariably reaped great rewards when entering ruins. Within their super ancient research bureau, every member's beast pet was exceptionally rare, their hidden cards endlessly revealed.
Jiang Zhenyi herself possessed a time-manipulating beast pet.
Next, she recounted the events that had unfolded in Daz City, explaining why Lu Yurong had awakened his beast taming talent. Finally, her expression grew grave as she recounted the war of the evil gods to Lu Chen in an exceptionally solemn tone. The battle between the yellow-robed lord and the eternal bubble. Even her soul couldn't bear the weight of that memory. Eternal bubble was undoubtedly one of the most powerful beings among the demon gods. She had already reported this matter to the Alliance of Nations, where it had garnered the highest level of attention.
Lu Chen.
He hadn't expected Jiang Zhenyi to bestow upon him the title of Eternal Illusion.
Jiang Zhenyi, you're being so pretentious. Though the name itself isn't half bad.
At least it's far superior to titles like Lord of the Yellow Path, Ruler of the Eternal Fantasy Realm, or God of Fate's Plaything.
Then, she informed Lu Chen that Lu Yurong had awakened light elemental abilities, suggesting she might possess innate talent as a beastmaster. However, within the Great Xia ecosystem, one cannot awaken light elemental beastmaster talents. That light elemental beastmaster talent could only awaken within the ecosystem of the Western Lighthouse Nation. Lu Chen voiced his long-held question, what exactly is an ecosystem? Finally, he received a definitive answer. When a top-tier creature dwells long in a place, its power radiates outward. Over time, it merges with the environment and reshapes the terrain. For instance, a fire-type supreme being radiating its power over an area could reshape it into a habitat suited to its survival, potentially creating volcanic regions or scorching lands. A water-type supreme being might create vast marshes and deep waters. This phenomenon is termed environmental alteration, the embryonic form of an ecosystem. Jiang Zhenyi glanced at Lu Chen. Human territories are also ecosystems. Lu Chen.
Though he had anticipated it, hearing the answer still startled him. The blue star continues to expand, yet the area of human habitation remains roughly comparable to that before the cataclysm. In fact, their sphere of activity had even expanded considerably. What kind of being could radiate power to cover the entire human domain? Jiang Zhenyi began to reveal the secret.
Chapter 75, The God of Life, the divine beast that wields the authority of the laws. Thousands of years ago,
the other world began to merge with Blue Star, and extraordinary powers manifested upon it.
Species underwent a leap in life. But At that time, besides the secret realms and ordinary territories merging with Blue Star, there also emerged various deadly forbidden contaminations, forbidden ecosystems. A great catastrophe descended. The forbidden ecosystems spread across Blue Star like cancer cells. Countless species were twisted and corrupted into monstrous beings. The territories where humans could operate steadily shrank. For over a century, the world seemed plunged into eternal night. Just as humanity was on the brink of despair, a magnificent being beyond description appeared. It stood above the 9 heavens. Its entire form radiated divine light, showering glory upon the earth. Jiang Qingyi paused. According to contemporary accounts, its very existence embodied the very essence of the word life. Then, its body exploded, transforming into countless rays of light that merged with the earth. Wherever they touched, the forbidden ecosystem dissolved. Thus, it forged the human domain we inhabit today, a realm where the forbidden ecosystem finds survival exceedingly difficult. It sacrificed its life to create the human domain? Lu Chen inquired. You underestimate the power of such an existence, Jiang Qingyi continued. Later, it was discovered that it emerged from a secret realm where it once lived. This was a remnant of its power. Lu Chen felt a chill. Merely the remnants of its former power had shaped the current ecosystem? What level of existence is this? A god. More accurately, it has a precise designation, a divine beast. This is what our super ancient research bureau has reconstructed from all explored ruins: divine beasts that command the laws. They themselves are embodiments of the laws, each wielding different authorities over them. Divine beasts, huh? Lu Chen's eyes flickered, confirming Jiang Qingyi's research direction was correct. For Qi Tian's innate potential was half-step mythical, being half-step tier 3 god. He had learned this from the system back then. Mythical species were subdivided into tier 3 divine beasts, tier 2 divine beasts, tier 1 divine beasts. He just didn't know which tier this divine beast, which shaped the human realm, belonged to. The thought that Qi Tian and Little Squid would reach this stage under his cultivation stirred an inexplicable surge within him. But this isn't the ecosystem yet. It's merely transformed into a force guardian, prohibiting the forbidden ecosystem from invading human territory. An ecosystem is the power of a mighty being radiating over a region. For instance, in the Western world, there exists a secret realm called the Silver Radiance Heaven. It is home to light elemental beast pets and numerous angels, the most powerful being a 12-winged angel, a legendary tier existence. However, Blue Star's current status can only accommodate beings at the top totem tier or quasi-legendary tier. Therefore, this secret realm hasn't merged with Blue Star. Instead, it's like two bubbles with their barriers fused together. Under its radiant influence, light elemental beast pets exist within the Lighthouse Nation, and it is only there that beast tamers can awaken light elemental talents. Jiang Qingyi explained that the Moonlight Snow Mountains were merely an altered environment and nascent ecosystem. A true ecosystem not only transforms the environment, the power radiation from its high-tier beings can even catalyze the emergence of diverse spirit plants and secret treasures. Even the living species inhabiting it would undergo transformations in their life forms. For example, the little rock monkey population. If they lived long-term within the Silver Radiance Heaven secret realm, as the species evolved through generations, under the erosion of high-tier powers radiation, they may develop a light attribute. From little rock monkeys, they could evolve into little light monkeys. This demonstrates how differing ecosystems can lead to distinct regional ecological forms within the same species. The Sacred Church is the supreme organization in the Western world. Only beast masters who have awakened the light attribute beast mastery talent can join. Jiang Qingyi explained, only those bathed in sacred light each year have a chance to awaken light elemental beastmaster talents, and such individuals are exceedingly rare. Lu Chen. No wonder Lu Yorong hadn't awakened a beastmaster talent or opened a beastmaster space. Though she possesses light affinity, she cannot awaken light element talents within Great Xia. You've already unraveled the history of the Moonwatch ruins, right? Lu Chen nodded. Congratulations on passing the trial. You've joined our Super Ancient Research Bureau, abbreviated as Lu Chen, Super Ancient Bureau? Mythology Bureau. Our Great Xia also possesses secret realms where legendary tier creatures dwell. As a benefit for new Mythology Bureau recruits, you may journey to the Sacred Beast Secret Realm. Lu Chen. Not now, wait until the Night Watcher selection concludes. All academies had completed the trial gate assessments, with some even reaching hidden stages. Additionally, several alternate Night Watch candidates were selected through other channels. The annual Night Watchman selection tournament commenced. As the newly appointed Pillar Master of the Night's Watch, she had few men under her command and needed to select some recruits. The location was in the Central Realm. Jiang Qingyi tossed a metal device to Lu Chen. This is our Myth Bureau's internal communicator. Take it back for study. While I'm away, you can take Lu Yorong out for field training. She has zero combat experience. Once she reaches the elite tier, I'll formally induct her into the Night Watch. Oh, okay. When are you heading to the Central Realm? Tomorrow. Meanwhile, the Great Dian Remnant clan's territory was built to Imperial Palace specifications, albeit on a much smaller scale. At this moment, the Great Dian Remnant clan was in utter chaos.
Kwang Banghong had already discovered the divine relic yesterday, yet he hadn't proactively contacted the clan.
The clan couldn't reach him either. It was as if he'd vanished into thin air.
They hacked into the surveillance network of the Xingyu Beastmaster Academy using mechanical beast pets. They had indeed witnessed Kwang Banghong sneak into the academy, only to emerge hours later with a bulging bundle of unknown contents.
He left the ancient city district entirely, and his destination was unknown. This matter concerned the great plan of the Great Dian Remnant clan. There could be no room for error. They dispatched people immediately to search for Kwang Banghong.
They discovered his hotel room completely trashed.
Even the scent tracking beast pets could detect no trace of Kwang's scent lingering in the air.
It was as if he had been erased.
Has Kwang Banghong rebelled?
Is he attempting to flee with the precious treasure?
This enraged the main lineage.
The lives of the branch lineage were in the hands of the main lineage. They immediately activated the curse seal imprinted upon the souls of the branch lineage, a curse that made life worse than death, causing excruciating headaches. Unable to live or die, victims were forced to seek out their clan. Yet, after a whole night passed, their mouths parched from pleading, still no sign of Kwang Banghong contacting the clan to beg for mercy.
They realized something was terribly wrong. They urgently sought out a professional diviner.
The head of the divination lineage was known as Granny Wuma. Advanced in years, her face was deeply lined with wrinkles so tight they could crush a fly. Yet the skin on her hands was as smooth as a baby's.
A diviner of the sovereign tier.
Before her lay a crystal ball. Her spiritual energy connected with the crystal ball, continuously flowing into it.
Suddenly,
the crystal ball's light turned a deep crimson.
Well, did you divine the exact location of Kwang Banghong?
Wuma the witch opened her eyes. He's dead.
The faces of the Dian remnants paled. Dead? Kwang Banghong, who had obtained the divine relic, was dead. Who? Who killed him?
Please, Grandmother Wuma, help us find the murderer.
She nodded. That comes at another price.
Endless spiritual energy surged into the crystal ball, and images began to form. The crowd stared intently, teeth gritted.
Who dared oppose Great Dian?
They caught a glimpse of a yellow cloth strip. Suddenly, the entire screen crackled like an old television with poor reception, emitting a hissing snowy static sound. Then they saw it, the yellow cloth strip radiating a terrifying, forbidden power.
Even as a mere image, it carried deadly corruption.
Countless overlapping light and shadow patterns swirled around the yellow cloth strip, which twisted and transformed before coalescing into a distorted silhouette shrouded in a yellow robe.
12 flesh-formed palaces encircled it.
Its eyes pierced through layers of space and time, locking gazes with everyone present, then slowly approached. It sought to spread its own glory.
Ah!
Granny Wuma screamed in terror as truth began to erode her spirit through the crystal ball.
Boom!
The crystal ball could not contain his power and shattered. Glass shards pierced everyone's faces, blood streaming freely.
The 12 zodiac strings.
They ground out the words between clenched teeth, their murderous intent surging. They had recognized it. The demon god was none other than the being known as the Lord of the Zodiac. The very deity worshipped by the 12 zodiac palaces.
Little did they know.
That was merely a scrap of the Lord of the Zodiac's robe that Luo Chen had placed within the primordial Lord's space. The sovereign of primordial origin possessed spiritual immunity to curses, divination, corruption, and all negative effects.
No divination could detect Luo Chen's presence. She was simply unlucky. Luo Chen's primordial space contained a fragment of the Yellow Path Sovereign's robe.
She could not perceive the primordial space's existence. But she saw this scrap of fabric.
That night, the moonlight shone brilliantly as Luo Chen returned to the dormitory. Little Squid and Chi Tian were engaged in their daily training in the underground practice room. The two were engaged in a chase competition. Both beast companions possessed skills akin to instant teleportation. One used Void Walk, the other Shadow Escape. All visible on the field were the pets darting in and out of sight, honing their mastery of Void Walk and Shadow Escape. Luo Chen, curious, took out the communicator Jiang Zhini had given him. It was a small, delicate, spherical metal sphere. Following the instructions, he dripped a single drop of blood into the small groove at the top of the sphere. In an instant, like a transformer, the metal sphere transformed into a cyberpunk-style smartphone. Biometric signature recorded, DNA logged, user successfully bound. The home screen appeared. Only 3 apps were present. One is called Encyclopedia. Opening it displays the usage instructions. Point the camera at a beast pet to reveal its basic information. Similarly, this works for certain spirit plants and attribute resources. Of course, specific details will only appear if the corresponding data is recorded in the resource database. Not particularly useful, since Luo Chen possesses the divine eye. He continued to examine another app called Source God. Luo Chen? What the heck is this? Why is it called Source God? Forget it. He tapped the app, Source God, activate. Upon entering the interface, he read the description, a chat group exploring the origins of myths, abbreviated as Source God. Besides his own, 4 other avatars appeared all grayed out, clearly offline.
He exited to check the third at the Mythology Bureau's internal resource sharing platform.
It contained many things Lu Chen lacked. Just as he was about to start browsing, his personal phone rang. Jiangzhini. Lu Chen answered. I have to leave immediately. You're taking my place in the Night Watch selection tournament.
I've given the identity credentials to Lu Yoron. Go pick them up when you get there. For the first time, Lu Chen heard Jiangzhini speak with such icy coldness. Even through the phone, he could sense the terrifying killing intent radiating from her.
What happened? Dr. Lu Mu's place is in trouble.
P.S. Thanks to the dainty witch hunting, the merry magician playing the harp, nightmare, Mo Bei Xiang Nan Jie, the sorrowful strategist in cultivation, hexagram, gluttonous feast, the quiet Tashiji sleeping in, book friend 290-003-7494, holy grail, thoughtful lion sleeping in, shadow, maple, nun, affable cutie chatting before the battle, a Chang, truly deserving of love? Thoughtful elephant building towers, grateful to the melancholic soldier king drinking, too lazy to name. No longer happy, big tooth cute tiger, agile clown digging gold, joyful little drill wind digging holes, sunny white bone spirit eating steak, sensible chancellor digging gold, 76437019, book friend 8805971116, morning, yang, honest martial god playing basketball, kind magician building mecha, steady saint fighting casting spells, cute witch sweeping minds, bears vote of support. Chapter 76, the masses vanished in history's long river reappear.
Listening to Jiangzhini's voice brimming with murderous intent. Dr. Lu Mu is in trouble? Lu Chen startled, about to ask more.
The line went dead, the call abruptly disconnected.
Lu Chen's expression darkened.
Dr. Lu Mu, the undisputed pioneer and leading authority in the field of beast pet evolution research. He studied pet beasts' genes, exploring their potential evolutionary paths based on their attributes. Then, like Chen Nong tasting hundreds of herbs, he tested gene reactions using various evolutionary materials. Through countless trials and errors, he finally uncovered patterns and mapped out the evolutionary paths of beast pets. Over the years, he had published the evolutionary paths for over 100 common beast pets. Consider this, in any world, the vast majority are ordinary, unremarkable individuals. By revealing these paths, he enables them to evolve without requiring significant resources. This effectively meant that ordinary people across the entire world owed him a debt of gratitude. You might argue that in a world of extraordinary power, where individual might reign supreme, the support of mere commoners is insignificant.
But you'd be wrong again. Dr. Lu Mu's beast pets also master numerous rare paths. Many powerful individuals' beast pets utilize evolution paths developed by Dr. Lu Mu. It's no exaggeration to say that if he stamped his foot, the entire Great Xia Empire would tremble.
And now, such a figure has met with misfortune. He pondered for a moment, then concluded there was likely one other person who might know the details.
Professor Su. As Dr. Lu Mu's student,
he likely possessed some inside knowledge.
He asked Zhao Kongqing for Professor Su's address, bought some gifts, and drove to the location. A cozy house with ivy climbing the front wall and a courtyard. Knock knock. No one answered the door.
Yip. Little Squid emerged from the wall and shook his head at Lu Chen. No one was home.
Ah, well. When did you get in? Lu Chen pinched the little creature's cheek. Don't just wander into people's homes without my permission. That's not a good habit. It was a good thing no one was home. If someone had been there, wouldn't that have been awkward? It would have been no different from spying on someone's secrets.
Just as he was about to leave, a voice called out from behind him. Professor Su looked utterly exhausted. His expression flickered with confusion the moment he saw Lu Chen. You, who are you? Before he could finish.
What a brain I have rushed me into a daze.
He slapped his forehead.
Lu Chen, what brings you here? Lu Chen cut straight to the point, probing indirectly. Professor Su, I heard about Dr. Lu Mu. Jiangzhini told you? She sure gets her information fast.
The two sat down on stone stools in the courtyard.
Professor Su opened a soda from Lu Chen's gift and tossed a bottle his way.
Lately, my mentor has been collaborating with King Jian on a groundbreaking project, the Ancient Fossil Revival Machine. Once developed, it will reshape the world's landscape. This research could revive pet beasts that have turned into amber fossils.
Lu Chen was stunned. A machine to revive ancient fossils? That involved temporal elements, didn't it?
Just like the time essence his mother had given him, a product of the rules of time.
Little Squid was still in its tiny egg stage, not fully fossilized yet.
It retained a sliver of vitality, and by absorbing the stellar energy of the primordial space, it managed to reverse its fate.
This fossil revival machine can bring fully fossilized beast pets back to life? That's just too mind-blowing.
Professor Su slammed his fist hard on the table, but not long ago, the research institute was attacked. There were heavy casualties, and the core component for reviving ancient fossils, along with all research data and findings, were stolen. Based on the markings they left behind, they call themselves the alchemy cult.
They must be alchemists. Lu Chen furrowed his brow. The alchemy cult? Alchemists? Didn't they vanish into the mists of history?
Alchemists were an ancient group active hundreds of years ago, once thriving and capable of crafting all manner of potions and extraordinary artifacts. But with the progression of time, they've been phased out.
Your history textbooks say they were naturally eliminated, right?
Professor Su explained. In truth, this group touched upon the forbidden secrets of life.
The entire faction underwent a monstrous mutation, suffering near total annihilation.
Gradually, they withdrew from the historical stage and vanished into the river of time. Today's cultivators specialize in either concocting potions or crafting extraordinary artifacts. Professor Su paused. It is by inheriting the legacy of alchemists that they have evolved.
Chen hadn't imagined such secrets existed.
There must have been a mole within the professor's circle. His secret research facility, even I knew nothing of it, was heavily guarded and shielded by interference magic, blocking all divination and perception skills. His face darkened with fury.
Don't you dare let me find out who it was. Is Dr. Lu Mu okay? Chen inquired. He's critically injured, fighting for his life. The entire lab was nearly obliterated. Only through others risking their lives to protect him did the professor manage to escape. The exact situation remains unclear.
I pray the professor, being a person of good fortune, will emerge unscathed. No wonder Jiang Zhini was so murderous. Dr. Lu Mu was also a member of the Mythology Bureau and her close friend despite their age difference. The ancient fossil research machine they were developing was crucial to uncovering historical truths. She knew how much this girl loved archaeology. Even when discussing the ancient echoes which were incredibly dangerous to her with Chen, her face lit up with the excitement of a curious explorer. Chen's heart felt heavy as he proposed leaving. Watching Chen's retreating figure, Professor Su sighed deeply, his face clouded with worry as he approached the gate.
Facing the keypad lock, he found himself at a loss. What was my house code again?
His mind was so troubled he'd forgotten the combination to his own door lock.
Early the next morning, Chen packed his things and sought Zhang Qiliang to request leave. Without a second thought, Zhang approved it. This was a highly sought-after talent at the academy. He'd already heard the news Chen was a senior cultivator.
He'd been so shocked his jaw had nearly dropped to the floor. At the same time, he felt fortunate that his rivalry with Qin Yanran had only been over the future position of a state master, and he hadn't gone out of his way to offend Chen. Curiosity piqued, he asked, where exactly is Chen heading? To the Central Realm for the Night Watch selection. It suddenly clicked. It was no wonder such a prodigy joining the Night Watch wasn't surprising at all. With Lu's abilities, passing the selection is a piece of cake. Wishing you a triumphant start.
Ha! I'm not going to join the selection. I'm going to select them.
Go for it, go for it. He cheerfully saw Chen out the office door.
Wait a minute.
What did he just say? Long after Chen had left, his mind remained frozen in a state of shutdown.
Only then did the meaning of those words sink in, his pupils dilating in shock, not to take the night watchman exam, but to select them? His mouth slowly gaped open wide enough to fit a fist. Jiang Zhini's residence.
Chen came to retrieve the credentials and token she had left behind. Upon entering, he saw Lu Yorong dressed in casual clothes, a fisherman's hat on her head, sneakers on her feet, and sunglasses perched on her nose. Beside her stood a suitcase. She looked ready for a long journey.
Chen was filled with questions. Where are you going?
To the central domain with you, Lu Yorong replied, her face beaming with excitement. I hear it's the most developed domain in Great Xia, with the widest variety of pet attributes and a rich ecological environment.
Chen? What's that look for?
Lu Yorong arched an eyebrow, the tear tattoo at her eye corner dancing with the movement, adding a unique charm.
Don't you want to travel with your most beautiful, most lovely, and most doting auntie? Sorry, no thanks. I'm going to work. I knew you couldn't be relied on.
Good thing Jiang made me come with you. Lu Yorong pulled out 2 plane tickets.
One for her, one for Chen. She said there's an elemental beast pet dojo over there and asked me to go learn. My Moonlight Star Spirit is also an elemental type beast pet. Well, no choice then.
He'd have to bring her along.
The two took a taxi to the ancient capital's airport. Previously, when traveling from Jiangbei province to the ancient capital, both locations being within the eastern domain, they had taken a basic class flight.
This time, however, they were crossing realms. The aircraft was significantly larger than before, resembling a flying fortress. Vaguely visible on its surface were traces of mechanical weaponry. It gave off a faint sense of oppression, akin to the electromagnetic field of a dominant presence. It was also the creation of the mechanics. This stirred boundless yearning within Chen. Damn it, did every single one of those mechanics pilot Gundams or mechs? The mechanics' ecological domain lay in the southern realm, where a mechanical city called Future City served as their headquarters. Chen resolved, someday, he'd acquire a mechanical beast companion.
Piloting a Gundam, now that's a man's true romance.
Boarding check. The plane lifted off, delivering an intense surge of acceleration as it streaked across the sky like a streak of light.
Central Realm, here I come.
Chapter 77, Abyss City, the supergiant abyssal realm, capital of adventure. Vast, emerald green mountain ranges undulated endlessly beneath our feet, outlining the diverse landscapes of this magnificent land. Amidst the encircling peaks, extraordinary creatures could be seen coexisting peacefully, frolicking and playing together upon the grassy plains. No one could imagine that beneath this vast human domain, all this serene beauty was protected by the lingering power of a divine beast.
Lu Chen and Lu Yorong took a brief rest. They awoke to the jarring blast of an emergency alarm. Flying beasts have been detected.
All passengers, please fasten your seatbelts, put on noise-canceling earplugs, and don your oxygen masks.
As the announcement blared, oxygen masks and pads descended from overhead.
Through the porthole, Lu Chen saw a dense swarm of flying beasts outside. Resembling vultures, they had wingspans of 4 to 5 meters, resembling small fighter jets. Their most distinctive feature was a pair of sharp, elongated beaks studded with fine, dense teeth.
Lu Chen glanced at them with his divine eye.
This was a beast known as the Great Beaked Vulture. Most possess strength ranging from Elite Tier to Transcendence Tier, with Transcendence Tier specimens having evolved into beasts known as split-wing vultures. According to the Divine Eye's description, they possess strong territorial instincts, attacking anything that flies through their domain. They flap their wings, unleashing gusts of wind blades that assaulted the aircraft cabin. Seeing this, many passengers on the plane gasped in alarm. But they were quickly calmed by other passengers, who instructed them to put on their oxygen masks and noise-canceling headphones.
ZZZZZZZ. An invisible electromagnetic force field expanded, deflecting all the wind blades. Simultaneously, countless gun barrels and laser weapons appeared on the aircraft's exterior. Lu Chen even spotted missiles.
The scene resembled a sci-fi blockbuster's interstellar battle.
What man doesn't love guns?
He made up his mind, he absolutely had to get himself a mechanical beast pet. Under his care, every beast pet could evolve into a mythical tier creature.
If he could cultivate a mechanical beast pet to mythical tier, wouldn't it be equipped with a planet-destroying cannon? Then one shot would obliterate an entire planet. Boom! 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 The battle ended swiftly, deafening explosions reverberating as mushroom clouds rose into the sky. Even with noise-canceling headphones, the explosions were deafening.
Wearing an oxygen mask, the acrid smell of gunpowder still filled the nostrils. The dense swarm of ferocious beasts had been reduced to charred corpses, tumbling down to the ground with a rustling sound. The crisis has been resolved. Passengers may now remove their oxygen masks and noise-canceling headphones.
The announcement sounded remarkably calm.
To them, this aerial beast attack was no more than a minor turbulence, nothing worth mentioning.
Why are you so scared?
Lu Chen glanced at Lu Yorong, who was clutching his arm tightly, and teased her, trying to ease her tension. Lu Yorong possessed no beast-taming talent. Having lived an ordinary life for 28 years, she had never studied beast-taming knowledge and had never even engaged in combat with another person. Facing this scene for the first time, she was understandably terrified.
We're 10,000 meters up here. If we fall, we're done for.
She glared, thinking the Beastmaster world was far too dangerous. The rest of the flight passed without incident, proceeding smoothly.
After 7 or 8 hours, they finally reached the central realm.
The aircraft descended gradually, revealing a vast urban sprawl below. Countless structures rose from the earth, scattered like stars across the land, forming the quasi-first-tier city Linyuan City.
Thud! The landing gear deployed, and the aircraft touched down, beginning its taxi. Linyuan City Airport, arrival. Linyuan City. A quasi-first-tier city, the location for this night's watch assessment.
In truth, its supporting facilities, military defenses, and population are in no way inferior to those of a Tier 1 city. The reason it is classified as a quasi-Tier 1 city is that its security measures fall short of those in a Tier 1 city.
Linyuan City.
It bears the name Linyuan due to its proximity to a colossal pseudo-abyss realm, inhabited solely by ferocious beasts.
What is a pseudo-abyss realm?
Typically, abyssal realms are filled with forbidden, polluted secret realms. A pseudo-abyss realm, however, is one that has existed for an extremely long time within the otherworld. By the time it descended upon Blue Star, the forbidden pollution had long since vanished, eroded away by the passage of time. The extraordinary creatures within can be contracted. However, having lived within the abyss realm for generations upon generations, their genes have long been altered, resulting in regional variations in life forms.
Moreover, they are all exceptionally ferocious, not monsters, yet more monstrous than monsters. The skies within this colossal abyss realm lean toward a gloomy hue, reminiscent of subterranean caverns.
Combined with the fact that the beast pets within are predominantly abyssal aligned, it has been named the cavernous abyss realm. It harbors numerous beast pet species and abundant resource deposits.
Yet its most peculiar feature is this.
The creatures within have endured prolonged exposure to high-dimensional energy radiation, making them prone to genetic mutations. Their abilities vary greatly. Numerous individuals with exceptional potential exist, often fetching astronomical prices.
The Beastmaster Association also utilizes it as a transitional training ground for Beastmasters heading to the front lines.
With its resources now fully accessible to all, every resource obtained belongs to the individual who finds it. Thus, it has become a paradise for many adventurers. After all, the Beastmaster Association doesn't seek a bunch of delicate flowers raised in a greenhouse, they need warriors forged in the crucible of blood and fire. Lu Chen also learned some secrets from Zhao Kongcheng to prevent the rear from becoming complacent and losing their fighting spirit. They deliberately allowed some lower-level monsters to slip through and enter human territories. After disembarking the plane, exiting the airport, Lu Yorong's destination, the Great Sun Elemental Dojo, was also located in Lingyuan City. The two hailed a taxi to their destination. Along the way, they observed the sights through the car window. Adventurers clad in battle gear hurried along. Every shop they passed sold equipment related to beast pets. The local customs were fierce, they'd already witnessed several brawls along the way. Along the roadside lie scattered vacant lots, and city officials have even designated combat zones by the roadside clearly. Such brawls are no rare occurrence. Truly worthy of its title as the City of Adventure. Half an hour later, he arrived at the Elemental Beast Pet Dojo. Lu Chen fell deep in thought. The sheer size of the grounds was staggering. The main gate resembled the entrance to a park. The gate itself was a massive stone structure, supported by several massive pillars so thick it would take 10 men to encircle them. A plaque hung above it. Great Sun Elemental Dojo. Proceed to register. Spots are filling up fast, hurry, no waiting. A person dressed in the dojo's training uniform approached. No registration. Lu Yorong produced Jiang Zhenyi's letter of introduction. The other person glanced at it, surprise flashing across their face. Please follow me? Walking deeper inside, it resembled a park, complete with artificial hills and landscaped gardens. Numerous practitioners in training uniforms sat cross-legged atop 2-meter-high wooden posts, meditating in the 5 hearts facing the sun posture. Their eyes were tightly closed, yet their bodies trembled like sieve flour. On the backs of their uniforms were 2 ink-stained characters, trainee. The logs were only as thick as an arm. Just looking at them sent a chill down Lu Chen's spine. Sitting on those things, were they sure they wouldn't impale themselves? Thud. Thud. Many couldn't hold on and tumbled off the logs. Steady yourselves. If you wish to learn the secret techniques of our Great Sun Elemental Dojo, you must endure both physical and mental trials. Only when your spiritual strength is sufficient can you channel the energy of the Great Sun. A man in formal training attire wielded a whip, urging those who had fallen to get back up. Heading inward, structures soon came into view. A dojo constructed entirely of wood. The interior was simple and unadorned, devoid of clutter or decorative items, lacking even load-bearing pillars. A large meditation hall came into view, filled with numerous trainees. What is this? Lu Chen and Lu Yorong were utterly bewildered. All the trainees were pressing their foreheads against their beast companions, eyes tightly shut. Many of these pets were massive, earth golem-like beasts. Can you picture that scene? Lu Chen. Holy crap, he suddenly felt a bit uneasy. Had Jiang Zhenyi introduced them to some kind of dojo? How is that? Communicating with your beast pets through psychic power is essential to mastering our dojo's secret arts, the guide explained. Little Squid poked its tiny head out of the backpack, eyes sparkling like stars. Its tentacles on either side of its body cradled its cheeks, a look of shyness on its face. Eep. Was it time to snuggle up with its master? It couldn't wait. The two were led to a luxurious training room. Please wait a moment while I notify the master to come. The guide brewed tea for Lu Chen and Lu Yorong before bowing and withdrawing. Not long after, the door swung open, revealing a young girl with a slightly dazed yet adorable expression. She tilted her head, observing the two. Do you believe in light? Chapter 78, The Great Sun's Mind Secret Art? Seems a bit simple. The girl had a somewhat dazed and adorable look, yet her aura bore a resemblance to Luo Anfei. Her entire being radiated a coldness, as if she lacked vital energy. Hearing the question, Lu Chen was baffled. Believe in light? Are you planning to turn into a giant of light? I don't trust it. The last guy named Digga said he'd borrow the light, but he hasn't returned it yet. Digga? The girl tilted her head. Who's that? That kid's been spouting nonsense since he was a kid. Don't pay him any mind, Lu Yorong rolled her eyes. Where's the person with Jiang Zhenyi's recommendation letter? The voice preceded the person, boisterous and loud, as a figure strode in. A young man with dyed red hair, his face bearing a defiant expression, spotted the girl first and paused slightly. Cousin, what are you doing here? Then, his gaze turned fierce toward Lu Chen and Lu Yorong. You two are the ones with Jiang Zhenyi's recommendation letter? You actually dared to show up? You actually dared to come learn the secret arts only taught to our Great Sun Elemental Dojo's true disciples? Bai Yen, show some respect to our guests. I am Bai Wupiang, the head of the Great Sun Elemental Dojo. This is my grandson, Bai Yen, and my grandniece, Bai Qianqian. He was a rather slight old man, yet radiating boundless vitality. His eyes burned with intense focus, his temples prominently bulging. His hair was entirely white, styled into a Taoist topknot atop his head. His long eyebrows arched gracefully, sweeping downward at the ends with a subtle inward curve. He could be described as having the complexion of a child despite his white hair. Though he appeared frail enough to be blown over by a breeze, Lu Chen sensed an extraordinary danger emanating from him like a primordial beast. Within his frail frame lay terrifying power. Once unleashed, it would crash like a tidal wave against the shore.
Monarch tier.
No, he was a heavenly king tier beastmaster, just like Jiangzhini. Cross-legged on the ground, he said, "Welcome, young friends, to my great sun elemental dojo.
Honor the wager. Since I once lost to heavenly king Jiang, then
I shall naturally teach you with all my might. You shall learn the great sun mind's secret art, a technique only our dojo's true disciples are qualified to master."
Lu Chen had researched this great sun elemental dojo before arriving.
So-called Dao fields. Their predecessors were the various sects that existed before the advent of transcendent power. Similar to the Wudong, Amei, Kunlun, Longhu, and Maoshan sects of his past life. They cultivated their innate nature, practicing according to their sect's specific methods.
Was it useful?
Before transcendent power appeared on Blue Star, it was unthinkable for someone to tell you to believe in science one moment, then fly away on a sword the next.
But when transcendent power emerged on Blue Star and foreign realms descended,
combined with the unique spiritual essence of beast masters, these sects actually developed something truly different. These could be used to amplify one's own power. They were called secret techniques, secret arts, or secret methods.
The dojo stands as an unconventional beastmaster academy.
Calling it an academy feels somewhat inaccurate to describe it precisely. It is a modernized sect. Each year, they recruit beast masters whose innate talents align with their dojo's cultivation methods as disciples. Students are categorized into apprentices, regular trainees, and true disciples, with clear distinctions in status. Apprentices, those outside the inner circle, typically learn only the rudiments of secret arts. While researching, Lu Chen also discovered that some Dao fields retain traditional sect hierarchies. They were divided into outer disciples, inner disciples, core disciples, and true disciples. Seeing these terms, the overwhelmingly familiar vibe of fantasy Xianxia novels left him at a loss for where to begin his rant.
How about throwing in a holy son? A holy daughter? And a battle for succession? But Jiangzhini sure had some clout.
She actually managed to get them to willingly teach her the sect's most closely guarded secrets. Later, while chatting with the old man by whooping, Lu Chen learned the reason. It turned out he had once coveted something in Jiangzhini's possession. They'd wagered on a duel, and by whooping had lost.
The stakes? Jiangzhini herself or someone she recommended would learn the secret arts of their great sun elemental dojo. He was quite the good loser.
Our sect's secret art is the great sun mindstream secret art.
The power of the mind is boundless. Since the advent of the extraordinary, all things are mind-made.
Our secret arts use the mind to reflect the great sun, amplifying our mental strength. By amplifying one's own mental power and then merging it with a beast companion's mind, one can significantly boost the beast companion's combat strength. This provides the greatest enhancement for elemental type pets lacking physical bodies, doubling their combat effectiveness. Bai Wupiang spoke with a hint of pride.
Lu Chen retorted, "You can double its combat power, yet you still lost to Jiangzhini? If you know, tell us more."
The old man flashed a genuinely kind smile. "That's only possible when cultivation reaches perfection. I can only enhance my beast companion's combat power by 70%.
Only one person can learn it. Which one of you two will take it?" Lu Chen pointed at Lu Yorong.
Horror. A powerful surge of psychic energy erupted from the old man.
He extended a finger and touched it to Lu Yorong's forehead. In an instant, knowledge flooded into Lu Yorong's mind.
It was the Great Sun Mindstream's secret art cultivation method.
Bai Wupiang smirked with satisfaction. "This is a method to prevent leakage.
Using my mental power, I've specially encoded it.
No one but me can decipher it.
Your mind now knows how to cultivate, yet you cannot articulate it through speech or writing as if you were born knowing it."
Lu Yorong opened her mouth. It was true.
She knew how to practice, yet she couldn't teach others. It felt like being asked to teach someone how to walk. How could you possibly teach that?
Isn't it something you're born knowing?
Indeed, these sects with their long-standing traditions possessed something special.
Suddenly,
Lu Chen's primordial master spirit fluttered slightly, as if capturing information carried within the mental energy outside.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Great Sun Mindstream cultivation method.
Lu Chen.
He looked at Bai Wupiang, who wore a smug expression. He fell deep in thought. Bai Wupiang folded his arms behind his back and said, "I'll do my best to get you started within 7 days. If you still can't grasp it, it means you lack the aptitude and you can't blame me for that."
Lu Yorong looked curious. "Can I try it now? What if I get the hang of it?" "Don't be ridiculous. Even this old man here took an hour to get the hang of it."
The red-haired youth, Bai Yan, folded his arms and grumbled from the side.
Bai Wupiang, "All right, I'll let you experience it."
He solemnly produced a crystal gem. The ceiling above them automatically opened, letting sunlight stream in.
"Sit cross-legged. Use the great sun's energy to amplify your mental power."
Simultaneously, the crystal gem began to radiate a peculiar energy.
Lu Chen glanced at it. Name, Mind Gem. Description, special item.
Contains the power of the mind, capable of enhancing mental strength. Lu Yurong began refining his mental power using the Great Sun's energy according to the cultivation method.
Several minutes later. I've succeeded. I think I've mastered the basics. Suddenly, everyone sensed a subtle shift in Lu Yurong's aura as an extremely faint mental energy began to emanate from him. Impossible. He's mastered the basics in less than a minute.
Bai Wuping and Bai Yan's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets.
Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lu Chen was also attempting cultivation, trying to amplify his mental energy with the power of the Great Sun. But he made a disheartening discovery.
Whenever he tried to draw upon the Great Sun's energy, the starlight power within his body reacted with obvious distaste.
Finally, unable to bear it any longer, they began to gently vibrate. Lu Chen realized he hadn't just gained entry, he'd stepped into the first tier.
This allowed him to boost his beast companion's combat power by 10%.
Standing silently in the corner, Bai Qianqian seemed to sense something.
Her eyes lit up and her bright gaze focused intently on Lu Chen, as if she'd discovered a new continent.
After a long while, they finally snapped back to reality. What kind of beast taming talent do you have? And what exactly is a beast pet? Lu Yurong summoned Moonlight Mind, an SSS tier light elemental beastmaster talent.
The actual effect of her talent was the ability to convert any light into energy that enhances the power of her beast pets. This was precisely why Jiang Zhini had sent her.
Light type? It all clicked for them. No wonder.
This secret art was practically tailor-made for a light elemental beast tamer. Back in the Western world, someone had once offered a staggering sum to purchase the Great Sun Mind Stream cultivation method. He had refused. How dare those mere Westerners even think they were worthy? Little did he expect that a light elemental beastmaster would awaken within the Great Xia. Would you like to join our dojo? Bai Wuping couldn't help asking. But after learning more, Lu Yurong firmly declined. This old man had lost to Zhang Zhang. As her best friend, now that she'd finally become a beastmaster, she should at least be able to match her, right? Training under someone she had defeated would be utterly humiliating. Then stay at the dojo for these 7 days. I'll come back for you after the Night Watch selection ends, Lu Chen said. You're participating in the Night Watch selection? Bai Yan's eyes lit up. I'm participating too. Lu Yurong chimed in. Oh yeah, he's the one Jiang Zhang has her eye on. The Night Watch selection doesn't start until tomorrow. Young friend, why not stay here tonight? We have plenty of guest rooms. You and Bai Yan can head over together tomorrow. Soon. Bai Wuping arranged a suite for the two of them. Well then, we'll take our leave. You two get some rest. Cousin, we're off. Bai Yan called out to Bai Qianqian, who had been standing there blankly. This cousin of hers had seemed distracted ever since earlier. The three departed. Lu Chen could still faintly hear the echoing words. Jiang Zhini's chosen one, Bai Yan make sure he gets thoroughly beaten in the Night Watchman trial. I lost to her. My grandson possesses talent even greater than mine, he absolutely won't lose to the one she favors. It seemed Bai Wuping still harbored resentment over losing to Jiang Zhini, who was 40 years his junior. Chapter 79, staring directly at the sun's existence, the sun is an eyeball. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhini soared through the sky atop her dragon cloud bird. She streaked across the sky like a streak of light. Her heart felt heavy, yet she also breathed a sigh of relief. Good news, Dr. Lu Mu was not in mortal danger. Bad news, he remained in intensive care, his spirit invaded by a strange, bone-chilling energy that suppressed his subconscious, preventing him from regaining consciousness. Supernatural forces manifest in this world. Severed limbs or internal injuries aren't fatal if treated promptly. But when the soul, mind, spirit, elements, or beast taming space, when these are compromised, that's where the real trouble lies. A dangerous light filled her eyes. Previously, she had been unaware of the full extent of what had transpired. Now, she knew everything. An organization calling itself the Alchemy Cult had infiltrated the research institute, stealing the ancient fossil revival machine along with numerous research materials and data. Her eyes narrowed. There was definitely a mole within. Otherwise, why would they invade precisely when the ancient fossil revival machine was finally completed? The secret research facility was constructed within a small hidden realm. Moreover, the core of the ancient fossil revival machine, named the Time Crystal, was discovered by Kong Zhang Yui within the ruins of the Time Elemental Beast Pet, the Flower of History. That ruin was likely once inhabited by a divine beast that commanded the laws of time, and the Time Crystal was crystallized from its very power. The moment the ancient fossil revival machine was completed, it touched upon the very fabric of time. The temporal power within the time crystal erupted. This caused time within the secret realm to flow differently from time outside. She had inquired. For those within the secret realm, the attack by the alchemy cult occurred yesterday. But, in terms of the external time flow, their attack occurred 3 to 4 days ago. She would definitely root out this mole. She would now head to the research institute to see if she could uncover any clues using her time-manipulating beast pet, the Flower of History. Then stay put at the dojo today and don't wander off, Lu Chen instructed Lu Yurong. Compared to the ancient capital, Lingyuan City was still somewhat chaotic, with its people boasting of fiercer temperament. Bai Whooping stroked his chin beard. Rest assured, old man. I still hold considerable influence over this patch of land in Lingyuan City. Tianwang Tier. In this era where totem tier combat power serves as a deterrent and is rarely unleashed, this tier represented humanity's pinnacle of combat prowess. How could one lack prestige? The only thing that could tarnish his reputation was losing to Jiangzhini, who was nearly 40 years his junior. But that wasn't a big deal. Other old-timers had also been challenged by Jiangzhini under the guise of friendly sparring and they'd all lost too. He marveled inwardly this young girl was truly a prodigy. She might even reach the totem realm before any of these old-timers. But who knows? She might get stuck at this stage for decades too. As an unrivaled king-tier powerhouse, the only thing standing between him and the totem realm was a pivotal moment. An opportunity that would allow both the beast companion and the spirit of beast taming to grasp the essence of their origins. He had already found the path to advancing to the totem stage. To complete the Great Sun Mindstream secret art. Yes, the current secret art remains incomplete. According to the ancestral vision of their lineage, the Great Sun Mindstream secret art would ultimately fuse mental power with spiritual essence, thereby enabling the complete metamorphosis of mental power. Their lineage's founding master named this concept Ripple Power. But how to achieve it remained merely a concept, one he must refine himself. Grandfather, we're off then. Watch me crush Lu Chen, I'll leave him far behind. Bai Yan declared with fierce determination. Ahem. Bai Whooping cleared his throat twice. No disrespect, he's our guest after all. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. This old bastard, wasn't it you who told him to crush me? Now he's putting on airs. I'm coming too. A faint voice came from nearby. Bai Qianqian walked over in her custom combat suit, her appearance flawless, her expression devoid of emotion. Ah. Cousin, didn't you say you weren't interested in this sort of thing? Bai Qianqian tilted her neck, her slender finger pointing at Lu Chen. Because he's going. Lu Yorong. Lu Chen. Bai Yan. Bai Whooping. Lu Yorong was dumbfounded. Was his nephew really that charismatic? They'd only met twice, and he'd already swept someone off their feet? But this little girl seems kinda dim-witted. What if their future children turn out to be idiots? No, that wouldn't do for the Lu family legacy. Bai Whooping was also troubled. Bai Qianqian's situation was unusual. She had no light, unable to sense the existence of sunlight at all. To be precise, the world she saw was dark. She could see objects, but the world in her eyes had lost its radiance. It was highly unusual. Light wasn't a tangible entity, yet humans could perceive its existence through touch, sight, and temperature. Bai Qianqian's difference lay in her mental perception. The world held no light for her, or rather, her subconscious rejected light entirely. Thus, light simply didn't exist in her world. She could even stare directly at the sun, which appeared to her as nothing more than a black orb. Bai Qianqian had been this way since childhood, occasionally uttering nonsensical remarks. At age 12, she made a chilling statement: the sun doesn't emit light at all. It's just a giant eyeball, surrounded by dense, tangled tentacles. An outsider from childhood. Consequently, she had few friends and disliked socializing. Yet her talent and strength were formidable, already reaching the lower commander rank. It was rare for her to speak. Bai Whooping said, go on. Remember to look after your cousin. Oh. Bai Yan felt a bit down. What was so great about that kid Lu Chen? He couldn't possibly have another brother-in-law, could he? No way. Bai Qianqian couldn't be judged by ordinary standards. Perhaps she was merely curious to see how Lu Chen would get thoroughly beaten by her next, but since she couldn't express it, she claimed she was going to join the Night Watch selection. She just wanted to watch Lu Chen get beaten. Yeah, that must be it. Let's go. The three climbed into the car and headed straight for the assessment site. In the car, Bai Yan spoke up. You're the one Jiangzhini has her eye on? She's not exactly popular with the Night's Watch, you know. To be precise, none of you Eastern Watchmen are exactly welcome around here. Lu Chen frowned in confusion. Why? Because the last pillar master of your Eastern region Night Watch defected. He caused massive casualties among the Night Watch and even killed a high-ranking cultivator in the ancient capital. The entire Eastern region Night Watch organization underwent a major purge. Jiangzhini was parachuted in to become the pillar master. Likewise, she blocked the advancement of many within the Night Watch, especially those who could have competed for the pillar master position. They hold quite a grudge against her. This was the first time Lu Chen had heard of this matter. No wonder, when he had asked Jiangzhini where the Eastern Region Night Watch's stronghold was, she had replied it was still undetermined. Was she really parachuted in? That would indeed offend a whole lot of people. After toiling away for most of their lives, they thought the vacant position would finally be theirs. Who could have imagined someone being parachuted in? Who wouldn't feel resentful? Too bad. I was looking forward to seeing what the person who defeated grandfather looks like. But I hear all the Night Watch members above Overlord rank have left.
This selection is being overseen only by the commanders under each pillar.
Bai Yan, with his dyed red hair, looked like a street thug but was actually just a hot-blooded fool who talked way too much.
He continued chatting with Lu Chen, but how did you end up being the one Jiang Zhini took a liking to? Logically speaking, the people she takes an interest in should at least possess full innate spirituality or bloodline special abilities, right? As mentioned in chapter 62-inch. Those types don't even need to take the Night Watch assessment. Once they awaken their beast taming talent, the Night Watch takes them away and cultivates them as core seeds. This old man here is that type too.
Our Bai family's great son Mindstream's secret art only reveals its true extraordinary potential in those with pure Bai blood.
He propped his hands behind his head with pride,
but I wouldn't dream of being specially recruited. I'm joining Jiang Zhini's ranks and then I'll defeat her.
Ambitious.
Lu Chen smiled without comment.
Come that day, you'll be begging me to take you in. Jiang Zhini has entrusted me with full responsibility for that mission. Listening to Bai Yan's endless chatter along the way, Lu Chen had indeed learned quite a bit. Finally,
the vehicle came to a halt before a massive steel gate. Reinforced concrete walls towered over 10 meters high, looming like a fortress wall before them.
The site for this year's Night's Watch selection.
We're here.
Chapter 80, You're the Damn Examiner? Bai Yan's mind collapses. The Night's Watch selection grounds. In the training grounds, many young faces gathered here, all participants in this year's Night's Watch selection.
Some had triggered hidden trials within the Gate of Trials, earning their invitations.
Others had been invited through other channels to participate in the selection. Zuo Xiangyu, heard you got beaten up at the Starry Sky Beast Master Academy? And then pretended to faint, slunk away in the dead of night?
Bull. I simply disdain staying at Xingyu Beastmaster Academy. Who knows where that nonsense came from?
Facing his former classmates' questioning, how could Zuo Xiangyu possibly admit to that? He scanned his surroundings, excitement flashing in his eyes.
Stupid Xingyu Academy. They insisted on moving up the freshman tournament, which was supposed to be held 15 days after the start of the semester.
Thankfully, I transferred to Jinlin Academy. He once again participated in the newcomer tournament over there.
This time, facing the boss of the 10th layer of the trial gate, he cleared the 10th layer much faster.
Unexpectedly, clearing the 10th layer within the time limit unlocked a hidden stage. Once inside this hidden stage, it was equivalent to securing a ticket to the Night Watch selection process.
He now firmly believed transferring schools had been the right decision. Otherwise, he would have missed his chance to join the Night Watch. At the same time, he finally understood why Lu Chen and Luo Anfei had both ranked higher than him back then. The reason was that they had both entered the hidden stage as well. Speaking of Lu Chen, even after over a month had passed, his eyes still burned with venomous hatred.
He should be here too, right?
Times had changed.
He was now a completely different person. His beast companion had reached the upper elite tier. Its combat prowess could even look down upon those at the rebirth stage.
His father had even paid a hefty price to obtain a trait artifact for it, granting his ice armor shield crab the trait Frost Aura. Any creature within its range would have its speed slowed. Among first-year students, this already puts him head and shoulders above the rest. His fire monkey only had an elemental advantage over my ice shield crab, coupled with its speed advantage.
Now, the tables have turned. If he faced that fire monkey again, he would never lose. Suddenly, Zuo Xiangyu saw 3 figures, 2 men and 1 woman walking through the main gate. Among them was Lu Chen, the one he'd been thinking about day and night. The moment he saw them, the scene of him fleeing the ancient city like a stray dog, and the moment he feigned unconsciousness only to be slapped into a pig's face, scene after scene intertwined in his mind. He felt a dull ache in his face. He roared in fury, "Lu Chen!" He sneered savagely, "And now you've brought 2 lackeys along? You're dead meat. This time, I'll make you suffer. And you too," he added, "I advise you to distance yourselves from him now. Otherwise, if you cross paths with me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Who the hell is this idiot trying to put on airs in front of this young master?" Bai Yan was displeased. Damn it, who dared to put on airs in front of him these days? Lu Chen froze, suddenly remembering who this was. "What's up? Ready to admit defeat and call me dad? Bai Yan, huh? Then shouldn't he be calling me uncle?" A dangerous glint flashed in Zuo Xiangyu's eyes. "Are you guys looking to die?" The next second, his words caught in his throat. A pair of slender hands clamped down on his throat with brutal force. Endless suffocation washed over him, his throat bones cracking as if his neck would shatter any second. He saw a pair of eyes, pure as the sky. A commanding aura erupted from her, that of a Dominator-tier cultivator. Bai Qianqian's voice was ethereal, her gaze vacant and innocent, utterly unaware of the world. "Shall we strangle him?" Lu Chen. "Holy crap, what's up with this girl? She's a commander-tier beast master, and she's so brutal." Lu Chen and Bai Yan, "No. Oh. Zuo Xiangyu was tossed onto the ground like a dead dog. Cough, 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 cough. He coughed violently, his face flushed crimson from the struggle to breathe. "You're dead meat. You're dead meat. My dad is the overlord." Whoa, it's Bai Yan from the Great Sun Dojo, and Bai Qianqian too. How did they get here? Their grandfather is the peerless King Tier White Wu Ping Heavenly King. These two are powerhouses themselves, eligible for direct recruitment into the Night Watch with top-tier resources. Why are they competing for ordinary Night Watch selection spots with us? Someone in the crowd recognized their identities. A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. What were you saying? What's your dad's deal? Bai Yan cupped his hand to his ear, straining to listen. Nothing pisses me off more than these noobs who can't hold their own and resort to spouting family lineage bull. Zhuo Xiangyu's face drained of color, his throat spasming. King Tier. And not just any King Tier, an unrivaled Heavenly King. Damn it! How could Lu Chen, a country bumpkin, have hooked up with someone of this caliber? If his father found out he'd offended such an entity, he'd probably slap him to death. I'm sorry. Please just let me off like a fart, he scrambled to apologize. No one dared laugh at him. They would have done the same. Get lost. Bai Yan waved him off. But I won't get involved in your business with Lu Chen. We're not close. Want to torment him? That's not going to happen. He's my prey. He wasn't stupid. He wouldn't blindly shield Lu Chen. Who knew what grudge they harbored? What if he was cuckolding someone, or worse? That would be aiding and abetting evil. He wouldn't get involved in their grudges. Zhuo Xiangyu, who had been mourning as if he'd lost his parents and had completely abandoned any thoughts of revenge against Lu Chen, suddenly lit up. They weren't on the same side. And Lu Chen was also Bai Yan's target? Young Master Bai is valiant and mighty. How could that mere country bumpkin Lu Chen possibly be your match? You have some discernment. Zhuo Xiangyu immediately hunched over, fawning, Young Master Bai, I apologize for my earlier offense. Might I have the honor of following you, witnessing your magnificent prowess at every turn? Get lost, get lost, get lost. Bai Yan shooed him away like a fly. Would he even notice such trash? He wasn't short on followers. A single call from his dojo could summon a crowd of senior and junior brothers. After speaking, he felt a surge of satisfaction. My cousin just dotes on me, he boasted to Lu Chen. She only protected me because she heard them talking about killing me. This made Bai Yan feel incredibly proud. Sure enough, his usually disinterested cousin had insisted on joining the Night Watch selection process. Was to watch him utterly humiliate Lu Chen. Bai Qianqian tilted her head in confusion. What was this kid talking about? She turned to look at Lu Chen. Yesterday, she'd asked him, do you believe in light? He had replied, I don't believe in light. Some guy named Digga borrowed the light and hasn't given it back to me yet. She didn't know who Digga was, but she heard him say he didn't believe in light either, just like her. But this was the first time she'd ever heard anyone say they didn't believe in light. It felt special. Lu Chen was special to her. Moreover, yesterday, when that sister named Lu Yorong was practicing the Great Sun Mindstream secret art, Bai Qianqian clearly saw a flash of energy pass through Lu Chen's body, as if she had seen things. But she was certain she hadn't misperceived it. For in her world, light did not exist. The fleeting energy that flashed from Lu Chen yesterday stood out starkly in her eyes. She knew it was the very light everyone spoke of. That person intends to kill Lu Chen. Wouldn't that require strangling him first? 9 figures approached together. They were the examiners overseeing this Night Watch selection, each wearing a blue brooch pin to their chest. The pin depicted a pitch-black night, with a full moon emitting a blue glow. It resembled a sword piercing through heaven and earth, cleaving the darkness and bringing the dawn. This was the emblem of the Night's Watch. Even as night descends and forbidden gods lurk, even if the great darkness falls, we shall stand before all mankind. We shall cleave the long night, repel the enemy beyond human borders, fight to the death, and battle until the last man stands. The azure radiance brooch signifies a Night's Watch commander. These 9 individuals hail from the remaining 9 pillars, excluding Jiangzhini. The Night Watch comprises 10 pillars in total. 5 pillars are active on the front lines. 5 pillars guard the inner borders of the Great Xia. Every 3 years, these 2 groups of night watchmen rotate their duties. Mr. Bai, Miss Bai, what brings you here? Xiang Haoran's face brimmed with excitement. You don't need to participate in the Night Watch selection process. Join our 5th pillar and enjoy the top-tier treatment reserved for core seeds. Xiang Haoran was a Green Radiance Night Watcher of the 5th pillar, stationed in the Central Realm. They were well acquainted with Bai Yan and Bai Qianqian, both exceptionally gifted individuals. Despite his youth, Bai Yan had already mastered the Great Sun Mindstream secret art. Though a year younger than Bai Yan, Bai Qianqian was no less remarkable, already a commander-tier existence with innate full spiritual essence. Their pillar master had personally visited the White Heaven King to invite both to join, promising resources and cultivation support unmatched even among the core seeds. But they were rejected, a refusal that left the pillar master deeply regretful for a long time. Unexpectedly, these 2 had come to participate in the ordinary Night Watchman selection. The other 8 Qinghui Night Watchmen, having witnessed Bai Qianqian's earlier display of power, were all eager to poach her. They made promises left and right, inviting the pair to join their ranks. After all, the name Bai Wuping, the Heavenly King, was legendary. Could his grandchildren possibly be trash? No, I want to join the regular Night Watch selection.
He hadn't originally intended to join the Night Watch, but this year, Jiang Zhini had unexpectedly become the 10th pillar. His goal was to defeat Jiang Zhini and prove he was stronger than his grandfather. But Jiang Zhini hadn't invited him to join the 10th pillar. So he had no choice but to take the regular Night Watchman exam. Afterward, he could choose which pillar to join.
Everyone. Damn it, you two, are you really here to fish for favors? Why not just pick your pillar outright? Wouldn't the outcome be the same anyway? Well, whatever. The 9 exchanged glances, rubbing their hands together eagerly.
When the time came, whoever could recruit these two would have to rely on their own methods.
These core seeds were the real targets worth fighting over. One of them could easily replace countless ordinary night watchmen. Why haven't the Eastern region people shown up yet? Isn't Jiang Zhini alone? She wouldn't just not show up, would she? The Eastern region's night watch should be abolished. Time's up. We're acting within our rights, let's start the selection process.
The 9 whispered among themselves, their faces betraying unhidden disgust at the mention of the Eastern region's night watch. The previous leader of the 10th pillar had stolen the extraordinary artifact from the Cultivators Association and led the 10th pillar in defection.
Many of their comrades perished during the pursuit, yet the traitors ultimately escaped.
It was nothing short of a disgrace to the Night Watch. A raised platform stood in the training grounds, bearing 10 chairs. They ascended the platform, took their seats, and looked down upon the crowd below. An echoing voice proclaimed, "The Night's Watch selection process officially begins." Bai Yen crossed his arms and declared, "Don't blame me for going all out later. My grandfather told me to show you no mercy, to beat you soundly. I'm not participating in the selection. Good luck to you." "Ha? You're backing out because you're scared I'll beat you up?" Bai Yen frowned, a hint of disappointment visible.
He actually liked Lu Chen's vibe, at least their energy clicked.
But he never expected Jiang Zhini to favor such a spineless weakling.
No.
Lu Chen shoved his hands into his pockets, lifted his foot, and stepped forward.
His foot landed. A breeze stirred the dust on the ground. Whoosh!
His figure vanished instantly. He materialized atop the elevated platform, taking his seat on the vacant 10th chair.
His deep eyes surveyed everyone below. Lu Chen of the 10th pillar, here to oversee the battle in place of Pillar Master Jiang. Bai Yen? Chapter 81, What the heck?
Conflict, head-on clash with the commander tier.
Lu Chen sat upon the 10th throne on the high platform, surveying everyone below.
An eerie silence fell over the scene, so thick you could hear a pin drop. Every pair of eyes betrayed utter disbelief. They had all thought they were merely participants in the selection process.
But you became the examiner? How did you pull this off?
Especially Zhuo Xiangyu, his entire spirit seemed drained, leaving only his pupils trembling uncontrollably.
Bai Yen met Lu Chen's mocking gaze. He was stunned. No wonder they said he didn't need an assessment. And how did he even get up there?
Whoosh, just like that, he appeared at the top. Envy made him feel like his soul was leaving his body.
Wasn't this the show-off moment he'd always dreamed of?
And not just any show-off, a perfectly polished one at that.
Wasn't his whole reason for defeating Jiang Zhini to show off? Defeating the youngest heavenly king in history, wouldn't that make him famous throughout the Beastmaster world? Damn it! He'd pulled it off. Xiong Haoren and the other Qinghui Night Watchmen snapped back to reality, accepting the 10th Pillar Master's token Lu Chen handed them.
He truly had come in place of Jiang Zhini. They eyed him suspiciously.
He seemed a bit young. Could he be some scion from a prominent family? Lu Chen, I remember now. He's this year's top college entrance exam scorer, the one whose results were invalidated by every university except Xingyu Academy.
A voice from the crowd broke the silence. The college entrance exams had concluded barely 2 months prior. Though the buzz had died down somewhat, the name Lu Chen and that vaguely familiar face instantly jogged their memories. No wonder the name sounded so familiar. He's that exam cheat. Holy crap, I was just about to say that. How did he become an examiner for the 10th pillar?
Xiong Haoren and the others froze. A high school graduate this year? That means he's just a freshman? Anger flared within them. What did Jiang Zhini think the Night Watch selection was? Short on manpower. If they couldn't spare anyone, so be it. Sending a freshman to stand alongside them as equals? Wasn't this an insult to them?
Due to the defection of the 10th pillar's leader, their perception of the 10th pillar was already extremely negative. On top of that, Jiang Zhini wasn't even from their Night Watch lineage she'd been parachuted in. All these factors combined. They naturally harbored resentment and prejudice toward the 10th pillar led by Jiang Zhini. Now, a freshman student sitting on equal footing with them at the top? That pushed their resentment and prejudice to the absolute limit. They had endured countless life and death trials to earn their right to sit here today. A mere kid, without a single achievement to his name, what gives him the right? This was an outright contempt for the Night Watch organization. Immediately, the hot-tempered third pillar examiner, Lin Guowei, rose from his chair. Towering and muscular, his body bulged like a bear in human skin. His presence radiated overwhelming pressure. Arms crossed, he looked down from his height, eyes half lowered, his tone icy. "Get out."
I won't say it again.
Lu Chen met his gaze, his smile fading.
Reason. Without warning.
The air exploded as he delivered a vicious kick toward Lu Chen.
Boom. The terrifying force shattered the chair beneath Lu Chen, sending splinters flying through the air. Lu Chen was forced off the platform, landing on the ground. He looked up, his expression already turning cold. What's the meaning of this? Lin Guowei snorted coldly, ignoring the remark. Did the other party even deserve an explanation? He walked over to his seat, preparing to sit down. Suddenly,
his footing faltered. Unseen, an invisible thread had wrapped itself around his right ankle.
A tremendous force yanked him down. Lu Chen stared at him expressionlessly. I ask you a question. What's your point? We are night watchers of the commander rank. What level are you? Do you even deserve to sit with us?
Being dragged down from the high platform by a mere rookie infuriated him. His already short temper flared, the skin on his face twitching with rage. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your pillar master.
The summoning array activated. A massive bear appeared, its fur pure white.
Massive in stature, clad in defensive armor, it stood upright, towering 3 or 4 stories high. Blue lightning arcs danced between the 5 claws on each of its paws, crackling with a hissing sound. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Luo Chen, representing the 10th pillar to oversee the trial, was now being targeted. This stirred a sense of satisfaction within the crowd. They were all peers. What gave him the right to become an examiner? Especially Zuo Xiangyu. His emotions were like a roller coaster, twisting and turning. You've offended the commander rank this time, you're really going to get it. Bai Yan approached and whispered to Lu Chen. This is exactly what I meant, your 10th pillar isn't favored. Bite the bullet. He urged Lu Chen, I can't even beat him, you stand no chance. A wise man avoids immediate losses. Bai Yan's beast companion was an upper-tier transcendent stage creature, capable of fighting above its rank against ordinary commander-tier opponents. But against the Night Watch's commander tier, he stood no chance. Bai Qianshan stood nearby, her pure, white eyes fixed on the scene. Like a schoolgirl, she raised her hand, then I'll go kill him. She took a step toward Lin Guowei. Startled, Bai Yan quickly pulled her back. No. Cousin, he didn't even bully me. It's fine, really. He was a bit speechless. His cousin had never spoken so boldly before. She didn't go around talking about fighting and killing every day. Just because I can't beat him, my cousin wants to take him out. Never realized I held such an important place in her heart. No problem. I, Lu Chen, will eat anything except a raw deal. He looked at the other person's beast pet. Name, Thunderlord Bear. Attribute, Electric. Rank, Mid-tier Commander. Potential, High-tier Dominator. Skills, omitted. Description, a creature of the thunder ecosystem, born with innate mastery over thunder. Capable of summoning thunder and absorbing its power to continually replenish its own essence. Mid-tier Commander rank, merely 1 tier above, not like they can't be defeated. Not even possessing a super-tier skill. Its racial aptitude is crushed by Little Squid and Qitian. Well, good luck then. I'll call you a doctor. Bai Yan patted his shoulder. This was nothing but overreaching. Even I can't beat him. How could you possibly stand a chance? The crowd stepped back, clearing ample space for their duel. Their faces wore amused grins, anticipating a fight with no suspense whatsoever. Lu Chen, a freshman who'd only become a beast master this year, how could he possibly fight Qinghui, a battle-hardened Nightwatch commander? Qitian. Lu Chen was about to summon Qitian. The little squid emerged from his backpack, glaring angrily at the opponent. Damn it! How dare they bully my beast master? Monkeys may endure, but squids cannot. Among the crowd, many people froze upon seeing the little squid. What kind of beast pet was this? Surely not just an ornamental one? Generally speaking, aside from presence and aura, the key indicators of a beast pet's strength are its size and ferocious appearance. The larger the body and the more ferocious the appearance, the stronger the combat prowess tends to be. Lin Guowei's eyes grew colder, his dissatisfaction with Zhang Zhini reaching its peak. What was Zhang Zhini thinking? What did she take the Night Watch for? Did she think she could just shove any Tom, Dick, or Harry into the ranks? Big Bear, end this fight, take it down instantly. 10,000-volt thunderbolt. Roar. Blue lightning crackled across Thunder Bear's fur, coalescing into a bolt that struck the little squid with lightning speed. Lightning itself symbolized swiftness. Its release was so swift, it left no time to react. But the next second, the scene of the little squid being instantly killed did not appear. The lightning beam passed right through the little squid. Seconds later, the little squid's body twisted and dissolved into thin air. This was merely an illusion. It was a false illusion created by the advanced skill, Phantom Beam. Behind the bear, Lin Guowei's eyes narrowed. When did it get here? Only to see. The little squid had appeared behind him at some point. It raised a tentacle. Endless starlight surged in, swelling with the wind, transforming into a tentacle several meters long. It lashed out violently, sucking the air out of the surrounding space with a single strike. With a force capable of shattering mountains and splitting rocks, it lashed viciously toward the Thunder Roar Bear. Caught off guard. The Thunder Roar Bear could only cross its arms in front of its chest. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as the colossal Thunder Roar Bear was flung backward by the force of the strike. Chapter 82, Fusion Talent, Human and Beast United. With a force capable of shattering mountains and splitting rocks, it lashed out fiercely at the Thunder Roar Bear. Caught off guard. The Thunder Roar Bear could only cross its arms across its chest. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as the colossal Thunder Roar Bear was sent flying backward. Hold steady. Mid-air, it adjusted its posture, landing on the ground with its paws digging in. Yet the immense force still sent its body sliding across the surface. It carved 2 gullies dozens of meters long before finally halting its explosive retreat. This outcome caught everyone off guard. The squid beast pet, which should have been instantly defeated, had actually gained the upper hand in their first clash. That was a commander tier beast pet. The crowd stared at the little squid in disbelief. And this squid, which looked like an ornamental beast pet, was actually a Transcendence tier existence. This left the crowd, which included this year's college entrance exam candidates, reeling. What kind of monster was this? How could it be at the rebirth stage? In that moment, they finally understood Lu Chen's exam results hadn't been cheated. In the National College Entrance Exam, he truly was the top-ranked champion. Xiong Haoren and the other examiners narrowed their eyes. A freshman with the cultivation realm reaching the rebirth stage. This standard already met the criteria for the Night Watch's special recruitment. Looks like you've got some skills after all, Lin Guowei said. But that's about it, a bit of cleverness, using illusions to draw attention while your real body sneaks behind the Thunder Roar Bear. Then I'll take this a bit more seriously and play along. He stepped toward the Thunder Roar Bear, an eerie energy emanating from his body before enveloping the massive beast. A startling sight unfolded. Both beings erupted in a light resembling the glow of evolution. The light faded. The two had fused together. The Thunder Roar Bear's form transformed. Its massive body became solid, muscles interwoven beneath its skin like steel bars, brimming with destructive explosive power. Its form and limbs now leaned more toward human than animal. I'll just play with you a little. Lin Guowei's voice emerged from the Thunder Roar Bear's mouth. Looks like old Lin is getting serious. The other examiners sat in their chairs on the high platform, ready to watch the show. A fusion-type beastmaster talent. Lu Chen had never witnessed this before either. Little Squid's eyes sparkled brightly. Merge with the Beastmaster? Through their soul contract, it asked Lu Chen if he knew this technique. Should they fuse together too? Lu Chen. Perhaps since it hatched from that tiny egg, it had been constantly absorbing his spiritual energy and the stellar power of the primordial space. After hatching, it grew especially attached to Lu Chen. Only recently did he discover the little squid was female. It felt like raising a little cotton-padded jacket of a daughter. Good girl, that's his beast-taming talent. Alright. I don't know what elemental type your beast companion is, or how it managed to sneak up behind that Thunder Roar Bear, but as long as the area is wide enough, you won't be able to hide. Lin Guowei roared, his thigh muscles bulging violently as veins danced beneath his skin. Crack! 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 The ground beneath his feet couldn't bear the weight and shattered. Then he leapt upward, soaring 40 or 50 meters high. Dense lightning energy gathered and spread across his body. Above his head, it coalesced into a dark cloud, from which a bolt of lightning struck him, carrying the force of 1,000 thunders. Like a meteor, it plummeted toward the earth. Thunder impact and advanced lightning type skill. Leaping into the sky, he lightning into a thundercloud, absorbed its power, then slammed it into the ground. All creatures within range suffered area of effect lightning damage. Boom! The massive body slammed into the ground, causing the earth to tremble. The surface rippled like water, sending clouds of dust and shards of rock flying high into the air. Lightning bolts erupted across the sky, saturating the entire battlefield as countless tiny lightning serpents slithered through the air. Everyone's skin prickled as if stung by needles. Those standing too close were caught in the blast, electrocuted and knocked unconscious. The sight sent chills down spines, forcing everyone to retreat backward. Was this the power of a commander-tier Nightwatcher? They weren't strangers to witnessing a commander-tier display, but the impact was entirely different. Lu Chen must have lost. That move, I feel like all of us together would get wiped out instantly. We're not even in the same league. My father is a commander-tier, and I feel like I'm not even worthy to tie his shoes. That goes without saying. Talent, beast pet species, and innate potential all determine combat prowess. Nightwatchers are the absolute elite within their ranks. Bai Yan shook his head too. This kid. I told you, the commander tier within the Nightwatch and the commander tier outside are completely different beasts. The dust slowly dissipated. The scene within was revealed. The earth lay in layers of shattered fragments, jagged rocks standing upright. The air thickened with the acrid stench of scorched earth, saturated with the power of thunder and lightning. Everyone's pupils contracted to pinpricks. Lu Chen's little squid beast pet floated unscathed in the air. Not only was it not instantly killed by a single strike,
It hadn't even sustained a single scratch. Lin Guowei, fused with the Thunder Lord Bear, gasped in horror. Impossible. But true to his reputation as a battle-hardened night watchman, the moment the words left his lips, seeing the enemy still standing, his body had already reacted. A flash of lightning. He instantly appeared before Little Squid, his bare claws and lightning serpent coiling as they pierced through the creature's body. No physical sensation, another illusion? When did it cast that skill? Lin Guowei's body crackled with lightning as he scanned the area, searching for the Little Squid's true form. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw in utter bewilderment that the illusion pierced by its claws was actually sliding off the claw. Then, the tentacle swelled in the wind, finally lashing out with a vicious whip across his face. Thud! A buzzing sound echoed as a powerful slap sent it spiraling violently backward. His mind reeled. What was happening? Wasn't that an illusion? He tried to steady himself. But what he saw next was beyond belief. The Little Squid's tentacle swept through the air, creating a ripple in the void. Its tentacles pushed through the air, and it vanished into the void. The next second, it had already appeared behind him, another tentacle lashing out violently. Then, it was like kicking a ball. Thud! 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 He was sent flying in all directions as the Little Squid continuously executed voidwalk, leaving him unable to even control his own body. A spatial type beast pet. Super tier skill void shift, super tier skill void form. Bai Yin, watching the fight, nearly popped his eyes out of his head. He finally understood how Lu Chen had darted onto the high platform earlier. And he finally understood why the Little Squid remained unscathed. Its body had become ethereal, entering an invincible state. Damn it, a Transcendent stage beast pet wielding 2 super tier skills. What kind of racial potential did this Little Squid possess to wield 2 super tier skills at the rebirth stage? The sky. Above his head, countless coin-sized ripples of void energy filled the space, while dense spiderwebs of threads descended. They coiled around Lin Guowei, suspending him upside down. The Little Squid swung its tentacles, conjuring countless phantom shadows in the air as it launched a dual-sided assault. Truly living up to its name, a complete thrashing. He felt a bit dazed. He recalled his grandfather's words, if you encounter Lu Chen, beat him senseless. A commander-tier opponent he couldn't even defeat himself was being utterly dominated by Lu Chen. Was he really seeking punishment by facing him? Was this the person Jiang Zhini held in such high regard? Alright, let him down. Yip. The Little Squid released its silk threads, letting him down. Hanging there for all to see, thoroughly beaten by a junior, Lin Guowei was both humiliated and furious. His pride was utterly shattered. He roared. Damn you. You're damned. This doesn't count. I never lost. Suddenly, goosebumps erupted all over his skin. In his merged state, he possessed the instincts of a predator seeking advantage and avoiding danger. Just as he cursed, Lu Chen, you bastard! A deadly threat emerged from behind him. He whipped his head around to see the squid beast pet its eyes, which had been sparkling with countless stars. Changes began to unfold. Countless stars flickered out, growing dim, while a pair of eyes held not a shred of emotion. Vaguely, it seemed to glimpse a vast, ethereal world where countless mists twisted and warped. This left the latter half of his words stuck in his throat, unable to be uttered. It felt like a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head, instantly clearing his mind. He broke free from the fusion state, his back already drenched in cold sweat. Everyone else finally snapped back to their senses. The scene fell into an eerie silence once more. A reincarnation stage fighter battling a commander stage opponent, and he'd won effortlessly. Zhuo Xiangyu's eyes went wide with disbelief. His lips cracked and turned pale. He knew Lu Chen still had a monkey. Lu Chen, cradling Little Squid, stepped forward onto the elevated platform. Little Squid spun a web, weaving a chair for Lu Chen. It was even thoughtfully crafted into a rocking chair. Can we officially begin the Night Watch selection now? His voice echoed through the air. This time, no one objected. Xiong Haoren and the other Qinghui Night Watchmen fell silent, not uttering a word, the shock in their eyes lingering. If he could defeat Lin Guowei, it meant he could defeat them too. A spatial-type beast pet was unstoppable unless restricted by special skills. Xiong Haoren took a deep breath. The Night Watch selection tournament begins. Chapter 83, Curse-type, Mimetic Magic Plants, The Living Forest. The Night Watch selection tournament officially commenced. Rumble. Everyone felt the ground beneath their feet tremble. The massive walls surrounding the training ground, over 10 meters tall, began to descend, eventually sinking completely underground. Before their eyes lay a lush, vibrant forest. Gazing into the forest, ancient trees towered overhead, their massive canopies forming a green canopy. The light was dim, with only a few rays filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled columns of light upon the ground. This was the location for the selection. Lu Chen glanced around. Through the vision of the divine eye, the entire forest was enveloped in a layer of energy aura. It felt as though it was alive. Rule 1, this is the starting point. The forest spans 20 kilometers. At the end, we have placed tokens. Obtain a token, return from the end to the starting point, and you pass the selection. Tokens are limited, first come, first served. Rule 2, combat is permitted, but taking lives is forbidden. Rule 3, grouping up to bully the outnumbered is also forbidden. All participants exchanged bewildered glances. 20 kilometers in today's world of extraordinary manifestations, that distance was nothing. A flight type could complete a round trip in 10 minutes. But it was obvious even to the slowest thinker that the Nightwatch selection site wouldn't be simple. The assessment begins. With that command, all participants cautiously made their way into the forest. Firefeather Sparrow, observe your surroundings. Use insight. Golden Mountain Rat, sense the earth's tremors. Among them, the more cautious summoned their beast companions. As they entered, the entire forest seemed to open like the gaping maw of an abyss, ultimately swallowing them whole. Xiong Haoren snapped his fingers. A mechanical box opened on the ground, releasing several fist-sized metal eyes. Along with a swarm of mechanical flies. Each compound eye of the flies was a camera. The mechanical flies swarmed into the forest. The metallic eyeballs hovered before Lu Chen and the others, their surfaces flickering as they opened and closed. Beams of light shot out, projecting images into the air that unfolded like a series of flat projections before their eyes. Lu Chen watched with curiosity. Name, Thousand Mother Metal Eye. Description, a creation of the mechanic, capable of projecting images witnessed by its offspring. A creation of the mechanic. Not a mechanical beast pet. Merely a tool crafted by the mechanic. True to his nature, he can conjure any gadget, much like Doraemon's pocket. In the image, all participants in the selection had already entered the forest and traveled some distance. Phew, that was terrifying. Looks like there's no immediate danger, one contestant murmured, his tense muscles finally relaxing as he breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he froze. The large group that had entered together earlier had, at some point, dwindled until he was completely alone. The already dim forest was now shrouded in a morning frost like mist. He felt an inexplicable sense of panic rising within him. Looking back, the path behind him was now completely overgrown with thick weeds. The path they had come was nowhere to be seen. He couldn't tell which way to go. He was lost, and worse, the beast companion he'd summoned to scout the area had vanished. He began calling out to his beast companion. His foot pressed down on the moss beneath him. Suddenly, the moss split open, swallowing him whole. His voice cut off abruptly. The forest fell silent once more. Such incidents kept unfolding. Others noticed something was amiss, watching helplessly as their own pets were swallowed by the moss. Fire-breathing boar, unleash the blazing vortex. He urgently commanded his second beast companion to attack. Since it was a forest, surely setting it ablaze would work. At that very moment, Lu Chen saw movement in the grass beside him through the screen. It was a creature resembling the pea-shooter from Plants vs. Zombies, spitting out a frozen seed. In an instant, the fire-breathing pig was frozen solid. Simultaneously, a large tree beside the Beastmaster, whose branches hung low, suddenly coiled around him like a python. It bound him tightly, yanked him into the canopy, and hung him upside down. Those lacking sufficient strength and ability began to suffer heavy casualties. Lu Chen nodded. Indeed, this forest was alive. The Selection Forest. It was part of the colossal abyss realm known as the Earth Cavern Abyss. However, when it crashed into Blue Star, the spatial collision caused fragments of the abyss realm's periphery to shatter. These fragments randomly scattered nearby, forming smaller abyss realms. Over time, they fully integrated into Blue Star. This assessment forest was formed from one such fragment. Within the forest dwell indigenous inhabitants. Under the influence of the abyss ecosystem, a species known as mimetic demon plants thrives there. Their appearance resembles ordinary plants, a form of mimicry camouflage. They blend seamlessly into the forest, making them extremely difficult to distinguish. These plants can move, blocking the paths of outsiders and causing them to lose their way, unable to escape the forest. Those lacking sufficient strength were eliminated. Those who survive begin to uncover the forest's peculiarities. Boom! 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 The smell of gunpowder and the sound of explosions erupted throughout the forest. Among the candidates, formidable individuals were not lacking. They began displaying their unique skills, each with their own approach. Some chose to rely on speed and formidable physical strength, breaking through the situation with sheer force. Others, unable to prevail, chose to join forces. Their beast companions were also shape-shifting types, such as slime monsters. These clay-like beasts could morph into other creatures. But they were easily exposed. After transforming into another beast pet, they still carried some of the slime monster's characteristics. This beastmaster transformed her slime beast into a mimic plant, hiding herself within its form to evade attack. Bai Qianqian really is a monster. A heartfelt exclamation came from nearby. Lu Chen stared at the screen displaying Bai Qianqian with equal astonishment. Behind Bai Qianqian, an ethereal figure materialized, an upside-down scarecrow radiating a black aura that enveloped her. Wherever it passed, trees and plants frantically pulled their roots from the ground, scrambling away with their little feet. Literally running for their lives. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed. This was a curse-type beast pet. An unconventional beast pet. Curse type. Capable of inflicting various debuffs negative effects on enemies. Some could even sap an opponent's luck, turning them into walking misfortune, doomed to constant setbacks. Who would have thought this cute, clumsy girl would have a cursed type beast pet? Quite the contrast. Then there was Bai Yan. His signature ace beast pet is an elemental creature covered in mercury. The Silver Elemental Spirit. The Silver Elemental Spirit transformed into a pool of silver substance, enveloping Bai Yan's body like venom from the movie. His entire form shifted, mercury surging across his skin. Whoosh! Whip-like branches lunged to bind him tightly. But there was no stopping him. His body dissolved into mercury, seeping through the gaps before continuing forward. Don't waste your effort. In elemental form, your physical attacks have no effect on me. Bai Yan clenched his fist and slammed it into the ground. Mercury spilled out, and its potent toxicity sent many mimetic demon plants scattering in panic. He felt a moment of smug satisfaction, but it quickly faded into a sigh. Not quite what he'd hoped for. He thought this selection would be his chance to show off. Little did he know Chen would steal all the spotlight. Bullying these mimic demon plants just made him look pathetic. Oomph. I admit I can't beat Chen right now, I only have one beast pet. He acknowledged Chen's strength facing him head-on, he probably wouldn't stand a chance. Due to Bai Yan's unique talent, he could only contract unconventional elemental creatures beyond the standard metal, grass, water, fire, and earth types. Even with his grandfather's help searching, he'd found nothing. Either the species was too low tier, or they were unsuitable, which is why he hadn't contracted a second beast pet. Elemental creatures possessed unpredictable racial aptitudes, forged entirely from condensed elements. Children of the heavens, born between heaven and earth. The elements that formed them determined their potential limits. Take fire elementals, for instance, one born from ordinary magma versus one born from volcanic magma where a phoenix once ascended. Their racial potential could differ drastically. One might be a commander grade, while the other a sovereign grade. That little squid must be his primary beast companion. Once I contract a second beast companion, we can take him on in a 2v2 battle and should be able to defeat him. He possessed this confidence. His elemental talent allowed for elemental stacking, amplified further by the Great Sun Mindstream secret art. Once he contracted a second beast companion, he'd be so powerful he'd scare himself. Time ticked by second. Many had already reached the finish line, obtained their tokens, and begun their return journey. But Rule 2: combat is permitted, but taking lives is forbidden. This meant that participants could seize tokens from others. Many chose to remain hidden in the woods, conserving their strength and energy from the start. 2. Seize others' tokens. Boom! 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 The nature of the selection changed the moment those who had obtained tokens began their return journey. Those with tokens and those without became adversaries. Those with tokens had to stay alert against attacks from mimic magic plants, while guarding against ambushes from other participants. Some succeeded in defeating their opponents and seized the tokens. Others successfully defended theirs. As for Bai Yan and Bai Chanshan, no one dared to provoke them. Messing with them would be like an old man eating arsenic, a sure way to court death. 2 hours later, the selection ended. P.S. Thanks to the cheerful magician playing basketball, the kind villager eating steak, bookfriend 338-041-7615, bookfriend 319-644-1489, the adorable little one playing mahjong, Acheng, the lean chancellor playing hide and seek, the cold-blooded mecha warrior demanding updates, dawn, time to sleep, leisurely chatter, Shinza, hexagram, delicate leading lady brewing tea, affable joker shipping couples, big-toothed cute tiger, agile joker digging for gold, quiet sect leader collecting bottles, ATRI. My DA, Reader 500-926-1771, Petite God of War digging gold, Lin Yu, Mi Manchi, Innocent Dozong powerhouse shipping, Sunny Goddess playing hide and seek, Azure Sky River Sea, Tomorrow Will Be Better, Jiaofeng Haiyu Jun, The King's Solitude, Jie vote support. Chapter 84, Not a Single Joiner? The cloud cluster descends into the mortal realm. Selection grounds. Most lay sprawled on the ground, disheveled and grimy, gasping for breath. The spirit power of the beast masters had also been depleted from frequent use of solidification skills in combat. Their pets were similarly drained, their stamina and elemental energy depleted from the relentless battles. Chen glanced around. Oh well, Zhuo Xiangyu wasn't among them. Still the same lacking skill but full of ambition, Zhuo Xiangyu. Even when given a chance, you can't make it count. Congratulations on passing the trial. You may choose to join any pillar of your choice. Xiong Haoren continued, by joining my 5th pillar, besides basic resources, the pillar master will hold a monthly open lecture. You may seek guidance on any doubts you have in your cultivation. Additionally, our 5th pillar has a senior cultivator on staff who can provide personalized beast pet planning for you. The other examiners also presented their respective conditions. Chen. Holy crap, Jiang Zhini never mentioned this. Now we have to compete for recruits? Oh, right. Lin Guowei interjected.
Perhaps you're unfamiliar with the distinct characteristics of each of the Night Watcher's 10 pillars.
The Night Watch is divided into 10 pillars, 5 guard the human territories, while 5 serve on the front lines. Every 3 years, these two groups rotate positions.
Next year, the other 5 pillars will rotate to the front lines. By joining our third pillar, you won't need to go to the front lines until the next rotation. You're all still students and new recruits.
You won't be sent directly into combat on the front lines.
However, during winter and summer breaks each year, you'll need to patrol and train in areas near the front lines.
Many eyes flickered with interest. The front line's a meat grinder where humans and monsters clash on the first line of defense. Danger was the constant theme there.
Many rushed to join Lin Guowei's third pillar.
One more thing. Lin Guowei glanced at Lu Chen. Some of you know about the 10th column, others don't.
Their former leader defected, leading to a massive purge of the entire column. Now, aside from the newly appointed leader and Lu Chen standing before us, there's likely no one else.
The 10th column is also slated for rotation to the front lines next year. The room erupted in murmurs. Only 2 people in the 10th pillar, and they're going to the front lines next year? This is insane. Could it mean these newly recruited Night Watch members might have to join the slaughter too?
This?
Of course not.
Lin Guowei was exaggerating.
Headquarters hadn't even discussed a plan for the 10th pillar to deploy to the front lines next year. The most likely outcome was they wouldn't go. After all, the 10 pillars had been decimated, just a handful of members left. What use were they on the front lines? But their goal was to prevent the 10th pillar from recruiting anyone at all.
Ultimately, they wanted to force Jiang Zhini, this parachuted-in outsider not from the Night Watch faction, to prove herself incapable of guarding the front lines and relinquish her pillar leader position.
Not 2, but 3, Lu Chen stated calmly, not disputing the claim since it was true. He held up 3 fingers including Luo Anfei, that big ice block. This outcome had been within his expectations.
Ever since Bai Yan had told him about the 10 pillars and Jiang Zhini's parachute appointment, he knew recruiting might prove difficult. If Jiang Zhini had come personally, it would have been different.
With promises of resources, many might have joined. But that was a false premise. Knowing Jiang Zhini, she wouldn't do that.
She'd likely take a come if you want, leave if you don't approach. If the 10th pillar didn't materialize, so be it.
Whatever. Let Jiang Zhini deal with the headache. Lu Chen remained calm inside. He was just filling in temporarily. Besides, the Myth Bureau sounded incredibly prestigious coming from Jiang Zhini. Even Dr. Lu Mu was part of it. Resolving staffing issues should be a breeze. Soon.
Everyone made their selections based on their respective zones and the unique characteristics of each pillar.
Without exception, not a single person chose the 10th pillar. Only 2 key players remained unassigned. Bai Yan and Bai Chanqian.
Xiong Haoren and his 9 companions approached with smiles. Mr. Bai, Miss Bai, have you made your decision?
Why not join our 5th pillar? Bull. Why would we join your central domain? Our 8th pillar's leader is also an elemental beastmaster. We're definitely joining the 8th pillar. Bull. Your 8th pillar sucks. My 1st pillar is the strongest. It looked like they were about to come to blows.
Bai Yan shoved his hands into his pockets. No need to argue.
I'm joining the 10th pillar.
He had already made up his mind to join the 10th pillar and challenge Jiang Zhini.
Ha! They were stunned. Join the 10th pillar?
Bai Yan looked like a master bored with obscurity, instantly becoming the center of attention.
He felt a little thrill inside. This feeling of showing off was truly satisfying. Is this guy an idiot? That was the inner thought of many.
The 10th pillar only had 3 members, and next year they'd be rotating to the front lines.
Was he going to throw himself into the fire? Bai Chanqian walked beside Lu Chen. Me too.
She wanted to chase the light. She needed to know if her feelings back then were mistaken.
Was Lu Chen truly the light in her world?
Oh my, Bai Yan grinned.
Looks like Bai Chanqian is just protecting her brother. Seeing me join the 10th pillar, she who never wanted to leave home even joined the 10th pillar guarding the Eastern Realm.
Who knew you, Bai Chanqian, were such a brother-obsessed freak?
You stink. Oh, her brother is me? Then it's fine. Xiong Haoren and the others exchanged bewildered glances. They'd all assumed they were each other's fiercest rivals, yet joining the 10th pillar? What the hell was that about? Confirmed. He looked at Lu Chen. What do you say? What else could he say? Both of them were incredibly strong. Even if Jiang Zhini showed up, she couldn't find fault. Welcome aboard. The matter was settled.
Xiong Haoren, Lin Guowei, and the others felt like they'd swallowed a dead fly.
Their entire plan had been to prevent Jiang Zhini from recruiting anyone.
But now Bai Chanqian and Bai Yan, those prodigies, had gone over. These were the kind of talents who could be cultivated as core seeds.
I was wondering, when will the eliminated candidates be released?
Someone noticed their friend hadn't emerged after a long time and voiced their concern.
Xiong Haoren froze. They weren't out yet?
By agreement, the mimicry demon plants and the night watchman wouldn't harm them. They'd be released after the selection ended.
Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, his eyes instantly sharpening. The forest was now shrouded in white smoke, as if a cloud formation from the heavens had descended upon the ground. What the hell is going on? This forest had always been peculiar. Whenever outsiders entered, it would automatically emit a white mist resembling the morning dawn fog. It held no aggression, so they simply regarded it as one of the mimic magic plant's innate traits. But such dense fog was unprecedented, almost thick enough to solidify, resembling a giant cotton candy cloud. Gazing from afar, it looked as though the entire forest had grown within a colossal cloud. Suddenly, the entire mass of condensed mist began to contract relentlessly. Holy! 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 Only Bai Yan stood wide-eyed, his mouth spewing the two-character national treasure mantra. P.S. Huge thanks to me Manchi for the inspiration pills, Hexagram for the inspiration pills, and Eternal Night Without Light for the heart gesture. Your support is appreciated. Book updates, guaranteed daily updates of 6,000 words. Maybe 2 or 3 chapters per day, but always around 6,000 words total. Occasionally, for plot continuity, chapters may be 3,000 words each. If there's an extra update, it'll be 9k words per day. Let's set a bonus chapter rule. 500 gold tickets equals 1 bonus chapter. 5 donations trigger 1 extra chapter. No need for large donations, just 1 yuan is enough. Let's keep the data looking good. Big donations aren't ideal, the site takes half, and your money doesn't grow on trees. If you can afford a membership, I'd be humbled and deeply grateful. Daily updates will be released together in the evening due to platform review. They'll typically be available by the next morning when you're ready to dive in. Currently 1,500 gold tickets, with 3 chapters backlogged. Starting tomorrow, I'll catch up. Chapter 85, Unconventional Elemental Spirit Mist. 4K. Thick white smoke rolled like flowing water. Under the sunlight, the misty haze steamed and shimmered. All the white mist converged toward the sky, then began to condense. The convergence was so rapid it formed a towering white mist tornado vortex in the sky. The scene was spectacular. Something is absorbing this white mist. Someone's eyes narrowed in shock. What kind of creature could this be? Several minutes later, the white mist that had permeated the entire forest vanished completely. It transformed into a massive, white, cotton-like mass, floating in the sky, writhing as if alive. Storm clouds gathered as elemental particles from dozens of miles around surged madly toward the cotton ball. Those who had failed the selection process, previously lost in the forest due to the thick fog. Now, they all emerged from the forest. Within the selection forest, some mimetic magic plants lifted their heads to gaze at the sky, twisting their bodies as leaves rustled and swayed. Clearly, this was an expression of their joy. A pale green energy coalesced on their surfaces, eventually winding together to form a green river that merged into the cotton-like substance. Everyone was baffled. What is this? Several selection officers were equally baffled. Xiong Haoran's beast taming talent was danger perception, yet he detected no threat. Only Bai Yan's eyes widened in sheer excitement, as if he'd won the jackpot. He kept shouting, "Holy!" His inner excitement was beyond words. Soon, the solidified white mist gathered enough energy, erupting in an endless blaze of white light so blinding it hurt the eyes. It felt as if some mysterious creator was crafting a masterpiece of life. Buzz. The heavens and earth trembled, the entire forest swayed, as if offering celebratory salutes for the birth of life. The intense white light dissipated. What emerged was a peculiar lifeform, human-shaped, composed entirely of white mist, standing only 40 centimeters tall with indistinct features. Its lower half, however, was a miniature vortex. Elemental being. Everyone's eyes widened in shock as gasps erupted from their mouths. They had witnessed the very birth of an elemental spirit. Elemental-type beast pets are exceedingly rare to be born. They are the favored children of heaven and earth, born and nurtured by nature itself. Moreover, elemental creatures possessed a unique racial ability, elemental transformation. They are immune to physical damage and also immune to energy damage from those with lower elemental mastery levels than themselves. They are exceptionally rare and highly coveted extraordinary creatures. Capturing them for sale can fetch astronomical prices if their racial potential is high. The only slight drawback is this. Their racial potential is constrained by the land or environment that gave birth to them. What a pity! The selection forest has been integrated into Blue Star for nearly 2,000 years. Without high-tier power, its potential probably isn't that great. They shook their heads. It's too far away from us. By the time we get there, it'll likely be gone. Otherwise, we could have made a little money. Elemental creatures are extremely difficult to capture. Listening to their conversation, Lu Chen's expression turned peculiar. Name, Mist Elemental. Power level, upper elite tier. Element, elemental. Potential, high-ranking dominant species. Description, a favored child of heaven and earth, a lifeform born within the white mist. As the forest that nurtured it was once part of a high-ranking ecological system, its racial potential has reached that of an upper dominant species. Upper dominant species, and you call that average potential? This forest was once a fragment of the colossal abyss realm known as the Abyssal Cavern. During its integration, spatial collisions shattered it into pieces that fell here, forming a minor abyss realm. The environmental status that nurtured the elemental spirits was no weakling. Except for Lu Chen.
There was another who understood the potential of mist elementals.
That person was Bai Yan.
Bai Yan's beast taming talent sensed it. The mist elemental spirit before him possessed remarkable potential. His entire body trembled with excitement. He had finally found a suitable second beast companion.
Oh no! Bai Yan watched as the mist elemental spirit gradually drifted away. Finding it again later would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Lu Chen, help me, he pleaded. Only a spatial-type cultivator could catch up to the mist elemental spirit now.
No need for formalities, Lu Chen murmured, his voice calm.
Little squid.
A simple favor, consider it compensation for accidentally stealing their great sun mindstream secret art.
Little squid's tentacles swished through the air as it repeatedly activated Void Walk.
Its form flickered and shifted. Soon, it caught up to the mist elemental.
Sensing danger, the mist elemental roared, transforming its body into a giant of white mist as its aura erupted.
Endless mist solidified into a tangible form, coiling toward the little squid to strangle it. The spectacle was overwhelming.
This left Xiong Haoren and the others stunned.
Upper elite tier strength.
Born at the upper elite tier?
They exchanged stunned glances.
Holy misjudgment.
This mist elemental spirit's racial potential was at least that of a dominator tier species.
Their breath quickened.
Whether sold for profit or raised as their next beast companion, it was the optimal choice.
Their eyes flickered as they weighed the pros and cons, but ultimately, they backed down. Lu Chen had captured it for Bai Yan, offending the Bai family. With the moral high ground against them, even their pillar masters couldn't protect them.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the sky, the little squid and the mist elemental darted about, shifting shapes and blurring their forms.
Elemental types were truly troublesome. Physical attacks were utterly ineffective.
Even when tightly bound by the little squid's spider silk, it could shatter into mist molecules and escape.
Unable to restrict its movement, they had no way to capture and bring it back.
Witnessing this, Lin Guowei and the others felt a quiet satisfaction. Bai Yan had joined the 10th pillar. They were never meant to be on the same path. The weaker their strength, the better. The best outcome would be if they couldn't capture this mist elemental spirit. They hoped the mist elemental would escape.
But this outcome was never meant to be. Boom! The mist elemental was bound once more by spider silk.
It dispersed into elemental molecules to escape, only to condense anew nearby.
No sooner had its form solidified. Another strand of silk shot toward it.
Seeing its opponent still unable to subdue it, the newly born mist elemental spirit, still possessing a childish nature. It actively grabbed the incoming silk, wrapped it around its own neck several times, feigned hanging itself, made a funny face, and then silently burst into laughter. But it failed to notice that this strand of silk it had willingly wrapped around its neck was different from the previous ones. A strange energy diffused, and a wave of drowsiness washed over it.
The next second,
its vision blurred, and it found itself transported to a strange world.
Endless starlight mist filled the air. Its newly awakened consciousness flickered with bewilderment.
Where was this? So much mist, could it be my kind?
Suddenly,
it saw it through the haze. A terrifying silhouette emerged, a colossal octopus as massive as a mountain. Then, with a whoosh, its tentacles swept the creature up and dragged it into the mist.
Mist. A terrified scream echoed repeatedly from within the starlit fog. In reality,
the mist elemental floated in the air, unconscious. Its blurred features were furrowed in a frown, and its mouth kept uttering the terrified sounds of fog. Clearly, little squid had dragged it into the dream prison and subjected it to a nightmare. Little squid gazed at the sleeping mist elemental, its tentacle gently patting its head.
You really thought I couldn't handle you?
Just wanted to look a bit more tired so the Beastmaster would praise me, hug me, and lift me high. Otherwise, with your puny karami, this little squid here could take you down in an instant.
Spider silk wove itself into a birdcage, trapping it inside.
Carrying it by its tentacles, the little squid feigned utter exhaustion from overusing its powers as it returned to Lu Chen's side.
Puff! Panting heavily, it sprawled across Lu Chen's head.
8 tentacles flopped limply against his scalp as it stuck out its little tongue, utterly spent.
Lu Chen.
That acting was pretty bad, but he indulged it anyway, ruffling its little head.
Good work, little squid. Lu Chen handed the birdcage containing the mist elemental to Bai Yan.
The latter snatched it up excitedly. Damn, how'd you get it to sleep?
Let's go. Back to the dojo. Time to prepare for my second beast pet contract.
Watching their retreating figures, Xiong Haoren and the others finally snapped back to reality, their gazes fixating on the little squid perched atop Lu Chen's head.
A moment of daze. As night watchmen, they'd seen it all.
Beyond spatial abilities, there were dream manipulating powers.
What kind of monstrous beast pet was this? Lin Guowei's mouth hung open. He hadn't lost unfairly. Without a moment's rest,
Lu Chen and the others returned to the Great Sun Dojo.
Grandpa, I want to contract a second beast pet.
Bai Yan searched everywhere for Bai Wupiang. He soon learned Bai Wupiang wasn't at the dojo he'd left not long ago.
Oh well, looks like the old man won't be able to witness me binding my second beast pet in person. He waved to Lu Chen. I'll go bind my beast pet now. Lu Yorong and Lu Chen's temporary one-bedroom apartment. Lu Yorong was lecturing the moon elves. Aren't all light-type creatures genderless? Why are you acting like love-struck dogs around that little squid? Don't ever be a suck-up, you hear me? Moon. The moon spirit nodded. Suddenly, as if sensing something, its eyes lit up. It flew over and twisted open the doorknob. It gazed at the little squid perched on Lu Chen's head, emitting a sound of pure delight. She held out a cup of water to the little squid. Little squid waved it away. Squiddy me, I only drink water poured by my beastmaster. Destroy it. Lu Yorong rolled her eyes wildly. How could someone as brilliant as me end up with such a pathetic beast pet? All done, she asked. Lu Chen gave a brief account of today's events. So after all that trip, the only ones joining your 10th pillar are Bai Yan and Bai Chen? Then it was all for nothing? Might as well have invited them to join right here at the dojo. Laughter aside, Lu Yorong felt genuine concern. Next year we're heading to the front lines. With Zhang Jiang and the two of you, that makes only 4 people. How are we supposed to manage? No, 5. Lu Chen looked at her. Don't forget. Zhang Jini said you'll be joining the night watch later too. Lu Yorong's smile faded. Is it too late to cut ties? Wait for death. Grandma'll throw a feast then, recouping all the red envelopes she's given over the years. Put. Lu Yorong fumed. All you ever think about is hosting your auntie's funeral banquet. Bull. I'm as beautiful as the moon and flowers, stunning enough to make fish sink and birds fall. I clearly don't have the face of someone who dies young. Their daily banter continued. Returning to business, Lu Chen inquired, how's your great son Mindstream's secret art coming along? I can already boost my beast companion's combat power by 10%. I've basically mastered it, the rest just requires diligent practice. Lu Chen nodded. Then tomorrow I'll take you to the Abyss Realm to hone your combat skills. Just wait. I'll show you how formidable the future Road King will be. She was itching to try it out. She'd never experienced a pet battle before. Her anticipation and excitement grew. Then I'll find a training ground to practice my skills and techniques with the moon spirit. Alone now. Lu Chen washed up and changed into clean clothes. He sat cross-legged on the sofa. He looked inward at himself. In the beast control space, the tender sprout of the eternal divine tree continued to breathe in and out. The sprout had grown slightly larger than before. It was quite peculiar. Lu Chen noticed that as it grew. The beast taming space was slowly expanding outward. Though the growth was minimal, as its master, he could sense the subtle shift. With nothing else to do, he began studying the Great Sun Mindstream secret art. To be honest, he felt this technique had lost its original essence. The Great Sun Mindstream secret art was based on the principle of emptying the mind and using the energy of the Great Sun to illuminate the soul. It leaned toward a unique form of meditation, capable of developing one's own mind. But now, the sun's radiance was overshadowed by the stellar power within him. Shouldn't it be called the Stellar Mindstream secret art in his hands? Who cares? The ability to double a beast companion's combat power at its peak? That's pretty sweet. It's got real utility. In battles against opponents of equal rank, it could easily tip the scales of victory. As he cultivated, a small portion of the starlight energy channeled from the primordial realm into reality split off, granting Lu Chen the means to cultivate this secret art. After finishing her ablutions, Bai Chen emerged from the bathroom. Her residence was directly across from Lu Chen's, both on the first floor. Their balconies faced each other across a patch of grass. Suddenly, a blinding energy flared in the corner of her eye. In the pitch-black, gloomy world, any glimmer of light felt exceptionally blinding. The world that should have been devoid of light in her eyes now held a blinding glow. She stepped onto her balcony, gazing across at the one opposite. Clearly visible, energy filled the room across the way, penetrating the transparent glass and radiating outward. That energy bore a name: light. To her world, where light had never existed, it was merely a faint candle flame. Yet, to her, it was the only light in the entire world. She stared blankly, her eyes as pure as the sky, rippling with light. On the other side, the ruins of what had once been the research institute lay shattered and broken. Debris from the institute's buildings was scattered everywhere. The entire facility lay utterly destroyed. The ancient fossil revival machine had been stolen, and all research materials and data were lost. Zhang Jini's rage boiled over. Her dream was to uncover the mythical truths of the Beastmaster world. To unearth the complete history. Now, all her hard work had been reduced to ashes. She searched the secret realm inch by inch, seeking any trace of the so-called alchemist order and the mole within. A group of alchemists long vanished from history. Why had they suddenly reappeared, and why had they stolen the ancient fossil resurrection machine? Click. Her time elemental beast companion, Flower of History, had made a discovery. Her eyes narrowed. This is Chapter 86, The Extortionist Guild and the Alchemist Cult Emerge. Zhang Jini emerged from the Research Institute's secret realm. Her eyes flickered. She dialed a number. Can your mechanics help me look into something? Look into the former pillar master of the 10th pillar of the Night Watch. Also, the extraordinary artifact he stole from the Cultivators Association back then. Get me all the intel on it. After dinner that afternoon, Chen called Lu Yurong out for a stroll, only to receive her reply that she needed to practice. The beast pet battle was scheduled for tomorrow. As a 28-year-old novice beast tamer, she felt both exhilarated and anxious. No choice. Chen had no choice but to explore Linyuan City alone. The locals were rugged and fierce, with adventurers everywhere accompanied by their beast pets, all kinds of attributes and forms. Seeing this, Chen summoned Qitian, letting it stretch its legs. This little guy was quite the hustler. When not summoned, it would absorb the highly concentrated energy purified by the eternal divine tree sapling. It practiced elemental mastery and honed its skill proficiency. Both beast companions were outside. Little Squid perched on his head, while Qitian used form intent transformation to shrink to figurine size, sitting on his shoulder. The two little creatures curiously observed everything around them. Linyuan City is divided into the southern and northern districts. The southern part is the city center. North City, closer to the outskirts, was also where many large merchant guilds and adventurers gathered most densely. As a colossal abyss realm, the abyssal depths had its forbidden contamination purged. Countless adventurers now camped there, venturing inside to explore. They then brought their spoils to market. All manner of beast pet materials are available here, far more abundant than in the ancient capital. Chen also needed to purchase some materials for concocting potions. Energy potions are a type of magic potion. The ingredients for potions are all organs or limbs from extraordinary creatures. His gaze fixed on an adventurer's back. Tall and imposing, the figure carried something snake-like in its hands. Fire lizards shed skin. Grind into powder and administer to fire-type beast pets to temporarily enhance the power of their fire-type moves. Now, let's examine another one. The lamp eyes of the 1,000 light fish. Upon consumption, the skin emits a luminous glow, making it an indispensable potion for exploring dimly lit caves. Chen. Glowing all over while exploring dark caves, sure you won't become a target? Why go to caves? Why not hit the nightclub and be the coolest kid on the block? Back to the point, magic potions. All of these are concocted using materials obtained from ferocious beasts. The advantage over direct consumption is that it maximizes the avoidance of energy waste. Take the lantern eyes of the 1,000 light fish, for instance. Swallowing it only keeps your skin glowing for 2 hours. But when made into a potion, it glows for half a day. Of course, both of these are rather useless potions. There are expensive potions that can shorten the growth time of beast pets, or even significantly accelerate their growth rate. Potions reserved for the whales. Chen noticed that all adventurers were carrying their harvested materials, moving in and out of a vast building. It was a large merchant guild. Its name was quite telling, the Rip-Off Guild. Chen fell deep in thought. Was this name really not a front for a rip-off shop? He checked his phone and found it wasn't. It was a large, chain-operated merchant guild with an impeccable reputation. Greetings, esteemed guest. Are you here to sell or to buy? Buying. Do you carry materials related to dream-based or space-based systems? Little Squid possessed spatial, dream, and fantasy attributes. 3 attributes rare to the extreme. High ceilings and formidable power mean they're notoriously difficult to cultivate. Elemental mastery levels increase at a snail's pace. Spatial type requires constant immersion in the void to perceive spatial energy. Dream-based abilities require inducing dreams in others. The richer the emotions within, the better than consuming their dream bubbles. Fantasy power cannot be enhanced at all until reaching the commander tier. The saleswoman's eyes lit up the moment she heard they wanted spatial and dream materials, big spenders. She immediately led Chen to view the relevant materials. Staring at the string of zeros, he fell silent once more. Alright. Entry-level spatial type materials. Void crystal, thumbnail-sized, 10 million. Pure dream essence, 1 small vial, 8 million. After all, a broke guy like him just wasn't cut out for this. He already sensed it. Little Squid was going to be an ultimate money-sucking monster. Damn system, when will it give me some quests? Making money was actually simple for him. Energy crystals, something never before seen in this world. Extremely nutritious, extremely filling, and available in different attribute flavors. High-quality energy crystals could even subtly enhance the potential of beast pets. And then there was. With Evolutionist's Legacy plus Divine Gaze, he could see every pet's evolutionary path. Any rare path he reveals, especially those that break species limitations, commands massive sums of money. But for someone like him without connections or power, showing this off would be like a child flaunting gold in a marketplace. This is different from being a breeder. Chen revealed his breeder identity because breeders merely help formulate pet development plans and craft energy potions and other magical elixirs. Plus, Jiang Jini researched ancient fossil machines with Dr. Lu Mu at 28 and became an archaeology professor at 22. So what if I'm an 18-year-old advanced breeder? If they keep pestering me, I'll just reveal my Myth Bureau credentials. What's wrong with inheriting a breeder's legacy from a ruin?
Energy crystals would shake up the entire industry, threatening countless people's interests. They were nothing short of a revolutionary product. Of course, Chen could also claim they came from a breeder's legacy he acquired within the ruins.
Human nature is greedy. If you've already obtained something as valuable as energy crystals, surely there must be more? Endless troubles will surely follow. Low-key is the way to go.
With the system on his side, invincibility was merely a matter of time. He purchased several attribute materials unavailable in the ancient capital.
Chen departed the rip-off guild.
2 figures brushed past him.
Little Squid let out a low whimper.
It told Chen that these two carried the same aura as that bug-playing man.
Chen's eyes flickered. Bug Masters, huh? Bug Masters had once entered the Dream Prison.
They were disciples of the assassin organization, the Fate Play Church. Within the Dream Prison, they worshipped the forbidden entity known as the God of Fate, attempting to invade the prison through memories.
Chen shattered them with the primal essence of the Lord of Primordiality.
The Dream Prison remembered their essence, which is why Little Squid instantly detected their scent.
Chen followed.
Little Squid covertly activated a void ripple, sending spider silk threads into it. Using the principle of a sound tube,
eavesdropping on their conversation. Soon, Chen stroked his chin. Black market? A grand gathering for all beast masters who embrace the dark side? The date is set for tonight. Many cultists from various churches have secretly arrived.
Because word spread that an organization called the Alchemist Cult had announced they possessed information about the Forbidden Egg.
The Forbidden Egg? What the hell is that?
He narrowed his eyes.
Was this the same cult that attacked Dr. Lu Chen's curiosity was piqued. He really wanted to go inside and take a look.
Little Squid and Tian both possessed the power of the dark god side.
He could easily pose as a cultist.
But reason reigned in his curiosity.
Forget it.
As a mere rebirth stage cultivator, barging in there would be nothing short of suicide.
His life was more important. Chen prided himself on being a rational man. Curiosity killed the cat. Ding. Task issued. Host, enter the black market. Chen, reason? What the hell is reason? Do I even have that? Chapter 87, Incarnation of Taboo? The stunned crowd. The black market opens tonight.
Play is play, and chaos is chaos. Even though a system quest had been triggered, Chen wasn't about to risk his own life for it. There's no penalty for not completing system tasks, so just do what you can. The magic mirror doll remains in the ancient capital. Beast pets can only be stored in the beast taming space when flying. Since it's not Chen's beast pet, it can't be stored in the beast taming space. Since he was only staying for a few days, he didn't bring it along.
He pondered, running through scenarios in his mind.
His spatial abilities granted formidable escape capabilities.
Combined with his immunity to pollution. No big deal, it's doable.
If all else failed, he could always toss out a shred of the Lord of the Zodiac's robe and poison them to death.
Tian, transform into someone else and go buy me a set of clothes.
These days, beast companions possess peculiar powers. Last time he activated the Moonlit Snow Mountain ruins, Jiang Zhini tracked him down.
Soon, he acquired a black cloak and a mask.
Everything was ready, only waiting for the right moment.
Black market. An industry slang term. Its full name is the dark market, and its true owner remains unknown.
Its existence dates back to the era when supernatural powers first emerged, making it a long-standing entity. It operates as a neutral faction leaning toward the dark side. It operates not only in Great Xia but across other nations as well, conducting business not only with forbidden, evil-aligned humans. They also conduct business with the law-aligned Beastmaster Association.
Various nations have attempted to destroy them. But they cannot be destroyed due to the location where they operate. It is situated within a divine relic.
More precisely, the Alliance suspects it is a mother-child divine relic. They discovered that black markets occasionally opened in different regions. Moreover, the group never caused trouble nor inflicted damage on human territories. Over time, the Alliance of Nations tacitly accepted their existence. A bright moon hung high, showering its radiance upon the mortal world. In the wilderness near the abyssal depths.
Influenced by the abyss's aura, the beasts dwelling here grew savage, and the ecosystem itself leaned toward the abyss's nature.
They lurked in the wilderness at night, emerging only after dusk.
And,
in the dim night's embrace, numerous figures clad in strange attire and wearing masks moved through the wilderness. The beasts, terrified, fled with their tails tucked between their legs. These figures kept their distance from one another as they advanced toward a valley. Linyuan City was always a melting pot of all sorts of people, with many adventurers exploring the abyssal depths. Nor was it lacking in cultists of dark gods who embraced forbidden powers. The moment they stepped into the valley, the world spun and the scene transformed. The world before them plunged into pitch darkness, while a path glowing with a cold, eerie light wound beneath their feet.
Following the path to its end, a colossal wall stood before them all.
Built of red bricks, it stood before them, its length, width, and height stretching infinitely.
It seemed like the very edge of the world, blocking everyone's path forward. Sizzle! An airy liquid oozed from the red bricks, bright red as blood, intertwining to form 3 arched portals of light below. A combination of small, large, and small. The central gate was the largest and most imposing, towering dozens of meters high. The side arches were only a few meters wide. Moreover, the central arch bore a wooden basin with iron trim, its interior glowing with burning charcoal. Beside the brazier stood a row of skulls, half embedded in the wall. The entrance to the black market appeared. Everyone headed toward these 3 arched gateways. Bang! The moment someone stepped through the central archway, the charcoal fire above ignited, flaring into a small flame. Then, the person was instantly flung several meters away, tumbling across the ground several times. Overestimating your abilities, echoed the mocking laughter. New here, huh? Just embraced the forbidden power? The bonfire above your head will flare to different heights depending on the intensity of that forbidden power within you, on the strength of the dark god's aura within your body. The skulls beside the bonfire are the measuring scale. Only when the 3rd skull ignites will you earn the right to walk through the main gate. They also jokingly called it the 3-tiered skull power. The bonfire at the main gate serves as a test of strength. Most people choose the side entrances. Occasionally, someone would pass through the main gate, igniting the bonfire and lighting the skull. Whenever someone passed through the main gate, it drew envious stares. Someone gasped, "Holy, 6 skull power." This individual wore a demon mask, riding a tiger-like beast pet. The tiger was already deformed and twisted, with a large flesh tumor growing from the king character on its forehead. Their aura manifested as phantom faces floating in the air, as if fierce specters were howling. All fell silent. The strong commanded respect wherever they went. One by one, they entered. Suddenly, the dark sky was abruptly illuminated, half the heavens bathed in fiery red. The bonfire in the brazier shot straight to its peak. All the skulls glowed, trembling violently as if straining under the force. What's happening? Is it broken? The terrifying commotion sent chills down everyone's spine as they stared in horror at the figure stepping through the main gate. Dressed in a hooded robe, wearing a smiling cat mask. Light and shadow warped around him, the form concealed beneath the robes shifting constantly before their eyes, an unsettling aura lingering around him. Half of its form remained shrouded in darkness, while the other half appeared as transparent mist. When eyes focused on him, space and light warped. Unbearable to look upon for long. Tap tap tap. Footsteps echoed as he stepped inward. Everyone stood perfectly aligned, bodies rigidly upright, their gazes fixed upon him. No one dared to move. Lu Chen. Being stared at by everyone like this was making him a little uneasy. What the hell? He'd only asked Little Squid and Qitian to unleash their demon god traits. How did this turn into such a commotion? Lu Chen hurried his pace and stepped inside. Only when his figure vanished completely. Only then did the crowd draw a collective, deep breath. Their pupils dilated as shockwaves of disbelief surged through their minds. No. Could it be the forbidden incarnation that slipped through from the front lines into human territory? Unbearable to look upon for long. It already possessed a hint of the unbearable to look upon equality. Step inside. And it really was a marketplace. A chaotic beauty bordering on violence. Beastmasters from every dark faction lay out their wares on the ground. The only difference from the outside was that the goods here all carried a peculiar, eerie quality. After browsing around, my pockets were empty. There were indeed many fine items, but the sellers all insisted on barter. He could only watch them slip through his fingers with regret. A sudden thought struck him. What if he set up his own stall to sell energy crystals? The idea was quickly dismissed. In their eyes, he was now a big shot. Doing something so beneath him would raise suspicions and expose his true nature. How could the items here possibly satisfy you, sir? This is your first time here, isn't it? Those who enter through the main gate can proceed to the auction. That's where the good stuff is. A figure stepped forward. He claimed to be from the alchemy cult. Chapter 88, The Forbidden Egg, the rule-bound treasure pool of 10,000 mothers. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. So this was the alchemy sect that attacked Dr. Lu Mu and stole the ancient fossil revival machine? But there's still some time before it begins. You may explore the area at your leisure. With that, the figure departed. He watched Lu Chen's retreating figure from the shadows. A thoughtful expression crossed his face. Lu Chen continued wandering through the marketplace. Most people here weren't affiliated with the church. They were simply beast tamers driven by desire or other motives, choosing to engage with forbidden powers to obtain truth knowledge. As long as they didn't expose themselves and their bodies didn't undergo physical mutations, they were difficult to detect in daily life. They could very well be a familiar companion right beside you. Their spiritual essence was warped, granting them forbidden knowledge and turning them into devotees of some dark deity. Followers and cults were two entirely different matters. Cultists received the supreme reward from the unseen, bathing in his glory. The cult's spiritual essence has fully taken the form of the dark god they serve, worshipping it as the one true deity. A devotee. Are not. You can even become a follower of multiple dark gods, gaining their respective forbidden truths.
When they continue to sink into depravity, their spiritual corruption eventually becomes irreversible. They are typically executed by the Beastmaster Association, flee into exile, or join a specific cult of a dark god.
Time was almost up.
He made his way toward the auction hall, which stood out prominently. Stepping inside, he saw many people seated within. Those inside had all entered through the main gate, none of them weak. Here, however, were all members of the Dark God cult. Within the cult of the Dark God, members weren't necessarily aligned with the same faction, they might even be rivals. Especially when it came to truth, their respective truths might clash.
Each side would gladly see the other destroyed.
It's what you'd call a clash of ideologies. Even within the dark market, they can't stand the sight of each other. They release their auras, clashing in opposition. The very air warped beneath them, erupting into an eerie spectacle.
Most present were overlord tier beings, with no shortage of sovereign tier figures. Tap tap. Chen stepped inside. Instantly, the noisy arena fell silent. Everyone instantly retracted their aura. Not a soul dared to make a sound. Those who had arrived earlier were puzzled. After being tipped off by others, they all stared at Chen's back with their scalps tingling. He seemed like the embodiment of a taboo. At the very least, he was a top-tier powerhouse of some dark cult, a heavenly king-level existence. Only when Chen casually found a spot to sit down. Whispers began to ripple through the crowd. Why did we attract such a terrifying presence? Probably after the forbidden egg. The alchemy church heard it's formed by alchemists vanished from history. The question was, what expressions would they wear when they discovered this so-called suspected taboo incarnation was merely a lowly transcendent stage beastmaster? The auction commenced swiftly. Sure enough, the items up for bid were rare materials seldom seen outside. Among them was the void fruit. Fruits grown within the void turbulence, imbued with spatial energy, capable of enhancing the spatial attribute level of spatial-type beast pets. There were even dragon-type materials. Dragon-type was also one of the rarest and most powerful attributes. Dragon-type beast masters. They are also known as dragon masters. Outsiders find it exceedingly difficult to obtain dragon-type beasts, as they are almost exclusively controlled by the Dragon Tamer clan among the 5 clans and 10 noble houses of Great Xia. The Dragon Tamer clan, the foremost among the 5 clans. Jiang Zhenyi's dragon cloud bird is indeed dragon-type, but this is her destined beast companion. It only gained the dragon attribute after she administered a dragon blood secret treasure unexpectedly obtained from an ancient ruin. The auction proceeded in an orderly fashion. As it neared its conclusion, everyone noticed Chen still sitting calmly and composedly in his seat. They couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Truly a formidable figure, not a single item they considered precious caught his eye. He didn't even bother bidding. Soon, the main event arrived. Next up is tonight's grand finale, the Forbidden Egg. The Dark Market's administrator remained shrouded in shadow. Countless spotlights illuminated the table before him. It was an embryo-like object, pure white in color, covered in intricate veins. It radiated an ominous aura, its contents unknown. Name, Forbidden Egg incomplete. Description, the Forbidden Egg is an exceedingly rare entity even within the ecosystem of the Dark Gods. It can hatch into a race of Dark God familiars and serve as a beast pet contract. However, it contains an immensely powerful, warped force that will distort one's soul. This particular Forbidden Egg was not naturally formed, but rather forged by the rule-altering artifact known as the Pool of 10,000 Mothers. Got it. No wonder the cult of the evil god is scrambling for these things. Evil god eggs can hatch into the vassal races of the evil gods. But what made Chen narrow his eyes was this. This thing was artificially created using the rule artifact, the Pool of All Mothers? Rule treasures, that's the formal name for divine relics. Our analysis confirms this artifact is incomplete. At best, it can cultivate beings up to the heavenly king tier. Disappointment washed over the crowd. Yet they accepted it as reasonable. If it were an intact forbidden egg, it wouldn't appear at a dark market auction in this region. Instead, it would be heavily promoted. But this still sent the crowd into a frenzy. A complete forbidden egg was utterly out of their reach. Being able to cultivate it to the heavenly king tier was more than enough. Perhaps then, the master might bestow a reward, allowing them to ascend to the totem tier. The custodian only accepts barter, specifically items related to divine beings, stated the black market's overseer. Everyone began bidding. The scene grew intensely heated, with no conclusion in sight. Until a single drop of the Shadow Lord's divine blood. A slight stir rippled through the crowd. Divine blood? Oh, I remember now. A few years ago, the Shadow Church opened a relic containing a divine relic of the Shadow Lord. But the Zodiac String Palace beat them to it, slaying the divine favored one and seizing a fragment of the Shadow Lord's essence, the very Shadow Source bestowed upon his own followers. Chen. Could it be that suit guy he killed last time? But with that big shot in the back, it might not be possible to secure it, right? They turned their gaze toward Chen. Any other bidders? The black market manager's hammer remained suspended for an extended moment. His gaze, too, fixed on Chen. Chen signaled Little Squid to unleash the aura of the Dark God. Instantly, light and shadow warped. Like primordial chaos descending, a shadowy realm and a mist-filled, eerie world intertwined behind him. Within the boundless mist, the shadowy silhouette of a colossal octopus flickered in and out of view, as if emerging from the farthest reaches of the world to descend upon the mortal realm. Everyone gasped in horror. Holy, could this be a complete demon's minion? A chill ran through their hearts. Could this powerful being be a totem-tier ancient monster? Seems he's not interested in this incomplete forbidden egg. The Shadow Church had secured the forbidden egg, a feat renowned throughout the black market. To ensure customer safety, those who won items would exit the auction hall in advance, with their exit points randomly assigned. The auction concluded. As the crowd dispersed, the black market's manager approached Lu Chen. Esteemed customer, we sincerely apologize you didn't secure your desired item. We cordially invite you to attend the elite trading fair. Didn't get it? I couldn't afford it. To maintain his tough guy persona, he replied tersely, lead the way. Soon. They arrived at a private room. Inside were several people. Seeing Lu Chen enter, they were startled at first, then their expressions turned excited. If such a big shot was here, he must have plenty of good stuff. Lu Chen glanced around 10 people in total. All emanated the aura of sovereign-tier cultivators. They must be the priests from the major churches. The one claiming to be from the alchemist order was present too, sporting that distinctive vortex mask. The transaction method was barter. Everyone was curious what Lu Chen could possibly offer. Lu Chen replied indifferently, whatever I find interesting, whatever you want, I have it. Whoa, is this what a big shot looks like? Everyone presented their trade items and stated what they needed in return. Damn. Jealousy flared. Damn it. Lu Chen spotted a fist-sized void crystal. So many good things. Damn it, is the cult of the evil god really this rich? Suddenly, his eyes locked onto one item. A clay jar. Intense life fluctuations emanated from within. Chapter 89, The Beast of Gluttony, the Realm of Life Spirits, and the Dead Bone Eyes. The clay pot looked unappealing. Bloodstains marred its surface, and the brownish mud inside made it look even less appealing. At first glance, it resembled rotting sludge from a foul-smelling ditch. The pot's owner was a gaunt man, yet he wore a baggy robe that hung like a carpet on the ground. The scene resembled a vast black cloth draped over a skinny dog. An XS frame forced into XXXXXXXXXL-sized clothing. A half-mask covered his face, revealing only his mouth and sunken cheeks. Lu Chen activated his divine eye and glanced at it. Name, Spirit-infused soil. Description, vitality-infused soil that can be crafted into life potions. Extends species lifespan and provides benefits even to sovereign-tier creatures. When consumed by newly hatched beast pets, it enhances their innate racial potential. Particularly suited for plant-type beast pets, rooting in it accelerates growth and grants a chance to master the plant-type recovery skill photosynthesis. Lu Chen pondered. It could accelerate the growth of plant species, wondered if it would work on the sapling of the eternal divine tree. As the other person produced the clay jar, the others also sensed its potent life essence. Spirit-infused soil? This is a one-time treasure only produced in the life spirit realm. The last time the life spirit realm opened was years ago. How do you still have it? Each time a beast master and their pet advanced in rank, their life essence transcended to a higher tier. Inferior materials held almost no effect on higher-ranked beast masters and pets, especially those at the sovereign tier. Thus, materials capable of enhancing even sovereign-tier beings were exceptionally rare and invaluable. Divine Spirit Breath Soil was precisely such a secret treasure material capable of enhancing even sovereign-tier beings. Lu Chen heard their exclamations, his eyes flickering slightly. The Life Spirit Realm? Last opened years ago? This was yet another realm beyond his current understanding. Could it also be an ecosystem? What do you want? The crowd demanded. Just as the master of the spirit-nourishing soil was about to speak, his spiritual essence suddenly spiraled out of control. His physical form ballooned like a gas-filled sphere. His XXXXXXXXXXL-sized robes stretched to their limit in an instant. With a sharp ryup, it burst open. The once slender figure transformed into a towering, layered mountain of flesh, crashing heavily to the ground. Vaguely discernible limbs hinted at a human form. Disgusting white flesh oozed out through the rips in his robes. His once sunken cheeks had swollen into a double chin, with flesh squishing his features together. The swelling flesh caused the mask that had once covered half his face to stick to his nose like a miniature figurine. What was truly horrifying, however? A sweet, mouth-watering fragrance emanated from the creature's flesh, stirring an irresistible urge to bite into it. Fortunately, none present were ordinary individuals. Such disturbances of power could not sway them. The owner of the clay pot, eyes gleaming with ravenous hunger, produced a peculiar sack. From within poured a torrent of food meatballs formed from condensed flesh of living creatures. He began to devour them voraciously, stuffing them whole into his mouth like a starving ghost reincarnated. The gluttony faction of the 7 deadly sins? The Church of the 7 Deadly Sins. Lu Chen recalled their records. They were explicitly targeted by the Alliance of Nations with bounties. It was also defined as one of the most dangerous churches threatening human territories. The forbidden truth of the gluttony lineage was gluttony. By consuming food, they worship the unseen beast of gluttony. Everything ingested transforms into pure energy, channeled through the unseen forbidden truth and absorbed by the beast. In return, the beast bestows power to strengthen both its pet and its own master. But the forbidden truth is not something ordinary people can touch. Once you walk this path, you must eat constantly. Should you ever fail to satisfy the hunger of the beast of gluttony, it will devour every living thing within sight. If all lifeforms are consumed and the hunger remains unsatisfied, it will begin devouring its own flesh. Ultimately, it will consume itself entirely. The greater one's power, the more intense the hunger becomes, and the higher the demands for sustenance. Soon, the mountain of food was devoured, yet the hunger remained unsatisfied. It began gnawing at its own arm, consuming the entire limb until only a skeletal frame remained. Only then did the savage hunger in his eyes slowly fade. His swollen body gradually returned to normal. He opened his mouth to speak, teeth like sharp shark fangs dripping with strands of flesh. I need highly concentrated food that can fill me up enough to satisfy my hunger for at least a month. It must be easy to carry and not draw attention. Who could satisfy your appetite? Shouldn't you be on the front lines? There are plenty of monsters and corpses there. Venturing into human territory, don't you fear the night watch? You're the easiest to expose. Once your hunger goes unsatisfied, you'll manifest right where you stand. Everyone shook their heads. A month's worth of rations for someone from the gluttony lineage of the sovereign tier? Are you kidding me? If it were ordinary food, it could be piled into a mountain. Then I have nothing left to trade, the other said, disappointment flickering in their eyes as they prepared to put away the divine spirit breath soil. Having just satisfied his hunger, he now needed to purchase food for his next spiritual mutation. The flesh sacrificed to the beast of gluttony could not be restored. He had lost his right hand forever. He must stockpile food for the next cycle immediately. Otherwise, once hunger reached its critical point, he wouldn't be able to satisfy it. He would begin devouring other humans, or consume himself until nothing remained but skeletal remains. Within human territories, this was a dead end. Especially in Lin Yuan City, where the Heavenly King by whooping was stationed. Tap. Try this. Eat it directly. A fist-sized, jelly-like substance was tossed before the glutton. Its surface was charred black, presenting an unappetizing appearance. Everyone was puzzled. They'd never seen this thing before. It showed no signs of energy flow and didn't seem like a treasure or artifact. This was a failed energy crystal block crafted by the magic mirror dolls. It could satisfy hunger, but its taste was hard to swallow. The gluttonous disciple was perplexed. Could this tiny piece truly satisfy his hunger? Only before him stood a being capable of making a skeleton bonfire blaze fiercely. If it were anyone else, he might have thought they were joking. He picked it up and swallowed it whole. Since becoming a follower of gluttony, he had never felt full again. Yet now, a faint sense of satiety stirred within him. Especially since recently stepping into the sovereign tier. His need for sustenance grew ever greater. The compressed bio meatballs he'd crafted on the front lines were squandered within days. At this rate, he would die in human territory sooner or later. After consuming the strange gelatinous substance Chen had given him, he discovered it could satisfy his hunger for 2 hours. It offered no nutritional value, yet it filled him up. He was stunned, his breathing becoming ragged. What on earth was this? A mere infant's fist-sized object could satisfy his hunger for 2 hours. A greedy gleam flashed in his eyes. For practitioners of gluttony, this was no less than a divine treasure. It seemed tailor-made for them. No more starvation, no more fear of spiritual energy running wild. But soon, sensing the other's icy gaze and the twisted shadows of tentacles behind them, he regained his composure. Esteemed sir, how many of these do you possess? Hiss. The crowd's eyes held a hint of awe. Truly a big shot, someone capable of solving the gluttony sex hunger problem. Chen commanded the little squid to retrieve the item through their soul contract. As a spatial-type beast pet, it possessed a miniature storage space. The crowd watched as the figure before them, seemingly the embodiment of taboo, shifted beneath its cloak. A tentacle radiating twisted power emerged from beneath his collar. Clunk! A small pouch was flung onto the table. The crowd was utterly dumbfounded. Whoa! Is the boss really this down to earth, using a plastic bag? That's enough, that's enough! The glutton rejoiced. The transaction was complete. The tentacle curled around the clay pot and retracted into the garment. Esteemed sir, may I ask what exactly this thing is? He asked, his face brimming with anticipation. Just a little trinket I made on a whim. Whatever satisfies me, I've got it all here. The trade fair continued unabated. Everyone was now certain, any item that piqued the interest of the big shot. He could fulfill any demand. One by one, they presented their unwanted treasures, stating what they sought in exchange. Unfortunately, none piqued the big shot's interest. They did manage to trade quite a few things among themselves. Soon, it was the Alchemist Order member's turn. He produced an item that instantly became the focal point of the entire space. An eyeball. Withered, lifeless, yet radiating an otherworldly glow. Name, Skeletal Death Eye. Description, a crystallized essence of power from the legendary undead entity Skeletal Great Demon Eye. It can spawn undead-type beast companions and enhance their racial aptitudes. The evolutionist merged with the divine eye. More information flooded Lu Chen's mind. This material is suitable for cultivating the void illusion squid. Using the evolutionist's power to extract its transcendent particles, combined with spatial energy and alchemical potions, grants the super-tier skill Void Death Ray. It can continuously grow, ultimately advancing to the ultimate art tier, the Deathbone Eye. An ultimate tier skill? Whoa! He sucked in a sharp breath. He had witnessed an ultimate skill before. On the altar of the Mochizuki ruins, that Mochizuki statue was forged countless years ago by Mochizuki himself using the supreme art technique, Life Return. Even after countless years of death, the fabricated statue still possessed overlord tier power. OG tier skills were utterly terrifying. It reminded him of the divine powers from Earth's myths in his previous life. Perfect for little squid must secure it. Legendary tier. The crowd gasped. This alchemist, vanished for centuries only to reappear, was no ordinary figure. Forbidden eggs, legendary tier materials. Same as before, I need items related to the evil god. Preferably forbidden artifacts connected to the evil god's physical form. Though spoken to everyone, his eyes never left Lu Chen, filled with expectation. The others, even if they possessed such items, were not qualified to trade. Otherwise, they would have brought it out during the auction of the forbidden egg. Interesting. The crystallization left behind after the great demon eye of bones perished. I do miss that. The moment those words left his mouth, the alchemist cultist's pupils instantly contracted to pinpricks. He'd never claimed this was the crystallized eyeball formed from the skeleton great demon eye's death. Moreover, the phrase truly nostalgic carried an unsettling, spine-chilling undertone. This was a legendary tier existence. Could it be that this man before them had once witnessed the living skeletal great demon eye? Not bad. I happen to need it, though I doubt it'll trade for what I have. Tentacles extended, flinging an object onto the table. In that instant, without exception, everyone fled madly, running for their lives. Chapter 90, The Fool, Lord of the Stars, Eternal Illusion. It was a tattered yellow rag. Endless babbling and truth-tainted corruption spread outward, warping light and shadow to reveal a blurred figure. Whenever its outline threatened to sharpen, the figure would warp and twist. Like a machine with a jammed signal, it crackled and flickered, now clear, now hazy as snowflake-like specks appeared in the air. The crowd's eyes stung, forcing them to avert their gaze. Their eyes held terror and dread, a forbidden artifact of the Dark God's essence. And not some diluted relic like a drop of the Shadow Lord's blood, a forbidden artifact so weathered by time it had become waste blood. It was fresh. Their scalps prickled, and goosebumps erupted across their skin. The alchemist cultists gasped for breath. This was what they craved, what they lacked. However, the death crystal of the great demon eye of the withered corpse was indeed insufficient to exchange for this forbidden object. What else would you desire, my lord? Take that void crystal you just swapped out. The fist-sized void crystal was exchanged away. Deal. The alchemist accepted without hesitation, producing a box covered in runes. Carefully place this corner of yellow cloth inside. Seems you have nothing else worth exchanging with me. I don't know your name. You may call me the Fool of the Church of Nothingness, who serves the great deity above the mists, ruler of countless stars, revered as Eternal Bubble. Lu Chen rose and departed. All eyes followed him respectfully as he walked away. They murmured among themselves, the Fool. Eternal Bubble. Even the black market's overseer solemnly presented a pitch-black credential. Esteemed guest, this is our dark market credential. It displays the dates when the market opens. Our black market opens irregularly in every major domain, and a grand auction is held each year. Lu Chen accepted it. He did not linger within the black market, departing directly to the valley outside. Then his body dissolved into the shadows. 10 minutes later, Chi Tian was panting heavily. Little Squid lay limp and floppy on top of Lu Chen's head this time. It wasn't an act. It was genuine exhaustion. My beast master is just too steady. Having Chi Tian carry him into the shadows for shadow escape was one thing. But then he made me carry him through continuous voidwalkers, flashing and leaping, changing our position multiple times. They changed outfits 3 times during this, destroying all their clothes before switching to his own casual wear. Only then did they stop. Better safe than sorry. He thoroughly cleansed the black market credential using the primal essence of the sovereign spirit, then had Little Squid seal it with the power of the dark god, storing it in its personal space. He mentally reviewed tonight's operation, not a single flaw. A satisfied grin spread across his face. He ruffled Little Squid and Chi Tian's heads. Good work, guys. His heart raced with excitement. This trip to the black market had paid off big time. Scrap energy crystals had been traded for divine spirit breath soil, a substance effective even against sovereign tier beings. And the scrap of the Yellow Path Lord's robe, utterly useless to him, was an even greater windfall. Its value was immeasurable. It could grant Little Squid the skeleton's dead eye, a skill capable of advancing to the profound art tier. and a void crystal the size of a baby's fist. A void crystal the size of a fingernail fetched a staggering 10 million credits at the Rip-Off Guild. This infant fist-sized one was worth at least several small fortunes. It was now 10 o'clock at night. Lin Yuan City still glowed with lights. Lu Chen purchased the ingredients needed to brew the potion. 1 hour later, he returned to the Great Sun Dojo, but Lu Yuan hadn't come back yet. You've got to work hard. Closing the door, Lu Chen took out the 3 items he had acquired tonight. First was the Immortal Spirit Breath Soil. He placed it beside the sapling of the Eternal Divine Tree. Sure enough, it worked. Its roots began to take hold, shrouded in an arcane aura. With each gust of wind, the sapling grew, absorbing the rich life force. Soon, it reached calf height. It continuously absorbed energy from the beast taming space, then exhaled purer energy. This mingled with the cosmic power permeating the space, transforming the entire beast taming space into a celestial realm. As the sapling of the Eternal Divine Tree grew, the beast taming space expanded around it. It had already expanded by nearly half its original size. Moreover, the ground within the beast taming space was now covered with a layer of fine, dense grass. If this keeps growing, won't my beast taming space become a miniature world? Lu Chen wondered in astonishment. I'll ask Jiang Zhini later how it continues to grow. Advancing from the rebirth stage to the commander stage was something typically taught in the 3rd year. Lu Chen's growth was far too rapid. He was still a bit in the dark about the next advancement stage. Now came the main event. Lu Chen retrieved the skeletal death eye, beginning to extract its extraordinary particles to craft a magic potion. Meanwhile, ancient capital. Dawn broke, the first rays of the morning sun bathing the land. Due to the time zone difference, while Lin Yuan City plunged into the dead of night, it was still daytime in the ancient capital. Luo Anfei arrived at the Beastmaster Association. She had unexpectedly run into Zhao Kongcheng earlier. He inquired, I thought you went to Lin Yuan City with Lu Chen. Only then did she realize that Lu Chen wasn't in the ancient capital. And it had been nearly 3 days since he left. Her expression remained impassive as she thought to herself, so he went. So what? It's none of my business. Yet her brows imperceptibly furrowed. She snorted coldly within her mind, if you won't focus on cultivation and just run around, fine. Next time we compare, I'll crush you anyway. I'm about to obtain a legacy that can be cultivated all the way to a quasi-Ugi skill. That's an ultimate skill only those at the legendary tier are qualified to comprehend. Go ahead and waste your life away. Even if you change your fate, you won't know how to cherish it. Don't be surprised when I've already blasted through the stars and you're still stuck on Blue Star. She didn't even notice that the petty resentment in her heart was like a wife left alone in her chamber, nagging at her husband who was out. Luo Anfei's beautiful eyes scanned the mission board in the mission hall. Once officially certified as a Beastmaster, one could accept quests of varying difficulty levels based on their rank. These quests were posted by various clients. After all, this was a world where supernatural beings coexisted with humans, and occasionally, these creatures would harass humanity. That's when beast masters were called into action. Agricultural assistance mission, grain crops supplying the ancient capital are nearing harvest. Recently, large flocks of grain-eating birds and 2-headed earthworms have been gnawing on the crops. Please help drive these creatures away. Reward, 5,000 per day difficulty, 1 star. Note, poison-type beast masters need not apply. Last year, your intervention contaminated the grain, sending the entire village to the hospital. Note 2, fire-type beast masters also need not apply. If you burn the grain, the reward won't cover your damages. Lost cat, assist in locating the feline master. Requires a beast master skilled in scent tracking. Reward, 10,000 difficulty, 1 star. Escort mission. 1-star tasks range from 1,000 to 10,000 credits, all trivial matters. Typically only low-tier beast masters take them. But no one could have predicted that among these 1-star tasks, the inheritance of a quasi-ultimate skill would exist. Soon. A message flashed before her eyes, found it. Chapter 91, Death Gaze, Void Annihilation. Entering the Abyss Realm. Ice Cellar Cleanup. The underground ice cellar of the butcher in Luosha Market, Jinsui City, requires renovation. Seeking beast masters with ice-type beast pets. Reward, 20,000 difficulty, 1 star, requirement, elite tier or above. Luo Anfei's beautiful eyes flickered. She could accept the task via her phone, but she needed to understand the details. After inquiring through the mission interface and confirming the details, she accepted the task. Though it was only a 1-star task. The alien realm had descended upon Blue Star for thousands of years. Much of the land no longer belonged to Blue Star but to the alien realm. Beneath this butcher's ice cellar lies a buried single-use treasure. This treasure was known as Technique's Secret Transmission. It is a powerful means for a formidable being to pass down their skills to future generations. Upon activation, one can comprehend the technique's secrets engraved upon it. But, mastering it is no simple feat. Either possess totem tier potential. Or, they must have reached the sovereign tier. In a past life, a fortunate individual inherited this near-ultimate level skill.
Unable to utilize it himself, he passed it on to a sovereign tier beastmaster. Ultimately, that person ascended to the totem tier. And in return, provided the fortunate recipient with a life of comfort and security. Alas, in this lifetime, this near arcanum tier skill Luo Anfei claims it. Linyuan City, Great Sun Dojo. Lu Chen's temporary residence. At this moment, his consciousness had already sunk into the primordial space, transforming into that supreme starlight giant. He was it. He was Lu Chen. Starlight gathered from the 3 tiers of the divine ascension staircase. This was the stellar domain his current spiritual essence could command. The power of the stars coalesced, drawn into reality, seeping into the skeletal eyes of the dead. Before long, the skeletal eye crumbled into dust and dissipated into the air. Its transcendent particles had been extracted. Lu Chen began concocting the demonic potion, combining spatial energy with other ingredients. Approximately half an hour passed. A brilliant radiance erupted, revealing a fruit suspended between illusion and reality before Lu Chen. Shaped like an eyeball, it radiated spatial energy. Little squid, swallow it. At the Beastmaster's command, Little Squid let out a soft chirp. Without hesitation, its tentacles wrapped around the ethereal eyeball fruit. It stuffed it into its mouth. No earth-shattering phenomenon occurred. The little squid's floating form descended before Lu Chen. Eyes tightly shut, its aura contracting, it was quietly sensing something. The next second, its eyes snapped open. Above its head, the void split open and a withered, single eye squeezed through. Like a pale, eerie moon, it hung high above its head. Or like a halo of Buddha's light. If one stared intently, they could see the blood vessels within the eyeball woven from strands of spider silk. To gaze upon it sent shivers down one's spine, as if a mortal peril had descended. Skill, Void Death Ray Super Tier Skill Beginner's Insight 1%. Effect, as you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. Possesses 2 attack effects. 1. Void Ray consumes spatial energy to fire a spatial beam from the eye, annihilating enemies. Destructive power correlates with skill proficiency and elemental mastery level. 2. Death Gaze, a skill activated through the skeleton death eye. By slaying enemies, it gathers death energy to unleash a mental assault that immobilizes foes. The stronger the gathered death energy, the more terrifying the death gaze becomes. Advanced progression path. Upon achieving mastery and skill proficiency, the space-aligned Void Ray and the undead-aligned death gaze fuse together. The convergence of space and undead energies ultimately evolves into the ultimate technique, the secret art Direct Death Bone Eye. Where the gaze falls, life is extinguished. A skill that unites slaughter, offense, defense, and control. No weaknesses. Truly worthy of being the precursor to the supreme art Direct Death Bone Eyes. Lu Chen was thoroughly satisfied. Skills, Voidification Super Tier, Void Wonder Super Tier, Phantom Dream Spider Silk Super Tier, Void Direct Death Ray Super Tier, Dream Manipulation High Tier, Illusory Light High Tier, Intermediate omitted. With this, Little Squid's skill panel was nothing short of extravagantly luxurious. For Super Tier skills coalesced within a single being. Generally speaking, aside from acquiring Super Tier skills through bloodline inheritance during evolution, only when reaching the Overlord tier can one cultivate a beast pet to master Super Tier skills. For an ordinary Overlord tier pet, possessing even one Super Tier skill is cause for celebration. If I were just like them, what would be the point of my cheat code? Lu Chen chuckled. Little Squid and Chitian's species were both incredibly powerful, after all. But that's just the beginning. Under his cultivation, they would one day stand atop the pinnacle of myth. Take this too, Lu Chen handed the Void Crystal to Little Squid. For spatial type beast pets below the Overlord tier. To increase elemental mastery levels, one could only rely on the pet's gradual growth or utilize spatial type secret treasure materials. With such a large Void Crystal, Little Squid's progress would be remarkably swift. Yip! It swiped open a spatial rift and placed it within its personal pocket dimension. The personal pocket dimension functioned as an extension of its physical form, an integral part of itself. It could continuously absorb the spatial energy from the Void Crystal and channel it back into its own being. Lu Chen ruffled Chitian's head. The black market hadn't yielded anything needed for Chitian's cultivation this time. Next time I find something good, I'll get it for you first. Gurgle. Chitian nodded vigorously. Beastmaster, give me that power up. I can handle it. The golden crow ascended, the moon rabbit plummeted. Abyssal depths. Located 50 kilometers beyond the city of the abyss. The spatial membrane of the abyssal realm collided with Blue Star, causing portions of the realm to shatter and merge with the planet. The core of the abyssal realm partially overlapped with Blue Star. This overlapping region formed a stable spatial portal. Those who came to the abyss realm were a motley crew, hailing from every major domain. Over time, a large settlement emerged outside the abyss realm's entrance, growing into a major stronghold. Numerous adventurer guilds established bases here, while various merchant houses directly procured beast taming materials. Senior students from major academies also chose to train here to gain experience before heading to the front lines. First-timers, are you? Need an escort? Our 100 Beasts Adventurers Guild is staffed by commander-level beastmasters. We can serve as your bodyguards and ensure your safety.
Thanks, but no thanks.
Observing the crowd gathering around them, Chen politely declined. This group resembled mercenaries more than an adventuring guild. Many beast masters in society, lacking sufficient strength yet craving excitement, venture into the abyss realm for adventure.
This group provides services for them.
Of course, you could also post a request at the Beastmaster Association, though that would cost a pretty penny.
Soon, Chen and his companions traversed the small town and continued onward.
A massive steel structure loomed ahead, its circular entrance spanning over 100 meters in diameter. Within the frame, a shimmering light screen formed a spatial portal.
Many figures slipped through it, vanishing without a trace. This was the entrance to the Abyss Realm. Wow, is this really the entrance to the Abyss Realm? Will I get mentally corrupted if I go in? Lu Yurong was a bit scared. Mental corruption could drive people mad. Don't worry. When the Abyss Realm descended upon Blue Star, the mental corruption within vanished. As he spoke, Chen glanced at Bai Qianqian beside him. When she heard this morning that they were heading to the subterranean secret realm, the girl had innocently insisted on coming along. At first, Lu Yurong had been reluctant, genuinely worried Chen might be charmed by this seemingly not-so-bright girl. After all, she wasn't exactly plain. But upon learning she was a commander tier, he dragged her along. Chen's abilities still made her uneasy. He'd only become a beastmaster a few months ago. White Shallow, however, was different. As a commander tier beast tamer, she was already a pillar of the profession. Gazing at the entrance to the Abyss Realm, she instantly grew cocky, raising her tiny pink fist. This place marks the beginning of my path, the invincible journey of Lu Yurong, the great emperor. Had heaven not birthed Lu Yurong, the path of beast taming would remain shrouded in eternal night. Chapter 92, Today I'll teach you a lesson what it means to kill. Great nephew, save me. Lu Yurong's terrified shrieks pierced the eardrums. Facing the ferocious beast before her, she was utterly distraught, her beautiful face drained of color. Chen. What happened to the invincible Lord Tian Di? He spouted trash talk like a sow wearing a condom one after another, and this is the result? The little squid raised its tentacles, and the spider silk sliced through like a razor, dismembering the ferocious beast. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Command the Moonlight Star Spirit. What are you afraid of? It's just a transcendent tier artifact beast. Lu Yurong pouted, but it's terrifying. Even if you don't command it, you shouldn't cling to the Moonlight Star Spirit like that. It'll fight back to protect you. Chen rolled his eyes wildly. Holding onto the Moonlight Star Spirit so tightly, the little creature was afraid of hurting Lu Yurong and didn't dare to break free forcefully. How could it use its skills to attack? Chen surveyed the beast slain by the little squid. This abyss realm had once been contaminated by high-dimensional pollution, a forbidden ecosystem. Even as time passed, the pollution within the abyss realm had dissipated. But the ancestors of the creatures dwelling within the abyss realm had long since had their life forms altered by the forbidden ecosystem, the changes etched into their very genes. The extraordinary creatures dwelling here all appeared peculiar, their limbs deformed and their nature exceptionally savage. The entities attacking Lu Yurong are known as artifact beasts. The extraordinary creatures dwelling on the outskirts of the abyss realm. Their appearance somewhat resembles the alien creatures from movies of the past. They consume minerals, feeding on rocks and metals. Eventually, different weaponized organs crystallize in various parts of their bodies. Their weaponized organs can be refined into rare metals, serving as ingredients for concocting potions for certain metal-type beast pets. These are the only valuable parts of their bodies, though they command little value unless they come from a sovereign-tier artifact beast. The rare metals extracted from them can enhance even sovereign-tier gold elemental beast pets. You try it. Rustle. Suddenly, a swarm of weapon beasts burst from the dense forest, baring their fangs and glaring at the two with savage eyes. Lu Yurong's face paled as he hurried closer to Bai Qianqian. Fine, I'll show you how it's done. Chen whispered, Little squid, Shi Tian, slaughter them all. Squeak. Shi Tian lifted his foot. The shadow beneath him twisted like branches of a tree, stretching and spreading until it connected with the shadows of all the artifact beasts. Their bodies instantly froze in place. Immobilization technique. After Shi Tian, the King of Scrolls, had trained his skill proficiency day and night in the beast taming space. Combined with the slight proficiency boost Chen gained from completing his daily tasks, the immobilization technique had advanced from beginner's level minor mastery. A spatial ripple appeared before little squid. A strand of spider silk shot forth, splitting midair into countless smaller threads that crisscrossed each other. The threads coalesced into a fishing net, enveloping the artifact beast. It extended its tentacles, like an elegant Guzheng master. Gently resting upon the silk, it plucked. Illusory dream silk, slaughter net. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Every thread vibrated, radiating a fierce, piercing wave. A bloody scene unfolded. The bodies of all the artifact beasts scattered like Lego blocks, limbs and organs strewn across the ground. The translucent spider silk instantly stained crimson. It had transformed into a bloody slaughterhouse. Lu Yurong stood frozen in shock, her mouth forming a wide O as her mind went blank.
She had heard Jiang Zhini mention that Lu Chen possessed extraordinary talent and astonishing combat prowess, but she never imagined he could be this powerful. He'd only been a beastmaster for a little over 3 months. Then excitement surged through her. If Lu Chen possessed SSS tier beastmaster talent like herself, didn't that mean she could achieve it too? Next, Lu Chen specifically had Little Squid capture some weaker ferocious beasts for him to practice on. Under her command, Moonlight Star Spirit crushed several beasts in quick succession. Gradually finding her rhythm, her confidence soared. These little beasts were nothing special after all. Lu Yurong began to relish the thrill of beast pet combat. Soon, she began actively seeking out artifact beasts in the Abyss realm to engage in combat. Moon. Another artifact beast fell. Oh, yeah, why did you bring back a rock? The Moonlight Star Spirit seemed to have discovered something, returning with a square metal stone cradled in her hands. Elemental Treasure Metal Block. Bai Qianqian blinked her eyes. Name, Attribute Secret Treasure Metal Block. Attribute, Metal. Description: a metal attribute secret treasure that enhances the mastery level of gold elemental control and accelerates skill proficiency for gold elemental beast companions. Lu Chen was dumbfounded. Lu Yurong was only fighting a Transcendent tier artifact beast. Why would there be an elemental secret treasure? Attribute relics: when elemental concentrations in secret realms or abyssal realms reach a certain threshold, relics of that attribute may randomly generate. It was probably accidentally picked up from the artifact beast Moonlight Star Spirit had slain. That's some crazy luck. Could it be like those fishing guides who say newbies never come back empty-handed? Ha! This thing's worth millions. Lu Yurong gasped. Is this the world of beast tamers? She'd have to work for over a decade just to save a few million. No wonder beast masters are so wealthy. This is a huge score. Drop it. That's our attribute artifact. Suddenly, several sharp shouts rang out. Several figures rushed over, all members of a fully armed adventurers guild. The beast companions beside them were baring their teeth and growling menacingly. Dangerous growls rumbled from their throats. Leading them was a bald, burly man. So it's you three. Drop those attribute relics, they belong to us. The Beast Hunters Adventurers Guild. This was the very same adventuring group that had tried to recruit Lu Chen and his companions earlier. Our stuff? This was clearly obtained after Yaya killed the beast. If I say it's ours, then it's ours. Hand it over. A man beside the bald giant cast lecherous glances at Lu Yurong and Bai Qianqian. Boss, how about? The bald giant's eyes also gleamed with greed. To have slain a Transcendent tier artifact beast in the outer regions, these three must be weak. Adding their youth, they were likely students who hadn't made it into the Beastmaster Academy or were attending third or second-rate schools. Their families couldn't have much clout either, otherwise they wouldn't have let the three of them come alone. Especially that guy bringing 2 ornamental beast pets into this place? What a brain-dead fool, completely oblivious to danger. He mistook Qitian, shrunk to figurine size and perched on Lu Chen's shoulder, along with the little squid, for ornamental pets. Then, his gaze wandered over Lu Yurong and Bai Qianqian's curvaceous figures and their lovely faces. His little head instantly took over his IQ. You took our things, so don't blame us for being impolite. Aren't you afraid the Beastmaster Association will hold you accountable? Ha 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 ha. They roared with laughter. Having resolved to rape and murder the 2 girls before them, they shed all pretense. The Beastmaster Association? They can't touch us for deaths within the Abyss realm. Think this is our first time doing this? It's been ages since we've had this kind of fun. 2 prime specimens today, I'm gonna enjoy myself to the fullest. Kid, you're dead meat. The bald giant snarled, supersonic bat, sonic attack. Behind him, a bat several meters long soared into the air, its massive jaws agape. Its belly pulsed with a deep hum before it suddenly unleashed a torrent. The impact rippled through the air, forming visible sonic waves that coalesced into sound rings hurtling toward Lu Chen. Lu Chen lifted his gaze, his expression unchanged, eyes lowered. Auntie, the world of Beastmasters isn't as beautiful as you imagine. It is brutal. Enemies aren't just ferocious beasts or demonic creatures, they can also be fellow practitioners. Therefore, always assume the worst of strangers. Never trust others. Leaving your last words? Ha, too bad you won't die that quickly. What I enjoy most is seeing my victims suffer right before my eyes. That's what brings me the ultimate thrill. The bald giant grinned wickedly. Since you say the Beastmaster Association won't pursue this, that's good. Lu Chen lifted his gaze, his eyes icy. Shi Tian. Chapter 93, single-handedly battling 5 great realms, sweeping across 13 continents. Since you say the Beastmaster Association won't pursue charges, that's good. Lu Chen raised his gaze, his eyes icy cold. Shi Tian. Whoosh. Without warning, a bolt of lightning ripped through the sky, and the sonic barrier vanished. Thud. A figure crashed to the ground, shattering the earth beneath it. It was a dazzling fire monkey, its fur as dark as ink, its tail blazing with black flames. Its arm had been thrust into the supersonic bat's mouth, piercing through the back of its head and impaling itself on the arm. Shi Tian stomped down on its body, wrenching the arm free from the bat's jaws.
The supersonic bat wasn't dead yet, still twitching. He raised his foot. Lightning gathered beneath his foot. He stomped down with all his might. Boom! The earth shattered, and the supersonic bat dissolved into a cloud of blood mist, spraying into the air. Though the description is lengthy, it all unfolded in the blink of an eye. The members of the 100 Beasts Adventure Guild stared in wide-eyed disbelief. Especially the bald-headed leader. It felt like a dream, like he was hallucinating. His ace beast pet. An upper commander tier supersonic bat, instantly annihilated. Little Squid perched on Lu Chen's head, watching the spectacle in quiet fascination. This group was in for a world of trouble. Monkey Brother was the most brutal and strongest. He himself was merely a bit peculiar with his spatial and dream manipulating abilities. When it came to raw, extreme violence and the aesthetics of power, Monkey Brother was the undisputed king. Every punch landed with bone-crushing force, like a true god of war. Even during their usual sparring sessions, he could never get the upper hand against Monkey Brother. After Monkey Brother broke the seal on his forehead, he could even suppress him. Absolutely insane. Truly worthy of being the Beastmaster's first pet. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Lightning and fire intertwined, its figure moving so fast it left countless afterimages in the air. Clouds of blood mist exploded in the air. When a beast pet dies, the Beastmaster suffers backlash. One by one, they spat blood before snapping back to their senses. Then they bolted, scattering in all directions. A demon! This is a demon! Kill them! Yip! The little squid let out a soft yip, signaling Monkey Brother had sent it. Humans carry more death energy. Killing them allowed it to gather more, enhancing the power of its death gaze. It watched the fleeing figures with contempt. No rush, let them run 50 meters first. Ha! Devil, devil! He's not chasing us. We're free! Escaping death combined with sheer terror made them want to roar loudly, venting their inner dread. Rip! Web stretched across, razor-sharp edges slicing through. Suddenly, their vision spun violently. He saw a body sprint forward over 10 meters before crashing to the ground with a thud. A headless body. It felt so familiar, as if he'd seen it somewhere before. Wait, isn't that my own body? Click. Consciousness faded into eternal silence. The head flew through the air and crashed onto the ground. Except for the bald giant who tripped over a rock while fleeing and failed to escape. The beast warriors annihilated. Terror crawled over every fiber of his being. The bald giant trembled in fear, his former arrogance completely gone. He collapsed to his knees with a thud. Spare me! Spare me! I was forced into this. I was pushed into the spotlight. I'm not the leader at all. The bald leader pointed at a corpse. He was the real leader. I was just a puppet. Snot streamed down his face as he wailed, banging his head hard against the ground until his forehead was a bloody mess. Spare me! Spare me! I have elderly parents and young children to support. Please spare me. I swear I'll reform completely. Everything I did before was because I was forced. I beg you, I beg you. Knowing it was futile to beg Lu Chen, he turned to Lu Yorong and Bai Qianqian, continuing to kowtow. Bai Qianqian's expression remained unchanged. Lu Yorong, however, felt a pang of pity, as if infected by his desperation. What do you say? If you say release him, then release him. Lu Chen inquired. Lu Yorong stared at Lu Chen, who showed no emotion after killing so many people, and felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Was this really the same nephew who used to banter and bicker with her? Lu Yorong wrestled internally, then fixed his gaze with resolve. Kill! Before the other could speak. Splatter! A large boiled egg plopped onto the ground. Their words are utterly untrustworthy. Cut the grass at its roots. Once a life or death conflict arises, ensure the other is finished off. Lu Chen had little squid condense a dream bubble the size of a glass bead. With a gentle tap of its tentacle, the bubble shot into Lu Yorong's forehead. She witnessed scenes of unimaginable horror. Countless innocent women suffered inhuman atrocities at the hands of the 100 Beasts Adventurers Guild. She gritted her teeth in fury. To die like this? To let them get away with it? If they have families, if the opportunity arises, kill their families too. This was the creed Lu Chen adhered to. He could be kind to others and coexist peacefully. A gentleman conceals his talents, biding his time, presenting a dull exterior to others while sharpening his edge inwardly. He did not make enemies lightly, especially mortal ones. But once someone became his mortal enemy, he would hunt them down relentlessly. If they had children or family, he would spare none. He wouldn't want some enemy's offspring showing up later to take it out on his own family. That kind of melodramatic nonsense. Leave it to me. Bai Qianqian clenched her fist in the air, and a drop of essence blood flew from each corpse. Behind her, a terrifying scarecrow materialized. I curse you. May your blood relatives and those close to you be plagued by illness. I curse you. May your line be cut off, leaving no descendants. The scarecrow's silent howl swallowed all the essence blood into its belly. A large portion of the dark hair on Bai Qianqian's head suddenly turned ash gray, only to blink back to its lustrous jet black in the next instant. There! Chen said, looking dazed and innocent. You depleted your life force? Lu Chen frowned.
Yeah, 3 years.
His immediate family members are all pretty weak. You're out of your mind. She tilted her head. It's fine. I'm just glad I could help you. I'm happy.
But this bloodline curse only works if you kill someone and refine their body into essence blood to cast the curse.
Plus, it has major limitations. Lu Chen. He sighed helplessly. Well, he'd just have to find some life-restoring materials to make up for it later. But then again. Damn it, curses are terrifying. They made his scalp crawl.
Thankfully, the primordial sovereign possessed innate immunity to all negative effects.
The next few days, Lu Chen took Lu Yorong to the Abyss Realm for training every day. Lu Yorong's combat prowess skyrocketed. Time flew by. 5 days had passed.
Typically, those fresh out of ordinary universities, untouched by combat, carried a foolish clarity in their eyes. Now, that innocence had vanished from Lu Yorong's eyes, replaced by a sharp, gleaming intensity. His entire demeanor had subtly shifted. Lower elite tier. Moonlight Star Spirit's strength had surged significantly. Lu Yorong's white spiritual essence had also condensed by more than half. It was estimated that in another half-month, he would be able to step into the realm of white spiritual essence. Then we'll prepare to return tomorrow. The three returned from the underground secret realm to the Great Sundao Field. The moment they entered. Wahahaha. At this level, I feel unmatched among my peers. On the path of the Beastmaster, I bow at every step. Even geniuses must lower their gaze before me. A lone warrior conquers 5 great realms, 2 hands sweep across 13 continents. Bai Yan, who had vanished for several days, reappeared. Standing with hands behind his back, he gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, radiating the boredom of a master. Lu Chen turned to Lu Yorong. Did you two come from the same cram school? Or are you book buddies? Reading the same novel? How come your pretentious quotes sound so identical? The trash talk just kept coming, one line after another. Bai Yan turned his gaze toward Lu Chen, his eyes lighting up. Finally, he was back. To be the first to show off in front of Lu Chen, he'd been standing there for ages, his neck aching from craning upward. Lu Chen, dare you to a duel? Chapter 94 vs Elemental Beast Pets. 2v2 doubles. Bai Yan, the lonely master. Before you returned, I'd already achieved 9 consecutive victories. Even senior brother Zhang couldn't stand against me. You'll be my 10th victory. Bai Wuping had taken on 10 core disciples in total. Among them were 2 at the sovereign tier and several at the overlord tier. The senior brother Zhang he mentioned was the one who led Lu Chen and the others into the Great Sundao Field when they first arrived. He appeared remarkably mature, yet his actual age was only 2 years older than Lu Chen's. When Lu Chen learned this, he was genuinely startled. Such maturity seemed almost unnatural. He looked like he could be an uncle. Senior brother Zhang ranked 10th among the core disciples, making him the youngest. His strength the commander tier Beastmaster, a core disciple of the Dao Field. Outside the monastery, he could easily sweep aside peers of the same tier. Yet, he had fallen to Bai Yan, a high rebirth stage cultivator. Even at the same cultivation level, the gap in combat prowess was significant. This gap stemmed from the beast pet species, skill mastery, elemental control level, and the master's innate talent for beast taming. To be chosen as a core disciple of the Heavenly King, by Wuping, one certainly isn't weak. Bai Yan sighed regretfully. If grandfather hadn't taken all the overlord tier seniors out, I might even have been able to challenge the overlord tier. Enough already. Isn't 9th senior brother here? His beast companion is upper commander tier. Why don't you challenge him? Senior brother Zhang couldn't stand by any longer. Challenging the overlord tier? Might as well try to reach the heavens. The overlord tier represents an entirely different level of power. Even the weakest dominator tier cultivator, even the prodigy commandant tier among the Night Watch was beyond defeat. And Bai Yan was merely a lowly rebirth stage cultivator. What do you know? Bai Yan retorted defiantly. Of course he couldn't win right now, he could only bully brother Zhang. He lost to an upper commander tier opponent. And bragging about it, back when I was at the rebirth stage, I fought a dominator tier opponent and lost in a close battle. Is that even comparable? Lu Chen watched his cocky demeanor and found himself intrigued. He hadn't yet faced an elemental beastmaster. Bai Yan was undoubtedly a prodigy, the kind so exceptional that the Night Watchers recruited him specially. He was at the upper reincarnation stage. Lu Chen was at the mid-stage of the rebirth realm. The gap between them wasn't vast. Lu Chen also wanted to know just how much stronger he was than these prodigies and where he truly stood in the ranks. Alright, we're heading back tomorrow anyway. Let's fight. The group arrived at the combat arena of the Great Sun Dojo. Upon hearing Bai Yan was set for his 10th battle, other dojo trainees rushed over to watch. Young Master Bai is unstoppable. After contracting his second beast pet, he's won 9 straight matches. And he keeps pulling off upsets, defeating higher tier opponents with lower tier pets. Truly terrifying. He truly lives up to being the future successor of the Great Sun Dojo. If he wins this one, it'll be 10 straight victories.
Last time he fought the 10th senior brother. Could he possibly face the 9th senior brother this time? Whoa, that's actually possible.
9th senior brother is an upper commander tier, a full tier above him.
In this world, demonic beasts and dark gods lurk beyond its borders. Though major beastmaster legions and nightwatchers guard the borders, human territories remain largely secure.
However, to prevent humanity from losing its drive and vigilance, the Great Xia government actively encourages combat. Each year, rare resources are allocated to host the Beastmaster Combat League. This has fostered a strong martial spirit throughout the Great Xia. Thus, whenever battles occur, especially those between powerful combatants, they draw massive crowds of spectators.
Soon, Chen and Bai Yan arrived at the combat arena. The onlookers froze in surprise. Who are these people? Isn't the young master's opponent supposed to be 9th senior brother?
I think I recognize him. He's been staying at the dojo these past few days, always out with a beauty and senior sister by Chen.
Holy crap, he deserves to die. Senior sister by Chen is my goddess. Chen and Bai Yan stood facing each other at opposite ends of the arena. Let's do a 2v2. Deal.
Bai Yan summoned his beast companion first, a crimson summoning array manifesting before him. A silver elemental spirit and a mist elemental spirit materialized. Chen focused his thoughts. Come forth, Tian. The spiritual energy of the crimson primordial sovereign intertwined, swiftly sketching out a summoning array.
Tian's figure materialized. No way. This guy is at the rebirth stage? That crimson spiritual energy, it must be the rebirth stage, right?
To gauge a beastmaster's strength, besides their aura, one must observe the color of their summoning array. Summoning arrays typically reflect the spirit master's spiritual level.
Elite stage, white array. Rebirth stage, red array. Commander tier, azure blue array. This is ridiculous. The young master can easily defeat even commanders. His opponent is merely a rebirth stage beastmaster. Shouldn't this be an instant kill?
The crowd's eyes flickered with deep confusion.
Off to the side,
Zhang Qiyuan and Lan Conwei, the 10th and 9th core disciples stationed at the dojo, whispered to each other.
They knew Chen's identity and background. Lan Conwei, 10th junior brother, who do you think will win? Zhang Qiyuan pondered. Even though Chen is Jiang Zhenyi's favored candidate, Bai Yan's combat power has skyrocketed since he contracted his second beast pet. He's got this in the bag. Lan Conwei nodded in agreement. Bai Yan's beast taming talent was exceptional.
Nationwide, few at his level could match him.
Bai Qian glanced at the two of them. Chen won't lose. On the battlefield,
Bai Yan toyed with a coin in his hand.
So, shall we begin? Go ahead.
The others looked puzzled.
Is this it? Isn't this supposed to be 2v2? That guy Chen only summoned one beast pet.
Bai Yan offered no explanation, his gaze fixed on the little squid hovering above Chen's head. That was his second beast pet. He placed the coin on his thumbnail, flicked it with a flick of his finger, and sent it tumbling through the air. Both sides' eyes were fixed on the coin.
Clink. The coin landed with a crisp clink, its sound echoing like some kind of signal. Xiaoyin. Tian.
The moment the coin touched the ground, both sides issued commands as if they had planned it.
Both beast companions roared. Roar, Een. G roar.
The silver elemental's feet transformed into liquid mercury, propelling it forward with extreme recoil. Like a cannonball leaving the barrel, it charged toward Chen.
Intense flames erupted from Tian's soles. Whoosh.
It transformed into a jet-black streak of light, charging head-on. The opening test, both sides chose to clash head-on, gauging each other's strength.
Half a breath later. Whoosh. Bang.
A silver and a black figure collided at the center of the arena, erupting in a thunderous crash. Dust from the ground was sent flying high into the air. Fist met fist in a collision of pure physical force. Balancing each other, testing each other's strength.
But, ultimately, in the contest of strength, Tian gained the upper hand. The ground beneath the silver elemental spirit's feet began to collapse. It was struggling to hold its ground. Boom! Boom! The flames burning on Tian's tail suddenly erupted violently. A surge of power erupted from within its body once more. Hidden power.
Or rather, dual force release. This was the technique Chen had instructed it to master, harnessing fire energy to detonate within its body, generating shockwaves that in turn produced a second wave of force. The balance shattered in an instant. The silver elemental spirit's arm instantly exploded, scattering into mercury like liquid. Tian's fist, its momentum unabated, slammed into the air, sucking it out and leaving a trail of white light as it slammed viciously toward the silver elemental spirit's body.
Shift form. Bai Yan issued the command. Whoosh.
Tian's fist struck empty air, yet the silver elemental spirit and mist elemental spirit had swapped bodies. The mist elemental spirit appeared above Tian, its mist coalescing into a massive hand that slammed down toward him. But Tian wasn't alone. Little squid glided through the void, flickering into position behind the mist elemental. Its tentacles swelled in the wind, crashing down from above.
Pop. The mist elemental was shattered by the blow, only to reform beside the silver elemental. The silver elemental's arm had already healed. Though the description was lengthy, the entire battle unfolded in an instant. Outside the arena, the onlookers were already gawking in astonishment. Wah-aha! They let out frenzied screams. The dizzying, hair-raising battle that unfolded in just over 10 seconds. Goosebumps covered their entire bodies. Holy! That squid-like beast pet is a spatial type. This was what astonished them most. So powerful. It actually suppressed the young master. Damn, I don't think I could even land a single hit against them. A spatial type. It really has something special. Zhang Yuqin and Lan Kongwei were stunned too, no wonder Jiang Zheni took notice of him. But the outcome isn't decided yet. This is just the beginning. Bai Yan took a deep breath. This was going to be tough. You'd better watch your back from now on. I'm about to unleash my true power. Chapter 95, The Shocking Debut of the Void Deathgaze. Bai Yan possessed a unique talent for beast taming. Though he was an elemental-type beast master, he was unable to contract conventional elemental-type extraordinary lifeforms, be it gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, or darkness. He had long been unable to find a satisfactory elemental creature to serve as his second beast companion. This delay prevented his beastmaster talents from fully manifesting. Now, having contracted the mist elemental spirit, his talent could finally be unleashed. His spiritual essence surged outward, transforming into brilliant crimson ribbons. One ribbon connected to the mist elemental spirit, while another linked to the silver elemental spirit. Lu Chen gazed at the spiritual link connecting the mist and silver elements. So this was Bai Yan's beast-taming talent ability. He couldn't quite grasp what it was. He felt a pang of curiosity, hoping Bai Yan might deliver some surprises. Mist. The mist elemental blared at the little squid, its hatred flaring at the sight of its foe. Last time, it had taken advantage of his youth, disregarding martial ethics, and caused him nightmares. Now that I've reached the metamorphosis stage, I'm not afraid of it anymore. This isn't over yet. Bai Yan declared proudly. I admit you're strong, but it's a pity you met me. Let's ignite, little silver. Another surge of power flooded into the silver elemental spirit's body. The silver elemental's aura surged violently. Already at the upper stage of the transformation realm, it shattered some kind of shackle. Boom! 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 The aura and energy within its body surged relentlessly. Its form began to transform, growing more robust with perfectly sculpted lines as its body expanded. Finally, with a crack, a fierce aura surged skyward. He had reached the lower commander tier. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. Great Sun Mindstream Secret Art. Bai Yan amplified the silver elemental spirit's combat power with the secret technique. This surge in strength temporarily elevated it to the lower commander rank. Zhang Qiyuan and Lan Kongwei smiled. Bai Yan's talent for cultivating the Great Sun Mindstream Secret Art was truly extraordinary. He could now amplify a beast pet's combat power by 50%. The silver elemental spirit, even at the rebirth stage, could defeat Zhang Qiyuan's lower tier commander level beast pet. Now that it had briefly ascended to the commander tier, what could Lu Chen possibly use to fight it? Little silver elemental blast. The silver elemental spirit opened its mouth wide, sucking the air around it dry as silver elemental matter coalesced before its jaws. Starting the size of a ping-pong ball, it slowly condensed silver elemental energy until it finally hurtled toward Qi Tian like a cannonball. Qi Tian, form a fiery vortex into an energy fireball. Qi Tian stood unflinching, gathering fire elements into a miniature sun that met the projectile head-on. Both energy spheres were terrifying in their power. Wherever they passed, the ground was plowed up, earth churning and rolling back on both sides. Finally, amidst a deafening rumble, blazing light shot skyward, searing the air. A miniature mushroom cloud erupted from the ground, billowing upward. Shards of rock flew in all directions, while waves of heat washed over the area, burning hot enough to make one's cheeks sting. Mercury liquid scattered everywhere. Whoosh! Amidst the explosion's smoke and wind, a figure charged forward the silver elemental spirit. Qi Tian lunged forward. Boom! Another round of bone-crunching combat ensued. The entire arena was soon filled with nothing but the thunderous clashes of their blows. For beast masters below the rank of commander, their movements were so swift, their eyes couldn't follow. All that reached their ears was the relentless thudding of impacts, flying debris, and collapsing ground. It left everyone numb. Is this really a battle at the rebirth stage? Even high-rank commanders couldn't match this. Two inhuman beasts. Whoosh! Shadows flickered as the silver elemental spirit and Qi Tian materialized in the air. The two collided and separated. Overall, Qi Tian was at a disadvantage after all, his opponent had already reached the commander tier. Bai Yan cursed under his breath. Commander tier, and he could only barely suppress this bizarre monkey? What the hell was this? While Qi Tian battled the silver elemental spirit, the mist elemental spirit clashed with little squid, seeking revenge for the previous arrow strike. It relentlessly attempted to seize the small squid. The latter used spatial energy to blink away. It had been reduced to playing hide-and-seek, utterly unable to catch it, leaving the mist elemental wailing in frustration. Compared to the brutal, bone-crunching fight with Qitian, their battle felt like children playing house. Little Squid could have ended the fight quickly, but the Beastmaster had said to play around first and observe the elemental abilities. So it seemed he'd have to entertain this not-so-bright mist elemental for a while longer. Whoosh! Qitian and the silver elemental spirit charged at each other once more. They expected another clash of fists. The silver element spirit suddenly vaporized, transforming into serpentine wisps of mist. Like a giant python, it tightly bound Qitian. Similarly, due to the earlier explosion, pools of mercury-like liquid were scattered across the ground. Mist elemental! Bai Yan shouted. The mist elemental spirit chose not to pursue the little squid. It dove downward, plunging headfirst into a pool of liquid mercury. Its body mysteriously transformed into mercury, merging with the pool. Then, it emerged from a pool of mercury liquid at Qitian's feet. Originally a mist-form entity, its entire body was now shrouded in silver. Its fist solidified into hard silver metal, delivering a brutal punch to Qitian's stomach. Qitian's mouth snapped open. Elemental invasion, mercury infusion. The mist element's body transformed into liquid mercury, invading Qitian's body through his mouth. This must be your beast taming innate ability, right? Shared ability? The silver elemental spirit could utilize the mist elemental's abilities. The mist elemental spirit could also wield the silver elemental abilities. Correct. Bai Yan nodded. His innate ability was named elemental synchronization. Using oneself as a relay station. Using spiritual essence as the link, elemental beast companions connected to him could freely borrow the elemental power of others linked in the same way. In other words, both elemental spirits could utilize each other's elemental power. As he grows, the number of beasts he contracts increases. Each of his elemental pets can utilize the abilities of the others. So even if you're attacking a silver elemental spirit, only to have the opponent counterattack by transforming into another element and unleashing skills of that element. This is a Beastmaster talent that truly shines in the late game. Let's take care of one of you first. Bai Yan declared, clenching his fist. That way, he could focus on dealing with the troublesome spatial type next. You're the real deal, young master. Impressive. Holy, that got me wet. Damn it, I'm also at the rebirth stage, but compared to them, I feel like a complete waste of space. Lu Chen's impressive too. If I went up against him, I'd probably lose in one round. Too bad he ran into the young master. Oh, really? You're sure you took care of Qitian? Lu Chen smiled without responding. Put. Qitian's body suddenly exploded, transforming into a single monkey hair. Bai Yan's smile instantly froze on his lips. Wah! What the hell? A single monkey hair. Shadow monkey hair clone. Special skill, pluck a monkey hair, infuse it with shadow power, and it transforms into a clone. As one's strength grows, more clones can be summoned. Within the mist element's shadowy gloom, endless lightning flashes flickered, and a bolt of thunder shot skyward. Fortunately, it transformed into mist at the critical moment, evading the damage. Watching Qitian emerge from the shadows. What the hell? Holy, shadow type? Shadow type is also a rare attribute. It only exists within the shadow ecological circle. Neither the central realm nor the eastern realm possess it. Moreover, even in realms possessing shadow ecosystems, this attribute is not easily obtained. Bai Yan was stunned. What the hell is going on with Lu Chen? First the spatial attribute, now the shadow attribute. But the advantage still lies with me. A Transcendent stage cultivator couldn't possibly defeat Xiaoyin, who had already stepped into the commander stage. The next second, he froze in shock. Lu Chen's voice echoed. Actually, I haven't even started yet. Now that I've grasped the elemental abilities, it's time to end this fight. Qitian, unleash your full power. Roar! A roar erupted as flames spread across Qitian's body, radiating from his head to envelop his entire form. His ink-black fur glowed with golden tips at the ends. Qitian's aura surged violently as black flames blazed fiercely from his tail. This was his former form, the giant ape. However, Qitian had long since mastered controlling his size. The giant ape form was too massive, making him an easy target. Now, he maintained a more conventional form, yet his body contained the power amplification of the giant ape form. Lu Chen named this state, Combat Power Unleashed. Of course. There was also Full Combat Power Unleashed. This signifies the shattering of the golden band upon his forehead, allowing the shadow power imbued with the side force to return to his own being. There's no need to fight a mere white rock. Boom! Qitian stomped his foot violently, causing the ground to collapse. Before the silver elemental spirit could react, he was already upon its face. His fist blazed with intense fire, as if gripping a scorching sun. The punch erupted, sucking the air from the surrounding space and creating a sonic boom. The silver elemental felt pins and needles all over its body. It tried to transform into mist and dissipate, but found itself completely immobilized. Chi Tian's shadow, as if alive, transformed into countless shadowy tendrils that bound itself to the spirit's shadow. Immobilization technique. Boom! An uppercut sent the silver elemental spirit flying into the air. Chi Tian leapt upward, positioning himself above it. Fingers interlocked, arms raised high above his head, his body arched backward in an astonishing curve. Like a taut bowstring, he steadily gathered power as thunderous energy surged through his hands, resembling a thunder god commanding divine punishment. Then he slammed down fiercely toward the silver elemental spirit it had sent flying into the sky. Whoosh! Boom! The terrifying force of the impact rippled through the air, forming concentric white shockwaves. The silver elemental spirit plummeted like a meteorite, its descent so swift that the shifting air currents created concentric rings of air in its wake. Whoosh! Boom! Clouds of dust and debris shot skyward, leaving a massive crater in the earth. Within the crater, the silver elemental spirit lay unconscious, its eyes rolling in circles. Chen turned his gaze toward Little Squid. Little Squid was relentlessly slicing the mist elemental with spider silk. How dare that creature abandon me earlier to attack Monkey Brother? Monkeys may endure, but squids won't. Good thing Monkey Brother had his shadow monkey hair clone. Otherwise, if your sneak attack had succeeded, wouldn't it make Little Squidgy look like a total fool? The spider silk sliced the mist elemental into countless fragments, yet each escaped, reforming nearby. Mist. Seeing it couldn't harm him, it taunted Little Squid. The nightmare last time clearly wasn't its doing. Otherwise, it would have long since plunged me into a nightmare-filled slumber. Growing bolder, the mist elemental spirit occasionally used elemental synchronization to borrow the silver elemental spirit's power and attack Little Squid. Little Squid, enough playing around. Let's end this. Eeing. Above the mist elemental's head, the void blossomed, lowering countless spider threads that gradually contracted like a birdcage. Phantom Dream Spider Silk Spider Web Birdcage. The mist elemental remained undaunted, preparing to transform into mist molecules and slip through the web's gaps. But at that very moment, everyone watched in horror as the void behind Little Squid's head split open. A ghastly white eye opened and closed, withered and deathly still. Endless death energy condensed upon it. Then, this eerie eye suddenly focused its gaze upon the mist elemental. Death gaze. These past days, accompanying Lu Yorong in the abyssal depths, Little Squid had absorbed considerable death energy to enhance the power of its death gaze. In an instant, countless waves of death energy assaulted its consciousness, the agonized screams of dying creatures echoing in its ears. It felt as though it had been plunged into an endless hell, with countless hands reaching up from the ground, trying to drag it into the abyss. It felt its consciousness being stripped away, unable to move, unable even to transform into its elemental form. When the mist elemental finally regained its senses, it found itself trapped inside a birdcage, a strand of spider silk wrapped tightly around its neck. Mist, such a familiar feeling, a sudden sense of foreboding washed over it. Its eyelids grew heavy, and it instantly fell into a deep sleep. A piercing, dream-induced scream erupted from its mouth. And so, Bai Yan's two beast companions lost their combat effectiveness. Victory! Chen. The scene fell deathly silent. A full 4 or 5 minutes passed. Everyone finally snapped out of it, their minds foggy, eyes vacant. Who am I? Where am I? The gaze they cast upon Chen was laced with profound terror, dread, and reverence. Even Zhang Yuanqi and Lan Conway felt their scalps tingle. That eye that had appeared in the void just now made them feel as if they'd been plunged into an ice cellar. What kind of monstrous being was this? Bai Yan was also frozen in place. Defeated. Even after contracting a second beast pet and utilizing the full potential of his beast taming talent, he still lost to Chen. And it was a crushing defeat. He finally understood his opponent had been toying with him all along. If he'd taken it seriously, he would have been defeated in no time. Damn it! He'd let him pull it off again. The next day, at Linyuan City Airport, Bai Yan and Bai Chanqian saw Chen and Lu Yorong off as they boarded their flight. We'll head back to the ancient capital first. We'll wait for grandfather to return first, then head to the ancient capital to meet up with you. Bai Yan looked at Chen. Next time we meet, let's have another fight. My cousin has left. Oh. Bai Yan felt a headache coming on. Upon hearing Chen was heading to the ancient capital, this guy had packed his bags early that morning, insisting on going too. It took Chen's intervention to finally persuade her to wait until Bai Whooping returned, inform him, and then head to the ancient capital. Bai Yan was seething with resentment. Damn it, so Bai Chanqian's previous actions weren't just her being a protective big sister. It was actually for Chen. Damn it. Not only had she lost to him, but now he was going to become her brother-in-law. No way. Absolutely not. When I get back, I'll buy Bai Chanqian some trashy romance novels to show her how treacherous the world can be. Carrying around such an adorable little squid. Chen was clearly a total jerk. He hurriedly pulled Bai Chanqian away. The two returned to the Great Sun Dojo. They encountered a group of people covered in dust and travel-worn. It was none other than his grandfather, Bai Whooping, accompanied by a group of dojo disciples ranked above Overlord. Ha ha ha. So, did the Night Watch trial reveal the brutal Lu Chen that Jiang Zhini predicted?
Tell me how you crushed him. Old Bai Whooping stroked his beard, grinning broadly. Having just returned, he was eager to hear how his grandson had crushed Lu Chen.
I couldn't beat you, Jiang Zhini. But my grandson's talent far surpasses mine. He'll definitely defeat the one you've set your sights on. Bai Yan. 50-50? Ha? He can actually match you blow for blow? Bai Whooping froze. Come to think of it, you only have one beast pet. You can't show your true strength. I've already asked someone on the front lines to scout out a second beast pet for you.
Once you contract that second beast pet, you'll crush him with ease. I've already contracted a second beast pet, an upper-tier dominant species, a mist elemental creature. Bai Whooping grew serious. Even with a second beast pet contracted, he's still evenly matched with you? No wonder Jiang Zhini took notice of him. He's got something special. I underestimated him before. But it's fine. Your beastmaster talent is a late bloomer. It'll grow stronger as you add more pets. Bai Yan stammered. As a hot-blooded fool, he disdained deception. When I said 50-50, I didn't mean evenly matched. I meant, 5 minutes, he could kill me 5 times. Bai Whooping tightened his grip, yanking out a clump of his own beard. Ha! 2 blossoms, each telling its own tale. As Lu Chen and Lu Yorong boarded their flight for the return journey, Jiang Zhini examined the documents in her hands. These were all the case files he had compiled over the past few days. Yet one crucial piece remained missing. Alchemists, once a profession at its zenith centuries ago, vanished precisely because this group had touched upon the forbidden truths of life. The entire community underwent a perversion and gradually faded from the stage of history. She wondered, what forbidden truths of life had they actually touched upon? Suddenly, her phone rang. She answered the call. It's hard to trace. I suspect someone high up is covering up the truth behind the alchemist's demise. Someone is shielding them. No problem. Nothing stumps me. Found it. I've sent you everything you requested, along with the forbidden truths the alchemist stumbled upon centuries ago. Oh, right. The extraordinary artifact mother of all nurturing pools that your previous 10th pillar stole from the Cultivators Association. While examining the alchemist's records, I discovered something intriguing. Jiang Zhini frowned. What is it? The mother of all breeding pool centuries ago, it was an extraordinary artifact of the alchemist community. The pool of the 10,000 mothers. It was originally an extraordinary artifact belonging to the alchemists. P.S. 4 a.m., 2 chapters combined. Chapters 2 and 3 delivered. Still owe 10 chapters. Now begins the payoff of foreshadowing and filling in plot holes. Please vote for gold tickets. Chapter 96, The Cold Phenomenon Descends, Luo Anfei's Little Resentment. Jiang Zhini's beautiful eyes narrowed. The Cultivator Association's extraordinary artifact, the 10,000 Mothers Nurturing Pool, was once an alchemist's creation? Then she tapped her forehead. Well, that made sense. She'd almost forgotten the origins of the cultivators. Breeders themselves could be seen as a secondary branch of alchemists, having once served as their assistants. Yes. During the alchemists' golden age, they created countless extraordinary artifacts and potion recipes. During their heyday, breeders were merely their assistants, handling preliminary material processing and performing menial tasks. After the alchemists as a group were wiped out for touching upon forbidden knowledge, cultivators inherited the alchemists' legacy, gradually developing into the scale we see today. Investigate the others as well, especially their movements during the period when Dr. Lu Mu was involved in that incident. The Secret Realm Research Institute was destroyed. Casualties were heavy, with only a few who risked their lives protecting Dr. Yanagi managing to escape. She had secretly used hypnosis to interrogate these survivors during this period. None were moles. As for the possibility that the mole might have faked their death and blended in with a pile of dead bodies to escape under the guise of being dead, she had certainly considered that possibility. She had already had each name on the list of the dead and missing divined individually. All were confirmed deceased, their life traces no longer existing in this world. Thus, she could confirm the mole was not within the Secret Realm Research Institute. Instead, they were outside the facility. These are the people. Track down every trace of their movements and mark them on the map. She handed over a list. They were all individuals who had been relatively close to Dr. Lu and the others. You woman, always coming to bother me. This is a lot of work. A slightly sassy voice came from the other end of the phone. Judging by the voice, it was another woman. Well, you're the only mechanic we have in the Mythology Bureau. Fine. I'll look into it for you. She hung up the phone. Jiang Zhini sat at her desk. A sheet of paper lay spread out on the desk, densely covered with names. Circled in red marker at the center was Alchemy Cult. She added another name. Du Ban. Then she drew an arrow pointing to Alchemy Cult. Du Ban was the name of the former pillar master of the 10th pillar, a figure who brought shame upon the entire Night Watch. The target of an all-out manhunt by every night watchman. The crucial point now is this.
Duzin defected specifically to seize the pool of the 10,000 mothers. And the mother of all pool was once an extraordinary artifact of the alchemists. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Such a coincidence is impossible. There must be some connection between them. This breakthrough could only be achieved by forcing the truth out of Duban. Ancient capital. Xingyu Beastmaster Academy. This is your doghouse? Your school is way too generous. A whole villa for one person? After getting off the plane, Lu Yurong intended to check out the magic mirror dolls and, while she was at it, see what the top-tier academy Xingyu Academy looked like. After all, she had only attended ordinary universities before and never studied at a Beastmaster Academy. She saw the dormitory area, rows upon rows of townhouses. Her jaw dropped and she could practically taste the sourness in her eyes. How infuriating. Their dorms at ordinary universities were cramped double rooms. Beastmasters truly were a class above the rest. Fortunately, she's now a Beastmaster too. It's just a shame she's too old, otherwise, she'd love to go back to college. Clang. The magic mirror doll heard the commotion outside the door. It opened the door and excitedly welcomed the two. Lu Yurong beamed, magic mirror doll, long time no see. Guess what? I'm a Beastmaster now too. How about this, once I reach the Overlord tier, you can become my beast pet. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, Overlord tier? The magic mirror doll is currently at the sovereign tier. Lu Yurong. Her eyes lit up. Then I absolutely must bind you. Wait for me, wait until I reach the sovereign tier. Then you'll become the beast pet of this unrivaled Lord Tiandi. Beast tamers cannot contract pets of a higher rank than themselves. Even if some secret technique could force a contract, it would be a suicidal act. Moreover, the energy within the Beastmaster's space couldn't sustain the higher-ranked beast. The Beastmaster would end up draining their own life force to nourish it. If the level gap is too great, say, a commander-tier tamer attempting to contract a king-tier beast, they'd be drained dry the instant the contract formed. Snap out of it. You're a light elemental Beastmaster, you can only contract light elemental spirits. The magic mirror doll is abyss elemental, it counters you. Lu Yurong. As a family-like presence, contracting the magic mirror doll would be ideal if Lu Yurong could manage it. But their elemental compatibility simply didn't align. It's highly likely Lu Chen will follow in his mother's footsteps and contract the magic mirror doll in the future. No big deal. With his cultivation, the magic mirror doll could still reach the pinnacle of mythic power in the future. I'm heading out. I placed an order at the campus mall. Could you pick it up for me later? Lu Chen purchased local specialties and souvenirs in Lingyuan City. He intended to send them to Luo Anfei and Sunmmary. He had barely stepped outside when a delivery guy wearing a campus pass vest arrived at the doorstep. Villa 9527. He remembered him distinctly, very distinctly. Last time he delivered a large shipment of kidney tonifying and vitality boosting materials, he'd assumed the recipient was another lifelong bachelor like himself, a warrior with iron arms. He'd even advised the guy to practice moderation, speaking from experience. But then he found out the guy had a stunningly beautiful girlfriend. She even personally delivered homemade cookies to him. Damn it, he'd just bought another huge batch of vitality boosting materials. Already depleted again so soon? He knocked on the door and rang the bell. The door opened. Thank you. A slender hand, soft as silk, took the package and immediately closed the door again. Delivery guy? He was baffled. The person who opened the door wasn't the owner of Villa 9527 from last time, nor was it that girl who blended allure and innocence. Instead, it was a mature woman. Her looks were on par with the previous girl, but her mature, sophisticated aura and that tear tattoo at the corner of her eye made her even more irresistible. His inner roar was deafening, his envy twisted and ugly. Wait, what the hell does he even have to do with this? Women's dormitory area. Villa 4396. Meditation chamber. Moon spirit, shadow ball. Luo Anfei commanded the moon spirit, which formed a pitch-black energy orb in its mouth and hurled it toward the distant ice crystal phoenix fox. Ice treasure, unleash the celestial frost. You can do it. Meow woo. The ice crystal phoenix fox's ethereal, high-pitched voice echoed as its entire body turned a deep icy blue. The ice energy intensified to its peak, nearly solidifying into substance, causing every strand of its fur to radiate an icy blue glow. Finally, the energy reached its peak. Crackle. Electric arcs surged across its body. Boom. It instantly spread outward, forming a circular shockwave of icy blue light that radiated in all directions. Everything in its path froze solid. Most astonishing of all, the energy sphere composed of dark energy as the freezing ring swept over it. Being an energy entity without physical form, it too solidified into chunks of ice, crashing onto the ground. The entire basement level of secluded cultivation chambers instantly transformed into a frigid hell. A beautiful curve formed on Luo Anfei's usually stern lips. Success. After acquiring the secret technique manual, through relentless effort, the ice crystal phoenix fox could finally wield the technique sealed within the secret technique manual. Celestial frost chill. Currently, it was only a super tier skill. As proficiency increases and it reaches perfection, the Beastmaster's strength will simultaneously ascend to the sovereign tier. Heavenly Frost Chill will undergo a transformation. From the super tier skill Frostbite, it will evolve into a quasi-supreme technique. Frostbite descends, freezing everything in its path, transforming every water molecule in the air into ice with its terrifying absolute zero chill. Even space itself can be frozen. She lifted her chin, a proud expression on her face. Her growth in this lifetime had been nothing short of meteoric. If one overlooks the previous failed comparison, it would be no exaggeration to call this a dream start. Recalling that comparison subject, her lips imperceptibly curled downward. A week had passed since she'd gone to Lingyuan City, and she still hadn't returned. Keep wasting your time and squandering your talent. Next time, I'll crush you. The frosty chill, though unable to directly freeze space like Frostbite descends. It could suppress the generation of spatial ripples, slowing the void teleportation of space-type beast pets. Even Chi Tian's vaunted speed would be curtailed under the celestial frost's chill. And the opponent is fire-type. Even if they can melt the ice, melted ice becomes water, which drastically dilutes the concentration of fire elemental energy in the air. The advantage is entirely mine. How could I lose? Still not coming back. A faint snort escaped her nostrils. The moment those words left her lips, Luo Anfei herself froze in confusion. Her brows furrowed slightly. Something was off. Why would I say something like that? This wasn't her character. This whining, resentful tone, wasn't it exactly the petty grievances female leads voice toward their male counterparts in those cheesy soap operas? Childhood words resurfaced in her mind. If no one marries me when I grow up, I'll just marry Lu Chen. Impossible, impossible. She shook her head hastily, banishing the absurd notion from her mind. In her previous life, she had been utterly alone. My eyes are fixed only on the Beastmaster's path, only on the peerless Luotian. This lifetime, my sole goal is to break through to even greater heights. As for why she had spoken those words earlier, she had her answer. It's simply because Lu Chen possesses formidable talent. He managed to defeat me once. As his friend, I don't want him to waste his time. More importantly, I don't want to face someone who's wasting their time in our next contest. Winning against someone like that would be pointless. What I want is to defeat him fair and square, to reclaim the glory that belongs to me. After speaking, Luo Anfei seemed to be convincing herself, emphasizing her words. Yes, that's exactly it. Suddenly, her phone rang. Caller ID, Lu Chen. Her lips twitched slightly, almost unnoticed even by herself, a flicker of emotion passing through her eyes. Then she answered the call. Her tone returned to its usual flat, icy tone. What is it? Chapter 97, Professor Su's plea for help, Marla exposed. Lu Chen surveyed his surroundings. So this was the dorm room of the big ice block? The university provided several styles and colors for students to choose their furniture. His style was no style eclectic. Luo Anfei was different. Her dorm was minimalist, clearly the work of someone with OCD. Everything was arranged neatly and orderly. The furniture and decorations are all plain white, matching her personality, with an overall cool color palette. I'm a bit thirsty. Could you get me a glass of warm water? Luo Anfei filled a cup of warm water from the purifier beside him, her voice calm as she asked, Need something? Lu Chen blinked a few times, unsure if it was just his imagination. Why did he sense a peculiar undertone in the Ice Queen's voice, a hint of subtle resentment? The way she looked at him was like a wife catching her husband cheating. What the hell? Why would I feel this way? Delusion, it must be a delusion. She's the big ice block, for crying out loud. Jiang Zhini is busy with something, isn't it the Night Watch selection? She has no one under her. Plus, my aunt is heading to the Great Sun Dojo in Lingyuan City to study the Great Sun Mindstream secret arts. So I'm stepping in for her to take the Night Watch selection exam and escort my aunt there. Here are some specialties from Lingyuan City I bought for you. Lu Chen placed the items on the table. He wasn't just wasting his time playing around, was he? Right. This period was indeed the annual Night Watch selection. Had she not been specially recruited by Jiang Zhini? Following the standard process, she would have had to participate in the Night Watch selection herself. Hearing his explanation and seeing the local souvenirs on the table, the slight irritation in her heart instantly vanished. Wait. She froze in surprise. Sister, you wrong? To the Great Sun Dojo in Lingyuan City, to study the Great Sun Mindstream secret arts? Wasn't that something only beast masters could learn? The Great Sun Dojo was a name she knew well. The Great Sun Mindstream secret arts allowed one to condense mental power to enhance the combat strength of beast companions. The most renowned practitioners were the cousins Bai Yan and Bai Qianxian. Both prodigies after the second Otherworld large-scale descent and the subsequent elevation of the world's status. Both had ascended to totem tier status, their reputations resounding far and wide. They were the pillars of the new generation. Lu Yurong awakened her Beastmaster talent and is now a light elemental Beastmaster, Lu Chen explained briefly. A light elemental beast tamer? Was it the full moon on Mochizuki's forehead that helped unlock her beast taming talent? She paused, struck by the uncanny coincidence.
Your water. She accepted the warm water. Just as she was about to place it on the table in front of Lu Chen, she noticed he was holding an identical parting gift.
Lu Chen explained, this is for Sunmmary.
I just went to her place, but she hasn't returned yet.
Luo Anfei's eyes flickered.
Oh. Ice Phoenix essence gathered in her palm, freezing the warm water. Your water.
Whoa, that's freezing. My house only has ice water.
I've got some things to take care of.
You go check if Senior Sunmmary is back yet. Oh. Lu Chen stood outside the door holding the specialty gift for Sunmmary, scratching his head. What was going on? Those few days every woman experiences monthly? Luo Anfei remained expressionless. He actually went to Sunmmary first before coming to me? As the esteemed Luo Shen, am I not worthy of your first visit? But didn't Jiangjini attend the night watch selection?
She recalled fragments of her past life's memories. At this stage in her previous life, she had only just entered the elite ranks Amir Kalami. She hadn't joined the night watch either. Insufficient strength and information barriers kept her cut off from other intelligence. But she remembered that something significant had indeed occurred. The specifics eluded her. It wasn't a major event in the Beastmaster realm, but rather something within the Beast Pet research community, something connected to the ancient capital. At the time, she was at the Zhenlin Beastmaster Academy. Her knowledge of the ancient capital was limited, and her low status meant she lacked access to much of the information.
What could it have been? She frowned. It didn't seem like anything life-threatening. The days that followed offered a rare respite of tranquility. Lu Chen also claimed the system reward from triggering enter the black market last time a premium lottery ticket. The item he drew was quite good. Name, Pet Ball.
Description, temporarily replaces the Beastmaster's space, allowing pets to be stored within the Pakhong ball.
Seeing what he'd drawn, Lu Chen was stunned.
Don't think I don't recognize you just because you changed your name, Popeball. He felt quite pleased. What a great find. This way, he could bring the magic mirror doll along on his next long journey. Another trump card had been added to his hand.
Days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Lu Chen hadn't been idle either.
These past days, he'd been conducting targeted training with Chi Tian. During their previous battles, he had noticed that Chi Tian fought most proficiently using fire-based techniques. After all, it was the element he knew best besides rock. It struggled to wield lightning and shadow powers with the same ease. With fire, it could pull off all sorts of tricks. But with lightning and shadow, it was all by the book, strictly by the rules. Today's routine training had just concluded. Lu Chen unexpectedly received a request for help from Professor Su. One of his beast pets was having issues. He asked if Lu Chen had time to visit his residence, as the issue was rather tricky. He had already arrived at Professor Su's residence. The residence was a 2.5-story Western-style house. The top half served as living quarters, while the lower 2 floors had been converted into office space. No wonder they say researchers are all workaholics. In the medical room on the 2nd floor, he saw the tricky problem Professor Su had mentioned. On the iron-framed hospital bed, a beast pet lay there, a small horse, pure white all over, with a single horn protruding from its forehead. Lightning bolts flickered along its horn. Little lightning pony. Its entire body was now riddled with tubes, skin stretched taut over bones. The lightning arcs on its horn flickered like faulty switches, sputtering unstable sparks. Lu Chen could sense a force suppressing it from within. This is a beast pet belonging to a friend of mine. I've already examined its genes. Each evolution is of its genetic sequence, a leap in its life form. During its evolution, something went wrong. Its genetic sequence became chaotic, unable to rearrange itself. Name, Little Thunder Horse. Level, None. Awakening Tier. Supernatural Tier. Rebirth Tier. Elite Tier. Race, Lower Commander Species. Description, Xiao Lima, a Thunder-type supernatural being, had reached the upper elite tier. While preparing to evolve into the Thunderlight Celestial Pegasus, the Thunder Evolution Stone it absorbed was corrupted and contaminated by an unknown force, causing the evolution to fail. The Lightning Evolution Stone and the unknown force became entangled within its body, leaving it in critical condition. Breeding focus, during its evolution into the Thunderlight Pegasus, external interference disrupted its genetic sequence, causing the evolution to fail. Solution, utilize the primordial ethereal spirit as a neutralizing agent, supplemented with life elixir and electro-nettle grass. This combination confused the 2 forces, enabling successful evolution. It can be resolved, just like Commander Zhao Kongqing's lava monster back then. Based on information revealed by Divine Eye plus Evolutionist's Legacy, Lu Chen gathered the materials. He then concocted a vial of healing potion. He fed it to Little Thunder Horse. Instantly, a dense glow of evolution enveloped its body as its form began to shift. The light faded. Little Lightning Horse had evolved into Thunderlight Pegasus. Majestic beyond compare, with lightning-like flashes darting from its hooves, as if it could ride the thunder to race across the skies. Thank you so much, Professor Su exclaimed joyfully. Please go downstairs and wait while I thoroughly examine the Thunderlight Pegasus's condition.
All right. Chen descended to the first floor, where research equipment and academic papers filled the space.
Bookshelves were stacked with volumes on beast pet research. He also spotted a framed photograph. The photo had been removed from its frame. On the far right stood an elderly man in a white lab coat, looking sharp and energetic. This was Dr. Lu Mu. His presence could be seen across various websites. Similarly, Chen also spotted Professor Su, a younger version of him, positioned at the very edge of the photograph. These must all be Dr. Lu Mu's disciples. Moreover, the order of arrangement should be based on the chronological sequence of their initiation. The one closest to Dr. Lu should be his top disciple. Flipping to the back of the photo, he found corresponding names listed. Lan Bo. This was the name of the person standing closest to Dr. Ryuki. It was during his visit to Professor Su's residence. Xingyu Beastmaster Academy, Student Villa 4396. Luo Anfei, who was conducting elemental proficiency level training with the Ice Crystal Phoenix Fox and Moon Spirit, suddenly looked up. She remembered the major event that had shaken the beast pet research community. Dr. Lu Mu's foremost disciple, Professor Lanbo, Grand Master. He betrayed the alliance and joined the alchemy cult. You mean, based on your deductions, the operational route traces, and the AI superbrain's algorithms? The mole is Lanbo. Listening to the news relayed over the phone, Jiang Zhenyi's expression turned grave. Send me his movement trajectory. P.S. Thanks to reader 174-603-0067 for the heartfelt $1 tip. Appreciate all the handsome readers who voted with gold tickets. May the boss prosper, stay forever young, and never die. Chapter 98, Professor Su's Showdown, The Truth Unveiled. Send me Lanbo's movement trajectory. Transferring now. Your great domain computers and networks are all garbage. Jiang Zhenyi's expression turned grave. How could Lanbo possibly be the mole? Not only did they steal the ancient fossil revival machine, but they also tried to kill Dr. Lu Mu. If not for others risking their lives to protect him, Dr. Lu Mu would already be dead. Lanbo held the title of special professor, just one step away from becoming a doctor. Jiang Zhenyi wasn't familiar with Lanbo. She'd only heard of her and never interacted with her. After all, she and Dr. Ryuki were close friends despite their age difference. It was Dr. Ryuki who invited her to join the Mythology Bureau. By the time they met, Lanbo had already completed his apprenticeship. He did not remain under Dr. Ryuki's tutelage. He had established his own research institute and pursued distinct research directions. Lanbo enjoyed a distinguished reputation outside the bureau. Lanbo, the foremost disciple of Dr. Ryuki, possessed the bearing of a doctor. In the field of beast pet research, becoming a professor was a feat achieved by 1 in 10,000 researchers. As for doctor, every individual honored with the title doctor has achieved groundbreaking research that reshapes the landscape of the Beastmaster world. Only then can they be called doctors. Each one is a national treasure. Once, when Dr. Lu Mu was drunk, she overheard him sigh, Lanbo will never become a doctor. His research on beast pets lacks that spark. What a pity. He was the one who reminded me of my younger self, yet his intentions were impure and he chose the wrong path. That was the drunken moment. Only then did Jiang Zhenyi realize Lanbo was not her first disciple. Before him, Dr. Lu Mu had another student, but he was expelled from the school, hunted by the Great Xia Empire, and fled beyond human borders. A voice came through the phone. It's been transmitted. This is the activity log I compiled after hacking into his phone and cameras. Jiang Zhenyi received the file. Opening it revealed a map densely dotted with red markers. Connecting all the dots traced Lanbo's movement route. Each dot contained accompanying photos and videos. Her eyes narrowed. It matched perfectly. 4 days before Dr. Lu Mu's incident, Lanbo had left his residence and vanished from surveillance for several consecutive days. The Institute's secret realm, due to the ancient fossil revival machine, involved the rules of time. The moment the ancient fossil revival machine's research succeeded, the power of time erupted. The flow of time within the secret realm differed from that outside. For the Research Institute, the attack occurred on October 7th. However, from the outside world's perspective, the attack occurred 3 days earlier, on October 4th. During this period, Lanbo's whereabouts were unknown. After leaving the premises, he was not captured by any surveillance cameras. The others you asked me to investigate all have activity records within a week before and after Dr. Lu Mu's attack. But Lanbo? His whereabouts during those days remain unknown. Based on all the clues, all evidence points to Lanbo as the mole. But she was utterly perplexed. Her mind was clouded with confusion, utterly unable to comprehend it. As Dr. Lu Mu's star pupil, why would he betray his mentor? Moreover, if the ancient fossil revival machine had been developed, given his relationship with Dr. Ryuki, borrowing it for research would have been a simple matter. There was absolutely no need to take the risk of stealing the ancient fossil revival machine, much less kill Dr. Ryuki. This defies all logic and lacks any motive. Something's fishy. Oh, I also checked the electronic ticketing system. During the period he vanished, he purchased a flight ticket.
The destination was the ancient capital. But when I later hacked into the ancient capital's surveillance system, not a single camera captured his image. Clearly, he altered his appearance or used his beast companion's power to interfere with the cameras. Jiang Zhini froze. Lan Bo went to the ancient capital? Professor Su descended from the attic. He laughed heartily, looking at old photos. Ha, these are all group pictures from my younger days. Are these all Dr. Lu Mu's students? Yes, arranged from right to left in order of when they joined. Professor Su shook his head. Though not exactly all of them. Lan Bo is closest to Dr. Ryuki in the photo, but he wasn't Dr. Lu Mu's first student, he was the second. Professor Su motioned for Lu Chen to sit down and handed him a bottle of drink. That must have taken quite a toll on your mind, huh? Try this, it's a sparkling juice made with energy fruit to speed up spiritual recovery. Lu Chen unscrewed the cap and took a sip. It tasted like orange-flavored happy fatty water, not bad. Let's continue our earlier discussion. He gazed at the group photo, a nostalgic expression crossing his face. Dr. Lu Mu's first student was named Zheng Wei. Let me tell you his story. He came from an ordinary family. Though he possessed a talent for taming beasts, it was the lowest tier F-grade talent, barely better than an average person. The beast pet egg he selected hatched into nothing more than an ordinary species beast pet. But he didn't mind. Having the talent was enough for him. He never aspired to be a combat-type beast master. His dream was to become a researcher like Dr. Ryuki. Through relentless effort and his talent in research, he published several papers with unique insights on pet creature genetic evolution, catching Dr. Ryuki's attention. He became Dr. Ryuki's first apprentice. Under Dr. Ryuki's tutelage, his talents were fully unleashed. He became a younger version of Dr. Ryuki himself, solving numerous genetic puzzles. Within just a few years, he earned the title of Professor. Lu Chen was baffled. That talent was incredible, becoming a professor in just a few years. The photos were at least 2 decades old. Given this trajectory, this Zheng Wei shouldn't be obscure even if he hadn't earned a doctorate. He should have a resounding reputation by now. But Lu Chen had never heard of him. Professor Su took a sip of water and continued. During that time, something happened. His parents died in a traffic accident. He was devastated. Ordinary humans were too fragile. After burying his parents, he felt a sense of urgency. Though he was a beast tamer, both his talent and his beast pet were garbage, barely stronger than an average person. The loss of his parents ignited his fear of death and deepened his loathing for his own weakness. However, a beastmaster's talent is predetermined by fate. He exhausted every resource at his disposal, yet barely managed to reach the elite tier. His path forward seemed hopeless. But heaven never seals off all paths. He discovered a completely new route. If humans are weak, why not alter their very genes? What if he edited the genes of ferocious beasts into his own body? Lu Chen's heart sank. Gene editing? Live experiments? That was absolutely forbidden. Professor Su continued. He was ecstatic, sensing this was a path to transcendence. For humanity, it was groundbreaking research. If successful, even ordinary people could possess power to rival supernatural beings. So he began human trials, starting with death row inmates. The experiments ended in failure. The human body simply couldn't withstand the genetic power of extraordinary creatures. He shifted his approach. What if he combined the genes of monstrous beasts with human embryos? Would the resulting infants, even ordinary humans, possess the power of these beasts? He began artificially cultivating human embryos. But this approach proved inherently flawed. Thus, for the future of humanity, he began extracting embryos directly from pregnant women's wombs. The experiments still ended in failure. It was then that his crimes were exposed. His mentor, Dr. Ryuki, discovered he was conducting human experiments. His research facility was destroyed, all data incinerated. Enraged, Dr. Ryuki expelled him from his school and he was sentenced to death. He escaped, fleeing to a world beyond human borders. Professor Su smiled faintly. Like a stray dog, he eked out a miserable existence beyond human borders for over a decade. Later, he was attacked by forbidden creatures beyond human territory, leaving him with only half a body. Before dying, he was filled with resentment. He hated Dr. Ryuki for destroying his dreams and regretted that his ideas would never see the light of day. It was then that an organization called the Alchemy Cult emerged. A truly extraordinary group. Professor Su looked at Lu Chen with a faint, enigmatic smile. Guess what happened next? Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat, a sense of foreboding settling over him. Wait. Professor Su showed profound respect for Dr. Lu Mu, always addressing him as his mentor or teacher, no matter the setting. Throughout his entire story so far, Lu Chen had noticed Professor Su always addressed Dr. Lu by his full name. Professor Su looked at Lu Chen with a faint, ambiguous smile. They restored Zheng Hui's physical form and endowed him with a power called suture magic. This ability is a form of alchemy. By suturing the extraordinary organs of ferocious beasts into one's body, one can wield skills corresponding to their attributes. This was bestowed by the great leader himself, not some research technique, but an alchemical divine art. He still seeks to fulfill his lifelong ambition to perfect his research vision. With the Alchemy Order's assistance, his research progressed rapidly and found its direction. Since human flesh cannot withstand the genetic power of beasts, what if we neutralize it with forbidden power? Forbidden power can induce mutations in the human body. In this mutated state, human flesh can indeed bear the ferocious beast's genetic power without disintegrating. But a problem arises: forbidden power and beast power cannot merge. They clash within the body, eventually draining the host's vitality. Unless there exists a force capable of neutralizing both the forbidden power and the beast's own abilities. Regrettably, he began abandoning this research. The alchemy cult also assigned him a mission to replace Dr. Ryoki's second disciple, Lanbua, and lie in wait for an opportunity. This was because Dr. Ryoki was conducting research on the ancient fossil revival machine. The alchemy sect desperately needed the results of this ancient fossil revival machine research. Thus, he infiltrated Lanbua's residence, killed him, and used suture magic to absorb his memories. He then returned to human territory under Lanbua's identity. During this time, a researcher named Su Er, Dr. Lu Mu's youngest student, had a close relationship with this Lanbo. One day, he sent a message sharing an astonishing discovery. A freshman was actually a high-level breeder. He solved Zhao Kongqing's beast pet problem by neutralizing the pet's own genes and forbidden power, helping the lava monster complete its evolution. Lu Chen. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed as an ominous foreboding thickened within him. Damn it. No way. Professor Su continued. The Zhanghui impersonating Lanbo was utterly stunned upon hearing this news. Neutralizing the beast pet and forbidden power? Isn't that precisely the missing piece in his research project? But he couldn't leave. Through persistent investigation, he finally discovered that Dr. Luo Mu's secret laboratory was located within a hidden realm. Later, he learned the ancient fossil revival machine was nearing completion. So he alerted the alchemy cult, which attacked Dr. Ryoki's lab, stole the machine, and destroyed all his data and research. Professor Su laughed heartily. He finally got his revenge, destroying all of Dr. Ryoki's life's work. Unfortunately, when he tried to devour Dr. Ryoki's memories, a protective force shielded his brain, preventing the absorption and allowing Dr. Ryoki to escape. Mission accomplished. Zhang Hui arrived at the ancient capital and devoured Su Er's memories. He learned that the one capable of neutralizing both the beast pet's innate power and forbidden power was named Lu Chen. Unfortunately, that young man later went to Ling Yuan City. Fortunately, after his return, Zhang Hui acquired 2 little thunder horses. Through artificial intervention, he transformed them to match the beast pets of Zhao Kongqing. This youth named Lu Chen did indeed successfully cure the little thunder horse, causing it to evolve. It was quite extraordinary. Zhang Hui observed Lu Chen's entire process. He then recreated an identical potion based on Lu Chen's method and administered it to a second little thunder horse exhibiting the same symptoms. The result: failure. It had no effect whatsoever. Therefore, it wasn't the potion formula that was the issue. Rather, this Lu Chen possesses a peculiar ability: he can neutralize both forbidden power and the beast pet's own power. Professor Su stared at Lu Chen with fervor. Am I right? Lu Chen. He felt space freeze, a force descending upon him, rendering his entire body immobile. P.S. This chapter contains more narrative elements, resolving several previously planted plot threads. If you look closely, readers who haven't skimmed past every scene in 10 lines of handsome men and beautiful women should notice the jarring inconsistencies in Chapter 76 and suddenly understand. Chapter 76, Lu Chen visits Professor Su's residence to inquire about what happened to Dr. Lu. Upon arriving, he finds no one home and prepares to leave. The scene unfolds as follows. Professor Su fails to recognize Lu Chen, staring blankly for several seconds before finally recalling him. Then, Professor Su couldn't even recall the passcode to his own front door. Furthermore, regarding Dr. Lu Mu's attack, Jiang Zhini only learned the specifics after arriving at the scene, discovering the alchemy cult was responsible. Yet Professor Su, far away in the ancient capital, knew every detail, even the existence of the alchemy cult. All these points indicate that Professor Su was no longer himself, he had been replaced. To be precise, Zhang Hui had taken over the body of Lanbua. As an insider, he collaborated with the alchemy cult to attack Dr. Lu Mu and destroyed the research institute, all for revenge. He sought to kill Dr. Lu Mu to avenge the destruction of his own lab years ago. When was Professor Su replaced? Chapter 68. When Professor Su was seeing off Luo Chen, he received a phone call. Professor Su, senior brother has arrived at the ancient capital? The senior brother here refers to Lan Bo. At this point, Lan Bo was Zhang Hui, who had already attacked Dr. Ryoki and arrived in the ancient capital. Chapter 99. Seriously, what are you pulling off as a dominator tier? In the sky. A streak of light streaked through the sky at breakneck speed, shattering the clouds as it passed. A formidable aura of the top-tier sovereign tier surged forth. Wherever it passed, countless birds and beasts fled in panic, startling flocks of birds into flight from the forests. Some flying creatures were too slow to escape.
As the sovereign tier aura swept over them, their eyes rolled back, turning white as they lost consciousness, crashing heavily to the ground from high above. As the terrifying sovereign creature receded into the distance, these unconscious beasts became prey for other predators. The dragon cloud bird flapped its wings, soaring at incredible speed. A slender, dazzling trail of energy glowed behind it. The dragon cloud bird's psychic energy radiated outward, forming a transparent barrier that shielded Jiang Zhini from the wind resistance. Jiang Zhini sat atop the dragon cloud bird, her expression grave. Not long ago, Dr. Lu Mu briefly regained consciousness. He revealed everything. Lan Bo was dead, and Zheng Hui had impersonated him, leading the alchemy cult to attack the Secret Realm Research Institute. They had stolen the ancient fossil revival machine, destroying the culmination of their lifelong work. Dr. Ryuki recognized the alchemy cult members who invaded the institute, led by Duzan, the former 10th pillar of the Night Watch. Sure enough, the theft of the mother pool and the defection were inextricably linked to the alchemy cult. The research facility was destroyed. Zheng Hui gradually cornered Dr. Ryuki, even attempting to devour his memories. But no one in the Myth Bureau was a simple opponent. During their mental fusion, Dr. Lumu glimpsed fragments of the other's thoughts. The other was still conducting human experiments and had joined the alchemy cult. Moreover, after stealing the ancient fossil machine, he planned to visit the ancient capital where someone had solved the issue of Zhao Kongqing's beast pet evolution. He was after Lu Chen. A threat of murderous intent seeped out. For both public and private reasons, she must rush to the ancient capital and capture Zhang Hui. Publicly, the ancient fossil revival machine held the key to deciphering the mythical history of the foreign lands, her lifelong dream. Personally, Lu Chen was the nephew of her close friend Lu Yurong, whom she had invited to join the Mythology Bureau. If Zheng Hui could impersonate Lan Bo, he could easily disguise himself as anyone else in the ancient capital. Since the target is Lu Chen, she dialed Lu Yurong's number. She finally learned that Lu Chen had been summoned by Professor Su early that morning to assist with work. She hung up. Jiang Zhini's eyes flashed with coldness. Professor Su? Had he targeted Professor Su? She urgently contacted Gu Xin, the president of the Ancient Capital Beastmaster Association. Immediately surround Su Heir's residence. He's compromised. Someone has taken over his body. Capture him alive if possible. If absolutely necessary, kill him on the spot. Lu Chen is there too. Ensure his safety. That said, she wasn't overly concerned about Lu Chen's safety. Zheng Hui's strength wasn't formidable. If he were truly powerful, he could have destroyed the Secret Realm Research Institute single-handedly. A worthless F-rank beast tamer? No matter how formidable the alchemy cult is, they couldn't possibly turn him into a king tier being, could they? If they could casually elevate someone with F-rank beastmaster talent to king tier, then there'd be no need for games. The alchemy sect could just come out and rule the world. Why hide in the shadows? That kid has a spatial type beast pet. Even if he can't win, escaping shouldn't be a problem. Lu Chen stared at the Professor Su before him. The man's face writhed like a mass of fluid matter, finally settling into the features of a gaunt, pallid figure, sunken eye sockets gleaming with a piercing intensity. The gaze he fixed on Lu Chen was like that of a lecher beholding a naked, peerless beauty. It sent a chill down Lu Chen's spine. What have you done to Professor Su? Su Heir? I've already consumed his brain. What do you think happened to him? It's his honor to become a part of me. His casual tone made it sound as though he'd crushed an ant. Lu Chen's eyes grew cold. Though he hadn't dealt much with Professor Su, the man was undoubtedly a decent individual. Zheng Hui stared greedily at Lu Chen, his eyes practically glowing with excitement and anticipation. 20 years. The thing he'd spent 2 decades researching, failing countless times, becoming an obsession bordering on obsession. It was finally about to be completed. The man before him held the key to everything. Soon, humans would gain extraordinary powers simply by transplanting the genes of ferocious beasts. Even ordinary people would possess supernatural strength. Lu Chen regarded him calmly, as if addressing a subordinate. Are you defying your superiors? Do you realize you've sabotaged the organization's grand plan? I was sent here by the organization to infiltrate the ancient capital. Ha! Zheng Hui's brain froze for a moment. Was this man also part of the alchemy cult? Impossible. Lu Chen spoke. The legendary resource skeleton's dead eye left behind after the skeleton demonized demise. This thing was what he'd traded for back on the black market from that alchemy cultist wearing the vortex mask. Zheng Hui's eyes flickered with disbelief. The bone death eye? That belonged to Duzan. He remembered it clearly. The organization had given it to him specifically to trade for items related to the forbidden evil god. How could they know about it? Lu Chen continued. Is that not enough? The shattered forbidden egg forged through the pool of 10,000 mothers. Zheng Hui's pupils instantly contracted. The pool of 10,000 mothers had been stolen from the Breeders' Association, once an extraordinary artifact wielded by alchemists. Those incompetent breeders spent years researching it without ever discovering its true purpose. Only alchemists knew. That the pool of 10,000 mothers produced a shattered forbidden egg was knowledge confined solely to those within the organization.
Lu Chen actually knows about it. You really are part of the organization? What do you think? The next second,
Zheng Hui, who had been calm moments before, suddenly erupted with rage.
His face contorted as he growled, "You're one of them. You're actually part of the organization.
They know how much blood, sweat, and tears I've poured into this research.
They know the struggles I've faced in my research.
All I needed was a way to neutralize the forbidden power in the beast genes.
You're in the organization, and they never told me. Damn it. The alchemy cult can go to hell too.
I knew it all along. They never considered me one of their own.
So many secrets I was never allowed to touch.
They never took my research seriously, and even when discussing my work, they wore expressions of contempt. They looked down on me. They looked down on my brilliant research concept.
To them, I'm nothing but an outsider."
His eyes blazed with fury, his features contorted, a terrifying aura erupting from his body. Simultaneously, a torrent of psychic energy burst forth like a raging flood, hurling everything on the first floor into the surrounding space. Furniture shattered with a clatter. Since they won't accept me as one of their own, I won't hold back either.
A maniacal grin spread across his face. "Once my research succeeds, I will be the true master of humanity. I shall usher in an era of universal cultivation." Lu Chen? Holy.
Staring at Zheng Hui, a man whose mood swings like the weather, acting like a complete lunatic, Lu Chen felt a chill run down his spine. He'd been hoping to pull off impersonating the alchemy cult, but who knew this guy was a lunatic?
"Don't even think about resisting.
I know you're strong, but you drank the beverage I gave you earlier.
By now, the effects should have kicked in.
It disrupts your spiritual resonance, preventing you from drawing summoning arrays to call forth beast companions. A mere rebirth stage beastmaster warrants this level of caution from me. You should be proud. I advise you to be wise and yield to the inevitable.
Otherwise, I can't guarantee what I might do to you."
Before he could finish speaking,
the next second, whoosh!
A figure crackling with sparks of electricity instantly materialized before his face, delivering a vicious punch straight at him. At the critical moment, psychic energy intertwined, forming a protective barrier.
Thud!
The terrifying punch slammed into the barrier, dark flames erupting violently, yet unable to breach it. Yet the sheer force of the blow sent Zheng Hui staggering backward several steps.
Disbelief flashed in his eyes. "Impossible.
I personally concocted that potion. How could you possibly summon a beast pet?"
Lu Chen chuckled lightly. "Are you brain dead? I can neutralize forbidden powers. How much more so a potion you concocted? You think it would even affect me? And I thought you were some big shot, but you're just a dominator tier?"
Ever since the other had unleashed that aura,
Lu Chen had completely relaxed.
What a scare! He'd thought Zheng Hui was some kind of powerhouse. Judging by his boastful descriptions, Lu Chen had braced himself for a formidable opponent, expecting Zheng Hui to be some powerhouse.
But then he unleashed his aura, and that's it?
A mere overlord tier.
And the intensity of his overlord aura? Mediocre.
Not even as strong as that white tiger statue at Xingyu Beastmaster Academy that's been tempered with spiritual essence.
This made Lu Chen breathe a huge sigh of relief. Not bad. He could use Little Squid's void form and spatial teleportation. He couldn't be taken down instantly, and he could escape. Lu Chen eyed the opponent with narrowed eyes. "I thought you were something special. You really gave me a scare." Now, he not only had no desire to flee, he even felt the opponent's strength was a bit lacking. Like he might actually stand a chance. Lu Chen felt a surge of eagerness. Could he possibly leapfrog 2 major tiers and take down this overrated overlord?
P.S. My apologies, this chapter was meant for yesterday but failed to upload.
Starting today's chapter now. Chapter 100, Unleashing Full Combat Power, Fighting in a Forbidden Form. To be mocked so blatantly by a junior.
Zheng Hui's face darkened, shifting from pale to crimson, yet his inner excitement and ecstasy surged even more intensely. Truly worthy of one who possesses the unique ability to neutralize forbidden energies. Even the potion he concocted couldn't affect him. This only intensified his desire to possess Lu Chen, his eyes now openly gleaming with unmasked covetousness and greed. To fulfill his dream, only one final step remained.
Oomph. So what if he could summon a beast companion?
He was merely a mere transcendent stage beastmaster. Had he not retained his battlefield habits of cautious vigilance and giving his all even when hunting rabbits, he wouldn't even need to use potions. He was a full-fledged overlord tier being. A mere transcendent stage brat was nothing but a plaything he could crush at will. "Refuse the wine, and you'll drink the punishment," he snorted coldly. His overlord tier aura surged forth like a bursting dam, crashing down upon Lu Chen like a tidal wave. Overlord tier. They earned the title Overlord precisely because their spiritual transformation forged the so-called Overlord's aura.
The aura of a sovereign ruler. Under the shroud of this aura, one faced the wrath of a sovereign, a terrifying mental intimidation.
Beastmasters and their pets below the Overlord tier could not unleash their full power. Those of lower tiers struggle even to move. But he saw a playful smile playing at Lu Chen's lips. "Feels refreshing. Your Overlord aura is quite impressive.
Lu Chen then provocatively unscrewed the cap of the drugged fizzy drink and took a sip. The flavor suits me too. Any more? Zheng Hui's mind went blank. You're immune to the Overlord's aura. Lu Chen snapped his fingers. Correct.
Just as Zheng Hui was frozen in shock, goosebumps erupted all over his body, his senses on high alert.
A deafening crack echoed the sonic boom of extreme velocity. A monkey engulfed in black flames appeared behind him.
Its appearance had subtly changed the ink black fur now glowed with golden tips at the ends.
Battle release state.
It tore through the air, closing the distance to him in less than the blink of an eye. A fist radiating brilliant light grew larger and larger in his vision. The punch erupted, whipping up a violent gale. Air compressed violently before exploding outward, forming a white column of compressed air that slammed toward him alongside the fist.
Zheng Hui's eyes instantly narrowed to two black dots. When did it get here?
Blue light flared from his eyes as his psychic energy interwove at lightning speed, forming a protective barrier once more. The barrier had barely materialized. The fist, carrying the force of 10,000 June, slammed into it.
Boom!
The fist collided with the barrier, erupting in a thunderous roar that momentarily deafened the eardrums.
Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle.
At the point of impact between fist and psychic barrier, two energies clashed violently, radiating a terrifying heat. The ground caved in layer by layer, spiderweb-like cracks spreading across the floor and creeping toward the walls. It was, after all, a hastily erected defense. Zheng Hui was sent flying by the punch, his body smashing through several walls before crashing with a thud into the open space outside. His feet slid across the ground for over 10 meters before he came to a halt. He was horrified.
What kind of monstrous combat power was this? Even an upper Transcendent stage cultivator would likely pale in comparison.
But what truly sent shivers down his spine was this.
Lu Chen was immune to the Overlord's aura.
Neither he nor his beast pet felt suppressed by it.
What kind of monstrous special ability is this?
Capable of neutralizing forbidden energies, resisting drug effects, and shrugging off the aura of a dominant being. Any one of these abilities, possessed by another, would be nothing short of a miracle. Yet all three converged in a single individual. This drove Zheng Hui mad with envy. Had he possessed such abilities 20 years ago, he would have long stood atop the world? No. He's trying to escape. He was startled, thinking that Lu Chen had let his beast companion ambush him and knock him flying just to create an opening to escape. He was just about to give chase. But then he saw the hole in the wall. Lu Chen emerged through it, accompanied by his monkey beast pet.
Run? Why would I run? Lu Chen countered.
After testing his strength with that earlier attack, he felt confident he could actually win. Besides, he triggered a quest. Glancing at the virtual interface before him, the quest had appeared half a minute ago. Triggered quest, defeat Zheng Hui, a Dominator tier opponent, to achieve the following reversal.
With the quest active, he was even more determined to test whether he could win.
Zheng Hui laughed bitterly in anger. You only managed to shake me by exploiting my moment of carelessness with a sneak attack.
I'm not even slightly injured.
Blue light flared in his eyes as his hair stirred without wind, floating upward. He himself slowly rose into the air. A terrifying aura radiated from him, turning the surrounding air grim and icy. He spread his hands. Whoosh! 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 Streams of earth erupted from the ground like water columns, while fragments of the crumbling wall were lifted by an invisible force.
Lu Chen recognized this ability.
The signature ability of psychic-type beast companions.
Telekinesis.
According to Zheng Hui himself, he had been granted an alchemy technique called suture art, allowing him to sew extraordinary organs into his body and thereby wield corresponding elemental abilities. So, it seemed he now had a psychic-type extraordinary organ stitched inside him.
Since you didn't escape earlier, don't even think about trying now.
As the words fell, an invisible, transparent barrier descended, trapping Lu Chen and himself within its confines, leaving no escape.
Lu Chen sensed the space his spatial abilities could still leave the barrier.
This was truly a pointless confinement. Dense clouds of dirt and gravel swirled above Zheng Hui's head. Then, with a wave of his hand. Whoosh! 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 A piercing whistling sound filled the air as countless mud clumps and stones plummeted toward Chi-Tian like a meteor shower.
Controlled by psychic force, they moved at incredible speeds, their surfaces igniting with flames from the friction against the air.
From Lu Chen's perspective, the overwhelming pressure felt as though a meteor shower was truly hurtling toward him and Chi-Tian.
No big deal.
With void form, he possessed a brief state of invincibility.
He addressed Chi-Tian, show me your limits. Chi-Tian was currently stuck at the mid-stage of the rebirth realm. He needed external pressure to force his breakthrough into the upper reincarnation stage. Wasn't this fake overlord tier opponent right before him the perfect whetstone? Roar! Chi-Tian's battle intent erupted, as threads of lightning and fire energy intertwined across his skin.
It continuously unleashed fire and thunder energy, deploying offensive skills. Flaming orbs and thunderous clusters surged forward.
Boom! 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 Boom!
It resembled the clash between anti-ground missiles and anti-aircraft missiles.
Countless explosions erupted mid-air, blanketing the sky like fireworks while deafening booms echoed ceaselessly. Shattered rocks and dirt rained down onto the ground. The muscles in Chi Tian's legs bulged as the ground caved in beneath him. Boom! Accompanied by a sonic boom, Chi Tian vanished from his original position in an instant. Useless. You succeeded in ambushing me before only because I was careless. Zheng Hui's aura, woven with psychic power, allowed him to clearly sense Chi Tian's movements. The next second, his eyes narrowed again. The speed was so blinding it left only a monkey-like afterimage, the figure vanishing abruptly. In the blink of an eye, his psychic field locked onto Chi Tian's presence once more. Behind me! How is that possible? Whoosh! Teleportation activated, Zheng Hui's figure shifted away. Chi Tian's fist struck empty air, slamming viciously into the ground. The earth shattered, and thunder fire energy surged through the cracks into the ground. There, they collided, triggering a thunder fire explosion. Boom! The thunder fire explosion hurled chunks of ground skyward, sending massive debris tumbling through the air. Shadow type? Possessing 3 elements simultaneously: fire, thunder, and the rare shadow element? Damn! This guy must be the bastard son of Lady Luck. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. Seeing the sheer destructive power unleashed, his own eyebrow twitched. You're telling me this is just a beast pet at the rebirth stage? Thank goodness I'm at the overlord stage. If I were at the commander stage, I'd be screwed for sure. Not bad. Now let's see how you smash this. The deep blue light in his pupils intensified to the point of being unbearable to look at. Countless fragments of rock and soil once again rose into the air. Under the manipulation of psychic force, they coalesced into earth dragons, slithering toward Chi Tian to devour him. Chi Tian's black tail flames surged, unleashing a vortex of fire, but it had no effect on the earth dragons. He then unleashed a lightning-based skill, but it too proved useless. Earth feared neither fire nor lightning. Chi Tian's gaze sharpened, showing no sign of backing down. If energy attacks wouldn't work, then physical combat would have to suffice. Perfect. Compared to energy attacks, he preferred the visceral impact of physical blows. It transformed into a fiery streak, charging straight toward the dragon. Boom! 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 It clenched its fists, unleashing surging waves of lightning and fire energy from within. Flames engulfed his left fist, while lightning serpents flickered across his right. Each punch sent the air exploding. Boom! 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 One after another, the earth dragons were blown apart. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed. Useless. After being blown apart, the earth dragons seemed to possess life itself, drawing upon the earth's power to regenerate instantly. Their vitality was inexhaustible, an infuriating nuisance. Wasted effort. This is the difference between a sovereign tier being and you lot. You can't even handle a puppet I created with my psychic power. Overlord tier beings can borrow the elemental power of heaven and earth. Whereas your skills rely on depleting your own elemental reserves, an unbridgeable chasm. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. So that's how it was. Beyond their signature overlord aura, can the beast companions of overlord tier practitioners also draw upon the elemental forces of the world when unleashing their skills? Chi Tian knew dragging this out was futile. At this rate, the elemental energy reserves within its body would be drained dry. With thunderous force, it briefly obliterated all the earth dragons, then vanished back into the shadows, charging toward Zheng Hui. It emerged once more from the shadows beside him. Gotcha! Zheng Hui's eyes blazed with brilliance, his psychic energy radiating like dazzling divine light. He abruptly aimed his palm at Chi Tian. Psychokinetic force surged forth. Chi Tian's form was instantly immobilized, shrouded in blue psychokinetic light. Every inch of its skin was subjected to the force. Zheng Hui flickered his fingers. Roar! 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 Water dragons surged toward Chi Tian, unleashing tons of damage in an instant. Boom! His body was hurled violently through the air. The shadow rock armor draped over him, that scalable defense forged from the rock attributes he once possessed, was now torn to shreds. Should little squid step in? Lu Chen inquired through their soul contract. Gurgle. Chi Tian shook his head, his fighting spirit still surging. Soon he could feel himself on the verge of advancing. Lightning arcs and flames erupted from its body once more as it charged toward the earth dragons. The level gap proved too great. Chi Tian began to be overwhelmed, his shadow rock armor shattering under the relentless assault. Yet, its eyes burned ever brighter. Pressure was what forged its strength. Not enough. Far from enough. It fought relentlessly, was knocked back endlessly, blasted earth dragons to pieces, only to see them reform again and again. Little Squid poked its head out of the backpack to watch the scene, then quickly retreated back into the eggshell that fit its body like clothing. Holy crap, Monkey Brother is terrifying, he's got a masochistic streak. Chi Tian felt his lungs like a broken bellows, each breath accompanied by shortness of breath as he gasped for air. His heart pounded like a great bell, its thunderous beat echoing in his ears. Thump! 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 Its heartbeat grew faster and faster, the flame at the tip of its tail flickering wildly, rising and falling. His heart pounded violently, and the blood coursing through his entire body seemed to boil. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, sensing the opponent's transformation. A smile touched his lips. It was time to advance. Indeed. Roar! A triumphant roar echoed skyward as Qi Tian's tail flame blazed fiercely, its aura surging to new heights. Mid-tier rebirth stage, upper tier rebirth stage. Advanced? So what? You're still destined to remain at the rebirth stage. Zhang Hui had had enough fun. Besides, the Beastmaster Association should be sending reinforcements soon. It was time to end this fight. Just then, Lu Chen's voice drifted over, calm and detached. We're done playing too. Since you've advanced, the whetstone has sharpened the blade. Qi Tian, combat power. Full release. Snap. The golden band on his forehead shattered, transforming into a dense shadow of black mist that enveloped Qi Tian. His form elongated. The shadowy black mist coalesced into strands of pitch-black ribbons, trailing and swirling around him. At times it pulsed and churned, coalescing into a black skull. The next instant, it dissolved back into shadowy black mist, enveloping him once more. A forbidden power radiated outward, making Qi Tian appear like a demon god stepping out of hell. Whoosh! Countless psychic earth dragons roared toward him. Qi Tian extended his hand, his fingers curling slightly toward his palm. A startling sight unfolded. The shattered fragments of the shadow rock armor gathered in his hand as if alive. Finally, they formed a dark, gilded rock staff. Shadow black mist spread along his arm and onto the stone staff. Qi Tian swung it fiercely, tracing a crescent arc through the air. Boom! 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 All the earth dragons shattered completely. The shadow black mist clinging to their bodies instantly turned them into piles of scattered sand, crashing to the ground. They could no longer absorb the earth's power, rendered immortal and indestructible. Lu Chen! Damn, the elements are aligning again. This thing isn't going to turn into the golden monkey staff, is it? Then, the staff in Qi Tian's hand transformed into a flowing liquid substance, trickling down his arm and reforming into the shadow rock armor to shield his body. Meanwhile, not far away, Zhang Hui's eyes widened in horror, his face drained of color. Forbidden power. Your beast companion possesses forbidden power. Impossible. Could it be they succeeded? Impossible. Their concept was even more outlandish than my research. How could they possibly have succeeded? Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. What did that mean? That statement revealed far too much. Worry about yourself instead. Lu Chen commanded. Qi Tian. Qi Tian stepped forward, shattering the ground beneath his feet. His figure vanished instantly as he entered the upper rebirth stage, his power surging to new heights. Employing shadow escape technique, he merged with the shadows, emerging from Zhang Hui's shadow. Zhang Hui snorted coldly. Serves him right. He unleashed psychokinesis, instantly immobilizing Qi Tian's form. Put. But the opponent dissolved into a single monkey hair, drifting to the ground. It was fake. Hair stood on end across his body as his senses went on high alert. He immediately activated teleportation, shifting his position into the air to create distance. Sure enough, Qi Tian's figure materialized where Zhang Hui had stood moments before, fist raised high, enveloped in a terrifying shadow of black mist. The next second, he saw a squid-like beast pet land on the monkey's head. Whoosh! They vanished. Coming to his senses, he felt scorching terror overhead. His psychic energy twisted into a hastily formed barrier. Boom! The impact created a sonic boom as terrifying force slammed into the barrier, sending Zhang Hui crashing to the ground along with it. The speed of his fall created swirling white shockwaves and gales. The already ravaged ground suffered further devastation. The shockwave from the impact hurled everything in its path into the air. Shards of rock flew everywhere, and boulders the size of millstones were blown away. Zhang Hui rose from the ground. He looked utterly disheveled, covered in dust, a far cry from his earlier confident demeanor that suggested he had everything under control. His gaze locked onto the little squid. The little squid, too, was enveloped in the aura of forbidden power, a dense nebula of stardust swirling around it. Its form twisted and shifted constantly, conjuring a vast mist-shrouded world behind it. Within that misty realm loomed the colossal octopus phantom, larger than a planet. Spatial magic. And, it too possessed the power of a dark god. Zhang Hui was utterly stunned. One beast pet wielding forbidden power was bad enough, but two. This was no accident. It proved they had truly succeeded. Whoosh! 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 In the void, coin-sized ripples blossomed, and countless spider-like threads descended, coiling toward Zhang Hui. Buzz! An advanced psychokinetic skill. The psychic super-tier skill mental force crushed down with brutal force. The spider threads snapped. A spatial-type beast pet, he dared not let his guard down for a moment. He activated his psychic power at full capacity, transforming it into a barrier to shield himself. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Lu Chen's command came through. Qi Tian, shadow step, immobilize. Zhang Hui found his body immobilized. His shadow, at some unknown moment, had become densely covered in shadow tentacles. The spell could only hold him for about half a second.
But for a spatial-type beast pet, half a second was enough to accomplish a great deal.
Little squid, it's your turn.
Little squid's tentacles pushed through the air, entering the void wormhole and materializing before him. Dream spider silk, 10,000 threads piercing the hand. A dense web of threads coiled around one of its tentacles, transforming into a pure white spear. It thrust violently toward the opponent's barrier. Zheng Hui felt his scalp tingle with fear, but thankfully it was a false alarm. The opponent couldn't breach the barrier's defenses. Regaining control of his body, he prepared to teleport away to create distance. Buzz! Behind this bizarre squid beast pet, a mist-shrouded world materialized, a colossal octopus phantom as vast as a planet. Suddenly, a pair of eyes appeared. Chaos, mist, the deep sea. His mind suddenly grew hazy, as if he were about to drift into a dream. Then, with a start, he snapped back to clarity. Dream manipulation. Spatial plus dream. Fire, lightning, shadow? What the hell were these two beast pets of Lu Chen? As he snapped back to reality, a fist loomed larger and larger before his eyes. Qi Tian charged forward, delivering a vicious punch against the barrier. Still, he couldn't break through the defense. Yet the terrifying force sent the ground collapsing in layers, like a glass bead smashed into the earth. Just as Zheng Hui prepared to channel his psychic energy for teleportation, Qi Tian raised his foot and stomped down again. Immobilization technique. Once again, he was immobilized as Little Squid repeated her tactic. Illusory dream spider silk, 10,000 threads piercing hands. Tentacles transformed into spears, thrusting out once more. After the attack, it channeled the forbidden power of dreams. From the misty world behind it, the giant octopus radiated a force of slumber. Zheng Hui awoke from the fleeting dream just as Qi Tian's attack struck. It's worth noting, their attacks relentlessly targeted the same spot. Zheng Hui was driven to the brink of collapse. How could their abilities be used continuously without any interval or cooldown? Lu Chen wanted to tell him that indeed, they didn't. This power belonged to the Forbidden Realm. In their fully unleashed combat states, both Qi Tian and Little Squid could wield it continuously as long as their internal reserves held out. Finally. 1 minute later. Snap. The sharp sound made Zheng Hui's expression change drastically. After relentlessly attacking the same spot, cracks began to appear in the mental barrier. Zheng Hui felt utterly frustrated. If he hadn't taken over Su Er's body and lacked suitable extraordinary organs to fuse with, how could he have been driven to this desperate situation? The little squid let out a soft cry, and behind it, a void-like space split open, revealing a withered, deathly pale, eerie eyeball. Dense spatial energy coalesced upon its surface. Then, a void beam shot forth, causing slight ripples in the surrounding space. It slammed directly into the crack in the barrier. Crackle, 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 crackle. The void beam pierced through, shattering the barrier completely. Countless spider threads bound it tightly, radiating spatial disturbance energy that rendered its abilities useless. Lu Chen chuckled softly. Rebirth stage successfully overthrew the Overlord stage. Next, it was time to examine the opponent's dream memories. He was curious. Upon seeing the forbidden power within Little Squid and Qi Tian, Zheng Hui's first thought was, the alchemy cult, have they succeeded? Could it be that the alchemy cult was researching how to grant forbidden power to beast pets? Just as he drew near, an anomaly occurred. Your body is mine now, he bellowed. Suture technique, parasite. His psychic energy coiled into an iron wire worm, burrowing into Lu Chen's forehead. P.S. Here's a combined chapter. No more splitting. Chapter 100. Celebrating Chapter 100. Begging for gold tickets. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Chapter 101. Parasitic replacement. Revealing secrets. His psychic energy transformed into a purple, worm-like larva, burrowing into Lu Chen's forehead. Previously, his methods of impersonating Lan Bo and Professor Su involved devouring their brains to acquire their recent memories. He then used suture technique to stitch their bodies into his own, absorbing and assimilating them. But the suture technique, parasite, he employed now was different. The full name of this ability was parasitic replacement. It could also be called soul stealing, true soul stealing. This was his trump card. Not even the alchemy cult knows of it. In nature, there exists an extraordinary creature known as the parasitic purple line pupa. Its species classification is inferior strain, even more worthless than the common strain. They possess no potential or offensive capabilities. Human children could easily kill them. They occupy the very bottom of the extraordinary creature food chain, the sewer beneath the sewer. This extraordinary creature first appeared hundreds of years ago. The parasitic purple line pupa possesses a unique racial ability. When their lives are about to end, they can sacrifice their spirit and flesh, select a target, and possess it based on the target's mental strength, gaining the target's abilities and everything else. To live a second life. This bizarre ability sparked immense panic at the time. Everyone lived in fear. Could those around them be parasitized too? Ultimately, investigations revealed that such fears were entirely unfounded. The parasitic purple line pupa was a low-grade supernatural creature that even a human child could easily kill.
Its ability only allowed it to possess weak creatures: frogs, rabbits, pheasants, birds, mice, snakes, ordinary, vulnerable life forms. Even other inferior species of supernatural beings were beyond its parasitic reach. This revelation brought immense relief to those present. This peculiar ability also prompted numerous researchers to study it. The final conclusion reached was parasitic replacement. The parasitic purple line pupa could completely replace the habits and even the memories of its host. One researcher conducted an experiment where a parasitic purple line pupa was allowed to parasitically replace a laboratory mouse. The researcher concealed the mouse's food dish in a hidden location known only to the mouse and the researcher. After being replaced by the parasitic purple line pupa, the mouse could still clearly locate the feeder. This demonstrates that even memories can be inherited. Zheng Hui, having witnessed his parents' deaths, reflected on life's fragility. Had the alchemy cult not saved him, he would have perished long ago. This made him intensely afraid of death, which is why he coveted this ability. It was essentially like having two lives. Through relentless cultivation of the parasitic purple line pupae, he continuously extracted their genetic material. Using suture technique, he reprogrammed his own genetic code. Day after day, year after year. At great cost in time and sacrifice, he successfully imbued himself with the parasitic purple line pupa's racial ability. The limitations were severe: success was only guaranteed 50% of the time, and it could only be used against those at the metamorphosis stage. After a successful soul stealing, one's power would be permanently capped, unable to advance further, and their lifespan would be reduced to just 1 year. He laughed heartily. None of this mattered to him. What mattered was Lu Chen's unique ability. Once he completed his long-cherished research, both strength and lifespan could be resolved. He charged toward Lu Chen's sea of consciousness. Once he devoured Lu Chen's soul within that sea, he could replace him entirely. Buzz. He dived into Lu Chen's consciousness sea, and his vision blurred. The smile froze on his lips, his pupils sharply contracting. Where the hell is this? An inexplicable tremor ran through him. He found himself in a boundless expanse of starry sky, as if the entire universe had been condensed into this single space. Why did Lu Chen's consciousness sea look like this? Panic-stricken, he scanned his surroundings. Then, he saw the ascension staircase, formed from the light of countless stars. Is this your backup plan? To possess me? Lu Chen's voice echoed, causing the entire starry sky to tremble violently. Zheng Hui instinctively looked up. His pupils instantly contracted to pinpricks. There stood a colossal, shadowy form of starlight, towering over this world. Its features were indistinct, too blinding to look upon directly. Every cell in his body trembled violently, as if driven by primal, biological dread. A single glance was enough to trigger the onset of distortion. His eyeballs shattered, and proliferating flesh instantly filled the hollows of his eye sockets. A piercing scream erupted from his mouth. One after another, flesh tumors squeezed out onto his spiritual body, undergoing irreversible distortion. This was only because Lu Chen had managed to control the Starlight Giant's aura contamination. Otherwise, the opponent's spirit body would have exploded outright. Even so, his spirit form slowly dissipated and disintegrated. It began to deny its own existence within the world. Lu Chen brought it out of the primordial lord space. Little squid, pull it into the dream prison. With its psyche shattered, extracting its memories within the dream prison proved surprisingly straightforward. They transformed into dream bubbles, drifting within the prison. Lu Chen began viewing its memories in rapid succession. His brow furrowed deeply. The dream bubbles were disjointed, many fragmented and incomplete. Little squid scratched his head guiltily, for the other's spirit was fading, leaving memories incomplete. It's okay. Lu Chen patted its head. Searching for memories related to the alchemy cult yielded nothing. Everything was blank. Was this similar to the Great Dian remnant from the Quang Banghong era? Was there a seal on the memories? It's pointless. You can't probe their memories. Zheng Hui, whose body had already mutated into a monstrous form, regained his senses. I'm bound by curses. I can't reveal their existence or betray them. Doing so would bring backlash. Zheng Hui wasn't stupid, quite the opposite, he was sharp. He now understood that the other party could absolutely not be from the alchemy cult. That terrifying Starlight Giant was undoubtedly in existence beyond even the dark gods. The alchemy sect could never harbor such a being. He repeatedly denied his own existence in this world. Before long, he vanished completely. He, who had always dreaded death, now felt a strange sense of blissful liberation within his distorted state. A dying man speaks truth. I've discovered that in this mutated state, curses respond with a delay. I should be able to tell you things about them. Could I ask you for a favor? I'll tell you everything I know. Speak, Lu Chen said. After I die, my beast companion will suffer backlash. Please heal its wounds and care for it until it dies naturally. Lu Chen was surprised. Zheng Hui had a beast companion? Why hadn't he summoned it earlier? Feeding it isn't possible, but I can give it some healing potions. Zheng Hui sighed softly. That'll do. As I mentioned before, I was invited to join the alchemy sect later on. They never considered me one of their own, so I'm unaware of many things. The base I'm at isn't their headquarters either. It was just one of their satellite bases. I've never met the leader, but I know his name is. Chapter 102, Where's the one who saved you? Ha! I killed them. He opened his mouth, trying several times to speak, but the words wouldn't come out. I can't say. I can't describe what they look like. Ah! He triggered the curse sealing barrier by speaking of the alchemy cult. A terrifying backlash washed over him like a tidal wave, contorting his features. His face drained of color as he gritted his teeth fiercely, but it's the alchemy cult. Though it's a cult, they don't embrace taboos like other heretical cults. They worship a demon god. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Now that he thought about it, it seemed true. The man in the whirlpool mask he'd encountered at the black market last time carried no aura of taboo, none of the scent or demeanor typical of cultists of dark gods. Then what are they after? Why would they seize the pool of 10,000 mothers and the ancient fossil revival machine? I'm not entirely sure, but based on scattered clues and my own knowledge, I have a rough idea. Zheng Hui continued, Do you know about the divine beasts? I know. Zheng Hui's words seemed to trigger some forbidden barrier. His features contorted in agony as he hurriedly blurted out, Divine beasts. They intend to use the ancient fossil revival machine to resurrect the divine. His spirit form disintegrated like paper consumed by flames. Zheng Hui was dead. All traces of his existence vanished from the world. Lu Chen's eyes flickered with disbelief. The alchemy cult's entire scheme was connected to the divine beast. Revive the divine beast? A divine beast turned to fossil? Exit the dream prison. Consciousness returned to reality. Beside Zheng Hui's corpse, a summoning array materialized. A creature resembling a devilfish emerged flat-bodied, pale blue, adorned with ladybug-like patterns. Much like the stingray's manta rays Lu Chen knew from his past life, its mouth and facial features were positioned on the underside of its body. It resembled a smiling fish with a smiley face. Name, 7-star flying manta ray. Quality, common species. Rank, upper elite tier. Description, the 7-star flying manta ray consumed vast resources to elevate its strength to the upper elite tier, yet its species limitations prevent it from advancing beyond the rebirth tier. Hailed as a spirit of good fortune, its wing-like pectoral fins enable it to soar like birds. Its face sits beneath its body, naturally bearing a smile. Those who glimpse its smiling countenance are blessed with cheerful spirits. The 7-star pattern on its back glows with varying hues according to its emotional state. This is Zheng Hui's life-bound beast companion. After the 7-star flying manta emerged, it coughed up blood in great gulps, its aura weak and exhausted. The beast master had perished, and it suffered backlash. It hurried to Zheng Hui's side, its expression panicked. Wum. It let out a soft cry and nudged Zheng Hui's body. No response came. Wum. Wu MHM. It kept calling out to Zheng Hui, one call after another, hoping for a response. Its voice, ethereal like a dolphin song, carried far, far away. The sounds wove into a lament, as large tears streamed down its face. Its voice grew hoarse, yet it never stopped. Calling, calling. Wailing, sorrowful. A blood-curdling cry. The 7-spotted ladybug pattern on its back turned pitch black, mirroring its current state of mind. Lu Chen remained silent for a moment. He's already dead. This is the healing potion that can cure your injuries. Drink it. The 7-star flying stingray paid no heed, nor did it accept the offering. Its slender tail gently curled around Zheng Hui's body, lifting him from the dust-filled rubble and carrying him to a clean patch of grass. Its nimble tail, like a pair of hands, smoothed Zheng Hui's clothes. Then it went to Professor Su's house, found a clean towel, and used its water gun skill. It dampened the towel and gently wiped Zheng Hui's face, removing the dust from his body and fur. My little beast tamer, loves being clean. Soon. Zheng Hui appeared to have fallen asleep. After finishing everything, the 7-star flying stingray swayed unsteadily, its energy depleted to the extreme. After tidying everything up, it returned the towel. Like a drunken giant, it flew in a drunken stagger before landing on Zheng Hui. Finding a comfortable spot, it curled up in his embrace. Its sorrowful face gradually transformed back into its soothing, healing smile. It snuggled deeper into Zheng Hui's embrace. Slowly, slowly, the breath of life vanished completely. Only the beast pet and its master remained, clinging to each other. Little Squid flew onto Lu Chen's shoulder, wrapping its tentacles around his head, its eyes filled with sorrow. Lu Chen fell silent, unable to speak for a long time. This must be what they call a bond. Even though he was being overwhelmed by Qitian and Little Squid, constantly subjected to hard control, perhaps, if he had summoned the 7-star flying manta ray to disrupt Qitian and Little Squid, he might have been able to briefly break free from their control. But he didn't. Because a 7-star flying manta ray, a common species with upper elite tier strength, would likely be killed instantly by Qitian and Little Squid. It was ironic. After all, he himself was the one most terrified of death. Little Squid was feeling sentimental too, eyes brimming with tears.
It vowed to grow stronger, much stronger, to never let this happen again.
It wanted to be good to its beast master. It didn't want the beast tamer to die.
But if the beast tamer did die, it would surely end its own life too, following the beast tamer into death.
Gurgle. Qi Tian muttered at the worst possible moment. That spot wasn't wiped clean. If it were me, I could have done a much better job. Smack. Lu Chen smacked Qi Tian hard on the head. Damn it, you want me dead, huh? Hurry up, Chairman Gu. Zhao Kongcheng was frantically urging Gu Xian.
They raced across the ground atop their beast companions.
Their hearts burned with urgency.
The moment they received Zhang Zhenyi's call, they'd charged here at full speed.
Damn it! Professor Su was framed.
No wonder he hasn't been to the Beastmaster Association for a week. He took a week off.
Damn it! The target was Lu Chun. This had them frantic.
He was the pride of their ancient capital. He was destined to become a top-tier breeder.
And his combat prowess is absolutely among the elite.
Please be safe, Dust.
The two raced forward, soon encountering vast stretches of rubble, massive boulders strewn across the roadway. That level of destruction.
It seemed the battle had already begun. The enemy had struck first. This thought weighed heavily on their hearts.
Soon, they reached the open area where Professor Su's residence stood.
The earth lay shattered, the scene a terrifying mess. It looked as if missiles had plowed through, leaving scorched marks everywhere and creating one massive crater after another.
Their hearts sank to the very depths. Overlord tier.
Lu Chen was merely at the rebirth stage. How could he possibly survive such terrifying combat power?
He's been taken away. Damn it!
I'll never rest until I settle this with the alchemy cult.
Zhao Kongqing roared, slamming his fist into the ground. Seal off the entire city.
Search. Whether heaven or earth, we must rescue Lu Chen.
Gu Xian's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Ha! Chairman Gu, Commander Zhao, what are you doing?
Lu Chen, who had just emerged from Professor Su's precarious house after using the restroom, saw Gu Xian and Zhao Kongqing shouting and roaring.
He was utterly bewildered. In that instant,
seeing Lu Chen alive and unharmed, not a scratch on him, the two froze.
They exchanged glances, staring at each other in disbelief. Lu Chen wasn't taken away? Could it be that a passing high-tier beastmaster had saved Lu Chen? It made sense.
The sheer devastation of this scene clearly resulted from a battle between two overlord-tier beastmasters.
What about that Zheng Hui? Lu Chen nodded toward him. He's over there. Dead? Gu Xian roared with laughter. Good riddance. Good riddance. By the way, who was that beastmaster who saved you?
He saved the pillar of our ancient capital. I must express my deepest gratitude on behalf of the Beastmaster Association.
Ha! Lu Chen said, no one saved me. Zhao Kongqing froze, then how did he die?
Lu Chen tilted his head, I killed him.
Zhao Kongqing and Gu Xian's brains froze? P.S. Not sure if this kind of character arc is acceptable. The world isn't black and white.
Nor does being a villain mean they're devoid of emotion, family bonds, or love.
Chapter 103, Who dares accuse this magistrate? Ha! Little Chen, you really have a sense of humor. Ha! Ha ha! Both men assumed Lu Chen was joking.
But seeing the earnest expression on Lu Chen's face, showing not a hint of jest, their voices gradually trailed off.
Their pupils began to dilate. Gu Xian and Zhao Kongqing gaped, their minds blank, frozen in a daze. Exchanging glances, their minds were churning with shock. To leap 2 tiers from the rebirth stage and challenge the overlord stage?
Such a feat was unheard of in all of human history, at least within their limited knowledge.
Zhao Kongqing's throat moved up and down. Did this mean Lu Chen was now his equal? Could he even defeat him? Holy!
Zhao Kongqing felt like he'd been dealt the worst hand imaginable.
Lu Chen had only become a beastmaster less than half a year ago. What the hell kind of monster is this? No, his dominator rank is a bit watered down. If we had to categorize it, it'd be a half-step dominator rank?
Normally, a 5-star Beastmaster Overlord would have at least 3 contracted beast pets. Even newly promoted 5-star Beastmasters would have at least 1 pet that had reached the Overlord tier. The more formidable ones might even have 2 Dominator tier beasts under their command. If Zheng Hui were a conventional 5-star Beastmaster Overlord, this means Lu Chen will have to face at least 3 beast pets, along with a Beastmaster who can use their Beastmastering talent to empower the pets or even attack him directly with a Solidify skill. How could he possibly fight this? Even if he could ignore the Overlord's aura, the sheer numerical and cultivation gap left him helpless. Lu Chen only thought Zheng Hui was an easy target because all his power came from the so-called Alchemy Divine Art suture technique. The moment Zheng Hui summoned a Commander tier or Overlord tier beast pet to assist in battle, Lu Chen wouldn't hesitate for a second. He'd immediately use Void Walk and Shadow Escape to flee as far as possible.
Hearing Lu Chen's explanation,
the shock in both their hearts lessened slightly, yet it was still staggering. Even a subpar Overlord tier beast pet was still an Overlord tier beast pet. A freak of nature no less than Zhang Zhenyi. As they chatted idly, the rest of the Beastmaster Association's forces arrived. Secure the scene. Fortunately, Professor Su had kept the area free of residents for the sake of his research, to avoid disturbances. Otherwise, the aftermath of this battle might have affected quite a few people. Take the body back to Chairman Gu, bury the body under the tree. There's no information left to extract from him. After Zhang Hui's death, his body rapidly aged and decayed. The suturing technique had failed, rendering him unfit for information extraction. Even a forensic autopsy would reveal nothing but a pile of rotting flesh. He had promised to treat the backlash injuries of the 7-star flying stingray. Yet the 7-star flying stingray, consumed by death wish, chose to perish alongside him. All Lu Chen could do was ensure they could rest undisturbed. But regarding their deaths, Lu Chen felt they deserved every bit of it. Even if time rewound, he would kill them again without hesitation. Alright. Gu Xian had his Earth-type beast pet dig a large pit beneath the tree and toss their bodies inside. Come on, you're coming back with us to the guild hospital for a thorough checkup. Better safe than sorry. Lu Chen nodded. Shi Tian had sustained significant injuries during the battle and needed time to recover. Moreover, in his full combat power unleashed state, his body was exhausted, his muscles would likely ache for days, and his elements would remain chaotic for a while. Next, Lu Chen brought it to the Beastmaster Hospital for treatment. Gu Xin also insisted on subjecting him to a thorough examination, inside and out. This ordeal. It wasn't until the sun dipped below the horizon, painting half the sky crimson, that they finally left the Beastmaster Association. Lu Chen returned to Student Villa 9527. Hearing the door open, Lu Yurong hurriedly rose. Although Jiang Zhini hadn't mentioned what had happened, she knew her best friend well. When Jiang Zhini called to inquire about Lu Chen's whereabouts, the gravity in her voice clearly signaled something serious had happened. This left her on edge all day, her heart pounding with lingering fear as she paced anxiously around the house. As time passed, her unease only deepened, her eyes growing slightly red with worry. She even sent the magic mirror doll out to search for Lu Chen, but the ancient capital was so vast that it was impossible to know where to begin. During this time, she repeatedly called Jiang Zhini, desperate to know what had happened. But the line went straight to out of service area. Now, seeing Lu Chen return safely, she scrutinized him carefully. He was missing no limbs. No injuries marred his body. The heavy weight in Lu Yurong's heart finally lifted, and she exhaled a deep breath. She huffed and glared. You finally decided to come back? I was ready to call Mom to set the table for a feast tomorrow. Heh, Lu Chen smirked, eyes narrowed. You could hold that banquet 10 times over, and I still wouldn't die. A warm wave washed over Lu Chen. He already knew from Gu Xian that it was Jiang Zhini who had sent him to the rescue. And the reason Jiang Zhini knew he was with Professor Su? No need to guess, Lu Yurong had told her. Lu Yurong might seem scatterbrained, but she was actually quite perceptive. She'd probably already pieced something together from Jiang Zhini's words. He looked at Lu Yurong, her lips pursed, her face worn with fatigue, her eyes slightly reddened. Lu Chen softened his tone. Alright, I'm fine. As the nephew of the future invincible Empress Lu Tiandi, who could possibly kill me? That's just how people are. All grievances and sorrows can be swallowed whole, but the moment someone offers gentle, soothing words, all emotions would break through the dam, unable to hold back any longer. After becoming a beast tamer, she witnessed the cruel side of this world. Especially in the abyss realm beneath Lin Yuan City. In just 5 short days, 3 or 4 groups had already attempted murder and treasure hunting within its depths. All were slaughtered by Lu Chen. Witnessing these bloody scenes of survival of the fittest made her realize the brutal nature of the Beastmaster world, where death was commonplace. Jiang Zhini's sudden call filled her with dread fear that something had happened to Lu Chen. After all, just half a month ago, she had been a well-protected, ordinary girl with a 9-to-5 job. Worry, fear, and a sense of injustice flooded out. Large tears rolled down Lu Yurong's cheeks as she wept, her face streaked with tears. I couldn't reach you by phone, and the magic mirror doll couldn't find you either. I thought something had happened to you. There. I'm fine, aren't I? Lu Chen gently patted her back to comfort her. At the same time, he was reflecting. Next time something like this happened, he'd have to be more cautious. Someone was waiting for him to come home for dinner. Anyway, with the system, becoming invincible was only a matter of time. There was no need to take risks and fight to the death with the other party. Hey. That's too much. My new clothes, the ones I just bought in Lin Yuan City, don't wipe your snot on them. Not long after, the magic mirror doll sent to search for Lu Chen returned. Its sapphire blue glow spread as its psychic energy radiated out, meticulously scanning Lu Chen. It let out a sigh of relief. You said you got into a little altercation with someone while searching for me? Are you okay? Lu Chen inquired. The magic mirror doll shook its head, assuring Lu Chen it was fine and hadn't harmed the other party, merely made them look a bit foolish. That wasn't a big deal. He was now a member of the Night Watch, protected by the legendary Jiang Zhini. Plus, he was well connected with the ancient capital Beastmaster Association. They even requested he design a beast pet cultivation program for them.
As long as he didn't commit any major crimes against humanity. Even if he offended a few people. It would only amount to, who dares accuse this official? Chapter 104, Consort Luo Anfei, I'm invincible again. Dragon's Secret Realm. Student Villa 4396. Meow. An ethereal sound echoed as a surge of energy rose from the ice crystal phoenix fox. Reaching a critical threshold, a crisp crackling sound erupted from within, like a bottleneck shattering. An icy chill compressed the surrounding air, forming concentric ripples of azure energy that swept outward. Wherever it passed, water molecules in the air crystallized into fine ice pellets. Simultaneously, a phantom ice phoenix formed from dark ice materialized behind it. Lower reincarnation stage, middle reincarnation stage. The ice crystal phoenix fox's power level had advanced by a minor stage. Luo Anfei's lips curved into a light smile. It wasn't merely a level increase. Under the subtle empowerment of her beast taming talent, the ice crystal phoenix fox's phoenix bloodline had also been significantly purified. It had formally crossed a threshold, ushering in a bloodline transformation. Mixed blood phoenix sub-phoenix bloodline 1%. Phoenix bloodlines can be categorized as phoenix-blooded creatures, hybrid phoenixes, sub-phoenix bloodlines, phoenix remnants, pure-blooded phoenixes. Nearly all phoenix-blooded beings can ascend to the sovereign tier. Pure-blooded phoenixes, however, have a minimum threshold of totem tier. Among pure-blooded phoenixes, there are also distinctions of rank, with the highest tier being the true phoenix pure bloodline, capable of reaching the legendary tier. In her previous life, her ice treasure possessed this very rank, a true phoenix pure blood lineage of the ice element at the legendary tier. Above pure-blooded phoenixes, there exists an even more terrifying entity. They are known as the Ancient Phoenix. An ancient being existing in the distant past, an entity that governs the very source of the laws of the universe. They are the mightiest beings ranked among the mythical tier, the so-called divine beasts. Speaking of divine beasts, her eyes narrowed slightly. She naturally knew the origin of the human realm. They were protected by the power left behind by a divine beast. In past eras, divine beasts remained enigmatic entities. Even during the second wave of the otherworldly descent, when an even more ancient otherworldly land descended upon Blue Star and the world's status rose, no trace of divine beasts was ever found. It was as if all the divine beasts had vanished from the world, as if something had caused them to disappear. Only the temples and shrines that once proved their existence remained. In her previous life, even when she accidentally triggered the power of an ancient ruin and was transported into the starry sky, becoming a renowned powerhouse among the stars, she never once encountered a living divine beast. No problem. In this life, if all divine beasts are extinct, then my beast companion will become the new divine beast. She lifted her chin proudly. Her mid-tier rebirth stage ice crystal phoenix fox possessed strength capable of defeating mid-tier commander tier foes. And not just any commander tier, a commander tier Nightwatcher, the pinnacle of both power and innate talent. The next time they faced off, there was no way she could lose. With mid-stage rebirth realm power, defying mid-stage commander realm opponents, she truly couldn't imagine how she could lose. Moreover, there were still over 20 days until the second comparison. By then, both the Ice Crystal Phoenix Fox and the Moon Spirit would have grown stronger, perhaps even capable of defeating an upper commander tier opponent. Add to that the Ice Crystal Phoenix Fox's quasi-archetype tier skill, Celestial Frost Chill, which can disrupt space and generate freezing cold to slow down enemies. Once that skill was unleashed, Lu Chen's two beast companions would be rendered useless. Unless he can defeat a Dominator tier opponent. But how could that possibly be? The Overlord tier is an unbridgeable chasm. Only an Overlord can challenge another Overlord. Her lips curled into a maniacal grin. How dare you send gifts to Sunmmary first? Just wait and see how I crush you in this comparison. Good work, Ice Treasure and Moon Treasure. She gently rubbed the small heads of the Ice Crystal Phoenix and Moon Spirit. Her beautiful eyes shone brightly. Next, another great opportunity awaited the Nightwatch 5 Domains Grand Competition. The Qingba Pool Secret Realm should be revealed soon. Qingba Pool Secret Realm belonged to the Dragon Secret Realms and was also an inheritance realm. Dragon-type extraordinary beings stand on the same tier of life as phoenixes. In fact, Dragon-type beings surpass even Phoenix-type creatures in power. Their destructive power is more pure, synonymous with invincibility. After all, the Phoenix power of Phoenix-type creatures emphasizes longevity, formidable regenerative abilities, and the power of rebirth. Dragon-type creatures are different. They are renowned for their formidable physical prowess. Particularly their dragon scales possess extraordinary resistance, offering exceptional resilience against most elemental attributes. A skill with 100% power might only deal 80–90% of its intended damage when striking a dragon. The higher the bloodline concentration, the stronger the resistance of their dragon scales. Dragon power is also a frenzied attribute, possessing extremely pure destructive force. This is precisely why dragon-type pets have become synonymous with invincibility. Only dragon-type can defeat dragon-type. This is precisely why the Dragon Taming clan among the 5 surnames and 10 tribes of Great Xia holds such an exalted status, standing at the pinnacle of the 5 surnames.
For their beast companions are all dragon type, and they possess profound foundations. Until the second exotic era arrived on a massive scale, bringing forth a vast secret realm known as the Fairy Forest. Within it lay an entirely new pet attribute, the fairy type. Only then did people realize that pets of this attribute held a countering effect against dragon-type creatures. The dragon-type inheritance secret realm. Luo Anfei must enter. Dragon and Phoenix in harmony. This also benefits the growth of the Phoenix bloodline. After finishing his meal, Chen soaked in the bath. All traces of fatigue faded, leaving him refreshed and invigorated. Chi Tian rested in the beast taming space, absorbing the purified energy emitted by the eternal divine tree sapling to alleviate the aftereffects of his full combat power unleashed form. In the living room, Lu Yorong was watching a TV drama. Lu Chen glanced over a melodramatic soap opera. Wait a minute? He stared at the little squid nestled in Lu Yorong's lap, its bright eyes wide as it watched with rapt attention, and fell deep in thought. This? My beast pet enjoys watching melodramatic soap operas? The next second, without warning, a figure suddenly materialized in the living room. It was Jiang Zhini. Lu Chen rolled his eyes. Could you please stop appearing out of nowhere all the time? Jiang. Lu Yorong exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise. Jiang Zhini looked travel-worn, dressed in a sharp, practical outfit. Her hair was casually pulled back, and her face bore traces of fatigue. Clearly having traveled a long distance, she showed little surprise upon seeing Lu Chen unharmed. Got a charger? Need to juice up. Got bored waiting for the phone to arrive, and no signal during the dimensional jump. Ended up playing puzzle dragons until the battery died. Lu Chen. Lu Yorong. No wonder the calls weren't going through. Why are you looking at me like that? You have a spatial type beast pet. Unless Sheng Hui is at the sovereign tier, he couldn't possibly kill you. I'm not worried about your survival skills at all. Did Gu Xian and the others capture Zheng Hui? No. I took care of Zheng Hui myself. Oh. Jiang Zhini, huh? You killed him? Her beautiful eyes flashed with momentary surprise before regaining their composure. It sounded absurd, but coming from a mythology bureau agent, it wasn't entirely unbelievable. Any new discoveries? Yes. Before he died, Zheng Hui might have had a change of heart and voluntarily told me everything about the alchemy cult. But he was under a curse that triggered a restriction, so he died before finishing. Lu Chen held nothing back, recounting every detail he knew. As for why they were after the pool of 10,000 mothers and the ancient fossil revival machine, Zheng Hui's exact words were, the divine beasts, they intend to use the ancient fossil revival machine to resurrect the gods. Lu Chen shrugged his hands, indicating that was all he knew. Jiang Zhini's eyes widened in shock. The alchemy cult wasn't a cult of dark gods. They didn't worship truth knowledge or embrace forbidden dark deities. Alchemical divine arts could grant one the power of a sovereign tier being. This alchemy cult was more troublesome than imagined. Moreover, their schemes were connected to the divine beast. Could it be that a divine beast turned into a fossil and they planned to revive it using the ancient fossil revival machine? Then what about the pool of 10,000 mothers? What is its purpose? No, it definitely isn't to revive divine beasts. If divine beasts could be turned into fossils, wouldn't that make them a bit too weak? Divine beasts are beings that can protect human realms simply by leaving their aura behind in secret realms. Creatures of that caliber turned into fossils buried underground? What a colossal joke. Jiang Zhini racked her brain frantically before dialing a number. Do you have any data on the mother of all breeding pool? What are its capabilities? No, none. Even the Cultivators Council hasn't figured out how to use it. Her eyes narrowed slightly. As the pillar master of the 10th pillar of the Night Watch, Duban whether planted within the Night Watch from the start, or seduced by the alchemy cult after becoming a night watchman, he became a pillar. Unless it was crucial, the alchemy cult wouldn't risk exposing him. The mother's breeding pool absolutely must be used in conjunction with the ancient fossil revival machine. At the same time, on a gloomy island, black flakes drifted like ink seeping through the sky. Occasional flashes of lightning pierced the air. On the island stood structures. Constructed of steel and concrete, their overall style blended cyberpunk aesthetics with biotechnology. Flesh and machinery coexisted. Within the structures, many people were present. Had Lu Chen been there, he would have noticed. The vortex-masked figure from the black market deal was also present. They knelt before a man shrouded entirely in shadow, his silhouette vaguely discernible as towering and imposing. In his hand was a white bone staff, its top adorned with a crystal-clear gemstone. Beside them lay a vast indoor space, its walls constructed entirely of glass. Inside, workbenches held various alchemical vessels and materials. The most striking feature was a machine positioned at the very center of the area. Unassuming in appearance, yet the moment they laid eyes on it, they felt as though they could perceive the passage of time. The ancient fossil revival machine. Suddenly, Master, something's wrong, came a panicked voice. Chapter 105, Taboo of Life, God-Making Project, Curse Cleansing Garden. Master, something's wrong.
A figure rushed in frantically. Zheng Hui's life flame has vanished. Du Ban lifted his head. After seizing the ancient fossil revival machine, he told me he needed to visit the ancient capital. He said it was crucial for his research to see the light of day. He was never truly one of us, the patriarch stated calmly. If he's dead, so be it. I sensed it earlier. He triggered a curse. It seems he was captured, interrogated for our whereabouts, and then consumed by the curse's backlash.
The ancient fossil revival machine was already in their possession. Zheng Hui held no further value.
Let him die. He knew little of the organization's affairs anyway. As for his research, a playful smile touched the Grand Master's lips. Zheng Hui's lifelong obsession that so-called research capable of altering human genes, granting ordinary people extraordinary powers. In his eyes, it was utterly worthless, doomed to fail no matter how much effort was poured into it. Because, centuries ago, during the heyday of alchemists, they had already researched it. Zheng Hui was merely rehashing old ideas. His so-called groundbreaking research that would reshape humanity's destiny was, from start to finish, nothing more than a discarded project of the alchemists. It was fundamentally impossible. Humans could not gain extraordinary powers by integrating the genes of ferocious beasts. This was a rule, or perhaps a law.
The rules of the world function like lines of computer code, forming the foundational logic that governed existence.
Just as ordinary fish cannot survive on land, or birds cannot swim freely in the sea.
From the very beginning, his research was destined to come to naught.
Grand Master, the machine is debugged. A gleam of sharp focus flashed in the Grand Master's eyes as they stepped into the vast laboratory.
The ancient fossil revival machine stood towering in the center of the chamber, its massive frame reaching several meters high. Its entire body was crafted from an unknown metallic alloy, densely covered in cables. Each cable was as thick as an adult's thigh. The ancient fossil revival machine was divided into two distinct sections. The upper section resembled a flower bud, with all petals extending upward. At the apex, the petals converged, forming a shape reminiscent of a dragon playing with a pearl. At the tip of the bud sat a mystical crystal stone.
This is the most crucial core of the ancient fossil revival machine. The time crystal.
Zhang Zhini obtained it from the ruins of the time system beast pet flower of history. The instant she saw it, the abstract concept of time seemed to materialize before her eyes.
Hollowed out at its center, a chamber formed between its upper and lower halves.
The Grand Master stepped forward, waved his hand, and a delicate treasure chest appeared before him.
He solemnly opened the chest. Inside lay a stone emanating a wild, desolate, and ancient aura.
Traces of time permeated its surface, and within the stone, something seemed faintly sealed away.
A fossil.
He solemnly removed it and placed it into the machine's receptacle.
Activate the machine.
Massive cables continuously fed power into the resurrection machine. The machine began to operate, emitting a rumbling sound. The bud-like upper section of the machine body glowed, then blossomed open. 6 petals unfurled, each crafted from a purple crystalline substance. The time crystal, no longer supported by the bud, did not fall but instead floated in the air above the petals. It spun rapidly, continuously releasing strange energy.
The power of time.
Whenever the power of time attempted to spread outward, the open bud acted like a cage, automatically gathering the energy back in.
Each petal glowed with purple light, as if charging itself.
Once all 6 petals were fully charged, the ancient fossil within the chamber slowly floated upward.
Countless lightning bolts surged across its surface, followed by the relentless force of time. A dense glow enveloped the fossil, obscuring any internal changes.
Yet it was clear time was acting upon the fossil, its state gradually reversing.
Grand Elder, it will take approximately 3 days to restore it to its pre-fossilized state. The Patriarch nodded.
Turning to Duban and the others, he commanded, continue gathering blood samples from Nean beasts with exceptional racial aptitude. With that, he soared upward. Though the laboratory's ceiling was a solid rock wall, he vanished into it like a phantom. Above the ceiling walls of the laboratory, a spatial aperture remained. It was exceptionally peculiar. Looking up from the laboratory revealed rock walls, yet gazing down from the space above those walls, the entire floor appeared transparent as glass, offering a clear view of the laboratory below. This space was dark and gloomy, with a throne positioned slightly higher on the ground.
Its form was utterly bizarre. The entire throne resembled an egg-like object with a fractured opening. This crack formed a perfect recess for someone to sit. Fragments of the shattered eggshell floated around the throne. Moreover, the interior enclosed by the eggshell was entirely lined with crimson flesh, pulsating as if it had a heartbeat.
The Cursed Dispelling Garden.
This is the name of this object, and at the same time a formidable rule artifact.
The Archmage sat upon it, his gaze piercing through the walls to fix upon the ancient fossil revival machine. Whispering softly, a hint of madness flickering in his eyes, soon, the ultimate goal of our alchemist system will finally be reignited. Our God-making 2.0 project will succeed at last. Under the heavens, he alone knew the true reason for the alchemist's demise.
The alchemist profession reached its zenith centuries ago.
Yet simultaneously, their progress had stalled.
They reached an insurmountable bottleneck.
In their quest to scale higher peaks, they accidentally unearthed a temple dedicated to a dark god. This dark deity bore the title, the Formless Great Demon. This deity possessed no concrete form, embracing all things like the sea, capable of absorbing diverse species and integrating them into its being to gain their powers. The alchemists of that era, within the temple of the Formless Great Demon, touched upon the forbidden. They acquired the truth knowledge of the demon god, causing their spiritual essence to become corrupted. Even spiritually corrupted, the alchemists refused to worship the demon god. In their tainted state, they grew even more. They attempted to integrate this forbidden knowledge into the alchemist's knowledge system.
They succeeded. Alchemical divine arts, life taboo. This was the result of infusing the heretical god's truth knowledge into the alchemist system. Or rather, god-making. Alchemy divine art, life taboo granted alchemists the power to create gods. From the temple of the dark god, they obtained truth knowledge and a portion of the dark god's blood. They extracted relevant pheromones from the blood of the, then used this as a foundation for life cultivation and cloning. Their goal, to clone a formless great demon controlled by the alchemist collective, using the blood combined with genetic material from other beast pets. The demon gods wielded authority over realms. Cloning a formless great demon would mean someone challenging the original for power. The formless great demon could not tolerate this. Thus, calamity descended. Its gaze descended upon Blue Star through the clone. The clone shattered, transforming into a terrifying curse that contaminated everything, cursing the entire alchemist profession. And so, overnight, annihilation. The Archduke chuckled lightly, but, great demon of formlessness, you likely never imagined we possess the rule relic divine relic curse cleansing garden, did you? The curse cleansing garden, a rule-altering artifact that grants immunity to curses. The alchemists who participated in the god-making project back then were all top-tier alchemist masters. The power of the demon god's curse erupted. All these alchemist masters took refuge within the curse-dispelling garden. Yet the great demon Wuxian's forbidden curse proved too formidable. The remaining alchemists struck by the curse vanished from existence entirely. As if erased by an eraser, their very existence was wiped from the world. They hid within the curse-dispelling garden. Even the power of the rule relic could not fully withstand this curse. Though their very existence wasn't erased, the terrifying curse power reduced them to piles of rotting flesh. Yet, the alchemists of that era failed to discover that the curse-dispelling garden possessed another ability. Resurrection. Once someone died within it, the curse-dispelling garden would transform its form, becoming an egg. When the egg hatches, the person who died within is reborn. Perhaps due to the curse's power, or perhaps because too many had perished within the curse-removing garden. Resurrection could only revive one person. Moreover, this resurrection occurs only once. Once used, the curse-removing garden loses its resurrection ability forever. All these factors combined. As if a glitch had occurred, the flesh and blood of all the top alchemists who had perished within began to reassemble. All the flesh and blood fused together, forming a single being. This being is the one before us, the Patriarch. A being composed of the flesh and blood of all the top alchemists of that era, possessing every memory within their minds. He was, in essence, the crystallized treasure of the entire alchemist profession. Of course, his original name was not the Grand Master. The Patriarch centuries ago, during the flourishing era when diverse professional systems were in vogue. This was an honorific title given to the leader of a particular system or school. As one possessing the knowledge of all the top alchemists, over the years, he had also discovered a way to combat the formless great demon. However, merely cloning the formless great demon would draw its attention. Evil gods and divine beasts are mortal enemies. They were like black and white, inherently incompatible. He no longer intends to clone the formless great demon. Instead, he plans to utilize its capacity to contain all things as a foundation. He would infuse it with divine beast genes to counter the formless great demon. Simultaneously, he would incorporate the essences of other and gather the genetic material of all beast pets across the world. After all, the great formless demon's defining trait is its formlessness. It can contain everything. He would forge a being encompassing the genes of divine beasts, dark gods, and all manner of worldly beast pets. A god. This would be a being transcending all divine beasts and dark gods. Project God Creation 2.0. The fossil revived by the ancient fossil revival machine was not some deity that had turned to stone. Rather, they are the remains left behind by a supreme divine beast that once dwelled in a specific place. Revive it and extract its genetic material. The pool of 10,000 mothers is the next crucial step. Thankfully, those useless breeders preserved it quite well. The four great treasures of breeders, the mother of all breeding pool, the curse cleansing garden, the staff of no return, and the Shokyuchi pot. Alas, only the first three remain in my possession. The feasting cauldron is lost to the world, yet it holds the core secret to breeding beast companions. System, begin the lottery. Villa 9527. Chen returned to his room and rubbed his hands together.
Today, he'd managed to climb the ranks by defeating a Dominator tier opponent.
System, you better have gotten something good this time, right? Ding!
Congratulations, host, on completing the mission.
Reward, 1 special mystery box. Without hesitation, Chen opened the special blind box. Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained the rule treasure Shokyuji pot.
Chen? What the heck is this? Chapter 106, Special Grade Rule Relic, Infinite Buff. The Battle Pot? What is this thing? Chen examined the system reward before him with curiosity. A pot.
No, to be precise, it resembled a tripod cauldron more closely. Whether it's a wok, frying pan, soup pot, or clay pot, their bottoms are flat or curved to ensure even heat distribution. This thing before him had strip-like protrusions arching upward on both sides of the main body, forming ears. These arched ears extended downward, forming supports. Like the legs of a small tripod cauldron, these allow the Shokyuji no nabe to stand firmly on the table. A vessel that was part pot, part cauldron. Its color is a translucent crystal hue, etched with enigmatic fly runes that resemble gibberish. They resemble ancient, enigmatic inscriptions from a distant past. Despite its shallow depth, peering into the pot reveals only pitch-black chaos, its contents utterly concealed. The surface of the Shokyuji pot bears some fine scratches and cracks.
Name, Shokyuji pot.
Grade, Special Grade Divine Relic Damage Low Grade, Mid Grade, High Grade, Special Grade. Description: born in the distant past, it unexpectedly arrived on Blue Star, where it was acquired by a group of beast tamers. Subsequently, it laid the foundation for the alchemist profession system. Function: the Shokyuji pot possesses the ability known as the Divine Tongue, granting extraordinary perception and sensitivity to the flavor and rarity of ingredients, a realm only attainable by the divine. Under the influence of the Divine Tongue, the flavors of ingredients can be materialized. Cast all food potions crafted from extraordinary ingredients into the Shokyuji pot. The Shokyuji pot will grade it based on the rarity of the ingredients and the overall flavor score. If the grade is satisfactory, the Shokyuji pot transforms it into a secret dish, imbuing it with special effects. Cost of use: each activation requires infusing one's own spiritual essence. If the food's rating fails to meet standards, it will consume the user's psychic energy, leaving them in a state of exhaustion for several days. Note: if 3 consecutive failures occur, it will transform part of the user's body into food. This thing, is it actually an alchemist's creation? So you toss in food, it grades it, and if it passes, it buffs the food? Let's study it. He retrieved the energy crystals crafted from restoration fruits by the magic mirror doll, dumped them all into a dish, and placed it into the pot. In an instant, Chen felt the pot come to life. Mysterious inscriptions glowed, and a cloud of steam billowed from within. It began to float in midair. Little Squid suddenly let out a soft chirp, its tentacles pointing toward the Shokyuji pot. A crack suddenly split horizontally across the front shell of the Shokyuji pot, resembling a mouth. No, it truly was a mouth. A tongue extended from the mouth, smacking its lips, as if savoring the delicacies within its belly. Chen? This thing actually has sentience? The cooking pot kept shaking. After about half a minute, the supports on either side of the pot transformed into a pair of hands. They reached into the pot, then lifted out a plate and placed it on the table. Simultaneously, it raised 3 fingers. Name: Energy Crystal Recovery Crystal. Rating: 3 low-grade raw materials, yet incorporates unique technology that combines ordinary tree fruit essence with elemental energy, achieving miraculous results. Special effect: rapid healing buff, accelerates physical wound recovery and enhances self-healing after consumption. Duration: 30 minutes, stackable. There are 10 total rating tiers. Special effects only activate at level 3 and above. A 30-minute rapid healing buff? Doesn't this mean you can fight with a life-or-life strategy during combat? It's like having a sustain pack for half an hour invincible at this tier? Chen was somewhat astonished. Truly worthy of being a special rule secret treasure, and this was merely a 3 rating. What kind of effect would a level 10 rating have? Granting outright immortality? He was getting hooked. Little Squid, go fetch the leftovers from the kitchen. Little Squid vanished into thin air and returned with the leftovers. Chen placed the leftovers into the food battle pot. The pot rose into the air once more, its mystical inscriptions glowing as clouds of steam billowed within. The fissure and tongue reappeared. Pot. The Shokyuji pot seemed to have eaten something disgusting, its entire form shifting as its mouth filled with a dense array of sharp teeth. The leftovers were spat from the pot's opening onto the ground. It extended a hand, forming an O with its index finger and thumb, rating 0 points. Eerie mutterings escaped its mouth, tongue hanging limp at its jaw. The language was unrecognizable, yet Chen somehow understood its meaning. Rating 0. I shall devour your spiritual energy. The Shokyuji pot seemed somewhat excited. This human before it was unlike any who had used it before. His spiritual essence was pure and potent, highly beneficial to it. Consuming his spiritual energy would aid in healing its wounds. Its hand extended, grabbing Chen, intent on ripping his spiritual energy from his body to transform it into sustenance compensation for the mental toll of consuming junk food. Then,
It was inexplicably pulled into a bizarre spiritual realm instead. A dazzling expanse of stars filled the sky. Dazed, it stared at the starlight giant larger than a world itself, then looked at itself no more than a speck of dust before it. Its mouth gaped wide, emitting strange sounds, but it was clear this was a blood-curdling scream. Smack! A sharp slap snapped it back to reality. Its body trembled uncontrollably. The entire pot's gaze sharpened, its gaping maw chattering incessantly. Luo Chen pointed at the scattered leftovers it had sprayed all over the ground. From the heart. Only from the heart. The shokuchi pot trembled, rolling onto the floor. Its extended hands frantically scooped up the scattered leftovers, shoveling them into its mouth. Then it swallowed them with great effort. Spill it, Luo Chen said, crossing his legs as he questioned. What's your deal? Where'd you come from? What are the exact criteria for rating judgments? Odd syllables emerged from its mouth. Luo Chen's psychic energy captured these syllables, automatically converting them into recognizable information. It didn't know much either. Many memories were missing. It only knew a great battle had occurred, and it had been damaged in that conflict. Can you give me a level 10 rating for any food I toss in from now on? Shokuchi pot. It indicated this was impossible. It was merely a consciousness entity attached to the shokuchi pot. It couldn't interfere with the rules upheld by the shokuchi pot. Moreover, it could only rate items up to level 7 at most unless it were fully repaired. How do we repair it? Big Tongue explained, craft food using high-grade ingredients, then feed it into the shokuchi pot. It will extract the extraordinary particles contained within those ingredients to repair itself. Ha? Then what's the point of you? Aren't you just a trinket? It can function without you, why not just get rid of you? Luo Chen started bluffing it, he certainly couldn't destroy Big Tongue. But Big Tongue believed him. It trembled in fear to its eyes, this man was more terrifying than any demon god. It was highly likely an incarnation or representative of some entity above the evil gods. He might not be able to destroy the shokuchi pot, but it could certainly erase its own existence. Useful. Useful. I can make your secret dishes not only possess special effects, but also evolve them into skill-based secret dishes. It frantically spewed out strange syllables, terrified that even a second's delay would mean its annihilation by Luo Chen. Skill secret dish? Luo Chen later gained enlightenment from the big-tongued creature. Food crafted using extraordinary organs and extraordinary ingredients. The extraordinary organs of ferocious beasts carry pheromones, potentially imprinted with the pheromones of a certain skill. Especially the extraordinary organs of high-level beasts that mastered super-tier skills after death. From their extraordinary organs, one could extract the pheromones of super-tier skills. Each super-tier skill contains a trace of the rule's surface. The culinary battle pot requires these pheromones containing a sliver of the rule's essence to repair itself. These pheromones carrying super-tier skills can be infused into secret dishes, forming the rare skill secret dishes. When consumed by beast pets, they can directly acquire the corresponding super-tier skill based on attribute compatibility. However, skill secret cuisine requires a rating of 7 or higher to form. If the rating falls below 7, well, the pheromones inside are digested by the shokuchi no soma itself for self-repair. According to Big Tongue, when the shokuchi pot was mastered by the alchemists, of every 100 dishes crafted from extraordinary organs imbued with super-tier skills, fewer than 5 would achieve a grade 7 rating, advancing to become secret skill cuisine. Luo Chen listened, his jaw dropping. Holy crap, this shokuchi no Nabe is a total rip-off artist. This thing also reminded him of the move tutor machines from Pokemon. Thank goodness. Only 5 out of 100 batches produced skill secret dishes. Otherwise, every alchemist's beast pet would probably have an ultimate skill. So what can you do? Luo Chen asked, his face brimming with anticipation. Big Tongue, anything containing super rank skill pheromones, it doesn't need to be rated level 7, just level 3 or above. I can turn it into a skill secret food. He was stunned. He'd witnessed firsthand how ridiculously powerful super tier skills were. Same tier. A beast pet with a super tier skill against one without? That's a complete mismatch. Did that mean Chi Tian and Little Squid could possess a whole arsenal of super tier skills? And what if Luo Chen possessed the corpse of a legendary tier extraordinary being and crafted it into a skill-infused delicacy? Chi Tian and Little Squid could directly master Ugi tier skills. This shokuchi pot is far more powerful than he ever imagined. Suppressing his shock, he calmly stated, alright then, I'll keep you around. Big Tongue breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Chen instructed Little Squid to store it in his personal space. But he discovered it wouldn't fit. A top-tier rule artifact was beyond the capacity of his personal space. Big Tongue, I can enter your beast taming space. Secret treasures can be placed directly within it. Luo Chen stored it within his beast taming space. Upon entering, he saw the sapling of the eternal divine tree, swallowing and purifying energy. Big Tongue was stunned once more. An entity of this caliber had taken root within his beast taming space? That night, Luo Chen had a dream. He dreamt of Little Squid and Chi Tian unleashing super tier skills from the very start.
Not a single supreme tier skill was repeated. He stood atop the 9 heavens, facing countless dark gods, raising his hand to crush them. Then, he woke up from the urge to pee. He made up his mind, he needed to seriously learn cooking. Otherwise, reaching a level 3 rating seemed like a tall order. Entering the living room, the magic mirror doll had already prepared breakfast. Jiang Zhini and Lu Yoron had already begun eating. As Lu Chen sat down, Jiang Zhini said, "Get ready. We might have to fight." Lu Chen? P.S. After celebrating Mid-Autumn Festival at my hometown this afternoon, I've organized the subsequent plot outline. Other storylines and plot threads will unfold. A major scene is coming up. I'll catch up with the update during the day. Chapter 107, The Ultimate Form of the Totem Beast Master. Jiang Zhini calmly took a sip of kanji. At the convergence of the 5 realms, leaning toward the central realm, a secret realm descended during your time in Lin Yuan City. The Pillar Masters of the Night Watch, guardians of human territories, were away on business during that period. The Beastmaster associations of each domain stepped in to handle matters. That little old man by whooping should have gone too. Lu Chen recalled that this was indeed the case. He had seen Bai whooping on the very first day, but afterward, the old man had led the Overlord tier and above trainees out on an excursion. They hadn't seen the little old man again until they left Lin Yuan City. And then? How does this relate to the fight you mentioned? Lu Chen was completely baffled. The secret realm hasn't fully manifested yet, but preliminary scans indicate it's a legacy-type secret realm. Jiang Zhini's expression grew grave. And judging by the aura emanating from it, it's a dragon heritage secret realm. Its ecosystem is dragon-based, inhabited by various dragon blood creatures. It also contains dragon-attributed treasures and dragon-type resources and materials. Dragon-type ecosystem? Honestly, Lu Chen had only ever heard of dragon attribute beast pets. But in all this time, aside from Jiang Zhini's dragon cloud bird, he had scarcely seen any dragon-type beast pets among others, even on the streets. He only knew that dragon-type beast pets were exceptionally powerful. They stood near the apex of the beast pet food chain. Even with identical aptitudes, dragon-type species would crush their counterparts of the same level. It was like comparing a commander-tier rabbit to a commander-tier lion. Even with identical potential, the latter's racial strength gave it the upper hand in combat. The dragon scales of dragon-type creatures provided damage reduction against attacks of other attributes. The dragon ecosystem resides in the Northern Realm. Only those from the Northern Realm can obtain hybrid dragon species and lower-tier beasts. Mixed blood dragon species? Dragon-type extraordinary creatures are classified into different bloodline tiers based on the concentration of dragon blood within them. Jiang Zhini continued, from lowest to highest, dragon blood creatures, hybrid dragon breeds, sub-dragon breeds, dragon relics, pure blood dragon breeds. But ordinary people find it nearly impossible to obtain dragon-type creatures above the mixed blood dragon species. Why? Because the dragon ecosystem is under the control of the dragon taming clan. Through Jiang Zhini's explanation, Lu Chen came to understand. Dragonkin possessed formidable physiques, exceptionally long lifespans, and energy reserves double that of creatures of comparable tiers, coupled with remarkable intelligence. And, within the dragon ecosystem of the Northern Realm, there exists a pure-blood dragon true dragon bloodline. Its rank legendary tier. The legendary tier is also known as a mobile natural disaster. The dragon-type ecosystem of Great Xia was created by the leakage of its power. Like the Western light-based ecosystem, Silver Radiance Heaven, the dragon-based ecosystem has not fully descended upon Blue Star. Instead, the spatial barriers between them interlocked, forming an accessible passageway. This dragon-type ecosystem came into contact with humanity 500 years ago. However, dragons, standing at the apex of their ecological niche, are supremely proud creatures. They are exceptionally difficult to contract as beast companions. Compounding this challenge is the presence of a legendary tier true dragon within the ecosystem. Daring to challenge it is unthinkable, making successful contracts exceedingly rare. It was at this very moment that a human entered one whose bloodline contained a unique power. This power amplified the dragon bloodline. This human even met the legendary tier dragon and earned its friendship. From then on, this human began to establish a family, which over time grew into a colossal entity. This was the foremost among the 5 surnames in 10 clans, the Dragon Taming Clan. The Dragon Taming Clan possessed a unique bloodline that gave birth to a power known as the Dragon Taming Force. This power could amplify the combat strength of dragon-type beast companions, allowing them to enter the form. Under the dragon taming power, these dragon-type beast pets could also accelerate their growth period. Thus, only members of the Dragon Taming Clan could contract dragon-type beast companions within the dragon ecosystem. For ordinary humans of the Northern Realm, to obtain dragon-type pets, they must join the Dragon Taming Clan. Alternatively, they could contract dragon-blooded creatures or hybrid dragon species born from the leaking energies of the dragon ecosystem's periphery. That's the situation. The dragon-type ecosystem of Great Xia is controlled by the Dragon Riding Clan. Ordinary dragon-blooded creatures and hybrid dragon species are useless to geniuses.
Only dragon remnants or pure-blooded dragon species hold any value for them. No matter how envious they are, no matter how desperately they crave a dragon-type beast companion, there's simply no way for them to obtain one. Jiang Zhini said, so, do you understand what the emergence of a wild dragon-type ecological sanctuary signifies? Lu Chen nodded. Dragon-type creatures, the apex predators of their ecological niche. Possessing one grants near invincibility among peers of equal rank. It vastly amplifies a beastmaster's power. In the mobile game of his past life, such a beast pet would be SSS-ranked tier. Moreover, the fact that it could evolve into an entire ecosystem indicated that the ecological master of this ecosystem was at least totem tier, or even legendary tier. Within it, one might just contract a pure-blooded dragon species, instantly soaring to new heights. Typically, secret realms of inheritance only permit beast masters below the commander rank to enter. They were used by ancient beast masters to select their successors. Lu Chen? His eyes widened slightly, as if he'd misheard. You mean, ancient beast tamers use them to select successors? Jiang Zhini looked doubtful, then realized, I forgot you've only been a beastmaster for a few months. His power had surged too rapidly, leaving his knowledge and understanding struggling to keep pace. After breaking through to the rebirth stage, your beastmaster's realm should have changed, right? Lu Chen nodded. Before the rebirth stage, the beast taming space was a simple, square, independent realm. After breaking through to the rebirth stage, crimson spiritual energy surged in. The ground appeared within the beast taming space, gradually transforming into lush green grasslands. It continued to expand, eventually reaching a diameter of nearly 50 meters. Now, under the influence of the eternal divine tree sapling, its area continued to expand. A flash of insight struck his mind. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed as he blurted out, the inheritance secret realm is the beastmaster's beast control space. Jiang Zhini nodded. Correct. This revelation sent a chill down the spines of both Lu Chen and Lu Yuron, who had been listening nearby. When totem-tier beastmasters from other realms die, their beast riding spaces plummet into the real world. They cover a portion of the present world, transforming it into a small alternate space that exists independently from the rest of the world. Some beastmasters set rules for their spaces before death to select successors. That's the origin of the inheritance realms, essentially miniature worlds. Lu Chen was stunned. Recalling the cultivation novels he'd read in his previous life, these so-called inheritance realms. Weren't they just the caves and abodes of immortal cultivators? You're talking about ancient beast tamers from other realms? Couldn't current totem-tier powerhouses achieve this? Exactly. Beastmasters from other realms surpass those of our blue star. At the very least, our totem-tier experts lack the ability to transform their beast taming spaces into inheritance realms after death. According to our blue star's few totem-tier experts, the world's rank is insufficient and its laws incomplete, leaving their totem-tier power incomplete. Perhaps only when the foreign realms fully descend, or the world's positional limit increases, will they become complete totem-tier beings. Lu Chenren felt a bit numb. This information was simply too mind-blowing. The communicator I gave you contains indexes and solutions for various cultivation realms. You haven't looked at it, have you? Lu Chen. He'd glanced at it last time, then tossed it into Little Squid's personal space to gather dust. The inheritance secret realm has limited energy and stability. Once the number of entrants reaches the rule-set limit and no suitable inheritor is selected, the inheritance realm will conceal itself once more, awaiting its next emergence. Therefore, the Night Watch is organizing the 5 Domains Grand Competition to determine who gains entry. Wonder if there are any light elemental dragons. Lu Yuron looked equally eager. Zhang Jiang had a dragon-type dragon cloudbird, and she wanted a dragon-type beast companion too to form a bestie beast pair. Lu Chen stroked his chin. A dragon-type beast pet? That did seem to align with his vision for his next beast companion. For his third beast pet, he planned to contract one that could fly. Neither Qitian nor Little Squid could fly, which made traveling in the wild inconvenient. So he'd contract a flying dragon-type pet. He was ready to dive in. When do we leave? No rush. The spatial portal to the Dragon's Legacy secret realm isn't stable yet. It'll take some time. By make a big move, I mean the Night Watch of the Eastern Realm. We, the 10th pillar, should fulfill our duty and get to work. Jiang Zhini explained, the remnants of the Great Dian clan have somehow clashed with the Zodiac String Palace. She snorted coldly, the Zodiac Palace worships the Lord of the Zodiac, that very same shadow of a demon god smashed by eternal illusion in Daz City. Rumor has it the Zodiac Palace killed Quang Banghong and seized the Dian remnant clan's rule-binding artifact. Lu Chen froze. This sounded increasingly familiar. Killed Quang Banghong and seized the Dian remnant clan's rule artifact? Wasn't that exactly what I did? He instantly grasped the entire situation. The Great Dian remnant clan, unable to contact Quang Banghong, had resorted to divination and other methods to deduce who killed Quang Banghong. But due to his primordial sovereign's spiritual essence, he was immune to all negative effects. The divination failed. Moreover, because a scrap of the Yellow Path Lord's robe was placed within the primordial space, the divination instead detected this object. Thus, they concluded the 12 zodiac strings were responsible. This left Lu Chen gloating inwardly. Neither faction was anything to write home about, best if they both suffered heavy losses and destroyed each other. All the pillars except me have gone to guard the human territories. We must prevent the situation from spiraling out of control and threatening human security. With much of the Night Watch's attention diverted, certain rats lurking in the shadows have grown restless. These rats have begun stirring across all major realms. Our eastern realm is no exception. There are quite a few of them, lurking furtively in our Lingnan province. You lot go investigate what they're up to. It'll be good practice. What about you? I must visit Dr. Lu Mu and also make a trip to the Night Watch headquarters. Jiang Jini paused before adding, should you encounter danger, you may seek assistance from the 3rd Legion of the Eastern Domain's Beastmaster Corps. Jiang Jini dispatched the orders with lightning efficiency. After breakfast, she lingered no longer. With a swift whoosh, she vanished from the room, mounted her dragon cloudbird, and disappeared into the horizon. Only her echoing words lingered in their ears, do your best. Lu Chen and Lu Yorong exchanged bewildered glances. Huh? Wait. She's just handing over the Eastern region affairs to us? Baidai City. The largest city in Lingnan province, the eastern region of Great Xia. As the plane touched down, Lu Chen, Lu Yorong, and Luo Anfei descended the stairs with their luggage. The two women once again became a striking sight at the airport. Lu Chen had long grown accustomed to the envious and jealous gazes of the male passengers. Yes. Lu Chen had brought Luo Anfei along too, and not just her. He'd notified Bai Yan and Bai Qianqian as well. This kind of grueling task was meant to be shared. After all, they were all night watchmen of the 10th pillar. Luo Anfei remained composed. Investigating cultists? Fine, let's use these cultists as practice. It would be perfect for the Moon Elf and Ice Crystal Phoenix Fox to gain real combat experience, preparing them for the upcoming Watchman's 5-Realm Grand Competition. Hey, are you sure this won't turn into a bloodbath? Lu Yorong gloated. The kid had even brought Bai Qianqian along. That girl was exceptionally clingy to Lu Chen. Battlefield my ass. I'm clean as a whistle with everyone, Lu Chen snapped, giving Lu Yorong a sharp flick on the head. Airport arrival hall. A girl with fair skin and eyes as pure and azure as the sky turned her head, her innocent expression asking the young man beside her. Why aren't they here yet? Bai Yan was speechless. Cousin, you've asked me 10 times in the last 10 minutes, that's once every minute. They won't be here for a while yet. Bai Qianqian nodded. Oh, is once a minute a bit too frequent? Then I'll ask again in 2 minutes. Bai Yan. They had arrived yesterday, but Lu Chen hadn't asked them to come to the ancient capital. Instead, he had them gathered directly in Baidai City. Finally, several minutes later. Here it comes, Bai Qianqian said, her bright eyes sparkling. Nope. Bai Yan stood on tiptoe to peer around but couldn't see them. Come on, let's go. She grabbed the corner of Bai Yan's sleeve and pulled him along. A faint smile blossomed on her lips. She wouldn't tell him that in the world devoid of light in his eyes, a faint, hazy orb of light had suddenly appeared not far away, drawing closer. Ha! It really is coming. Spotting Lu Chen's figure come into view, Bai Yan froze. Could it be his cousin's ability? Come to think of it, curse-type beast pets are incredibly mysterious. The 5 gathered together. And so, the 10th pillar Night Watch all members assembled. Lu Chen, let's spar again sometime. I've gotten stronger. Bai Yan's fighting spirit surged. After his grandfather's training, his strength had greatly improved. This time, he wouldn't lose so quickly. Next time for sure. Lu Chen introduced them. These are the Bai siblings, Bai Qianqian and Bai Yan. This is Luo Anfei, my childhood friend. Luo Anfei nodded with her usual aloofness, though a flicker of surprise shimmered deep within her eyes. She naturally recognized the Bai siblings, 2 of the rising supernovas among humanity's new generation. Their strength, potential, and talent were all exceptionally formidable future totem-tier powerhouses. But so what? She withdrew her gaze. Geniuses were merely stepping stones to my doorstep. Bai Yan merely lifted his chin in acknowledgement, a perfunctory greeting. Her stunning beauty and aura failed to stir much reaction in his eyes. Women only slow down my punches. Poof. With so many beautiful girls around him, Lu Chen will surely be caught up by me soon enough. Let's go. First, to our lodgings. The group departed. Bai Qianqian followed closely behind Lu Chen, her eyes as azure as the sky, utterly pure, fixed intently on him, her gaze almost glued to his form. Luo Anfei recalled that in her previous life, Bai Qianqian had always disliked close contact with others. She never imagined that Lu Chen, merely by visiting Lingyuan City, could win her favor. Luo Anfei's face remained expressionless. The ice phoenix spirit within her stirred, its essence radiating outward and causing the air temperature around her to plummet. She was puzzled, unsure why this was happening. She found a reason in her mind. It must be because I encountered powerful figures from my past life. I'm eager to defeat them, so my ice phoenix spirit is influenced by my emotions. It was probably a bit active just now. Whoa, this is freezing. Stepping out of the airport, Lu Chen shivered, feeling the air around him grow bitterly cold. Not cold at all. Why are you so weak? Bai Yan remarked. It's not cold anymore. Get in the car. To expedite their journey, and since this was his first mission as a Night's Watch recruit, Bai Yan splurged and bought an off-road vehicle for transportation. After all, as the young master of the Great Sun Dojo, he wasn't short on cash. P.S. This is a major chapter. While this mission won't take up too many characters, it holds significant importance for Qi Tianjin. This chapter also introduces some settings regarding Beastmasters and their spatial abilities, along with their subsequent advancement paths. Chapter 108, Night Watch. Baidai City. Second-tier city. Southern Eastern region, the largest city in Lingnan Province. Also the provincial capital of Lingnan Province, overseeing a total of 20 Tier 3 cities. Yesterday, Bai Qianqian and I searched thoroughly, but found nothing. Not a trace of those rats lurking in the shadows. Rats refers to Beastmasters and cultists of the Dark Gods who embrace forbidden knowledge. Beastmasters and cultists of Dark Gods who embrace the forbidden appear indistinguishable from ordinary Beastmasters unless their bodies exhibit obvious mutations. Unless they actively reveal their forbidden side's power or perform forbidden rituals. Otherwise, they're nearly impossible to detect. We're understaffed. Other pillars have intelligence divisions, but our 10th pillar has only 5 members. Searching for them is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Unless they slip up, we'll never find them. Bai Yan was at a loss. The Bai family's influence lay in the central domain. They had little leverage in the eastern domain. Lu Chen replied, no problem. We'll just go straight to the Beastmaster Association in Baidai City. These individuals rarely stay in one place for long, especially the more powerful, evil-aligned Beastmasters. Their aura, once released, inevitably stirs up all sorts of disturbances in the surrounding area. We just need to check the guild's recent unusual intelligence reports and odd mission requests. Following the trail should lead us straight to them. Bai Yan slapped the steering wheel. That makes sense. Why didn't I think of that? Lu Chen was speechless. Could a hot-blooded idiot even have a brain? Fighting? That's his specialty. The group first dropped off their luggage at their lodging hotel. After getting settled, they drove to the Beastmaster Association in Baidai City. Beastmasters accompanied by their pets came and went, though their overall strength paled in comparison to those in the ancient capital. The sheer size and grandeur of the entire Beastmaster Association couldn't compare either. They entered. Lu Chen presented his credentials. Hello, I'm the 10th Pillar Night Watchman responsible for guarding the Eastern Realm. The staff member directed them to an office, poured tea, and said, please take a seat for a moment. You 5 truly are young heroes. To join the Night Watch at such a tender age. Shortly after, a middle-aged man entered, wearing a gentle smile. He was of average appearance with narrowed eyes. He introduced himself as Yin Luo, the chairman of the Baidai City Beastmaster Association. Bai Yan, ever the straightforward type, cut to the chase. Quite a few dark-aligned beast tamers and cultists of the Dark God have infiltrated Lingnan Province. Have any unusual incidents occurred recently? Or any strange commissions related to forbidden matters? I've heard about this too. The Great Dian remnants clashed with the Zodiac String Palace, tying up a lot of the Night Watch's resources. The cultists have been getting more active behind the scenes. I'll have someone compile intelligence on recent anomalies and mission requests immediately. Not long after, Lu Chen and his team found themselves holding a thick stack of documents. Quest, I can't breathe. Mr. Lu, number 10 Jingxing Town, wakes up every morning feeling suffocated, as if invisible hands are choking him. Doctors have been unable to resolve the issue. Quest, eerie midnight song, strange singing emanates from an abandoned mansion whenever the sound approaches. Quest, foot bath water mysteriously turns cold. The nurse clearly gave me hot water, yet by the time I'm ready to wash my feet, it's always turned cold. I suspect the nurse's body has been possessed by a skin-stripping monster. Everyone stared at the thick stack of papers in their hands. So many anomalous incidents. All Lu Chen needed to do was capture one cultist of the evil god. Little Squid could then drag them into the dream prison, subdue them, and uncover their true objectives. Thank you, Chairman Yin. Yin Huan watched Lu Chen and the others depart. His already narrowed eyes now held a peculiar smile. For the sake of efficiency, Lu Chen and the others planned to split up. Bai Qianqian and Lu Yorong formed one pair, one socially anxious, the other relatively weaker. They complemented each other perfectly. Lu Chen, Bai Yan, and Luo Anfei would each operate independently. Keep this with you at all times, Lu Chen said, discreetly slipping a spherical object into Lu Yorong's hand. It was the pet ball, containing the magic mirror doll inside, meant to be used as a trump card. He then cautioned Luo Anfei, be careful. If anything feels off, don't push yourself, contact me immediately. Luo Anfei gave a cool, light As the esteemed Luo goddess, an ice crystal phoenix fox at the mid-stage of the rebirth realm, I can hold my own against a mid-stage commander-level opponent. Why would I need your rescue? Yet, hearing his concerned words, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. The group dispersed. Quest request, foot bath water mysteriously turns cold. The nurse clearly gave me hot water, but whenever I go to wash my feet, it always turns cold. I suspect the nurse's body has been possessed by a skin-stripping monster. Lu Chen arrived at the address for this quest, Qingshan Road, number 250. Gazing at the sign above the door, a giant question mark popped into his head. Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. A mental hospital? Seriously? After presenting his Beastmaster credentials, he was allowed inside. Inside, it was indeed a scene of utter chaos. A patient carrying a turtle shell and holding a hose in his mouth. I'm the splashing turtle king, watch me splash water. I'm the yellow-skinned rat, I can generate electricity. Look, zzzzzzzzzzz. Lu Chen's face paled. Pointing at the patient crouched before the outlet, 2 fingers jabbing into the sockets and trembling violently from the shock, he asked the security guard leading the way, Uncle, is this really okay? No problem. The current's weak. It actually stimulates cell activity. Won't electrocute him. The security guard gave Lu Chen a wise look, raised the garlic clove in his hand above his head, and chuckled, hee hee, and I'm not Uncle. I'm Garlic Frog. Lu Chen? Hey. Patient 818, I just stepped away to use the restroom, and you went and stole my clothes to wear? An old man approached, accompanied by a large beast pet dog. He looked at Lu Chen, who are you? A new patient? Lu Chen. He eyed the old man suspiciously. Was this guy pretending to be a patient? Thankfully, he wasn't. After explaining the situation, Lu Chen was led to the head nurse in charge of the task. She explained to Lu Chen with an exasperated look, this task was commissioned by one of my patients. He tells everyone he's been possessed by a skin-stripping monster. May I examine you? Little Squid extended a strand of spider silk, which entered the other person's brow and began sensing. Yip. It shook its head. Nothing was amiss. Could you take me to see the person who commissioned the task? Soon, they arrived at a private hospital room. Patient 007, the Beastmaster from the Beastmaster Association is here. The client was a lean young man who looked at Lu Chen as if he'd found a savior. Save me, save me. The head nurse has been possessed by a skin-stripping monster. The hot water she boils turns cold. He pointed frantically at a metal basin on the floor. I told her I need hot water every morning to wash my face. It's freezing out, and I don't want to fetch water from outside every day. So every night before bed, I ask the head nurse to bring me a basin of hot water to keep by my bed. But every morning when I wake up, there's a layer of ice on the surface. The head nurse helplessly shrugged her shoulders. Listen to what he's saying. The young man gestured frantically at the head nurse again. See? See? She doesn't even understand human speech. She's a monster. She must be a monster. Otherwise, how could my hot water freeze overnight? Lu Chen. He took a deep breath. Little Squid, calm him down. The dream spider silk activated, and the young man drifted off to sleep, collapsing onto the bed and snoring loudly. My apologies for the disturbance. Lu Chen hurriedly left this place of trouble. Staying another minute, he feared his IQ might be dragged down to the same level as these lunatics. This case had nothing to do with cultists. Onward to the next location. Evening. The luxury hotel where he was staying. What the hell kind of assignments are these? Not a single one has anything to do with cultists. The hot-tempered Bai Yan was so furious he felt dizzy. Quest, I can't breathe. Mr. Lu, number 10 Jingxing Town, wakes up every morning feeling suffocated, as if invisible hands are choking him. Doctors have been unable to resolve it. This bull request? Just some old guy who bought a new sweater and puts it on backwards every morning. He picked up another request slip, and this one too. I've run around to 20 different places today, and every single one is a weird request. None of them have anything to do with cultists. Luo Anfei's expression turned icy. Same here. Lu Yurong chimed in. Same here. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. His cases were identical. After leaving Qingshan Mental Hospital, he defollowed more assignments to 10 different locations, all bizarre incidents. Looks like this so-called intelligence was deliberately planted by Baidai City. Bang. That hangman's name is Yin Lo, right? Bai Yan's explosive temper flared as he slammed his fist on the table and leapt to his feet. Using fake intel to toy with us? That Yin Huan must be part of some cult of dark gods. Impossible. These petty tricks were exposed too quickly. If he were a cultist, why expose himself so easily? Wouldn't it be better to lie low or use half-truths to confuse us? Lu Chen stood up, his eyes cold. We'll find out the real reason when we go to his door. They arrived at the Beastmaster Association in Baidai City. They pushed open the office door. Yinlu looked up, a gentle smile on his face. Well, young heroes, back already? How's the investigation going? What do you mean by that? Bai Yan glared. I don't quite understand. None of the intel you gave us has a single shred of connection to the cult of the evil god. Yinlu chuckled softly. The cult of the evil god hides so deeply they won't be uncovered so easily. There are 500 or 600 pieces of intelligence here. You've only screened a few dozen. Why not screen all 500 or 600? Lu Chen regarded him calmly. Give me a reason. Yin Li's smile vanished. I have an older brother named Yin Huan. He joined the 10th pillar of the Night Watch. He never committed any wrongdoing, yet he was caught up in the purge. His expression remained impassive as he addressed Lu Chen and the others. The Beastmaster Association has no subordinate relationship with the Night Watch. We bear no obligation to provide you with anything. We in Lingnan Province have no need for the Night Watch. Get out.
A mere handful of big cats and small cats, the highest rank being a lowly commander level.
Is this the sort of trash Jiang Zheni sent? To play house? You're making me laugh. Since you insist on playing detective, I already gave you 600 intelligence reports. Go have fun with those. Our Lingnan Province has its own Night Watchman, formed by the 100 Generations Beastmaster Association.
The Night Watchmen, their fathers were all direct descendants of the 10th Pillar Night Watchman, wiped out by your Night's Watch.
Their talents are no weaker than yours. If they joined the Night's Watch selection, they'd pass in minutes. Sooner or later, the Night Watchman will be replaced by the Night Watchman to guard the Eastern Realm. Get out. What did you say?
Bai Yen erupted in fury, his spiritual energy surging outward as he prepared to summon his beast companion.
What? You want to fight?
Yinluo raised an eyebrow, unleashing a terrifying aura.
Near King Tier. His spiritual energy was but a hair's breadth away from fully transforming into the Sovereign Tier. Let's go. Lu Chen led them away. Back in their own room at the luxury hotel. Outside, the sky had turned completely pitch black. Lu Chen was at a loss.
The other pillars all had intelligence departments, but their 10th pillar only had 5 people in total. It seemed they were left with nothing but a needle in a haystack search. Squeak! The little squid let out a soft whimper, its tentacles swishing through the void as it opened its portable storage space. From within, it pulled out a pitch-black object. It hummed softly.
A black market credential. Upon taking it, a map appeared on its surface. Lu Chen froze. A black market had opened nearby. He instantly grew excited. The black market, wasn't that where the cultists of the Dark God gathered? If he went there, wouldn't he be able to find out what they were up to? Chapter 109, Cloud-Mired Ruins, City-Shattering Monsters. Without a moment's hesitation,
Lu Chen changed his attire and employed Qitian's shadow escape technique, his body blending seamlessly into the shadows of the room. When he reappeared, he was already in the alley outside, half his head emerging from the shadows.
Guided by the map on the black market credential, he traversed the urban districts of Baidai City like a specter in the night. Half an hour later,
he arrived at an urban village, where a peculiar shopfront appeared in the narrow gap between 2 buildings.
Is this the black market in trance? Lu Chen stepped inside, only to discover it wasn't the black market.
Instead, he had entered the shop itself. It was just an ordinary shop, with an old-fashioned coal stove lamp hanging overhead. Behind it, shelves held various goods, evolution materials, and pet ingredients.
Hello, what can I help you with today?
A voice came from behind the cash register counter, a woman's voice. Most of her figure was hidden in the shadows beyond the reach of the light. A veil covered her face, revealing only her lips and eyes, making her features impossible to discern. Her figure was slender and curvaceous, her alluring lips painted with fiery red lipstick. Sheer black stockings hugged her thighs, which carried a hint of voluptuous fullness, leaving distinct marks where they clung.
This veil was an extraordinary artifact. Lu Chen altered his voice. Isn't this the black market?
I thought you might have stumbled in by mistake, the woman chuckled softly.
New here?
We're the mobile intelligence hub for the Dark Assembly.
A place that deals exclusively in intelligence? What kind of intel do you have? She stepped out from behind the counter, radiating allure.
Her walk carried the sensual charm of a mature woman. With each step, her cheongsam already split high up to the thigh swayed seductively, its movement utterly captivating. If I had to describe it in one word, it was smooth. Another word to describe it, utterly irresistible. She approached Lu Chen, her face inches from his mask, her breath as light as orchid fragrance. With a slender finger like a spring onion, she lifted his chin, her gaze pulling threads. Whatever intelligence you desire, I possess it all.
At the same time, a wave of enchanting allure radiated from her body. Lu Chen's gaze remained clear. She was undeniably beautiful.
The black market, without a doubt, was an organization aligned with the forces of evil.
Normal people didn't exist here. Beneath these skins could lie nothing but rotten flesh, or perhaps skinless monsters disguised as humans.
Lu Chen's eyes held not a shred of emotion as he stared at her. Don't try these little tricks on me.
Boom!
A forbidden aura spread, casting a mist-shrouded world behind her. The shadowy silhouette of a colossal octopus flickered in and out of view, as if descending from another realm into this mortal world. The woman's pupils contracted slightly, her scalp prickling with cold as the muscles in her thighs trembled.
From the heart, only from the heart.
She regained her dignified and refined demeanor, returning to the cashier counter. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief, as if within the counter, no one could harm her.
Sitting up straight, she inquired, what information might the customer require?
I want to know why so much trash from other cults has appeared in Lingnan Province.
You don't know? This information is complimentary. The woman handed the relevant intelligence documents to Lu Chen. Anything else you require, sir?
She patted her chest, her flesh rippling.
We possess the most comprehensive intelligence in all the realms. Any information on the ruins of Infinite City? Woman.
A look of confusion crossed her face. She hadn't heard of it. Chen chuckled softly, then his figure gradually faded into the darkness until he vanished.
Only after Chen had departed did the woman finally exhale a deep sigh of relief. I've been getting a bit too cocky lately. How did such a terrifying presence end up here? Could this be some kind of forbidden entity? Thank goodness I didn't provoke him earlier.
She sighed deeply. Damn it, the contract still has 3 years left. Who knows when I'll finally be able to leave this hellhole.
Has my original body rotted away by now?
Confusion flashed across her face.
But what exactly is the Infinite City ruins? This can't be some made-up nonsense, right?
She knew all too well how powerful the black market's intelligence network was.
The Infinite City ruins, either her current access level couldn't reach it,
or the black market had no relevant information either.
Never mind. What does it matter to me? Better to keep thinking of ways to get me out of this hellhole.
She steadily shifted her focus in several directions once more. He changed into several different sets of clothes. Only after confirming everything was normal did Chen return to the hotel. The ruins of Infinite City. These were the ruins his mother had asked him to take little Squid to visit. He had searched online and even used his Night's Watch privileges to look into it, yet found no records of such ruins. Unexpectedly, not even the most shadowy black markets held any intelligence on it. So, his mother, whom he had never met, was a bit too mysterious.
Maybe I should ask Jiang Zhini next time.
The Mythology Bureau was the group that specialized in dealing with ruins they might know about the Infinite City ruins.
Back to business. He began reviewing the intelligence in his hands. A newborn forbidden race cub appeared in the cloud miasma wasteland?
Bai Yan was dumbfounded.
Where did you get this information? Accidentally overheard using Little Squid's spatial abilities. Chen offered a casual excuse.
After confirming the intelligence, he summoned Luo Anfei and the others.
I looked into it.
Yunzeng Huangzong used to be called Tianshui City, the former provincial capital of Lingnan province. But 100 years ago, a Yuan realm descended upon this city. It contained a totem-tier forbidden demonic beast, and the entire second-tier city was destroyed. The beastmasters suffered heavy casualties. Only after immense hardship, the sacrifice of a heavenly king, and the severe injury of our human totem-tier being, was it finally slain. It became known as the Tianshui campaign.
Chen glanced at Luo Anfei. You must have witnessed that scene.
Luo Anfei replied indifferently, the illusory heart-questioning trial before entering the trial gate during the newcomer competition that was this very battle.
The big ice block actually knew about it? Oh dear, failed to keep the secret. Indeed, that's correct.
The illusory trial of conscience before entering the trial gate was precisely this battle.
Chen's memory of it was also vivid. A forbidden demonic beast, vast as a dark cloud, loomed over the city.
Its entire body was composed of countless black flesh masses, covered in jellyfish-like tentacles.
Countless monsters were spawned from its body.
Wherever it passed, it became a moving natural disaster, eroding countless buildings and territories.
Thousand-handed Micah. This was the name of the totem-tier demon. Even after this thing was destroyed, there was no way to dispose of it. Its flesh and blood fused with the ground, forming the cloud miasma wasteland tomb, occupying 1/10 of the buffer zone. The vast, uninhabited expanse between each major domain is the buffer zone. No humans dwell there. The cloud miasma wasteland occupies 1/10 of the buffer zone between the eastern and southern domains. Perpetually shrouded in miasma, its complex terrain has become a hideout for numerous fugitives and outlaws.
It was a veritable melting pot of all manner of unsavory elements, effectively a lawless zone. Moreover, the beasts within the cloud miasma wasteland are exceptionally bizarre and vicious, often deformed in appearance.
Similar to the abyssal caverns in the central realm.
The parasite beast rabbit found within the trial gate is a native creature of this region. Recently, someone witnessed a juvenile thousand-handed Micah within. It's highly likely that after a century, the extinct thousand-handed Micah has been reborn. This instantly drew the attention of countless dark-hearted beast masters. To contract such a creature would be a meteoric rise to fame.
This is the truth behind their recent appearances in Lingnan province. Chen's eyes flickered.
Jiang Zhini's mission for them was simply to uncover their objectives and report back to the Eastern Domain 3rd Beastmaster Legion.
Let them handle it.
At this point, the matter could be considered concluded. But if a juvenile thousand-hand Micah truly appeared, Chen would want to obtain it.
No other reason.
Because when he uncovered the specific intelligence,
a system quest appeared. Ding!
The thousand-handed Micah is suitable for the subsequent cultivation of the Spirit Brightstone Monkey Black God. Task issued, please capture the thousand-handed Micah. The instant he saw this system task,
Chen instantly understood. Xianzhou Yunma's true form is a pitch-black cloud. Suitable for Qitian's subsequent cultivation needs? He instantly thought of one thing. The Cloud of Somersaults. Chapter 110, The Formless Great Demon, The Faceless Disciple. Chen reported the intelligence he had gathered to Zhang Zhini. She indicated that the 3rd Beastmaster Legion would handle it, signaling that Chen and his group could either proceed independently or return to the ancient capital. Chen polled the group for their opinions. Return? Or head to the cloud-mired barren tombs for a look? To meet those heretics who embrace the forbidden? Of course we're going. We haven't even properly smashed Yin Li's face yet. Night Watchman. What kind of lowly scum do they think they are, trying to pull a scam on us? As a hot-blooded fool. Bai Yan rolled up his sleeves. Finally on a mission, he thought there'd be a fight. There was no way he'd let them return with their tails between their legs. Consider this our warm-up and team building for the Nightwatch 5 Domains tournament. At the Dragon's Legacy Secret Realm, Bai Whooping had even brought the Great Sun Dojo to hold down the fort. The Bai siblings were naturally aware of the Nightwatch 5 Domains competition. Luo Anfei remained taciturn, merely extending 2 slender fingers to form a 2. It meant choosing the second path, not returning. We're already here. If we leave now, when will the next chance come? Lu Yoron's resolve was unwavering. Having become a Beastmaster, she had witnessed the harsh realities of that world. She must grow stronger, only then could she aid Chen. As for Bai Qianqian, there was no need to ask. Whatever Chen chose, she'd follow. The cloud miasma wasteland tomb loomed eerily under the night sky. Thick miasma churned like boiling steam, forming a veritable forbidden zone of life. At this moment, on the ground, someone dragged corpse after corpse. Trails of blood scrawled across the earth like claw marks. Enough with the cultists' corpses. Now we need a large number of ordinary beast tamers' bodies. The alchemy cult had better reappear soon. Otherwise, we still have unfinished business to settle. Voices like those of vengeful spirits echoed through the miasma. The next day, Chen and his companions prepared to depart for the Cloud Miasma Barren Tomb, where they would await the 3rd Beastmaster Legion. Events unfolded unexpectedly. A juvenile 1,000-handed Micah has appeared in the Cloud Miasma ruins. Its innate talent reaches totem tier. This forbidden species can be contracted even by ordinary beast tamers. This information, previously circulating only among cultists, spread throughout the entire Lingnan province. It instantly caused a tremendous stir. Hordes of adventurer guilds and beastmasters rushed to the scene. After all, tales of individuals forging contracts with powerful beast companions in the wild or even stumbling upon great fortunes were never in short supply. Fantastical tales of great fortune unfolding were constantly being written. A totem-tier beast pet. Everyone harbored a sliver of hope. What if I got incredibly lucky and it recognized me, allowing me to bind it? The cloud-mired wasteland. Beyond the Eastern Realm, this once thriving secondary city now lies abandoned, overrun by vicious beasts. Hundreds of kilometers from Baidai City. Here, miasma pervades year-round, toxic and hallucinogenic. The area is vast. Yet, due to its production of unique supernatural materials and the presence of exclusive beast species, many adventurer groups and beastmasters venture inside. They seek materials and beast organs to trade or enhance their own abilities. Over time, outside the cloud-mired wasteland tomb, a small settlement has formed. It served as a place for beast tamers to rest and recuperate. But due to the totem beast pets incident, the camp became overcrowded. They were like treasure hunters. Some traveled in groups of 3 or 5, others alone, entering the cloud-mired ruins. A 3-person adventuring party, fully equipped, now stepped into the miasma. This must be the original site of the illusionary heart questioning that scared the hell out of us 3, one man named Old Jiao couldn't help but joke bitterly. Back then, we were so terrified we couldn't even stand up. Yeah, illusory heart was the Tianshui campaign. This place is the ruins left behind after that battle. Old Chen pointed to a nearby area covered in dense trees and jungle. You can still see some remnants of the old structures over there. Enough about that. That was over a decade ago. We didn't start out well back then. Let's just focus on earning money to buy our son a beast pet with better potential. Damn old you, showing off again that you're married and have a son, huh? Ha! Look who's talking, you two never got married and just blew all your money at the club. What do you know? Old Chen and I weren't spending money at the club, we were doing charity. Those poor girls had it rough, fathers addicted to gambling, mothers sick, little brothers too young. Besides, Old Chen and I aren't just fellow travelers on the Beastmaster path at the club, we're fellow travelers too. The 3 of them advanced, deploying their beast companions to watch their surroundings while shooting the breeze. All 3 had been scared out of their wits in the illusionary heart questioning trial, choosing instead to become logistics beastmasters. After graduation, they formed an adventuring guild and spent 18 years grinding their way up, all becoming Transcendent stage beastmasters. They had gained some local fame within the Beastmaster Association. But their innate talent and pet potential had plateaued. Man, if we ever get lucky enough to capture a 1,000-hand Micah and sell it, we'd be set for life. My son's supposed to awaken his Beastmaster talent next year, perfect timing to get him a high-caliber beast pet. Who needs buying a beast pet? If we get the 1,000-hand Micah, we'll just give it to Xiao Zhe as his initial soul-bound beast pet. Exactly. Xiao Zhe calls us his godfathers, after all.
He'll take us to the top, provide for us in our old age, and see us off when the time comes.
Ah, alright, no problem.
Old Ju laughed heartily, a warm wave of emotion rising within him.
Whoosh! A sharp whistling cut through the air, slicing through the miasma ahead and sending it billowing to either side. The speed was so blindingly fast, it left no time for reaction. Watch out!
Yu Jia bellowed, lunging forward to shove his two dear friends out of harm's way. Blood spattered through the air, falling like raindrops.
Old Chen and Old Yao narrowly escaped death.
Their eyes widened as they stared at Yu Jia, whose body had been severed cleanly at the waist, blood flowing everywhere.
You stop Old Yu's bleeding. I'll keep watch.
Old Chen's eyes turned red instantly.
He bellowed hoarsely at the surroundings, come out. What a sickening display of friendship. Within the miasma, a figure emerged from the haze, slowly taking shape. His hands had transformed into grotesque, mantis-like scythe arms.
Two beast pets were skewered through his hands, front and back, like pieces of grilled meat impaled on a skewer.
With a sudden upward swing of both hands, a sharp crack echoed.
The two beast pets were cleaved in two.
Put. Both men spat out mouthfuls of blood, struck by the backlash of their pets' deaths. Strangely enough,
his hands, which had previously resembled mantis scythes, had reverted to human arms.
Run? You won't get away. We're taking your bodies. A mocking smile spread across his face as his arms transformed into mantis scythes.
With a single step forward, he vanished without a trace.
The next second.
Both men's calves were severed, their bodies collapsing to the ground.
At that very moment,
shadowy figures approached from the distance. He stared at the churning miasma in the distance, a cruel smile spreading across his face.
More prey has come to me. Suddenly, without warning.
Finally, I found the cultists of the Dark God. The words drifted faintly through the air. Whoosh! The miasma parted, revealing a monstrous black monkey whose fist grew larger and larger before his eyes.
Boom! The explosive roar echoed, shattering the air and creating a white shockwave ring as the miasma surged outward.
He felt as if struck head-on by an out-of-control truck, violently hurled backward. He crashed through countless trees and thorns before finally coming to a halt. His scythe-like arms were bent at an unnatural angle.
Lu Chen narrowed his eyes.
There was no spiritual fluctuation using skills like his beast pets, driven solely by elemental power. It wasn't a solidified beast pet skill, nor was it the fusion beastmaster talent. A name from the cult of the Dark God flashed through his mind. The Faceless Disciples. Like the gluttony cultists he'd once traded with on the black market, they were among the most dangerous heretical cults threatening humanity. They worshipped a demon god known as the Formless Great Demon, gaining access to its forbidden knowledge. The Formless Great Demon possessed no concrete form, embracing all like the sea. It could absorb diverse species, integrating them into its being to gain their abilities. The forbidden knowledge they acquired followed a similar pattern. The ability to dissolve the beast taming space with their physical form causes the beasts they contract to merge into their bodies and be absorbed. Thereafter, they acquire all the abilities and physical prowess of the beast. Similarly, to enhance their power, they must devour spiritual essence, a capacity unique to beast tamers. They feed on human beastmasters to fortify themselves. Therefore, the stronger they become, the more beastmasters they have devoured.
Buzz! The figure slowly vanished into the miasma. Mist concealment.
Lu Chen's expression remained calm. Little squid, phantom dream spider silk, 10,000 weeping willows.
Chapter 111, The Mastermind. The root of all evil.
Watching the wounded faceless disciple vanish abruptly.
Escaped? Lu Chen showed no panic. Could anyone be faster than Little Squid, a spatial type user?
The method of disappearance wasn't spatial ability or psychic teleportation. Considering the faceless one's ability to fuse beast taming spaces into his own body and devour contracted pets to make them his own.
Misty hidden mantis.
This must be the beast pet he devoured. Capable of generating mist, then blending into it to conceal its presence.
It even possesses self-regulating skin that alters its color to blend seamlessly with its surroundings.
An exceptionally skilled predator at camouflage, its prey is often dismembered before it can even react. It prefers to consume its prey while they are still alive. All the abilities and physical prowess of the mist-hidden mantis have been inherited by the faceless disciple.
This miasmic environment only enhances their prowess.
The faceless one suppressed his aura, concealed his tracks, and closed in on Lu Chen. His face contorted in a silent roar, eyes blazing with malice.
Die! I will kill you.
I will sever your limbs and devour your heart inch by inch. He crept closer without a sound.
Suddenly,
his skin seemed to brush against something thin as thread, hanging down from the sky.
The faceless one froze. What was this? This was clearly open ground. Why would there be spider silk?
He followed the thread upward, gazing skyward. His pupils suddenly contracted.
Above, in the sky, an odd squid had appeared, its form shrouded in the void.
Behind it, coin-sized ripples of space cracked open.
Countless transparent spider threads dangled like willow branches, swaying in the wind. The moment he touched the silk, the strange squid creature's eyes snapped toward him. Yip! Gotcha! Danger! The word flashed through his mind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless strands of web descended like a storm, binding him tightly like a mummy. He was suspended mid-air, only his head exposed. The threads were tough as nails. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break them. Chen stared in surprise at the masked assassin hovering just 10 meters away. He had assumed the enemy had fled, but instead, they were coming for him. Fallen beastmasters really are half-wits. Most beastmasters, after being knocked flying by a single punch from Qitian and having their scythe bent out of shape. Aware of the vast disparity in their strength, most would have chosen to flee. A transcendent stage practitioner who defeated a commander stage opponent like me? So young, and possessing a spatial-type beast pet. Are you the prodigy of the Eastern Region Night Watch? Ha ha ha, your spirit essence must be delicious. Too bad I won't get to taste it. This group had long since lost their humanity, both mentally and physically corrupted. They were nothing but a band of death-defying madmen. They felt no pain, no fear. Which faceless legion do you belong to? Since when did you dare openly attack a beastmaster? Take a guess? His face twisted into a mocking grin. The faceless disciples had fractured into numerous small factions, operating in the shadows. Unlike other cults with organized structures like priests and high priests, they dared not openly attack beastmasters in broad daylight, instead striking only at isolated targets in the shadows. Rats in the sewers. These small groups, also called brigades, had no fixed abode. They traveled from city to city, committing crimes, hunting down beastmasters, and devouring their spiritual essence. Their overall strength is weak. Each faceless brigade leader is merely at the quasi-king rank. They constantly roamed across regions, not only to hunt and kill beastmasters. Another crucial reason was proselytizing. In every city they visit, they spread forbidden knowledge about the formless great demon. Their forbidden teachings are easy to adopt. Simply purchase materials, construct a sacrificial altar, and worship the great formless great demon. By sacrificing your body, you can transform it into a faceless one. This holds immense allure for beastmasters whose cultivation has stagnated and whose hearts harbor ill intent. Devouring your own beast companion grants you its physique and all abilities, eliminating the need to painstakingly hunt for evolution materials for future advancements. No longer must they spend fortunes on attribute treasures. Simply devour the hearts of other normal beast masters, consume their spiritual essence, and you grow stronger. It's like Pandora's box. What could be a more lucrative bargain? This is precisely why the Alliance of Nations regards the Faceless Legion as one of the most dangerous heretical cults threatening humanity. Killing beast tamers and devouring their spiritual essence to enhance their power, this is undermining the very foundation of humanity. Fortunately, the masked disciples possess incomplete forbidden knowledge regarding the formless great demon. At best, they can only grow to the near monarch tier. You know what? I take the most pleasure in slaughtering young ones like you. Too bad I fell into your hands. A twisted grin spread across the faceless one's face, as if relishing the memory. I adore the scent of fear emanating from you as you die. It makes the meat taste firmer. Then I'll let you taste the agony of being slaughtered. He sneered with disdain. Fear? Pain? The faceless disciples had long since shed such emotions. Pull him into the dream prison. Dream energy erupted, pulling him into the dream prison. In an instant, the faceless one fell into a deep sleep and was dragged into the dream prison. The little squid's tentacles pierced his brow, reading his memories and transforming them into dream bubbles. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. After all, he was a fallen beastmaster who had embraced thee. His memories held the forbidden power of the formless great demon. Numerous dream bubbles related to the formless great demon flickered with static, their images blurred and indistinct. The formless great demon sought to erode Chen through these memory fragments, imprinting forbidden knowledge upon his mind. That was easy enough. A single powerful blow could shatter it. The true difficulty in dealing with the demon cult lay in the intense corruption within their memories. Even some beastmasters, capable of reading minds, hypnotizing others, and extracting memories, dared not touch them. Across the entire world, only Chen could read the memories of cult of the evil god members with such effortless ease. Soon, Chen understood the entire sequence of events. His expression grew grave. The news about the thousand-handed Micah had actually been leaked by this group of faceless followers. Whether it was the initial rumors circulating only within the cultist circles, or the widespread rumors circulating among ordinary beast tamers since last night, it was all their doing. Their hunt for other cultists and conventional beast tamers. The thousand-handed Micah story is also half truth, half lie. The false part is that the Qianqiu Yunma cub never actually came into being. The truth is, it was about to be born, but the faceless cult's leader discovered it prematurely. The faceless cult leader sought to contract this terrifying creature as a beast pet, then utilize the forbidden knowledge of the formless great demon. He planned to devour and absorb the thousand-handed Micah, claiming all its powers, thus forcibly ascending to the sovereign tier. However, the thousand-handed Micah required at least several years to be born naturally, and he couldn't wait that long.
The blood and corpses of the cult of the evil god could hasten its birth, which is why he spread the rumor to lure the cultists here and hunt them down. Now, every fallen beastmaster and cultist who entered the cloud-mired tomb had been slaughtered. The reason he now hunts ordinary beastmasters is to construct a sacrificial ritual array using the spiritual essence from their corpses. This ritual would forcibly bind the newly born thousand-handed Micah and consume everything within it. Luo Chen snapped his fingers. Phantom Dream Prison. The faceless disciple, his eyes vacant, regained consciousness. Though his body had been beyond his control moments ago, he knew everything that had transpired. He knew Luo Chen had accessed his memories, and he knew that the man had shattered the aura shadow of the formless great demon with a single slap. Who are you? Terror flashed across his face. You claim to fear neither pain nor death, huh? I'll see if that's true. Luo Chen's expression turned icy. The man before him was a wanted criminal, an orphan who had ended up on the streets. A kind family took pity on him daily, sharing portions of their meals with him. This had continued for nearly a decade. After becoming a beastmaster, his first act was to torture that family to death. Don't think I didn't know. You only ever gave me cheap vegetables. I never got to taste the expensive ones. He became a wanted criminal, later joining the faceless cult as a faceless disciple. Pain amplified to 100 times. Using the power of dreams to sketch nightmarish realms. With the power of illusion, he fashioned various torture devices. The faceless disciple believed he had long since shed all fear and pain. Yet, he once again experienced a pain worse than death. Under a 100-fold intensification of agony. Even the slightest prick of a needle became an extreme torment. And what's more, Luo Chen employed the 100 most brutal tortures from his past life. The most agonizing torment for a human being is not the piercing scream of agony, but the silent scream pain so intense it robs one of the very ability to cry out. Minutes later. Kill me. Please, just kill me. He kept banging his head on the ground, pleading desperately, his features contorted, his face deathly pale. Hell. This is hell. Then so be it. Luo Chen stopped playing games with him, his consciousness snapping back to reality. Even trapped within the dreamscape, the faceless disciple's body convulsed uncontrollably, his features contorted in agony. Little Squid elegantly plucked at the spider silk. The silk began to contract, embedding itself into the flesh, tightening relentlessly. Luo Chen turned and strode forward, carrying Little Squid and Chi Tian. Real men never look back at explosions. Countless droplets of blood and pulped flesh splattered onto the ground, blooming into blossoms of crimson. How about it? Not dead yet? Luo Chen approached the three adventurers. The man who had been severed at the waist had been temporarily stitched back together by Little Squid's spider silk. The severed limbs of the other two had been similarly patched. Beastmasters possessed remarkably resilient vitality, though the one severed at the waist remained unconscious. Thank you for saving our lives. Old Chen and Old Yao were filled with gratitude, their hearts trembling at the sheer terror of such power. He looked barely 18, didn't he? Come on, let's take you to camp. Don't miss out on treatment. The spider silk wrapped around the three of them. Luo Chen swiftly returned them to camp and handed them over to the medical station. These three had narrowly escaped death, but their fallen beast companions were beyond saving. Luo Chen also reunited with Bai Yan and the other four. While waiting for reinforcements from the 3rd Beastmaster Legion, he went inside to assess the situation. Bai Yan and his 3 companions remained in the camp town. He relayed the information he had gathered to the 4. Instantly, their expressions turned grave. Luo Anfei's eyes flickered slightly. The faceless cult? She recalled that in her previous life, the scattered faceless cult had indeed produced an archbishop of god-tier strength. It seemed this faceless disciple had successfully devoured the 1,000-handed Micah cub in the previous era. She didn't know the specifics. Her power was too low to access such information planes. By the time she had grown up, the faceless cult seemed unaware of what had transpired, vanishing without a trace. Luo Chen was also on the phone with the commander of the 3rd Beastmaster Legion. He relayed this information. After fulfilling his duty to notify, he prepared to enter with the magic mirror doll to seize the 1,000-hand Micah. A mere quasi-heavenly king-tier faceless cult leader? A piece of cake. A deep, middle-aged male voice came through the line. Bad news. You must leave the camp town immediately. ZZZZZZZ. The call was jammed and cut off. Boom. Terrifying miasma surged forth from the cloud miasma wasteland, engulfing the entire camp town in an instant. P.S. This chapter concludes the arc. Chapter 112, Thrilling. Base Raid. The cloud miasma wasteland tomb, untouched for centuries, unleashed a torrent of dense miasma that swept over the camp town like an avalanche. In an instant, it engulfed the camp town. But in the blink of an eye, the invading miasma receded like a tide, gathering once more within the distant cloud miasma barren tomb. The only difference was, under the sunlight, the once bustling and crowded camp town was deserted. The cloud-mired wasteland tomb, 10 meters below ground. An empty subterranean chamber lay before them, devoid of any vegetation. Rough sandstone walls were exposed all around, revealing distinct layers of rock formations. Within the subterranean cavern. Towering within this cavern were the colossal vertebrae of unidentified creatures, their upper ends modified into tray-like receptacles. Upon each of these tray surfaces lay the severed heads of other cultists from the heretical god cult. A small hole pierced the center of each tray. Blood flowed through the hole onto the giant vertebrae, transformed by a strange force into countless blood-red runes the size of flies. These runes then flowed across the floor, intertwining to form a vast circular magic array. Each severed head was oriented to face the center of the array. There, a massive, jet-black tumor had grown from the earth. Earthworm-like blood vessels crawled across its surface, resembling an embryo that pulsed like a heart from time to time. Surrounding it lay countless headless corpses, all cultists. Vessel-like tentacles branched from the blackened mass, burrowing into the corpses to feed on their flesh and blood. Eerily, after draining each corpse, a pair of tiny hands sprouted from the mass. By now, the entire mass was covered in a dense forest of tiny hands, all frantically reaching toward the sky enough to trigger a severe case of trypophobia. Beside it stood a massive altar, 3 tiers high. A blood pool was carved into its upper section. The blood churned violently. Faceless disciples continuously carried corpses of ordinary beast masters, tossing them into the blood pool. The bodies instantly dissolved into blood, releasing a potent essence of pure spiritual energy. A towering figure stood atop a stone pillar within this space, eyes lowered, watching the faceless disciples transporting corpses below. His form was no longer human. A serpentine head bore pale green vertical pupils, a forked tongue flickering from its mouth. Bat-like demon wings sprouted from his back, while goat horns protruded from his skull. Beneath its skin, deep purple blood pulsed through its veins. He appeared as a hellish demon emerged from the abyssal ecosystem. Leader of the 9th Legion, faceless cult. Near monarch rank. Compared to his human form, he preferred maintaining his faceless disciple appearance, for it meant he could remain eternally united with his beloved beast companion. Suddenly, his form vanished, instantly materializing behind a faceless disciple who couldn't resist stealing a heart and devouring the spiritual essence of a corpse. A massive hand descended over the creature's head. Leader, spare. The plea choked in his throat as his skull was crushed. His headless torso collapsed to the ground. The faceless cult leader spoke, his voice like nails scraping a blackboard, piercingly shrill yet resonating like a great bell. Not enough. Far from enough. We need more beast tamer corpses as offerings. I briefly used the 1,000-handed Micah as a conduit to seize control of the Cloud Miasma ruins, pulling every beast master from the camp and town outside into this place. They're all isolated now. Bring me more beast masters. Yes. As the other faceless disciples departed, the leader of the faceless disciples approached the great flesh tumor, greed burning in his eyes. Earlier, using the 1,000-handed Micah egg as a medium, he had briefly controlled the entire cloud-mired ruined tomb. That absolute control had intoxicated him. The misty tomb was formed from the remains of the once vanquished 1,000-handed Micah. The 1,000-handed Micah hatchling was its life's continuation, granting him absolute dominion over it. Just as Little Squid had gained the power of the moon at the Moonlight Ruins, he could now freely teleport others away. Soon, my darling. You'll be born soon, and I'll be able to bind you to me. Soon, you'll become my 4th beloved beast companion, fused with me, never to be separated. A twisted grin spread across his face. Then, I won't just advance from quasi-king to king tier. I'll transform the entire Cloud Miasma Wasteland tomb into my domain. Such vast territory will propel me directly into the peerless heavenly king tier of the sovereign rank. I will unite all faceless brigades and become the Grand Archbishop of the faceless cult. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. And the alchemist order, it was you who took the remaining forbidden knowledge from the great temple of the formless archdemon, leaving our faceless disciples' forbidden legacy incomplete. Soon. I will come for you. Run. Keep running. Hurry up. If you can escape, I'll let you go. 2 maskless disciples strolled leisurely through the dense forest. One had transformed both hands into avian wings. The other was covered in sharp spines like a hedgehog. They watched with mocking amusement as the panicked human beastmasters fled in the distance. The hedgehog-like faceless one plucked several quills from its body. His muscles bulged violently, then he flicked them away. Whoosh! The whistling sound cut through the air, accompanied by agonized screams. The human's limbs were pierced by the quills, pinning them to the ground. Regrettably, your escape attempt has failed. I shall now take your lives. Just as it prepared to deliver the final blow, a razor-sharp thread reflected in the air, instantly severing their heads from their bodies. Find a place to hide yourselves. Chen gave his instructions before vanishing once more with Little Squid. An hour had passed since they were swept into the cloud-mired wasteland. This marked the 20th group of people he had rescued. All those swept into the miasma had been scattered to different locations. This felt somewhat akin to entering the Moonwatch ruins. When entering the moonlit ruins, everyone had also been teleported to different locations. This signaled the imminent emergence of the 1,000-handed Micah cub. The faceless disciple leader had harnessed some power to temporarily control the cub, thereby seizing dominion over the cloud-mired ruins. The fact that they were still relentlessly hunting down beast tamers meant the sacrificial ritual hadn't begun yet.
Lu Chen knew he had to hurry.
If the faceless disciple leader initiated the sacrifice ritual and merged with the thousand-handed mica cub, all their efforts would be for naught.
Moreover, he had to find Lu Yorong.
The Pakong ball containing the magic mirror doll was with Lu Yorong,
the masked cult's leader, a quasi-monarch tier being.
Without the magic mirror doll in hand, he feared he wouldn't be able to seize it.
As for the safety of Bai Yan and the others, Lu Chen wasn't worried. Lu Yorong possesses the Pakong ball containing the magic mirror doll. Bai Yan, Bai Chanxian, and Luo Anfei are no ordinary individuals. If they can't win, they can always escape.
Besides, recalling the absurd exploits of the big ice block, even entering the Moonview ruins could net her a free moon spirit.
Who knows? She might even stumble upon some extraordinary fortune.
Like a ghostly apparition, he darted through the shadows, searching for Lu Yorong's figure.
It was during this pursuit. Brute force smash. Boom. Boom. Boom.
The ground ahead caved in layer by layer, sharp stone spikes erupting from beneath. Lu Chen dodged using Little Squid's voidwalk skill.
So you're the one who killed my two subordinates?
This was a faceless one, its entire body encased in thick rock and dripping crimson magma.
Power level. High commander tier. A mere commander tier dares to block my path?
A cold gleam flashed in Lu Chen's eyes as he prepared to eliminate the opponent.
Ice Crystal Phoenix Fox, Ice Phoenix Seal. Ice elemental energy surged in the distance, abruptly coalescing into an ice phoenix in midair.
It roared toward him. All its energy converged upon its three-clawed foot, striking upward with brutal force, crushing down upon the stone-faced disciple.
Boom!
Instantly, the ground beneath him caved in, burying him deep within the earth. Luo Anfei approached with the Ice Crystal Phoenix and Moon Spirit, her eyes imperceptibly scanning Lu Chen from head to toe. Seeing no obvious wounds on his body, a hint of relief flashed in her eyes.
A high commander level opponent is beyond your capabilities. If I hadn't shown up, you might have been in serious trouble this time. Lu Chen was taken aback. What was with that smug tone? The big ice block was unusually talkative today. Have you seen Lu Yorong? No sign of Sister Yorong.
Lu Chen pointed at the stone-faced disciple crawling out of the ground, his face twisted with rage.
Can you handle him? A mere upper commander tier? Simple. She lifted her chin with a hint of pride, a beautiful curve forming at the corners of her mouth. Seeing her, a rebirth stage cultivator, fighting a commander tier opponent must be quite a shock for Lu Chen. Alright, I'll leave it to you. Even Lu Chen would struggle to handle an upper commander tier opponent. Now he had to find Lu Yorong quickly. Ice Crystal Phoenix Fox, Moon Spirit open wide. Lu Chen stuffed the two beast companions with energy crystals imbued with special effects by the Shokyuji pot. You be careful, then. With that, he took off running, leaving Luo Anfei utterly bewildered. Hey, wait. I managed to leapfrog an entire tier from the rebirth stage and defeat a commander tier opponent. Shouldn't you be shocked? Why the hell are you running? Lu Chen continued searching for Lu Yorong. Along the way, he encountered numerous well-organized beast masters dressed in uniform attire, operating with sharp efficiency. They were eliminating faceless disciples and rescuing ordinary beast masters. This clearly looked like a military force. It seemed the third Beastmaster Legion had arrived. The underground cavern reeked of blood. Within the pool of blood, bodies dissolved into liquid blood, their spiritual essence extracted. The pool thickened with multicolored spiritual energy, mingling with the stench of blood. No. No good, Commander. The third Beastmaster Legion has arrived. They're encircling us. Our casualties are heavy. That old dog Jiang Chuanxin has shown up too? The commander of the third Beastmaster Legion is 6-star Beastmaster Monarch who hadn't yet condensed his domain, despite several encounters. Only one of his beast pets had reached the lower sovereign tier. The faceless disciple's leader's eyes flashed with light. Once he initiated the sacrificial ritual, successfully contracted the thousand-handed mica, devoured it, ascended to the sovereign tier, and condensed the cloud-misty wasteland tomb into his sovereign domain. What was there to fear from a mere Jiang Chuanxin? My beloved brothers and sisters, the faceless cult leader addressed all his subordinates. Our flesh and blood still falls short. It is insufficient. I cannot bear to see you risk your lives hunting beastmasters to aid me, only to meet a tragic end at the hands of the Beastmaster Legion. He lamented with heart-wrenching sorrow. Therefore, my beloved subordinates, become part of me. Serve as nourishment for the thousand-handed mica. I shall be with you forever. Ah! Shrieks echoed in succession, then fell silent in an instant. All the faceless disciples were slain by their leader. Their corpses were cast beside the thousand-handed mica egg, where they were absorbed. The leader of the faceless disciples approached the sacrificial altar. His expression solemn, utterly devout. Great formless demon. Eternal form of all beings. Only the opening words were in human language, the rest were obscure, ancient syllables, incomprehensible to all but the most learned.
The prayer was chanted in a sacred, monophonic chant, the voices layered and overlapping like 1,000 tongues speaking as one. Finally, it returned to human speech. This is the hymn of your most devoted servant, this is the precious offering of flesh and blood. Please, partake. I bind the contract, thousand-handed Myca, to become my fourth beast companion.
Grant me your power. In that instant,
the entire sacrificial ritual array activated, releasing forbidden power. The crimson characters engraved upon each bone pillar suddenly blazed with scarlet light. Like crimson mycelium, they spread and slithered across the ground. Soon, they enveloped the entire subterranean cavern like a cocooning web. The power converged upon the faceless leader and the thousand-handed Myca egg upon the altar.
Thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. The Myca egg pulsed with powerful, rhythmic beats. It was about to hatch.
The blood pool was also changing.
Some unseen presence was absorbing the essence within it. In an instant,
the faceless disciple leader felt a blood bond form between himself and the thousand-handed Myca. Just as he had when he was still a beastmaster, possessing his own beastmaster's space. Then, the divine bestowal descended upon the altar.
Simultaneously,
the entire altar's nature transformed, turning into a mass of rotting flesh that writhed ceaselessly. It first engulfed the faceless disciple. Then it spread toward the thousand-handed Myca. He offered no resistance. This was the great gift of the formless great demon, the ability to fuse him and his beast companion into one.
Too late again? Damn it, no chance to steal the chicken.
In the shadows of the underground cavern, Chen peered out, his mind torn as he stared at the inky black tumor.
In the end, he gave up.
It was too dangerous, he was far too close to the faceless chief. He likely wouldn't even have time to react before being killed. Besides, that thing was way too big, the little squid's personal storage couldn't hold it.
If only the magic mirror doll were here. He hadn't found Lu Yurong, nor had he obtained the Pakho ball containing the magic mirror doll.
He felt a bit down, it seemed he wouldn't be able to steal the chicken after all. Just as the rotten flesh was about to devour the thousand-handed Myca egg,
Chen activated the divine eye. Name, subordinate egg.
Description, offspring of the thousand-handed Myca egg. Notes, centuries ago, the totem tier forbidden monster thousand-handed Myca invaded humanity.
Slain by humans, its corpse became the cloud miasma barren tomb.
Totem tier monsters do not perish so easily.
Their power gathered underground after death, seeking to achieve rebirth.
The cunning hair cave, to protect its hidden self, creates a subordinate to appear in the open, serving as a decoy to draw fire. Typically, the mother entity resides beneath the offspring.
Chen froze. Wait. A sub-body. P.S. 2 chapters combined into one.
Another big chapter coming later.
Chapter 113, The Dazed Faceless Disciple Leader, Where's My Mother? Scanning the detailed intel revealed by the divine eye. Chen?
His eyes widened in shock.
This isn't the real thousand-handed Myca egg. He immediately ordered Little Squid to probe underground. Countless spider-like threads extended like probes, burrowing deep into the earth, inch by inch.
Several minutes later, Little Squid let out a soft chirp, informing Chen that 20 meters below the surface.
Chen's eyes flickered.
Shi Tian, envelop us in shadow power to prevent energy fluctuations from leaking when using skills.
Little Squid, void walk. Squeak. Yip.
In a blur, Chen instantly arrived in a perfectly sealed subterranean chamber.
The floor glowed with a jade-like smoothness, as if polished with wax.
The semi-transparent surface radiated countless multicolored energy threads converging toward a single point. The space wasn't large, only about a few dozen square meters, circular in shape. The most striking feature was a peculiar tree growing within the chamber.
It was jet black. The entire tree possessed an exceptionally bizarre form.
Countless hands sprouted from the ground, intertwining and grasping at each other as they extended upward, layered and interwoven to form the tree trunk. The canopy, too, was formed by countless hands. Their palms facing upward, they closed together in a layered, mountainous formation, creating a flower bud.
Countless dreamlike, multicolored threads from beneath the ground converge upon this bizarre tree.
They flowed ceaselessly toward the bud. Chen could sense this was the purest energy. As the energy flowed into the bud, a misty glow within pulsed like a breathing light, flickering on and off, as if nurturing something within.
Hum. A faint tremor.
As if reaching a critical threshold. Like a flower about to bloom, the bud formed by countless overlapping hands. Starting from the outermost layer of arms, each one unfolded outward, layer by layer, unfurling.
Name, Myca egg of 1,000 hands.
Description, the thousand-handed Myca was once a special cloud that gave birth to sentience, transforming into a transcendent being. However, when ascending from the sovereign tier to the totem tier and attempting to comprehend the river of laws in the void, a flaw occurred. The captured essence of the laws carried a trace of a being beyond the dark gods.
It subsequently transformed into a demonic entity. After countless millennia, with the advent of the otherworld, it arrived on Blue Star.
After its demise, its primordial essence remained undispersed, merging into the cloud miasma barren tomb. After centuries of accumulation, it will give birth to a new thousand-handed cloud mother. And it shall return to the world not as a demonic creature but as a transcendent being.
Was this thousand-handed mica not originally a demonic creature? Did it go awry when advancing from sovereign tier to totem tier? Corrupted by a trace of essence from the entity above the evil god? Lu Chen frowned. What were these for? Then, through the system's feedback, he learned that his current realm was insufficient to discern its exalted name. Once known, it might draw its attention. Though his primordial sovereign's spiritual essence could grant immunity, those around him might be implicated. Lu Chen's expression grew grave. Merely knowing its name could draw its attention? Was this the power beyond even the evil gods? Buzz 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 buzz. The incessant trembling sound interrupted Lu Chen's thoughts. Forget it. Who cares about what's above the evil gods? Once I grow stronger, they'll all be punching bags. No whiners here. His gaze refocused on the peculiar bud. Countless hands spread outward in all directions. Finally, the petals fully unfurled, transforming into a lotus pedestal. Upon the lotus pedestal, a black cotton candy lay quietly, curled into a tiny, delicate ball. The instant it was exposed to the air, the earth trembled, and the elemental particles in the air became active, as if offering a salute to the birth of the king. This was the newly born thousand-handed mica. Suddenly, it stretched its body, revealing round eyes and a mouth. It rose into the air. Then it spotted Lu Chen and his two beasts. Tilting its little head, it gazed at them with curiosity, uttering a question from its mouth. Name, young mica. Description, feeds on thunder and shadow energy. Special note, meets the cultivation requirements for Spirit Brightstone Monkey Black God, serving as a stage and bloodline advancement. Must gain its favor. When it offers no resistance, have Qitian infuse the Spirit Brightstone Monkey bloodline into its body to establish a symbiotic contract. Suddenly sensing something, it flew excitedly before Qitian, like a puppy awaiting feeding. Qitian, concentrate thunder energy in your palm. Zzzzzzz. A ball of lightning coalesced in Qitian's palm. Xianqiu Yunmo was wildly excited, gobbling it down in huge bites, its mouth emitting happy little sounds. Now condense the shadow power. A ball of lightning in his left hand, a ball of shadow light in his right. Xianqiu Yunma ate with even greater excitement. Its newly born mind was like a blank sheet of paper. Unlike the terrifying demonic creature glimpsed in the heart-questioning illusion of the trial gate. Instead, it seemed almost adorably clumsy. Lu Chen curiously touched it. Though cloud-like, it possessed a tangible form soft and springy like cotton. After finishing its meal, it grew familiar with Lu Chen and the others, circling around them as it flew. Little one, would you like to follow Qitian from now on? Lu Chen asked. The creature tilted its head in confusion, unsure of the meaning. Join us, and we'll provide food and shelter, plenty of meals. Qitian skillfully gathered lightning and shadow energies in his palm. It nodded vigorously. Clouds were free and never to be enslaved unless fed and housed. Qitian, channel your bloodline power. Qitian placed his hand upon its head. His aura surged forth, and behind him, a vision manifested. A colossal, towering divine monkey appeared as a shadowy form. Suddenly, intense white light enveloped both Qitian and Xianqiu Yunma simultaneously. It lasted for half a minute before abruptly dissipating. The monkey in the cloud appeared unchanged. To Lu Chen, the sensation was profoundly peculiar. Though clearly two distinct beings, yet they seemed to be one and the same. Xianqiu Yunma was an external manifestation of Qitian. Name, Spirit Brightstone Monkey Black God. Power level, upper transcendent stage. Attributes, fire, thunder, shadow. Potential, semi-mythical species tier 3 god tier 3 mythical species. Talents, diamond heart immunity, form intent transformation. Description, capable of merging with thousand-handed mica to enter a new form, granting the ability to ride clouds and mist. Qitian's potential has changed. From a semi-mythical being, he has ascended to a tier 3 mythical being. Does he still possess the ability to fuse with the thousand-handed mica? The thousand-handed mica sensed the blood bond with Qitian. Having just come into being, it instinctively regarded Qitian as its father. Little did it know, it had also altered its own destiny. In its original destined path, although the faceless cult leader had devoured the offspring, this space was located merely 20 meters beneath the leader's position, not far at all. When the leader tested his new power, he caused the ground above to collapse, accidentally uncovering the true form of thousand-handed mica. Then, the mother body was devoured as well. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted overhead, reverberating endlessly through the cavern despite the rock layers that muffled it. Faceless one, die. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Chuanxin, commander of the 3rd Beastmaster Legion, you're too late. The faceless disciple leader laughed heartily. I've already reached the sovereign tier. Watch me slay you today. I'll use your spiritual essence to celebrate my ascension. What followed was a violent collision. The earth shook violently, as if hit by a magnitude 10 earthquake. The terrifying clashes made ears ring with a buzzing hum. The cavern collapsed, sending massive chunks of rock crashing down. Lu Chen had little Squid teleport him away.
Then, using the skill equal to heaven, he dived into the shadows, leaving the cavern space behind and fleeing swiftly.
In the sky,
two figures stood locked in confrontation. A stern-faced, military-uniformed giant Zhang Chuanxin, commander of the Eastern Region's 3rd Beastmaster Legion. His entire body was now enveloped in a fierce golden glow, his form transformed into a humanoid golden divine ox as large as a small mountain. His beast taming talent was also the merge talent. The other was the leader of the faceless disciples.
Both sides had already exchanged blows once.
The cloud-mired wasteland tomb lay in utter disarray, ancient trees collapsed, thorns shattered.
A nearby hillock, slightly closer to their battle, had been bombarded into collapse. Boom! Their combined momentum erupted outward. In an instant, they collided.
At the point of impact, the scene was terrifying. Countless bolts of psychic lightning flashed, and sparks of fire shot out.
Clouds shattered and scattered. Magnetic elemental explosion.
Zhang Chuanxin roared like a bull, his fist enveloped in golden energy. With a single stride, he closed the distance to his opponent. The golden energy surged through the sky, transforming into magnetic tempest force. Wherever it passed, it created magnetic turbulence, even lifting metal objects from the ground and hurling them toward the faceless leader.
The latter remained unflinching.
Countless pitch-black arms erupted from his body, twisting and coiling like ropes to envelop his original fists. Then, with equal ferocity, he countered with a punch of his own.
Boom! The explosive roar echoed. Countless people were deafened instantly, their eardrums shattered as a shockwave swept out in all directions. Those with weaker constitutions were knocked unconscious. Next, all they could see were two beams of light, one black, one gold, constantly colliding, separating, colliding again, and separating once more. Each collision unleashed shattering shockwaves, as if two terrifying monsters were locked in combat.
Amidst this chaos, various energy attacks and shattering residual waves formed one massive crater after another on the ground, sending fragments of rock and mud flying everywhere. The ancient tree was ravaged. This left Lu Chen utterly speechless. It was like watching human nuclear bombs. Though the magic mirror doll was also of the sovereign tier, this was his first time witnessing a full-scale battle between two sovereigns.
This was a sovereign.
In the realm of beast masters, such beings had already transcended the ordinary, reaching a level where they could be called kings.
What was even more terrifying was,
both of these individuals were sovereign tier beings who hadn't even condensed their domain. Just how powerful must Zhang Zhini be, the one hailed as the unrivaled king tier, the heavenly king tier? Ha ha, Zhang Chuanxin, I have fused with the thousand-handed Micah.
This is my turf.
The faceless disciple leader roared with laughter. In their earlier clash, he had dominated Zhang Chuanxin with ease.
You cannot possibly be my match. You lack a domain.
Watch me condense the cloud mists and barren tombs into my domain today.
Countless arms sprouted from its body, its skin turning pitch black.
A strange power radiated outward.
The entire cloud miasma barren tomb trembled violently.
Xiaomu made a sound, its big eyes blinking rapidly as it communicated with Qi Tian.
Xiaomu, the name Lu Chen had given it.
Chirp.
Qi Tian acted as translator, explaining to Lu Chen why the other party's body carried the aura of its offspring. Moreover, Xiaomu couldn't control it.
The offspring had split off, formed from the essence of ancient demons within the cloud-mired wasteland tomb, hence its eerie nature. Once detached from the mother's control, it would quickly dissipate and vanish.
Lu Chen's expression turned utterly peculiar. So it won't last long? Sure enough. Impossible.
The faceless leader's expression twisted in horror as he roared in terror. His power steadily waned and shrank. The countless arms covering his entire body dissolved into black mist and vanished into the air. Soon, he plummeted to the quasi-kingly rank.
Impossible. Fake. This is a fake thousand-handed Micah?
He suddenly broke free from Zhang Chuanxin, spreading his wings to soar above the underground cavern.
Energy coalesced into a beam, shattering the underground cavern.
It revealed a molten cavern space below, where he saw the empty thousand-hand lotus platform. Through his vertical pupils, he perceived other energies present within this molten cavern.
Thunder type, shadow type. This means someone has been in this molten cavern.
Who? Who stole my thousand-hand Micah? He roared to the heavens.
Zhang Chuanxin was utterly baffled.
It seemed a slip-up had occurred. Enough with the details, he closed in, kicking a man when he's down. The faceless disciple leader struggled to resist, forced back step by step. You forced my hand. You forced my hand.
I'll drag you down with me even if I die.
The faceless leader's fury erupted, unleashing a torrent of energy that sent dust flying into the air.
Zhang Chuanxin's expression turned grim. Was he going all out? He mobilized his strength, preparing to defend.
The faceless leader roared, channeling a massive beam of energy that slammed into the densest crowd in the distance. Simultaneously, he flapped the bat like wings on his back, transforming into a streak of light as he fled in another direction.
He escaped.
Zhang Chuanxin abandoned pursuit, choosing instead to block the energy attack to prevent casualties. Lu Chen had also found Lu Yorong and the others by now, having recalled Qi Tian into his beast taming space. Notably, Chen Shou Yunma could also be stored inside, without occupying his contract slot.
Finally found you. Where'd you run off to? Lu Yorong exhaled in relief. He retrieved the pet ball from Lu Yorong's bag.
It had never been used.
It seemed Lu Yorong hadn't encountered any danger.
His instruction to the magic mirror doll had been clear: do not reveal itself unless Lu Yorong was in danger. Watching the faceless leader flee, his eyes flickered.
He considered shouting for the magic mirror doll to kill the enemy. After pondering for a moment, he abandoned the idea. Low profile.
The thrill of lurking in the shadows as the sixth man was precisely what he relished most.
Releasing the magic mirror doll would expose his trump card in plain sight. Besides, the faceless leader had just bellowed, "Who stole my thousand-handed mica?" Then, a bunch of people would probably suspect him. The man is innocent, but the jade is guilty. Then even the cultists might start watching me.
Once the storm passes, I'll just claim the thousand-hand mica is my cloud beast pet. Besides, it bears no resemblance to the legendary thousand-handed mica anyway.
Ha 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 ha. Looks like the faceless cultist's body is failing him. Bai Yan roared with laughter. Such a weakling.
Once I ascend to the sovereign tier, I'll crush him. Only Luo Anfei flashed with doubt. Her intuition told her that the masked disciple leader's physical problems were undoubtedly connected to Lu Chen. The moment the thought surfaced, she chuckled to herself. How could that be possible? It was pure fantasy. How could a rebirth stage cultivator possibly scheme against a quasi-king stage? Forget a quasi-king tier, even scheming against a sovereign tier would be impossible. Under the aura of a sovereign, one would be powerfully suppressed. Lu Chen's strength, at best, might allow him to fight a lower-tier commander stage opponent across tiers. She lifted her chin proudly. But she was different. She could take on even a high-tier commander among the Night Watch. Chapter 114, Ice Spirit's Cold Flame, Strange Seed. Boom! After Jiang Chuanxin, commander of the 3rd Beastmaster Legion, intercepted the energy beam fired by the faceless disciple leader, he transformed into a golden streak of light, pursuing the direction the faceless cult leader fled. And so, the battle between the two sovereign-tier beastmasters came to an end. Earlier, the collision of their momentum and combat had unleashed shockwaves and energy rings that blew away the miasma, creating a miasma-free vacuum zone. Now, the dense miasma swirled back in, filling the void. The entire cloud miasma barren tomb was once again enveloped by endless miasma, obscuring the sky from view. Scattered survivors, dotted like stars across the desolate tomb, began emerging from the miasma zone. Long-awaited sunlight washed over their faces as they returned to the camp town. A weight lifted from their hearts. The crisis averted, safety at last, their taut nerves relaxed and the adrenaline receded. Emotional exhaustion washed over them like a tidal wave, overwhelming body and mind in an instant. Some collapsed onto the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Others wept tears of joy at having survived the ordeal. Others wailed in anguish toward the direction of the cloud-mired ruins. Their family members and dear friends had tragically perished within. These were ordinary people. The camp town was filled with ordinary folk, shop cashiers and sales assistants. This was their first encounter with such a horrific event, their first direct exposure to the brutal reality of the Beastmaster world. All injured persons, come forward for treatment according to the severity of your wounds. Soldiers of the 3rd Beastmaster Legion, clad in regulation uniforms, efficiently managed the aftermath. Lu Chen and his companions found themselves with rare moments of respite. That hot-blooded fool Bai Yan was animatedly recounting his heroic deeds, how many ferocious beasts he'd slain and how many masked disciples of the commander rank he'd taken down. He was comparing himself to others, inquiring about their battle records. Of course, his main focus was Lu Chen. "Ha! You're no good killing so few," he gloated after hearing Lu Chen's tally. Lu Chen rolled his eyes. What a blockhead. Luo Anfei's beautiful eyes were fixed on Lu Chen, as if she wanted to say something but held back. When Lu Chen had left her alone to face the high commander tier foe, he'd stuffed jelly-like food into the mouths of the Ice Crystal Phoenix Fox and the Moon Spirit. She observed that during the battle, their injuries healed at an alarming rate. After the battle, they emerged unscathed. She had never encountered such a substance in her previous life. She lifted her gaze to the Bai siblings but chose not to ask directly. Instead, she picked up her phone. "Big Ice Chunk, what did you feed Ice Treasure and Moon Treasure back then?" Lu Chen stared at the message popping up on her phone. He instinctively looked up, meeting Luo Anfei's gaze. Seeing the hint of disbelief in her eyes, the little devil inside Lu Chen crossed his arms and laughed heartily. Even the big ice block couldn't resist asking. The energy crystals with their special buff effects were indeed awesome. He typed his reply, "Hey, I'm a senior cultivator after all. Having some exclusive magic potions is perfectly normal, right? I don't have many on hand now, but once I make more, I'll give you some." Big ice block, oh. Noticing Lu Chen addressed it as you rather than you all. Luo Anfei's brows lifted slightly. 1 hour later. A golden streak of light flew toward the 3rd Beastmaster Legion's temporary encampment. Not long after, a Beastmaster warrior approached them. "Gentlemen, the Legion commander requests your presence." Soon, they arrived at the Legion commander's tent. Previously, Jiang Chuanxin had always been fused with his beast companion, so Lu Chen saw his true appearance for the first time. He appeared as a middle-aged man with a resolute, angular face, yet his demeanor exuded an elegant, scholarly grace much like a well-read scholar. Thanks to your timely report, we avoided greater casualties this time. Allowing the enemy to develop unchecked to the sovereign tier and consolidate the entire cloud-mired wasteland tomb into a domain. The consequences would have been unimaginable. He would likely possess combat strength rivaling a heavenly king, which would be a headache indeed. It poses a tremendous threat to all of humanity. A heavenly king defeating an ordinary sovereign is akin to a son defeating his father, a gap comparable to a hegemon defeating a transcendent. From the overlord tier onward, each incremental advancement brings earth-shattering changes. It could be described as traversing a chasm with each step, ascending to a new heaven with every stride. Lu Chen inquired, "What about the leader of the faceless disciples?" "He got away," Jiang Chuanxin replied. "He fused with a beast pet, a demonic type from the abyssal branch, and used the blood demon disintegration technique to escape. Unless he manifests a domain, transforming a realm into his own, there's nothing we can do about him. But using that technique will leave him exhausted for years." "A domain? Transforming a realm into one's own? Is this the mystery of the sovereign tier?" Lu Chen heard about it for the first time. Even the Myth Bureau's communicator database held no detailed information on the sovereign tier. It merely stated that each sovereign tier cultivator followed a distinct path. Jiang Chuanxin wore an admiring expression. "You're quite something, kid. Finally meeting you today as senior cultivator, the first night watcher invited by King Zheng to join the 10th pillar." "Huh?" Lu Chen was puzzled. How did this man know so much about him? "That brute Zhao Kongcheng is the commander of my 3rd Beastmaster Legion." Lu Chen suddenly understood. So that was the connection. Wait a minute? Bai Yan was dumbfounded, pointing at Lu Chen. Advanced breeder? You didn't know? Bai Yan. A senior breeder this young? Impossible. I don't believe it. Jiang Chuanxin patted Lu Chen on the shoulder. "When you have time, show this to my soldiers. They've been having some trouble breeding their beast companions." "No problem." Lu Chen then began demonstrating his skills at the temporary camp. "Your blazing roar lion's flame breathing organ shows pathological lesions. During its juvenile stage, did it engage in combat with a grass-type beast pet? Spore dust likely infiltrated its flame breathing organ. It failed to evolve once? For a spray chicken to evolve into a water arrow battle chicken, besides accumulating sufficient elemental energy, you also need to master the fighting type move Iron Mountain Collision to expert level. Because the water arrow battle chicken possesses both water and fighting types. Is the base type move of the fanged water crocodile less powerful than its non-base type moves? Its foundation is damaged. Restore it with this related medicinal formula." "Ha? Impotence? I can't fix human problems either. I'm a breeder. Next." Bai Yan stared in disbelief as Lu Chen effortlessly resolved one difficult case after another for the beast warriors. Several even witnessed their beast companions evolve under his guidance. His mind reeled. Holy! Lu Chen really is a high-level breeder. Is he even human? Within a few hours, Lu Chen had resolved every issue. He also provided follow-up breeding plans tailored to the unique characteristics of their individual pets. "Thank you, Master Lu." He was instantly showered with gratitude by the crowd. Of course, there were only about 100 people present. A Beastmaster Legion numbered nearly 10,000, and Jiang Chuanxin naturally couldn't bring them all. He had only brought over 100 Beastmaster soldiers. And these were all handpicked by Jiang Chuanxin, cases too complex for their own Beastmaster Legion to handle. They came specifically to fleece Lu Chen. Of course, they weren't freeloading. Proper compensation was essential. No need for thanks. He handed Lu Chen a tablet. "These are items captured by our 3rd Beastmaster Legion on the front lines. Choose anything worth around 5,000 military merit points. Ice Spirit Cold Flame 200k merit points. Trait Treasure, a product of the Ice Demon Abyss Realm. Only one can be condensed every 100 years. As a heavenly fire, it grants ice-type abilities to fire-type beast pets. Hyperspeed Regeneration 150k merit points. Trait Relic, an advanced trait relic. Infusing it into any beast pet grants them the Hyperspeed Regeneration trait. Paralyzing Thunder Sac 6-star material 80k, the energy reservoir of a sovereign tier thunder beast. Enhances the foundational power of lightning-type beast pets, improves elemental mastery, and increases their success rate in ascending to the sovereign tier. Nothing but good stuff catches the eye. Staring at that string of zeros, Jiang Chuanxin's voice whispered like a demon's temptation, "Don't worry. Come visit our 3rd Beastmaster Legion more often. I'll settle your military merits." Lu Chen. Damn it, so that's what he had in mind. He quickly checked the display range, 5,000 military merits. Rotten Plant Soil 3-star material 500, enhances grass-type beast pets at the metamorphosis stage or below, accelerating their growth and hastening the maturation of spirit plants. Lantern Nightmare's Hardcore 4-star material 1000, the Eye of the Undead type, Commander tier creature Lantern Nightmare, usable as an evolution material.
1000 points seems like quite a lot.
Exchange for items corresponding to the rebirth stage, allowing you to obtain over a dozen items. Exchanging 4 Commander tier items allows for 5-6 types. Exchanging for Overlord tier items is unaffordable, only broken Overlord tier materials can be obtained. Complete Overlord tier materials require 30,000 military merits. Chen was sifting through the options when suddenly, his gaze halted, lingering on the image of a particular item. A peculiar seed. Its shape bore an uncanny resemblance to the seed of the eternal divine tree he had once snatched from Quang Banghong.
What is this? I don't know.
The Third Legion's history stretches back hundreds of years. This treasury has been accumulated over generations. Jiang Chuangxin said, "Let me take a look."
Got it. This was discovered on an altar during the conquest of a secret realm.
The object enshrined there belonged to the realm's strongest creature, an upper sovereign tier being. It's classified as a 5-star Overlord tier material, likely the seed of some extraordinary plant.
Since all attempts to germinate it failed, it's classified as a dead seed.
It might greatly benefit plant-type beast pets, hence its rating, broken 5-star material, 5,000 military merit.
Chen declared, then it's decided. Are you sure? My cultivator's intuition tells me this will be useful to me.
Alright, I'll mail it to the ancient capital once I return to headquarters.
There was nothing else to be done here. Chen and his companions prepared to take their leave.
The first mission of the 10th pillar had been flawlessly accomplished.
But just then, a large group arrived in force. It was Luo, the president of the Beastmaster Association of Baidai City.
He had hurried here with his entourage.
Commander Jiang, what's the situation?
Fortunately, the 10th pillar night watchman relayed the message in time, preventing a major disaster. Jiang Chuangxin gave Luo a dismissive glance. He had, of course, heard about the other party forming some night watchmen.
He scoffed inwardly. Night watchmen, huh?
They only showed up on the battlefield after the fighting had ended. Had they been investigating, that faceless bandit leader would likely have advanced to Heavenly King rank and slaughtered their way to their very doorstep before they even knew what hit them. Luo felt a bit awkward. They had pursued the wrong lead.
Following the trail they'd uncovered, they thought they'd caught the big rat.
Little did they know they'd only uncovered a bunch of insignificant, fallen beastmasters who hadn't even joined the demon cult. That's why they didn't take the Yunzan Wasteland Tomb incident seriously, sending only a few people to investigate. They had to salvage their reputation. Otherwise, his night watchman would truly become a laughingstock. He snorted coldly, glaring at Chen and the others as he began shifting blame.
You investigated the situation thoroughly, why didn't you report it to us? What ranks are you lot? 1 Commander tier, 3 Reborn tier, 1 Elite tier, what could you possibly accomplish? Had you reported to me, I would have led the night watchman here. The casualties wouldn't have been so heavy, and the losses could have been minimized. Likewise, with my quasi-monarch tier strength, combined with Legion Commander Jiang Chuangxin, we could have captured the faceless disciple leader. He was completely absolving himself of any responsibility. Are your night watchmen that formidable? Chen asked indifferently. They're not going to lose to you guys, are they?
They're participating in the Night's Watch selection, their chances of passing are more than sufficient. He'd looked into it, no one ever chose the 10th pillar in the Night's Watch trials. Those who participated were ordinary Night's Watch recruits. Even the night watchmen under his command could pass the selection. The true core seeds were specially invited to join the Night's Watch long before the trials. These few couldn't possibly be core seeds. If ordinary Night's Watchmen didn't join the 10th pillar, how could those prodigies possibly join? They had no resources, no manpower.
Had they lost their minds? Chen showed no mercy, repeatedly pushing his luck. A mere quasi-monarch? Believe it or not, tonight I'll have the magic mirror dolls finish you off.
He turned his head to glance at the night watchman behind Luo, a sneer playing on his lips.
Then, his expression hardened instantly. Want to fight? Chapter 115, Night Watchman? That's it? Crushing as if sweeping away rotten wood. Hearing Chen's words,
Luo's already narrow eyes flashed with a sharp gleam. He thought to himself, they've taken the bait. These youngsters truly couldn't keep their cool one provocation and they take the bait. Then I humbly request your guidance, he said with a sly smile, like a fox triumphant in its cunning scheme. Once he defeated these night watchmen before him. With his covert manipulation and the fact that the 10th pillar currently had only a handful of members. Perhaps in the Eastern Realm, the watchmen could legitimately replace the Night Watch. Then, under the witness of Colonel Jiang, let us engage in a sparring match between equals. Agreed. Jiang Chuangxin folded his arms, anticipating a spectacle. Someone like Jiang Zhini, a prodigy who had invited him to join the Night Watch, couldn't possibly be a simple character. Never mind that Chen was a high-level cultivator. Just in terms of combat prowess, he'd heard from Zhao Kongcheng that Chen had single-handedly killed someone at the half-step overlord stage. Such peerless combat prowess made him a younger version of Jiang Zhini. Unfortunately, there was no way to bring in the Beastmaster Legion. This prodigy belonged to Jiang Zhini.
They arrived at an open area within the camp, designated as the combat zone. The combat rules stipulated battles between opponents of the same rank. The night watchman behind Yin Lu all stared coldly at Lu Chen and his 4 companions, their battle intent palpable. Let's start with the elite tier. Ran, step forward. A woman stepped out of the night watchman's formation onto the battlefield. Let's fight. This should be interesting. Na Ran is the strongest among our elite tier. She can even defeat ordinary Transcendence tier beast masters from the outside world. The elite tier opponent over there must be that woman. She looks like a mature beauty, but she's at least 28 years old. Reaching elite tier at this age? Do the Night Watch even recruit such mediocre talent? Amidst the murmurs, Lu Yorong took a deep breath. Her eyes showed no fear as she stepped onto the battlefield. Naren summoned her beast companion. She too had only contracted one. A massive, pitch-black spider with a human-like face on its back. Venomous Black Widow. Poison type. Lu Yorong released her spiritual energy, weaving it into a summoning array. The Moonlight Star Spirit appeared. What element is this? Elemental? Holy crap, no, it's light type. Light element? We have light element in Great Xia? Isn't that exclusive to Western nations? Jiang Chuanxin was astonished. Truly worthy of being a night watch under Jiang Zhenyi's command. Talent abounds here. He seemed like the weakest one. But light element? Even in the West, it's considered a rare element. Interesting. Jiang Chuanxin acted as referee, bellowing, battle begins. Moonlight Star Spirit, Light Wave. Venomous Black Widow, Venom Shockwave. Lu Yorong commenced his first battle against a Beastmaster. As the battle commenced, Lu Yorong's lack of combat experience and decisiveness in command certainly couldn't match his opponent's seasoned expertise. But, as a light-type Pokemon, Moonlight Star Spirit could use Holy Light Purification to neutralize toxins. The opponent's poison-type moves were rendered useless. As for physical attacks, they were even less effective. Lunar Star Spirit was, after all, an elemental creature. Physical attacks inflict negligible damage upon it. Full Moon Slash. A crescent moon blossomed across the sky, then descended with crushing force, slashing the poisonous Black Widow's back. A piercing scream echoed as blood spattered violently. The highly corrosive venom hadn't even dispersed before being neutralized and purified by the Moonlight Star Spirit's light element energy. The immense force caused its 16 spider legs to fail, and its abdomen slammed heavily onto the ground. Poisonous Black Widow, get up, its Beastmaster shouted frantically. The Dark Widow's 16 legs trembled as it shakily attempted to rise. Halfway up, it collapsed again, its limbs limp around its body. Its eyes rolled back, and it had already lost consciousness. Yes. Lu Yorong jumped up in delight. Her first battle as a Beastmaster ended in a perfect victory. So, what do you think? As the future Lord of the Heavens, am I impressive or what? She couldn't help but gloat. Lu Chen rolled his eyes. If he'd been commanding the Moonlight Star Spirit, the opponent would have lost ages ago. Even with overwhelming attribute and racial advantages, they'd still dragged this out for so long. He didn't want to dampen Lu Yorong's enthusiasm, so he half-heartedly replied, impressive. Awesome, awesome. After the first battle loss, Yin Li's face darkened. Yet deep down, he felt a sense of relief. The enemy really wasn't that strong after all. Even with attribute suppression, it took this long to end the fight. He continued, next up is the rebirth stage. Commander Zhang's time is precious. Since all 3 of you are at the rebirth stage, how about a 3v3 match? This Yin Lu really likes standing on the moral high ground. Clearly wanting a 3v3 himself, he put on an act of considering Jiang Chuanxin and not wanting to waste his time. Whatever you say, Lu Chen shrugged. 1v1 or 3v3? The outcome would be the same either way. Bai Yan, Luo Anfei, and Lu Chen arrived at the combat arena. Go! Go, Lu Chen! Go! 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 Go, Master Lu! The surrounding Beastmaster Legion warriors cheered for Lu Chen as he entered the fray. Specialization has its place. Breeders generally aren't known for their combat prowess. Some shouted anxiously at Bai Yan and Luo Anfei, you two better step up. Yin Lu frowned. Why did these Beastmaster Legion soldiers seem so familiar to him? Never mind. This battle is as good as won. No surprises. Yin Lu immediately called out 3 men to step forward. Lu Chen didn't bother to catch their specific names. It didn't matter, they were mere supporting characters, unworthy of his memory. The only thing that surprised him slightly was this. The 3 individuals before him looked exactly alike. Triplets. No wonder they proposed a 3v3 match, they had this plan all along. The triplets' coordination was undoubtedly seamless. The triplets summoned their beast pets. Transcendent stage beast masters, except for those who follow specific paths. Each of them possessed nearly 2 beast companions, totaling 6 among the 3 of them. Lu Chen's gaze swept over the 6 beast pets. Interesting. They're all pets capable of coordinating with each other. Add to that the fact they're triplets, sharing a telepathic bond. Their coordinated offense and defense, their mutual command, would make them a formidable challenge. Yin Lu flashed a confident smile. This battle was theirs for the taking. The brothers were so in sync they could anticipate each other's moves without a word. But the next second, he froze in shock. Because words came from Lu Chen's side. Bai Yan, a hot-blooded loudmouth, had long resented Yin Lu. Cracking his knuckles with a loud pop, he glared at the triplets across from him. He addressed Lu Chen, "I've been itching for this for ages. You better not get involved. With so many people watching, it'd be a shame not to show off. Wasn't this the perfect moment to flex?" If Lu Chen were to step in, he knew without a doubt he'd just become the supporting act again. So he couldn't let Lu Chen fight. "I can handle this alone. If anyone's going in, let Luo Anfei join me." Luo Anfei wouldn't be able to steal his spotlight. Luo Anfei spoke coldly, "They're too weak. You handle them alone." Fine. Bai Yan was overjoyed. This way, all the glory would be his alone. 3 minutes. If it's not settled by then, I'll take over. With that, Lu Chen sat cross-legged on the ground. 3 minutes? You need 3 minutes to handle opponents at the same cultivation level? Who do you think you're looking down on? Whoosh! An uproar erupted. One person facing 3 opponents of equal rank simultaneously? Are you out of your mind? What kind of joke is this? Jiang Chuangxin's voice boomed like a great bell. Battle begins. The triplets across the arena seethed with rage to be so blatantly underestimated. How dare you? Don't think joining the Night Watch makes you special. If we took the Night Watch trials, we'd pass in minutes. We're geniuses no less than the Night Watch, the triplets shouted in unison. Geniuses? Bai Yan stepped toward them, crimson spiritual energy surging from him. His hair stirred without wind, his robes billowing. His voice echoed, elemental synchronization, cover. Endless mercury gushed from his nostrils and mouth, instantly enveloping him and transforming him into a mercury man. He extended his hand, gathering the excess mercury into a silver-hued, blunt blade. Watch closely, this strike will be spectacular. The echo lingered in the air. The next second, his form vanished instantly. A powerful gust of wind swept across the arena. In the blink of an eye, Bai Yan reappeared in his original spot, walking step by step toward Lu Chen without looking back. The mercury tide receded from his body, coalescing into the form of a mercury elemental spirit. Hands clasped behind his back, he tilted his head back at a 40-degree angle to gaze skyward, his back to the crowd. His voice was cool and detached as he declared, "Done. In front of this great Bai Yan, do you even have the right to call yourselves geniuses like me?" As the words fell, Six jets of blood spurted high into the air. The triplets' 6 beast pets let out agonized cries and collapsed onto the ground. Severely wounded, they lost consciousness. The entire arena fell silent. After a long moment, it erupted in uproar. Everyone's eyes widened. Holy! Fighting 3 opponents of equal level alone? No, to be precise, fighting 6 alone. Bai Yan used only 1 beast pet. He effortlessly took down 6 opponents in an instant. Is this the Night Watchman? Hisses. Bai Yan stood with his back to the crowd, but his face contorted in pain. He whispered to the silver elemental spirit, "Little Silver, help me up. I just unleashed power beyond my physical limits." My leg muscles snapped. But it was worth it. Showboating success. Lu Chen. This guy must be a complete idiot. Yin Li's Night Watchman froze in place, frozen in dead silence, unable to believe what they'd witnessed. The triplet brothers who could team up to take on 2 commander-tier beast masters. Instantly wiped out. So that means this Bai Yan can defy commandant-tier opponents with just rebirth-tier power. My turn. Bai Qianshan stepped forward, blue threads of spirit energy exclusive to the commander-tier emerging from her body. A summoning array materialized, revealing a phantom figure behind her, an upside-down scarecrow radiating black light that enveloped her. Her naturally innocent and adorable demeanor now carried an eerie, sinister quality. The scarecrow's eyes were 2 pitch black voids. Beyond those eyes, it possessed no other facial features, no nose, mouth, or ears. Yet, everyone felt a bone-chilling sensation. The scarecrow seemed to be smiling. An ominous aura permeated the air. Cursed system. Goosebumps erupted on everyone's skin, their scalps tingling. The most bizarre of all, the curse element. What's wrong with these Night Watchmen? Light type, elemental type, curse type. 2 still hadn't made their move. Could they also possess rare attributes? No one stepped forward for a long time. That aura was terrifying. No one at the commander rank could be her match. The curse system is bizarre too. It can even curse others into impotence. Seeing no one stepping forward, Jiang Chuangxin wasted no time, announcing the result. The battle is over. President Yin, it seems your Night Watchmen have lost. Night Watch? Is that all? They dare to challenge us? Bai Yan showed no mercy. This bunch of rotten fish and rotten shrimp? If they ran into a faceless disciple, they'd probably be sacrificed as offerings. Yin Li's face flushed crimson with rage. A terrifying aura erupted from him. as if a mountain loomed overhead. A sovereign must not be disgraced. Are you insulting me? You're merely a quasi-sovereign. How dare you call yourself a sovereign? To put it bluntly, you're just a tyrant here. Bai Yan showed no mercy. What? You want to fight? Come on, come on, come on. Knock me out with one punch. He deliberately thrust his head toward Yinluo, adopting a defiant stance that seemed to say, go ahead and kill me. Oh, and my grandfather's name is Bai Whooping. Wonder if you've heard of him. Chapter 116, The Starry Sky's Secret, Sunmmary returns. When Bai Yan mentioned his grandfather was Bai Whooping, Zhang Chuanxin's eyes flickered. It seemed he hadn't misjudged him after all. Earlier, the kid had used the Great Sun Mind Stream's secret art, causing the silver elemental spirit's power to surge beyond what he could handle, resulting in the injury to his leg muscles. So he was the grandson of old Master Bai. That Bai Qianxian must be his granddaughter. That's pretty impressive. Not a single one of Zhang Zhenyi's 5 subordinates is ordinary. Meanwhile, upon hearing Bai Yan mention his grandfather was Bai Whooping, Yin Li's expression changed drastically, his pupils contracting. A name that struck like thunder, the Grandmaster of the Great Sun Dojo, an unrivaled king-tier veteran. His fearsome reputation reverberated throughout the entire Great Xia. And this seemingly dim-witted kid before him was actually his grandson. Yin Li's face was flushed with anger. Attack him? Even if he had 10,000 times the courage, he wouldn't dare. But he hadn't intended to attack the other guy in the first place. He just wanted to intimidate him and make him look foolish. This time, he'd completely lost face. Even with his thick skin and shamelessness, he couldn't bear to stay any longer. Unable even to spit out a threat, he slunk away with his so-called night watchman, tail between his legs. Humph, coward. Can't even handle this? Thought you were some big shot. Bai Yan continued to show off, arms crossed in a superior manner. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. Maybe you shouldn't get so close to Corps Commander Jiang? Ever since he made his threats, the guy had been steadily edging closer to Zhang Chuanxin. Ahem, Bai Yan hobbled, it's not that I'm afraid this guy has no brain. What if his rage overrides his reason and he actually attacks me? Ouch, ouch, ouch. My Achilles tendon snapped. Where are your healing-type beast masters, Colonel Jiang? You're such a moron. Lu Chen was speechless. To show off like this was just ridiculous. If they really got into a life-or-death fight, with his Achilles tendon torn, wouldn't he be completely defenseless? Just tell me, was that / cool or what? If it was, that's all that matters. Watching Bai Yan and Lu Chen banter, Zhang Chuanxin burst into hearty laughter. He sighed, youth is truly wonderful. Luo Anfei's gaze lingered briefly on Bai Qianxian and Bai Yan. Truly, they were siblings worthy of the Bai name. Their prowess was truly monstrous. Even Bai Yan's earlier move had made her feel a hint of pressure. It was a unique burst technique, combined with the secret art of the Great Sun Mind Stream from the Great Sun Dojo. But that was all it was. She tilted her head slightly, revealing her snow-white, crystal-clear chin. They still weren't her match. With her perspective as the goddess of Luo, she could clearly discern Bai Yan's combat ceiling. He could defeat opponents at the mid-rank commander tier. Without elemental advantages, Bai Yan could hold his own against an upper commander tier opponent using the Great Sun Mind Stream secret art. But she was different. Her Ice Crystal Phoenix Fox could directly defeat an upper commander tier opponent. As for Bai Qianxian, although Luo Anfei could defeat commanders beyond her own tier, but against a prodigy like Bai Qianxian, a demonic genius at the commander tier, she stands no chance. No big deal, once I advance to her realm, victory will be mine. Moreover, as long as she outperformed Lu Chen in the next comparison and secured substantial system rewards, surpassing Bai Qianxian would be a breeze. As her thoughts raced, Bai Yan's voice snapped her back to reality. Lu Chen, when you're free, let's have a match. This time, I shouldn't lose to you so quickly. Luo Anfei? What the hell? You lost to Lu Chen? Yeah. But you have the Great Sun Mind Stream secret art, right? Yeah, I used it. Still couldn't win. Luo Anfei. This was somewhat unexpected. Bai Yan declared proudly, but in a few more days, I'll catch up to Lu Chen. Zhang Chuanxin was astonished. Lu Chen was capable of defeating a half-step overlord who had already manifested an overlord aura. Bai Yan's current combat strength could at best hold back an upper commander tier opponent. How could he be so confident he'd catch up to Lu Chen in a short while? A thought seemed to strike him, and he blurted out, could it be that old Master Bai has completed the Great Sun Mind Stream secret art? Within the sovereign tier circles, it was widely known that the Great Sun Mind Stream secret art was incomplete. Much of its content regarding cultivation paths beyond the sovereign tier remained theoretical constructs. Old Master Bai's breakthrough to the totem tier stemmed precisely from completing the Great Sun Mind Stream secret art. Bai Yan scratched his head. Nope. I've been studying a really awesome technique lately. Then where'd you get the confidence you'll surpass Lu Chen in a few days? He beat a half-step overlord to death. Bai Yan's eyes widened, huh? Luo Anfei? You guys didn't know? I thought the 10th pillar was just the 5 of you. You should be aware. Bai Yan froze in place. Luo Anfei's gaze fixed intently on Lu Chen. Ahem, sheer luck, sheer luck. Lu Chen didn't hide it. Luo Anfei. Her glossy lips parted slightly, her eyes flickering with boundless shock. Her entire being felt dazed. Transcending the rebirth stage to challenge the overlord stage, how was that even possible? Suddenly, a wave of belated shame washed over her. Her mind flashed back to what she'd said to Lu Chen when he unexpectedly encountered the upper commander tier faceless disciple. A high commander tier opponent is beyond your capabilities. If I hadn't appeared, you might have been in danger this time. Instantly, crimson blush spread across her ears. Her heart burned with shame and fury. Oh my god, this is so embarrassing. And a grave realization struck her. The second comparison was less than 20 days away. Could it be she was going to lose again? Bai Yin, who had been frozen in shock, snapped back to reality. His body twisted like a caterpillar. This is a disaster. Lu Chen had outplayed him again. After instantly defeating 6 beast pets of the same level, this comparison made him look like a complete clown. Bai Qianxian's eyes, glistening like rippling water, focused intently on Lu Chen, her gaze as crescent-shaped as the moon. Truly the light of my world. She declined Zhang Chuangxin's kind offer to stay for the meal. The battle between sovereign-tier combatants disturbed the native ferocious beasts within the cloud-mired wasteland tomb, plunging them into a frenzied state. Over the next few days, Lu Chen and his companions assisted in suppressing the beasts of the cloud-mired wasteland tomb. By the 4th day, all matters were finally settled. The roar of the aircraft's engines filled the air. The aircraft ascended, the earth below gradually shrinking. Lu Chen and his companions embarked on their journey back to the ancient capital. This also marked the successful completion of the 10th Pillar Nightwatcher's mission. Due to purchasing tickets too late, their seats were scattered in pairs. Lu Chen and Luo Anfei occupied the very last row at the rear of the cabin. Luo Anfei sat by the window, her head resting against the glass. Today she wore slightly tailored casual attire, accentuating her already tall frame, long legs, a slender waist, and skin as fair as snow. Her silky black hair cascaded over her shoulders like the finest silk. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her face, her profile soft and graceful, her eyes captivating. Paired with her aloof expression and frosty demeanor, she resembled a celestial maiden from a painting, beauty beyond compare. Lu Chen couldn't help but marvel his childhood sweetheart was truly flawless in appearance. In his previous life, she would have been worshipped by legions of otaku, their screens drooling over her as they called her wife. Luo Anfei stared blankly out the window, her eyes flickering with conflict before hardening with resolve. She needed to understand what was going on with Lu Chen. These past few days had left her questioning her existence. Reborn as the Luo goddess, possessing the Ice Crystal Phoenix Fox's skill, celestial frost chill, capable of reaching near ultimate mastery, yet she could only handle upper commander tier opponents. Lately, she'd wake up in the middle of the night, sit bolt upright, and cry out, "Why the hell is that fair? How could Lu Chen defeat a half-step overlord tier opponent? Was there even such a thing as a half-step overlord tier? Commander level was commander level, and overlord level was overlord level. Where the hell does this half-step overlord rank come from? Only when a overlord ascends to the sovereign tier does a quasi-sovereign tier exist at this stage. Moreover, it's not about defeating them, but outright killing them. As long as the differences in a beast companion's innate talent, skill proficiency tier, and elemental mastery level aren't too great. In battles between dominator tier opponents, defeating the other is possible at most, but killing them is exceedingly difficult. She looked at Lu Chen, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. Commander Jiang mentioned you killed a dominator tier opponent. What's the story behind that? Ha 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 ha. Lu Chen laughed inwardly. No wonder Big Ice Block had been distracted these past few days. Seems my exploits have unsettled her after all. Wow, for the Ice Block who is usually as emotionless as a killer to ask about it herself, she must really care. Lu Chen understood that feeling perfectly. It was just like when a top student suddenly gets surpassed by the class dunce. He grinned, but upon seeing the other's gaze gradually turn nuclear levels serious, his wildly curling lips instantly retracted. His face turned solemn. Ahem, alright. He gave Luo Anfei a rough account of what had happened. Luo Anfei's eyes narrowed sharply, especially upon hearing how Zhang Hui had impersonated Professor Su to lure Lu Chen to his place, and then attempted to possess Lu Chen's body. Her jet black hair sifted through the air as an icy chill radiated outward from her. Everyone shivered. Many who had been sleeping were jolted awake by the sudden chill, muttering groggily for the flight attendant to turn up the air conditioning. And then? Luo Anfei inquired. Soul possession. A race in the starry skies possessed this ability, capable of inflicting irreversible damage on a target's soul. Was Luo Chen's soul unharmed? He's fine. What could possibly happen to me? His soul stealing failed. Lu Chen was surprised. The Ice Queen was cold on the outside but kind at heart. Her first reaction was actually to check if he was okay. Oh. Her voice was cool and detached as spiritual energy gathered within her body. Don't misunderstand. I only lost control of my power when I heard you say Professor Su had died. After all, I met him several times. He was a good man. Lu Chen. Alright. Guess I was just overthinking things again. Soon, Luo Anfei learned the entire sequence of events. Yeah, that's how it went. His power wasn't complete. He didn't have many extraordinary organs fused into his body, so he could only use psychic abilities. Plus, he didn't have a beast companion. Shi Tian and I teamed up with Little Squid to take him down. So he wasn't truly Dominator tier. If we had to rank him, he'd be somewhere between Commander tier and Dominator tier. Luo Anfei nodded, feeling a huge weight lift from her chest. So that's how it was. She rolled her eyes. Lu Chen was just throwing around titles. Calling him a half-step overlord was way off. This guy was at best a peak upper rebirth stage. Even if the Ice Crystal Fox and Moon Spirit had joined forces, they could have handled it. Still, it was surprising enough. It seemed she had underestimated Lu Chen's Little Squid and Shitian after all. Spatial type abilities were indeed troublesome. She resolved to redouble her efforts, otherwise, the next comparison wouldn't end with such a decisive victory. Less than 20 days remained. She silently set her goal, reach the upper commander tier and elevate all her skills by one level. She corrected Lu Chen, only those possessing the aura of a true overlord deserve the title overlord. You don't even qualify as a half-step overlord. Ha! Lu Chen protested, but he has that overlord aura. Luo Anfei? If he has a dominator's aura, how did you kill him? The dominator tier possesses a mental field, commonly known as the overlord aura. All beings below the overlord tier are suppressed by it. This is precisely why it's so difficult to challenge a dominator tier opponent across tiers. My beast taming talent is a bit unique, seems to grant immunity to overlord aura, Lu Chen bluffed casually. Luo Anfei. She was confused. Wasn't Lu Chen's beast taming talent supposed to awaken hidden bloodlines in his pets? How could it also grant immunity to dominator tier auras? Her delicate brows knitted tightly as a possibility dawned on her. Lu Chen's beast taming talent might not be SSS tier after all, it could be Saint tier, just like hers. The talent assessments on Blue Star could only detect up to SSS tier beast mastering talents. Above the holy tier talent, there existed an even higher tier. They were known as god tier talents. Among the myriad races of the cosmos, those possessing divine tier talent were renowned as the cream of the crop. Blue Star also has individuals with divine tier talent. Jiang Zhini. Her time manipulating historical talent is highly likely to be divine tier. But that's not a major issue. In the cosmos, certain special conditions can grant individuals a second beast taming talent. In her previous life, she had fused both talents to transform into a god-tier being. Her gaze was unwavering. No matter what, she would win the second comparison against Lu Chen and secure substantial system rewards. If she couldn't even defeat Lu Chen on Blue Star, how could she ever compete with the celestial geniuses of the myriad races when the next alien invasion arrived and she stepped into the starry skies? Compared to the myriad races of the cosmos, Blue Star was practically a beginner's village. The monsters there were far more ferocious. The forbidden ecosystems there were far more terrifying, not merely called forbidden ecosystems, but bearing a dreadful name. The Forbidden Zone of Life. A terrifying entity whose mere name, whispered in one's mind, draws its gaze. Its rank surpasses even that of a demon god. Hey, no big deal. I can take down a dominator tier monster at my current stage, and you could too. Seeing Luo Anfei remain silent for a long time, Lu Chen cracked a joke, his voice a bit loud. The surrounding seats all heard him. They all turned to stare. How many dishes had she had to get this drunk? When they caught sight of Luo Anfei's breathtaking beauty, many men beat their chests in frustration, their eyes turning red. Damn it! I can talk big too, why don't I have a girl like that? The minor incident passed. As the plane touched down smoothly, Lu Chen and his companions returned to the ancient capital. The temperature difference between Lingnan province and the ancient capital was quite significant. There, it was still short-sleeve weather. Here in the ancient capital, though only a few days had passed, it was already deep autumn, and the air was cold enough to make one's hands and feet numb. Xingyu Beastmaster Academy. Tall trees lining the entrance avenue shed vast quantities of yellow leaves, blanketing the ground. The autumn wind blew, carrying a hint of chill, scattering the yellow leaves in a flurry. So this is the top Beastmaster Academy in the Eastern Realm, Bai Yen remarked, curiously surveying his surroundings. He finally returned to his long-abandoned villa 9527. Ha, dust? Looks like the magic mirror doll was slacking off. Good thing, good thing. I've been telling it to stop being so clean, obsessed, a little messiness is fine. Lu Yorong muttered. It's probably training in the underground practice room. I'll go get it. Lu Chen didn't want to reveal the existence of the pet ball just yet. He descended to the underground training chamber, released the magic mirror doll from the Pakhon ball, and gave it a knowing look. Bari. Back in the living room, ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang outside. Lu Chen opened the door to find a radiant smile blooming before him. Little brother, did you miss me? Chapter 117, Mom, your 3 granddaughters-in-law. Below the villa steps, outside the courtyard gate, a graceful figure stood there. It was Sunmmary, who had been away from the academy for some time, busy with who knows what. She wore a simple yet elegant light-colored dress, tailored to perfection. The waistline was designed to be form-fitting, perfectly accentuating her graceful and curvaceous figure. Bathed in the warm early winter sun, she glowed with a radiant charm, as if she herself were luminous. Seeing Lu Chen open the door, she winked playfully, hands behind her back, leaning forward slightly. Junior, did you miss me? Her nose was straight and elegant, her lips a soft pink, and a faint smile played at the corners of her mouth, radiating the joy of a long-awaited reunion. Her long hair was gently gathered into a low bun, a wisp of cold wind stirring it so that a few strands fell casually across her forehead. She reached up with her delicate hand to tuck them behind her ear, a blend of allure and grace. Her smiling eyes sparkled as they met Lu Chen's, their gaze shimmering with warmth. An air of enchanting, ambiguous allure filled the space. Suddenly, click! A sound echoed. A delivery box had fallen to the ground. The delivery guy wearing the campus pass vest was instantly frozen in place by Sunmmy's force. He really didn't want to deliver to Villa 9527. Every time he came here, he got hit with a critical strike. The owner of Villa 9527 was truly deserving of death. He glared at Lu Chen with bitter resentment. Your package. High-value delivery. Requires your fingerprint to unlock. Oh. Lu Chen snapped back to reality. It must be that strange seed he'd exchanged for military merit points. Jiang Chuanxin had sent it to him. After unlocking the custom metal box with his fingerprint, Lu Chen pulled out a small package. The delivery guy stormed off in indignation. Quit? He absolutely had to quit. I've been back at the family estate these past few days, handling some matters, Sunmmary offered by way of explanation. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't seen Sunmmary or Qin Yanin since the last time she'd had her clothes torn off. She hadn't responded to his messages either. He assumed he'd embarrassed her, which was why she'd been avoiding him. Ahem, about last time, don't dwell on it. The memory instantly flashed through Sunmmy's mind, and her pretty face flushed crimson all the way to her ears, as if she were drunk. She shot Lu Chen a fierce glare. What kind of steel-plated, hopelessly clueless guy was this junior? Lu Chen rubbed his nose, realizing he'd touched a sore spot. Who's that? Seeing Lu Chen hadn't returned after a long while, Lu Yorong quietly peeked out from behind him. Sunmmary? Her brows furrowed as she saw Lu Yorong's face emerge from behind Lu Chen's shoulder. Her features were exquisite, her beauty rivaling her own, a stunningly elegant older woman. The intimate way they were standing, even wearing matching house slippers. Her expression shifted slightly. She'd only been gone for 10 days or so, and this junior had already found someone to move in with? Instantly, a lump formed in her throat, and her eyes darkened. She sighed inwardly. Well then. I wish you happiness. All I need is for you to lift my bloodline curse. She forced a smile. Oh, Lu has a guest at home. Fearing her presence might disturb Lu Chen, she turned to Lu Yorong and explained, don't misunderstand. Deputy Head Qin lent my car to Lu Chen for an errand. I'm just here to retrieve the keys. To avoid any complications in their relationship. She even framed lending the car to Lu Chen as Deputy Housemaster Qin Yanran doing so for official business. If Lu Chen knew what she was thinking, he'd surely roll his eyes repeatedly. Do all these women have such elaborate inner dramas? No wonder Qing Dynasty Palace dramas attract so many female viewers. This is my aunt, Lu Yorong. This is Sunmmary. The sports car that picked you up during your last visit to the ancient capital was hers. Sunmmary? She froze, then suddenly became all sweetness and light, plastering on a sugary smile. Hello, Sister Lu. I'm Sunmmary, Lu Chen's senior. Lu Yorong was dumbfounded. That sports car was actually owned by a wealthy woman? And she was a senior, and so beautiful? What on earth was going on with her nephew? He never had much luck with girls in high school, just Luo Anfei. How come the moment he stepped into university, he was surrounded by beauties? She couldn't help but feel a bit schadenfreude. Would there be a scene inside? Come in, senior. Let me introduce you to some more guests. Lu Chen beckoned her inside. This is the Bai siblings, Bai Qianqian and Bai Yan. This is Sunmmary, a third-year senior at Xingyu Beastmaster Academy. Lu Chen introduced them to each other. Damn it. Bai Yan looked up briefly from munching on snacks. Another woman? See? I told you he was a jerk, right? He whispered pointedly into Bai Qianqian's ear. Then he buried his head back in his snacks. Women? They're no match for snacks. Grandpa's top disciple was a cautionary tale ruined by a woman. No woman in this lifetime. They only slow down my sword drawing speed. In the living room, Lu Yorong, Luo Anfei, Bai Qianqian, Sunmmary. For stunning beauties, each with her own unique charm and aura, made the entire Villa 9527 shine brilliantly, dimming everything else around them. Especially when Luo Anfei, Bai Qianqian, and Sunmmary sat together on the long sofa, a sight to behold. No dramatic showdown unfolded, however.
Lu Yuron, as if possessed, pulled out his phone and snapped a photo. She sent it to her mother Lu Yingying.
The reply came back surprisingly fast. Miserly Lu Yingying, headslap.jpg, how come there are only women? Not a single man in sight? You're 28 years old. Hurry up and find a boyfriend to bring home. Taking so many photos of women, are you coming out of the closet? Lu Yuron automatically ignored it.
She was long used to marriage pressure.
What good were stinking men anyway? The Lu family didn't need her to carry on the family line.
She replied, these are all Lu Chen's friends.
See which one would make a good granddaughter-in-law for you. Miserly ghost Lu Yingying, let me see. That must be little Anfei, right? Never thought she'd be this age already.
She and Xiaochun are childhood sweethearts, after all. But the other two are suitable too. One looks sweet and innocent, the other dignified and refined. This little old lady was agonizing over it like she was selecting a concubine.
Finally, she sent a delighted laughing emoji. Perfect, perfect. They're all perfect. Best to marry them all home.
Best if they graduate so I can hold 3 little great-grandchildren soon. Lu Yuron rolled her eyes. Mom, it's broad daylight, why are you daydreaming already?
Lu Chen and I are just regular friends.
After a few more casual exchanges with her mother, the conversation fizzled out.
Lu Chen's phone rang.
It was the front desk of a place called Starlight Restaurant.
They asked what time Lu Chen could arrive so they could prepare. Xingyu Restaurant? It was the largest and most luxurious restaurant in the student district.
I didn't book a hotel, he said, puzzled.
Hello, it's like this.
The other party explained that it was deputy householder Qin Yanran who had reserved a private room at their restaurant and selected the dishes.
Oh, okay.
She glanced at Su Meyer, who was discussing skincare products with Lu Yuron.
I'll head over shortly. She hung up. A message from Qin Yanran also arrived.
The message stated that before she could return to the academy, the elders of the 10th Pillar Nightwatch and Lu Chen had arrived to show hospitality and welcome the Nightwatchers to Xingyu Beastmaster Academy. She had reserved a private room at Star Universe Restaurant and settled the bill already.
Lu Chen and the others could go eat whenever they had time. Understood. Thank you, Deputy Head Qin. After replying, Lu Chen inwardly marveled. This was undoubtedly Su Meyer's handiwork. Interacting with her remained as effortlessly pleasant as ever, every detail perfectly executed.
Had she suggested hosting the meal herself, it would have felt slightly superior and abrupt. After all, neither their closeness nor their seniority placed her in a position to host such a meal. But having Qin Yanran handle it, using the Academy's official capacity as the reason for the dinner, was a different matter entirely. Then, when Lu Chen mentioned it, it would be framed as the Academy's higher-ups specially hosting everyone because of him. This really made Lu Chen look good and gave him a lot of face. What a woman who truly knows how to handle herself. He cleared his throat and informed everyone of the situation.
Let's go, let's go. What are you waiting for?
I was just about to ask what time we're eating. These snacks aren't filling. Bai Yan's eyes lit up as he urged everyone to head out for dinner.
The group left Student Villa 9527.
They arrived at the residential area. Instantly, the 4 women became a striking sight, drawing stares from every passerby. Every pair of eyes turned red. Why did all the beautiful girls end up by his side? Just because he had talent and a spatial type beast pet, did that mean he could do whatever he wanted? Just as Tian Shan and his companions headed to the Stellar Universe restaurant for a meal.
The ancestral lands of the Great Dian Remnant tribe.
The solemn and dignified assembly hall of the ancestral temple. The main lineage, clan elders, and heads of all branch lineages gathered together. The atmosphere was thick with tension, the air heavy. A stout, elderly man sat with great authority in the seat of honor. His hands rested atop the dragon-headed staff as he surveyed the assembly, radiating an aura of authority without needing to raise his voice. His complexion was ashen gray, the skin on his face having lost its firmness, allowing the flesh to sag uncontrollably downward. At the same time, whether it was an illusion or not, a faint stench of decay seemed to emanate from his body. Seated there, he loomed like a mountain, his long-held authority and imposing presence intimidating the entire room.
The Grand Elder of the Great Dian Remnant clan. I was merely asleep for 3 years, and you couldn't even handle something like this? The priceless treasure we finally located, it's gone? This concerns the very revival of our entire Great Dian. His thunderous fury shook the air. Everyone trembled in fear.
So what's the current situation? He demanded after a deep breath. He then gained a clear understanding of the specifics. So, we went to war with the 12 Zodiac Strings Palace, expending manpower and resources, and lost many of our tribe's finest warriors.
And in the end, you discovered it wasn't them who stole our most precious treasure?
His expression darkened further.
Can you specifically divine who stole our treasure?
Seated at the very end was a stooped old crone, dwarfed in stature, cross-legged atop a crystal orb that floated at the far end of the conference table. She spoke, "Grand Elder, I have divined many times.
Only chaos remains, no clues whatsoever. It involves the evil god. Unless..."
Which grandma paused. Unless I possess another divination-type rule treasure, the ghost divination sticks of the netherworld, that I might be able to divine the whereabouts of our treasure. He asked. The ghost divination sticks of the netherworld are in the hands of the divination pavilion, correct? Correct. The Grand Elder fell silent. Diviners in Great Xia were divided into two schools. The earliest origins of divination actually trace back to the Great Dian dynasty's former Imperial Astronomical Bureau, what we'd call an observatory in modern terms. They were responsible for observing the heavens, calculating the calendar, surveying dragon veins, and safeguarding the dynasty's fortune. With the emergence of extraordinary beings, the talent for taming beasts awoke. Most members of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau and their descendants awoke beast taming talents. These talents were invariably related to divination, making them diviners. Following the fall of the Great Dian dynasty, to this day, diviners from this lineage of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau still maintain deep ties with the remnants of the Great Dian lineage. And, beyond the descendants of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, there exists another lineage. This branch consists entirely of individuals outside the Imperial Astronomical Bureau lineage. Over the millennia since the arrival of the extraordinary, some individuals in society have also given rise to wild diviners. Initially, the Imperial Astronomical Bureau lineage looked down upon these individuals and refused to associate with them. Gradually, a separate branch of diviners emerged. Strictly speaking, this distinction is between Southern divination and Northern divination. Southern divination, represented by the lineage of which Grandmama, specializes in crystal balls, celestial phenomena, astrology, and the Six Xiao divination method. Northern divination, however, incorporated other elements, even drawing from Western systems. For instance, Ouija boards, divination sticks, tarot cards. The ghost oracle sticks of the netherworld are the sacred treasure embodying the rules of Northern divination. Their organization is called Divination Pavilion. But this is tricky. The Grand Elder spoke softly. I recall the Divination Pavilion has deep ties to the Dragon Riding clan. Beside him, a young man, the current head of the main branch, spoke timidly. Grandfather, that's precisely why we roused you from your slumber. The Grand Elder glared fiercely. If it weren't for you useless fools, would we have fallen to this state? The Dragon clan was overwhelmingly powerful. Few in the entire world dared to provoke them, for they had the backing of a legendary dragon who stood as their ally. Most crucially, the Great Dian Remnant clan and the Dragon Taming clan had a bitter history. The root cause was that the Yulong clan hadn't always been called Yulong. They had adopted that name later. To the Great Dian Remnant clan, the dragon symbolized the true dragon emperor, the sovereign of the Great Dian dynasty. The Yulong clan's name implied they were riding atop the Great Dian Remnant clan. Thus, relations deteriorated. He pondered. Finally, he slammed his dragon-headed staff down. Go negotiate. See if we can borrow it, even if it costs us something. If the Divination Pavilion refuses. A chilling gleam flashed in his eyes. So be it. What does it matter if we offend the Dragon Riding clan? Just as the Great Dian Remnant clan reached their decision. Ancient capital. The residential area of the Xingyu Beastmaster Academy. Chen and the others were dining at the Star Universe restaurant. It must be said, the food was truly delicious. But just then, guests, there's someone inside, came the commotion from outside. I know. I'm looking for them. The commotion grew louder as it approached, finally echoing at the doorway. The next second, bang. The private room door was kicked open with a violent thud. Chen narrowed his eyes, a cold gleam flashing. This guy again? Some readers have called this filler, but certain transitional chapters depicting daily life are essential. They're also crucial for developing character arcs. If I really wanted to pad things out, I could just write detailed pet interfaces every few chapters. Each beast pet interface takes 200 to 300 words. Combine Little Squid and Shitian, and that's 600 words. That'd be effortless filler, just copy and paste. Isn't this common in flag-based novels? Every other chapter, they'd meticulously detail the protagonist's abilities and every pet's attribute page. Then when they encounter enemies, they'd also detail the enemy's beast pet information, skills, and skill effects. Their chapters are only 2,000 words long, and this alone takes up a third of the content. But in this book, how many times have I actually written a complete, detailed pet interface? Lately, each chapter has been around 5,000 or 6,000 words. A few nights ago, I suddenly sat up in bed while sleeping and thought of a better plot development for the upcoming storyline. I worked through the night to outline the next few chapters and have been refining them all week to avoid major plot holes later. Chapter 118, The Divination Pavilion. War Dragon Type Beast Tamer. The private room door was violently kicked open. Bang! The immense force tore the door panel from its frame. Like a cannonball, it slammed into the dining table where Chen and his companions were eating. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Intertwining threads formed a spiderweb, halting its descent. Little Squid manipulated the silk, gently setting the door panel against the wall. Yip! Who dares disturb my Beastmaster's meal? It lifted its gaze to look at the person outside the door. It was furious. It was that person again.
Last time I spared his life, and now he dares to show his face again. At the same time, Lu Chen and the others also turned their gaze toward the doorway. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. At the doorway stood 3 young men. One of them was an old acquaintance of Lu Chen's, Xiao Mubai, the one who had been thoroughly beaten by Little Squid back then. Back then, several scions from the 5 clans and 10 prestigious families had specifically immigrated to the ancient capital Star's Beastmaster Academy to gain entry into the moonwatching Snow Mountain ruins. After the Moonwatch Ruins expedition concluded, they all returned to their respective origins. Who would have thought Xiao Mubai would show up again today? Xiao Mubai pointed at Lu Chen and Su Meyer, declaring, "Brother Long Dragon, look at this. See? I told you Su Meyer and this pretty boy were up to something. Brother Long Dragon, I truly feel sorry for you. You saw the photos I had taken secretly, yet you still believed Su Meyer. You trusted her, but how did she repay you? She's barely back and already dining with this pretty boy." Beside him, a man bearing a slight resemblance to Xiao Mubai stepped forward, continuing the accusations. Pale-faced and clean-shaven, with an effeminate demeanor, this 1.8-meter-tall Hulk now adopted an affected, prim manner, twisting his fingers into a delicate gesture. "Oh my, Brother Long, I never imagined Su Meyer could be this kind of person. I truly believe she genuinely disliked men. His manner was so revolting it nearly made one retch up last night's dinner. It gave one goosebumps all over." Xiao Muqing, Xiao Mubai's older brother, who had once been beaten into a eunuch by Su Meyer for his insolent remarks and provocations toward her. Mentioned in chapter 44. "Xiao Mubai, Xiao Muqing, are you two looking to die?" Su Meyer's voice was as cold as ice. Her first meeting with Lu Chen's aunt had been rudely interrupted by these 2 brothers. This left a terrible first impression on Lu Chen's aunt. Caught in the act and still so shameless, is this the Su family of Qingqiu? Xiao Muqing glared at Su Meyer, his eyes flashing with venom. It was this woman who had robbed him of his manhood. "Ha ha ha, I've heard that women who seem to despise men the most in public are the ones who play the wildest behind closed doors." Smack! Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Muqing was sent crashing to the floor by a vicious slap. "Brother Chanlong, you..." Xiao Muqing stared blankly at the man who struck him. "Aren't we supposed to be on the same side? Eunuch, use that disgusting tone again and I'll kill you." Fu Changlong's murderous glare made Xiao Muqing's body tremble. He immediately bowed his head and backed away. The man's status was someone neither he nor the entire Xiao family could afford to provoke. Fu Changlong's eyes blazed like a raging lion. His blue spiritual energy, characteristic of the commander tier, surged from his body, transforming into a violent gale that swept wildly around him. He clutched 2 distorted photographs tightly in his hand. They depicted Su Meyer entering and exiting Villa 9527 in Luqing. "Su Meyer, why did you enter Villa 9527 wearing one set of clothes and come out wearing another? And what's more, we found scraps of your previous outfit in the trash bin." He nearly roared, "I need an explanation." "Ha!" Instantly, Lu Yorong and the others' gazes converged on Lu Chen. "See? Just as I thought, what a scumbag." Bai Yan continued whispering slander into Bai Qianxian's ear, smirking. Good riddance, looks like Lu Chen won't be becoming her brother-in-law after all. Luo Anfei's brows knitted together unconsciously. Lu Yorong was dumbfounded, his scalp tingling. "Holy crap, you little bastard, playing so hard? No way. My mom said she'd get to hold her great-grandchild in 3 years. Does this mean she'll get to hold one next year?" Su Meyer's expression was as cold as frost. Though this was their first meeting, she already knew exactly who this man was. Long Dragon? Fu Changlong, the son of the head of the Northern School of Divination, the master of the Divination Pavilion. The Divination Pavilion had experienced meteoric growth over the past decade, commanding respect from all major factions. The Pavilion Master Fu Ruyan. Her cultivation level is merely upper sovereign tier. Logically, she shouldn't have achieved such prominence. Yet, throughout the aristocratic circles, there is one thing everyone knows but dares not speak of. Fu Ruyan is the woman of the current head of the Dragon Taming clan. Fu Longjiang is his illegitimate son. With this connection, the Divination Pavilion commands respect wherever it goes. A chill flowed through Su Meyer's eyes. "What connection do I have with you? You are my betrothed. Your Su family of Qingqiu and our Divination Pavilion are bound by marriage. How was I supposed to know? An alliance? You came knocking on our door, claiming you could solve the bloodline curse plaguing the Su family. But the condition was that I must marry into your family, and half of the Su family's assets must be given as dowry. My father neither agreed nor refused. He said if you truly couldn't lift my bloodline curse, he'd consider it." Su Meyer's eyes sharpened. "I have never had any connection with your Divination Pavilion from the very beginning." Fu Changlong growled, "Your bloodline curse besides my mother, no one in this world can lift it. Otherwise, you won't live past next year. You will marry me, Fu Changlong. It is predestined in your fate. This is your destiny. Are you brain damaged?" Su Meyer shot back without a shred of courtesy. "Fate? I, Su Meyer, never believed in fate. If she had yielded to fate, she would never have met Lu Chen." So, sir, perhaps you can leave now? Lu Chen's indifferent voice drifted over. We still have dinner to eat. Exactly. Get lost. Don't disturb this old man's meal. Bai Yen. Fu Changlong's rage boiled over, his neck flushing crimson as veins pulsed beneath his skin. His aura erupted, weaving with the blue spiritual energy of a commander-level being. He raised his foot and slammed it down hard onto the ground. Boom! Thud! The earth trembled as terrifying power erupted. The private box where Lu Chen and the others were seated was originally located on the second floor, resembling an extended balcony. Now, the entire floor shattered into countless pieces, and the entire second floor private room plummeted to the ground. Tables and tableware shattered into pieces, scattering everywhere. Fortunately, Lu Chen and his companions were no slouches, none of them were injured. Only Bai Yen wailed, "My food! I hadn't even finished eating! My woman, she's mine for life," Fu Changlong snarled, his gaze fixed on Lu Chen like a rabid beast. "Kid, come out here! Come out, fierce shark dragon!" The summoning array materialized before him. A 2-meter-tall creature of terrifying presence materialized. What kind of beast pet is this? Its aura is way too powerful. It looks terrifying. Holy crap, this must be a dragon type. The commotion of its descent drew a crowd of onlookers. They stared in awe at the beast summoned by Fu Changlong, gasping in astonishment. A monstrous beast, fierce and menacing. Standing upright, it resembled a fusion of a tyrannosaurus and a shark, with a shark's dorsal fin protruding from its back. Its forelimbs had evolved into razor-sharp giant claws, each joint gleaming with a sinister cold light. Its hind limbs were even more robust, supporting its massive frame. Its entire body was covered in fine, fish-like scales. Name, Fierce Shark Dragon. Rank, Lower Commander Tier. Potential, Lower Sovereign Species Dragon Relic Bloodline. Attributes, Dragon, Water. Traits, Bloodlust when injured, combat power and attack potency increase, greater injuries yield stronger attacks. Skills, omitted. Description, an evolved form of the shark dragon, born from a pure-blooded dragon and a sovereign tier shark. Possesses terrifying bite force and exceptional dragon-type abilities. Dragon type. Moreover, its innate potential is that of a lower sovereign tier. Lu Chen was astonished. Aside from Jiang Zhenyi's dragon cloud bird, this was the second dragon attribute beast pet he had ever seen. What was this person's connection to the Dragon Tamer clan? According to Jiang Zhenyi, dragon attribute secret realms were all controlled by the Dragon Taming clan. Ordinary people could only obtain dragon-type creatures of the mixed-blood dragon species or lower. Come forth, Crimson Flame Dragon Cat. He summoned another beast companion. A beast companion resembling a large tiger, its body devoid of fur and instead covered in crimson dragon scales. Name, Crimson Flame Dragon Cat. Level, Upper Tier Rebirth Stage. Potential, High-Rank Dominant Species Sub-Dragon Bloodline. Skills, omitted. Another dragon-type beast companion. Fulua Dragon, this is Xingyu Beastmaster Academy, not a place for you to run wild. Just as Su Mei prepared to summon her beast pet. Lu Chen's voice cut in, "Senior, let me test his level." He stepped forward. Because, a system quest had been triggered. Ding, task triggered, host, defeated dragon-type creature. You're as annoying as a mangy dog. I already said I have nothing to do with your divination pavilion. Well then, I'll see just how powerful this so-called dragon-type really is. The summoning array materialized. Chi Tian's figure materialized from the array. Little Squid propelled itself through the air, floating onto Chi Tian's head. Whoosh! The crowd grew excited. Though they didn't know what was happening, they knew a good show was about to unfold. Space type versus dragon type. Such an elemental clash was extremely rare to witness. Who do you think will win? Probably the dragon type, right? Lu Chen is only at the rebirth stage, while this dragon type beastmaster seems to be at the commander stage. Plus, I heard dragon type pets have strong resistance to regular energy damage. The crowd murmured among themselves. Xiao Mubai glanced at Lu Chen's little squid in caution from the sidelines. "Brother Long, be careful. That kid's squid beast pet is spatial type. No wonder he's so cocky. What's so special about his spatial type? Scarlet Flame Dragon Cat, Blazing Charge." Boom! The Crimson Flame Cat, engulfed in scorching flames, blurred into a trail of afterimages. With a fierce kick, the ground shattered as it leaped several meters forward, leaving only an afterimage behind. Its speed was so blindingly fast, it was impossible to react. Fiery Charge. A high-tier fire element skill by analogy, Chi Tian had mastered it as well. Chi Tian, Blazing Charge. Whoosh! Flames engulfed his entire body as Chi Tian charged forward. In an instant, the two collided. It was like two out-of-control trucks crashing together. Boom! A massive explosion erupted at the spot, deafening and sending sand and stones flying. Meow roar! The Crimson Flame Cat let out a piercing scream as it was hurled high into the air. A mere overlord-class talent. How could it possibly stand against Chi Tian-do, who had forged a contract with the thousand-handed Micah and formally ascended to the mythical species tier? Chi Tian stomped his foot fiercely.
His shadow twisted into a sinister black line that swiftly spread out, coiling around the crimson flame dragon cat's shadow. It was utterly bizarre. The very next second, the figure that had been hurtling backward just moments ago froze mid-air. Whoosh! Little Squid activated Void Walk, instantly appearing above it. It raised a tentacle which swelled in the wind, endless strands of silk coating its surface. The tentacle spun like a drill, whirling madly. Illusory dream spider silk, 10,000 threads piercing the hand. It struck down with brutal force. Blood spattered, dragon scales shattered. Then, the power of dreams erupted, hypnotizing. The crimson flame dragon cat collapsed to the ground, utterly unconscious. Though the description seems lengthy, it all unfolded within the span of a few breaths. The opponent had already lost one beast pet's combat capability. Spectators' eyes widened, their inner gasps barely forming before a thunderous roar snatched their attention back. Boom! Qi had somehow engaged the fierce shark dragon in combat. Its appearance had also undergone subtle changes. Battle power unleashed form. Lightning coiled around its fists as it delivered a brutal punch to the fierce shark dragon, sending its body flying sideways. Fu Changlong finally snapped back to his senses, temporarily suppressing the shock of the crimson flame dragon cat being instantly obliterated. He urgently issued the command, Fierce Shark Dragon, Dragon Claw, Dragon Tail, Dragon's Wrath, Water Dragon Impact. The Dragon-type commander rank truly stood apart from ordinary commander ranks. Qi Tian's lightning and fire techniques, when striking the opponent, were largely nullified by its dragon scales. But Qi Tian wasn't limited to just lightning and fire. He also wields shadow-type techniques. And Little Squid has finally freed up a hand too. Dragon-type scales only offer strong resistance to standard attributes. They're useless against space-type moves too. A mere dragon-type, a low-tier sovereign class at best, it would kneel before Zhang Hui. Qi Tian and Little Squid joined forces, managing to take down even Zhang Hui, who radiated an aura of dominance. Several minutes later. Qi Tian, immobilize. Little Squid, illusory dream spider silk, 10,000 weeping willows. 2 hard control skills. Countless coin-sized ripples of void appeared in the sky, spider silk cascading down. They swarmed madly, binding together and suspending the creature mid-air. The crisscrossing spider threads displayed across the fierce shark dragon's body. Little Squid gently plucked the threads. Buzz 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 buzz. The silk vibrated. A terrifying cutting force erupted. Though the fierce shark dragon possessed the bloodline of a dragon's remnant, its dragon scales offered astonishing defense. Yet even it could not withstand this terrifying cutting force. Dragon scales shattered, trickles of blood seeping out. Yet true to its formidable dragon heritage, this merely pierced its armor. The core beneath remained unharmed. It thrashed wildly, its razor-sharp claws radiating dragon power. The resilient spider silk snapped. It crashed back to the ground, its aura surging violently, its face twisted into a ferocious grimace. It possessed the bloodlust trait. The heavier the wounds, the greater the boost to its combat power. But would it matter? Little Squid, death gaze. A pitch-black fissure abruptly tore open in the space behind Little Squid. A terrifying eye squeezed out from within, like a withered, lifeless moon floating behind its head. The lifeless pupil shifted restlessly within its socket, its gaze settling upon everyone present. Within its eye sockets, countless wailing souls screamed in agony, their deathly aura permeating the air. Under its gaze, everyone's hair stood on end. Some more perceptive beast pets bristled violently, letting out piercing howls. The moment they saw it, they felt they had witnessed the most ominous thing in the world. Then, its pupils instantly focused on the fierce shark dragon. Death gaze. The second effect of the void direct death ray, it forced the target to unleash its death energy, then petrified it. The fierce shark dragon was immobilized. Qi Tian unleashed his killing move. He extended his hand, and the rock armor on his body flowed like water, coalescing in his palm into a pitch-black staff crackling with black flames. Thunder, flames, and shadows swirled around the staff. Then it swung, the staff continuously lengthening as it crashed down from below, smashing viciously into the opponent's skull. The air groaned under the immense pressure. Boom! Thunder and fire intertwined, shadows filled the void, and a violent explosion erupted. The ground trembled, cracks spreading like a spiderweb. A small mushroom cloud erupted from the ground, expanding toward the heavens with tremendous force, its blinding light engulfing half the sky. The entire battlefield was shrouded in smoke and dust. Qi Tian's staff contracted, and he flicked it in a flourish, dispersing the smoke. The fierce shark dragon lay in a molten pit on the ground, staggering to its feet. Its dragon scales were shattered across its body, a pitiful sight. Though not yet defeated, it staggered back to its feet. But seeing Qi Tian and Little Squid unscathed, then looking at its own state. One was dazed, the other severely crippled. Everyone knew the outcome was decided. The entire arena fell silent. The brief battle had lasted a mere minute. 1 minute. The fight was over. Is this what spatial type is? Someone stared blankly. Bull. That monkey, it's even stronger than when it fought with Xiang Yu back then. Holy, what's up with those grayish white eyes? Could that be a super tier skill?
Bai Yan also let out a startled cry. How is this kid getting more and more insane? Though Bai Yan could defeat a Dominator tier opponent at his current rebirth tier level, he absolutely couldn't defeat Fu Changlong, who defied tier boundaries. Because he could only defeat Dominator tier opponents from the outside world, those generally weaker Dominator tier beings. He couldn't defeat Commander tier opponents like the Nightwatch or Dragon System commanders. Especially the Dragon System Dragon Scales possess terrifying resistance against attacks of other attributes. The purer the dragon bloodline, the stronger this resistance becomes. But that seems pretty normal, right? Bai Yan snapped back to reality, suddenly recalling that Lu Chen had even taken down a half-step Overlord tier opponent. A mere lower tier commander class dragon type beast pet? Piece of cake. Impossible. Impossible. Fu Changlong growled in disbelief. He possessed a dragon type beast companion. Especially the fierce shark dragon, a dragon remnant from the dragon riding clan, procured for him by his father. It possessed sovereign tier potential. Though he hadn't awakened the dragon clan's bloodline talent as a commander tier, he could crush any commander tier who wasn't one of those prodigies with insane talent. He could crush them. Yet now, he'd been utterly crushed by a mere rebirth stage brat who'd defeated him across tiers. Young Master Fu, what happened? A thunderous voice boomed as a man in his 60s approached from afar. Though his pace was slow, he seemed to move with astonishing speed. Within mere seconds, he stood before the crowd. His fiancée had been snatched away. Unable to fight back, Fu Changlong's eyes blazed with fury as his heart shattered. He pointed at Lu Chen. Kill him. Kill him for me. Just then. Who's causing trouble? Who's causing trouble? Zhang Qiliang arrived with a group of people. He glared furiously at Fu Changlong and his men. What's going on here? Who gave you permission to enter our Xingyu Beastmaster Academy? I've already notified the Beastmaster Association. Shut up. The old man gave Zhang Qiliang a dismissive glance, his aura surging like an ocean. Zhang Qiliang let out a muffled groan. His face turned deathly pale, then flushed with an unhealthy crimson. King Tier. Chapter 119, Sovereign Realm, Crushing Execution. The old man approached Fu Changlong's side. Zhou Song, guest advisor of the Yulong clan. Fu Changlong had previously gone to the Yulong clan to meet with the clan head. He was tasked with escorting him back to the Divination Pavilion. Along the way, Fu Changlong mentioned needing to visit the ancient capital, so he accompanied him there. Upon hearing that the Moonwatch ruins had appeared in the ancient capital, he went to take a look. Little did he expect that shortly after leaving, Fu Changlong would cause trouble again, ending up in a conflict here. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Fu Changlong is unharmed. If something had happened while he was escorting him, that would have been a major problem. He knew how much the family had favored this illegitimate son. He scanned the entire room. He gave off the aura of towering rock formations, his temples bulging, eyes crackling with electricity. Within his frail frame lay a power that seemed capable of shattering mountains and splitting cities with a single burst of fury. The overwhelming aura of a sovereign tier presence permeated the air, transforming into a mental field that saturated the surroundings. Eyes widened in terror as the crushing force field descended, transforming the air itself into an oppressive weight. Everyone struggled to breathe, their bodies feeling as if filled with heavy lead, burdened by a mountain, unable to move an inch. Students and beast companions below the rebirth stage were instantly knocked unconscious by the shock. Fortunately, this aura came swiftly and departed just as quickly. This dragon talisman had ordered him to kill, but he would never kill. Who was this mere bastard to command him? Still, to save face, he could offer a mild punishment to those before him. After all, Fu Changlong's mother was the family head's consort. A few whispered words in her ear might just hasten his entry into the dragon's secret realm, granting him the opportunity to forge his sovereign domain. Oomph! How dare you! He snorted coldly. Fu Changlong is an important guest of our Yulong clan. He turned his gaze to Lu Chen and the others. Likewise, I hold the position of steward at the Beastmaster Association headquarters. I now suspect you are followers of the Dark God cult, conspiring to ambush and kill a prodigy of our human race. Please accompany me back to assist with the investigation. Lu Chen replied indifferently. First, let me correct you. Ambush? Have you got something wrong? Taking him down requires all of us teaming up? Are you underestimating us? He's a human prodigy? Then what am I, someone who effortlessly defeated a so-called dragon-type beastmaster at the rebirth stage? Zhou Xingsong's regal aura nearly shattered. Wait a minute? Seeing Fu Changlong remain silent, he was dumbfounded. A dragon remnant bloodline, a lower-tier commander-level fiery shark dragon, had been defeated by someone at the rebirth stage? Holy? Is this bastard child really that useless? Secondly, Lu Chen continued, cultists of the Dark God fall under the jurisdiction of the Night Watch. When did it become the Beastmaster Association's investigation? He produced his Nightwatch insignia. I am the 10th pillar Nightwatch of the Eastern Realm. Whoa! The onlookers erupted in a roar. The Nightwatch, they were no strangers to this organization that operated in the shadows, handling all manner of forbidden affairs. The requirements for joining were extremely stringent. How long had Lu Chen even been enrolled before joining the Night's Watch? But upon reflection, it seemed only natural. If even Lu Chen couldn't gain entry, what sort of person would they need to be? You say it's true? I've never seen a Night Watch token who's to say it's not fake. Come back with me for questioning. If you truly are a Night Watchman, then have your Pillar Master come and retrieve you. Zhou Cansong's spirit surged, preparing to forcibly apprehend Lu Chen. Bai Yan folded his arms, grinning widely. Show-off moment, here we go. He stepped forward, landing beside Lu Chen. I am Bai Wuping, the 10th Pillar Night Watchman and Junior Master of the Great Sun Dojo. Master Bai is an honored guest of my Great Sun Dojo. Are you implying I'm a cultist too? Bai Qianqian stood just as sinisterly behind Lu Chen, glaring at Zhou Cansong with a grim expression. Behind her, an upside-down scarecrow materialized. Dare to bully the light of my world? Once I step into the sovereign tier, I'll make sure to kill you, you old bastard. I, Su Meyer of the Qingqiu Su clan, declare that Lu Chen is also a guest of our clan. Su Meyer stood beside Lu Chen. Zhou Cansong's eyes narrowed slightly. Bai Wuping, the Su family of Qingqiu. Miss Su, you and the young sect master will soon be family. This? Who said I'm related to him? How come I never knew about this betrothal? After this, I'll make the Divination Pavilion give my Su family an explanation. Zhou Cansong felt a headache coming on. His heart ached. What on earth had that bastard son gotten himself into during the few hours he'd been gone? He'd endured enough of that arrogant, overbearing temperament all the way here. He was nothing like the eldest son. No wonder he was a bastard son unable to awaken the bloodline power of the dragon riding clan. I will. Lu Yurong spoke up, stepping beside Lu Chen. What else? Could all these people actually be major figures? Ahem, Lu Chen's aunt, the 10th Pillar Nightwatcher, testifies he is not a cult of the Dark God follower. Luo Anfei stepped forward and stood beside Lu Chen. As aloof as ever, she remained silent, but inwardly she murmured, me, the future goddess of Luo, Lu Chen, I've got his back. I'll say it again, this has nothing to do with you. My investigation concerns him alone, it has no connection to the Great Sun Dao Field or the Su family of Qingqiu. These were merely the young upstarts of those two factions. If their elders had come instead, granting them some face would have been no trouble. To be intimidated by mere juniors? How could he ever hold his head high in the Beastmaster world afterward? Besides, he now represented the Dragon Tamer clan. He wasted no more words. Boom! The overwhelming aura of a sovereign descended upon Lu Chen and his companions. An ordinary Transcendent stage cultivator would likely be instantly immobilized. For Lu Chen, it was utterly useless. Immune to the primordial sovereign's spiritual influence, it seemed this was yet another sovereign stage cultivator who hadn't condensed a sovereign domain. The aura emanating from him resembled that of an overlord, but it was several times more potent. Golden spiritual energy unique to the sovereign stage intertwined, as countless streams of water erupted from his body. They then intertwined, solidifying into chains twisted from streams of water. They whipped toward Lu Chen, coiling around him. Lu Chen's expression remained calm. He noticed a grotesquely shaped wooden puppet had appeared under the shade of a nearby tree, its origin unknown. The sudden surge of sovereign-level aura drew the magic mirror puppet closer. It awaited only Lu Chen's signal. It would launch its attack. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. It seemed today would be the day the mirror puppet's existence was revealed. Just as he was about to give the command. At that very moment, he was shoved aside. Zhang Qiliang's limbs were pierced through, then water chains coiled around his wrists and ankles. Blood spattered, staining his clothes crimson. His eyes blazed with fury, undaunted even before a sovereign tier opponent. Veins bulged on his neck as he roared, face flushed crimson, you all. This is my Xingyu Beastmaster Academy. When did my students become subject to your authority? It was clear he was afraid too, using his roars and curses to bolster his own courage. After all, his current strength was merely that of an upper commander. Zhang Qiliang panted heavily, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Zhou Cansong. An aura of dominance radiated from his body. Zhang Qiliang had once been a sovereign tier warrior, active on the front lines. Though he never joined the Night Watch, he was once considered a prodigy. On the front lines. Due to an accident, his life-bound beast companion was brutally killed before his eyes, its remains utterly obliterated. Killed by a totem tier demon. Without reason, merely out of boredom. Like crushing an ant, it casually crushed his beast companion. He sought vengeance. But after losing his beast companion, he suffered backlash, causing his foundational cultivation to falter. Adding his natural talent to the mix, though he was a genius, the Overlord tier was his absolute limit. He trained relentlessly, but his efforts backfired. He couldn't even cultivate a second Dominator tier beast companion. His inner conviction crumbled. He lost his drive to improve, or rather, he lost the heart of a true warrior.
His sole obsession became slaying the totem-tier demonic beast to avenge his life-bound beast companion.
Since he himself couldn't do it,
then he would train a beastmaster capable of slaying it. He began focusing on logistical and educational support. His conflict with Qin Yanan stemmed from his desire to dominate, seize control, and enforce his vision. First, he must lift the perpetually bottom-ranked Xingyu Beastmaster Academy out of its last-place position to secure more resources.
To provide students with a better educational environment, he would dedicate the rest of his life to education. Until he trained a totem-tier student and then slaughtered that demonic beast.
As for Lu Chen, a young man from a remote small city with no support from Beastmaster resources, he believed the other party was truly cheating, and coupled with Qin Yanran using her privileges to make the decision, it made him inherently resentful. Then, as the other party demonstrated their various abilities,
Lu Chen's prowess was undeniable.
In fact, he might just be the one destined to reach the totem rank. Somehow, Lu Chen had become the vessel for his own dreams. He absolutely would not allow Lu Chen to come to harm before his very eyes.
You're asking for death.
Zhou Tsungsong's face twisted with rage at the insult. So what if I did? If you want to touch my student, you'll have to step over my dead body.
Then I'll cripple you. Zhou Tsungsong's spiritual energy surged, and the water chains binding Zhang Qilian's limbs erupted with frigid power.
He intended to freeze Zhang Qilian's limbs into shards of ice, reducing him to a frozen stick. Lu Chen's eyes flashed with coldness as he shot a sharp glance at the magic mirror doll.
Just as the magic mirror doll prepared to strike, across the heavens and earth,
a cold snort echoed. From the heavens, an old man with a 7-character staff approached step by step, his frame hunched. His hair was snow white, his eyebrows obscuring his eyes.
To cripple our deputy headmaster at Xingyu Beastmaster Academy? Guest of the Yulong clan, you're quite the formidable figure, aren't you?
Thud. His staff struck the air.
Gungjin domain. Boom.
The very landscape shifted.
In everyone's minds, the opponent's form soared infinitely upward. As if he were a world sovereign, gazing down upon them all. Within a 100-meter radius,
the entire world shifted. One could sense that, apart from the element of metal,
all other elemental energies vanished completely.
At some unknown moment, the air became saturated with a metallic, razor-sharp edge.
For a fleeting moment, Lu Chen felt as though beneath this eerie aura, everything had transformed into terrifying metallic weapons. For an instant, the trees and buildings before his eyes transformed into towering golden blades, standing densely packed across the land, stretching endlessly into the distance. King's domain.
Even though he wasn't being targeted, Lu Chen felt every hair on his body stand on end, as if facing a formidable enemy. He sensed this entire world was rejecting him. The water chains rotted and shattered. Endless golden elements coalesced behind the old man, forming a colossal golden palm. This palm slowly merged into the old man's hand.
His entire arm glowed brilliantly golden. The next instant,
he instantly materialized before Zhou Tsungsong, his form transformed into a muscular old man with bulging biceps.
Zhou Tsungsong's expression changed drastically as he tried to dodge.
But the other was faster. 5 fingers like powerful pincers clamped down on his face, crushing it into a grotesque distortion. Then, thud! The back of his head slammed into the ground, and his entire head above the shoulders, along with the old man's arm, sank into the earth. No large crater appeared, nor did spiderweb-like cracks form. Only a small indentation remained, barely large enough to fit a head. This was even more terrifying. It signified absolute mastery over power, with not a single ounce of force escaping. Then, the old man pulled his arm free from the earth.
He raised his foot and stomped down hard. Boom!
This time, a massive crater appeared.
Zhou Tsungsong's body slammed into the ground, then bounced high into the air.
He coughed up a mouthful of blood in midair. Then, like swatting a fly, Zhou Tsungsong was flung away. His body scraped along the ground, carving a deep trench. Finally, he slammed into a large boulder and came to a halt.
After all that,
the old man's physique rapidly shrank. From a muscle-bound figure with 8-pack abs and biceps that could rival a bodybuilder, he reverted to his previous hunched form.
Lu Chen stared in utter disbelief. A scene from his past life instantly flashed through his mind. Wasn't this exactly how Master Roshi from Dragon Ball transformed?
Zhou Tsungsong struggled to rise from the ground, coughing up blood in great gulps.
Heavens! Heavenly King! You dare cause trouble at my Xingyu Beast Taming Academy? Get out of here! It's fortunate no one was killed. If someone had died, even as a guest of the Dragon Taming clan, I would have crippled you. Zhou Tsungsong didn't dare utter a word and slunk away.
Fu Changlong and the Xiao brothers hurriedly followed suit, fleeing the scene as if escaping disaster. Oh, and leave behind the repair costs for the arena, plus some sovereign tier healing potions. Zhou Tsungsong tossed several items toward the old man over his shoulder. The old man's fingers curled slightly, snatching them through the air. The old man looked at Zhang Qiliang and gave a light snort. Not bad. My student knows to step up when danger arises. He tugged at the other's clothes, transforming into a streak of golden light that shot into the sky and vanished.
The surrounding crowd snapped out of their daze. That old man looks like the prefect. I saw him in the enrollment handbook. Holy crap, I remember now, it's the Manor Lord. All the students were utterly thrilled. Getting beaten up right in front of their own house earlier? That frustration was beyond words. Who knew the Manor Lord was this formidable? He crushed the king-tier opponent like a dried-up stick. How powerful must the Lord be? Without even using his beast companion, he subdued the opponent solely with his spiritual power. Heavenly King! Didn't you hear that guy just now? Holy crap, the king tier is invincible. The matter has been settled. The school's logistics team would handle repairing the arena. They returned to Villa 9527. Sunmmary bowed deeply in sincere apology. I'm sorry. Everything that happened today was because of me. It's fine. Didn't you say you have nothing to do with that Fu Chanlong guy? It's all that disgusting, shameless guy from below. Lu Yurong cleared her throat. Ahem, well, what we're more concerned about is this: she came in wearing one set of clothes, left wearing another, and we found scraps of the previous outfit in the trash. What's the deal with that? Her gossip-loving spirit burned brightly. Hearing this, Luo Anfei also lifted her head. Lu Chun. Summry's face flushed a delicate pink, her ears tinged with crimson, a sight to behold. Chapter 120, The True Form of the Scales of Defiance and the Seed Star Slayer. Villa 9725. That's exactly what happened. Stop jumping to conclusions. My senior and I are completely innocent. Don't ruin her reputation. Lu Chen rolled his eyes wildly as he roughly recounted what had happened that day. Of course, he omitted the part about his spiritual essence inexplicably suppressing Summry's bloodline curse. He made no mention of the legendary nine-tailed withered fox dwelling within her, seeking rebirth through a host. Sunmmary added her own details from the side. Bai Yan and the others quickly grasped the entire sequence of events, including the bloodline curse plaguing the Su family of Qingqiu. Luo Anfei's expression visibly relaxed. So that was it? Lu Yurong asked. Ah? So you're saying that if your bloodline curse isn't resolved, you'll never be able to reach the Overlord stage? If I could remain at the commander tier, I wouldn't mind. Sunmmary shook her head. But every time the bloodline curse erupts, my spiritual essence surges by one tier even without deliberate meditation cultivation. My spiritual essence is now on the verge of transforming into purple, the essence of the Overlord stage. With just one more outbreak of the bloodline curse, my spiritual essence will be forced to ascend to the Overlord stage. At that point, I'll suffer a terrifying backlash. By convention, it will mean instant death. The crowd felt a chill run through them. Is there such a bizarre bloodline? Bai Yan voiced his confusion. If stepping into the Overlord tier brings deathly backlash, then how is your Qingqiu family, hailed as one of the 5 clans and 10 prestigious families, specifically among the top 3 of the 10 prestigious families? Sunmmary explained, males are unaffected, and the bloodline curse doesn't manifest in every generation of females. All 5 clans possess formidable bloodline power, akin to the Dragon Taming clan's dragon taming power. Our Qingqiu family possesses it too, but it's unstable. Only when someone with ancestral bloodline regression appears do the bloodline powers of other Su family members become formidable. Through Summry's explanation, the secrets of the Qingqiu family unfolded before them. Lu Chen and the others gained insight into the Qingqiu family's secrets. The Su family of Qingqiu's unique bloodline power first emerged 400 years ago. Initially, this bloodline power was not particularly strong. However, with the birth of a baby girl possessing ancestral blood, a peach-pink oceanic world materialized behind her at birth, revealing a vague, colossal creature dwelling beneath its depths. This infant possessed innate, full spiritual essence. Moreover, at the moment of her birth, the bloodline power within the other ordinary members of the Su family doubled in strength. It was as if this infant served as a bloodline amplifier. Day by day, the infant grew. Her spiritual essence increased naturally without cultivation, becoming incredibly powerful. Strangely enough, even after reaching adulthood and unlocking her beast taming space, despite possessing an SSS tier talent for taming beasts, yet she never manifested a life-bound beast companion and remained unable to contract any. It was as if an invisible beast pet existed within her, occupying one of her contract slots. By the age of 18, this infant ascended to the sovereign tier spiritual essence. On the very day of her advancement, a major incident occurred. She died. Moreover, every girl born between her birth and death also perished. Over 4 centuries, 4 bloodline reversion cases have appeared, roughly 1 generation every 100 years. The first bloodline reversion individual exhibited supernatural phenomena at birth. The second bloodline reversion occurred at the age of 2. The third generation at age 4. Sunmmary stated, I am the 4th generation. My bloodline manifested at age 6. Luo Anfei looked pensive. In her previous life, she recalled that the Su family of Qingqiu had been expelled from the 5 clans and 10 prestigious houses. It seemed Sunmmary ultimately couldn't withstand the bloodline curse. As the bloodline amplifier, she perished. Thus, the power of the Qingqiu family rapidly weakened, leading to their expulsion? The memory felt distant.
Moreover, she hadn't paid attention to these matters in her previous life, so the exact reasons were hard to recall at the moment.
However, what astonished Luo Anfei even more was that Lu Chen's spiritual essence could suppress the opponent's bloodline curse.
A suspicion began to form within her. Could it be, his beast taming talent isn't the same saint tier as mine? Could it be a divine tier beast taming talent, like Zhang Zhenyi's time-based talent? That would explain Lu Chen's astonishing growth rate. You better remember to help her out, kid.
Lu Yorong gave Lu Chen a slap on the back.
She felt a pang of sympathy for Sunmmary. So young, yet constantly facing the threat of death. Don't worry. But when your bloodline curse next activates, it'll propel you into the Overlord tier.
Roughly when will that be?
It should be within the next half-month or so.
Half a month? Lu Chen pondered.
Next would be participating in the Night Watch Grand Competition to vie for a spot in the Dragon's Legacy Secret Realm.
By then, she might not be by Summari's side. He suggested, Senior, why don't you join our 10th pillar? Ha? Is that okay?
Lu Yorong picked up the thread, no problem.
I'll just talk to Zhang Jiang. And just like that, the 5-member 10th pillar group successfully became a 6-member group. After chatting for a while, Luo Anfei and Sunmmary excused themselves and left. With nowhere else to go, Bai Yan and Bai Chanxian temporarily stayed at Lu Chen's place. Back in his room, Lu Chen opened the package sent by Zhang Chuanxin.
It was that item resembling the seed of the eternal divine tree, exchanged for military merit. Opening the delivery box revealed a square aluminum alloy container inside.
He opened it. A peculiar spherical object came into view. Not a seed?
It was unexpectedly large, as big as a fist. The eternal divine tree seed had been no larger than a mineral water bottle cap.
Lu Chen held it carefully before his eyes, studying it intently. Yet it seemed to be a seed. Vague green plant-like patterns were visible on its surface. Name, fragment of small leaf swordgrass unactivated. Grade, legendary tier material.
Description, the remnant of a young leaf swordgrass, the juvenile form of the 8-leaf swordgrass capable of cleaving sun, moon, and stars.
Following a great war, the entire ecosystem where the 8-leaf swordgrass thrived was utterly destroyed, vanishing into the annals of history.
Thus, the entire species of swordgrass vanished. All little leaf swordgrasses are manifestations of the 8-leaf swordgrass's sword intent. This is the earliest form of the 8-leaf swordgrass, now reduced to a withered stump.
Infuse it with the intent of the sword to activate it.
Upon seeing the message displayed on the divine eye,
Lu Chen's first reaction was, holy crap, I just hit the jackpot. Legendary tier material. He only paid the price of a broken Overlord tier item. What a steal. And this description is pretty impressive. Is the complete form the 8-leaf swordgrass?
A single blade of grass capable of shattering the sun, moon, and stars. What made his expression grow grave was this: had such an existence truly been wiped out by the warring clans? The description of the eternal divine tree also reads, once the companion of an unparalleled being, it was also the pillar supporting an entire world. Later, it withered and shattered, leaving only a single seed.
What exactly happened in the other world? Why did such formidable races perish?
The more Lu Chen learned, the more profoundly shaken he felt. The waters of the other world truly resembled an abyss bottomless and unfathomable.
Even written records failed to capture the true history of the other world. He exhaled a deep breath of stale air.
No rush, step by step, the truth would eventually be revealed.
His attention remained fixed on the seed before him. It remained in its unactivated state. Must sword intent be infused to activate it? Lu Chen attempted to infuse it with the primordial sovereign's spiritual essence.
Alas, the spirit of the primordial sovereign, which had never failed before, proved ineffective this time.
He shook his head.
It seemed destined to gather dust in the little squid's personal space.
Just then, buzz!
A sudden disturbance erupted from the beast taming space.
Lu Chen's consciousness plunged into it.
The size of his beast taming space had more than doubled since before. It was saturated with highly concentrated, purified energy. The eternal divine tree was no longer a sapling after this period of growth. It continuously absorbed the stellar power filling the primordial space.
The once tiny sapling
now stood taller than a man, its trunk as thick as an adult's arm.
Its emerald leaves resembled jade carvings of the finest quality. Exquisitely crafted and semi-translucent, their intricate patterns are clearly visible, a masterpiece of nature's artistry. Moreover, Lu Chen even glimpsed a translucent mist sealed within these leaves. It constantly absorbed and purified energy. That little thousand-handed mica.
Using the Shokuji pot as a pillow, it lay sprawled beside the eternal divine tree, snoring away in blissful contentment. At that moment, the leaves of the eternal divine tree quivered lightly, emitting a crisp sound like jade striking jade, waking the mother of a thousand hands. Lu Chen looked pensive as he handed the remnant of the little leaf sword grass to Qi Tian.
Qi Tian, take it inside and try it.
Gurgle. Qi Tian was summoned back into the beast taming realm, carrying the remnant of the little leaf sword grass before the eternal divine tree.
He placed it beneath the tree. A misty energy erupted, enveloping the latter's form. Suddenly,
the fist-sized seed-like remnant, like a compressed tissue placed in clear water, it began to steadily expand.
Lu Chen was astonished. This seed was actually a leaf that had continuously curled and wrapped itself, eventually solidifying into a seed. In less than half a minute, the earth-brown seed had now transformed into a blade of grass.
A blade of grass with a broken root stem and leaves slender as long swords.
Extraordinary and miraculous. Lu Chen took it out, holding it in his hand and examining it closely.
It resembled a jade sword crafted entirely from imperial green jade. Yet to the touch, it felt distinctly plant-like.
Lu Chen casually swung it. Hum.
The air vibrated as a slash of sword energy erupted outward.
His bed was cleaved clean in two, the cut smooth and seamless.
Lu Chen was startled, nearly thrown off balance.
What kind of deadly weapon was this?
He then began his experiments. The spider silk from the little squid was easily severed.
Even Qi Tian's rock armor was effortlessly sliced open.
He was astonished.
This is pretty damn impressive. Could a single blade of grass truly shatter the sun, moon, and stars? It seems the claims weren't exaggerated after all.
His eyes flickered.
Could its abilities be extracted? Crafted into a skill secret food?
Lu Chen summoned the Shokyuji pot. Infused with spiritual essence. Instantly, the pot cracked open horizontally, revealing a large tongue.
Lu Chen asked directly, could this little leaf extract the rule skill pheromone and be made into a skill secret dish? The giant tongue uttered strange syllables. Lu Chen received an affirmative answer.
It stated that the pot was saturated with potent rule energy. At the very least, it could yield skill pheromones of the mystery tier.
Lu Chen's eyes flashed. Prodigal tier. Seems like learning to cook needs to be moved up on the schedule.
He had to go to the system to study the alchemist's potion making.
He solemnly instructed Little Squid to store it away. There was still one more blind box to open. System, claim reward. Ding.
Congratulations, host, on defeating a dragon-type beastmaster for the first time. You have obtained one advanced mystery box.
Open. Ding. Blind box opened.
Congratulations, host, on obtaining a royal tier dragon-type material, the Icefang Dragon S.
An icy cold scale, the size of a washbasin. In an instant, the room's temperature plummeted, water molecules crystallizing into sleet.
Had Lu Chen not wrapped his arms in the primal essence of the ethereal sovereign, his hands would have frozen solid.
Name, Icefang Dragon's reverse scale. Grade, 6-star material monarch tier. Description, ice type plus dragon type. Forged from the reverse scales of the Icefang Dragon, a descendant of ancient dragons. When equipped by a dragon-type beast pet, it gradually absorbs its power, enhancing the potency of the pet's dragon-type techniques. Additionally, when ground into powder and administered to ordinary beast pets, it enhances their physical resilience.
Not bad. A 6-star sovereign tier material, better than nothing, I suppose. After all, quest rewards scale with difficulty.
For something that got one shot by Qi Tian and Little Squid, pulling a 6-star material counts as a lucky break. Lu Chen's eyes flickered.
He decided to use the remnants of the little leaf sword grass and the Icefang Dragon S. He would use these two as primary ingredients to craft his skill secret food. Then he'd see what effects the crafted skill elixir produced.
Then, based on compatibility, he'd decide whether to give it to Qi Tian or Little Squid.
Forget about the thousand-handed mica.
It was one with Qi Tian and didn't belong to Lu Chen's beast companion anyway. The next day, Lu Chen headed to the Breeder Tower, home of the ancient capital Beastmaster Association. This news thrilled the breeders immensely. I heard you offer a breeder's culinary class here? Perfectly combining extracted extraordinary ingredients with culinary techniques?
Hearing this, they were utterly dumbfounded.
And so,
after 2 days of systematic study, Lu Chen also discovered his shortcomings. His evolutionist legacy was granted by the system itself, lacking the systematic training of an academy. After 2 days of intensive study, combined with the knowledge from his evolver inheritance,
he gained several entirely new insights. Bai Yan and the others had left.
They took Lu Yorong with them to undertake some tasks for the Beastmaster Association. He found himself alone at home.
Villa 9627, Underground Seclusion Chamber. Lu Chen exhaled a deep breath of stale air. Then it began. Even the most skilled cook can't make a meal without rice.
The evolutionist's legacy couldn't strip and extract the transcendent factor contained within the legendary tier Xiaoyi sword grass either. Fortunately, the Shokyuji pot possessed this capability. Even the damaged Shokyuji pot could extract legendary tier materials. It seemed the Shokyuji pot at its peak was far more powerful than he'd imagined. According to Big Tongue's hazy recollection, it once cooked a demon god.
Alright, start extracting for me.
If you destroy the materials, you know the consequences.
Lu Chen handed the Icefang Dragon S to Big Tongue.
The great tongue opened its gaping maw and swallowed it whole.
At the same time, Lu Chen's spiritual essence surged madly inward. Chapter 121, Infinite Growth Skill, Dragon Slaying Sword Intent. The giant tongue chewed incessantly. This was different from crafting secret cuisine.
Creating secret food involved tossing pre-made food-type potions into a cauldron. Based on their rating, these food potions were imbued with different buff effects, transforming into secret cuisine. Now, however, the extraordinary rule factors within the extracted materials were directly consumed by Big Tongue. Then extraction commenced. A bone-chilling chewing sound echoed. Gurgle. The Big Tongue emitted a series of sounds as it floated above the trash can. It flipped its body, pouring a pile of icy blue powder into the trash can through its pot-shaped mouth. A glob of icy blue, viscous substance appeared in its hand, resembling molten slurry. A faint, low hum filled the air. A dragon's roar. This was the extraordinary substance formed from the transcendent factor contained within the Icefang Dragon. Continue. Next came the legendary tier materials. Chen produced the fragment of the small leaf sword grass. Big Tongue performed a sword-swallowing act, his mouth resembling a bottomless pit as he forcefully stuffed the over-meter-long grass sword inside. Crunch crunch. It chewed frantically, as if gnawing on a hard bone. Chen's spiritual energy surged into the cooking pot, rapidly depleting. One could sense Big Tongue operating at full capacity, the entire pot trembling violently as if seized by convulsions. A storm raged within his body. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. Each bite was painfully laborious, as if the creature had poor teeth. The Shokyuji pot was damaged, its surface cracked in places. SSS-ranked. Sword chi occasionally burst forth from these cracks, wildly slashing out in all directions. Little Squid used spatial power to constantly neutralize these sword energies. This process lasted a full half hour. It flipped the pot upside down. Clang! A jade green sword fell onto the tabletop. Unlike the Icefang Dragon, this fragment of the small leaf sword grass didn't disintegrate into dust after the extraordinary factor was extracted. It retained its original form. But its surface had lost its mystical aura, no longer radiating that aura of divine light contained within. Big Tongue was utterly exhausted, his tongue hanging limply from the corner of his mouth. Gulp! It handed the extracted transcendent factor to Chen, a glob of blood, entirely emerald green, within which densely packed sword-shaped runes flickered and faded. You've worked hard. Chen patted Big Tongue's head. Then he entered meditation, channeling the stellar essence of the primordial space. Half an hour later. He opened his eyes, his gaze radiant, having adjusted his mental state to its peak. He drew in a deep breath. Then, begin. Stellar essence surged from his body. Transforming into a mist of starlight in white, red, and blue hues, it enveloped the surroundings. He retrieved the other auxiliary materials. The divine eye activated, meticulously observing the transformations of each material as they fused together. Time passed. The creation was complete. Using the primordial spirit essence of the ethereal lord as a neutralizer, he fused the transcendent substances extracted from the two materials. He then melted the energy crystal to serve as their vessel, seasoning the mixture with shavings scraped from the void crystal. The food potion was complete. A misty aura swirled and rose from the entire food potion. It conjured the apparition of a dragon and a small, emerald green blade of grass. Each time the dragon's misty form materialized, the emerald blade would sway and shatter it, leaving only the single blade of grass to stand alone in its beauty. Chen. He felt a flicker of panic. Damn it, could it have failed? Because during the creation process, he had also noticed the problem. The disparity in their ranks was simply too great. He'd forcibly fused them together using the primordial sovereign's spiritual essence, hoping to gain dragon-related effect buffs. Moreover, a mere scale fragment contained no skill pheromones, making it impossible to craft into a skill secret food. Unless one obtained the corpse of a dragon-type creature or an extraordinary organ, it would be impossible to extract the skill pheromones needed to craft a skill secret food. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. Chen scratched his head. He reactivated the Shokyuji pot. He placed it inside the pot. This vessel seemed to possess spatial properties. Whatever size the item placed within, it would automatically shrink as it neared the rim. Do this properly. If you fail, I'll erase your very existence. Gurgle. Big Tongue nodded, uttering complex syllables. The next second, it abruptly became mechanical, as if some rule had descended, stripping away its true self-consciousness. The Shokyuji pot floated in midair. Mysterious inscriptions etched onto the pot's surface glowed brightly, likely due to the exceptionally advanced materials used in its design. These enigmatic inscriptions floated off the pot's surface, intertwining and coalescing into rings that swirled and spun across its exterior. Within the pot, clouds of steam billowed and rippled with shimmering light. Nearly a full minute passed. All the inscriptions dissolved, returning to the surface of the pot. Big Tongue's hand reached into the pot. The food potion appeared unchanged on the surface. Yet its core felt transformed. Fragrant vapors rose in swirling tendrils, coalescing into a vision of extraordinary light. The clanging of weapons and the roar of dragons echoed through the air. Countless dragon-shaped silhouettes materialized. Then, a blade of grass shot skyward, whistling as it swayed, unleashing countless sword energies that shattered every dragon-shaped phantom. Chen.
Not only did they fail to merge, but this blade of grass seemed to grow even more ferocious. Big Tongue's hand formed a 5. Rating, 5. That rating's a bit low. Name, Grass. Slay that dragon. Secret skill. Rating, 5. A miraculous creation.
Though made from two inherently incompatible materials, they were forcibly blended together.
What should have been a failure somehow succeeded. However, due to their fundamental incompatibility, it can only be rated at 5. A fact, the racial skill of the small leaf swordgrass clan is sword intent.
By incorporating dragon-type materials, using this grants the super rank skill Dragon Slaying Sword Intent. Note, currently super rank, this skill can grow infinitely.
Description: the small leaf swordgrass lineage possesses the innate racial skill sword intent.
Throughout their lives, they continuously forge themselves into swords to temper their sword intent, which can evolve into various elemental forms.
When sword intent undergoes metamorphosis, it enables evolution. Among them,
the 8-leaf swordgrass possesses the star-severing sword intent, capable of shattering the sun, moon, and stars with a single blade.
Lu Chun. Grass. Slay that dragon? The name of this skill's secret food. This grass definitely isn't just an interjection, it must refer to the plant itself. Dragon Slaying Sword Intent. A skill starting at super tier that can grow infinitely? Lu Chen pondered whether to give it to Qitian or Little Squid. Little Squid, eat it while it's hot. He ultimately decided to give it to Little Squid to consume.
Sword Intent was incompatible with Qitian. It suited Little Squid perfectly, whose spatial abilities could synergize with Sword Intent.
Moreover, Sword Intent could keep growing.
So one day, when Little Squid's spatial abilities fuse with the Sword Intent,
could it become the Void Severing Sword Intent? A single strike severing time and space? What if Dream Power fused with Sword Intent? Dream Entry Sword Intent? Sword of Dreams? What if the power of fantasy fused with Sword Intent? Sword of Fantasy? Little Squid opened its mouth wide, stuffing the entire secret food inside. Its cheeks puffed out.
So delicious, spicy noodle flavor. A white light enveloped the Little Squid, lingering for several seconds before fading away.
Name, Void Illusion Squid. Level, Mid-tier Rebirth Stage, Upper tier Rebirth Stage.
Attributes, Space, Dreamscape, Imagination. Potential, Upper Legendary Grade, Half-Step Mythical Grade. Talents, Space, Dreamscape, Imagination. New skill, Dragon Slaying Sword Intent. Super tier infinitely scalable skill capable of continuously integrating other abilities to enhance its own sword intent. Dragon Slaying Sword Intent possesses terrifying slaughter capabilities and exerts extreme suppression against dragon-type creatures. As the detailed information materialized before his eyes, Lu Chen's face lit up with delight. Truly worthy of being a skill secret food. Little Squid's level had risen a notch, reaching the upper rebirth stage. Even its innate talent had risen from upper legendary grade to half-step mythical grade. Sword Intent of Dragon Slaying. Does it counter dragon-type creatures? Lu Chen grinned. Perfect timing. The Night Watch competition was next, deciding who would enter the Dragon's Legacy secret realm. He felt a tingle of excitement. He needed a place to test Little Squid and Qitian's abilities. Unfortunately, all the extraordinary creatures in the wild were far too weak, utterly incapable of bringing out the full potential of Qitian and Little Squid. Got it. His eyes lit up. The magic mirror dolls. Find an uninhabited mountain range and it could serve as a combat arena. No need to worry about the dolls being exposed either. With his king tier strength, Little Squid and Qitian could unleash their full power without restraint. Magic mirror doll, come with me. Just as he was about to head out, alas, plans change unexpectedly. He looked at the teacher from the logistics department who had come to notify him outside the door. He looked utterly surprised. The Manor Lord is summoning me? Yes, Lu Chen, the Lord requests your presence. Then please lead the way. The Xingyu Beastmaster Academy was vast, its area rivaling that of entire districts and some small cities. First year, second year, third year, and fourth year students were each assigned to distinct zones. Additionally, there were other specialized zones. Despite being enrolled for so long, Lu Chen had barely ventured beyond the freshman zone and residential areas. He boarded the campus shuttle. As the shuttle journeyed deeper into the academy, Lu Chen caught glimpses of various buildings scattered across the other distinct zones. The third and fourth year students were absent from the academy, leaving those two zones feeling rather quiet. The seniors had already departed for frontline battlefield internships, while the juniors had commenced their semester-long combat research projects. Even by shuttle bus, it took a full half-hour before it finally came to a stop in front of a wooden house. The wooden structure spanned over 300 square meters, built on 2 levels. Only the rear of the cabin was visible, its backyard opening onto a wild forest. The estate master is waiting for you in the backyard, he said before driving off. Lu Chen. How the hell am I supposed to get back later? Lu Chen stepped forward and pushed open the door. Inside, the cabin was constructed with simple mortise and tenon joints. He reached the back door and pushed it open. The fresh scent of grass filled his nostrils. Before his eyes, various extraordinary creatures lived and played, roughhousing with one another. By the side lay a pond, where an old man sat cross-legged on the ground, fishing.
Head of Xingyu Beastmaster Academy, Si Anbang. Lu Chen approached. The fishing rod gave off an extraordinary aura. Though made of bamboo, it emitted a peculiar vibration. Lu Chen instinctively activated his divine eye to take a look. Name: 9-segment jade bamboo.
Description: a royal tier grass-type material. It grows 1 segment per century, requiring 9 centuries to become 9-segmented jade bamboo. A growth material for the 9ly iron-eating beast, enhancing its bloodline concentration.
Whoa! Lu Chenrun was stunned.
Holy crap, using sovereign tier materials as fishing bait. Just as he was about to speak, Xian Bang silenced him with a gesture. He struck the pose of a reclusive sage, radiating an otherworldly, ethereal aura.
Lu Chen glanced down at the fishing basket, not a single fish.
Had he just started fishing?
Lu Chen didn't rush. He crossed his legs and sat beside him.
The little squid found it rather amusing. He retrieved a small needle from his personal storage space, bending it into a makeshift hook. Wrapping spider silk around it, he extended his tentacle as a fishing rod. Without casting far, he simply lowered it vertically into the water.
Less than 20 seconds later.
Little squid's eyes lit up as it jerked the line upward. A small black fish dangled from the end.
Lu Chen? There's no bait.
Can you even fish without bait?
Lu Chen distinctly felt the skin on the estate master's face twitch.
Little squid placed the fish into the basket.
Then continued. Not long after. Splash. Another one. 10 minutes later.
Little squid reeled in the 4th fish.
Lu Chen fell silent. It seemed not that hard to catch. The lord of the manor seemed to have been sitting there for quite a while.
We should move to another spot. This was the first sentence Lu Chen had heard since entering.
They changed spots.
Yip. The line had barely hit the water when the little squid hooked another fish.
Defenses shattered. The estate master was completely defeated. Enough fishing. You come with me, kid.
Soon. They arrived at the open space in the backyard. That kid Zhang Qiliang has high hopes for you.
How is Deputy Lord Zhang? Lu Chen inquired, acknowledging the other's efforts to save him. Minor injuries. He's fully recovered now.
These past few days, I've learned quite a bit about your exploits. Top scholar of a 3rd-tier city, cracking the Moonwatch ruins, joining the Night Watch, advanced cultivator, and bare-handed defeat of a Dominator-tier opponent.
If these things hadn't been told to me personally by Zhang Qiliang and that old codger Guxian, I'd have thought they were pulling my leg.
Even so, it still sounds like a fairy tale to me.
Lu Chen's eyes lit up. This was a ready-made opponent. Lu Chen spoke up. Ahem. Lord Governor, how about we have a spar? Interesting. Let's see if you live up to your reputation.
Xian Bang stood with his hands behind his back, addressing the supernatural beings living nearby. Little ones, keep your distance.
Golden spiritual energy intertwined.
A summoning array materialized. A round, black and white creature emerged from within.
Lu Chen felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. A panda.
Or rather, in this world, it was known as the Iron Eater.
Name: Jiuli Iron Eater. Attributes: metal element, spiritual element. Rank: high sovereign tier. Traits: hyper regeneration, life reserve.
Skills: Dark Gold Spiritual City Ultimate plus High Tier Combo, Blink Ultimate, Inverted Realm Ultimate, Mental Force High Tier. Description: a rare evolutionary path of the Iron Eater, the Jiuli Iron Eater.
Hidden evolution path: Jiuli Iron Beast Armed Evolution Mechanized Iron Beast. Chapter 122, Jitian's Combo, The Astonishing Manor Lord. Lu Chen studied the information revealed by the divine eye.
His eyebrows arched slightly. This Jiuli Iron Eater also possessed a combo skill. Dark Gold Spiritual Fortress. Combination skills were no simple matter. They are formed by the combination and fusion of 2 skills. Not every skill combination qualifies as a combo skill. Lately, whenever he had free time, he'd browse the comprehensive Beastmaster-related materials built into the Myth Bureau communicator. It covered everything from the Transcendent tier to the Sovereign tier, compiling all manner of questions. The sheer volume of text was staggering. It took him considerable time just to finish the Transformation tier section. Reading it all thoroughly would take months. He focused primarily on the Rebirth and Commander tiers. The rest he merely skimmed through. Among them, the Sovereign tier section focused heavily on combination techniques. A major reason why the Heavenly King is regarded as unrivaled at the Sovereign tier. Largely because is that all Heavenly King's beast companions have mastered combo skills. Skill proficiency levels are beginner, intermediate, advanced, mastery. Elevating the proficiency of super tier skills to perfection. Using this as a foundation. Attempt to integrate other high tier skills with mastery proficiency, refining them step by step.
Ultimately, it will fully transform into a combo skill. A standard combination skill.
It is calculated as super tier mastery plus high tier mastery equals combination skill. The strongest combination skill.
is formed by combining super tier mastery plus super tier mastery.
The Jolly Iron-Eating Beast's Dark Old Spiritual City is a super tier plus high tier combination type. The existence of the Heavenly King tier makes them even more suitable as sparring partners than the Magic Mirror dolls. Now Chi Tian and Little Squid can attack freely without pressure, fearing no injuries to each other.
Come forth, Chi Tian. Jigu. Chi Tian's figure emerged from the summoning array. Little Squid propelled its tentacles, hovering beside Chi Tian. The little old man Xian Bong spoke with a smile, his thick, snow-white eyebrows partially obscuring his eyes, giving him a kindly appearance. Don't worry, Lu Kid. Attack freely. No need to hold back at all. He was eager to see just how capable this student was, the strongest in the history of Xingyu Beastmaster Academy, according to Zhang Qiliang. Then I'll humbly accept your invitation. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened. Before the last syllable had even faded, he commanded Chi Tian to launch the attack. Flame Beam. Concentrated fire energy gathered as Chi Tian opened its mouth, unleashing a pillar of flame. A scorching blast of heat swept through the air. The flame beam flickered with sparks that glowed like solar flares. Charging toward the Jolly Iron-Eating Beast, the ground beneath its path swiftly withered to a parched yellow before turning to a pile of charred ashes. Xian Bong narrowed his eyes. The power of this fire elemental energy was far beyond what a Transcendent stage cultivator could unleash. And it's infused with the Yang Yin trait? It had something, but not much. The Jolly Iron-Eating Beast yawned, barely bothering to dodge. Boom! The flame beam engulfed the Ninely Iron Eater's body. The flames dissipated. Its form reappeared, utterly unscathed. Not even a hair was singed, let alone a scratch. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed. This was downright absurdly resilient. With its Yang Yin properties and fire element being the natural counter to metal. Yet it hadn't even grazed a single hair on the opponent? But then again, it made perfect sense. If a Transcendent stage cultivator could actually harm a sovereign stage opponent, it would mean they could be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Flame Vortex. A flame vortex nearly 10 meters wide instantly formed, swirling up ash from the ground. Obstructing vision, it surged forward toward the Jolly Iron-Eating Beast. A high-tier skill? Impressive, but useless. This won't defeat a half-step Overlord tier beast. The Jolly Iron Eater extended its chubby paw and gave a light swipe. The 10-meter-wide flame vortex flickered like a candle wick before it, extinguished with a single swipe. Ash and smoke swirled through the air, obscuring the entire battlefield. I know. Energy attacks are actually my beast pet's weak point. This monkey of mine. Lu Chen paused. Knows a thing or two about fists and feet. The moment the words fell, a dense swarm of monkey beast pets burst forth from the swirling dust. At least 40 or 50 of them. The air crackled with explosions. Their speed was blinding, lightning flashing beneath their feet as they charged forward, sparks flying and electricity crackling in their wake. Shadow Monkey Hair Clone. And the versatile skill I'd secretly learned from the mind-bound rabbit back at the trial gate. Chapter 30. Shadow Clone Technique. Chi Tian's mastery of the Shadow Monkey Hair Clone skill had reached the minor achievement stage. He could pluck monkey hairs, infuse them with shadow power, and with minor mastery, create up to 9 Shadow Monkey Hair Clones. Subsequently, both the main body and the clones can use the Shadow Clone technique, with each clone capable of manifesting 4 illusory clones. In an instant, they leapt dozens of meters, left hands crackling with lightning, right hands blazing with fire, converging from all directions upon the Jolly Iron-Eating Beast. Good heavens! Xian Bong's psychic senses swept over them, detecting that 30 of the figures were illusions. The remaining 10 figures were real. He was pleasantly surprised. This was indeed something special. What kind of skill was this? It actually made it impossible to distinguish the original from the clones. But, not by me. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. He had found the true form. Though the disguise was convincing, the energy flow of the true form was smoother. Ninely Iron-Eating Beast, mental slaughter. He shouted, and the Jolly Iron Eater's eyes instantly glowed blue. Mental energy surged forth. Pop, 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 pop. Shadows exploded apart, each dissolving into a single monkey hair that drifted to the ground. The rest of the shadow clones vanished as well. Only one monkey remained, charging toward it. Actually, my Jolly Iron-Eating Beast excels even more in hand-to-hand combat. In an instant, the Jolly Iron Eater, standing over 10 meters away, vanished. A fist loomed larger and larger before Chi Tian. He tried to dodge, but it was too late, or rather, he didn't even have time to react. Not a trace of energy clung to the fist. Pure brute strength, yet the sensation radiating from that fleshy fist was terrifyingly destructive. One strike could shatter a small mountain. Thankfully, the fist finally halted inches from his face. The crushing pressure from the fist's momentum made Chi Tian's mouth snap open, his lips and facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. Every hair on his body was whipped into a wild mane. Yet this was only a fraction of the pressure. The greater force curved around Chi Tian, gathering behind him. Then it erupted with a thunderous boom. Boom! Behind Chi Tian, a terrifying roar echoed as the air shattered. The fist's force transformed into a blinding white streak that sliced across the earth. Wherever it passed, the earth was plowed open, soil was torn from the ground, and countless clods of earth shook violently. Trees blocking the path were shattered into flying splinters, stones crushed into dust. The destruction stretched to the very edge of sight, culminating in a final thunderous boom that sent countless birds and beasts scattering in panic. Whoa! Lu Chen sucked in a sharp breath. Holy crap, is this what a heavenly king is like? Without any skills or elemental energy, pure physical strength alone. Don't think that just because you fought a half-step overlord, you've seen the limit of strength. What you faced was merely a cheap knockoff. The power behind this punch from the jolly iron-eating beast is roughly equivalent to that of a lower-tier overlord-class opponent. If that punch landed squarely on your beast pet, it would be instantly obliterated into a bloody mist, no trace left behind. Xian Bong cautioned Lu Chen. He'd seen too many geniuses capable of challenging opponents beyond their tier. None of them took their higher-tier opponents seriously. Little did they realize that those they could defeat were always the weakest combatants within their own tier. Within the same tier, differences in beast pet aptitude and skill mastery meant combat performance varied wildly below the overlord tier. Only at the overlord tier and above did these disparities gradually diminish. After all, beasts that reach the overlord tier possess inherently strong innate qualities. Below the overlord tier, among the Night Watchers, beast masters could almost effortlessly sweep through their social tier peers and even defeat opponents of higher ranks. For instance, you can defeat a rebirth tier opponent while at the elite tier. However, among rebirth tier practitioners, there are geniuses like you who can similarly challenge opponents of higher tiers. When you encounter such a prodigious rebirth tier opponent, can you still pull off a reverse defeat? Xian Bang had witnessed many such individuals on the front lines, recklessly charging forward for glory. Convinced they could challenge higher tiers, they chose to confront monsters far beyond their level. Little did they know that among the monsters, some possessed formidable innate abilities. Even those of the same tier could match them, let alone those far superior in rank. The consequence? Death and the loss of one's soul. Lu Chen nodded. He valued his life more than anyone. With the system, he would become invincible sooner or later. Steadiness was paramount. I've learned a lot, Lord Manor Master, Lu Chen said, a faint smile playing on his lips as he blinked his eyes. But I must correct you. Even if that punch had landed on Qitian, it wouldn't have harmed it. Because it is also fake. Put. The Qitian before the ninely iron-eating beast's fist dissolved into a wisp of white smoke, leaving only a single monkey hair drifting down through the air. See on Bon? When did that happen? Lu Chen smiled, having used Little Squid's illusion beam plus shadow monkey hair clone plus shadow clone technique. A trick within a trick within a trick, achieving perfect deception. Roar! The jolly iron-eating beast's psychic energy spread outward, forming an invisible dome that enveloped an area over 100 meters in radius. Up there! It reared its head. A crushing pressure descended from the sky, the air groaning under the unbearable weight. A monkey, entirely in ink black, its entire body engulfed in flames, plummeted like a meteor. Its momentum was staggering. As it descended, the flames constantly shifted, trailing a dazzling stream of fiery light behind it. As it descended, endless black mist enveloped it, its strands resembling black ribbons. Under the force of gravitational acceleration, its speed surged exponentially, creating a downward air current. The grass on the ground bent and snapped beneath its force. Its form has changed. Xian Bang stared in astonishment at Qitian, now in his battle power unleashed form. Not only had his appearance changed, but his aura and power had intensified as well. Is this another form? And it can fly. Wait. Monkeys can fly? He was utterly bewildered. Both he and the jolly iron-eating beast had reached the sovereign tier, having condensed their sovereign domains. By transforming metallic energy into magnetic fields, they could levitate in the air and achieve flight. How the hell did this monkey pull it off? No. His gaze fixed on Qitian. A black mist swirled around its body, like dark ribbons of flame. Eyes and facial features formed within it. A cloud? As his thoughts raced, Qitian rapidly descended toward the ground. The friction between his body and the air intensified the flames engulfing him. The air pressure it generated caused the lake surface nearby to dip inward. Sizzle sizzle hiss hiss hiss. Qitian's gaze fixed intently on the jolly iron-eating beast below. A formidable presence. Without revealing any aura, it simply stood there, towering like a mountain, deep like an abyss. One could sense its overwhelming, despair-inducing power. Compared to it, he felt like a mere speck in the vastness of the heavens. Yet Qitian felt not a shred of fear. It was merely a little rock monkey, mocked by all. From the moment it hatched, it could feel the cold, mocking stares. He could hear the whispers and gossip. Yet his beast master had awakened what humans called an SSS-grade phenomenon. He never abandoned it. Instead, he brought this worthless creature to its current heights. Its life was already decided. For its beast master, it would shatter the heavens if need be. It would not let anyone look down on it or its beast master. Wherever the beast master goes. If the earth obstructs him, it shall shatter beneath his feet.
If the sea stands in his way, it shall be filled. If the heavens would confine him, he would cleave the heavens asunder. Should all beings stand against him, then the world shall perish. A resolute gleam flashed in his eyes. Previously, fire and lightning energies could only be used separately. It was as if two pipes ran through its body, one channeling lightning energy, and the other channeling fire energy. Even skills that combined both energies manifested as flames in the right hand and lightning in the left. Any attempt at fusion proved futile, the energies simply refused to blend. Lately, it had been contemplating a plan to fuse the lightning and fire elements. It has already grasped a few clues. Then it was time to test it. Chi Tian's eyes narrowed. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. The barrier between the thunder and fire energies was deliberately shattered. The raging thunder and fire clashed violently, unleashing a terrifying elemental storm within his body. He grunted in pain, then drew upon the Beastmaster's spiritual power through their soul contract. A thread of the primordial sovereign's spiritual essence was borrowed. Suppress. The raging thunder fire energy surged chaotically within, desperately seeking an outlet. Chi Tian clenched his fist with explosive force, his body tensing like a bowstring as he drew his fist back with all his might. Brilliant lightning and fire coalesced upon his fist, revealing a terrifying spectacle. The intertwined energies coalesced into an ethereal phantom outside his fist. A phantom fist enormous and woven from thunder and fire enveloped Chi Tian's own fist. It resembled a large fist encasing a smaller one. The blazing light and thunderous glow illuminated the surroundings. Xianbon watched the scene, utterly bewildered, his eyebrows blown back from his eyes. This scene felt familiar. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gasped at combo move. Holy! A monkey at the rebirth stage had mastered a combo move. Not a complete combo, just the rudimentary form of a combo, more accurately, a concept. The birth of a combo technique. Besides both skills needing to reach mastery proficiency, the two skills must also possess different attributes. Skills of the same attribute cannot form a combo. However, when combining skills of different attributes, the two attributes must be fused. This step is known as elemental property alteration. It involves making two elemental properties compatible with each other, altering their inherent natures. But he was stuck on this step for 15 years. The entire sovereign tier. Countless sovereign tier beast masters have been stuck here. And this little monkey, a mere rebirth stage creature, managed to do it? A storm raged within his heart. He felt as though his entire life had been wasted. Xianbon exhaled a deep breath of stale air. His entire demeanor turned serious. He spoke. Then let it gain a deeper understanding of combo techniques. Ninely iron-eating beast wrapped in dominance. Let it witness our combo technique. His deep voice boomed, Dark Gold City of the Spirit. Chapter 123, The MTB Queen's Nest, Zhang returns. No sooner had Xianbon spoken. The jolly iron-eating beast let out a low growl. A surge of power erupted, instantly enveloping the surroundings in an aura. The Overlord's aura. Then, the dominant aura began to compress. The Overlord's aura began to condense into visible, copper-hued strands radiating terrifying pressure. It could be called dominance. With a tremor of its hand, the aura of dominance coiled around its form, transforming it into a demonic deity. Terrifying copper-hued waves of dominance swirled around its entire body. The brass hue instantly spread across its entire body. Its entire body appeared as if coated in molten copper, resembling a panda-shaped bronze statue, radiating a metallic sheen from head to toe. Then, its palm, as large as a fan, clenched into a fist, crushing the air within its grasp. Its left hand trembled. The gold element energy within him surged toward his left fist like a dam bursting, coalescing upon its knuckles into a metallic sun. Simultaneously, his eyes turned a deep azure as brilliant psychic energy surged wildly, coalescing onto his right fist to form a psychic sundae. Both fists were raised to his chest, then slammed together with tremendous force. Boom! The metal sun and the psionic sun collided, unleashing a full-scale explosion of energy. Endless lightning flashed from the point of collision, like the positive and negative poles of an electric charge. Metal energy and spiritual energy intertwined. Boom! The air compressed, forming a ring of force around the center as a howling gale swept outward. Simultaneously, metallic energy and spiritual energy merged. A majestic, dark gold spiritual steel fortress materialized behind the jolly iron-eating beast, immense in scale. It felt suspended between substance and illusion, composed entirely of elemental energies. Holy! Chen stared at the fortress, its surface densely packed with an endless array of cannons of varying calibers, each gleaming with metallic luster. He was stunned. He'd been wondering what the Dark Gold Spiritual City was. Turns out it's a war fortress straight out of a sci-fi movie, right? Doesn't the appearance of this thing clash wildly with your gold type plus psychic type combo? This should be a mechanical type beast pet skill. Hidden evolution path, Jolly Iron Eater armed evolution Mecha King Iron Eater. He finally understood why the Jolly Iron Beast's hidden evolution path included an armored evolution with distinct mechanical attributes and the Mechanical King Iron Beast.
This ing fits like a glove. Though this description seems lengthy, it all happened in just 2 or 3 seconds. Xian Bon looked up at the sky as Qi Tian transformed into a blazing fireball, hurtling down like a meteor. He spoke calmly, "Fire a shot at it to test the waters." On the Iron War Fortress, a cannon muzzle suddenly flared with light, generating a powerful suction force. Mental energies surged relentlessly toward the barrel. The next second, fully charged, an energy cannonball several meters in diameter erupted from the barrel, hurtling toward Qi Tian. Qi Tian's eyes flashed with battle intent. Flames and lightning intertwined around his fist, the Thunderfire fist encasing his arm, instantly transforming from fist to palm. A fierce karate chop came down. The energy cannon was instantly cleaved in two, veering past Qi Tian's side. Behind him, it exploded into 2 blazing orbs. Not bad. But what if it's like this? Every cannon barrel on the Iron War Fortress behind the Jolie iron-eating beast flashed with light. Viewed from above, the entire ground seemed to ripple within an ocean of energy orbs. Dust, let's bring this battle to a close today. Xian Bon naturally wouldn't confront the world's top assassin. As the projectiles neared their target, he released the Dark Gold Spiritual City, causing the energy shells to vanish along with it. Soon. Energy recharge complete, ready for launch. Lord, you seem to have forgotten I have a second beast companion. Eeing. The squeaking voice of the little squid echoed. Using Void Walk, it appeared above the Ninely Iron Eater. The sky above was now dotted with countless, densely packed ripples of varying sizes. Threads of spider silk descended. They intertwined and knotted together, then coalesced into a sword formed from the spider silk. The 2 tentacles in front of the little squid grasped the sword's hilt. In an instant, the little squid, usually soft and adorable, suddenly radiated a different aura. The moment it grasped the blade, it was as if an unparalleled weapon had been drawn from its sheath. Its sharp edge was exposed, and a fierce aura burst forth. The space behind it cracked open, revealing a withered, grayish-white, eerie eyeball filled with deathly aura. Death aura erupted. The death gaze effect took hold on the Jolie iron-eating beast. It had no effect. After all, Little Squid was merely at the transformation stage. The gap in power was too vast. It merely created a momentary gap in the Jolie Iron Eater's energy supply. Now, as soon as Lu Chen's words echoed out, Little Squid, wielding the spider silk sword, flickered swiftly, traversing the void. Its speed was unparalleled. Before the beast could react, it had already materialized beside the Jolie Iron Eater. Sword intent erupted as the slash descended, air wailed, and a piercing cold light flashed. A faint, dragon-like wail echoed through the air. Crack! 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 The Iron War Fortress began to crumble instantly, countless cracks spreading across its surface. Finally, it shattered and vanished. Impossible. Xian Bon couldn't believe it. Gurgle. Qi Tian had already closed in, the veins on his fists now blazing with thunder and fire. Using the gravitational acceleration of his descent, he slammed toward the Jolie iron-eating beast. Xian Bon took a deep breath, suppressing the shock within him, and declared, "Take this blow." The Ninely Iron Eater extended its chubby paw, raising it overhead to catch Qi Tian's descending fist, enveloping it completely. Boom! A deafening roar echoed, white shockwaves sweeping the surroundings. The earth caved in layer by layer, shattering within a 30-meter radius. Dirt and debris shot high into the air. The dust cloud barely had time to rise before being swept away by successive shockwaves. The Jolie iron-eating beast remained unscathed. Even the ground within 2 meters beneath its feet remained perfectly intact. After missing its strike, thousand-handed Micah swiftly carried Qi Tian to safety. It then transformed into a dark cloud, hovering beside Qi Tian. One could see that Qianshou Yunma was now in a peculiar state. A slender trail of smoke connected to the black flames on Qi Tian's tail. It appeared as if it had coalesced from the billowing black smoke emitted by the flames on Qi Tian's tail. How did you manage that? Xian Bon's eyes held a look of shock. He and the Jolie iron-eating beast had only recently advanced to the Heavenly King tier. Their combined technique, Dark Gold Spiritual City, was also a recent discovery, not yet fully perfected. It had 3 shortcomings. 1. Insufficient power. While capable of widespread damage, its potency fell short of the sovereign tier. It proved devastating on the battlefield as an area of effect skill. 2. It requires stationary execution. The Jolie Iron Eater beast cannot move while channeling the technique. 3. If the energy supply within its body becomes disrupted and it is attacked, the Dark Gold Spiritual City dissipates immediately. Combination skill. Like a precision electronic instrument, failure in any single component could cause the skill to malfunction. Earlier, the enemy exploited that bizarre eyeball to create a momentary disruption in the energy flow within the Jolie Iron Eater, exposing a vulnerability. The squid beast pet slash struck this vulnerability, disrupting the entire framework of the combo skill. "I'm still a senior breeder, just gut feeling," Lu Chen blurted out, fabricating an excuse. Naturally, he wouldn't admit that it was the Divine Eye Plus evolutionist that allowed him to discern the combo's vulnerability. A genius. No, a pure prodigy. The last one this monstrous was Jiangjini. Lord, continue. The sheer thrill of commanding beast pets in battle without restraint was exhilarating. Alright, then we'll play along with you guys a little more seriously. What followed? Chi Tian and Little Squid relentlessly launched attacks against the jolly iron-eating beast. Once the opponent started taking things seriously, the squid and monkey found themselves toyed with one-sidedly. Each time Chi Tian launched an attack, the jolly iron eater would deliberately trip him up. Or, after dodging the strike, it would flick its finger and send Chi Tian flying. Little Squid fared even worse. Every time it attempted to drift into the void, it was detected in advance and then restrained in midair by psychokinetic force. Its tentacles were twisted into a tight knot by the opponent. Within minutes, they hadn't even managed to touch the jolly iron eater once. The battle ended, and Lu Chen untangled the squid's knotted tentacles. The little one's cheeks puffed out like balloons as it glared at the jolly iron eater. You big black and white blob. You made me look like a fool in front of the Beastmaster. Just you just wait. This debt will be repaid, or I'm not a squid. Just wait until I reach the sovereign tier and master the iron eater slaying sword intent. I'll cut you down. It seems Zhang Qiliang and Gu Xian weren't exaggerating. I'll personally give you 10,000 credits as a reward for outstanding students. The Lord is truly generous. Lu Chen chuckled. 1 credit equaled 1,000 yuan. 10,000 credits meant purchasing power of 10 million yuan. Enough to buy 4 commander tier materials or 1 overlord tier material. Xian Bang gazed at the pouting little squid, utterly charmed. Haha, don't be upset. You're a spatial type, right? Here, take this. He handed the little squid an object resembling a beehive. Name, Void Bee Queen Nest. Description, void bees are creatures dwelling in the void, capable of harvesting void energy to brew void honey. The queen of this hive has perished, and it is only a small-scale mother hive. There are still a few unhatched bee pupae inside. Consuming them can enhance your perception of spatial attributes. Whoa! Is this the lethal charm of cute creatures? Little squid really does charm everyone, young and old. A little cuteness, a few pitiful whimpers, and you gain spatial type materials money can't even buy. I'll be on my way then. Lu Chen took his leave. Watching Lu Chen's retreating figure, Guxin and Zhang Qilian's assessment of Lu Chen was still a bit conservative. Both of their beast pets had mastered at least 4 super tier skills each. Their innate potential was also extraordinary. Both beasts' potential could very well reach the totem tier. Xian Bang marveled inwardly. Truly, a great era was upon them. Prodigies and prodigious talents were beginning to emerge in droves. His expression grew grave. This signified the second wave of the Otherworld's descent was imminent. Thousands of years ago, the Otherworld descended, and the extraordinary manifested. Humans discovered the ruins of a tribe. This tribe worshipped a divine beast that commanded the laws of destiny. The entire tribe excelled at prophecy, evading misfortune and embracing fortune. Within the ruins, they discovered a one-time use treasure of rules, a relic capable of foretelling the future just once. The Alliance of Nations at that time chose to foretell the future of humanity. According to the prophecy, when the heavens and earth undergo great upheaval and a great calamity approaches, countless prodigies and prodigious beings will emerge in response to the times. When this occurs, it will also signify the second descent of the Otherworld. Time slipped by like a white horse passing through a crack, fleeting and swift. Over a week vanished in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, Lu Chen spotted an unexpected figure seated at the breakfast table with Lu Yurong, Luo Anfei, Sunmmary, and the Bai siblings. Thanks to the magic mirror doll cooking, these freeloaders had all chosen to come to Lu Chen's place for a free meal. When did you return? He asked Zhang Zhini. Chapter 124, The True Dragon Blood Pool, The First Slave Beast. In the dining hall. Bai Chanxian, Sunmmary, Luo Anfei, Zhang Zhini, Lu Yurong. The 5 women formed a stunning landscape. Their radiant beauty, each uniquely captivating yet equally stunning, overshadowed everything else in the room. Aloof, innocent, alluring, naturally airhead, sophisticated, and intellectual, each possessed a distinct personality. For a moment, Lu Chen wondered if he had stumbled into the spider cave. The villa's gates swung open. Bai Yan crouched on the threshold steps, slurping noodles with a storm of inhalations. What are you doing here? Your dining room has too many women. Getting close to women makes men miserable. Fine, carry on. Lu Chen sat down at the table as the magic mirror doll served breakfast. The 5 women ate with slightly refined manners, chewing slowly and deliberately. Ironically, Zhang Zhini, who appeared the most refined and intellectual, ate with a certain roughness compared to the other 4. By the time others were halfway through, her bowl was already empty. Now she was savoring a creamy dessert, taking a bite with pure satisfaction. The latest dessert from the Imperial Kitchen, it's absolutely delicious, you wrong. Try some. She scooped a spoonful and fed it to Lu Yurong. The creamy texture melts on your tongue like soft clouds, leaving a silky, rich flavor that's never cloying. Lu Chen. You're quite the contrast, Zhang Zhini. Zhang Jiang is like this besides archaeology, she just loves desserts. Lu Yurong was unfazed. Spotting Lu Chen's arrival, Jiang Zhini sat up straight, lifting her delicate face. Ahem, what was it you asked me just now? When did you get back? Around 4 or 5 in the morning. I took a detour through Lingnan.
She continued, I went specifically to check out that so-called night watchman.
Also to see why that Luo was acting so cocky. Turns out he's such a weakling, couldn't even withstand a single move from me.
Her personality was both free-spirited and forceful. When someone bullied her 10th pillar, she went straight to their doorstep to settle the score. One more thing, the Dragon's Legacy Secret Realm is now completely stabilized.
The Night Watch Grand Competition is about to begin. Everyone prepare yourselves, we depart tomorrow. Luo Anfei snapped her head up, a flicker of excitement breaking through her usually icy expression. The Dragon's Legacy Secret Realm, was it finally opening? She glanced up at Lu Chen.
Ever since learning of Lu Chen's beast taming talent, which might very well be the same divine tier beast taming talent as Jiang Zhini's,
she had been overcome by an inexplicable sense of urgency.
In recent days, she had poured considerable resources into the endeavor, traveling to other cities and secret realms to secure opportunities she had known from her previous life.
In just over a week,
the Ice Crystal Phoenix Fox had already elevated the proficiency of Heavenly Frost Chill, the prerequisite skill for the quasi-mystic level technique Descent of the Icy Form, from beginning to grasp the essence to minor mastery. Each level of proficiency in a super tier skill represented a qualitative leap. The Ice Crystal Phoenix Fox's level had even advanced to the upper rebirth stage. Combined with the strength displayed in its previous battle against Fu Changlong, the Ice Crystal Phoenix Fox and Moon Spirit could now easily outclass him. But she still felt it wasn't entirely secure. The second large-scale invasion from the other world was less than 3 years away. She must grow stronger as quickly as possible, racing against time. She must surpass Lu Chen in comparison as soon as possible, amassing vast resources to seize more extraordinary opportunities in the coming great era. She must enter the Dragon's Legacy Secret Realm. Dragon and Phoenix harmonized. Dragon line power also amplified Phoenix line power. From her past life's memories, she recalled that this secret realm contained a dragon blood pool. During the inheritance trials, those who rank highly gain access to different tiers of the dragon blood pool. Both beast companions and their tamers could immerse themselves within to enhance their innate foundations. Pools with higher concentrations of dragon blood could even grant beast pets dragon bloodlines through artificial means. Among them, the pool with the highest dragon blood concentration was called the True Dragon Blood Pool. The Dragon Lineage Secret Realm was once the transformed Beastmaster space of a totem-tier Dragon Lineage Beastmaster from another realm. His demise stemmed from seizing the true dragon's essence blood, which inflicted fatal wounds upon him. Dragon blood creatures, hybrid dragon species, sub-dragon species, dragon remnant species, pure-blood dragon species. Among the pure-blood dragon species, the most noble bloodline was known as True Dragon Bloodline. Before his demise, he transformed this true dragon essence into an inheritance reward. This is precisely what Luo Anfei seeks. She must secure it, hoping to see if it could propel the Ice Crystal Phoenix Fox into the Phoenix Remnant bloodline or even the pure Phoenix bloodline. A faint smile curved her lips. She had happened to visit the Dragon Inheritance Secret Realm in her previous life, though by then it had already been fully explored by others. She had even researched the rules and requirements of the inheritance trial. Thus, for others, everything within was unknown territory. For her, this was an open book exam. If she couldn't secure the inheritance and enter the True Dragon Blood Pool now, she wouldn't deserve the name Luoshan. Finally, a fight to watch? Bai Yan slurped down the last of his noodle soup in one go, his face aglow with excitement. A blood-boiling fool, he loved nothing more than seeing people battle it out. Especially large-scale tournaments watched by crowds. That was the perfect stage to show off. He gloated inwardly. Lately, he'd been buried in developing some seriously powerful moves ones no one else had ever seen. He was sure he'd be able to show off big time then. Ding, mission assigned, secure a qualifying rank in the Nightwatch Grand Tournament to enter the Dragon's Legacy Secret Realm. Furthermore, enter the Dragon's Legacy Secret Realm, obtain the legacy, and decipher the Secret Realm's history. This is a chain quest. Failure to meet any single requirement will result in mission failure. Chain quest. This was the first time the system had ever issued such a quest. Bring it on. After dinner, Lu Yurong dragged a few women out shopping. She claimed she needed to buy things for a trip tomorrow. Someone unaware might think she was going on a picnic. Lu Chen arrived at the underground training chamber. How's it going, Magic Mirror Doll? The Magic Mirror Doll held a honeycomb, continuously infusing it with spiritual energy. It was the empty Space Queen hive given to Little Squid by that little old man, the estate master Xian Bong. Deep within the hive lay several white cocoons. They were nearly dead. These cocoons served as growth materials for spatial-type beast pets. Consuming them enhanced spatial elemental perception and amplified skill potency. Yet under the combined effects of Divine Eye and Evolutionist's legacy, Lu Chen discovered one pupa within the empty Space Queen hive had not yet perished completely. A faint, flickering flame of life still clung to it. Lu Chen acquired numerous life materials and tasked his most dexterous psychic-type beast pet, the magic mirror doll, to meticulously extract energy from these materials and infuse it into the pupa. Simultaneously, Little Squid enveloped the creature with spatial energy. After a week of effort, the creature underwent a complete metamorphosis from death to rebirth, wriggling within the honeycomb cells like a silkworm larva. Life's vitality blossomed anew. Magic mirror doll, guard the entrance and keep that blockhead by Yen out. After instructing the magic mirror doll, he turned to Little Squid and said, begin. Yip. Whoosh. Boom. The forbidden power of the erupted within Little Squid, transforming it into something grotesque. Its body twisted and contorted, countless bubbles forming along its tentacles. Its head bubbled like boiling water, as if flesh tumors were shattering and regenerating. Its form became unbearable to look upon. Behind it, a vast mist-shrouded world materialized, revealing the silhouette of an octopus as large as a planet. Enslave as a beast of bondage. Yes. A full meal or a full stomach. Lu Chen chose the latter. Spatial-type materials were extremely difficult to obtain and exceptionally precious. This void-feeding bee could harvest spatial energy from the void, transforming it into the spatial-type material void honey. The little squid, possessing the traits of a demon god, could corrupt species, transforming them into its own beasts of bondage. As mentioned in Chapter 55, Lu Chen intended for the little squid to enslave the opponent as a beast of burden. Under the influence of its demon god trait, the little squid's phantom dream silk was eerie, resembling a strand of flesh connecting to the constantly writhing silkworm pupa. In an instant, the silkworm pupa became tainted by the power of the dark god, sprouting countless small flesh lumps. Layer upon layer, they pushed out like cauliflower florets. Then, as if flesh were slowly dissolving, Lu Chen shook his head. Failure? No. He saw it after the flesh and cocoon dissolved, a bizarre creature emerged. About the size of a baby's fist, its outer form resembled a bee. Its forehead was densely covered with rows of flesh lumps, each bearing a pair of eyes. What emerged was a dense cluster of compound eyes. Its back split open, and a pair of thin, translucent wings emerged from the torn flesh. It was utterly bizarre, not be wings at all. No transparent hyaline membrane remained, only the wing veins. Like a vegetable leaf stripped of all substance, leaving only the veins behind. It resembled some bizarre creature whose wings had rotted away, leaving only the skeletal framework behind. Its lower body was swollen and bloated. It bowed its head toward the little squid, like a loyal slave. Name, Void Hollow-Winged Queen. Description, originally a dying larva, it was favored by the power of an evil god and tainted by forbidden corruption, transforming into the polluted empty sky withered wing queen. It devours high-purity energy, converting it into reproductive capacity to spawn offspring. It can harvest energy from the void, transforming it into withered void honey. Squeak, squeak. It devoured the dead bee pupae. Then it returned to the hive and laid 3 blood flesh-encased egg pupae. An unexpected delight. Its name changed, but it also became a queen bee, possessing reproductive capabilities. Doesn't that mean a steady supply of spatial-type materials from now on? Could consuming high-purity energy transform into reproductive power, enabling it to spawn offspring? Lu Chen's eyes flickered. Little squid, see if you can bring it into the beast taming space and hang it on the branches of the eternal divine tree. Feasible. Little squid brought it in, securing it to a branch with spider silk, suspended downward. It too absorbed the purified energy exhaled by the eternal divine tree, preparing to lay eggs. Looks like we'll be harvesting spatial-type materials soon enough. The magic mirror doll marveled. The little master was becoming increasingly baffling. Though clearly not a demon god, it possessed powers akin to one, capable of infecting living souls. Yet, unlike a demon god, it didn't evoke that sickening, nauseating feeling. No wonder it could hatch the little squid without needing anything left behind by its master. Looking at the magic mirror doll, Lu Chen recalled something. Oh, right. Mirror doll, how many beast pets of my mother's are you? The magic mirror doll also possessed a combo skill called Grip of the Underworld. Its stats were shown in Chapter 65. That meant the magic mirror doll had also been a heavenly king at its peak. He was curious which of his mother's pet beasts was the magic mirror doll. Bari. Lu Chen stared in disbelief. The 6th one. Holy. Only the ace soul-bound pets of the Manor Lord and Jiangzhini possessed combo skills. The magic mirror doll was his mother's 6th beast pet. Yet it possesses the strength of a heavenly king tier beast. Then, what level must her own beast companion be? What were my mother's other beast pets? Bari the magic mirror doll shook its head, unable to recall. The memory was gone. Alright. Her mother really is shrouded in mystery. He knew the entire world's history. Yet he couldn't find her records in the Beastmaster Association's archives. To be precise, within the Beastmaster Association, his mother was merely a 1-star Beastmaster. Not even elite rank. She was incredibly mysterious. Take your time. One day, you'll figure it out. Early the next morning, all members of the 10th Pillar Night Watch assembled, fully equipped and ready to depart. As the plane took flight, they embarked on their journey to the Night Watch Grand Tournament.
P.S. Today's 2 updates are both major chapters equivalent to 4 updates elsewhere. Please support with gold tickets. Chapter 125 Super Divine Beast. 8,000 Li of Yunmeng. A creation of the mechanic. The Wind Falcon 3 aircraft slowly ascended into the sky. Within the engines of its wings, potent wind elemental energy gathered, forming a powerful suction force, turbocharging the engines as they roared like thunder. Falcon-class aircraft. Wind Falcon, Thunder Falcon, Fire Falcon. Each type further subdivided into 1, 2, and 3 models, with Type 3 being the highest tier, capable of utilizing the advanced skills of its respective series. Buzz 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 buzz. The surrounding air is sucked in as the engine's turbine spins rapidly. The accumulated energy erupts backward, compressing and propelling the air into a white column that explodes and surges rearward like an air cannon. Wind element advanced skill, roar of the wind. Boom! An extreme sensation of being pushed back into the seat surged through her. Clouds shattered beneath the aircraft as the Wind Falcon 3 streaked across the sky like a dazzling streak of light. Luo Anfei gazed through the window at the blurred landscape below. The Night Watch competition, she must secure a top-tier position. Secure the qualification ticket to the Dragon's Legacy Secret Realm. Then, within the Dragon's Legacy Sanctuary, she would claim the inheritance, immerse herself in the true Dragon's blood pool, and enhance both her own strength and the foundations of her 2 beast companions, the Ice Crystal Phoenix and the Fox. Once I enter the true Dragon blood pool, victory in this competition is mine. Luo Anfei lifted her chin, revealing her exquisite jawline. Because, according to her calculations, the day she entered the Dragon's Legacy Sanctuary would also be the deadline for the second duel comparison. And the prodigies and prodigious talents among the other Night Watchmen. Your Luo goddess has arrived. Just as Lu Chen set out for the location of the Night Watchers' grand competition, an unnamed peninsula. The world's hues leaned toward the somber. The gloomy sky, a deep, dark gray, exuded a heavy oppression. Dark clouds stained the heavens, as if someone had splashed ink onto a sheet of azure paper. These clouds seemed tangible, drifting like fluffy wisps. And these dark clouds churned and swirled, sweeping across the heavens like a tornado. Occasionally, rolling thunder snakes illuminated the sky. Amidst the islands stood a vast structure. It was the very eye at the center of this cloud tornado. The headquarters of the alchemy cult. The Archon of the Alchemist Order sat upon his throne, surveying the scene below. Kneel. A prisoner was brought forward. This individual possessed an eerie appearance, a head resembling a green bamboo snake, with pale green vertical pupils. Black goat horns protruded from his skull, while a pair of bat-like demon wings spanned his back, one now torn to shreds. The other membrane wing was also tattered and torn, resembling a rotten rag. If Lu Chen were here, he would recognize him. This was the faceless leader who had ambushed him in the cloud-mired wasteland tomb. His aura was weak and feeble, his arms and limbs twisted in grotesque, unnatural ways. Alchemist cult. Damn you, all of you. It's your fault. You stole the forbidden knowledge of the formless great demon, leaving our own knowledge incomplete. His eyes instantly turned bloodshot as he screamed hysterically, as if witnessing a heretic who had insulted the gods. See? This is precisely why we refuse to worship the dark gods. Cultists of dark gods are all brainless. The Archon leaned forward, his eyes fixed intently on the faceless cult leader. Even with your life in my hands, you still fail to grasp the situation. The great demon of formlessness? Is he even worthy of our worship? Do you know why? The forbidden knowledge your faceless cult obtained? It's not that we didn't take it. It's because we simply find it beneath us. Merging with beast companions? Devouring your own pets? What kind of heresy is that? Is that even a beast master? The patriarch suddenly chuckled. But we captured you specifically to complete your forbidden knowledge. The smile vanished instantly from his face. Take him away. See if he can fuse with test subject 1. To merge with a fragment of the gene of the great demon of formlessness they worship, he must die without regret, right? The minor interlude concluded. An officer of the alchemy cult stepped forward to report, Grand Master, the Dragon Legacy Secret Realm has been fully established. The Archon folded his arms. We still lack high-grade dragon attribute essence blood. The secret realm behind the dragon taming clan is difficult to access. This dragon inheritance secret realm must contain high-grade dragon attribute essence blood. I need to obtain it. Rest assured, Grand Master. The Beastmaster Association headquarters is also conducting selection trials. Our people will gain entry with ease. The group departed. The Patriarch entered the laboratory. In the center of the space sat a massive, fleshy mass, a veritable volcano of flesh covered in skin membranes, veins, and blue tendons. Massive in size, it stood a full 5 or 6 meters tall. This was the very same mother pool of life seized from the Breeders' Association and originally belonging to the alchemists centuries ago. Now it revealed its true form. The breeders were a bunch of incompetents for centuries, they had failed to discover its proper method of use. From the crater of the mother of all breeding pools, a bubble enveloped in a web of mycelium was being expelled. More accurately, it resembled an ovum sac.
Occasionally, a green glow flickers within the follicle. One could see it filled with green liquid, nurturing an embryo within.
An umbilical cord is visible, one end connected to the embryo,
the other end connected to the mother's pool. Surrounding the mother pool are various peculiar objects. All were items related to the evil god. Among them lies the tattered corner of the Yellow Path Lord's robe, which Lu Chen once traded for the bone-eyed corpse. Countless tentacles extended from the pool of 10,000 mothers, coiling around these forbidden objects. Each forbidden object belonged to a forbidden. Their aura enveloped the area, weaving a twisted field imbued with terrifying, forbidden corrupting power. Those who approached were instantly mutated. Thus, within the entire alchemy cult, only the patriarch could approach. For he himself was an anomaly within the curse exorcism garden, a being formed by the physical corpses of all the high-ranking members of the alchemy cult who had been resurrected. Only the forbidden objects of thee can ignore this corruption. Gazing at the egg sac, the patriarch's expression bordered on madness, as if beholding a peerless treasure. The power of the dark god and the divine beast have fused perfectly. He murmured softly, "Hurry up and take shape. My artificial god. The moment you are born, you will be the most perfect being in all the world. You shall be the first being in all creation to possess the traits of both divine beast and dark god." The ancient fossil revival machine has fulfilled its purpose. Within the revived fossil lay the sealed remains of a divine beast. From these remains, he extracted the divine beast's genetic code. Using the boundless capacity of the formless great demon as a foundation, he infused the divine beast's genes to counter the forbidden power of the formless great demon. Simultaneously, he incorporated the essences of other dark deities and gathered the genetic material of every type of beast companion across the entire world. His face lit up with excitement. Moreover, the divine beast's genes proved far more potent than he had anticipated, capable of simultaneously suppressing the auras of so many dark gods. This indicated that the divine beast's rank likely surpassed that of the demon gods themselves. This would allow him to integrate other forbidden powers with even greater abandon. His entire body trembled with excitement. The alchemist's lifelong dream was finally about to be realized in his hands. Soon, an artificial super-divine beast possessing the powers of various demon gods and containing the genes of every known supernatural creature in the world would be born from his hands. The grand competition is being held at Yunmeng Marsh? Lu Chen rode atop the dragon cloud bird. He gazed down at the shimmering expanse of the boundless lake below. Their aircraft had landed in the western Great Domain. Then, everyone mounted Jiang Zhenyi's dragon cloud bird and advanced toward the venue of the Night Watch Grand Competition. Lu Chen hadn't expected the competition to be held at Yunmeng Marsh. His hometown, Des City, bordered Yunmeng Marsh. Of course, the actual competition site was a considerable distance from his hometown. 8,000 li of the Yunmeng Marsh, 4 rivers flowing into the Yangtze, vast and misty. The Yunmeng Marsh spanned 2 great realms. 1/3 lies within the eastern domain, 100 kilometers from Des City. The remaining 2/3 lie within the western Great Domain. They were now within the Yunmeng Marsh under the jurisdiction of the western domain. Mists rise from the lake's surface, evoking a celestial realm. Soon, at the edge of their vision, in the center of the lake, the outline of an island came into view. The location for this night watchman competition. Yunhua Island. Whoosh! As the dragon cloud bird drew nearer, a military camp could be seen atop the island. Its pristine condition made it clear it had been built recently. The training grounds were already crowded with people. The dragon cloud bird landed on the ground. Countless eyes instantly turned toward it. Lu Rin and the others the focus of everyone's attention. Chapter 126, Little Flying Stick, oh wait, Sword Immortal arrives. From the sky, the island was shrouded in the misty haze of Yunmeng Marsh. Shadows flickered indistinctly, like viewing flowers through mist, blurred and unreal. Until the dragon cloud bird landed on the island. Lu Chen realized the island wasn't large, roughly the size of a football field. Barren, devoid of any vegetation. Apart from the newly constructed military camp, nothing else existed. The group leapt down from the dragon cloud bird's back. The colossal form of the dragon cloud bird began rapidly shrinking from over 10 meters in size. It transformed into its normal size. Lu Chen landed on the ground. Something felt off about the ground beneath him. The texture was peculiar. As if the island were hollow beneath, standing on it gave a sense of drifting along with the currents. It was as if the island itself was merely floating upon the lake. He had a hunch. This island wasn't naturally formed, it was most likely caused by a rock-type beast pet's ability. It made sense. A beast pet of the sovereign tier could radiate its aura outward, subtly reshaping the surrounding environment to suit its survival. On the training grounds, many young faces gathered, all beast masters ranked between rebirth and commander tiers. With the addition of Lu Chen and his 6 companions, they formed 10 distinct groups. These were the Night Watch's 10 pillars. Some wore nervous expressions, others scanned their surroundings with hawk-like vigilance, while a few stood coldly with arms crossed amidst the crowd. As Lu Chen and his companions arrived, stares converged upon them, whispers erupting among the crowd.
Whispers could be faintly heard, they actually dared to come, only 6 of them, too weak, the pillar of shame, and other such phrases. Ha ha ha, so this is the young pillar master? Truly promising at such a young age. For this grand competition, you and I will serve as the chief examiners. A sudden, hearty laugh echoed through the heavens, drifting in from afar. The little squid perched atop Lu Chen's head lifted its head, its tentacles pointing in a certain direction. In the distance, the lake's surface split open. A slender white line transformed into a streak of white within the waves, sending water spraying high into the air as it cleaved the lake apart. It transformed into a white wave, hurtling toward the island where Lu Chen and the others stood at an astonishing speed. Boom! Waves exploded dozens of meters high. A massive object was hurled high into the air before crashing down onto the artificial island. A dull thud echoed. It was a water-type ferocious beast over 50 meters long, its massive form resembling a mountain. It was dead. A gaping hole pierced through its skull, front to back, from which crimson and white brain matter oozed continuously. Bang! Water splashed violently as a figure leaped from the water onto the island. As he landed, the floating island visibly dipped downward, the water level pressing down before rebounding upward with the force of buoyancy. The entire floating island shook violently. A burly middle-aged man emerged, his hair slicked back from front to rear, then spiked upward like a porcupine's quills at the nape of his neck. He wore an eye patch covering the right half of his eye. He stripped off his shirt, revealing a muscular upper body covered in a dense network of scars. These were not fresh wounds, but scars upon scars, old injuries healed over, only to be reopened and healed again. He twisted his mouth into a grin that felt unhinged, glaring at Jiang Zhini with a savage smile that came without warning. Boom! Psychic energy and overwhelming aura intertwined, crashing like a tidal wave toward Jiang Zhini. In an instant, everyone's expression changed as a sea of corpses and blood materialized around him, formed from an endless ocean of blood and stark white bones. Evil aura. Her aura was entirely forged from this murderous energy. Jiang Zhini's expression remained calm. She lifted her foot and stepped forward, her jet black hair hanging down her back, moving without wind. The aura of a heavenly king surged forth in response. Boom! The two auras collided violently. In an instant, a muffled thunderous roar echoed across the heavens, instantly unleashing a shockwave that formed a white ring of energy, radiating outward in all directions. Wherever it passed, mist and vapor dissipated. Their auras stood locked in a stalemate against the sky. But this standoff lasted only a few seconds. As Jiang Zhini lifted one foot again, she slammed it down onto the ground. Her momentum crushed and shattered the opposing force. Boom! The middle-aged man stumbled backward several steps, causing the water behind him to explode violently. The lake water behind him rapidly receded, forming a waterless vacuum zone that exposed the damp lakebed. Then, the surrounding lake water rushed into the void, forming a whirlpool. Much of the lake water even surged onto the shore. The clash of energies came swiftly and vanished just as quickly. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. Truly worthy of the title, Jiang the Heavenly King, parachuted in to become the 10th Pillar's Pillar Master. I've heard your name on the front lines. The middle-aged man's hand trembled as he released his spiritual energy, drying the clothes in his grasp. Guo Rongjiu, 2nd Pillar Master of the Night Watch. The tremendous commotion drew a stream of figures from the buildings on the other side of the training ground. They were all invigilators dispatched by the other pillars. Greetings, Pillar Master Guo. They paused, then addressed Jiang Zhini. Greetings, Heavenly King Jiang. Both were pillars of the Night's Watch. Yet whether it was Gui Rongjiu or these invigilators, their address for Jiang Zhini was always Emperor Jiang. Not by her official title. This clearly indicated that within the Night Watch, Jiang Zhini, this parachuted in outsider faction, was not recognized. They did not regard her as one of their own. To them, Jiang Zhini represented the High Council of the Great Xiao Alliance, specifically the 12 Branches Council, whose dissatisfaction extended to both the Night Watch and the defection of the 10th Pillar's incumbent Pillar Master. Thus, Jiang Zhini was parachuted in to serve as a thorn in their side. Gui Rongjiu clapped his hands decisively. The Night Watch Grand Tournament officially begins. You young whippersnappers are truly fortunate to have the Dragon's Legacy Secret Realm appear. When we first joined the Night Watch, we never had such luck. His tone carried a hint of envy. Preliminary scans indicate the realm can only accommodate around 300 individuals. This Dragon's Legacy Secret Realm hasn't fully merged with Blue Star. Once 300 individuals enter, if no qualified inheritors emerge, the Dragon's Legacy Secret Realm will vanish back into the void. Who knows when it will appear again? To ensure only the finest enter, only those possessing innate talent, strength, and luck will be allowed inside. We Nightkeepers have 100 spots available. Now, let us announce the rules for this Night Watcher Grand Competition. This competition is a survival trial. Guo Rongjiu pointed toward the distance. You must survive for one full day and night on Yunhua Island. The surrounding mist and haze had been cleared away by the collision of their auras moments ago. In the extreme distance, a massive island could be seen. Under the vision enhancement granted by the Divine Eye, every detail was clearly visible to Lu Chen's eyes. The entire island, along with the waters extending 1 kilometer around it, stood out starkly from its surroundings. The water's color was different, a murky, sandy yellow.
It stood in stark contrast to the waters of Yunmeng itself.
It was as if the island and its surrounding waters had been forcibly inserted into the landscape.
Buzz! Above the sky, a swarm of metallic flying objects suddenly appeared.
Metal dragonflies.
Each possessed 8 pairs of compound eyes, each containing a dense network of tiny sensory eyes. They vibrated their thin wings at astonishing speeds, each diving toward Lu Chen and the others below. There was no time for reaction, eyes barely registered their presence.
Before the blink was even halfway through, they had already landed on their hands. The little squid's silk spun into a vast net, capturing them before slicing through the web. Puff! It instantly ignited into a ball of flame, exploding outward. Besides Lu Chen, a few others reacted in time. Pop! 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 Clusters of fire erupted in the air. Stop!
One of the proctor's face darkened, his heart bleeding. Each of these metal dragonflies cost as much as the materials for a commander-tier beast pet. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The metal dragonflies landed on everyone's wrists, coiling around them and biting their tails with their mandibles.
Silver light rippled. Finally, it transformed into a wristwatch. The dragonfly's compound eyes transformed into a display screen.
Survival challenge. Mission 1, survive 24 hours. Task 2, points acquisition, defeat beasts of equal tier 4 1 point, defeat beasts of higher tier 4 5 points. Acquiring beast pet growth resources of the same tier grants 1 point, acquiring resources of a higher tier grants 5 points. Click to view detailed calculation rules. Task 3, collect designated resources. Your designated resource is aquatic twin lotus.
Note 1, competition is permitted.
If multiple players discover the same ferocious beast or growth resource simultaneously, you may split the reward or compete for ownership through other means.
Do not use lethal force that endangers human life. Guo Rongjiu gazed calmly at the group. The tasks are on your wristbands.
Only those who survive and rank within the top 100 will earn qualification to enter the Dragon's Legacy secret realm.
Yunhua Island is a secret realm belonging to us Night Watchman, a realm fully integrated into Blue Star.
It holds vast resources, including elemental treasures and trait treasures. You may utilize these resources to enhance yourselves. However, especially those whose spiritual essence has reached the High Commander tier, remember, do not allow your spiritual essence to advance to the Overlord tier. Otherwise, even if you gain qualification, you will be barred from entering the Dragon's Legacy secret realm. Also, during the survival assessment, you are not permitted to form pairs or cooperate with others.
Only solo action is permitted. Any group of 2 or more discovered will be disqualified. Beside him, an examiner added supplementary rules. One more thing, the higher ranked individual must not attack someone of lower rank. For example, should a rebirth stage practitioner encounter a commander stage practitioner, the commander stage individual may not attack or harm the rebirth stage practitioner in any direct or indirect manner unless the rebirth stage practitioner initiates a challenge. Any violation will result in disqualification. Upon hearing this,
many Commandant tier Night's Watch members let out a soft TSK, sizing up Lu Chen and his 5 companions.
Their expressions seemed to say, "You're lucky."
Well, you'd better watch your backs, Zhang Jini warned Lu Chen and his companions.
Don't worry, leave it to us. If we can't even handle these guys, how am I supposed to challenge you later?
Bai Yen grinned, this hot-blooded fool already itching for a fight.
Know your limits.
Just focus on participating, she cautioned Lu Yorong. Lu Yorong was only at the mid-tier elite stage. Her strength placed her among the weaker tier.
Guizhu, Zhang Tianwan, please.
An examiner guided the two toward the command center beside the training grounds. The two walked toward the command center.
The moment they stepped out of the training grounds perimeter, whoosh! Guirong released his spiritual energy, condensing it beneath his feet.
Then, with a fierce stomp, a tremendous rumbling vibration echoed throughout the area. The entire ground of the training ground shattered into dust and fragments,
exposing the lake's surface below. Everyone's feet lost their footing and they plummeted toward the water's surface.
The Night Watch competition officially begins.
Those who fail to reach Yunhua Island within the allotted time will be eliminated. Plop plop. Ah. My beast pets are rock type and ground type. I can't swim. Gulp gulp. Like dumplings dropping into boiling water, one by one they began splashing into the sea. Boiling Sea Star, charge. We're going to be the first ashore. Splinter Arrow Thunderhawk, grab me. Brawler Bear, carry me across. The Night Watch truly lived up to their reputation as the elite of the elite. Upon hearing the rules, they didn't even flinch. Many had already summoned their beast companions before even hitting the water. The 6 members of the Road Dust Group also avoided landing in the water. Mist Element, synchronize. Bai Yen transformed into a mist-like figure, floating in midair. Windwing Serpent, catch me. The Windwing Serpent grew larger in the wind, catching Su Meyer. Moonlight Star Spirit, wings of light.
The Moonlight Star spirit materialized as a pair of luminous wings, attaching themselves to Lu Yorong's back.
Straw weave.
A bizarre, upside-down scarecrow materialized behind Bai Qianshan.
Its back split open, forcing out a pair of wings woven from straw. Ice Crystal Phoenix Fox, Path of Frost. The Ice Crystal Phoenix Fox unleashed its power, transforming the water beneath Luo Anfei's feet into a solid sheet of ice. Little squid, levitate me. Bind me with your spider silk. Beep beep beep.
A countdown appeared on the wristwatch in her hand.
180 seconds. The countdown began. Let's get fired up.
The first one to cross the finish line will definitely be this old man Bai Yan.
I'm off.
The mist elemental spirit clung to Bai Yan as he transformed into a white smoke and shot forward.
Junior, I'm off too. Sunmmary flashed a faint smile. Here comes Lord Lu Tian. Shallow, come with me. Lu Yorong spread his wings, pulling Bai Qianshan along with him. Lu Chen. Luo Anfei. One stood upon the ice.
One dangled in the air like a fish on a hook, held aloft by the little squid. They exchanged a glance, utterly speechless.
How come they can both fly?
Lu Chen could fly by summoning the thousand-handed mica, but he didn't want to reveal that just yet.
I'm leaving first. Luo Anfei's spiritual energy erupted.
The ice beneath her feet surged forward as if powered by engines, sending water spraying in both directions.
One reed crosses the river. No, crossing the river on ice. Ha! Wait, how come you're being so cool too? Lu Chen suddenly felt like he was being suspended in midair by a spiderweb spun by a tiny squid. How stupid. He might as well have just fallen into the water and swum across. No way, I'm gonna look cool too. Got it. Whoa, elementalist?
Bai Yan charged to the front ranks, and upon seeing him, many gasped in surprise.
Elementalists were extremely rare.
Bai Yan basked in the stares, relishing the thrill of showing off.
And showing off in front of a bunch of geniuses?
Nothing felt better than this.
And that kid Lu Chen couldn't fly.
He was being reeled in like a dumbass by that little squid. This time, no one could steal my thunder. He closed his eyes, savoring the moment.
Holy! Sword immortal? Suddenly, he heard someone exclaim in shock. Turning his head, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Lu Chen stood proudly atop a sword beneath his feet, hands clasped behind his back.
His robes billowed in the wind as his deep, piercing eyes gazed straight ahead. Paired with his simple white robes and striking features, he truly resembled a fallen immortal descended from the heavens. He was flying on his sword at an astonishing speed. Often, a flash of sword light would appear, and he'd already be dozens of meters away. It was as if he possessed the ability to teleport through space. Moreover, flames licked from the sword beneath his feet, trailing a brilliant crimson streak of fire behind him. Everyone watching was utterly speechless.
Holy! Sword flight! How awesome are you?
No man could ignore the allure of swords, nor had any man never fantasized about sword flight. At this moment, Lu Chen was utterly captivating to both men and women. Sunmmary gazed at his retreating figure, her almond-shaped eyes practically dripping with desire.
Bai Qianshan's eyes also shimmered with admiration. Truly the light of my world, so handsome. I'll be heading out first. As he passed Luo Anfei, Lu Chen gave him a casual nod. Wahahaha. Lu Chen's mind was roaring with laughter. He caught a fleeting look of bewilderment and astonishment in the big ice block's eyes. If she was shocked, needless to say, the others would be even more stunned. With that, he activated Little Squid's void walk ability, diving into the ripples of space and instantly materializing 10 meters away. For a moment, he became the center of attention. Bai Yan. His entire body twisted and contorted like a caterpillar. This is hell. How did he pull it off again? Chapter 127, Lu Chen's bold move, the stunned crowd. Watching Lu Chen soar through the air on his sword, radiating unmatched cool and effortless grace. Not only were the contestants of the Night Watch competition dumbfounded, even those on the floating island. The Dominator tier proctors and even the Sovereign tier Guarongzhou felt their heads spinning. Their cerebellums nearly shrank from the shock. This display of sheer coolness, the visual impact, the grand entrance was downright breathtaking. Are all your subordinates this impressive? Guarongzhou asked, still in a daze. Jiangzhini. She hadn't expected Lu Chen to have this up his sleeve. All she could say was, he really is something else. She muttered, basic skills, don't be a fool. Guarongzhou was incredulous, a psychic type, soul-based soul blade beast pet? His expression turned grave at the mention of the sword spirit type beast pet. The Supreme Council 12 Branches Assembly. Composed of the 12 most formidable individuals in the Great Xiao Alliance, they preside over all Beastmaster affairs across the realm. They were known as the 12 Elders or the 12 Pillars. All were totem tier beings. Among them, the most formidable in single target attack is the Sword Branch of the 12 Branches. He is also revered as the Sword God. His beast companion is a sword spirit, following the path of sword cultivation. His sword style is unconventional. Unlike other beast masters who contract multiple beast companions,
They remained devoted to a single path, cultivating only the sword, with the sword spirit as their sole beast companion. Their path is this: sword in hand, let your armies come, my single strike shall shatter them all. Unmatched in slaughter, their offensive power defies the heavens.
The front lines once fell.
Genji once cleaved a totem-tier demon with a single stroke, its sword's icy glare piercing across the 5 great realms.
Guo Rongjiu witnessed that battle.
The instant the enemy drew their blade, terrifying swordlight filled the entire world.
The memory remains vivid to this day.
It is said that Genji's offensive prowess allows him to unleash skills with damage output nearly matching that of legendary tier beings, despite being only totem tier. Alas, spirit-type branches, especially soul-type beast companions, were already exceedingly rare. Those manifesting as sword spirits are even fewer still. Such individuals are scarce among the entire human race. If the opponent's beast companion truly was a sword spirit,
it might catch the eye of Genji and be taken as a disciple.
His gaze fixed on the sword at Lu Chen's feet. He observed it closely. He quickly reached a conclusion. It was not a sword spirit beast companion. It emitted no life fluctuations whatsoever, merely an ordinary sword, seemingly crafted from some plant's leaf. He wondered how Lu Chen had managed it. As Guo Rongjiu observed, he noticed a squid beast pet perched on the other's shoulder. Using spider silk to bind the sword hilt, he made it float in midair, moving it to fly through the air. That eerily teleportation-like speed. It was achieved by exploiting spatial wormhole ripples to create an instantaneous teleportation effect. These youngsters sure know how to play, Guo Rongjiu muttered, his lips twitching. But a spatial-type beast pet? He looked at Lu Chen's delicate features, understanding fully. So this was the one who had replaced Jiang Zhini as examiner during the Nightwatcher initiation trial. The one who later defeated the Dominion tier Qinghui Nightwatcher with just a rebirth tier power level.
This time won't be too boring.
He wore a mocking smile, anticipating the spectacle. Over the past decade or so, prodigies had begun emerging in droves.
Jiang Zhini was a standout among them.
In the past 2 or 3 years, prodigies had erupted like a geyser. The core seeds of each pillar's Nightwatchers had undergone a qualitative leap compared to the past. Now, prodigies from every pillar had gathered together. He was eager to see just how far Lu Chen could go. It must be noted that the Qinghui tier Nightwatcher Lin Guowei he defeated back then was not a core seed. Among ordinary Nightwatchers, he was merely of mid to low tier caliber. The figures of the contestants faded into a distant black dot. Guo Rongjiu withdrew his gaze.
Let's go, King Jiang.
We should head to the command center to check the surveillance feeds.
MHM.
Jiang Zhini had naturally discerned the principle behind Lu Chen's sword flight as they headed toward the command center. She stroked her delicate chin. Got it. Next time, I'll try it too, using psychokinesis to lift the sword and then flying on it.
Powered by psychic force. Isn't this 100 times better than being suspended by spider silk? Whoosh! Lu Chen soared through the air atop his sword, transforming into a streaking blade of light that flickered endlessly.
He had already arrived at the waters surrounding Yunbua Island. Beneath him lay a yellowish water body utterly distinct from the outside world. Though no wind stirred. Yet it surged violently, churning muddy currents that rose and roared with fury. Whoosh! 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 Jet streams of water shot skyward from the surface with astonishing force. Ah! Someone carelessly got hit and plummeted toward the water's surface. Something's there. Something in the water. The crowd saw muddy yellow wooden stakes and planks floating in the water. Upon closer inspection, they were all saltwater crocodiles. Commonly known as crocodiles. Time's almost up, hurry. The swimmers in the water hadn't faced much attack when they entered this section. Instead, the contestants flying through the air were subjected to a barrage of water gun attacks. But these were merely minor obstacles. The Nightwatch Grand Tournament was open to all participants below the Overlord tier. A handful of Transcendent tier and Elite tier participants also joined the fray. Apart from a few weaker ones who were knocked into the water, the rest easily dodged the attacks. For someone like Lu Chen, who possessed a spatial-type beast companion, it was even simpler. He soared over the murky, sand-strewn waters, arriving directly above Cloudwave Island. Whoosh! Suddenly, the instant he entered the airspace, a force of displacement erupted from the wristwatch on his wrist. Everything before his eyes blurred. When he regained his senses, his surroundings had changed. He found himself on the shore of an unknown island, fine sand beneath his feet. Looking back, the waters behind him were not the route he had taken. Nor could he see any other competitors who had been following him. So once we enter the island, they separate all the contestants? Lu Chen leaped down from sword. Gripping the sword in his hand, its tip pointing toward the island, he declared with boundless enthusiasm, "Let's go." The little squid perched atop Lu Chen's head mimicked him, raising a tentacle and pointing forward. Follow my beast master, let's go. The little squid was thrilled, its eyes crinkling into crescent moons. To it, this was nothing less than a thrilling new adventure with its master. Buzz. A fresh countdown appeared on the screen of the dragonfly-shaped metal wristwatch in his hand. 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds.
though he'd been transported to some unknown location. Lu Chen roughly knew his location. A forested terrain. Earlier, he had briefly scanned the entire island from the sky, committing most of its terrain to memory. Yunhua Island. Boasting a complex ecosystem: snow-capped mountains, volcanoes, forests, deserts, jungles, mountain ranges, marshes, swamps. This was the marvel of the secret realm. Diverse ecosystems coexist on a single island, each with sharply defined boundaries. Aquatic twin lotus. This was the designated resource he needed to collect, and by its name alone, it was located in the wetland zone. I recall the marshland zone lies to the left front of the forest area, adjacent to the snow-capped mountain region. Lu Chen led Little Squid into the woods. The trees here were small-leaved varieties, not dense and leafy, but with sturdy trunks and leaves that weren't broad or large. Walking among them felt unoppressive. The trees stood widely spaced, allowing sunlight to stream through. It was serene and beautiful, like walking through a park forest from a past life. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Occasionally, moisture seeped up from the ground. Condensing into transparent bubbles, they drift upward toward the sky. Their diameters vary in size. This is the origin of Yunhua Island's name. No matter which environmental zone you find yourself in, bubbles seeped from beneath the ground. These bubbles gather in the sky, coalescing into clouds, transforming into peculiar rain that falls to the earth. Then they condense into bubbles again, drifting back toward the sky, a cycle that repeats endlessly, perpetually. Yee! The little squid found it rather amusing, pushing against the air as its 8 tentacles clung to the surface. The bubble carried it upwards several meters. Then, with a pop, it shattered into a dense mist of water droplets, and the little squid plummeted through the air. Ee! The little one was having a blast, bouncing from one bubble to another. It popped them, turning them into fine mist that drifted through the air. Refracted by the sunlight, they became streaks of rainbow. Ee! The little squid was utterly delighted, its 2 tentacles clapping non-stop. Occasionally, it would dip a tentacle into the mist and fling it toward Lu Chen. Lu Chen chuckled. After all, the little squid was still just a baby. It was still wearing its eggshell coat. But it was about to shatter completely. Its shell was already covered in fine cracks. It would likely shatter completely once it reached the commander stage. Come out, Qitian. By age standards, Qitian was also still a youngster, not even 4 months old. He was incredibly driven, constantly studying his skills even within the beast taming space. Elevating its elemental mastery level. Yip! Squeak! Seeing Brother Monkey emerge, Little Squid flicked a string of water droplets at him. Led by Little Squid, Qitian found himself unexpectedly at leisure. The trio, 1 human and 2 pets, bickered and played their way deeper into the forest. Not long after. No wonder they don't let outsiders in this secret realm. Only opens for the annual Nightwatch competition. The resources here are truly abundant. After walking just a few hundred meters, Lu Chen had already gathered some low-grade resources. Too bad. Only by slaying or gathering resources from beasts of equal or higher level than his own would he earn points. Killing beasts or gathering resources of lower level simply didn't count toward points. The rules were fair enough. They prevented players from grinding points by specifically hunting low-level monsters below their own rank. Now, he had discovered an elite tier, 2-star poisonous resource. The venomous canopy mushroom. He stepped forward, just about to harvest it. At that very moment, leaves scattered from the canopy of a tree. A menacing green serpent head sprang like a coiled spring, lunging toward Lu Chen in an instant. Purple venom oozed from the fangs at its mouth. Squeak! Eeing! The little squid roared in fury. How dare it ambush my beast master? Seeking death. Let me handle this. Let me handle this. Lu Chen restrained the 2 beasts. Finally, an enemy had arrived. He was fine without a sword, but once he held a straight stick or a blade, no boy could resist the temptation. Everything became a target for a swing or two. He proclaimed in his most dramatic voice, "Consume all, blazing hell blade." Spiritual energy coiled around the blade, transforming into fiery power. The entire blade glowed crimson, flames swirling around it. Slash! Consume all. Lu Chen's spiritual essence ignited into a towering inferno, enveloping the entire blade in flames. Then, with a single step forward, he activated Void Stride. In an instant, he passed the venomous serpent by. A massive serpent head fell to the ground, its wound charred black. He sheathed his sword with a flourish, raising his hand proudly. Today, on Yunhua Island, I have slain the supreme evil dragon with my sword. He sighed to the heavens. Had heaven not birthed me, Lu Chen, the sword's path would remain an eternal night. 3 million sword immortals in the heavens all must bow low before me. Your beast tamers are pretty good, huh? He glanced sideways at Qitian and Little Squid. Clap. 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 The 2 beasts clapped enthusiastically. When it comes to their own beast master, they can only cherish him themselves. This moment maxed out the emotional value for the beast tamers. Lu Chen gloated. Swords really did feel different when cutting things, huh? And spouting cocky lines definitely brought a thrill. No wonder Bai Yan and Lu Yurong were always spouting such trash talk. Only when he was alone could he utter such cheesy lines. If anyone else were present, he'd never dare say them. Let's go. Follow me to conquer Yunhua Island. He strode forward with a monkey and a squid in tow, striding forward with great vigor and high spirits. As for Qianqiu Yunma, the little guy was sprawled beneath the eternal sacred tree, his head resting on the shokyuji pot, snoring away. Floating Island. Command Center. The massive screen was divided into multiple panels. Dead silence. Dead silence. Everyone felt their cerebellums shrink. He only killed a transcendent tier snake, right? Someone pointed at Lu Chen and asked. And it was just a snake, right? A snake, but it was extraordinary tier. Someone beside him answered dazedly. Damn it, he killed a single transcendent tier creature, yet the way he talks about it sounds like he slaughtered a totem tier demon beast. A mere transcendent tier snake, and in your mouth it becomes a peak tier dragon, huh? Had heaven not birthed me, Lu Chen, the sword path would remain an eternal night. 3 million celestial sword immortals all must bow low before me. Damn it, this kid's got a whole repertoire of pretentious bull. Jiang Zhenyi's face darkened as she pressed her hand to her forehead in exasperation. Birds of a feather flocked together. That scoundrel Lu Yurong was just as full of cocky talk. Little did they know. If Lu Chen knew they could see the live feed, he'd be mortified. He'd always assumed this dragonfly watch functioned similarly to the newcomer competition when entering the trial gate. It could only detect the contestants' vital signs and exact locations. What the hell is this with video and audio transmission? Time began to slip away relentlessly. Everyone advanced from the island's periphery toward its depths. The deeper they went, the number and strength of the ferocious beasts they encountered increased exponentially. 6 hours passed. One by one, many began to be eliminated. The Night's Watch were elite geniuses. Elimination posed no immediate threat to life. However, when facing attacks that could endanger their lives, the Dragonfly wristwatch would activate the signature ability of its psychic-type beast companion, teleportation. It would transport you to a safe location. Then it generates a psychic barrier, suspending the eliminated person in mid-air. They leave Yunhua Island and land in the ordinary waters beyond the island. Danger is inevitable. Night watchmen don't need delicate flowers. For instance, attacks can only severely wound you, never kill you. That won't trigger the Dragonfly wristwatch's life-saving ability, but it will leave you gravely wounded. When the opponent attacks again, the system determines you cannot withstand the next strike. Only then will the life-saving mechanism activate, teleporting you away. Under this system, only a very small number of people are unlucky enough to encounter extraordinary beings far superior in rank. They receive a single strike that could be fatal, unable to escape, which triggers the survival mechanism. The vast majority of those eliminated were severely injured and unable to continue fighting. In the worst cases, their hearts were pierced through, leaving them with no chance of survival without immediate medical attention. Of course, none of this concerned Lu Chen. Sword 28, Thunderclap. A piercing sword light flashed through the air, transforming into a streak of icy brilliance. Lightning energy continuously gathered at the sword's tip. ZZZZT. A streak of black lightning pierced the air, leaving behind a burnt stench. It flashed in the air. In the swamp, Lu Chen's opponent, the upper Transcendent stage swamp alligator turtle, paled visibly. It hastily retreated into its hard shell. Useless. With a piercing scream, a coin-sized hole appeared in its shell, its edges pitch black. The defense had been pierced. Piercing from top to bottom, it shattered its brain. With 2 slight tremors, the massive body collapsed into the swamp. I'm getting more and more familiar with this sword. These past 3 hours. To protect their beloved beastmaster, Little Squid and Chi Tian had been guarding them the entire way. Chi Tian was speechless. My silly beastmaster, firing lightning energy beams with a sword. Most of that energy just dissipated. I'm done playing. Lu Chen handed the sword to Little Squid to stow in his personal space. His spiritual energy was already more than half depleted. He needed to save some for emergencies. The fierce beasts encountered along the way had already transitioned from the transformation stage to the dominion stage. He couldn't use Little Squid's dragon-slaying sword intent, and wielding this sword just didn't feel right. All energy attacks released through the sword had lost over half their potency. Sword intent of dragon slaying, void death ray. These skills bordering on the great secret stage remained beyond his grasp. The dragon-slaying sword intent would likely become usable once his spiritual essence broke through to the commander stage. The void death ray is beyond reach, as it relies on the bone death eye to activate. Lu Chen doesn't possess such an item. Similarly, he couldn't use Chi Tian's special skill, Shadow Monkey Hair Clone. Only Chi Tian's own hair would work. He glanced at his wristwatch. 3 hours of slaying extraordinary creatures and gathering resources. 305 points. It must be said, whoever devised the rules for this survival trial truly understood human nature. They let you see your own points, yet withholding others' scores. You have no way of knowing your exact ranking. Everyone's first thought was to grind for points, grind relentlessly, without a moment's rest. After traversing the muddy swamp, Lu Chen officially arrived at the water marsh environment. His eyes narrowed. Luck was on his side. Not far away, a lotus blossomed in the lake. It was precisely the designated resource he needed to collect, this time the aquatic twin lotus. Meanwhile, Command Center. We've found it. Lu Chen is about to encounter the fifth pillar's core sequence seed. Their designated resource is the water lotus twin bloom. Chapter 128, Necromancy? One punch and you're truly dead. The marshland area. Bubbles occasionally bubbled up from the water's surface. The misty vapor from the marsh environment often rose halfway into the air before shattering on its own, transforming into a fine, misty rain that fell back onto the marsh. The marsh lake was covered in lotus leaves, calm and still, amidst countless clusters of lotus flowers. One lotus flower stood out like a crane among chickens, radiating an extraordinary aura. From a single root stem, 2 lotus blossoms emerged. Bathed in sunlight, they appeared exquisitely crafted, like artificial crystal sculptures. Name: aquatic twin lotus. Description: water and wood element growth resources. Lotus seeds enhance the strength of water-type moves for beast companions, while lotus roots boost the physical prowess of wood-type beast companions. Lu Chen tossed a pebble into the water. A dull thud echoed as the water proved surprisingly deep. Little squid. No big deal, just use spider silk to pluck it out. The spider silk flew halfway. Rip! A water blade severed the silk. The lake water boiled and trembled. With a thunderous roar, a massive creature burst from the water. Its entire body was crimson red, shaped like a dragon, elongated and standing upright on the lake's surface. Yet its features remained distinctly fish-like. Broad fins lay flat against its sides. Its tail resembled that of a goldfish, and long whiskers extended from each cheek. Its appearance was savage, radiating a brutal intent. Its forehead was covered in scars, the most striking feature being the absence of one ear, as if torn off by some savage bite. Name: Tyrant Fish. Attributes: water, wind. Power level: mid-rank commander. As expected, every growth resource has its guardian. The more precious it is, the stronger the extraordinary creature protecting it. Tyrannosaurus fish. It possesses no dragon attributes, merely being a rare extraordinary species. Its rarity stems not from its awesomeness, but from its extremely demanding evolutionary conditions. First, only 1 in 10,000 weak water carp can mutate into a golden dragonfish. Both weak water carp and golden dragonfish are the weakest supernatural creatures, existing at the bottom of the food chain. Beyond strong reproductive abilities, they possess no offensive power whatsoever. The Tyrannosaurus fish represents a rare evolutionary path for golden dragonfish, with perhaps only one emerging from every 100,000 golden dragonfish. Mentioned in Chapter 38. Thus named the Tyrannosaurus fish. Symbolizing the carp leaping through the dragon gate, transforming from the weakest creature into the most ferocious species. For Lu Chen. Whether it's the weak water carp, the golden dragonfish, or the Tyrannosaurus fish, they're essentially no different. A mere mid-tier commander-level opponent could be dispatched in an instant. Just as he was about to strike, a commotion erupted, trees in the forest toppling. A colossal creature emerged. The first thing that caught his eye was a mass of bleached bones and a hideous skull. A moving skeleton. A pair of skeletal wings grew from its back. Its form resembled a Tyrannosaurus rex, with 2 eerie green flames burning within its eye sockets. Perched atop its head stood a youth, his skin an unnatural pallor, even more hollow than the Void Prince. Name: Mimic Bone Dragon. Attribute: Necromantic. Potential: lower sovereign grade. Power: upper rebirth stage. Abilities: skeletal reconstruction. Skills: Necrotic Breath Super Tier, Dragon's Might High Tier, Dragon Claw Mid Tier, Soulquake Super Tier. Description: formed from the skull dragon bones of a totem tier pureblood dragon species, using it as the core to reassemble and resurrect from the skeletal fragments of other creatures. Not a true bone dragon, it requires immersion in dragonline essence blood or sovereign tier dragonline resources to assimilate other bones, thereby acquiring dragonline attributes and transforming into a pure dragon attribute undead bone dragon. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. A necromantic beast pet. Surprise flashed across his face. So this person before him possessed necromantic beastmaster talent, a necromantic beastmaster. At this moment, the mimic bone dragon was covered in splattered blood and fresh flesh fragments. Clearly, the opponent had slaughtered his way here, crushing everything in his path. He smiled. Waterborne twin lotus, plus a mid-tier commander-level tyrant fish. Seems my luck's holding out. Lu Chen was displeased. What kind of nonsense was that? What do you mean lucky? That's mine. He gave Lu Chen a dismissive glance. What? You want to fight me for it? You won't yield? Per the rules, ownership is decided by combat. He leapt down from the bone dragon's head. Then it's 1v1. All I can say is you've made a foolish choice. If your beast pet gets injured, you'll likely miss out on the top 100 rankings. But my bone dragon? Even if its body shatters, it can reassemble itself. I advise you to be realistic and save your strength. He offered his advice to Lu Chen earnestly. He had no objections to the 10th pillar. After all, he had only recently joined the Night Watch. The reason for joining is to gain access to the Dragon's Legacy secret realm. He intended to enter the Dragon Legacy Sanctuary to refine his Bone Dragon's abilities either by bathing it in dragon blood or by finding dragon-type materials to reclaim its dragon attributes. Lu Chen's face grew pensive as he studied the description of the item. Forged from the dragon bone of a pure-blooded totem-tier dragon species, it was resurrected by piecing together the skeletal remains of other creatures around this core. Could this be his destined beast companion? But that couldn't be right. For any Beastmaster with an S rank or higher talent, their Beastmaster's domain would automatically grant them a life-bound beast companion upon awakening their talent. Lu Chen was deeply curious about this. How did the pet beasts appearing in S rank or higher Beastmaster spaces come to be? Why did they appear? This question remained unanswered throughout the entire Beastmaster research community. Is this beast pet your destined beast pet? Lu Chen finally asked after a long pause. The other party beamed with pride, of course. Little Bone is my most cherished companion. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. According to this bone dragon's description, the innate soul-bound pets granted by S rank and above talents didn't seem to be bestowed by heaven and earth. This matter appeared to run rather deep. Could it be that the Beastmaster's space connects to other dimensions? Enough with the dithering. Either step aside or let's settle this quickly. Roar! The bone dragon let out a low growl, sending ripples across the lake and snapping Lu Chen back to reality. Qi Tian! Lu Chen shouted back. Forget it, no point overthinking this. Maybe it's just an anomaly. Who cares about secrets? As long as he kept strengthening himself, he'd unravel them someday. Squeak! Qi Tian stepped forward, flames blazing from his tail. The opponent fumed. You're not fielding a spatial type? You're certain it's fire type? Are you looking down on me? That monkey's tail blazing with fire, clearly a fire type. In this aquatic environment, fire type skills would be weakened. TSK, how arrogant. Going 1v1 against Shan Tree's bone dragon and not even fielding a spatial type beast pet. An examiner shook his head. Shan Shu, who only awakened his Beastmaster talent this year, had become one of the top Beastmasters. He was of the same generation as Lu Chen. The undead nature of necromancy, combined with the opponent being a bone dragon, made him exceptionally formidable. Even ordinary high commander tier beasts couldn't stand against him. He was one of the core seeds of the fifth pillar. Core seeds are potential candidates for becoming pillar masters, nurtured as future leaders of their respective pillars. Gui Rongjio couldn't fathom this strategy. If a spatial type beast pet were deployed, it might be somewhat effective. But using a fire type in water? I can't fathom the reasoning behind that. Could it be he wants to use the monkey beast pet to wear down the bone dragon first? Then have the squid beast pet finish it off? If that's the case, Lu Chen is violating the rules. He accepted a 1v1 challenge. Winning through such means would result in half his points being deducted according to the Grand Tournament regulations. He said, King Zhang, as the chief examiners, we must enforce the rules impartially. Zhang Zhenyi chuckled softly, thinking to herself, every single one of my Mythic Bureau agents is a prodigy. Rest assured, he wouldn't stoop to such dirty tricks. We of the 10th pillar wouldn't condescend to such underhanded tactics. That's good, Guo Rongjio remarked with interest. Then Shan Shu should win for sure. Lu Chen's monkey beast pet was rumored to be a mutated variant of the little rock monkey. It's no match for a space-type squid beast pet. And in water? The odds are extremely low. 19-1. Zhang Zhenyi's voice rang out. So pessimistic about Lu Chen? The proctors murmured in surprise. It seemed Lu Chen hadn't deployed his strongest spatial type beast pet, which displeased Zhang Zhenyi. She'd even stated the odds openly. Not optimistic about Lu Chen? You might have misunderstood. Zhang Zhenyi's lips parted lightly. What I said was that Lu Chen can defeat his opponent 9 times within 1 minute. Her words fell. Everyone froze in shock. What the hell? Defeat the opponent 9 times in 1 minute? Both are upper tier rebirth stage, right? How could a little rock monkey variant possibly defeat a mimic bone dragon with king class potential? Before they could speak. What's that bird chirping? Suddenly, it sounded like tens of thousands of birds chirping simultaneously, echoing through the monitoring room. A brilliant blue light radiated from the screen. On the screen, endless lightning surged through the monkey's hands, then a tendril of flame coiled around the thunderous glow. Fierce fire energy fused with thunder energy, friction and collision between them producing a sound like 10,000 birds chirping. 10,000 birds thunder. Lu Chen's figure was obscured by the azure lightning glow, only his voice echoing through the void. As the words fell. Whoosh! A thunderous roar reverberated. This was the air blast generated by extreme velocity, causing the lake water to surge high. The ink-black fire monkey collided with the air, shattering it. In the blink of an eye, it had already appeared behind the bone dragon. Thud! Less than half a breath later. Boom! The deafening roar echoed through the air. Ever seen bowling? The bone dragon's body was like bowling pins. Each bone was wrapped in lightning, scattering through the air like petals from a celestial maiden. Its ferocious dragon head, still burning with soul fire, bore a look of utter bewilderment. Silence. You could hear a pin drop in the monitoring room. Everyone's faces were dazed. The Corseid's single tree had been instantly defeated by Lu Chen, who was of the same rank. Who told you Lu Chen's monkey beast pet was weak? Jiang Jinyi's light laughter echoed. Truthfully, in terms of destructive power and offensive capability, his monkey is his strongest beast pet. After all, it is his very first beast pet. Yunhua Island. Wetland Environment Zone. Water surged high into the air, transforming into a torrential downpour that cascaded down in sheets. Little Squid sucked in a sharp breath, inflating its body like a balloon to float above Lu Chen's head. It spread its 8 tentacles wide, shielding him from the rain. Across from him, Single Tree was soaked to the bone, hair plastered to his scalp, mouth gaping wide enough to fit a fist, eyes unfocused. He snapped back to his senses and barked an order. Little Bone, reassemble the skeleton. The invincible, ever-regenerating bone dragon stood utterly still, strangely shackled mid-air, neither rising nor falling, utterly immobilized. What the hell is this? He saw the monkey's reflection on the water surface transform into a horrifying mass of black tentacles, wrapping around every bone fragment of Xiaogu's reflection. Reassembly was utterly impossible. Flame breath. Intense flames gathered in Qitian's mouth, a searing heat aimed squarely at the mimic bone dragon's head. I surrender. I surrender. It's yours. The boiling fire energy within Qitian subsided, and the shadow tentacles retracted back to its feet. He looked utterly devastated, unable to accept this reality. Defeated by someone his own age and at the same cultivation level. And it was a crushing defeat, utterly powerless to fight back. Lu Chen chuckled lightly. Youngster, if you were at the upper commander tier, I might have had to play some hidden cards to unleash Qitian's full combat potential just to defeat you. If I can't take you down instantly, then what's the point of my cheat? What's the point of my transmigration? Little Squid pointed into the distance. The Tyrannosaurus fish had already shrunk into a black speck and slipped away, diving into the water and vanishing. Its tail had even turned into a propeller. Sure, it had a temper, but it wasn't brainless. Why would it stand around waiting to die? This place is dangerous. We need to get out of here fast. The open waters are paradise. Lu Chen snapped, this is all your fault. Pay up. Shan Tree. He discarded a commander tier resource to compensate Lu Chen. When Lu Chen returned with the aquatic twin lotus, Shanshu pulled out a large quantity of Mimi milk from his backpack and kept pouring it into the mimetic bone dragon's mouth. His face was filled with heartache. Your bones are all cracked, little bone. Drink up more milk quickly. Lu Chen, oh. Little Squid, oh. Qitian, oh. The two companions and their pets stared in disbelief. Drinking milk, to supplement calcium? Seems perfectly reasonable. The little interlude passed. Time ticked by, second by second. In the volcanic region stood a towering active volcano. From the crater, crimson magma flowed steadily, winding down the mountain slopes to form rivers of molten rock. Numerous fire-type beasts dwelled here. Heat waves rolled through the air. The bubbles of Yunhua Island were truly remarkable. Even in this extreme heat, bubbles continued to rise from the ground. Popping one releases scalding steam enough to burn ordinary people's skin. Sizzle. Scorching blood splattered across the sky. The surrounding area was littered with dense corpses, blood flowing like molten lava. The little squid's razor-sharp spider silk severed the final scarlet flame hyena. Lu Chen frowned. What was going on? Logically speaking, hyenas of any type regardless of their attributes carry a genetic predisposition to bully the weak and fear the strong. They love to swarm their prey. Once casualties mounted, they'd turn tail and flee. Yet now, they were fighting with reckless abandon, refusing to flee even when only one remained. It wasn't just the crimson flame hyenas. Other fire attribute beasts are acting strangely too, all inexplicably in a state of heightened agitation. This meant that ever since Lu Chen entered the volcanic environment zone, he had been under constant attack from fire-type beasts. During this time, he also encountered other competitors within the volcanic zone. He was ambushed, suffered severe injuries, and was teleported away. Points, 44-44. This was Lu Chen's current score after nearly 21 hours had passed. He had no idea where he ranked. Roar! Nah! Woo woo woo! Suddenly, without warning, something happened. Lu Chen saw countless fire-type beasts emerge from the volcano slopes. They all howled, their eyes fixed excitedly on the crater above. Near the summit, terrifying auras emanated from the dominant tier beasts. They eyed each other warily, their gazes fixed intently on the crater. As if awaiting something. Gurgle 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 gurgle. The crisscrossing rivers of lava flowing across the volcano's surface now boiled and bubbled. Beneath the surface, bubbles began erupting in vast numbers. The entire ground transformed into a bubble-spewing machine, a vast soapy pool. Boom! Without warning, the earth trembled beneath their feet. The volcano erupted.
But instead of molten lava, a crimson crystal. It shot high from the crater.
Straight into the heavens. All the fire-type beasts were thrilled. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed. A trait artifact. The birth of a trait artifact. No wonder the fire attribute beasts were so excited. Characteristic treasures are also known as microevolutions. If we're talking about attribute treasures, a large-scale secret realm might produce several in a year. But a trait treasure? A single secret realm might only produce one every few decades. Each form stage of a beast pet can only be fused once. That is, once in its initial form, once in its evolved form, and once in its final evolved form. The sun essence Yang Flame Chi Tian had once consumed was precisely such a trait artifact. His eyes flickered. Moreover, according to the points system rules, a trait artifact is apparently worth a whopping 10,000 points. If he could secure it, wouldn't that guarantee first place? What's more, this trait artifact clearly belongs to the fire element. An unclaimed treasure. If I don't grab this, may lightning strike me down. Roar! 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 The thunderous roars echoed relentlessly. At the mountaintop, a clash of auras erupted as the dominant tier beasts began their confrontation. The earth trembled, mountains shook, and boulders rolled down ceaselessly. Even without sovereign tier beasts, snatching prey from the jaws of a tiger was still possible. Lu Chen's eyes flashed. Chapter 129, Surround me? I surround you. Boom! 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 Upon the mountain peak, the battle for ownership of the characteristic treasure had begun. Overlord tier extraordinary beings had already begun clashing. Boom! 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 Dominant auras collided. Following the collision, a barrage of multicolored skills and explosive roars reverberated. The spectacle was immense and terrifying, with explosions ringing incessantly in the ears. Countless tumbling boulders, swept along by molten lava, transformed into mudslides that surged down the slopes. In the realm of extraordinary beings, survival of the fittest reigns supreme. Power is king, and all understand the importance of reading the situation. Soon after the brief clash, the dominant tier beast, recognizing its inferior strength, retreated from the mountaintop, stepping back to the second line and ceding its position. Now, only two overlord tier creatures remained atop the mountain. One was entirely crimson, resembling an upright creature with a duck-like flat beak, its entire body radiating a scarlet glow from every pore. The flaming duck-billed beast. Not far from it stood a camel-like creature whose humps resembled twin volcanoes, with crimson magma bubbling and flowing from within. Flame lava camel. Their eyes were fixed on the trait relic as it plummeted downward. Their eyes glowed with savage intent, their features twisted into hideous grimaces. Monitoring room. The massive light screen was divided into countless smaller displays. The Night Watch Grand Tournament was nearing its conclusion. A small number of contestants, lacking sufficient strength or luck, had already been eliminated. On the right side of the screen, countless text updates scrolled by. All were summaries of the current rankings. Diao Buju 1st place 1st pillar. Luo Anfei 4th place 10th pillar. Sunmmary 11th place 10th pillar. Lu Chen 18th place 10th pillar. Bai Qianqian 19th place 10th pillar. Bai Yen 22nd place 10th pillar. Scanning the top 100 rankings. The proctors exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with frustration. Zhang Zhenyi's 10th pillar, out of the 6 participants in the grand competition, 5 had actually cracked the top 100. And all held high positions. There was a delay in the transmission of sound and video. Only now did the commotion from Lu Chen's side finally transmit through. Boom! The violent tremors of a volcanic eruption reverberated. What's happening? Which contestant is that? It's Lu Chen. Zoom in on him. Lu Chen's small screen instantly enlarged, filling the center of the light display. They saw it, the volcanic region, earth shaking and mountain rocking, erupting but no lava. From the crater's mouth erupted a crimson crystal. It radiated intense fiery light, as if it were the very embodiment of flame itself. Holy! A trait artifact. Several proctors gasped. Damn it, this footage is from a minute ago. The summit is swarming with overlord tier beasts that probably already claimed it. Who would have thought Lu Chen actually witnessed the birth of a characteristic secret treasure? Too bad. If he were a dominator tier, this trait artifact might have been his, especially since it's a fire-type trait artifact, perfectly suited for his monkey. This trait artifact will most likely be claimed by either the flame lava camel or the duckbill flame beast. Suddenly. Little squid, illusion beam, void walk. Shi Tian, prepare to use shadow monkey hair clone plus shadow clone technique. Lu Chen's voice echoed from the screen. Holy crap? What the hell is this kid doing? They watched as Lu Chen steadily advanced toward the mountain peak. Not far ahead lay over a dozen overlord tier beasts. Then Lu Chen handed Little Squid a fire evolution stone. Taking advantage of the clash between the flame lava camel and the flaming duck-billed beast, Little Squid used void walk. It vanished instantly. Seconds later, it reappeared. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chen, accompanied by the two beasts, charged down the mountain. Everyone was utterly baffled. They'd assumed Lu Chen intended to snatch the prey from the tiger's mouth. What the hell was he running away for without doing anything? The trait's secret treasure was still falling through the air. Is Lu Chen joking around? Or maybe he chickened out. After all, there are too many Overlord tier experts gathered here. If caught, the consequences would be severe injury and elimination, losing his chance at the Dragon's Legacy secret realm. It's understandable. The risk is too high. He might end up with nothing, losing both the trait treasure and his spot in the Dragon's Legacy secret realm. Roar! Flames surged wildly within the right claw of the duckbillion beast. Constrained by the force field, they coalesced into a dazzling, searing orb of light. Boom! Its claw struck the flame lava camel with lightning speed. Instantly, searing energy erupted and unleashed. Like a missile striking its target, flames erupted skyward, accompanied by a small mushroom cloud. The flame lava camel was sent flying sideways, crashing into the mountainside and leaving a massive crater. The duckbillion beast leapt high into the air, snatching the trait relic into its grasp. Surveying the dominant tier beast stirring restlessly around it. It roared, its voice transforming into visible ripples of sound waves. The overwhelming aura of a high dominator tier beast surged forth. It intimidated the beasts. Deterring them from taking risks, none dared to strike first. The first to act would surely be working for others' benefit. The duckbillion beast gazed excitedly at the special treasure in its grasp. Consuming it could potentially shorten the time needed to ascend to the sovereign tier. The next second, its expression abruptly changed. The characteristic secret treasure in its grasp began to warp and distort, its form shattering until it finally transformed into a fire evolution stone. The duckbillion beast's mind froze momentarily. Snapping back to reality, it crushed the fire evolution stone into dust. Roar! It roared in fury, its gaze instantly locking onto Lu Chen as he sprinted down the mountain. There were 9 Lu Chens, 9 Qitian, and 9 baby squids. Each trio, 1 human and 2 beasts, split into 9 separate routes, scattering in different directions. The duckbillion beast bellowed, its hooves striking the ground with blinding speed as it charged toward Lu Chen. The other Overlord tier creatures grasped the situation. One by one, they charged excitedly toward the other Lu Chens. Soon, the 9 Lu Chen units, surrounded by the Overlord tier creatures, were all eliminated. Without exception, each dissolved into a single monkey hair, drifting away into the air. They were all shadow monkey hair clones. Watching the ink-black monkey hairs drifting before him, falling like goose feathers. Dapu, as large as a palm fan, fiercely clutched the monkey hair in his hand, reducing it to dust and scattering it away. The remaining Overlord tier beings departed with indifferent expressions. Ah, that felt good. No one gets the best deal. As humans would say, seeing others profit hurts worse than losing money yourself. The Overlord tier creatures began to disperse. Only the duckbillion beast remained, roaring skyward as it unleashed energy attacks, sweeping its blasts indiscriminately in all directions. Yet, unbeknownst to it, within the shadows atop the volcano's peak, a strange shadow leapt from rock to rock in the stone shadows. Finally, it scaled the volcano. Descending the other side, it vanished into the void, leaving the volcanic terrain behind. Only upon reaching the rolling hills did the dust settle. Squiggle, squiggle, squiggle. The little squid's tentacles fluttered through the air, opening its portable pocket dimension. Like presenting a treasure, it cradled a crimson crystal from within. Bathed in sunlight, it shimmered in an irregular rhombus shape, resembling a diamond. It looks like a crystal stone. Holding it in your hand, it feels similar to fruit. A small stem remains at the top, similar to the little nub on an apple. Name, lava crystal. Type, trait relic. Description, a trait artifact formed within the secret realm, extremely rare. Consuming it grants fire attribute-related traits. Lu Chen's face broke into a smile. Successfully snatched it from the jaws of danger. In recent days, Little Squid's skill proficiency had also shown significant growth. Among them, the advanced skill Illusionary Beam had reached the mastery level. Combined with its power of illusion, it could briefly create convincing deceptions. This allowed it to successfully swap the Fire Evolution Stone. It then used Phantom Beam on Qitian's shadow monkey hair clones, altering their appearances to disguise them as itself and Little Squid. 3 in one group, 9 paths to scatter. This was to draw their attention. Their 3 true forms, however, used shadow escape technique to hide within the shadows of the rocks. Without the shadow monkey hair clones drawing attention, the Overlord's aura would likely have detected Lu Chen and the others hiding in the shadows. Floating island. Monitoring room. The atmosphere was deathly still. Everyone's mouths hung open wide enough to fit a fist. Their eyes were unfocused. A Transcendent stage cultivator had broken through the encirclement, snatched the characteristic secret treasure from a group of Overlord stage opponents without so much as a scratch, effortlessly. Strategy, strength, command, courage, skill, coordination. Not one could be missing. What kind of monster was this? And his monkey wasn't dual element thunder and fire, but triple element thunder, fire, and shadow. Hua Rongjio was seething with envy. Why was Lu Chen stuck at the 10th pillar? So that means Lu Chen is ranked first now. Southern edge of the marshlands. Hailstones drifted through the sky, snowflakes falling.
Bubbles that just surfaced from the ground froze instantly into ice chunks. A thick layer of ice had formed over the lake. It hardly resembled a marshland. Instead, it resembled the bitterly cold snow mountain region. Countless aquatic creatures were frozen solid into ice sculptures. Ice Phoenix Seal. An ice phoenix, formed entirely from crystallized ice energy, raised its claw and slammed it down onto a high-ranking water monster. In an instant, it pierced through the creature front and back. Freezing power spread from the wound throughout its body, eventually dissipating into a sky filled with ice crystals. Points, 7,758. Luo Anfei glanced at the points displayed on her dragonfly wristwatch, a faint, pleasing curve lifting the corners of her mouth. Recently, she had acquired a great deal of resources, and the celestial frost ability of the Ice Crystal Phoenix Fox had already reached the minor achievement stage. With this skill, which excelled in both offense and defense, she was virtually unstoppable in the marshlands, capable of freezing entire areas at will for area of effect damage. Coupled with the dense concentration of aquatic life, her points were undoubtedly accumulating faster than Lu Chen's. Too bad I can't see the exact rankings. Otherwise, I could check how far ahead of Lu Chen I am. Buzz buzz buzz. The wristwatch in his hand vibrated, emitting a notification. Countdown, 3 hours. Entering the Nightwatch Grand Competition final stage of survival trials. Top 100 rankings now being announced. 1. Dio Boju 1st Pillar 5403 points. 2. Luo Anfei 10th Pillar 5200 points 2 ranks. 18. Lu Chen 10th Pillar 4444 points. Luo Anfei saw she was only ranked 18th. She was 16 names ahead of him. A smile instantly blossomed on her face. Finally, she had beaten Lu Chen once. Oof. This was just a small victory. Wait for the next comparison, soon watch me crush you. The top spot is only 200 points ahead of me? With 3 hours left, I'll secure first place first. Suddenly, her eyes blurred. How could the first place score have grown longer? 14,444? She was stunned. 14,444? How did the leader's score suddenly jump by nearly 10,000? What did he do? Wait. The smile on Luo Anfei's lips gradually faded. 1. Lu Chen 10th Pillar 14,444 points. 2. Diao Buju 1st Pillar 5,403 points. 3. Luo Anfei 10th Pillar 5,200 points. Her lips parted slightly. Luo Anfei? Her composure was crumbling. What the hell was going on? Buzz. The wristwatch continued to vibrate as text kept appearing. Nightwatch Grand Tournament Stage 2, Battle Royale begins. All contestants may seize points from others. You may only target those of equal rank or higher ranked players cannot attack lower ranked ones. So, contestants not yet ranked in the top 100 get moving. Start plundering. Challenges from players of the same rank cannot be refused. The victor will receive 1/10 of the opponent's points. If a lower tier player successfully challenges and defeats a higher tier opponent, they will receive half of the opponent's points. For players ranked 20th to 100th, if you've been challenged once and lost, no second challenger may attempt to fight you within 1 hour unless the first challenger accepts. Note, top 20 players remain challengeable regardless of win-loss until they drop out of the top 20. The rankings of the top 100 players will be displayed in real time. Are the top 100 players ready for the Battle Royale? Hide or accept the challenge. Then, like a virtual projection, a map appeared on the wristwatch, displaying avatars and their respective rankings. Everything was laid bare. The avatar of Lu Chen, ranked first, glowed with a golden light. Golden glow. Luo Anfei's eyes flashed with resolve, only to sink back into despair. Lu Chen's lead in points was simply too great. There was no way to catch up. Never mind. Just securing a spot in the Dragon's Legacy Secret Realm will suffice. Then, in the Dragon's Legacy Secret Realm, I'll crush you. 3 hours. The announcement of the second stage instantly stirred up the previously stagnant pool of competitors who had been exchanging no communication. Those within the top 100 began shifting positions relentlessly. They fought to survive the 3-hour mark. Those outside the top 100 scrambled to find the leading players on the leaderboard, desperate to break into the top 100. In an instant, battles erupted across Yunhua Island. Within a mere hour, the names beyond 70th place kept shifting. Moreover, as the 10th pillar, by Qianqian and the others 5 individuals ranked simultaneously received the most attention. None of them held the 10th pillar in high regard. They sought to band together and kick them out of the top 100. The foremost target was none other than Lu Chen, who held the top spot. Hilly terrain. Lu Chen's expression remained calm as he surveyed the rugged terrain around him. One by one, figures emerged. Those ranked within the top 20. They could be challenged repeatedly. Only after falling out of the top 20 could one no longer be challenged. Lu Chen naturally became a prime target. Defeating Lu Chen once earned 1/10 of his points. With his massive point base, he could lose 7 or 8 times without dropping out of the top 20. Among those challenging Lu Chen were even elite tier players.
Their strategy was to wait until Lu Chen was exhausted from consecutive challenges before stepping in.
An elite tier challenger defeating him would earn half his points.
Lu Chen, you're surrounded. Hand over your points and accept our challenge like a man. Lu Chen scanned the crowd. Over 20 people stood before him. He spoke calmly, you've surrounded me? Could it be that I've surrounded you instead? Taking them on one by one is too boring and a waste of time. Why don't you all come at me together? Just a bunch of trash who couldn't even crack the top 100. Lu Chen surveyed the crowd. Actually,
after the rules for the second stage battle royale were announced,
Lu Chen's first instinct was to hide. He knew without a doubt that a bunch of people would be looking for him. Without triggering any system quests, what was the point of fighting? It was a waste of time.
With his spatial and shadow abilities, he could hide where no one would find him. But later, he changed his mind. Chi Tian had already consumed the characteristic secret treasure, Lava Crystal. He needed combat to speed up digestion.
This group arrived just in time, perfect opponents for Chi Tian. He had a premonition.
The opportunity for him and Chi Tian to ascend to the commander tier had arrived.
Chapter 130, Chi Tian's Evolution. Commander Tier. Fire Eye Golden Vision. Upon hearing Lu Chen order them all to attack together. Arrogant. You alone can't possibly stand against 20 of us. Everyone glared at Lu Chen with envy. Lu Chen instantly gained 10,000 points.
Only a characteristic secret treasure was worth 10,000 points. This means the kid picked up a characteristic secret treasure. Why waste words with him? Since he challenged all of us, teaming up isn't against the rules. A crimson aura swirled around the scene. They summoned their beast companions. Each person had 2 beast pets. Over 20 people meant over 40 beasts. Coal crocodile turtle, fire breath. Splinter arrowbird, feather blades. Giant rock python, use rockfall to block the path. Mage tree, entangle with roots. Fierce water ape, boiling water. In an instant, across the hilly terrain, multicolored energy flares erupted, various forms of power surging toward Lu Chen, transforming into a torrent of energy. Boom! 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 A deafening roar echoed, sending shards of rock flying everywhere. The smoke of explosions mingled with dust, shrouding the hills. Everyone stared at each other in disbelief. Why didn't he dodge? His beast pet is a spatial type. Did he use Void Walk to dodge? No. My Sunny Doll detected them through infrared perception. They're right there in the smoke. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Inky flames shot skyward, violently scattering the smoke and dust. Chi Tian was enveloped in ink-black flames, and a protective shield formed from solidified stone appeared before him. Like half an eggshell, it shielded him, blocking every attack, leaving Chi Tian unscathed. The stone shield flowed like liquid, spreading over its body and solidifying once more into a suit of rock armor. Sizzle! Chi Tian extended his hand to his side, fingers slightly curved. Lightning arcs flashed at his fingertips. Growing denser and denser, they finally engulfed his entire palm. Lightning coalesced, colliding with the fire element like a chorus of 10,000 birds. Chi Tian lifted his gaze. These opponents were far too weak. A flash of lightning erupted beneath his feet as his form vanished from the spot. Transforming into a bolt of lightning, its speed was unmatched as it darted wildly through the gaps between dozens of beast pets. When it reappeared, it was already behind these beast pets. It seemed like a chain reaction. Or perhaps the sheer velocity caused a delay in the perception of sound and light. Boom! 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 The explosive roar echoed. All the beast pets collapsed to the ground, utterly unconscious. One against many. Instant annihilation. Everyone's minds went blank, eyes wide in disbelief. Isn't this a bit too powerful? Is this really someone of the same level? Lu Chen shook his head. These people's beast pets were far too weak. Chi Tian had grown so powerful he could now instantly obliterate dozens of beings at the same level. Upon reflection, it made perfect sense. After all, Chi Tian's current potential was that of a mythical species, essentially a divine beast cub. Roar! The dragon's roar snapped everyone back to their senses. It's Shantri. Shantri has arrived. Don't get cocky. Shantri is the core seed of our 5th pillar. He once defeated 20 opponents of equal rank simultaneously. Lu Chen looked toward Shan Shu, who was riding a mimic bone dragon and peering over a small hill. Shantri immediately protested, I'm not. I didn't. Stop making stuff up. Inside, he was cursing like a sailor. Damn it, he just wanted to join the fun, but why was this scourge here? IING relied on the mimic bone dragon's infinite restructuring ability to drag out and kill 20 opponents of equal rank. And ING one-shot the entire field. How could that possibly be the same? Don't get me killed. I'll be the first one he takes out. Everyone? Boring. Lu Chen shook his head. These opponents were far too weak. Too bad there's no commander tier opponent. Ha! Wait a minute. Lu Chen stared at the map appearing on his wristwatch. Those who ranked in the top 100 with their points were all command tier powerhouses, with the top contenders being the core seeds of each pillar.
Their locations were all marked on the map. I could go challenge them directly. Qitian, little squid, let's go. The following time. Monitoring room.
Everyone was stunned, watching Lu Chen walk right up to challenge a commander tier player ranked within the top 100.
This must be the sixth one, right?
Holy, even the core seed of the first pillar, Hao Yun, lost. His beast pet is a lower sovereign tier, ranked as a lower commander tier. He's someone who can defeat elite commander tier opponents, yet he fell to Lu Chen.
Gah! Roar! Deep within the forest, Qitian activated his shapeshift, transforming his physique into that of a colossal ape. He was now locked in a brutal melee with a bone dragon. Two colossal beasts, each 7 or 8 meters tall, refrained from using any energy attacks.
It was a pure, physical struggle. The sheer power of both creatures was terrifying. Every movement was enough to crack the ground beneath them. Within a 100-meter radius, the landscape lay utterly devastated. Ancient trees were snapped clean in half, thorns shattered, and massive craters pockmarked the earth.
Why'd you pick on me? Dan Shu felt like crying. Cut the nonsense. Keep fighting Qitian hand to hand.
Worst case, I'll buy some milk for the mimic bone dragon to supplement its calcium once we get out.
Besides, what are you afraid of? In a bare-knuckle fight, who could possibly be a match for your bone dragon? After defeating the first pillar's commander tier core seed, Hao Yun,
the other top 100 commander tier seeds were now far out of Lu Chen's reach.
With only 20 minutes left until the 24-hour deadline,
no formidable supernatural creatures were nearby. Then, he happened to spot single tree's location information nearby. He sought out the solitary tree. The secret treasure of Qitian's trait was nearly depleted, urgently requiring external pressure. He needed to engage in close combat to temper his body.
Roar! Roar! Qitian's fist shattered the air, slamming viciously into the mimic bone dragon's body and sending it flying sideways.
As it flew through the air, a tearing sound echoed through the air as the mimic bone dragon's tail lashed out beside him.
In an instant,
both beast pets crashed heavily to the ground. They crashed through several thick trees before finally halting their backward momentum. The mimic bone dragon growled lowly. The scattered bones that had been knocked loose flew back automatically, filling the gaps in its frame. Qitian shook off the debris and splinters pressing down on him. He stood up. For over 2 hours, Qitian fought relentlessly. His opponents were all elite commanders ranked within the top 100. Challenging commanders as a reborn stage warrior, the relentless battles had left Qitian covered in wounds. His shadow rock armor lay shattered and torn, barely covering his body. Yet its eyes burned with fierce intensity. This was no mere description. It was real for reasons unknown. Qitian's eyes grew brighter and brighter. They radiated a sharp brilliance, like glowing bulbs. The slightest movement caused 2 streaks of golden light to shoot from his eyes. This made Lu Chen ponder deeply, as if he vaguely sensed what was about to unfold.
Qitian, keep going. No holding back, go all out. Roar!
Qitian planted his feet and charged forward with thudding steps.
Mimic bone dragon, we're in 2. Shantri issued the same command.
The mimic bone dragon felt no pain.
As long as its soul flame remained, it could regenerate endlessly.
What was there to fear?
Roar!
The mimic bone dragon roared and charged forward. It was like 2 out-of-control heavy trucks colliding at breakneck speed. A visible shockwave swept outward in all directions. Sand and stones flew as debris around both beasts was blown away. They plunged back into a brutal melee.
Both men attacked relentlessly, no defense, just punch after punch.
The mimic bone dragon's bones cracked continuously.
Blood spattered across Qitian's body.
Squirt, squirt. Little squid perched atop Lu Chen's head, waving its tentacles to cheer Qitian on.
With each relentless clash,
his body felt as though it were being forged through 1,000 hammers, purging impurities while accelerating the fusion of the characteristic secret treasure within. The golden light in Qitian's eyes grew ever brighter. The inky tail flame at the tip of its tail seemed drenched in gasoline. It swelled with each passing moment.
Finally, growling, a vicious punch sent the mimic bone dragon flying. Qitian roared to the heavens, relentlessly pounding his own chest, producing thunderous drumbeats. The flames on its tail shot over 10 meters high.
Every pore on its body erupted with boundless white light, enveloping its entire form.
Lu Chen's eyes flickered. Had he finally absorbed the characteristic secret treasure completely? The trait secret treasure, also known as microevolution. The pet's physical appearance will undergo changes. Ding!
Detected Qitian consuming the characteristic treasure. The acquired trait aligns with his black myth, Wukong evolution path.
Requires fusion of the trait with Qitian's bloodline.
Estimated time required, 10 minutes. Host, please recall Qitian to the beast space and have Qitian and Xianshou Yunma enter fusion state.
Lu Chen froze. He hastily recalled Qitian into the beast tamer's space.
The moment he entered, Xianshou Yunma's body uncontrollably dissolved into mist, merging into Qitian's form before emerging from the flame at the tip of his tail.
also enveloped by the light of evolution. Buzz. The dragonfly wristwatch on his wrist vibrated. Midnight. Night Watchman competition survival trial concluded. Rankings and scores finalized.
All contestants must recall their beast companions to the beast companion space.
Contestants do not resist.
The dragonfly wristwatch surged with energy, transforming into a transparent circular protective barrier that enveloped everyone. It slowly lifted them into the air, carrying them beyond the boundaries of Yunhua Island. Beyond the Yellow Water Lake region. The floating island had already approached. The shattered training grounds had been restored. Chief examiners Gui Rongjiu and Jiang Zhini, accompanied by a group of invigilators, awaited their arrival. As the group descended onto the training grounds, I hereby declare the Night Watch Grand Competition, the survival trial, perfectly concluded. The top 100 ranked individuals have earned the right to enter the Dragon's Legacy Secret Realm. Here is the list of the top 100. Above Gui Rongjiu, for mechanical dragonflies emitted beams of light from their eyes. The beams merged into a massive projection screen. First place, Lu Chen, 19,634 points. Second place, Luo Anfei, 8,100 points. Third place, Diao Buju, 6,301 points. 15th place, Sunmmary. 18th place, Bai Qianqian. 20th place, Bai Yan. 100th place, Lu Yorong. Second place, not even a fraction of first place. A gap of over 10,000 points. Everyone was left speechless. Luo Anfei. She took a deep breath. Never mind, this didn't matter much anyway. Being first in points didn't come with any substantial rewards. Entering the Dragon's Legacy Secret Realm is where the real battle begins, where our true contest unfolds. You, who know nothing about what lies within. How could you possibly compete with me, who's been studying all along? Sunmmary gazed at Lu Chen's ascent to the summit, his staggering points tally. Her eyes narrowed seductively. Truly, he was the one I chose. Bai Qianqian was adorably delighted. My world's light is just so strong. The reason Lu Chen's points were so high was because he faced challenges from over 20 people at the start. Even when they lost, they had to deduct 1/10 of their points to Lu Chen. Later, he actively sought out the commander tier players on the leaderboard, casually slaying some ferocious beasts along the way. This caused his points to skyrocket once more. Across the entire leaderboard. Generally speaking, those at the rebirth stage tended to rank slightly higher. Some were knocked off by Lu Chen. The majority of the remaining cases involved reborn stage Night Watchmen challenging beasts at the commander tier across tier challenge to earn even more points. Commander tier Night Watchmen, however, couldn't challenge higher tiers, they couldn't defeat overlord tier beasts. Lu Chen's gaze swept down the list. When he reached the 100th rank, he was momentarily stunned. Lu Yorong, an elite tier, had also entered the top 100? Something's wrong. Why am I ranked 101? Just seconds before the final tally, I distinctly remember holding the 100th spot. Someone stepped forward, glaring angrily at the screen where their rightful 100th position now lay empty. And how is this Lu Yorong still only elite tier strength? Her elite tier suffix stood out conspicuously on the rankings. The light screen began replaying the footage. Forest environment zone. With just seconds left on the countdown. A dense glow suddenly coalesced not far from Lu Yorong. Finally, it crystallized into a translucent seed. The moon spirit grasped it in her hand. In the final second before time ran out, Lu Yorong's points instantly increased by 1,000. This propelled her into the top 100. An elemental artifact. Grass attribute secret treasure, miracle seed. Someone recognized it. Everyone stared in stunned silence. What kind of insane luck was this? Gui Rongjiu and the numerous proctors were utterly dazed. According to the closed list, they remembered that Lu Chen and Lu Yorong were nephew and aunt. One had obtained a trait artifact. The other had obtained an attribute artifact. Did this family have some kind of ridiculously lucky cheat code? Most people never witnessed the birth of a trait artifact or an attribute artifact in their entire lives. Thus, the 10th pillar of the 6 Night Watchmen. Every single one of them gained access to the Dragon's Legacy Secret Realm. They felt a wave of dizziness wash over them. A 100% selection rate. Could they truly oust Jiang Zhini from the Night Watch? Western Great Domain. Moonfall City, the Night Watch's stronghold in the Western Great Domain. A vast military district. The Dragon's Legacy Secret Realm can accommodate a total of 300 entrants. The Night Watch holds 100 of these slots. The remaining 200 slots are allocated through various channels: Beastmaster battalions, the Beastmaster Association, noble families, military merit exchanges, and so forth. Lu Chen and the other top 100 contestants would rest here for 2 days. They would use the resources obtained on Cloudwave Island to enhance their beast tamer's strength, or adjust their own physical and mental states. This preparation is essential for the upcoming journey to the Dragon's Legacy Secret Realm. 10th Pillar Villa Dormitory Area. Wahahaha. As expected, I, Lu Tiandi, am the destined heroine straight out of a novel. This has even granted me entry into the Dragon's Legacy Secret Realm.
I just know I'll get a light attribute dragon in this realm. Lu Yurong was bursting with pride, convinced this game-changing moment would be something she could brag about for the rest of her life. She lifted her chin proudly at the pinnacle of mastery, towering above the heavens where I, Lu Yurong, stand. There is heaven. Bai Yan slapped his thigh upon hearing this. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. Even more domineering than my own on the path of beast taming, every step is about geniuses must lower their brows before me. Which novel did you get that from? I'll use it next time. Lu Yurong declared, how dare you? This is the exclusive rhetoric of the celestial emperor Lu. Those who imitate me shall die, those who resemble me shall perish. Lu Chen looked at the two with contempt. You two aren't exactly spring chickens anymore. Can't you act a little more mature, like me? Jiang Zhini narrowed her eyes. You? Mature? Your lewd remarks are even more outrageous than theirs. Bad move. How did three masters of trash talk end up in my 10th pillar? After a round of banter, back to business. We depart for the dragon's secret realm the day after tomorrow. Over these 2 days, bring both yourselves and your beast companions into peak physical condition. Roger that. 24 hours without sleep. After finishing their meal, everyone returned to their rooms to wash up and sleep. Back in his room, Lu Chen summoned Shitian. Shitian's appearance had undergone subtle changes. His stature had grown slightly taller. His fur had grown even darker where it had once been ink-wash gray, like ink diluted with water. Now it was the pure color of ink itself. The most striking feature was his eyes. His eyes blazed like the red sun, ablaze with golden flames that flickered with sparks of golden light. They were truly extraordinary. As if they could see through everything, leaving nothing hidden from its gaze. Name, Lingning Stone Monkey Black God Shitian. Power level, Upper Transcendent Stage. Attributes, Fire, Thunder, Shadow. Potential, Mythical Species Tier 3 Deity. Elemental Mastery, Fire Perfect, Thunder Proficient, Shadow Beginner. Traits, Yang Flame. Talents, Diamond Hardness, Form Intent Transformation, Fire Eyes New. Originally intended as an additional trait. After the system upgrade, it unexpectedly transformed into a talent. Talent, X-Ray Vision. Description, 1. Grants beast companions superhuman bullet time dynamic vision, enabling them to detect minute changes. 2. Can see through disguises, transformations, and skin peeling. 3. Perceives elemental flows within enemies, revealing their weak points. Powerful. 3. Incredibly practical abilities. Lu Chen's eyes flashed. After the system's fusion upgrade, the trait he should have originally obtained transformed into eagle eyes. Shitian drew even closer to the monkey that had shattered the heavens. Boom! 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 The flames on his tail blazed fiercely. Boom! Flames, thunder, and shadow elements surged around Shitian before he shot skyward. It felt as though chains within him had been shattered. Shitian's aura surged dramatically. Commander rank. Simultaneously, a surge of energy flowed back into Lu Chen's body through the soul contract's link. The original crimson spiritual essence had already transformed 99% into a deep blue hue. At this moment, the deep blue completely overtook the red spiritual essence. It had been completely transformed into a deep blue. Lu Chen's spiritual essence had likewise ascended to the commander tier. Buzz. His consciousness was drawn into the primordial space. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed. The entire space had undergone a tremendous transformation. Countless stellar bubbles filled the void. The peerless starlight giant radiated boundless celestial brilliance, illuminating the myriad heavens and the 9 realms. Endless starlight bubbles emerged from its arms. Lu Chen had a premonition. The primordial space was about to undergo a major upgrade. Chapter 131, Zhang Jiang, you want to be my niece-in-law too? The primordial space. Every star across all star domains within the vast stellar world. Powered to full capacity, ethereal and boundless starlight continuously erupted forth. All starlight coalesced together. Transforming into a boundless, multicolored river of starlight, shimmering with every hue, it wound its way forward. Then, with a thunderous boom, it converged upon the starlight giant. Lu Chen did not enter the primordial space but instead gazed down upon it from a god's eye view. As the vast stellar river converged within the starlight giant, Lu Chen felt a momentary blur before his eyes. When he regained his senses, he found himself in an entirely different world. His field of vision soared upward, with countless trillions of stars stretching beneath his feet. His consciousness had entered the starlight giant's body, becoming one with its own. Lu Chen was now the star giant. He was Lu Chen. In the past, Lu Chen could also merge his consciousness into the starlight giant's body. But this time, it was fundamentally different. Though he could previously enter the body of the primordial sovereign. But that was the extent of it. He could not control it at all, existing like a vegetative state, forever separated by a barrier. It was like a person living inside a planet. Could they truly sense the planet's condition and thoughts? That was precisely how Lu Chen had felt before. But now it was different. The two seemed to have begun a preliminary fusion. Lu Chen could sense the surging power within the starlight colossus.
beyond ancient gods, demon gods, and evil gods supreme, peerless. None of these terms could describe his might. He existed in the past, existed in the future, and equally existed in the present. Within the Starlight Giant, chaos seemed to boil and seethe, corroding all things. After absorbing the Starlight River, countless bubbles began to form on its surface, coiling and layering upon its form. Billions of rays of light coalesced. Luo Chen discovered he could faintly control one of the Starlight Giant's arms. He instinctively raised his hand. Since it wasn't his own body, the control was somewhat awkward. Boom! 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 A sweeping palm strike unleashed uncontrolled force. Where the palm's edge touched, entire star systems near his arm vanished, over half their stars obliterated, their very existence erased. Luo Chen! Holy crap, that's terrifying. Thankfully, this happened within the primordial space. These stars likely weren't real. If this had happened outside, that inadvertently released aura would have obliterated an entire galaxy. The moment that aura was released, the blue planet beneath our feet might have ceased to exist. Luo Chen felt he could manipulate time. With a single thought, the galaxy he had destroyed reappeared in the starry sky, as if time had pressed rewind. Damn, what a shame. This is in the primordial space. If only I could be this badass out there. Back to business. Luo Chen's gaze focused on that ascension staircase standing at the center of primordial space, directly beneath his feet. The stairway to the gods was constructed from entire star domains, each forming a single step. At this moment, besides the white first step and the red second step, the deep blue third tier had also fully illuminated. He had reached the commander tier. The fourth step should have lit up. But it hadn't. As if struck by divine inspiration, or perhaps driven by instinct, Luo Chen controlled the arm of the Starlight Giant that obeyed his commands. He extended a single finger and gently touched the fourth step. The luminous bubbles coiled around the arm flew away from the body, settling onto the star domain of the fourth step. In an instant, the dim star domain that formed the fourth section of the staircase seemed to be infused with energy. Sections began to glow one after another. Transformed into purple starlight, it surged toward Luo Chen, drawn into reality, imbuing Luo Chen's spiritual essence with a wisp of purple aura. Absorbing the violet starlight would transform his blue spiritual essence entirely into violet. This was the very act required to step into the sovereign tier. At the same time, Luo Chen sensed he had gained several new abilities. Aura diffusion, truth corruption. Luo Chen examined these two abilities closely. When someone attempted soul stealing, divination, or curses against him, he could diffuse his aura to perform reverse erosion, or even use truth corruption. Corrupt the opponent, transforming them into a servant of the Starlight Giant. Not bad. As his cultivation reached the commander tier, Luo Chen could finally wield a sliver of the Starlight Giant's might. A look of longing flashed across his face. Sooner or later, he would fully transform into the primordial sovereign and descend upon the mortal realm. His might was beyond question. Even the Lord of the Yellow Path had been struck down by a single blow from him. With a flick of his thoughts, Luo Chen prepared to depart the primordial realm. The primordial realm was enveloped in endless starlight, and Luo Chen's consciousness began to drift steadily away. Finally, he returned to the real world. Reaching the commander tier really is different, huh? Even the way to leave the primordial space is different. Before, he had simply exited directly. Now, his consciousness drifted away, gradually merging with his physical body in reality. The primordial space felt more real to him now. Before, there was a sense of unreality. However, what Luo Chen didn't know was the stargazing tower. Night had fallen. Stars twinkled in the sky, their light scattered like sparks. On the pavilion of the stargazing tower, intricate grooves carved with mysterious inscriptions etched into the ground. These patterns emitted peculiar fluctuations, drawing in and capturing the power of the stars above the night sky. The stellar energy materialized, flowing like spilled mercury as it was drawn in. Like a silver serpent, it flowed through the grooves, ultimately forming a magical array. The constellation patterns engraved within the array once belonged to the descendants of the Great Dian Dynasty's Imperial Astronomical Bureau. Now, the matriarch of the Southern Divination lineage, Granny Wu Ma. Chapter 75. Her small, stooped figure sat cross-legged at the array's center. Her palms were turned upward toward the sky. A crystal sphere floated above her head, projecting an image of a vast star domain. The Jihong Fuqian Orb. This is the name of the crystal ball. A divine relic, or rather, a rule artifact. Its rank was a high-grade rule secret treasure. Through the Jihong Fuqian Orb, diviners could communicate with distant starfields beyond the reach of blue stars' observation. The energy it contains is terrifying beyond measure. Using the Jihong Fuqian Orb as a conduit, one can channel a thread of stellar power and seal it away. This stellar power greatly enhances divination, doubling its efficacy and enabling it to counteract the forces of dark gods. It even allows divination of entities aligned with the dark gods. Each time a thread is drawn, it consumes the core essence of the Jihong Fuqian Orb. This renders the Jihong Fuqian Orb unusable for over half a month. Were it not for the imminent need to redivine the lost supreme treasure of the great Dian remnant clan, she would never have used this ability of the Jihung Fuchin Ball. I wonder how negotiations with the northern school diviners at the divination pavilion are progressing. Might we borrow the ghost divination sticks of the netherworld? Mentioned in chapter 117. Suddenly, put. Wuma Granny's eyes snapped open as she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her face was deathly pale. Her entire body shook like a sieve, her eyes filled with terror. Terrified to the point of paralysis, she gasped for breath, sounding like a broken bellows. The star domain connected to the Jihung Fuching sphere. Suddenly, a pair of colossal hands appeared. A single swipe obliterated every planet in the entire star domain, leaving not even dust behind. Their existence was erased from the world. The shock made her spit blood. She was utterly horrified. A single slap could destroy an entire star domain? What kind of being was this? After a long moment, trembling, she channeled her spiritual energy back into the Jihung Fuchin orb. She froze in shock. What the hell? The star domain that had been obliterated by a single hand moments ago now stood perfectly intact. Confusion clouded her face. Was the Jihung Fuchin orb malfunctioning? The matter concerning Granny Wuma. Lu Chen naturally knew nothing of this. Boom! Within his body, the roar of the tiger leopard thunder resounded as command tier blue spiritual energy surged through his flesh. His tendons, fascia, and flesh were strengthened once more. Boom! The beast taming realm underwent significant transformations as well. As the azure spiritual energies surged into the beast taming realm, as if the power of the creator returned, the entire beast taming space continuously expanded. The eternal divine tree was already ceaselessly widening the boundaries of the beast taming space. Upon first entering the rebirth stage, the beast taming space measured 50 meters in diameter. Subtly expanded by the eternal divine tree, it had already reached 100 meters. Now, upon reaching the Dominion stage, it had nearly quintupled in size. A full 500 meters. This scale was already quite impressive. No wonder Jiangjini said that the inheritance secret realms were all manifestations of the Beastmaster spaces belonging to totem stage Beastmasters from other realms. White, red, and blue starlight mist drifted within the Beastmaster's space. Moreover, the blue stardust was exceptionally dense. The dense nebula seemed to solidify, eventually coalescing like condensed mist. On the ground, it formed a small puddle entirely condensed from starlight energy. Finally, it solidified into a small pool entirely formed from starlight energy. Qianshou Yunma stirred groggily, blinking sleepily as she gazed adorably at the eternal divine tree. As the beast taming space completed its upgrade, the eternal sacred tree visibly began to grow taller. Finally, crystal clear petals appeared hanging from its branches. Name: Eternal Divine Tree. Description: having absorbed the stellar energy of high-tier realms, it lay dormant for countless years before finally awakening. It can purify energy and bear fruits, each with distinct properties. Simultaneously, it expands the Beast Tamer space's area and enhances the Beast Tamer's foundational strength. Lu Chen froze. He'd nearly forgotten that the eternal divine tree could bloom and bear fruit. Without the slightest warning. Whoosh! A disturbance echoed. A ghostly figure suddenly materialized, startling Lu Chen to his core. Could you please stop appearing out of nowhere? Lu Chen blared at Jiangjini with irritation. Thank goodness he didn't have the habit of engaging in traditional crafts, otherwise, wouldn't he have just died of embarrassment right there? Jiangjini's skin glowed with a rosy flush, radiating a faint warmth. Her exquisitely beautiful face, in particular, resembled a juicy peach, plump with collagen, making one want to take a bite. Her hair was damp, simply gathered into a bun at the back of her head with a dry cap. A few playful strands fell just before her eyes, adding an extra touch of unusual beauty. She had clearly just stepped out of the shower. She wasn't wearing any clothes. Don't get the wrong idea, she wasn't completely naked. Her shapely figure was wrapped in a towel, revealing the majority of her beautiful skin from her chest up to her neck. The towel barely covered her lower body, stopping just above the unmentionable holy light zone. Below that sacred zone, exposed to the air, were a pair of long, fair, and perfectly toned legs. They were perfectly straight, without an ounce of excess flesh, and her delicate feet were a sight to behold. After the hot bath, her legs now glowed with a delicate flush, like the finest red jade, breathtakingly beautiful. A phrase instantly sprang to Lu Chen's mind. Legs to die for. Whoa, and Jiangjini's baby kitchen is pretty impressive too. Jiangjini's eyes turned a deep azure as her spiritual energy spread out, filling the room. Commander rank, she froze. Yes. She shook her head. Was it just her imagination? Earlier, while bathing in the bathroom, the matters concerning Dr. Lu and the Night Watch were nearly concluded. She could finally resume investigating the Infinite City ruins and the Eternal Bubble. Her mind was still reviewing and organizing these two matters. She had previously mentioned Eternal Bubble to Dr. Ryuki, who suggested that the power wielded by its master was likely connected to the stars, placing its rank far above that of a demon god. Moreover, it had not corrupted or warped the people of Desai City.
It was also highly probable that it did not belong purely to the side of the true gods. As she pondered these thoughts, she suddenly sensed a familiar aura. It was the aura of the eternal bubble. She used teleportation to arrive at Lu Chen's room. And thus, this scene unfolded. She shook her head. Daydreams lead to nightmares. Lately, she'd been preoccupied with thoughts of the eternal bubble and the infinite city ruins, leaving her nerves on edge. Commander rank, impressive, Jiang Zhini remarked. It's a pity Dr. Lu Mu's body hasn't fully recovered yet. Otherwise, he'd be perfectly suited for the Sacred Beast Secret Realm. The Sacred Beast within the Sacred Beast Secret Realm recognizes only Dr. Lu Mu. Only if he leads you there will you receive the Sacred Beast's blessing. If you visit before heading to the Dragon's Secret Realm and gain the Good Fortune Blessing ability, that realm might as well be your backyard. Had she not mentioned it, Lu Chen would have nearly forgotten. One perk of joining the Mythology Bureau was access to sanctuaries inhabited by legendary tier supernatural beings. The Sacred Beast's blessing, huh? With the Dragon's Legacy Secret Realm concluded, the other Myth Bureau members should have returned from the front lines by now. There'll be an internal gathering then. I'll take you. Then we'll head to the Sacred Beast Secret Realm under our Myth Bureau's jurisdiction. Alright. He was curious about what the other members of the Mythology Bureau looked like. According to Jiang Zhini, each of them was no less formidable than she was. Just then, the door suddenly swung open. Big nephew Lu Yorong walked in. He saw Jiang Zhini wrapped in a bath towel, looking as fresh as a lotus blossom emerging from the water. Then she glanced at Lu Chen. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock. Jiang, I treated you like a sister, my best friend, and you actually want to be my niece-in-law. She was utterly dumbfounded. Holy crap! Jiang, who never gave men the time of day and only had eyes for archaeology, actually came to her big nephew's room on her own. What kind of seductress cheat code did my nephew activate? Was his charm just a little too strong? Even Jiang came over on her own. Jiang, I treated you like a sister and best friend, and you actually lust after my nephew's body, wanting to be my niece-in-law. She suddenly changed her tone. Wahahaha, doesn't that make me super duper grandma? Ow. Jiang Zhini smacked her forehead with a rubber band. Lu Chen has advanced to the commander rank. I thought some other night watchman was being unethical, sneaking an attack in public, so I came to check. Oh. She sighed, disappointed that her super duper plan had failed. Hee, since you're not my niece-in-law, you'll sleep with me tonight. Tell me about the precautions for the Dragon's Legacy Secret Realm. Lu Yorong dragged Jiang Zhini away. Lu Chen opened his mouth, only to realize he'd forgotten to ask Jiang Zhini about the Infinite City ruins. Oh well, he'd ask tomorrow. Early the next morning. After a night's rest, Lu Chen and his companions were fully refreshed. After finishing their meal, Jiang Zhini instructed everyone to use the resources obtained on Yunhua Island to enhance their beast companion strength. She also relayed several precautions regarding the Inheritance Secret Realm. The Inheritance Secret Realm was not entirely beneficial, nor was it entirely safe. Some foreign beast tamers possessed eccentric natures, designing trials with terrifying mortality rates. There had been instances where entire groups entering the realm were wiped out. He also instructed Lu Yorong to withdraw immediately if things went wrong. After sharing these experiences, everyone began cultivating their beast companions, striving to strengthen their abilities as much as possible. Lu Chen scratched his head, feeling like he'd forgotten something. The next 2 days were set aside for adjustments. Lu Chen used the resource materials obtained from Cloudwave Island. Using the shokuchi pot, he crafted secret dishes with special effects. These were intended to enhance the abilities of Qitian and Little Squid. The 2 days passed quickly. Western Great Domain. The outpost of Yuanyu City's night watchman. A transport aircraft, entirely black with an anodized coating, descended slowly. Top 100 night watchman tournament qualifiers board the aircraft. Lu Chen and his companions boarded the night watch transport. Slowly ascending. Inside the cabin, every pair of eyes burned with anticipation. They were finally entering the Dragon's Legacy Secret Realm. Luo Anfei gazed through the porthole at the landscape rushing past below. Over the past few days, utilizing resources from Yunhua Island alongside her own cultivation materials, the Ice Crystal Phoenix Fox had reached the commander rank. Now, I am the only one in the entire world who knows all the assessment rules and answers of the Dragon's Legacy Secret Realm. Her gaze was unwavering. The inheritance of the Dragon's Legacy Secret Realm will be mine. Lu Chen, this time, I will prevail. P.S. Readers who pay close attention may have minor questions about this chapter. All will be revealed later. Chapter 132, without reaching totem rank, one remains but an insignificant ant. Wow, so many silver butterflies. The Nightwatch transport began its gliding descent. On the ground lay an immense forest, stretching like a silver dragon, vast and winding as it approached. This forest, known as the Silver Forest, did not originate on Blue Star 3,000 years ago. It descended from another realm and merged with Blue Star. Its name came from the silver trees that grew within it. As the transport aircraft roared overhead, disturbing the creatures within, Countless butterflies took flight, showering the landscape with a silvery radiance. These butterflies, too, were entirely silver, their wings adorned with intricate and fantastical patterns. Silver butterflies. The evolved form of the green caterpillar. Since the trees growing in this forest are all silver trees, it is named the Silver Forest. The sap of the silver trees serves as the evolutionary material for the insect-type extraordinary being, the green larva. The dragon's legacy sanctuary lies in a valley not far from the Silver Forest. A flat grassy plain lies before the valley entrance. The transport craft descended vertically at a gentle angle. In this world, neither landing nor takeoff required a runway. Instead, they ascend and descend vertically. The cargo door opened, and Lu Chen and his companions filed out one after another. At the valley entrance stood a massive gate. Above the gate, a bronze mirror engraved with ancient inscriptions was embedded, containing an eyeball within. The entire gate seemed embedded within the space of the valley entrance, unfurling an energy curtain that prevented anyone from glimpsing inside. Guarded by Beastmasters from the Beastmaster Association. This mirror is called the Perception Bronze Mirror, a common sight at human border outposts. If any demonic creatures infiltrate, they will be detected. Lu Chen instinctively activated his divine eye. Name, Perception Bronze Mirror. Description, a replica of the rule-bound artifact three-bodied bone-gazing mirror. It detects individuals controlled by monsters or forbidden powers such as those who have been skinned, possessed, or harbor hidden remains. Jiang Zhini led the group through the gate embedded within the barrier. They stepped into the barrier. The scene opened up before them, revealing tents spray painted with logos denoting different power levels. Inside, the area was bustling with a considerable crowd already gathered. We're a bit early. You two are free to go wherever you like, Wei Rongjiu instructed before leading Jiang Zhini toward the largest tent. The tent of the Great Xia Alliance. Responsible for coordinating all central institutions related to beast tamers including the Night Watch, Beastmaster Association, Beastmaster Battalions, breeders. Directly subordinate to the Supreme Council. Ha, I knew you'd pass the Night Watch selection. Of course I did. You're here, how could I not be? People scattered in small groups, each having acquaintances here. Moreover, these individual tents offered supplies for purchase. You have no friends? Lu Chen observed the solitary figure standing like a lone tree. Necromancers only need corpses. What do we need friends for? He declared with righteous indignation. He might say that, but the envy in his eyes as he watched the others was unmistakable. He had awakened the talent of a necromancer beastmaster back in middle school. It was akin to being born with maxed out spiritual energy. Necromantic beastmasters were actually quite unpopular, because their method of enhancing spiritual energy was very peculiar. They needed to devour the souls of living beings to enhance their own spiritual essence. Human souls, in particular, were the most delicious to them. Many chose to take part-time jobs at funeral homes. During the early stages of the supernatural manifestation, were universally despised. They were immediately labeled as cultists of dark deities. Their methods of enhancing spiritual power were simply too bizarre. Some necromancers even took a special path, requiring the corpses of powerful beastmasters. They would go so far as to raid the ancestral tombs of prominent clans. These clans placed utmost importance on preserving their lineage. During that period, the so-called slaughter decree was even issued. This continued until the establishment of the Great Xia Alliance. The emergence of the Nether Ecological Circle saw the rise of a totem-tier necromancer beastmaster. And formed the Supreme Council. Only then did necromancer beastmasters break free from this predicament. Due to awakening his spiritual essence too early, Shantri frequently needed to absorb the souls of small animals. When other children accidentally witnessed this, the incident spread throughout the entire city. He faced constant criticism from childhood. This led to him having no friends. Over time, he grew familiar with only one person and never learned how to interact with others. It was on Cloudwave Island that Lu Chen challenged him to a bare-knuckle fight with Chi Tian. He seemed quite pleased. Someone actually asked him for a favor. Oh well, if you don't need friends, then forget it. I was just saying I wanted to be friends with you. No. Shantri's eyes lit up. So we're friends now, right? As friends, if your monkey and squid ever die, you must hand over their souls to me. Lu Chen? Damn it, where's my knife? Cursing me and the little squid to death, huh? Little squid was furious. How dare he curse me to death? I refuse to be separated from my beastmaster. I'll stay with my beastmaster forever. With a flick of its tentacle, a small spiderweb instantly covered the tree's mouth. He fumbled for ages before finally prying the web off. My beastmaster talent might have a chance to transform them into undead rebirth. Lu Chen nodded. So that's how it was. But it wasn't even necessary. Chi Tian and Little Squid could become forbidden myths standing atop the cosmos. Amidst the banter, a chubby kid who looked like the laughing Buddha, with a beaming smile and an overly friendly demeanor, approached the group holding several pamphlets. Ladies and gentlemen, would you like a brochure? Ah, Miss Su of the Qingqiu clan and the by-siblings of the great Sundao field, I presume? Pleased to meet you. His eyes swept over the women, filled with admiration yet clear-eyed. He glanced once and moved his gaze away, never lingering disrespectfully. Let's be friends. My name is Qian Duoyu. Qian Duoyu? Qian Duoyu? Whoa, how much money must this family have to name someone that? You're in the elite tier too? How did you get in? Qian Duoyu replied, ahem, my family has a bit of money. We secured a spot through donations. I'm not well-traveled, so my father sent me here to broaden my horizons. Surname Qian. Sunmmary suddenly realized something. What's your relationship with the Qianyu trading company? Ahem. It's our family business. Lu Chen.
Qianyu Merchants Guild, the largest guild in Great Xia.
A veritable monopoly. Holy crap, rich guy. Your outfit makes you look poorer than me. He grinned, building good karma.
This is the detailed list and rankings of 300 contestants entering the Dragon's Legacy Secret Realm, compiled using all available information. All formidable competitors within the Dragon's Legacy Secret Realm.
Bai Yin, so where's this Bai Yin grandpa ranked?
Let me see, ranked 101st.
Bai Yin exploded, only 101st? Who's at the top? Mo Wudi. The descendant of sword god Mo? Sunmmary asked. Correct. Hearing that name, Luo Anfei's beautiful eyes flickered with a serious expression.
In her previous life, this man had the opportunity to unlock the secret realm and inherit its legacy. But he refused to accept the inheritance.
His reason? Too weak. To actually perish? Not invincible enough.
I don't need such an inheritance. I only entered the secret realm to test my sword.
Mo Wudi. He was likely the third known bearer of the divine tier beastmaster talent, alongside Jiang Zhini and Lu Chen. He was the 9th generation descendant of Mo Xianji, the sword god and one of the 12 elders of the Supreme Council of Great Xia. A saying circulated throughout the world. Without attaining totem rank, one remains but an insect. Totem rank signifies transcending the bounds of humanity.
Those at the sovereign tier could live to 200 years old, their bodies and souls still human. But not the totem rank. They have already touched the very essence of the world. Totem tier beings enjoy lifespans of 800 years. Mo Xianji is already 300 years old. Mo Wudi possessed even greater innate talent than Mo Xianji, and his beast companion belonged to a rare sub-branch of the spiritual type, the soul-based sword spirit. Of course, the most crucial reason he abandoned the inheritance was that the sword cultivation lineage follows only the path of the sword. All other paths conflicted with their chosen way. Meanwhile, Chen Duoyu had finished explaining the situation to Lu Chen. Well, if we're talking about the most famous one, it's gotta be that king of trash talk, Lu Chen.
Lu Chen? What the hell? Why am I even involved in this? Chen Duoyu whistled in admiration. He's just too outrageous. Let me show you the video the Night Watch released. He pulled out his phone. Had heaven not birthed me, Lu Chen, the sword path would remain shrouded in eternal night. Today, I slew the supreme dragon atop Yunbua Island with my sword. 3 million sword immortals in the heavens must bow their heads before me. Accompanied by stirring music. Scenes of Lu Chen battling with his sword flashed continuously. In the scene, Lu Chen's cocky remarks echo, a mere peak-tier giant rock crocodile dares to block my path? Sword split the heavens. This sword once cleaved the heavens. I, Lu Chen, am unmatched under heaven. Come forth, heavenly foes. I ask the sword immortals of the heavens who dares descend to this mortal realm? From the phone came Lu Chen's utterly pretentious figure and his iconic lines. Paired with stirring music, his cocky, show-off quotes, and the crisp footage of him dispatching foes, it was utterly thrilling. The highlight battle videos of the top 100 Night Watchmen before the grand competition have all been uploaded online. The combined videos of everyone else don't even amount to a fraction of his. He's gone completely viral across the entire internet. Lots of kids idolize him. I'm even thinking of signing him as our Qianyu Merchants Guild spokesperson. Qian Duoyu, hey, bro, you look familiar. Holy. You're that trash-talking King Lu Chen? Lu Chen. Holy? His scalp tingled, and his toes curled so tightly in his shoes they felt like digging into a 3-bedroom apartment. What the hell is this? Damn it, that Dragonfly watch can even capture audio and video footage? Who the hell sent that out? Lu Yurong gave Lu Chen a sidelong glance. Is this what you meant by telling us to be more mature like you? Damn it, he's fooled us again, Bai Yin admitted. We really aren't as mature as him. His bluffing is way smoother than ours. Class is in session. I'm paying tuition. Bai Yin beamed with excitement. Lu Chen's form in the video was exactly what he'd always dreamed of. Lu Chen. Ha! Sunmmary burst into laughter, surprised to see such an adorable sight to her junior. Luo Anfei was utterly flustered. How could the comparison before me lose to this kind of guy? At the valley entrance, a young man with sharp eyebrows and piercing eyes approached, clad in a white hanfu skirt. At the mention of Lu Chen, his eyes instantly darted over. Clang!
The long sword at his waist shot from its scabbard, transforming into a flying blade that slashed toward Lu Chen. A dense web of spider silk coiled around the tentacle, transforming into a blade. Illusory dream spider silk spider web sword. Slash. Void walk. Clang. The clang of metal colliding echoed, sparks flying from the point of impact. Sword energy erupted, slicing through the ground. The long sword flew backward. The little squid floated gracefully backward, its 6 tentacles standing erect above Lu Chen's head. 2 tentacles coiled around the hilt of the spiderweb sword, its tip pointing directly at him.
So you do understand swordsmanship, Mo Woody remarked. Had heaven not birthed you, Lu Chen, would the sword path remain shrouded in eternal night? Come spar with me sometime.
I'd like to see if your swordsmanship is as sharp as your tongue.
The commotion drew the attention of many onlookers. That's Mo Woody, the 9th generation descendant of the sword god Mo Xianji. Rumor has it his life-bound beast companion is also a sword spirit. He's the most likely candidate to inherit the secret realm's legacy. Who's fighting him? Looks familiar. Holy crap, it's that trash-talking King Lu Chen. Ha! He's that Lu Chen from Sword Path, Eternity is a Long Night? He's actually pretty handsome. Heard he got lucky picking up a trait secret treasure, which shot him straight to first place in the Night Watch Grand Tournament. Whispers kept drifting to his ears. Lu Chen remained expressionless. I'm going to the bathroom. He found an empty spot. Lu Chen stood silent for a long moment before the pupa twisted its body. Damn it! If I'd known they could see the images and hear the sounds, I never would have pulled that stunt. After gathering his nerves, he stepped back out. The 5 clans and 10 tribes have arrived. Someone pointed toward the valley entrance. Over a dozen figures entered. Each wore splendid, ornate robes. The young man leading them is Yulongyue from the Yulong clan, the 2nd son of the 3rd branch. He only awakened his beast taming talent this year, becoming a beast tamer. Shen Youyu whispered, I heard they weren't originally allowed to enter this dragon inheritance secret realm. They already possess their own dragon secret realm. But the alliance later considered that if none of the 300 participants obtained the inheritance, the secret realm would vanish into the void. That's why the Yulong clan was permitted to enter. But only those who became beast masters this year were permitted. These are all the younger generation from the 5 clans and 10 noble houses. Their family's dragon riding power gives them a significant advantage within the dragon's secret realm. Luo Anfei lifted her gaze. In her previous life, Mo Woody had abandoned the inheritance, choosing only to immerse himself in the dragon blood pool. The inheritance was indeed obtained by Yulongyue. A smile curved her lips. But this lifetime would be different. Both the inheritance and the true dragon blood pool would be hers for the taking. Everyone had gathered. The Great Xia Alliance's tent. The Alliance's leader, representatives from the Beastmaster Association's headquarters, and the Nightwatch pillars Guorongjiu, Jiangzhini, and others emerged from within. They announced that the exploration of the dragon's inheritance secret realm had officially begun. They also announced that only 295 individuals would enter this time. All entrants were elite newcomers, the future pillars of the Alliance. To prevent the entire group from being wiped out inside, which could lead to a generational gap. To assess whether the realm posed extreme danger. They had previously sent 5 individuals in for reconnaissance. The realm formed its own miniature universe, transformed from the beast riding space of a peak totem tier beastmaster from another realm. Before his death, he infused his own power into the secret realm. His spiritual essence became the very rules sustaining the realm's operation. The 5 individuals dispatched by the Alliance only passed the first stage. They failed upon entering the second. Now, we announce the rules for the first trial of the secret realm. The voice of the person in charge echoed through the space. All eyes narrowed sharply. Throats moved with difficulty as they swallowed hard. They were prepared to face a formidable challenge. The supervisor's lips parted slightly. Fish farming. They announced the first trial outright. The first trial is fish farming. Everyone? At those 2 words, their minds went blank. Fish farming. What the hell is that? P.S. Shantri and Mo Woody play crucial roles in a later segment. All characters named in this chapter will feature in subsequent plotlines. Their appearances aren't abrupt. Earlier, when the protagonist Yujian was showing off, the 12 branches Sword Branch Mo Xianji and its special attribute Sword Spirit were introduced through Guorongjiu. This naturally set up Mo Woody's appearance here. Chapter 133, Fishing? I'm going straight for the dragon. The Great Xiao representative announced the first trial of the secret realm. Fish farming. More accurately, fishing. As he explained, everyone gained an understanding of the secret realm's general layout. The first layer of the secret realm. A vast lake teeming with countless weak-water dragon carp. The Dragon Legacy secret realm. It was formed by a dragon-type beastmaster from a foreign totem realm, creating its own self-sustaining ecosystem. The weak-water dragon carp are actually weak-water carp. Long-term exposure to the dragonkin aura gradually transformed them, eroding their essence over time. Through generations of reproduction and ecological influence, their genes have mutated. Thus, they evolved into a regional variant unique to the dragon-type ecosystem, the weak-water dragon carp. It has become a low-level dragon blood creature. And the first trial is fish farming. Each participant must feed the fish in the lake and select 100 weak-water dragon carp. Of course, this isn't about grabbing them indiscriminately. Each weak-water dragon carp possessed a distinct dragon blood concentration. The first trial is capture 100 weak-water dragon carp. Among them, those with dragon blood concentration exceeding 30% must account for 30% of the total. That means out of 100 fish, 30 have a dragon blood concentration of 30%. This qualifies you for the second stage. Of course, this dragon blood concentration refers solely to the level within the dragon blood creature bloodline classification. When the concentration surpasses 100%, the creature evolves from dragon blood creature hybrid dragon species. The above outlines the trial rules for the first stage. After hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances. Someone whispered, "Isn't that just pure luck? Isn't that a good thing? Relying on luck is better. If it depended on strength, how could we possibly defeat powerhouses like Mo Woody?" The lower-ranked contestants perked up. They knew exactly what they were doing. From the very beginning, their plan had been to contract a high-potential dragon-type creature within the Dragon's Legacy secret realm as their beast companion. They never intended to clear the realm and obtain the inheritance. But now, this trial of luck is open to all. This means they have the chance to overtake others and inherit the dragon's secret realm. I've always had good luck since I was a kid. I'd often find eggs in the chicken coop. Well, my luck's even better. My girlfriend says I'm rolling in fortune, so lucky my hair's turning green. They were itching to get started, ready to make their move. Zhao Jianhua, the head of the Great Xiao Alliance for this event. He stated, "Indeed, even those with the highest talent and greatest strength may be eliminated in the first trial." They explained that this stage tests your affinity with dragon-type creatures and your first instinct regarding the concentration of dragon blood within them. As for the second gate, our people failed to pass it due to a trap. To avoid influencing your judgment, I won't elaborate here. You'll have to decide for yourselves once you enter. The entire valley resembled a gorge-shaped hollow. The group advanced toward the inner valley, where the mountain wall at the end split into two halves. Much like the moonlit snow mountain ruins Chen had once unlocked. The mountain wall cracked open, a fissure spreading upward relentlessly, tearing through the rock face and then ripping open the sky itself, like ink seeping through the heavens. Energy aura billowed forth, coalescing into dragon-shaped auspicious clouds drifting through the sky. Through the spatial fissure, glimpses of the interior could be seen. Such secret realms, not yet fully descended upon Blue Star, existed only where the spatial barrier partially intersected with Blue Star's own barrier, forming a spatial gateway. They relied on Blue Star's mountain walls and other environmental features for their existence. Now then, everyone, prepare to enter the Dragon's Legacy secret realm. May you all return with bountiful rewards, unlock the secrets of the realm, and receive its inheritance. The group queued up and passed through the spatial fissure in an orderly fashion. The sensation differed from entering other secret realms. The moment Chen stepped through, he felt a distinct resistance. This was swiftly followed by a sensation of inversion. As if heaven and earth had swapped places, causing a momentary discomfort before quickly adapting. A damp, fishy scent tickled his nostrils, while the sound of flowing water echoed in his ears. His vision slowly cleared, revealing an endless lake before him, its emerald waves rippling gently. Everyone who entered drifted upon the lake, each resting upon a wooden floating platform. One per person. The rear half of each boat resembled a concave stone mortar. The entire vessel resembled a long, pointed boat that had been severed in the middle, with the broken end fused to the concave mortar. Exotic ancient inscriptions were carved into the mortar. Each person held a wooden fishing rod by their side, bare poles devoid of fishing line, hooks, or bait. Name: fishing rod unfinished. Description: a transcendent artifact, born from the rules of the secret realm and infused with spiritual energy. It can manifest fishing line, hooks, and lures according to the spiritual essence channeled into it, with the rod's quality varying accordingly. Splash! A disturbance rippled through the water. All eyes turned to the surface, where a dense swarm of peculiar fish swam. They resembled weak water carp, but were far from harmless. The creatures before them bore shark-like, razor-sharp teeth and bloated bodies. Their scales had shed, replaced by harder, deformed plates protruding from beneath their skin, layered upon layered, each pressing and piling onto the next. Their eyes bulged outward, wide and furious. The sight was utterly revolting. Holy, why does it feel like one of those transcendent creatures contaminated by the forbidden ecosystem? Normal. High-tier auras are poison to lower tiers. The ancestors of these weak-water dragon carp could withstand dragon-type ecological radiation. Those who couldn't died long ago. Fishing? Perfect. I've been fishing with my father since childhood. Age 22, 18 years of fishing experience. Someone picked up a fishing rod. Infusing it with spiritual energy, a glow rippled across the rod, manifesting fishing line and a hook.
Excess spiritual energy coalesced into a thumb-sized orb dangling from the hook, becoming the bait.
Lu Chen scanned it with his divine eye.
The name had changed.
Name, worn fishing rod. Description, transcendent item. Forged from ordinary spiritual essence.
Low appeal to creatures with high dragon blood concentration. Only a small chance to catch the weak water dragon carp with elevated dragon blood concentration.
Outside the secret realm. A bizarre metallic eyeball pushed its way out from a pile of rotting flesh.
Its flesh clung like suction cups, firmly attached to the barrier of the secret realm's space.
Flesh proliferated, and filamentous structures resembling vascular membranes sprouted from the decaying flesh. They took root and spread, enveloping the barrier of the secret realm.
The scara of the metallic eyeball began to charge in concentric rings. Once fully charged, a projection screen materialized in the air.
It displayed scenes from within the secret realm.
Zhao Jianhua explained, since it hasn't integrated with Blue Star, the curtain I can only barely peer into the first layer. Barely visible, with a delay of over half a minute.
Hui Rongzhou inquired, a fusion of flesh and machinery, is this the work of the flesh mechanics?
Correct.
Flesh mechanics pursue the ascension of flesh.
Their beast companions aren't pure machinery, they're hybrids of flesh and machine. They're a bunch of mad scientists.
In the scene,
the group had already appeared on the lake. Many had begun picking up fishing rods, infusing them with spiritual energy, and gliding their boats to find suitable fishing spots. Zhao Jianhua smiled, the first stage may rely on luck, but it's more about harnessing spiritual power. Based on our analysis, these fishing rods are semi-finished extraordinary artifacts. Depending on the quality of the spiritual energy infused, they can form at least two distinct tiers of fishing rods.
Dragons are creatures with a strict bloodline hierarchy, and dragon blood creatures influenced by their aura follow suit.
The bait formed by higher grade rods is only worthy of being consumed by weak water dragon carp with sufficiently high dragon blood concentration. Therefore, the higher the rod's grade, the greater the probability of catching a weak water dragon carp with sufficient dragon blood concentration. Since only 5 of us entered for testing, the data is too limited, only 2 distinct rod tiers appeared. I suspect there are actually 3 rod tiers.
Name, worn fishing rod. Description. Name, good fishing rod. Description. Name, awesome fishing rod. Description. Observing the information revealed by the divine eye,
the passerby pondered thoughtfully.
So fishing rods actually come in 3 tiers of quality. What a plain and unadorned naming scheme.
Glancing around, the most common type was the mid-tiered good fishing rod, followed by the lowest tier broken fishing rod. As for the highest tier, powerful fishing rods, they were few and far between.
He seems to have quite a few of them, though. Lu Chen glanced over by Yan, Summary, everyone had them. Dan Shu too.
Only Qian Duoyu was slightly inferior, possessing a good fishing rod. As for the ice block Luo Anfei, she hadn't infused her rod with spiritual essence yet, so hers should be a powerful rod too.
Suddenly,
the lake water around them churned like boiling water.
Yulan Jiyu cast his fishing line into the water.
Instantly, thousands of carp splashed and surfaced, swarming around the hook's spirit-infused bait. Finally, one fish took the bait. Yulangyue reeled in the line, removed the fish, and tossed it into the stone mortar.
The tadpole runes on the mortar glowed.
The weak water dragon carp instantly melted away, transforming into a fist-sized drop of essence blood. Impurities turned into a wisp of green smoke, curling upward before transforming into 33%. Everyone stared in stunned silence.
Was this the might of the dragon taming clan? Wow, Yulongyu Jiji, that's amazing.
The young heirs of the other noble families exclaimed in admiration.
Not every family from the 5 surnames and 10 clans had sent representatives.
Besides the Su family of Qingqiu, several other clans were absent.
This bait is formed from spiritual essence. Our Yulong clan's dragon taming power greatly benefits dragon-type creatures. I'll handle drawing them in. You may fish near me.
After speaking, he swept a glance across the crowd. As for the rest of you, my apologies. Though his words carried an air of apology, his tone was commanding and supremely arrogant. People began to disperse in small groups, seeking suitable fishing spots.
We only have 4 hours. Stop dawdling, let's get fishing.
Qian Duoyu spoke as spiritual energy enveloped the boat, propelling it through the lake toward the horizon.
Luo Anfei said expressionlessly, I'm leaving too. Second comparison countdown, 10 hours.
She stared at the characters visible only to her.
Luo Anfei silently pondered. Only 10 hours remained until the second comparison.
This time, she must win. The small boat gently pushed through the waves, while faint, almost inaudible flattery about Yulangyue drifted from behind.
She wore a look of disdain. Merely ordinary dragon riding power. Dragon and phoenix harmonize. And dragons are inherently lustful. The power of the phoenix holds an irresistible allure for them. 295 people. In the vast expanse of the lake, they were like a single drop merging into the ocean. Utterly insignificant. In a past life,
After this dragon lineage secret realm was conquered, it became fully integrated into Blue Star, thoroughly explored by others. Even the exact locations within the lake where the weak water dragon carp possessed the highest dragon blood concentration had been thoroughly researched. Relying on her memories from her previous life, Luo Anfei arrived at a specific area of the lake. The ice phoenix's essence permeated the fishing rod, transforming into line, hook, and bait. She cast it into the water. Instantly, the entire water surface erupted into a frenzy. Thousands of carp surged toward the line, creating a commotion even more intense than that at the dragon taming peak. In the blink of an eye, a fish took the bait. Luo Anfei lifted it up and examined it closely. Dragon blood concentration is about 31%. Not enough. She released it back into the water. In her previous life, she had developed a method to visually assess the dragon blood concentration of the weak water dragon carp. As someone who had studied extensively, she knew that the strength of the dragon blood concentration in the fish caught at this stage was crucial for the next level. She planned to share this method with Chen and the others later. She would claim it as her own discovery. If she told them from the start, she wouldn't be able to explain its origin. She couldn't very well say she was reborn, could she? The valley. Excellent, excellent. These are all promising candidates. Their spiritual essence can trigger the weak water dragon carp to go wild. This proves their spiritual energy is ideal for cultivating dragon-type beast pets. Someone pointed at one of the split screens on the light display. This is the top contender in your night watch competition, right? Looks like he didn't catch a single fish. That smooth-talking Chen? Yep, that's him. Everyone looked over to see Chen bobbing in the lake. Cross-legged, fishing. But no fish took the bait for a long time. Hoi Rongjio looked astonished. Not a single one? What's going on? Zhao Jianhua replied, one of the 5 scouts encountered the same situation earlier. He's a poison-type beast tamer. His spirit-infused bait only yielded 12 fish after 4 hours, an average of 3 per hour. We suspect his spiritual bait just doesn't suit their taste. It's like forcing you to eat a terrible meal. This kid's been at it for half an hour and hasn't caught a single fish. To the weak water dragon carp, his spiritual bait is probably like making us eat excrement. Jiang Zhenyi's brow furrowed slightly as she watched for another half hour. Yu Longyue was nearly full. Chen still hadn't caught a single fish. Don't watch anymore, King Jiang. This really is all about luck. The dragon carp just don't like this kid's spiritual essence. He'll be eliminated in the first round. Hua Rongjio sighed. Truly, life is unpredictable. Chen's strength could crush peers like Shantri and even challenge Corseeds at the commander tier. Add to that his fire, thunder, and dark attributes. His potential as a totem-type monkey is undeniable. And then there's his space-type squid beast pet. He was undoubtedly a prodigy. Yet here he was, eliminated in the very first round. What the hell is this? Damn it, why are all the fish swimming around me? It's been over 3 hours already, and everyone else has finished fishing. Chen was dumbfounded. Name, dragon-catching fishing rod. Description, supernatural artifact. Infused with spiritual energy beyond description, this rod transcends material limitations, becoming the dragon-catching rod capable of reeling in dragons. Damn it! Infused with the primordial lord's spiritual essence. The moment he saw the rod's transformation, he thought he was about to hit the jackpot. 3 hours later, not a single bite. The water was practically overflowing with fish. The moment he cast his line, they all scattered in a panic, leaving him utterly frustrated. Is there in my spirit? Dragon fishing. Where the hell is the dragon fishing here? He did consider turning the little squid's spiderweb into a fishing net and scooping them up in one go. But no. That would be an outright failure. Only fish hooked by the rod counted. Moreover, once the number of weak water dragon carp thrown into the stone mortar reached 100, the mortar would seal itself shut. Damn it, he couldn't care less about the dragon-type beastmaster's legacy. No matter how awesome it is, could it possibly be as awesome as the system? What he cared about were the system's chain quests. Ding, mission issued, achieve a ranking in the Nightwatch Grand Tournament that grants access to the Dragon's Legacy Secret Realm. Furthermore, enter the Dragon's Legacy Secret Realm, obtain the legacy, and decipher the Secret Realm's history. This is a chain quest. Failure to meet any single requirement will result in mission failure. Ha! Looks like you can't act all high and mighty anymore, kid. This time, it's my turn to show off. Bai Yen chuckled. That kid Chen always manages to pull off some epic showboating. The king of show-offs finally got his comeuppance. Luo Anfei sighed helplessly, shaking her head. The outcome was already decided. This time, she was certain of victory. Who would have thought Chen couldn't even pass the first stage? His spiritual bait just wasn't to the weak water dragon carp's liking. Refusing to accept defeat, Chen cast his line into the water and sped across the lake in his small boat. You've scared all the fish away, how do you expect to catch anything? Bai Yen rolled his eyes. The others also looked at Chen with mocking expressions.
Who'd have thought the king of trash talk couldn't even pass the first stage? Looks like all he's got is trash talk. Not a single one. Guess it really is all about luck. So what if he beat us on Yunhua Island? He can't even clear the first stage. Many were gloating over his misfortune. Boom! 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 Suddenly, for no apparent reason, the tranquil lake erupted into a raging torrent.
All the small boats swayed violently like leaves in a storm, rocking so fiercely that standing was impossible. Had they not quickly stabilized themselves with spiritual energy, they would have capsized. Splash, splash, splash. Countless weak-water dragon carp trembled violently, flapping frantically as they fled into the distance. What is that? The crowd saw a massive silhouette chasing after Lu Chen's small boat. Like a colossal beast lurking beneath the waves. Boom! The water surface erupted in 1,000 waves, spraying droplets skyward like a torrential downpour. They glistened brilliantly in the air, forming a rainbow. A colossal dragon leapt into the air, snapping at the bait Lu Chen had cast. Then, it crashed heavily back into the water, sending towering waves over 10 meters high crashing in every direction. The crashing waves engulfed Bai Yan, soaking him to the bone. Bai Yan paid no heed, his mind a blank. Holy! A dragon! Lu Chen actually hooked a dragon? His mind buzzed, echoing with a single thought. He pulled off another stunt. Chapter 134, this can't be an instant kill, right? Failure? The 295 people who entered the secret realm. A motley crew. All were rising stars from various factions over the past 2 years. Among them were Night Watchmen, Beastmaster battalions, disciples from major sects like Baians, members of the Beastmaster Association, and scions of prominent clans. Among them, the most out-of-place small group? That would be the aristocratic families. With their long-standing heritage, they formed their own exclusive circle, making it difficult for outsiders to integrate. Moreover, they looked down upon everyone else. At the edge of the weak-water Dragon Carp Lake, the foremost of the 5 clans, the dragon-taming clans Yulongyu, led the great clans gathered here. Truly worthy of being the foremost among the 5 clans, the Yulong clan's dragon riding prowess is formidable. Someone flattered while mockingly watching Lu Chen speeding across the lake in the distance. We all completed our trial objectives 2 hours ago, yet someone hasn't even caught a single fish. I know that kid. I investigated him before Lu Chen. I actually owe him a debt of gratitude. Not long ago, the young master of the divination pavilion, Fu Changlong, was egged on by those good-for-nothing brothers from our Shao family to go to the Starry Sky Beast Taming Academy. He ended up getting beaten by this Lu Chen. Fu Changlong was so traumatized he fell ill. The Shao brothers, Shao Mubai and Shao Muqing, were grounded as punishment. Shao Wenjie added, that's how the spot to enter the dragon's secret realm ended up in my hands. Surprise flashed across the faces of those present. Fu Changlong's true identity was an open secret, among them the illegitimate son of the current head of the dragon taming clan. Fu Changlong lost to him? He's quite famous. They call him the king of trash talk, the top winner of the night watch competition. Shao Wenjie looked regretful. Too bad. He didn't even catch a single fish. He got eliminated in the first round. Oh? So that bastard brother of my cousin got beaten by this guy? Well done. Yulongyue clapped his hands. No one dared to respond. The Yulong clan had 6 branches, and relations between them were far from harmonious. Especially with the Great Era approaching, each branch now boasted prodigious young talents. In the shadowless struggle for the title of Dragon Son, friction simmered constantly. Whoever secured the Dragon Son title would become the next head of the clan. Among them, the most renowned was Yulong Tian, the head of the family's legitimate son, the elder brother in the bloodline of the Fu Long dragon. A being whose dragon taming power has reached the 10th rank of dragon power. Dragon power. This refers to the inherent strength of one's bloodline, predetermined at birth and incapable of being enhanced through cultivation. Besides him, Yulongyu's elder brother, Yulong Koan, is also a formidable contender for the position of Dragon Son. He too possessed the 10th tier of dragon power. Yulongyue felt regret. If that kid Lu Chen had any affinity with dragons, he could have been invited to join the Yulong clan. He could have used him to annoy that branch of the family led by Yulong Tian. Speaking of Fu Changlong, he couldn't help but feel resentment. A mere bastard son. Yet he actually helped that rival contract a fierce shark dragon, one of the most elite bloodlines among the dragon relics within the sacred dragon secret realm. He seethed inwardly. After all, as the second son of the 3rd branch with dragon power at the 5th tier, that fierce shark dragon was meant to be his. Yet Fu Changlong, a mere bastard son, snatched it away. He then addressed the crowd, no offense, but our dragon taming clan's power holds a fatal attraction for dragon-type beasts. If any of you spot a dragon-type creature in the secret realm that catches your eye, I can use my dragon power to help you complete the contract. Take those weak water dragon carp in this lake, they're trash. If there were any dragons here, my dragon taming power would reel them in just as easily. Too bad there are no dragons here. Otherwise, I'd show you how I reel them in. He was just blowing smoke.
Catch a dragon? That's impossible, of course. Even his elder brother, dragon tamer Kunlai, couldn't necessarily catch a dragon. You hadn't even finished speaking.
Furious waves kept pushing their small boat further out to sea, nearly washing it ashore.
Everyone stared in disbelief. A colossal dragon, hooked by Lu Chen, leapt into the air, sending up a massive wave.
This creature measured nearly 50 meters in length, its form resembling a whale. Above its neck, however, was a ferocious dragon's head, covered in fine scales each as large as a building.
Dragon whale. Roar. A dragon's roar erupted from its maw, transforming into visible rings of sound waves. Giant waves rippled across the lake's surface.
From the mortar behind Lu Chen's boat, the fly inscription flew out,
spinning ceaselessly around it.
The dragon whale visibly shrank, eventually condensing into essence blood that nearly filled the entire mortar.
Lu Chen blinked his eyes. So this was the dragon fishing rod? Outside, in the valley, the atmosphere was deathly quiet. You could hear a pin drop. These were seasoned veterans who'd seen it all: major battles, grand spectacles. At this moment, their brains felt like they'd shrunk. Especially those who had gloated earlier when Lu Chen, ranked first among the night watchmen, couldn't even catch a single fish. Their minds were now on fire. What the hell is going on? Someone muttered, eyes glazed over. Zhao Jianhua snapped back to reality. I have no idea either. He was utterly bewildered. Could it be that creatures like dragon whales actually existed in this lake? Could it be that this kid's spiritual bait is just too high grade? So high that ordinary weak-water dragon carp wouldn't dare touch it, leaving it only for the dragon whale?
But he dismissed the thought immediately. No. Even if the spiritual bait is top tier, it shouldn't make the weak-water dragon carp scatter the moment it hits the water. Besides, no matter how high the quality, it couldn't possibly be more appealing to dragon beasts than the dragon riding clan's dragon riding power.
Finally, Zhao Jianhua and the others reached their conclusion. This dragon whale has pica. Much like stinky tofu and durian to some, they're no better than eating. For others, it's an exquisite delicacy. Lu Chen's spiritual bait was no different. This dragon whale relished his spiritual bait. That's why it ended up being caught by him. So, does that mean the kid passed the test? No idea. The lake, once churning with waves, slowly returning to calm. Everyone snapped out of their daze. Whoosh!
A chorus of gasps erupted, each person staring at Lu Chen with hair standing on end.
What just happened? Yu Longyue was stunned. Just a second ago, he'd said that if there were dragons, he could fish them. And the next second, reel one in?
He took a deep breath and finally reached the same conclusion as Zhao Jianhua.
This dragon whale has a bizarre eating habit. Or perhaps this was the secret realm's rule. Once everyone had finished fishing, if someone hasn't caught a single fish, the secret realm's rules kick in, making them catch the dragon whale. Everyone nodded. That was the only possibility.
When it came to dragon-type beast pets, no one held more authority than the dragon tamer clan. Qian Duoyu sighed, "You're truly the king of trash talk, Lu Chen.
This is way too much of a dirty trick. Does this count as a blank round?" Lu Chen asked Lu Yorong and the others. "Truly worthy of being my junior." Su Meyer's almond-shaped eyes sparkled with amusement. She had witnessed countless astonishing feats from this junior. He'd even managed to resolve her bloodline curse. No matter what happened, even if he declared Chi Tian and Little Squid possessed legendary tier potential, she wouldn't be surprised. Unless, of course, he declared Little Squid and Chi Tian to be divine beast cubs surpassing legendary rank. But that was impossible. No one had ever seen a divine beast. Bai Yan snapped back to reality, eyeing the intensely intimidating Lu Chen. He silently noted it in his mind. True to form, Lu Chen always managed to pull off the ultimate show-off. "I've learned another trick after showing off, I'll casually ask like that too." He'd already envisioned where to apply this technique. Next time, after he obliterates an opponent of equal cultivation, he'll casually ask the surrounding spectators, "Took 1.1 seconds to defeat him? I guess that doesn't count as an instant kill, right?" Learned it. Luo Anfei was dumbfounded. She'd never heard of this even in her past life. "So does this count as completing the trial?" Shan Shu inquired. This. Lu Chen was stumped. The first trial required catching 100 weak-water dragon carp, with at least 30 having 30% dragon blood concentration. But he'd only caught one dragon whale. How was this supposed to count? Surely they wouldn't make him reel in 100 dragon whales. Even if he could, there was no time left. Time's up. Many who failed to meet the quota hung their heads in disappointment. Arg. Just one more. Damn it, why do I only catch junkfish? They just casually reel in fish with over 30% dragon blood concentration. Buzz. Behind those who failed the trial, the stone mortars behind them began to glow, their aura coalescing into a portal of light. The inscriptions on the mortar stone shifted into patterns. Though the characters were incomprehensible to the crowd, the meaning became clear the moment they saw it. Failed. You fell at the first gate. You may soak in the ordinary dragon blood pool. And, for those who passed the trial, the inscriptions on their mortars pulsed, resonating with the entire lake. Boom! 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 From the lake's center, a water column several meters in diameter shot skyward. It ultimately formed a massive arch shaped like the letter N. At the arch's center, a dense white light swirled with spiraling energy. The gateway to the next stage. Zhao Jianhua had described these details while still outside. Those who failed to pass. A portal would form on the stone mortar, allowing them to bathe in the ordinary dragon blood pool. Not bad at all, comparable to the Constitution's secret treasure. Soaking in dragon blood refines spiritual essence and enhances both the beast master's and beast companion's physical fortitude. Those who pass the trial proceed through the water gate into the second stage. The entire arena. Only Lu Chen was left utterly bewildered. So did I pass or not? All eyes turned to him, curiosity evident in their gazes. And just then, roar! A dragon's roar echoed from within Lu Chen's stone mortar. Energy surged forth, coalescing into a dragon. It coiled upward, forming a colossal light gate 100 meters tall. Compared to it, the water gate leading to the next level in the center of the lake looked like a stunted infant. Everyone's cerebellum felt like it was shrinking again. Mouths gaped wide. Holy, this is way too big. This must mean we failed, right? It probably is. Isn't a light gate supposed to appear when you fail? But, why? I feel like his light gate is way more impressive than the portal we used to get to the second stage. After expressing their dismay, many gloated. So what if you hooked a dragon whale? So what if you have such a big net? You still got eliminated in the first round. Those who passed the test. Their small boats moved without wind, racing toward the water gate. I refuse to accept this. Xingling Eagle, carry me over. Unable to accept defeat, someone mounted their beast companion and charged toward the water gate. The instant they entered. As if someone had violated the established rules, like a computer firewall detecting a virus intrusion. The mighty force of the secret realm's rules descended. Both rider and beast were reduced to a mist of blood, drifting through the air. Everyone fell silent. Especially those who had harbored similar intentions, their throats tightened in relief that they hadn't acted on impulse. Lu Chen's face darkened. He had also planned to have Little Squid use Voidwalk to force his way in. But that path was now blocked. He felt frustrated inside. This chain quest was truly going to fail. Luo Anfei shook her head. Lu Chen's journey through the secret realm had come to an end, and she felt a pang of regret. She silently thought to herself. He only bathed in an ordinary dragon blood pool. Then it's even less likely you'll beat me. In a few hours, after I've bathed in the true dragon blood pool, the comparison will begin, and it will also be the moment the second comparison concludes. This time, I shall claim the fruits of victory. She lifted her chin proudly. Though this day came a little late, it would come at last. Even with your god-tier beast taming talent, what difference does it make? Facing me, Luoshan, if you can win once, that alone is something to be proud of. Seeing Lu Chen's desolate expression. For reasons unknown, she blurted out, don't worry. I'll open the secret realm. When I do, I'll give you some dragon-type resources to enhance Qitian and Little Squid's physical strength. After saying this, she added, don't misunderstand, everyone will get some. After all, we are the 10th pillar. Me too, Bai Qianqian chimed in. Hee, relax, little brother. Dragon-type resources are useless to me. I'll give you everything I get. Su Meyer winked. Relax, big nephew. Your invincible auntie will earn back even your share. Chen Duoyu couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Lu Chen's charm was truly extraordinary. These women, whether in looks or beast taming talent, were all top tier. And they all willingly gathered around him. No wonder before I left, the cat ancestor advised me, in the dragon's secret realm, just stay close to the person you like the most. Investing in him would yield substantial returns. The reason the Qianyue Merchants Guild stands atop the merchant world is precisely because they know how to invest. They invest in countless powerful individuals during their vulnerable early stages, sowing goodwill far and wide. This created a situation where no one dared to strike against them. Two big assholes are enough. Watch this old man Bai Yin clear the secret realm. I'll share some resources with you later. I can give you a little too, but not much. My mimic bone dragon needs dragon-type resources, Shantri said timidly. Qian Duoyu rolled her eyes. What are you two guys even doing here? Lu Chen snapped at the crowd, scram. Get inside already. Finally, Luo Anfei and the other small boat completely entered the light screen, vanishing from the lake. On the lake, only Lu Chen and the 40 or 50 others who hadn't passed the first trial remained, drifting with the waves. With Lu Chen as a point of comparison, their hearts felt much lighter.
The top-ranked night watchman, catching a dragon whale, 100-meter-long light gate. Such individuals had all fallen at the first gate alongside them. What more could they possibly want? This comparison instantly lifted their spirits from gloom to sunshine. With cheerful steps, they entered the light gate behind them, heading to soak in the ordinary dragon blood pool. Chen shook his head. Well, if the mission failed, it failed. He wasn't the protagonist of some adventure novel where everything goes smoothly. At least there was no loss from the failure. It just meant his 100% mission completion rate was broken. He turned and stepped through the light gate. Outside, Zhao Jianhua on the other side regretfully, what a pity. Rules are rules. Even after luring such a colossal dragon whale, transforming it into this immense portal, it still couldn't lead to the second stage. The Inheritance Secret Realm. It was formed from the beast writing space of a foreign beast master. Before their deaths, they fused their soul consciousness into the beast writing space, establishing inheritance rules. Similar to mechanical code. It operates mechanically, governed by its own self-contained logic. Should anyone attempt to violently breach it from the outside, the logic would collapse. The entire secret realm would disintegrate, forming terrifying spatial turbulence. 10 deaths, no survivors. Zhang Zhenyi's brow furrowed slightly. That doesn't make sense. The Inheritance Secret Realm was akin to an ancient ruin. Mythology Bureau agents are naturally suited to dealing with secret realms and ruins. By all logic, Mythology Bureau agents should hold an advantage within. How could Chen possibly fail at the very first gate? What the hell happened to me? The world spun violently. Chen stared blankly at his surroundings, utterly stunned. Wasn't it supposed to be soaking in the dragon blood pool? Chapter 135, A Secret Realm Within a Secret Realm? The Dragon's Trial. Valley. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the second stage. But the images projected by the curtain eye remained frozen on the first layer. Old Zhao, where's the footage? The second stage footage, someone inquired. Zhao Jianhua shrugged helplessly. The first stage has already concluded. This dragon's secret realm only intersects with Blue Star in the space of its first layer. The curtain eye cannot probe the subsequent levels. Stronger realm rules block its access. Based on previous inheritance realms, there should be 4 to 5 trial levels. Just then. I'm late. Someone approached from outside and stepped before the group. It was Jiang Chuanxin, commander of the 3rd Beastmaster Legion of the Eastern Domain. He was responsible for leading the talented members of the Beastmaster battle group who had entered the secret realm. After delivering the personnel, he had stepped out on urgent business. Hey! King Jiang, you're here too? Jiang Chuanxin was still muttering under his breath, the leader of the faceless disciples who knows where he's hiding. My men have scoured every corner of the eastern region these past days. Chapter 113. Thank you for your hard work, Commander Jiang. Zhang Zhenyi lifted her head slightly, her lips parting. The 10th pillar was short-staffed. Jiang Chuanxin volunteered to assist the 10th pillar until its complete construction. Jiang Chuanxin waved his hand dismissively. Why bring that up? If you hadn't saved me on the front lines back then, I'd be dead. Guorongzhou said, Old Jiang, coming this late, what do you say? Who do you think has the edge? Fancy a little friendly wager? Ha, like I'm afraid of you, Jiang Chuanxin retorted. Fine, let's do it. How do we play? You pick one person, I pick another. We see who clears more stages. The wager is 1 monarch tier resource material good? Deal. With his answer secured, Guorongzhou declared, I pick Mo Woody. Jiang Chuanxin retorted, that kid Chen went in too, right? I'll take Chen. The group fell briefly silent. Guorongzhou stifled a chuckle. Are you sure? Once you commit, no backing out. Want to change your pick? No change. I'm betting on that kid. Final? No backing out, no reneging. Am I that kind of person? Ha ha ha. Guorongzhou burst into laughter, reaching out his hand. Hand it over. That kid Chen got eliminated in the first round. Jiang Chuanxin? I don't believe it. You'll believe it once he comes out. Guorongzhou chuckled, feeling pretty pleased with himself. Suddenly, the gate to the secret realm flashed with intense beams of light. One figure after another was transported out. All of them had been eliminated in the first stage. They had already completed their immersion in the ordinary dragon blood pool. See? Guorongzhou laughed heartily. Look, they're all starting to come out now. What about Chen? The crowd gasped in unison, scanning the newly teleported figures. Chen was nowhere to be seen. Where's Chen? No idea. We soaked in the ordinary dragon blood pool and didn't see him. The group exchanged bewildered glances. Did that mean he hadn't been eliminated? But his stone mortar clearly transformed into a portal. Could it be that his absurdly large portal led somewhere else entirely? Zhang Zhenyi narrowed her eyes. A smile spread across her lips. This kid really wasn't eliminated. Judging by her years of experience dealing with secret realms and ancient ruins. Luring a dragon whale.
might have triggered some other rule. It was exactly as she had suspected. Lu Chen at that moment was utterly bewildered. What about the promised ordinary dragon blood pool? Where was this pool? Surveying his surroundings, he found himself in a peculiar place. Beneath his feet was a circular platform, with a channel resembling a waterway encircling its perimeter. Yet the channel held no water. 10 stone steels stood upright on the circular platform. What's going on here? Lu Chen was utterly baffled. He glanced at the system's mission details. The mission was still active and hadn't failed. Does this mean I haven't been eliminated? The little squid floated in midair, curiously examining the stone tablet before gently touching it with a tentacle. Buzz! Suddenly, the entire stone tablet lit up. The upper half of the tablet featured a relief carving of a bizarre dragon-like creature. Like a 3D projection, it transformed into a lifelike phantom image, casting itself onto the ground. Majestic and imposing. Its form resembled a lion, with a thick mane adorning its neck, its entire body covered in fine dragon scales, and a pair of golden vertical pupils. Below the stone tablet, dense characters were inscribed. The characters pulsed and glowed, and Lu Chen inexplicably understood their meaning. Congratulations! You have successfully caught the dragon whale, triggering this special trial. Each evolution monument holds information about a dragon beast. Evolve it to illuminate the monument. For 10 evolution monuments, evolve 3 dragon beasts to advance directly to stage 5. Failure will send you to stage 3. If you illuminate 7 or more monuments, you will continue that special trial. The materials required for evolving each beast pet transcribed on the steel lie within these material oceans. Follow your intuition to select materials and trigger its evolution. Each evolution monument allows 10 attempts. Buzz. Subsequently, these inscriptions projected outward, each transforming into a resource material. Above, they coalesced into a dense, sprawling sea of materials. I see. He knew it. Catching such a massive dragon whale and getting eliminated was nothing short of outrageous. So catching a dragon whale triggers a hidden special trial? He gazed at the stone tablets, his divine eyes activated. Name, Evolution Stone Steel. Attributes, supernatural item. Description, a transcendent artifact capable of imprinting all information of a beast companion, projecting its phantom form. It simulates the creature's evolutionary path, allowing for permutations and combinations to model its potential evolution. That makes sense. Essentially an evolution simulator, it possesses the same physical data as the beast pet, used for permutations and combinations with different materials. Pet development doesn't have an evolution path yet. 10 shrines lighting just 3 grants direct access to the 5th stage. If I activate 7, can I proceed to the hidden special assessment? 10 chances for mistakes? 1 slip up and I lose. Lu Chen, the Mad Dragon King, smirked. Then you're basically handing me the points, aren't you? Then I won't hold back. If it tested other skills, he'd be completely clueless. But if you asked him to evolve a beast pet? That's when he came alive. With my evolutionist skill plus divine gaze, I can instantly detect any pet's evolutionary sequence. He could scan it all at a glance. Name, Dragon Lion. Attributes, Dragon, Gold. Description, projection, not a genuine entity. Evolution paths, 1. Common path, Golden Dragon Grass, Gold type Evolution Stone, Dragon's Saliva Fruit, Flight System Leader Tier Wings equals Golden Wing Dragon Master. 2. Rare path, None. Gazing at the information revealed by the divine eye, Lu Chen hesitated not a moment, his finger tapping the air with decisive precision. Several resource materials materialized in the sky, transforming into beams of light that descended upon the Dragon Lion.